I was originally the powerful heir of the Northern King, but I was nailed to the city wall by someone with a single sword, and even my entire family was exterminated. All of this happened because, after getting drunk, I abducted a young girl in the street. If I had taken a girl from an ordinary family, it would have been fine, but that girl happened to be the sister of the protagonist, Long Outyin. Thus, my whole family became the experience pack for the destined child. However, at this moment, I had just transformed into the son of the King of the North. In order to avoid being nailed to the wall in the future, I decided to look around and see if I had any special abilities. To my surprise, even after searching every corner of the room, I still couldn't find any trace of the system's old man. Just when I was feeling a bit desperate, a beautiful woman in palace attire opened the door and walked in. "Don't be angry, young master. The second young lady scolds you for your own good. The Prince of Northern Town has only you as his son, and this Prince of Northern Town's residence will always be handed over to you in the future." Hearing this, I shook my head and let out a long sigh. The other party was a top expert of the Great Zhou dynasty, invited by the King of the North with a large sum of money to be my master. Unfortunately, the original owner's talent was truly poor, and he was unwilling to cultivate. Spending all day at the Yihong building, indulging in pleasures with a group of friends, which led to being scolded by my second sister and locked in the room. Seeing this, Chu Zixiao took a deep breath, smiled, and continued to encourage. "Your Highness, do not be discouraged. In fact, the path of cultivation is not that difficult. As long as you persist in meditating for a quarter of an hour every day, you will eventually be able to enter the realm of cultivation." Unexpectedly, just as her voice fell, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. "Host has received a suggestion. The strongest listening advice system is activated. From now on, as long as the host receives a suggestion and completes it, they will receive corresponding system rewards." Hearing this, I was startled, and with a sudden leap, I flipped up from the bed like a carp. "What's wrong with you, Crown Prince?" Chu Zixiao was startled by my actions, her beautiful and dignified face filled with concern. "It's nothing." I shook my head, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate, silently reciting the mental formula of the Great Zhou Emperor's secret. Seeing this scene, Chu Zixiao's red lips parted slightly. Looking a bit dazed, the heir really listened to the advice? Then her body trembled slightly, and tears sparkled in her eyes. 5 years? Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? The dignified purple-robed sword Immortal came to the Northern Town Prince's mansion but struggled everywhere. No matter how I taught, it just wouldn't work, and I almost got so frustrated that I would vomit blood. Now you finally listened to the advice and started to cultivate. Thinking of this, she was so excited that tears streamed down her face. As long as I am willing to listen to her guidance, even if my talent is poor, she is confident she can teach me to become a master of swordsmanship, and it will be much easier to inherit the Northern Town Prince's mansion in the future. She then took a few deep breaths, calmed her emotions, and quietly left the room. And a quarter of an hour later, the system's prompt sound rang in my mind on time. "Congratulations, host, for completing the suggestion and gaining entry-level power of the Great Zhou Emperor's secret." As the words fell, a warm current surged up from my dantian, pushing my cultivation to a higher level. The Great Zhou Emperor's secret is indeed a supreme technique. Just by practicing the basics, I have broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. After I put on my clothes and opened the door, Chu Zixiao, who was waiting in the courtyard, sensed the change in my cultivation and suddenly widened her eyes. "When did you, young master, break through to the 8th level of Qi refining?" Her head was buzzing, and she doubted several times whether she had seen it wrong. Is this still the useless young master she remembered? I smiled slightly and held her wrist with my hand. It is naturally the sincere guidance of Sister Zixia that has touched my heart, leading to a sudden realization. Sharp-tongued, Chu Zixiao's pretty face turned red, and she quickly swatted my hand away. 5 years ago, when I first saw her, I was amazed and boldly declared that I would marry her, but at that time, I was just a teenager. Thinking of this, she paused. "The second young lady is still waiting for you at the training ground. Hurry up." Without waiting for me to continue teasing her, Chu Zixiao quickly took me to the training ground. At this moment, the second sister had already changed into light armor, wielding a long spear, charging back and forth among the formation of hundreds or thousands of people, her powerful spiritual energy erupting, causing the enemy to retreat step by step. Such a magnificent scene even made Chu Zixiao momentarily lose focus. If the second young lady were a man, she would definitely be the best heir to the King of the North. For some reason, after sweeping away the surrounding enemies, my second sister suddenly raised her spear and pointed it at me. "Shinichen, come here and take a beating." Hearing this, my expression changed. My second sister has always doted on her little brother, but if she calls me by my full name, it means she is really angry. Everyone knows how terrifying my second sister can be when she's angry. Even the King of the North has to give way. Thinking of this, I turned around and ran without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Chu Zixiao grabbed my collar at that moment and threw me over. Sister, you look really good today. Can you go easy on me when you hit me later? I twitched my lips and forced out a smile. Just as the second sister was about to say something, she suddenly widened her eyes, sensing the change in my cultivation level, and her calm heart was stirred up with quite a ripple. Not bad, you're still somewhat redeemable. As she said this, she gave me a deep look, her inner anger dissipating a bit, and in the end, she couldn't bring herself to hit me. Then she dismounted and shouted in a deep voice, "Form up the entire army." Yes, hundreds and thousands of warriors immediately lined up neatly on the training ground, and a chilling aura of iron-blooded slaughter came rushing in. These people are the personal soldiers of the King of the North, each one a battle-hardened warrior capable of fighting 100. Then, the second sister seemed to have thought of something and looked at me seriously. "Shinichen, today I will teach you the pagoda military strategy of the Northern Town Prince's mansion. Pay attention and learn well. The Sutra of the Pagoda is the unique skill of the Shin family, and the King of the North rose to power relying on this unparalleled military strategy." To my surprise, after hearing this, I burst into laughter. "Second sister, your talent is extraordinary. With you mastering the Sutra of the Pagoda, the King of the North's mansion will be entrusted to you in the future." Hearing this, the second sister glared at me and said, "No matter how much you flatter me today, it won't work. You have to learn whether you want to or not." As she spoke, she took out a formation diagram and handed it to me. I was originally going to refuse, but when the system prompt sounded, my eyes lit up and I immediately took over the formation diagram. This is the most basic formation, and it's not difficult to arrange. Moreover, the warriors in front of me are all battle-hardened elites, following orders and working together with incredible synergy. I just followed the example and arranged it 3 times in just a quarter of an hour. As the system's prompt sound rang out again, numerous insights began to surge in my mind, as if I were receiving a sudden enlightenment, leading me to continuous realizations. Done. I was overjoyed and immediately looked at my second sister. "I have already mastered the basics of the floating pagoda military strategy. Is there any way to quickly improve my skills?" Who would have thought that the second sister almost laughed out of anger upon hearing this? "Do you think I'm a fool? You haven't even seen the complete pagoda military strategy, and you think you can start practicing just based on a basic formation diagram? Everything must be done step by step. One should not aim too high." "Then forget it." I sighed and turned to leave. Although I had already mastered the basics of the pagoda warfare, I didn't plan to reveal it immediately. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain. Seeing this, the second sister widened her eyes, her spiritual power surging, and she raised her hand to pull me back. At that moment, Chu Zixiao suddenly spoke up. "Miss Air, let it go. His Highness the Air has just regained his spirits. If we put too much pressure on him all at once, he might not be able to bear it and will fall back into a state of despair, which would be counterproductive." These words left the second sister momentarily stunned, and then she nodded. "That's right. That's the reasoning. As long as the younger brother is willing to learn, there is still a chance." As she spoke, a hint of a thought-provoking bitter smile appeared on her face. "Then the younger brother's cultivation will trouble the senior." What I didn't know was that a crisis was quietly approaching. Before long, I returned to my own yard to begin my training, but I quickly gave up. My talent at the 6th rank of the yellow level is still very poor, and to break through to the 9th level of the chi refining stage, I would need to train for at least a year and a half. "Zixiao's sister, what do you think I should do to quickly cultivate to the 9th level of chi refinement?" The other party pondered for a moment. "Naturally, this means to continue practicing, as long as you persist in training for a quarter of an hour every day. Breaking through to the 9th level of chi training is not difficult." Hearing this familiar encouragement, I smiled helplessly, but I never expected that the system's voice would suddenly sound. "The host receives a suggestion to practice for a quarter of an hour. Complete the reward, and break through to the 9th level of chi training." Hearing this, I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Could it be that I could also ask questions and seek advice? So I pressed on and inquired about the method to quickly break through to the spirit condensation realm. This left Chu Zixiao somewhat speechless. With my talent that isn't even at the yellow level, wanting to quickly break through to the spirit condensation realm, isn't that just making things difficult for her? But thinking about how hard I had worked to get back into cultivation, she could only say with a guilty conscience, "Actually, quickly breaking through to the spirit condensation realm isn't impossible." The imperial technique that His Highness the Crown Prince primarily practices, the Great Zhou Emperor's art, is a top-tier skill. As long as you operate the technique through 99 cycles of the Great Zhou Heaven, perhaps it would be possible to break through to the spirit condensation realm. With my qualifications that are not even at the yellow rank, it is definitely impossible to operate the Great Zhou Emperor's secret technique to break through to the spirit condensation realm. But as long as I can persist in my cultivation, that is a form of progress. A significant progress. Chu Zixiao silently praised his own cleverness. But she absolutely couldn't imagine that the prompt sound from the system made my heart bloom with joy at that moment. The host receives a suggestion to operate the Great Zhou Emperor's Art of 81 Great Zhou Heavens, complete the reward, and break through to the spirit condensation realm. Hearing this voice, I grabbed Chu Zixiao's little hand and a bold idea suddenly arose in my heart. Sister Zixiao, please say, as long as I cultivate for a quarter of an hour, I can immediately transform and ascend to become the great emperor of the human race. Hearing this, she was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but reach out to touch my forehead. Is this child really not okay? Why is he starting to talk nonsense? Come on, come on. I held Chu Zixiao's small hand, looking at her with intense eyes. The other party couldn't bear to refuse and could only brace themselves to speak up. Unexpectedly, the system said, the gap with the target is huge. Please do not exploit system loopholes. The emotionless voice of the system rang out. The small plan in Lu Chuan's mind fell flat. Okay. Lu Chuan was a bit disappointed and immediately changed his target. Sister Xueyin, is there any other way to improve the qualification? Lu Chen looked at Song Xueyin with bated breath. Song Xueyin was a bit embarrassed. Qualifications are inherently predetermined and almost impossible to change. Even if the Jinbei king had spent a lot of property over the years, searching all over the world and finding all sorts of positive methods and prescriptions, none of them could make Lu Chen's qualifications improve. What could she do? However, in order not to discourage Lu Chen's confidence, Song Xueyin could only whisper, as long as your highness, the world's son, insists on drinking a bowl of medicinal food every day, your qualifications will definitely be able to slowly improve. Ding! The host receives the suggestion, drink a bowl of medicinal food. Reward for completion, qualification upgraded to the 9th rank of the Yellow Order. The system beeps really rang out, causing Lu Dust to become more and more energized. Please, Sister Xueyin, prepare a bowl of medicinal food for me now. Didn't His Highness just drink it? And you can only drink one bowl a day. I'm not listening. I'm going to drink. Song Xueyin was instantly a bit helpless, but seeing that Lu Chen was so excited, she couldn't refuse. And since there wouldn't be any side effects from drinking one more bowl of the medicinal meal, she turned around and went to prepare the medicinal meal. Lu Chen, on the other hand, seized the time to run his energy and cultivate. A quarter of an hour later. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, a breakthrough in cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm. A warm current once again emerged from the dantian and surged to the meridians and orifices around his body, causing Lu Chuan's cultivation to rapidly rise to the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm. At this time, Song Xueyin also walked over with a bowl of medicinal food. Seeing Lu Chen's diligent cultivation, Song Xueyin had a pleased smile on her face. Although His Highness the World's Son seems to be a bit out of his mind and has begun to talk nonsense, as long as he is willing to cultivate, then there is salvation. Song Xueyin gently put down the medicinal meal and quietly left the room without disturbing Lu Chen. When Lu Chuan opened his eyes, he saw Song Xueyin's graceful and moving back slowly leaving. What a seductive siren! Lu Chen secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and picked up the medicinal meal to drink it in one gulp. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward. The qualification is upgraded to the 9th rank of the Yellow Order. A warm current once again surged out of Lu Chuan's dantian, filling his entire body in an instant and integrating into every inch of his flesh and blood. Lu Chuan only felt his body heat up. His dantian and the meridian orifices all over his body expanded once again. His internal qi skyrocketed, and the Great Zhou Emperor technique operated at a much faster speed. Chapter 5, Intelligence Organizations. After his qualifications were raised to the 9th rank of the Yellow Order, Lu Chen's speed of cultivating his techniques was obviously increased dramatically. In just 5 hours' time, Lu Chuan had run the Great Zhou Emperor technique for 81 large circumference days, and his internal qi grew thicker and stronger. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, breaking through the spirit condensation realm. As the system beep sounded, it was as if there was a crisp cracking sound in Lu Chuan's body, and there seemed to be some kind of shackles being broken in the underworld. And the aura in the sky and the earth quickly gathered and did not enter into Lu Chuan's body, and merged into the meridians and orifices. Lu Chuan's thick internal qi rapidly metamorphosed into spiritual energy. There were a total of 9 realms in martial arts cultivation, which were the qi practicing realm, spirit condensing realm, returning to the origin realm, Xianling realm, harmonizing the Dao realm, Zunshi realm, Jun realm, sacred realm, and emperor realm. Between each major realm there are 9 minor realms. The spirit condensation realm, strictly speaking, was the true starting point of the martial arts. The qi practicing realm was merely laying the foundation. Yes, Lu Chuan opened his eyes and sensed the powerful spiritual energy that was alive and well in his body. It was a marvelous experience that he had never experienced before. making him so excited that he could not wait to look up to the sky and laugh. It's getting dark. Lu Chuan looked at the dark night sky, and with a movement in his heart, he quietly left the room, left through the side door of the Jinbei King's mansion, and went straight to Yihong House, Jinbei City, Yihong Building. Even at night, the place was still brightly lit, with the sound of melodious music and women laughing and giggling, causing the blood to stir. Lu Chuan strutted into Yihong Mansion and was immediately invited to the VIP room by the maidservant. Yo, Your Highness, why are you out so late today? If you come any later, the Red Dream Fairy will probably be asleep. Ha ha, Brother Dust, come. This is the 100 years of first snow wine that I stole from my father's private cellar, and I purposely saved a bottle for Brother Dust. The VIP room was filled with 7 or 8 well-dressed youths, each with a coolly dressed woman in his arms, and the smell of alcohol filled the room. From now on, I, Lu Chuan, am no longer all the way with you and other dudes. I've been cultivating all day today, and I'm now a spirit condensation realm expert. Lu Chen put his hands behind his back, a proud look on his face. The group of dudes glanced at each other and looked at each other. This was immediately followed by laughter. Ha ha ha. Your Highness Seiji still likes to joke around so much. You can cultivate from the 3rd level of the chi practicing realm to the spirit condensing realm in a day? Do you think you're an absolute heavenly pride with heavenly rank qualifications? Just blow it. Just fool your buddies. Don't fool yourself too. It really doesn't matter if your buddies are fooled by you. All of them burst into laughter, and the VIP room was filled with rapturous air. Even the pimp on the side couldn't help but laugh a little. Your Highness, the old rules, Shunyu and Xiaha are waiting for you. I'll call them in now? No, I'm here to see Red Dream this time. Lu Chen shook his head and turned around, leaving the VIP room and coming into the hall outside. On the stage, the lights were hazy, the petals were flying, and a veiled woman in red danced, and her graceful and delicate figure was hidden and evocative. Hong Meng, the head of Yihong Lu, sells her art but not her body. Even the Prince of Jinbei threw $10,000 to take it down, but it makes her fame more and more grand. It's beautiful. The dudes in the VIP room followed them out, looking at the stunning woman on the stage. Their eyes were all a bit mesmerized, murmuring, suddenly feeling that the woman in their arms didn't smell good anymore. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Chuan, who was familiar with the plot, knew that the head girl of Yihonglu in front of him was actually the daughter of the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, who was specifically responsible for seducing and confusing him. Supervisory Heavenly Division, a secret intelligence organization subordinate to the royal family of the Great Zhou, with tentacles throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, especially in the northern border. The entire Yihonglu was actually a branch of the Supervisory Heavenly Division in the Northern Territory. When a person is in love and confused, then use some small means to spy information. It becomes a very easy thing. This was the method that Red Dream had used to extract many of the secrets of the Jinbei royal house from Lu Chen over the years. The same is true for the spring rain and summer lotus that made Lu Duan once linger. If only the Jinbei royal house had its own intelligence organization. Lu Chen couldn't help but mumble. In the original plot, the Jinbei King's mansion was because of the lack of intelligence, and was ultimately inadvertently framed by Chu Fan, and the Jinbei King and the 100,000 Futu Iron Cavalry were wiped out in one fell swoop. Although the Jinbei royal house governs the entire northern border, but over the years the imperial court has been suppressing the Jinbei royal house both explicitly and implicitly, and apart from the fact that the military power really can't be moved and the Jinbei royal house is needed to resist the foreigners, the other aspects have been suppressed, and it is simply impossible to develop the intelligence organization. Hiccup. Dusty wants an intelligence organization? Although Lu Chuan was speaking softly to himself, he was still heard by a puffy-eyed, drunken youth beside him. He burped and said, "Isn't that simple? With the strength of your Jinbei royal house, wouldn't you just organize a few hundred people and set up an intelligence organization?" When these words came out, the surrounding crowd shook their heads and laughed, not taking it seriously at all. If intelligence organizations were so easy to build, wouldn't they be manned by one? However, a voice rang in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! The host has received a suggestion. Organize several hundred people to set up an intelligence organization. Reward for completion, primary intelligence organization, patrol pavilion. Lu Chen's tiger's body shook and his eyes widened a few points. Well, good buddy. Lu Chen was overjoyed in his heart and patted the youth's shoulder with great satisfaction. This group of foxy friends are all dudes, but at least they're somewhat useful. By the way, old Wang, if a person uses the charm technique on me, how do you think I should resist? Lu Dust asked. The youth named Wang Zhenghao's eyes glared and said drunkenly, "Who dares to use the charm technique on my brother Dust? My brother Dust is the son of the king of Jinbei, and with just a shock of the tiger's body and the release of the king's domineering aura, he can withstand a mere charm technique. Put. Ha ha ha. Old Wang. You're drunk. Wang Zhenghao's words caused all the surrounding dudes to burst into laughter. Those greenhouse girls were also laughing. Only their expressions were more or less abnormal, because they used the art of seduction to get information from the people who patronized the greenhouses. Lu Duan was smiling as well, the kind that came from his heart. It was only because the system beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! The host receives the suggestion, tiger's body. Reward for completion, a strand of king's chi to protect the body from the charm technique. Chapter 6, The Red Dream Suffers. What's so hard about a tiger's body? Lu Chuan was immediately shaken, only to feel a warmth surging up in his body, and there seemed to be a vast righteousness surrounding him in the underworld. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, a wisp of king's chi to protect his body. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth slowly rose as his smile grew stronger. In the meantime, after the Red Dream on the stage finished her dance, her graceful and delicate figure came with a refreshing fragrant breeze, making the people in the hall gulp. Their eyes were mesmerized, and their mouths were dry. Your Highness, would you like to go to the Moonfall Pavilion with Red Dream for a small drink? Red Dream's vermilion lips lightly opened. Her voice was lazy and charming, with infinite flavor, making the surrounding crowd's saliva flow down unconsciously. Why bother going to the Moonfall Pavilion? Why don't you and I just talk about the wind and flowers here? Lu Chuan sneered and wrapped his arm around Hong Meng's slender waist, pulling her entire body into his arms. Ah! Hong Meng was taken aback and fell directly into Lu Chuan's arms when she was caught off guard, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. When did this waste of a son become so bold? Had he been trolling before and he had run out of patience? Red Dream's body was tense, and she forced herself to resist the urge to slap Lu Chuan to death, pressing one hand on Lu Chuan's chest, trying to break free from his embrace. Although it had been 2.5 years since Hong Meng had seduced Lu Chen, it seemed to outsiders that the two had a close relationship and had even shared a room on many occasions. But in reality, every time Red Dream just slightly performed the charm technique, she was able to mesmerize Lu Chuan and intoxicate her into hallucinations, never touching her at all. This was the first time that Hong Meng had been in close contact with Lu Duan. Just as Red Dream's palm was placed on Lu Chuan's chest, Lu Chuan suddenly launched both his arms, and once again, Red Dream was caught off guard, and his entire body was plastered onto Lu Chuan. That exquisite undulating delicate body was close to each other, soft and infinite, and Lu Chuan could even feel the other party's violent heartbeat. Lu Chuan's hands were even more dishonestly going up and down, continuously sliding down from her plump willow waist, pinching and squeezing the plump figure. Very moist. A thought flashed through Lu Chuan's mind. Red Dream's palm was pasted on Lu Chen's back heart position. Spiritual energy gathered. Killing opportunity filled in her eyes. She couldn't wait to slap this wasteful son of the world who was taking advantage of her, but she was ultimately afraid to move. Ah, Seiji gently, it hurts me. Red Dream hummed softly, her lips half biting, and there were wisps of pink light flowing in her eyes, carrying infinite charm as she gazed into Lu Dust's eyes. Hate it. World Sun first let go. Here's so many people. Let's go to the Moonfall Pavilion to talk about it. Red Dream pressed down on Lu Chen's chest with one hand and tried to break free once again, but this time, her unbeatable charm technique failed. Instead of letting go, Lu Chuan wrapped his arms tighter, his palms even probing directly into the clothing. This seigneur said it's right here. Lu Chen's voice was cold and indifferent, carrying an overbearing nature that could not be refused. Red Dream had extracted so many secrets of the Jinbei Wangfu from him over the years, as well as numerous money and treasures, so how could he not pay a price? Red Dream was shocked and furious, and was horrified to realize that she couldn't break free from Lu Chuan's embrace. She subconsciously wanted to use her spiritual power, but then she feared that her identity would be exposed. Without the use of spiritual power, she couldn't even help Lu Chuan, and her biggest dependence on the charm technique was completely ineffective. This trashy son of the world, why does he seem to be a different person? This caused Hong Meng to panic all of a sudden. A layer of goosebumps rose on the places touched by Lu Chuan, and her eyes were filled with disgust and killing intent. Hiss, Dust is awesome. What a model for my generation. Worthy of Dust, easily doing what we couldn't. When the crowd of dudes saw this, they were astonished, calling out that it was awesome, and they couldn't wait to replace Lu Chen with themselves and feel the wonderfulness of the head girl of Yihong House with their own hands. Only the pimp on the side had his eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly, and there was a horrendous amount of spiritual energy looming within his body. Asshole, let go of Red Dream Fairy. Just then, an icy cold and bone-chilling voice rang out. It was a gorgeously dressed, tall youth with an imposing presence, followed by two guards with terrifying auras. It's Mr. Lu of the Lu family from the state capital. When the crowd of dudes saw this, they were all terrified and subconsciously took a few steps back. The 12 states of the Great Zhou dynasty, even the northern frontier land under the jurisdiction of the king of Jinbei, was only 2 states. The status of a state pastor is second only to that of a prince, and the youth in front of him was the eldest son of Lu Zhoumu. Taking over his dad's position in the future was almost a done deal. Gu. So it's Mr. Lu's great visit. The pimp was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly welcomed him. Mr. Lu was also pursuing Red Dream during this time, and was a love rival to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chuan looked as if he hadn't seen Lu Gongzi, ignoring him, and his hands continued to roam around Hong Meng's body. You punk thing, get the hell out of my way. Lu Yongyuan couldn't help it. Hong Meng had long been regarded by him as a forbidden domain. Lu Chen dared to touch around in front of him, which made Lu Yongyuan directly explode. He stepped in with a big stride and slapped his palm at Lu Dust to send him flying out. It was well known that the Jinbei king's son was a waste of space and his cultivation was so low as to be negligible. So Lu Yongyuan was fully confident that he could severely injure Lu Chen with a single palm even without using his spiritual power. Just as Lu Yongyuan was approaching, Lu Chuan suddenly kicked out with a lightning-like kick. The great Zhou Emperor's skill was in motion, and all his spiritual energy was gathered on his foot, kicking Lu Yongyuan hard in the abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a dull and loud echo, Lu Yongyuan was careless and did not flash, and was directly kicked out by Lu Chuan, ruthlessly smashing into the wall, spewing out a large mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, and was unable to get up for half a day. What? This scene caused everyone present to freeze. Their eyes balled up and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Lu Yongyuan was a renowned expert of the younger generation, with extraordinary natural strength, but he was actually seriously injured by a kick from a waste of a son of the world? How is this? How is this possible? Even after seeing it with their own eyes, the crowd was a bit incredulous. Spirituality? Red Dream, who was in Lu Chuan's arms, was even more shocked as her mind went blank for a moment. She had also met with Lu Chen yesterday, and she was very sure that Lu Chen was only in the 3rd level of the Qi practicing realm at that time. But now Lu Chen had actually stepped into the spirit condensation realm? Wasn't it said that Lu Chen was a waste that could barely cultivate? Lu Duan, how dare you hit me? Lu Yongyuan covered his abdomen, blood bubbling out of one mouth, his eyes red, staring dead at Lu Chen as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. The fight is on you. Lu Chen sneered, condescendingly looking down at Lu Yongyuan and said indifferently, what is your status and what is my status? Dare to call me a waste, just based on your words. So what if this son of the world kills you? Bold. Not only did Lu Yongyuan become furious, the 2 guards he brought with him even immediately drew their long knives, and their strong spiritual energy erupted, locking onto Lu Chen. Chapter 7, My Father, the King of Jinbei. I'll see who dares to move. Lu Chen sneered. My father, King of Jinbei. As soon as the 3 words Jinbei King came out, the 2 guards' hearts trembled, and the long swords in their hands were subconsciously deflected aside, not daring to point them at Lu Dust, even though Ludum is a waste dude, but he was also the only son of the King of Jinbei, the next heir to the throne of Jinbei on the board. In the entire Great Zhou dynasty, who doesn't know that King Jinbei favors this youngest son the most? Who dares to mess with the King of Jinbei? The name of Jinbei King was piled up with countless blood and withered bones, and among the foreigners, Jinbei King also had the title of Iron-Blooded Human Butcher. I shucks. Lu Yongyuan viciously spat out a mouthful of blood and said through clenched teeth, besides having a good father, what are you? So what? Lu Chuan had a cold smile on his face. My father, King of Jinbei. What? You're not convinced? You. Lu Yongyuan was so infuriated that he sprayed out a mouthful of blood again, especially when Lu Chuan demonstrated. His hands continued to roam around Hong Meng's body, the wonderful taste of which was indescribable. That was something that Lu Yongyuan had dreamed of doing, but it turned out that Lu Chen had done it before him. You wait. The Jinbei royal house is going to be finished. I'll see how much longer you, this punk, can still be arrogant. Lu Yongyuan let out a low growl and didn't dare to look any further, fearing that he wouldn't be able to help himself. He turned around and left. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, was silent, and no one dared to squeak. One was the son of the King of Jinbei, and the other was the son of the state pastor. This was a fight between big shots. It was not for them, these small characters, to get involved. Meh. Lu Chuan still wore a cynical smile on his face, but a grim look flashed in his eyes. Lu Chun, who was familiar with the plot, clearly knew that the King of Jinbei was highly accomplished and was the only king with a different surname in the Great Zhou dynasty. The threat of the foreigners has been removed. The emperor of the Great Zhou is aging, and a change of throne is imminent. As the storm clouds rise and fall, and the dark tide surges, Jinbei King hand in hand, and is the outsider, but became the biggest threat to the throne. and naturally became a thorn in the side of the royal family of the Zhou dynasty, has long wanted to get rid of. In the original plot, the reason why Chu Fan was able to destroy the Jinbei royal family, there was the dark hand of the great Zhou imperial family. Even if Chu Fan did not make a move, the imperial family would find a way to exterminate the Jinbei royal family. Lu Chuan traveled across the world, able to predict the future, seize the first opportunity, and have the system in hand. This life is set to change the miserable end of the Jinbei royal house. Right at this moment, Hongmeng finally couldn't hold back and erupted a powerful spiritual force to break free from Lu Chuan's embrace. Her delicate body stumbled, and her legs clenched as her body burned and softened from Lu Chuan's touch. Your Highness, your slave is a bit unwell, please excuse me, Red Dream whispered, turning away somewhat lamely and with great speed. Although she was disguised as the head girl of Yi Hon Lu, she had never had any intimate contact with any man and was ice clear. However, this time it was planted in the hands of Lu Chen, and was almost touched all over. She hated Lu Chen, but she didn't dare to show it in the slightest and could only swallow the bitter fruit herself. Meh, boring. Lu Dust let out a light laugh, put his hands behind his back, and turned around to leave Yihong mansion. Lu Chuan didn't return to the Jinbei king's mansion, but rather wandered around the busy streets and eventually entered a small, remote restaurant. The tavern was small, the tables and chairs were old, the lighting was a bit dim, and there were hardly any people. How are you, sir? Stopping over or staying? A slightly rushed voice rang out. It was a young girl with a slim body, looking about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in linen clothes, with a pure and beautiful face, only a little pale due to malnutrition. One could tell that this was a beauty embryo, and if she grew up, she would definitely fall into the kingdom. You a little nervous, newbie? Lu Chen smiled, revealing a gentle expression. Well, I've just been here for 2 days only. This is the menu of our restaurant. The young girl was quite nervous and carefully brought a bamboo slip. She was still a novice, plus the fact that Lu Duan was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked like a non-rich person, made her even more nervous. However, the gentle smile on Lu Chuan's face had a special charm that made the young girl's original nervousness unconsciously relax a few points. Any of the signature dishes. Lu Chen didn't even look at the menu and casually took out a silver ingot and handed it to the young girl. Is too much. It doesn't have to be that much money. The young girl was too startled to take the silver ingot. Consider the rest as a reward for you. My lord is not poor. Lu Dust waved his hand, not caring. The young girl swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but eventually left with trepidation. The food and wine were quickly presented, but Lu Chuan didn't move. Instead, he looked at the busy figure of the young girl, pondering. This young girl in front of her was none other than the protagonist Chu Fan's sister, Yun Qian Xue. Don't ask why your last name isn't Chu. If you ask, you're not brother and sister. She wasn't just as simple as Chu Fan's sister, but she also had a hidden special physique. Once the special physique was awakened, she would quickly rise to prominence, displaying unparalleled talent and eventually becoming a generation of geisha female emperors. In the original plot, Lu Chuan was the one who forced Yun Qianxue to take her captive after getting drunk, ultimately inviting Chu Fan's vengeance and leading to the destruction of the Jinbei royal house. This time, Lu Dust decided, we have to trick her back to the Jinbei king's residence. Soon, a group of Jianghu people with swords and knives entered the restaurant, accompanied by a fury that filled the room, causing Yun Xianyue's pretty face to turn pale. While serving them, his hands were shaking and he accidentally spilled a dish. Asshole! Don't you have eyes? Only a crisp slap could be heard, and Yun Xianyue's slim and weak body directly planted on the ground. Gentlemen guests, do not be angry. She is new to the uninformed. This order I give gentlemen guests free. Calm down, calm down. The innkeeper of the restaurant hurriedly stepped in to pacify the situation, apologizing profusely. Who the hell cares about your meal money? Get out. There was a pop sound, and the owner of the restaurant also received a slap on the face. Jia. This little girl is not bad looking. Why don't we take it back to kill the fire? Good idea. Hey. This little girl is so white. I can't wait. Me too. Accompanied by a strange laughter, Yun Xianyue's soft and helpless body shivered, and a despairing gaze appeared in her eyes. Let go of the girl. Just then, Lu Chen's lazy voice rang out, but he didn't turn around to look at them. You who? You boys trying to be heroic? The several Jianghu people looked at each other and in turn became more and more excited. In the face of this kind of heroic rescue bridge, they loved to get the so-called heroic teenager killed. My father, the king of Jinbei, Lu Dust said indifferently. The moment the three words Jinbei king came out, those few people's bodies immediately trembled, revealing horrified expressions. He's the trashy Seiji? It seems a bit like the portrait. Hiss. Ignore him. Go. Those few Jianghu people were not calm anymore, secretly alarmed, and hurriedly reached out to grab Yun Shanyue, wanting to run away with the people. Although the name of the king of Jinbei was frightening, but Lu Chuan was only the son of the world after all, so as long as they didn't make a move against Lu Chuan, they thought that they would be fine. Giggle. Right at this moment, a snowy sword chi erupted from outside the restaurant in a flash of lightning. These few Jianghu people covered their necks, their eyes glazed over as their heads fell and blood splattered. Lu Chen shook his head. I've told you that my family's father is the king of Jinbei. Why don't you guys listen? As the only son of the king of Jinbei, you don't really think he'll be alone out there running around, do you? Yun Shanyue, who was on the side, was so frightened by the bloody scene in front of her that her legs went weak, her eyes went black, and she directly fainted. That's a relief. Lu Chuan shouldered Yun Shanyue and left. Poor baby, just escaped from the tiger's mouth, into the wolf's den again. The tavern boss let out a dark sigh, showing a look of intolerance, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 8 The Heavenly Pavilion. You're awake? Yun Shanchue's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Chen's handsome and gentle face. Are you, His Highness the World's Son? Yun Shanchue recalled the encounter before she fainted. Her eyes suddenly widened a few points, and she struggled to sit up in a panic. Many thanks to your Highness Shitzi for saving my life. Yun Shanchue's heart was beating fast and she was a bit terrified. After all, she was just a grasshopper. But Lu Chen was the legendary prince of the Jinbei royal house, and to her, he was a great man high above. There's no need to be nervous. Earlier you encountered thieves and were so frightened that you fainted. I didn't know where your home was, so I had someone bring you back to the royal residence. Lu Chen revealed a gentle smile and said, speaking of which, the royal palace just happens to be short of a maid. Do you want to consider it? The wages of the royal mansion's maid can be much more than your job as a restaurant's junior, and you don't have to worry about encountering evil thieves. Don't worry, I won't make you sign a contract of sale, nor will I restrict your freedom. You can leave the royal residence whenever you want. Yun Shanchue's body shook and her pretty face was a bit dumbfounded. The Jinbei royal mansion was so high up for a commoner like her that she was not even qualified to look up to it. Even if it is just a retainer of the Jinbei king's house, it is still considered a big shot outside, and all the squires and clans will be competing to get close to it. To be able to become a retainer of the Jinbei king's residence was a dream that I don't know how many people could only dream of. Now not only did she have the opportunity, but she also didn't need to sign a contract of sale. This was like pie in the sky, which made Yun Shanyu a little disbelieving for a while. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Lu Chen smiled and summoned the royal housekeeper to take her to familiarize herself with the environment of the royal house and what she would be doing in the future. Yun Shanyu was still confused at this point, her heart flooded with great surprise. She couldn't help but turn around and sneak a glance at Lu Chuan, only to feel that Lu Chuan was so handsome and easygoing, completely different from the rumored image of the wasteful son of the world who was addicted to female sex and depraved and indulgent. Sure enough, the rumors are false. This way, it shouldn't provoke Chu Fan, right? Lu Duan stroked his chin. He saved Yun Shanyue's life and arranged a good job for her. Chu Fan should be thanking him. Although Lu Chen was also open, if he had a choice, he didn't want to be Chu Fan's enemy. After all, Chu Fan was the reincarnation of an immortal exalt, and came with an aura of invincibility. If he could, Lu Chuan would just want to continue to be a free worldly son, and then find a way to let Lu Jianyun inherit the throne while he hid behind and felt the fish. But if Chu Fan and the royal family of Great Zhou have to force the Jinbei royal house to its death, a ray of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he walked out of the room in large strides. Soon after, Lu Chen waved his hand and directly summoned 300 family members. This world's son has decided to form an intelligence organization called the Patrol Heaven Pavilion, and you and the others will be the people of the Patrol Heaven Pavilion in the future. Now, this scene announces that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion is officially established. Amidst the confused and puzzled gazes of the 300 houseguests, Lu Chuan put his hands behind his back and announced a happy news. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, Primary Intelligence Organization Patrol Heavenly Pavilion. A system beep sounded in Lu Dust's head, and a mysterious token was also added to his arms. In this instant, in all places of the 12 states of the Great Zhou dynasty, a wave of mysterious personnel appeared out of thin air at the same time, quietly integrating into the Great Zhou dynasty without a sound. Alright, this son of the world declares that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion is disbanded, so do what you need to do. Lu Chen waved his hand, turned around, and left the royal residence, leaving only the 300 household servants frozen in place, looking at each other. Is His Highness playing with us? Lu Chen took out an ancient copper-colored token with a mysterious insignia inscribed on it, and the twin swords were intertwined. It was clearly the Pavilion Master's order of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Through the pavilion master's order, Lu Chen was able to clearly understand all the information of the heavenly pavilion and was able to sense the location of all the members of the heavenly pavilion within a 10,000 mile radius through the pavilion master's order and contact them. The heavenly pavilion has a total of 90,000 people, with their hands and eyes all over the Great Zhou dynasty. Although the people of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion were rewarded by the system, they were also living, breathing human beings, and they were absolutely loyal to Lu Dust, with no possibility of betrayal ever. Lu Chuan left the royal residence and arrived in a hidden street nearby. 5 silhouettes, all shrouded in black, appeared out of thin air, kneeling down on one knee, their voices filled with awe and fervor. My subordinates pay their respects to the pavilion master. These 5 people are the core of the most powerful people in the Heavenly Pavilion, each with the cultivation of the Zun-Shi realm. Looking at the entire Great Zhou dynasty, it is also a party of powerful people, can open a sect, dominate a party. However, what they were best at was not fighting, but rather deducing divination, and their wisdom was unparalleled. Get up, Lu Chen commanded. Bai Shao, you lead the 30,000 men of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to stay within the Great Zhou dynasty and closely monitor the movements of the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, the 9th princess, the state master, and the others, to find out the evidence of their collusion with the foreign races and other dynasties. By 1, you take 20,000 people and make every effort to collect intelligence on people like the Wandering Bladesman, the Lofty Scatterer, the Luonet Heavenly Rank Killer Prisoner's Shadow, and the Mixed Sect Leader, and think of a way to enroll these people in this Shi's disciples. Right, take the lead in finding the whereabouts of the Fire Phoenix Grass and the Dragon Yuan Tree. Bai Sheng, take 20,000 men and head to the Great Cloud Dynasty and the White Phoenix Kingdom and Songhai Dynasty to monitor the Marquis of Wushan of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bloodbird Swan Army of the White Phoenix Kingdom, and the Xianmei Legion of the Songhai Dynasty, and once they leave the territory of their own countries, transmit their whereabouts to me at the first opportunity. Also, send someone to find an old beggar in Tianya City of the Songhai Dynasty, tell him that this son knows the whereabouts of the Sea Cliff Mountain, and ask him to come and meet me in person. 100 C. Take 10,000 men and sneak into the midst of the demon race and the barbarian race, E-race, and other foreign races' territories. No need to go deep, and once the foreign races' armies move out, pass their whereabouts and routes to me at the first opportunity. Pepsi, these last 10,000 people will be led by you. In a month's time, the terrain of the zone around the Blood Mist Plains will change. You have to be the first to draw a new topographical map, and by the way, you have to gather intelligence on the Netherworld sect. Lu Chen quickly gave orders, arranging the 90,000 people of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion in a clear manner. This world was very vast, and apart from the Great Zhou dynasty, there were several other flourishing dynasties around, with their combined national power no worse than that of the Great Zhou dynasty, and some even a few points stronger. In the boundless wilderness, it is even more ferocious beasts everywhere. The demon race, barbarians, and many other foreign races surrounded. Dangerous. As long as Lu Chen could grasp the whereabouts and intelligence of the forces and powerhouses of all parties, he would be able to seize the opportunity and lead step by step. Lu Chen could also use the power of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to recruit some strong people. Everyone has their own secrets and weaknesses, and it's not hard to take them in as long as you can hold them. In this way, even if Chu Fan and the royal family of the Great Zhou still wanted to lay their hands on the Jinbei royal house, Lu Duan would still have the power to fight against it. Yes, sir. Bai Shao and the other 5 spoke respectfully, and their figures disappeared in a flash. Chapter 9, A Father's Love is Like a Mountain. Lu Chen returned to his courtyard and was about to take a nap when he was pulled up by Song Xuan. Your Highness, Second Miss ordered that you cultivate the Green Lotus sword technique. Song Xuan took out a sword manual and handed it to Lu Chuan, which was precisely the Qingyun school's best technique. Lu Chuan casually flipped through it and saw the densely packed words and patterns inside, and his head was spinning. He casually patted the sword manual under his buttocks and yawned. Sister Xuan, the sword manual and the heart technique are too complicated. Is there any quick fix? Song Xuan. That's right. Sure enough, this is His Highness. Yesterday's effort to cultivate was just a whim. Your Imperial Highness. It must be known that the path of martial arts cultivation requires perseverance, and the only way to thoroughly understand a gongfu is to completely control it and truly cultivate it to great success. Seeing that Lu Duan began to yawn, his eyes half closed in a drowsy manner, Song Xuan took in a deep breath, her full chest heaving with a burst of anger, being exasperated with night pain. Don't sleep, Sei Ho. It's actually not impossible to get a quick fix, as long as the world's son memorizes the sword manual and heart method, and insists on practicing for a quarter of an hour every day. It won't be long before he will definitely be able to cultivate and get started. In order to allow Lu Chen to practice his sword, Song Xueyin also went out on a limb and made a decision to go against her ancestor and began to open her eyes. All in all, it was important not to strike down Lu Chen's confidence at this time, even if it's a lie. We have to find a way to get him to start practicing. Ding! The host receives the suggestion, memorize the sword manual and the mental method in practice for a quarter of an hour. Reward for completion, Green Lotus Sword Technique Introductory Feats and Senses. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, which brought up some interest, and he began to watch the sword script and heart technique. Soon, Lu Chen memorized all of the sword scripts and heart techniques. And of course it's just forced memorization, remembering every word, but connecting them together is unreadable. Lu Chuan casually brought an iron sword and practiced according to the moves of the sword manual. Lu Chuan practiced crookedly. Not a single sword stance movement was correct at all, causing the corners of Song Xueyin's mouth to twitch, and she couldn't bear to look at him. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chuan dropped the iron sword in his hand punctually, not missing a beat in his timing. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, the Green Lotus Sword Technique Introductory Feats and Senses. As the system beep sounded, Lu Chen's tiger body shook, and there were roaming runes emerging in the sea of consciousness, constantly interweaving and transforming into the first layer of the Green Lotus Sword Technique, and all sorts of complicated and mysterious sword Dao sensibilities surged to his heart, enlightening his mind and making Lu Chen's heart constantly produce enlightenment. At this moment, it was as if Lu Chen had already cultivated the Green Lotus Sword Technique for decades, completely understanding the first layer of the technique. A warm current also surged in Lu Chuan's dantian, transforming into wisps of sword intent that traveled through the meridians and orifices around his body. Sister Xueyin, let's call it a day for today's cultivation. I've already cultivated the Green Lotus Sword Technique to begin with. After dropping these words, Lu Dust turned around and ran back into the room. Song Xueyin was dumbfounded, not expecting Lu Chen to say that practicing for a quarter of an hour was a quarter of an hour. As for what Lu Chen said, she didn't believe half of it. Even she, Song Xueyin, a heavenly pride of a generation, had taken a full month to cultivate the Green Lotus Sword Technique back then. Not to mention that Lu Chen's qualifications weren't even yellow rank. It's just that, with this lazy nature of Shitzi, it's impressive to last for a quarter of an hour. Song Xueyin shook her head slightly and let out a dark sigh. Swish! After returning to his room, the warmth in Lu Chuan's body grew thicker and stronger. The Green Lotus Sword Technique operated automatically. There were more wisps of sword intent in his spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth rapidly converged and transformed into Lu Chuan's spiritual energy. Along with that, Lu Duan's cultivation level also climbed. Second level of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Spirit Condensation Realm triple. Fourth level of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Fifth level of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Sixth level of the Spirit Condensation Realm. Lu Chen gained the Green Lotus Sword Technique Introductory Feats, and his cultivation broke through 5 minor realms in one breath. Feeling the thick and powerful spiritual energy in his body, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. That's right. Why do you need to practice on your own when you're so hung up? Taking advantage of Song Xueyin's absence, Lu Chuan sneaked out of the courtyard and prepared to go to Yihong Mansion for a stroll. However, he was quickly carried away by the imposing Lu Jianyun by force and brought to the martial arts arena to continue to learn about the art of Faustian warfare and the formation of armies. This was the second time Lu Dust had lined up his troops. However, it was far more skillful and crisp than the first time, and the formation of soldiers laid down by him even appeared to have a hint of military momentum. The so-called military momentum is the aura that can only be cultivated after an army has been baptized and killed on the battlefield, which is able to suppress the 8 directions and significantly increase the combat power of the army. Although it was just a hint of seemingly military momentum, Lu Jianyun could not possibly be mistaken. But Lu Chen had never studied the Faustian art of war before, much less led troops into battle. Could it be that little brother he is actually a wizard in the art of war despite his poor martial arts qualifications? Lu Jianyun was so stunned that she didn't even react to Lu Chen sneaking away. A few days later, rumble. On the vast streets of Jinbei City, there suddenly came a rush of heavy hoofbeats, as if 1,000 horses were charging, and the earth lightly trembled with them. It was an iron cavalry that was covered in black battle armor. The warhorse under its seat was stout and sturdy. Its body was covered in black scale armor, stained with blood, and an astonishingly ferocious aura filled the air. It was only 3,000 iron horsemen, but the aura was extremely terrifying, giving a horrifying sense of oppression, no less than an army of millions. The person at the head was also clad in heavy armor, holding a black halberd, covered in blood. His body was extremely sturdy and tall, and he had a great spirit of looking down on the world, just like a god of war returning. Wherever they passed, the people on the streets all showed fervor and awe, spontaneously bowing in worship. which was from the bottom of their hearts. Because this was the Faustian Iron Horseman that had caused countless foreign races to lose their nerve. The northern border can have today's peaceful life. All rely on the Fausto Iron Horseman decades as one day of conquest. Kill to the foreign tribes chilled fear. Retreat to the depths of the great wasteland. Do not dare to come close to the border of the great Zhou dynasty half a step. With a rumble, the 3,000 Faustus Iron Cavalry quickly entered the Jinbei King's mansion, stopping neatly, immovable as a mountain, with an aura of iron blood and slaying coming out. Lu Jianyun and many of the strongest members of the royal family immediately showed up to greet them. The person in the lead took off his armor, revealing a handsome and rigid face, which was somewhat similar to that of Lu Duan, only more composed, with the majesty of a long time in power. Father, how did you get hurt so badly? Who hurt you? Lu Jianyun's heart trembled as she saw a bloody hole revealed back and forth on the Jinbei King's chest, and immediately took out a healing elixir from her storage ring and gave it to him, quickly treating and bandaging the wound. The group of powerful men from the Jinbei royal house also looked grave. The Jinbei King was a top powerhouse of the great Zhou dynasty, always on the warpath. His battle strength was extremely terrifying, and with 3,000 Faustus Iron Cavalry, he was actually injured like this, so it could be seen how terrifying the enemy was. There's no harm in it. The district's fatal wound is just that. It can't die yet. Liu Beixian grinned. He was hurt badly, but the smile on his face was quite uplifting. This time, I was trying to sneak into the Scorpion King clan, but I was accidentally discovered. But I've already killed all my enemies, so it's considered a successful sneak. The injuries on my body were inflicted by the high priest of the Scorpion King clan, who was sneakily attacked by that old thing. But he also took a halberd from me, so even if he doesn't die he won't be much better. And I also snatched the Scorpion King clan's sacred medicine. With this sacred medicine in place, it will definitely be able to enhance Dusty's qualifications. Liu Beixian carefully took out a jade box from his bosom, and radiant turquoise light emanated from it. Even the jade box couldn't seal that amazing aura, and the life fluctuations rose and fell like an ocean. Scorpion King clan? The moment these words came out, Lu Jianyun and a group of Jinbei royal house powerhouses all had their eyes jumping wildly. That is one of the 12 main parts of the barbarians. The Scorpion King tribe high priest is the barbarians' top strongman, under the capable of a large number of people, and the Scorpion King tribe is located in the depths of the endless wilderness. Miasma overgrown. The environment is treacherous. Liu Beixian had only brought 3,000 floating iron cavalry with him, yet he was able to blitz the Scorpion King clan and snatch the other party's holy pills, and none of the 3,000 iron cavalry were broken. What a terrifying battle power this is. Lu Jianyun understood in her heart that Liu Beixian must have carried the enemy's attack hard in order to protect the floating iron riders, and only then was he injured so badly. Otherwise, with Liu Beixian's strength, even if the Scorpion King tribe's high priest went all out, he wouldn't be able to injure him. Looking at the jade box in Liu Beixian's hand, Lu Jianyun and the crowd of Jinbei royal house powerhouses' faces grew more and more complicated. Lu Chen's qualifications had always been Liu Beixian's biggest heartache. As long as there was a hope of improving Lu Chen's qualifications, Liu Beixian was willing to take any risk. Chapter 10, 50 million spirit stones. By the way, when I came back the scouts found that traces of alien activity were starting to appear around the Blood Mist Plains, and that group of alien scumbags is getting a little stupid. Liu Beixian looked at Lu Jianyun. You turn around and bring more warriors to fortify the Blood Mist Plains defense line, and also continue to send out covert outposts deeper into the Great Wasteland. If the foreign races move out, we need to be the first to get a hold of their movements. Lu Jianyun nodded, her face heavy for a few moments. It seems that the foreign races have also sensed something. There must be spies within the great Zhou royal family. Liu Beixian was very calm. Don't panic. The Misty sect has already written back. They agreed to my request and will soon send someone to Jinbei City. By the way, Dad, I have good news for you about little brother. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Jianyun's face. Good news? Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Brad has finally taken Song Shuayin? It's also good that the boy Duaner has been practically wasted, so it's not bad to let him give birth to a grandchild sooner. Shuayin, this girl, I think it's okay. That body looks good to give birth to. Surely can give birth to a few more big fat boys. Lu Jianyun. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she said somewhat helplessly, it's not this aspect. It's that little brother has finally gotten his act together in the past few days, and has begun to cultivate his gongfu, and his cultivation has already broken through the spirit condensation realm, and my little brother's attainments in the Faustian art of war are not low, only just starting to cultivate. After lining up the troops, a hint of military momentum has even appeared. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have wondered if he practiced in secret in private. I'm guessing that although little brother is not qualified in martial arts, he might be a wizard in the art of war. At the mention of this matter, Lu Jianyun still carried a hint of awe in her eyes. What? Lu Beixuan's tiger's torso shook and his body trembled slightly. Are you telling the truth? Lu Jianyun nodded affirmatively. I was just as shocked when I found out the news, but I personally probed him while he was sleeping. And my little brother's cultivation is the spirit condensation realm, and his body's spirit power is thick and his foundation is solid. It's not a breakthrough from being high on drugs. Lu Beixuan's body trembled slightly, his eyes moist for a few moments, and he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Good. Worthy of being my Lu Beixuan's son, one-hit wonder. I told you how old Lu Beixuan's son could really be a loser. Lu Chen's qualifications and indulgence in depravity had always been his biggest heartache. For this reason he has been running around for more than 10 years, but there has never been any half improvement, and now that he finally saw hope, it caused Lu Beixian to be so excited that he had a feeling of old tears. The group of powerful people from the Jinbei royal mansion were also surprised and excited, and as they glanced at each other, they all revealed smiles. Let's go. I want to see with my own eyes how much progress Dusty has made now. I haven't seen you for so many days. This brat must miss me, right? Lu Beixian blinked his somewhat moist eyes and with a pleased smile on his face, he joined Lu Jianyun and walked towards Lu Chen's courtyard. However, when they passed by the king's account office, but suddenly they heard cries of alarm coming from inside. Your Highness, don't get off me. The smile on Lu Beixuan's face froze as he looked around and silently picked up a large wooden stick from the side. Lu Jianyun's heart also thumped, and hastily opened the door of the accountant's office. He only saw the accountant who managed the finances of the royal residence holding the account book with both hands in a death grip, looking at Lu Dust with a vigilant face. Lu Chen was followed by a number of royal guards, somewhat bewildered. What are you guys doing? Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun glanced at each other, both somewhat puzzled. Pops, sis, you know this, I grew up without a mother. Ludum's voice trailed off as he reached up and wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes. I just want 50 million spirit stones. What's wrong with me? When Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun heard the first half of the sentence, both of them felt a pain in their hearts, revealing looks of pity and doting. Only when they heard the second half of the sentence, the pity on their faces instantly disappeared and their faces were expressionless, almost deceived by this rebellious son's feelings. Blanco, 50 million spirit stones? Why don't you go to heaven? Haven't you lost enough money over the years? I think you have itchy skin. Lu Beixian swung the large wooden stick in his hand, ready to make Lu Chen feel the love of his father. Sister, save me. Lu Chuan was startled and hid behind Lu Jianyun in a flash. Lu Beixian spoil him is really spoiled, but when he wants to beat him, he is never ambiguous. Lu Jianyun silently took 2 steps back to the side. Honestly, what exactly do you want 50 million spirit stones for? Lu Beixian asked with a dark face. Lu Chuan thought for a moment, looked straight into Lu Beixuan's eyes and said seriously, there is something very important. It's too early to tell, but I promise I won't spend it frivolously. Please Pops, it's really important to me. The sincere look in Lu Chen's eyes caused both Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun to tremble in their hearts. It had been a long time since they had seen Lu Chen so serious and sincere. Lu Beixuan's face eased a few points. It's not impossible to want spirit stones, but do you know what the concept of 50 million spirit stones is? How old are you? To think that you want to squander. Give it to him. Just then, Lu Jianyun opened her mouth and looked at the bookkeeper. Ha? Really give it? The bookkeeper's heart trembled and he hurriedly looked at Lu Beixian. Lu Beixian, on the other hand, looked at Lu Jianyun, who nodded. Thanks a lot, sister. Thanks a lot Pops. Love you guys a lot. Lu Chen was ecstatic in his heart and snatched a storage ring from the bookkeeper's hand, turned around and ran. After a moment of silence, Lu Beixian said, $50 million is not a small amount, especially at this particular time. Lu Jianyun said softly, Father, little brother has changed. He's no longer the wasteful son of the world that he used to be. Not only has he displayed a strong talent for military tactics, his cultivation has also risen to the condensed spirit realm. His qualifications are so poor, yet he was able to cultivate to the spirit condensation realm. He must have secretly worked hard behind the scenes and put in a lot of sweat. Perhaps, all these years, we've misunderstood little brother. He's been hiding his clumsiness. 50 million spirit stones is a lot, but my Jinbei royal house can afford it. I believe him. Lu Jianyun's words caused Lu Beixian to be silent for a moment before a slight smile appeared on his face. In fact, he had also probed out that Lu Chen had really changed a lot. His cultivation had actually risen to the 6th level of the spirit condensation realm without a word. Perhaps, Lu Chen's urgent need for this spirit stone was because he really had something serious to do. It was time to give him more credit himself. Your Highness the World Prince, what do you need so many spirit stones for? After leaving the account room, a guard couldn't help but be curious and asked in a low voice. Lu Dust said excitedly, ready to go to stroll around the Thunder City's greenhouse. I heard that the women in the greenhouse there are not the same as the town's northern city. All have cultivation in the body. Many of them are martial arts masters. And that kind of taste is even more wonderful than that of the women in the greenhouse who do not have cultivation. And it can unlock a lot of colorful knowledge. Let's go. The sun of the world will take you to open your eyes. Tonight's spending is on me. In the account room, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun had high cultivation and keen hearing, and Lu Chen's words fell into their ears word for word. The two men looked at each other and the atmosphere fell into silence. I'll break his legs now. Liu Beixian was expressionless as he picked up the big stick from the ground. Chapter 11, difficult to do? Then don't do it. Before Liu Beixian rushed out with his big stick, Lu Dust left the Jinbei King's mansion in a flurry of smoke, taking some of the royal guards with him, and headed straight for Thundering City. Jinbei City and Thundering City weren't too far apart, and it only took Lu Dust 2.5 hours to arrive at Thundering City. However, Lu Chuan wasn't in a hurry to go to the greenhouse in Thundering City, but went straight to the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce branch. The 7-Star Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the Great Zhou Dynasty, with businesses and branches all over the Great Zhou Dynasty, and behind it was the Great Zhou royal family. An auction was being held in the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce at this time. When Lu Chuan appeared, he was stopped by the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce chapter's treasurer. Your Highness, the World Prince, you're attending the auction? But you don't have an invitation, and the auction has already begun. According to the rules you can't join in the middle. You're making it difficult for us, the club treasurer said with a leathery smile. Lu Chen was just a waste of a son of the world. While the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce had the backing of the royal family of the Great Zhou, he naturally did not put Lu Chen in his eyes. Hard to do? Then don't do it. Lu Chen sneered, directly raised his hand as a snap sound thrown in the face of the shopkeeper. The tremendous force caused the palmist to stifle a grunt and stagger back, his brain buzzing. You dare to hit me? The shopkeeper covered his face. A wave of anger surged up from the bottom of his heart. There were murderous flashes in his eyes. His hands slowly clenched, and his spiritual energy surged and boiled. He's the head of the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce chapter. Looking at the entire northern border, it was considered a big shot, with a not-so-low status. A mere waste of a son of the world actually dared to openly slap him. Doesn't he want to lose face? A feeling of shame and anger welled up. It's unknowing lackeys like you who are beaten. Lu Chen glanced at him with contempt. What do you think you are? How dare you stop this son's path? It's just a mere 7-Star Chamber of Commerce. Recognize your position clearly. No matter what this son of the world does, it's not something you, a lackey, can stop. If you dare to show any more killing intent towards this Seiji, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. After speaking, Lu Chen directly stepped into the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce in large strides. The shopkeeper's face became more and more unsightly, and he was about to continue blocking the way when suddenly a cold and horrifying killing intent descended, causing his entire body to chill, his soul to tremble, and his bones to be creeped out. The shopkeeper's body stiffened and stood fixedly in place, not daring to move, and it was only when Lu Dust swaggered into the auction site that the murderous intent disappeared. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart palpitating. Although Lu Dust was a waste of a son, there was no shortage of experts secretly sheltering around him. Good enough. You waste of a thing, just keep on being arrogant. When the Jinbei royal house perishes, I'll see how you can still be arrogant. The shopkeeper lowered his head, and a resentful look flashed in his eyes. On the topmost floor of the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce was an open hall that was already filled with people. Around the hall were several attics, which were the VIP rooms of the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce, and only a very few people with honorable status and great wealth were qualified to enter the VIP rooms. At this time, the auction was halfway through, and Lu Dust directly kicked open the door and walked in with a big grin. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the auction house all swiped towards Lu Dust. What's this loser Seiji doing here? Grass. What an arrogant kid. The crowd looked different, especially the people from the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce. Their faces were dark and they wanted to kick Lu Chen out. However, due to Lu Chuan's status, no one dared to say anything, at least explicitly not to disrespect Lu Chuan. The auctioneer said with a difficult face, Your Highness, according to the rules of the 7-Star Chamber of Commerce, cut the bleeping. My rules are rules. Lu Chen interrupted. Just continue with the auction. This son will naturally bid on whatever he sees. What? Do you think that this son will whore out your 7-Star Chamber of Commerce for nothing? Or do you think that this son is not qualified to participate in your auction? Dare not. Dare not. The auctioneer hastily shook his head. Although he despised Lu Chen from the bottom of his heart, he at least couldn't say it in public, or else he would be in big trouble as well. The other people in the auction house were the same, and were very dissatisfied with Lu Chen's appearance. but didn't dare to express it. And so the auction continued, only with a somewhat odd atmosphere. Lu Chen was not hanging on to anything, and directly sat down on an empty seat in a big way. The auction continued, and Lu Dust didn't mess up until the auctioneer held up a jade box with both hands, with an excited and uplifting smile on his face. Guests, the next thing to be auctioned is the grand finale of this auction, the Fire Phoenix Grass. This is a precious medicine that can only be born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth in the land of extreme inferno. It is a full 3,000 years old, intact and rare in the world, and I can guarantee that there is only one of these trees in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. The Fire Phoenix Grass contains a hint of flame origin, which is wonderfully useful, especially for martial artists who cultivate fire techniques. It's a priceless treasure. Without further ado, the auction of the Fire Phoenix Grass officially begins, with a reserve price of 10 million spirit stones, and each increase of no less than 1 million. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the entire auction house opened their eyes wide and their hearts shook. It's a rare treasure, especially those in the VIP room. They rose up in a huff, their eyes filled with greed and fervor. They came to the auction for this Fire Phoenix Grass. I'll offer 11 million spirit stones. I'll give you $12 million. That's it? I'll give you $15 million. In just a few moments, the auction price of the Fire Phoenix Grass was raised all the way up, and the scene was on fire. I'll offer 20 million spirit stones. Right at this moment, a voice came out from one of the VIP rooms, causing the atmosphere to quiet down for a few moments. 20 million spirit stones, which already exceeded the vast majority of people's wealth, causing many people who wanted to pick up the pieces to extinguish their thoughts. And the person who opened his mouth was clearly the eldest son of Lu Zhoumu of Pingyuan Prefecture, Lu Yongyuan. In addition to the king of Jinbei, State Pastor Lu was the heaven of Pingyuan State, with the highest status, and also had connections and power in the court. So how honorable was his position? As the most promising candidate to take over the position of the state pastor, Lu Yongyuan made the crowd jealous as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 12, Fire Phoenix Grass arrives. This son of the world offers 30 million spirit stones. Right at this moment, Lu Chuan's lazy voice rang out, instantly causing the entire auction house to go quiet for a moment, and the gazes of the crowd fell on Lu Chuan in unison. Everyone's heart jumped. They didn't expect Lu Chen to open his mouth for $30 million. This is too luxurious. 100 million points. Yo yo yo. His Highness the World Prince actually bid $30 million. It really scared me to death. Your Highness, the World Prince, has quite a big mouth. I just don't know if you have 3,000 spirit stones in your pocket? Lu Yongyuan's conspiratorial voice rang out. When these words came out, the crowd in the auction house also laughed, filled with rapture. Who knew that Lu Chen was unable to cultivate? After so many years of piling on the many resources of the Jinbei royal house, his cultivation was only at the third level of the qi practicing realm, and he wasn't even at the spirit condensing realm. Without spiritual power, it was impossible to activate the storage ring. Lu Chuan never paid attention to the affairs of the Jinbei king's mansion again, and with no power and no money, how could he possibly come up with 30 million spirit stones? It was not easy to realize that even the state government wanted to come up with 30 million spirit stones, which was an astronomical figure. The auctioneer was also a bit embarrassed, saying, Your Highness the World Prince, look at this. Ha, a bunch of dog-eyed fools. Lu Chen sneered and casually pulled out a storage ring from his pocket and threw it at the auctioneer. The auctioneer hastily received the storage ring, a ray of spiritual energy surged in, and after probing, his pupils shrunk violently and he secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. With shock in his eyes, the auctioneer hurriedly held the storage ring with both hands and returned it to Lu Chuan, saying in a loud voice, His Highness, the Son of the World has unparalleled wealth, and the spirit stones he possesses far exceed $30 million, and he has verified the capital correctly. This shout is valid at 30 million spirit stones a time. The moment these words came out, the entire auction house was silent. The crowd was like seeing a ghost. Hiss. Damn it. How did this trashy son of the world get so many spirit stones? Nope. No. This must be what the Jinbei royal house means. It's the Jinbei royal house that wants the Fire Phoenix Grass. The faces of the crowd changed, and there were a few more scruples in their eyes. If it was just a waste of a worldly son, it wasn't worthy of their high opinion. However, if Lu Chen had come to buy the Fire Phoenix Grass on the orders of the Jinbei royal house, the situation would be completely different. Lu Yongyuan's face was even darker and his hands slowly clenched. Just now, he had questioned that Lu Chen didn't even have 3,000 spirit stones, but as a result, Lu Chen had backhandedly pulled out spirit stones that exceeded 30 million. Causing Lu Yongyuan's face to burn hot. I'll offer 31 million spirit stones. Lu Yongyuan immediately gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you $32 million. I'll offer $33 million. As Lu Yongyuan's voice fell, Someone in the other VIP rooms immediately followed the price. They were all here for the Fire Phoenix grass. So naturally, they were not willing to give it up easily. This son of the world offers 35 million spirit stones, Lu Chen lazily said. This Fire Phoenix herb world son has taken a fancy to it. I hope everyone will give it face. Who would give face to a waste of a son of the world like you? Lu Yongyuan snorted. And the rest of the people also had cold smiles on their faces. But Lu Chuan's next words made them stop laughing. My father, the king of Jinbei. Lu Yongyuan slowly clenched his hands. This asshole guy. Not moving is a sentence, father Jinbei king. Who ing do not know your father is Jinbei king. But no matter what, the moment the three words Jinbei king came out, the atmosphere of the auction site immediately froze for a few minutes. And everyone couldn't laugh anymore. Who dares to disrespect King Jinbei in his territory? Who dares not give face to the king of Jinbei? Humph. It's just because you have a good father. What's so arrogant about it? If my father was also the king of Jinbei, I would have designated to be even more arrogant than him. Many thought sourly. I'll offer $36 million. Lu Yongyuan spoke in a deep voice. The other VIP rooms were quiet, and no one continued to follow the bidding. 36 million spirit stones had already somewhat exceeded the true value of the Fire Phoenix grass, and any higher would be a loss. Although the Fire Phoenix grass was rare, it was not an absolute treasure, and it might not be impossible for another one to appear in the future. Lu Chen represented the Jinbei royal house, and with the Jinbei royal house's depth, they really couldn't compete and didn't want to continue to fight. $40 million. Lu Dust didn't even lift his eyes. Click. Lu Yongyuan slowly clenched his hands. Harder fists. $40 million is pretty much the state capital's limit, and the price is already much inflated and not quite worth it. But Lu Yongyuan didn't want to fall into Lu Chen's hands for the second time and gritted his teeth. I'll offer $41 million. $45 million. Lu Chuan lazily opened his mouth, looking towards the VIP room where Lu Yongyuan was, and snorted. Follow why don't you continue to follow the price? The son of the state pastor, who has come here on behalf of the state government, wouldn't even have this difference of a few million dollars, would he? TSK. You. Lu Yongyuan burst into a rage. Hua ran up. Eyes are a little red, not just a few stinking money? I'll pay 5,000. Before Lu Yongyuan could finish his words, the state government expert next to him changed his face drastically and panicked, pressing down on Lu Yongyuan and covering his mouth with one hand. 50 million spirit stones for a Fire Phoenix grass? Are you crazy? The most crucial thing is that they only brought 40 million spirit stones on them too. $45 million a time. 45 million twice. 45 million. The auctioneer was so excited and invigorated that he purposely stretched his voice to see if anyone else would continue to bid. $45 million was already far more than the actual value of the Fire Phoenix grass. 45 million 3 times. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your delight in a Fire Phoenix grass. With excitement, the auctioneer carefully held the jade box, handed it to Lu Chen, and scratched away 45 million spirit stones from Lu Chen's storage ring. Under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone in the auction house, Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and left the auction house with a big strut. After leaving the 7-star Chamber of Commerce, Lu Chuan didn't forget the business, and was about to go to Thundering City's greenhouses to stroll around. But the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order in his bosom was lightly vibrating. Sending a message. A playful smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he turned around with the royal guards to leave Thundering City. Not long after Lu Chuan left Thundering City and passed by a deserted place, a sudden change occurred. Clanging, a snowy blade light blossomed out of nowhere, 1,000 feet long, like a pike across the sky, chopping towards Lu Dust. Chapter 13, The Assassination of the Prince. Clang. In the nick of time, a clear sword chant resounded through the 8 directions, and the powerful sword chi blossomed and swept across, colliding with the sword light that descended from the sky, emitting a loud rumbling sound. Enemy attack. A few of the royal guards' faces sank, and they immediately drew their battle swords, with powerful spiritual energy surging from their bodies, protecting Lu Chen in the center. Wordlessly, dozens of silhouettes covered in black robes appeared from all directions, surrounding Lu Chen. Everyone had a terrifying aura flowing from their bodies, a murderous aura that was compelling. Jia, accompanied by a strange laughter. A man in black stepped into the air, his eyes as cold as a viper's, and the terrifying pressure on his body was suffocating as if a great mountain was pressing down. Without saying a word, the man in black raised his hand and chopped out a knife. The white light of the knife seemed to be able to split the sky, reaching 1,000 feet long and chopping towards Lu Dust. But before this blade could even come close, a powerful sword chi blossomed once again, furious and astonishing, arriving in an instant, shattering the blade light and shocking the man in black back a few steps. Purple-clad sword Immortal. Song Xuan. The black-robed man raised his head sharply, staring at the stunningly beautiful woman that had appeared out of thin air beside Lu Duan, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Song Xuan's eyes were icy cold, and the ancient sword in her hand clanked and chimed, flowing with an astonishing sword chi, daring to strike at her disciple. This person already has a way of taking death. Song Xuan's footsteps stepped. Hundreds of thousands of residual shadows instantly appeared in all directions, and the roiling sword chi blossomed, overwhelmingly sharp, as if monstrous waves of fury swept over. In a matter of moments, a fierce battle erupted between the man in black and Song Xuan, berserk and terrifying power constantly erupting, shaking the earth and causing it to roar, and a random wisp of sword-light and sword chi spreading out, could easily crumble great mountains. The black-clothed man was clearly not as strong as Song Xuan, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage. He was fighting and retreating, and the battlefield gradually moved away from this place. Dozens of black-robed men around them drew their weapons, and their Dao spirit power erupted, locking onto Lu Chen. Just as they launched their attack, a dozen or so strong people with terrifying auras quickly rushed out from the surroundings, breaking out into battle with these black-robed people, who were clearly the strongest members of the Jinbei royal house. Although they were fewer in number, they were extremely powerful, and fighting 1 against 3 was not a problem, firmly holding the upper hand. Worthy of being the son of the Jinbei royal family. TSK, there are actually so many strong people protecting. Suddenly, a grim voice rang out, wavering, from all directions. Giggle. The air behind Lu Chuan twisted slightly, and a bit of cold aura exploded, transforming into an icy dagger that stabbed at the back of Lu Chuan's head like lightning. It was too sudden and swift to react. Between the flashes of lightning, a figure ghostly appeared beside Lu Chuan, sheathing his long sword and chopping it on the dagger, emitting an ear-splitting metallic tremor. He wore a ghost face mask and gray clothes, revealing only a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. Oh, the Jinbei royal family actually has a strong person like you? It's a pity. You're only one person even if you're strong. The grim voice still echoed around. Wordlessly, hundreds of black-robed men appeared, each with an extremely strong aura, surrounding Lu Chen. When the group of powerful people from the Jinbei royal house saw this, their faces became unsightly and incomparably grave. The enemy had clearly come prepared, first luring away the strongest purple-clothed sword Immortal, and then sending out more experts, preparing to kill Lu Dust in one fell swoop. The number of enemies far exceeded the guards of the Jinbei royal house, and the moment they exchanged blows, the Jinbei royal house side fell into an absolute disadvantage, and more than 60 black-robed people killed to Lu Chen's side. The strong man wearing the ghost face mask had just struck out when a cold and terrifying aura locked him in place. It was a blurring figure that seemed to merge with the air, flickering one after another, and each time it appeared, it could erupt into a powerful and terrifying attack, dragging the strong man wearing the ghost face mask down firmly. At this moment, Lu Chen faced the siege of more than 60 black-robed men alone, his life hanging in the balance. However, Lu Chuan was calm and collected from the beginning, his hands behind his back, and the terrifyingly berserk murderous aura pounced on his face, lifting up the corners of his clothes and his hair, accentuating his handsome and calm face. TSK, is it good for so many people to bully a young man without martial virtues? A playful voice rang out of thin air. Boom! In the next moment, a violent and terrifying force came roaring in. If a volcano erupted like a raging volcano, the people present didn't even have time to react, and the 60 or so black-robed people around Lu Chen all flew out horizontally, spraying blood from their mouths. It was a man dressed in rough clothes and a bucket hat, plainly dressed, with stubble all over his face, looking as if he were a crop duster. He had a curved sword wrapped around his back with a yellowing cloth, and as he took a step, he caused the pupils of the many black-robed people to shrink violently, as if they were facing a great enemy. Wandering Bladesman. Su Yang. The blurred figure's pupils shrank, a great wave rippled within it, and it stared at the visitor dead in the face. You disappeared from the Jianghu for many years, but I didn't expect that you were actually working for the Jinbei King's house. 200 years ago, the top sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Red Star sect, was wiped out in one night, and the only person who escaped was a true disciple who went out to practice. That true disciple learned of the bad news and immediately fled the Great Zhou dynasty and disappeared. Until 100 years ago, a mysterious strongman came out of nowhere in the Great Zhou dynasty, massacring the 3 lineages that overthrew the Red Star sect back then in one night, shocking the entire Great Zhou dynasty. This person was none other than that Red Star sect true legend, Su Yang. After his great revenge was avenged, Su Yang began to wander around, refusing to be solicited by the royal family of the Great Zhou and any forces. It could be said that this person was definitely a generation of legends of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one expected that when Lu Chen was in a life and death crisis, it would actually be the wandering Blade Runner who would come to his rescue. Even the strongest members of the Jinbei Royal Palace were confused. Selling out? The Jinbei Royal House doesn't have this qualification yet. It's just that someone used a piece of information to ask me to make a move once. Su Yang grinned and slowly gripped the handle of the knife behind him. Intelligence? The crowd of Jinbei royal family experts looked at each other with some bewilderment. The Jinbei royal family doesn't have an intelligence organization. Where did they get the information? Ordinary intelligence would never be able to invite a strong person of Su Yang's level. Chapter 14, The Rope Killer. Mission failed. Flee. The blurred figure shifted and directly merged into the night sky. Like a ghost, disappearing into thin air. Those black-robed people even scattered, running wildly in all directions. Clank. Right at this moment, the scimitar behind Su Yang's back came out of its sheath, emitting a cold, ear-shattering metallic trill as the cold aura exploded and chopped ahead like lightning. With a loud bang, a figure stumbled and fell, forced to reveal itself. Su Yang held his scimitar, and with a flash of his body, he killed towards his opponent. The man wearing the ghost face mask narrowed his eyes slightly, but instead of choosing to team up with Su Yang to chase after him, he quickly backed up and returned to Lu Chen's side. The rest of the Jinbei royal house's strongest members were pursuing the attack, teaming up to stop some of the black-robed men and catching a dozen of them on the spot. They were worried that there were other enemies lurking nearby, so they didn't chase them too far, and most of the black-robed men were able to escape as a result. Surprisingly, after the dozen or so people were caught, they were muffled, blood spilled from the corners of their mouths, and died on the spot. They had poison in their teeth and killed themselves right after they were captured. A strong member of the royal family took off the black-robed people's face scarves and quickly probed the cause of their deaths, their faces instantly turning ugly. These black-robed men died very cleanly, and did not have any items on them that would indicate their identifying information. This is a group of very professional dead soldiers or killers. Half an incense stick later, Su Yang went and returned, throwing a bloodstained severed arm at Lu Duan and said indifferently, "The other party was one of Luo Net's heavenly ranked assassins, who escaped with serious injuries." After speaking, Su Yang's figure flickered a few times and directly disappeared. Looking at Su Yang's departing back, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Rohypnol? When the group of powerful people from the Jinbei royal house heard this, their brows immediately wrinkled up and their faces became more and more grave. This is a very mysterious and terrifying killer organization. Footprints not only throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, the nearby several dynasties also have Luo Net killer infestation, and even able to penetrate into the alien race. It was said that as long as the money was there, even the emperor of the Shang dynasty, Luo Net would dare to assassinate him. The killers of Luo Net are divided into 4 orders according to their rank, among which the Heavenly Order killers are the top strong men, who are godly, most skillful in hiding and assassination, and make people scared of the wind. Soon, Song Xueyin stepped into the air and returned, a long purple dress fluttering in the wind. Her temperament was high and cold, but her body was quite hot and moving, adding a few points of allure. The group of powerful people from the Jinbei royal house hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at them more. Only Lu Chuan's eyes glowed as he surveyed Song Xueyin's proud figure with an admiring gaze that did not hide it in the slightest. Seeing that Lu Chen was unharmed, Song Xueyin was secretly relieved. Her willow brows frowned lightly as she said, "That man in black was seriously injured by me and fled all the way, eventually disappearing into the state capital. I wasn't able to take him down." The state capital? Could it be that the people from the state capital have invited the Luo network assassins to assassinate His Highness? How dare they? I'll send a message to the king, asking him to send troops to surround the state capital and catch the culprits. The Jinbei royal house's group of powerful men were furious and murderous. There's no rush. Let's go back first. Lu Chun, however, was very calm and waved his hand, saying, "By the way, I still have some things to do to make a trip back to Thundering City, so you guys go back to the royal mansion first." After speaking, Lu Chen turned around and headed in the direction of Thundering City. But before he could take 2 steps, Song Xueyin had already appeared in front of him and said with a dark face, "Your Highness, at this critical juncture, is it possible that you still want to take the time to go to a greenhouse in Thundering City?" I'm not. Don't be ridiculous." Lu Chen was a bit vain and immediately shook his head to deny it. "Since it's not, follow me back to the royal residence." Song Xueyin couldn't help but wrap Lu Duan with her spiritual power and directly fly up in the air, quickly rushing back to the Jinbei king's mansion. Soon, after Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun received the news, both of them were furious, with killing motives flashing in their eyes. As the son of the Jinbei king, Lu Chen had actually been assassinated not a few times in the past 10 years. However, the Jinbei royal house was full of experts, and there was not a single time that an assassin was able to threaten Lu Chen's life. This time it was completely different. If it wasn't for the wandering bladesman Su Yang's timely assistance, I'm afraid Lu Chen's life would have been in danger. Lu Jianyun's face was unsightly as he said in a chilling voice. The other party calculated the strength and number of Shadowguard powerhouses around my little brother, first dragging down Senior Son before sending out more killers. If it wasn't for Su Yang suddenly stepping in to help, the consequences of this matter would have been unimaginable. But the situation of the Shadowguards around my little brother is only known to a few senior members of the royal family, and there are traitors in the royal family. Liu Beixian didn't speak. His eyes narrowed slightly as a terrifying killing aura was released from him. Pops, sis, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Lu Chuan yawned and said, the huge Jinbei King's mansion. Many forces have tried to infiltrate it. There must be more than one insider, but I don't think it's the right time to clean up the insiders. It's easy to scare the snakes, so it's better to keep them for now. Lu Jianyun's heart stirred. What do you mean? Lu Dust said. The various forces can use their insiders to probe the secrets and intelligence of my Jinbei royal house, and we can use these insiders to turn the tables on them. Lu Fianyan and Liu Beixian glanced at each other, both slightly surprised and delighted, not expecting Lu Chen to actually think of this step as well. Utilizing an insider to communicate faulty intelligence may have an unexpected effect at a critical time. Lu Jianyun nodded and said, this plan is feasible, but we must first find out the insiders and the people behind them before we can better utilize them to convey false information. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, casually named a few names and said, old father and old sister, you can focus on observing these people. Liu Beixian's pupils shrunk violently and his hands slowly clenched. Dusty, are you sure that these few people are the insiders? If it was a normal traitor, he wouldn't be too angry, but the name of one of them was actually the old housekeeper who had taken care of him since he was a child. Lu Chuan smiled faintly, not to say it's completely certain, but at least 99% sure. Liu Beixian opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but in the end, he just gave Lu Chen a deep look and did not pursue the matter. Lu Chen was his own son, and he believed that Lu Chen would not lie to him. And, whether these people are traitors or not, we'll know when we find a chance to test them. What do you think of the fact that an assassin from Rohan escaped into the state capital? Liu Beixian looked at Lu Fianyan and Lu Duan and threw out a question. Lu Jianyun pondered for a while and said, over the years, the court has explicitly and implicitly supported the state governments, constantly dividing the various powers of the Jinbei royal house into the hands of the state governments. And Lu Xiaomu is growing increasingly bloated and has long since become dissatisfied with the Jinbei royal house pressing down on their heads. But, with a Lu state pastor alone, he should not dare to invite the Lu Onet killer to assassinate my little brother. And there is no deep hatred between the state government and my little brother. There is something fishy about this matter. Even if it really was the work of the state capital, it's unlikely that the Rouge killer would have escaped directly into the state capital after his defeat. It's like someone deliberately planted the evidence. When Lu Chen heard this, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. The second sister not only had amazing martial arts qualifications, but her mind was even more delicate and intelligent, analyzing the general idea in a few words. Chapter 15, Holy Pill Bath. Liu Beixian also nodded, agreeing with Lu Jianyun's speculation. If the Lu Onet killer was really invited by the state capital, as long as he caught the evidence, the floating iron cavalry would surely step on the state capital. And Lu Xiaomu didn't have the guts to take such a risk yet. If not the state capital, who could be the real culprit behind this? Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun both furrowed their brows and began to think. Liu Beixian had fought south and north over the past few decades, slaughtering countless people, striking across the foreign races, and shocking the neighboring dynasties, and had made too many enemies. And even within the great Zhou dynasty, there were quite a few people who held a grudge against him. But, the other party was able to buy the old housekeeper of the Jinbei royal house, and also has the ability to invite so many Lu Onet masters. A bold guess comes to mind. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun glanced at each other, but neither of them said what was in their hearts. The royal family of the Great Zhou. Over the years the royal family has been suppressing the Jinbei royal family, has long wanted to cut the clan, but cannot find any reason at all. And since Liu Beixian only had one son, if Lu Chen died, the royal family would have a reason to take back the throne. Even if Lu Chen does not die, Lu Onet killer accidentally exposed with the state government. If the anger of the Jinbei royal family to send troops to destroy the state government, the royal family can even directly ask for the crime. Two birds with one stone. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun both frowned slightly. A trace of gravity added to their faces. If the speculation was true, it would be a problem. By the way, Su Yang said that someone used an intelligence to ask him to make a move once. Lu Jianyun remembered something and looked at Liu Beixian. Liu Beixian shook his head. It was not my doing. I do not possess information on Su Yang. Lu Jianyun froze for a moment. If Pops didn't do it, then who would have asked Su Yang to save his little brother? Lu Jianyun was puzzled. To invite an expert of Su Yang's level, the price required must not be small. And who else would be willing to do so if not someone close to him? Yes, I did. Just then, Lu Duan spoke. Lu Jianyun rolled her eyes and said, "Be serious. Don't joke around." "I'm not kidding," Lu Chuan said seriously. "I was the one who asked the people from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to find information about Su Yang in exchange for a chance to strike. The Heavenly Pavilion would play a very large role in the future. And Lu Chuan didn't intend to keep it under wraps. It was time to reveal a bit of information so that Pops and Sis could be mentally prepared." Patrol Court? Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun glanced at each other, both feeling a bit surprised. To be able to find out information that would make Su Yang sell his life for it. This Heavenly Patrol Pavilion is not simple. Why hadn't they heard of such a mysterious and powerful organization? Lu Jianyun instantly recalled the Patrol Heaven Pavilion that Lu Chen had once pulled 300 family members and announced its establishment. But she quickly dismissed the idea. It's impossible for little brother to have formed such a mysterious and extraordinary organization. So I think that after he learned of the existence of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, he had a playful moment and played a trick on the houseguests. Yes, no wonder junior brother wants 50 million spirit stones. It turns out that he wants to recruit strong men through the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and secretly form his own squad. Going to a greenhouse is just an excuse. We've been wrong about him. Lu Jianyun's heart shook and instantly came to a realization. Lu Jianyun and Lu Beixian glanced at each other, and both of them revealed smiles and nodded slightly, thinking of the same thing. Little brother sure has grown up. Lu Jianyun's heart was filled with relief, and her gaze toward Lu Duan became more and more doting. Lu Chen saw the two of them with an "I understand you" expression, and a smile appeared on his face as well, since old dad and old sister knew that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion was formed by him. In the future, he could safely use the power of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion in front of the two of them. After the family of three chatted for a while, Lu Chuan quietly left the royal residence and came to a remote street nearby. Wordlessly, a man in black appeared in front of Lu Chen and knelt down on one knee. Pavilion Master. The people from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion found the location of the Red Star sect's descendants first, and have negotiated with Su Yang as planned. The Dragon Yuan tree has been found. The Netherworld sect's Grand Elder is coming to Jinbei City with dozens of sect disciples and is expected to arrive 2 days later. This is the Netherworld sect's intelligence. Evidence of the third prince and the fifth prince's fornication with foreigners has been found, but it is not complete enough and is being closely tracked and observed. Bai Xiao spoke in a respectful tone and reported the progress of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion during this period of time. He held a jade box and a jade slip in both hands and handed it to Lu Chen. The jade box sealed the Dragon Yuan tree, which was a rare and precious rare medicine, even more rare and precious than the fire phoenix grass. Inside the jade brief was the information on the Netherworld sect that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had investigated during this time. Lu Chen picked up the jade slip and didn't take the Dragon Yuan tree. Instead, he handed the fire phoenix grass to Bai Xiao and instructed, "You personally take the Dragon Yuan tree and the fire phoenix grass and make a trip to the Pill King Valley, and in the name of the Jin Bei Wangfu, ask them to help refine the 9 extreme Dragon Phoenix pill. The faster the better." "Yes." Bai Xiao nodded and left silently. Ethereal sect. Middle Earth domain. So that's how it is. Lu Chuan's fingertips flowed with spiritual energy, checking the contents recorded in the jade slip, pondering. Early the next morning, only heard a bang sound. Lu Jianyun rushed in with all the wind and fire, and picked up Lu Chen in the quilt and left. "What are you doing, sis?" "Ouch." Lu Dust was woken up on the spot. "There's something big. You'll find out later." Without saying a word, Lu Jianyun carried Lu Duan to a secret underground palace in the Jinbei King's residence. "Dusty child. This is a sacred medicine that my father specially snatched from the Scorpion King clan. It will definitely be able to enhance your qualifications and make you a genius of your generation. Get in there and soak it up." Lu Beixian had been waiting for a long time, with an expectant and excited smile on his face, as Lu Chuan looked at this large pot of ghostly green liquid in front of him, gurgling with black gas, and many unknown poisonous insect corpses floating around. Lu Chuan fell into silence. "Pops, are you sure you're robbing the Scorpion King clan sacred medicine and not the compulsion?" Lu Dust seriously wondered if Pops had grabbed the wrong one. Lu Beixian scratched his head and said smilingly, "It's the sacred medicine of the Scorpion King tribe, but this is after all something from the E tribe, and it needs to be refined in a special way by the E tribe in order to bring out the full effect of the medicine. It looks a bit stumped, but the efficacy is absolutely powerful. Even someone with no talent roots can become a genius after absorbing a holy medicine into their body. This has been recorded in detail in the history of the E clan. There will never be any mistakes. Would your father harm you?" Lu Beixian stroked Lu Chen's head, his face filled with a doting smile. Lu Chuan suddenly said, "Pops, do you think I can become a heavenly ranked qualified extreme genius if I absorb this Ebony Clan sacred pill?" That's a must. Liu Beixian patted his chest and said with bravado, "You are my Liu Beixian's son. As long as you absorb this holy pill, not to mention becoming a heavenly rank qualification, it's even possible for you to become a heavenly rank 9 supreme demon." Ding! The host receives the suggestion, absorb the Ebony clan's holy medicine. Reward for completion, qualification metamorphosis to the 9th grade of the heavenly rank. A system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly to reveal a smile. Under the expectant gazes of Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun, Lu Chen jumped directly into the cauldron. In an instant, the vast and majestic breath of life boiled, and a steady stream of it surged into Lu Chen's body, flushing his peripheral meridians and orifices, and subconsciously changing every inch of his flesh and blood. This process is very long, lasted for 2.5 hours. Lu Dust whole person is rich medicinal liquid package. Become a green cocoon. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun subconsciously clenched their hands, their eyes filled with tension and expectation. Of course, they also knew that it was impossible for Lu Chen to turn into a heavenly ranked qualification by merely absorbing the holy pill, and Liu Beixian's words just now were only meant to give Lu Chen a boost and encourage him. As for what grade of qualification Lu Chen could ascend to, it was difficult to predict. Everyone's physique was different, so both are quite looking forward to it. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, qualification metamorphosis to the 9th grade of the heavenly order. A system beep once again sounded in Lu Chuan's head. Chapter 16, 9th grade of the heavenly rank. As the system beep sounded, a mysterious and supreme power surged out of nowhere within Lu Chuan's body, instantly surging to all his limbs and integrating into every inch of his flesh and blood, causing Lu Chuan's entire body to undergo a heavenly metamorphosis. The majestic and vast breath of life flowed. Lu Chuan's heartbeat was like thunder. The blood flowing around his body was actually emitting a tsunami-like sound, and his physique advanced to an unimaginably astonishing degree. Just like a humanoid true dragon. If a strong person probes Lu Chen's body will find that his bones are emitting a light golden light, his blood is as bright as a diamond, his dantian is as vast as the sea, and his meridians and orifices are like dragon veins surrounding his body, and his spiritual energy is so thick that it is beyond imagination. Boom! Above the firmament, there was a shocking roar, and the sky was filled with purple chi that came from the east, layered on top of each other, transforming into a mountain of clouds and a sea of clouds. In a trance there were even true dragons and phoenixes silhouettes emerging, hovering over the Jinbei King's mansion, with dragons chanting and phoenixes singing, purple energy coming from the east, and the earth gushing with golden lotuses, and a variety of visions. A splendid ray of light hung down from the 9 heavens above and disappeared into Lu Chen's body, accompanied by the sound of the great Tao curling up. The scene was extraordinary. The heavenly order 9th grade absolute demon appeared in the world, and the heavenly Tao bestowed blessings. These visions were so astonishing that not only did the people of the entire Jinbei city see them, but they were also spread out thousands and thousands of miles away. This is shocking beyond belief. Auspiciousness. This is auspiciousness from heaven. The heavens bless me with favorable winds and rains in the northern border. Bless my great Zhou with prosperous martial arts. Numerous people even knelt down on the spot, thrilled, their faces devout and fervent as they made a pilgrimage in the direction of the Jinbei King's mansion. What the hell is going on here? The martial practitioners from all forces rose with a huff, revealing looks of astonishment and uncertainty. It was a sight no one had ever seen before. Under the Jinbei Royal Palace's underground palace, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun watched as the heavenly descending vision disappeared into Lu Chen's body, accompanied by the spread of a vast and majestic qi and blood, which actually caused them all to feel a trace of oppression. Liu Beixian's body trembled slightly as he pulled out a piece of translucent jade from his storage ring, inscribed with countless runes. With a trembling hand, he brought the jade closer to Lu Duan. The jade emitted a mysterious yellow light, which then instantly turned into blue, and then changed to gold in seconds, and finally turned into a deep and blazing purple light. Click! Purple light is more and more deep and dense. Countless symbols engraved on the jade civilization uncertainty. A few moments later was actually directly shattered, turned into flying ash. This is heavenly rank qualification. Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun were struck by lightning. Their eyes were round with excitement, almost unable to believe their eyes. This piece of jade was specially used to test qualifications. It was very precious and could detect even heavenly rank qualifications. Instead, the jade cracked right through. This meant that the strength of Lu Chen's qualifications had far exceeded the upper limit of what the jade could detect. Can it be that it's an unparalleled talent of the 9th grade of the heavenly rank? Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun glanced at each other. Both of them had their hearts beating violently. Their entire bodies were flooded with great surprise, and they had a dreamlike sense of unreality. According to Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun's preconceptions, Lu Chuan's qualifications would be very successful if he could ascend to the Xian stage, and he would be able to become a generation of experts in the future. If it could be upgraded to the Earth stage, then it would be a great deal of money from the ancestors' graves. As for the heavenly rank, they didn't even dare to think about it. Previously, Liu Beixian had only been casually talking about it, but he hadn't expected that Lu Chen's qualifications would actually be able to be raised to the heavenly rank. My goodness, is the Scorpion King clan's holy medicine so strong? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Liu Beixian muttered with a somewhat dry mouth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Lu Jianyun's face was filled with a delighted smile, her eyes a little moist, and she cried with joy. In the future, his own brother would no longer be some trashy son of the world, but an absolute demon with heavenly rank qualifications. Click. A few moments later, the medicinal liquid cocoon wrapped around Lu Dust's body shattered, and Lu Dust slowly stood up, his eyes deep, his body more and more slender and straight, his skin like jade, radiating majestic qi and blood, like a perfect work of art carefully carved by the heavens. He had a full head of black hair draped over his head, his face was handsome and peerless, and he had an even more transcendent temperament, just like an exiled immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Lu Chen was already handsome enough, and after his qualifications were raised to the 9th grade of the heavenly rank, his body's flesh, blood, and bones were remodeled, and his entire body was nearly flawless, enough to make countless young girls and young women sink. Swish! Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun instantly appeared to the left and right of Lu Chuan, each holding one side of Lu Chuan's arm and reaching out to grope around Lu Chuan's body, causing Lu Chuan's body to tremble slightly, a little itchy. Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun each probed out a strand of spiritual energy, probing Lu Chen's body inside and out, becoming more and more alarmed, and then ecstatic. Although they couldn't detect Lu Chuan's specific qualification grade, they were certain that Lu Chuan was a heavenly rank qualification, and the grade was definitely not low. Not only that, Lu Chen's cultivation level also broke through the first level of the returning Yuan realm with it. Ha 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 ha. Good wow. Truly worthy of being my Liu Beixian's son. Liu Beixian held Lu Chun in his arms and patted his back fiercely, with a feeling of old tears, not to mention how happy and excited he was. Lu Jianyun also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and a heartfelt smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face that had always been serious and cold. When Lu Chen saw this, a warm current also surged in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Although he had traveled across the world, his memories of this life had also fused long ago, and as if he had experienced it himself, he was able to feel Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun's deep love for him. Lu Chuan slowly clasped his hands, strengthening his determination to guard the Jinbei King's mansion. As a shocking vision was rumored in the sky above the Jinbei King's mansion, the entire northern frontier was abuzz. The forces of all parties have sent scouts to immediately go to Jinbei City, as well as sneaking into the Jinbei King's residence, and within the Jinbei royal mansion, there were even more people whose eyes flickered and did not move to pry for news. The great Zhou dynasty, Zhengzhou, the king's capital. In the middle of a splendid palace, an old figure sat on top of the dragon chair. His frame was a little stooped and thin, his skin covered with wrinkles and dark spots, and he had aged beyond recognition. However, there was still an intimidating light in his cloudy and dim eyes, just like an old lion. Still with great majesty, the old emperor was holding a jade slip in his hand, which was the secret information that had been urgently sent back by the northern border branch of the supervisory heavenly division through special means. The old emperor sat fixedly on the dragon chair without any expression on his face, and no one could tell what was in his mind. Is it an auspicious omen for the sky to descend and for the dragon and phoenix to chime together? After a long time, the old emperor muttered. His 5 fingers slowly clenched, and the jade was reduced to flying ash. Past the dragon guard. Yes, sir. In the middle of the empty and dimly lit hall, the air twisted slightly and a blurry shadow emerged. Chapter 17, Discussing the Way at the Yihong Mansion. Soon, a piece of news quickly spread through the folk of the great Zhou dynasty. Jinbei King's house has a phoenix manifestation. Dragon and tiger, heavenly auspiciousness, blessed by the heavens. Even a more subtle message is making the rounds. This vision was exactly the same as the visions of those Gaijin female emperors appearing in history, and Lu Jianyun, the second miss of the Jinbei royal house, had the appearance of a female emperor. The people from all sides of the Great Cloud dynasty were singing the praises of the Jinbei royal house's great achievements over the years, appreciating the Jinbei royal house's dedication to the great Zhou dynasty, and for a time, the Jinbei royal house's reputation had reached a peak. When Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun received these news, their faces suddenly sank, their eyes cloudy. In just one night, many news but simultaneously spread throughout the great Zhou dynasty, seemingly singing the praises of my Jinbei royal house, but in reality, it is actually cudgeling, blatantly pushing my Jinbei royal house to the opposite side of the great Zhou royal family. Lu Jianyun clenched her hands tightly and said in a deep voice, there must be forces behind this matter. This is to provoke a conflict between the Jinbei royal house and the royal family. Jinbei King would have been a great success, holding a heavy army, so that the royal family of the Great Zhou is afraid of incomparable. Over the years, explicitly and implicitly in the Jinbei royal house to weaken the power of the various. Now that the old emperor is old and has little time left to live, the many imperial sons are fighting in the dark. At this time, the Jinbei royal house but the heavenly auspicious visions, rumors that Shi Lu Jianyun has the posture of a female emperor. The folk are singing the praises of the Jinbei royal house's achievements, which makes the royal family how to think. Can the old emperor and those princes still sit still? The contradiction between the Jinbei royal house and the royal family has always been there. This piece of news is just playing a role in fueling the flames. It doesn't have much of an impact, so there's no need to care. Liu Beixian, however, quickly calmed down and said, my Liu family's loyalty to the Great Zhou dynasty can be seen in heaven and earth. I'm not afraid of the slanting of shadows. So let these rumors and gossips spread. Lu Jianyun sighed lightly, her face still grave. She knew that Liu Beixian did not have the idea of plotting a rebellion. Otherwise decades ago Liu Beixian would have been able to overthrow the Great Zhou imperial family, but the royal family may not think so. It wasn't a matter of trust or distrust at all, but the existence of the Jinbei royal house had threatened the throne. Duster already possesses heavenly rank qualifications, and will be able to become a strong generation in the future before long, and I can safely hand over the Jinbei king's mansion to him. Liu Beixian's face was filled with a pleased smile as he said smilingly, right, where is Duaner? Is he cultivating with girl Xueyin right now? Lu Jianyun was silent for a moment. At Yihong House, the smile on Liu Beixian's face froze. Brothers, is not this sun to blow with you? Think of the heaven and earth at the time of the thousands of visions, the heavenly blessings, this sun a moment of epiphany, stepped into the land gods, stepped into the heavenly order of the 9th grade qualification. Become an absolute genius. This Seiji is now frighteningly strong. In the VIP room of the Yihong building, Lu Duan burped, reeking of alcohol, holding 2 wonderful girls in his arms, and began to brag. The dozen or so foppish young masters in the VIP room sniffed and looked at each other, all of them stifling their laughter, and the air was filled with rapture. Your Highness, slave hasn't felt your son's power for a long time. Can we, tonight? Like a kitten. Xunyu's petite and delicate body was lying in Lu Chuan's arms, reaching out to touch the fine and strong abs on Lu Chuan's body, and she couldn't help but lick her lips, her flirtatious voice extraordinarily seductive. Your Highness, your slave also wants to know how strong your son is now. Xia He let out a delicate laugh, and her soft little hands slid all the way down from Lu Chen's pecs. Your Highness, what happened yesterday when a vision fell from the sky in the Jinbei King's residence? You just give an explanation. A dude young master couldn't help but say. The rest of them also let out a somewhat helpless sigh, as the crowd gathered together. It was inevitable that they would discuss the vision that appeared in the Jinbei King's mansion yesterday, but Lu Dust this guy said one moment that he is the reincarnation of the immortal father, the heavenly Tao submissive, one moment that his old man has become a saint and become an ancestor, the 10,000 ways resonate, and one moment that he stepped into the qualification of the celestial order, the heavenly Tao blessed. Anyway, none of them are reliable. I've said that it's this worldly son's unparalleled talent for stepping into the 9th rank of the heavenly stage. You stupid mortals just don't believe me. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose, revealing a standard Dragon King-style crooked mouth. A bunch of dudes. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? No ING person would believe that. Okay. A person's qualification was inherently destined, and was almost impossible to change, not to mention that Lu Chuan had previously not even been a yellow-ranked qualification, so how could he directly turn into a heavenly ranked 9th grade? By the way, old Wang, how long do you think it will take for me to cultivate the Green Lotus sword technique to its great completion with my current heavenly rank 9 qualifications? Lu Chuan looked to the side at the drunken, misty-eyed youth. Wang Zhenghao wrapped his arm around a greenhouse girl and burped. Dust brother, if you really are the 9th grade qualification of the heavenly order, the district of the Green Lotus sword skill, surely casually closed door cultivation for 3 or 5 days will be able to become a great success. When this statement came out, the other dude immediately laughed and scolded. Old one, you ING know what the Green Lotus sword technique is? That is our Great Zhou dynasty's top sword technique. Even that purple-clothed sword fairy may not be able to cultivate for decades. What person can cultivate for 3 to 5 days to become a great success? I'm not bull ****** ting. Old Wang obviously drank too much. His face was red and thick, and he said vibrantly, I see that this is how it is written in the novels of words, and those supreme geniuses are all closed for 3 days, and once they realize the way, they become supreme sword immortals. Po ha 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 ha. The crowd of dudes sniffed and laughed again, and the atmosphere became more and more cheerful. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth also rose. Unable to suppress it, It was only because a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host has received a suggestion, 3 days of seclusion. Reward for completion, an epiphany. The Green Lotus sword technique is accomplished. A few moments later, the old bod twisted her big crotch and walked in. Her face piled up with smiles. Your Highness! Your Highness! The Red Dream Fairy invites you to go to the Falling Moon Pavilion to catch up on old times. She said that she hadn't seen your Highness for a long time, and prepared a little surprise for your Highness. Hiss, could it be that Fairy Red Dream has finally decided to offer herself? Damn it! That's my goddess! Wake up! Fairy Red Dream and Seiji have shared a room for I don't know how many times. Maybe she was already in Seiji's shape long ago. Ha ha! The crowd of playboy young masters began to coo. Only the envy in their eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. Hong Meng is the head of Ihong House. Whether it is the appearance of the body, or playing and singing, are the most top-notch. For them these playboys have a fatal attraction. It was a pity that they weren't sons of the world, unlike Lu Dust who was multi-talented and close by billions. When Lu Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Red Dream didn't dare to come to him in person, surely because she was afraid of being put in his place, just like last time. However, this was just what Lu Dust wanted. The Heavenly Pavilion had discovered some of Red Dream's secrets, which could just come in handy now. Lu Chuan let go of the two wonderful girls in his arms, organized his messy clothes, and left the VIP room without looking back. Seeing this, Spring Rain and Summer Lotus immediately bit their lips, with loss and regret in their eyes. It was a pity that he hadn't been able to find out the real reason for the visions in the Jinbei King's mansion from Lu Chen. They were certain that Lu Chen had deliberately spread false news earlier, without a word of truth. Chapter 18 Reverse Operation. Moonfall Pavilion. This was Hong Meng's boudoir in Yihong Lu, obviously well-dressed. Bunches of brightly colored flowers in full bloom, accompanied by a tantalizingly fresh scent filled the air, as if in a sea of flowers. The windowsill was half closed, able to see the bright moon outside the window. In the corner of the room, on a soft pink couch, there was a graceful, charming and wonderful figure quietly lying there, the pink gauze tent gently swaying, revealing a bit of haze. The whole boudoir, like a pink dreamland, was full of ambiguity and tenderness. Your Highness the World's Son, slave wants to discuss life with you. Come on. Red Dream's charming and moving voice rang out, seemingly capable of seducing the soul and capturing the soul, capable of arousing a man's fire deep in his heart. In a change from her conservative style, she wore a light gown and her marvelous figure was hidden, which made the blood run cold. Lu Chuan took a deep breath. With his unparalleled talent such as the 9th grade qualification of today's rank, he was able to keenly perceive that there was something wrong with the fragrance of the flowers here. Fortunately, he had a strong body, not to say that he was invulnerable to all poisons, but almost. These floral scents could not erode him at all for a while. A beauty plan? I love it. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he nonchalantly walked over, sat on the soft couch, and reached out to embrace Hong Meng in his arms. Hong Meng's delicate body stiffened, her red lips lightly biting, her heart filled with humiliation and hatred. She had lived for 20 years and had never acted intimately with any man, yet she had been touched by Lu Chen the last time. She had wanted to get out of this, leave Yuhan Lu, and even escape from the Supervisory Heavenly Division. However, her father, the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, instead of allowing it, gave her a deadly order. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she had to find out the secrets of Lu Chen and the Jinbei Royal Mansion. All of this was only due to Lu Chuan's sudden breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm and the fact that there were visions falling from the sky at the Jinbei King's mansion, which caused the royal family to pay great attention to it. As the daughter of the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, Hong Meng was only a pawn, unable to disobey the royal order. Lu Chen was surrounded by strong people secretly protecting him, and Hong Meng did not dare, nor could she use force. One could only extract secrets from Lu Chen through such a covert means as the art of charming. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind. She forced herself to endure the mental discomfort, her stunning face with a soul-stirring smile, her hands wrapped around Lu Chuan's neck, her entire body hanging in Lu Chuan's arms, soft and hot. Lu Chuan's wide and powerful palms roamed over her body. Suddenly, the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Miss Hong Meng, why are you getting goosebumps? Do you hate me that much? Red Dream's body lightly trembled for a moment, then relaxed. Her head leaned on Lu Chuan's chest, and said softly, "It's not that I hate your highness, it's just that it's the first time that my slave is so close to a man, and I'm a little nervous, so don't blame your son." However, Lu Chen's next words were like a thunderous explosion, causing Hong Meng's body to tremble so violently that her heartbeat almost stopped. "So reluctant, yet forced to offer yourself to me. It is your father, the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, who has given you a death order, right?" Lu Chen had a playful smile on his face as he looked down at her. Waves of shock rippled through Red Dream's mind. Damn! When did this trashy son of a realize my true identity? Could it be the Jinbei Royal Palace? Hongmeng's face was stagnant for a moment, but she quickly came back to her senses. A smile forced on her face. What is His Highness the World Sun talking about? Why can't I understand? What is the Supervisory Heavenly Division? Slave is just a weak woman who has fallen into the red dust. Meh. Luchuan let out a light laugh, glanced around the room at the flowers, and said, the Western region Brahma flower, which blooms only after 100 years. Once the flower blossoms, it will emit the Brahma love poison, which will cause people to lose their minds, and together with your seduction techniques, only need you to offer yourself, and then you will have full certainty that you will be able to completely mesmerize me and get all the secrets of the Jinbei King's mansion out of me, right? You will be able to get all the secrets of the Jinbei King's residence out of me, right? Lu Chen accurately stated her plan, causing waves of shock to rise in Red Dream's heart once again. Her body stiffened, and she only felt a chill surging from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a wonderfully delicious beauty. I have to say, this son of the world eats it up. Luduan hugged Hongmeng a little tighter, and then, the words that came out of Luchuan's mouth caused her to feel a suffocating fear. What a well-behaved and obedient child. The head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division was so cruel as to make you sacrifice yourself and use your body as bait to extract the secrets of the Jinbei King's mansion from my mouth for the sake of your own political merits. It is evident that in his mind, you are just an ordinary scout of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Today he let you serve me for the sake of the information of the Jinbei King's residence, and tomorrow he will let you serve someone else. In that case, what's the difference between you and a greenhouse girl? No, the women of the greenhouse can still choose to take or not to take customers, while you have no choice. Have you ever wondered why the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division is so cold and unfeeling? Is he already such a person? Or is he only indifferent to you? There is only one truth. Luchuan leaned down and whispered in her ear. In fact, you are not the real daughter of the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. You were only adopted by him because you look so much like her daughter. His real daughter, who has gone incognito and lived a quiet and happy life for you. And your real parents, relatives and brothers, were all brutally killed by the Supervisor of Heaven's Division, completely destroying the evidence. Poor you not only recognize a thief as your father, but you have to remain ignorant and be used by him. In the heart of the Supervisor of the Heavenly Division, you are just a substitute, a wild seed. Luchuan's words were like a demonic whisper, causing Red Dream's delicate body to tremble continuously and her pupils to dilate. Instinct and reason told her that Lu Chen was lying. However, she was recalling her experiences from childhood. Her father had always been a stern face, and was incredibly harsh to her, hitting or scolding her at every turn. Never gave her a smile or encouragement. Not even my father was ever this harsh with his servants, but her father was so gentle and patient and loving when it came to her mother and brother, that she could never dream of touching. No wonder my father was so cold and harsh on himself, not caring at all about his innocence. If what Luchuan said is true, Red Dream didn't know where a force erupted from and suddenly pushed Luchuan away, staggered back a few steps and said through clenched teeth, Your Highness, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not some Supervisory Heavenly Division person. You've mistaken me. Meh. Lu Chen let out a light laugh and casually took out a jade slip from his pocket and threw it at Hongmeng's feet. This is the evidence that this Shitzi has. You can also send someone to Birchgold City Huaping Town to poke around. That's the place where you were born. And that's also the place where your parents and relatives were killed by Supervisory Heavenly Division Secretary Zhang, the real daughter of the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. On the other hand, is in the Li Mansion in Luyun City, in the Supervisory Heavenly Division. You must have minders of your own that won't be discovered by the Supervisory Heavenly Division head. If you still don't believe me, you can also find a chance to take a blood test with that brother of yours to see if there's any blood relationship between you two or not. Hongmeng bit her lips tightly, her face a little white, but she ghostly reached out and picked up the jade slip to check the intelligence information inside. After half a second, her fingertips surged with spiritual energy and reduced the jade sheet to ashes. Red Dream raised her head and looked at Lu Dust with an expressionless face. You're telling me these secrets to sow discord and use me to steal the secrets of the Supervisory Heavenly Division and the Imperial family. The Supervisory Division is an intelligence organization secretly established by the Imperial family, responsible only to the old Emperor. The head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division is, moreover, one of the old Emperor's most trusted and beloved henchmen. The Supervisory Heavenly Division's scouts were all over the Great Zhou dynasty, even radiating into the Great Wasteland and the neighboring dynasties, grasping a vast and astonishing amount of intelligence secrets. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Guest. Sowing discord? This seer prefers to call it win-win cooperation. Lu Chuan had a playful smile on his face. This son of the world will find out the mystery of your birth for you, and will be able to help you kill your enemy and kill the Supervisory Heavenly Division Secretary Zhang with his own hands. Of course, you wouldn't have the slightest problem killing his entire family if you wanted to, and defecting to this son. From now on, you are only this son's woman. Except this son, no one can touch you. It's better than staying in the Supervisory Division and being a greenhorn girl who has to give herself up at any time, isn't it? Red Dream didn't speak, her face expressionless, but her heart was in turmoil. This son will give you time to think about it. You can come to me at any time when you have figured it out, and this son will often come to patronize Hong House in the future. Lu Chen reached out and cupped Hong Meng's chin, looking straight into her eyes. You only need to remember one thing. The Jinbei royal house holds far more power than what your Supervisory Heavenly Division has probed out. Surrendering to this world is the best choice for you. With his hands behind his back, Lu Chen turned around and left the Moonfall Pavilion. Hong Meng lowered her head. Her face was white, and she bit her lip until a strand of blood seeped out without even realizing it. Only after a long time did she take a deep breath and regained her calm expression, changing into ordinary clothes, veiled, and quietly leaving through the back door of Yihong Mansion. She took a carriage and quietly left Jinbei City to a small town nearby, and eventually the carriage sped into a plain courtyard. A middle-aged man in a brocade coat was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, and after seeing Hong Meng appear, he didn't raise his head and spoke in an indifferent tone, probing out the secrets of the Jinbei Wangfu, right? His Majesty attaches great importance to this matter. We must not miss any details. Only after he finished speaking did Hong Meng whisper, Father, I missed. That waste of a son of the world has strong protectors around him, and the charm technique I cast was ineffective. Snap! Before Hong Meng finished her words, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and slapped her in the face. The tremendous force caused Hong Meng's body to stagger, and a red and swollen palm print instantly appeared on her fair and beautiful face. Waste stuff. If you can't even handle this small matter, it's a waste of the Supervisory Heavenly Division training you for so many years, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice. If you don't succeed once then twice, 3 times, 4 times, do you still want me to teach you how to do it? Don't dare. I know what to do. Red Dream lowered her head, covering her red and swollen face, her eyes lowered to hide the fierce light that flashed in her eyes. Lu Duan, you can't go a day without listening to music at the hook, can you? Lu Chuan had just returned to the royal mansion when Lu Jianyun caught him and glared at him. Lu Dust coughed lightly and said, Sister, I'm not going to the hookah to listen to the music. I have business to attend to. Business? Going to the Excelsior can still be business? Lu Jianyun rolled her eyes. Seeing that Lu Chen was still hanging on, Lu Jianyun was a bit helpless. He had thought that after Lu Chen's qualifications had been raised to the heavenly rank, he would actively work hard to cultivate, but now it seemed that it was no different from before at all. Lu Jianyun said helplessly, quickly go and change into something more formal, and later go with me outside the city to greet the honored guests. Your guest? Lu Dust pretended to be surprised and said, what honored guest deserves to be greeted by old sister herself? Could it be that the current saint is here? Don't be poor, Lu Jianyun said without a good mood. Later on, Pops will also have to go to meet personally. The identity of the other party is more than you can imagine. And, Lu Jianyun suddenly revealed a meaningful smile and said, this is a heavenly good thing for you. Get changed. Without waiting for Lu Chen to inquire, Lu Jianyun pushed him into the house. When Lu Chen had changed his clothes, the Jinbei royal house had also gotten ready. Lu Beixian wore a purple and gold python robe. His body was tall and sturdy, his eyes were deep and calm, and his eyebrows carried the majesty of a long time in power. Lu Jianyun also took off her military attire and replaced it with a long dress, the hem of which swayed lightly with the wind. The silk fabric embroidered with gold silk cloud patterns, gorgeous but not too light. Her face was beautiful, her skin was like curdled fat, and her gorgeous long dress perfectly set off her tall and graceful figure, with a dignified and skillful noble temperament. After Lu Beixian saw Lu Chen appear, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he commanded, let's set off. Lu Beixian, Lu Fianyan and Lu Dust were each riding in a carriage, surrounded by 3,000 of their own soldiers, and followed by many uniformly dressed, respectful and serious-faced household servants at the back, making for a very large battle. When the people of Jinbei City saw this, they all revealed looks of curiosity and fervor, and spontaneously gathered around to watch the fun. Jinbei King, although in the battlefield blood-killing, but for the people of the northern border is extremely care. Usually act is also simple and simple, rarely have such a big row of time. This made the people of Jinbei City more and more curious, all wanting to follow them over to see which big shot had appeared that was worthy of being greeted personally by the Jinbei King. Soon, Lu Beixian and his group arrived outside the main gate of Jinbei City and waited quietly. Rumble. A sudden roar came from the end of the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It was a huge cloud ship. The attic palace stood extremely gorgeous. A wisp of white light lingered around it. The clouds were dense, and it came across the sky. Hiss! What a big ship! It can actually fly in the sky? When the people of Jinbei City saw this, they were astonished and revealed incredible looks. The scouts of the various forces hidden in the crowd saw this, but their pupils shrunk, and their hearts set off great waves. They recognized the cloud ship from where it came from. Ethereal Sect. This is the world's most mysterious and powerful clan. Does not belong to any dynasty. The clan territory is located in the boundless wilderness, but even any foreign tribes do not dare to invade, regardless of whether it was the Shang dynasty or the powerful foreign races. No one knew the true bottom line of the Ethereal Sect, only knowing that this sect appeared as if out of thin air, and stood in the depths of the great wasteland overnight. When the Ethereal Sect first appeared, there had been quite a few foreign powerhouses that had hit the Ethereal Sect and led foreign armies to attack the Ethereal Sect. The end result was that none of the alien powerhouses and armies survived. After several attempts, the alien race suffered heavy losses, but they didn't even get to the bottom of the Ethereal Sect, so they were incredibly jealous of the Ethereal Sect, and they haven't dared to hit the Ethereal Sect's idea since then. Over the years, in the face of the solicitation of the various Shangshur dynasties, the Netherworld Sect also did not respond. Like a hidden sect, left behind. The one that King Jinbei wants to greet is actually someone from the Netherworld Sect? The scouts from all the forces were shocked, not expecting that the Misty Sect, which the Shang dynasty couldn't even invite, would actually come to visit the Jinbei King's mansion. This is absolutely heavenly news. In the meantime, a dusty teenager also returned from the great wilderness. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a slightly childish face, but his eyes were incomparably deep and calm, revealing a hint of arrogance as he looked down on the world. After he saw the crowd of the Jinbei royal house outside the city gates, he suddenly froze. Chapter 20, Don't Fight. What a beauty! The teenager Chu Fan muttered, his gaze falling on Lu Jianyun, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even if he was the reincarnation of an immortal exalt, and had read countless women in his previous life and seen fairies above the 9 heavens, he was still stunned by Lu Jianyun. That flawless tall stature, the stunning face that makes heaven and earth pale, and the noble and dignified temperament. This is definitely the most beautiful of all the women he has seen in his 2 lifetimes combined. Ha! Suddenly, Chu Fan's gaze was attracted by Song Shuayin on the side. Although Song Shuayin was slightly inferior to Lu Jianyun in terms of looks, that pair of broad and magnificent chests was enough to seduce the soul, coupled with the kind of mature and flirtatious temperament on her body. It could be called the best on earth. That's not all. The Misty Sect's cloud ship slowly landed, and a purple-clothed young girl stood on the deck and appeared in front of the world. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with skin like gelatin, dark hair draped over her shoulders, and her appearance could be described as a beautiful and elegant one. Standing in a pavilion, not unlike Lu Jianyun, it was just that Lu Jianyun's temperament was noble and elegant, while the purple-clothed girl looked more agile and graceful, each with its own style. With so many beauties, my father will capture them sooner or later. Chu Fan clenched his hands, revealing a hint of greed and a blazing gaze as he secretly thought to himself. Just then, Chu Fan's afterglow swept over the group of Jinbei royal household servants behind Lu Jianyun. Suddenly, he was keenly aware of an incomparably familiar figure among the group of household servants. Chu Fan's body immediately shook. Cher, isn't she at the restaurant? How come she's in the Jinbei King's household servants group? Chu Fan's brows wrinkled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It must have been someone from the Jinbei royal house who forcibly took Shuer away, daring to conscript my sister as a maid of honor. Jinbei royal house, you and the others already have a way of taking death. At that thought, there was an icy and terrifying murderous aura flickering in Chu Fan's eyes as he directly walked towards the Jinbei royal house's team in large strides. Keep out of the way. The Jinbei royal house's personal soldiers sensed Chu Fan's approach and immediately raised the war spears in their hands, aiming them at Chu Fan and issuing a warning. Chu Fan turned a deaf ear, directly pulling out the iron sword on his waist. His body's spiritual energy surged, and he raised his hand to chop out a sword. Although he was young, the power of this sword was incredibly strong and overpowering, and several of the royal family's own soldiers teamed up to resist, but they were actually sent flying out by his sword, with cracks appearing in their armor and blood splattering. This sudden change instantly attracted everyone's attention. An assassin? Assassinating in front of the Jinbei King and Misty Sect powerhouses. Crazy? Whose men are these that are so brave? The crowd was all confused, revealing unbelievable gazes. The King of Jinbei is a top powerhouse of the Great Zhou dynasty, and with 3,000 of his own soldiers, and the strongest members of the Misty Sect on the side. Isn't it a death sentence to assassinate him at this time? take the assassin. A captain of the personal soldiers shouted harshly, his face icy cold as he took a step out. The war spear in his hand erupted into a dazzling beam of bloodlight, stabbing at Chu Fan like lightning. Chu Fan still chopped out with his sword, colliding with the blood-colored battle spear, sending out an ear-splitting explosion. Fire splashed everywhere. The captain of the personal soldiers was actually shocked into retreating 5 or 6 steps in a row, stepping on the sturdy ground to create cracks, so it could be imagined how much power he had endured. It seems a bit off. How come this assassin is only at the first level of the Dao Transformation Realm cultivation? Wait, he only looks 15 or 16 years old, right? Surprisingly, he has a cultivation level of the Dao Transformation Realm. Where did this demon come from? Quite a number of strong people noticed Chu Fan's cultivation and were immediately astonished and quite shocked. Such a young Dao Transformation Realm expert could not be found in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Brother? Yun Xianxue also noticed Chu Fan, and immediately her body trembled, panicked and afraid, and she hurriedly said, quickly stop brother. You guys stop fighting. Her brother grips the groove. The main character, Chu Fan, is back? When Lu Chen saw this scene, he was a bit confused. This time he hadn't taken Yun Xianxue captive. So how come this Chu Fan still hit the door? That's not right, is it? Chu Fan walked to Yun Xianxue in large strides, swept a glance at the crowd of Jinbei Wangfu. His voice was ice cold. Jinbei Wangfu, you and others dared to take my sister captive and force her to be the king's maid. There's already a way to take death. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Shocked. The hallowed Jinbei royal house has done such a thing. Something's not right. The Jinbei royal house has never oppressed the people. Not to mention it's just a maid. I don't know how many people would like to be one if they were squeezing their heads out. How could the Jinbei royal house possibly need to take the people captive to be a maid? Seems to make some sense. The crowd murmured, and even the people of the Jinbei royal mansion frowned. Brother, it's not like that. Yun Xianxue was even more anxious. I encountered evil thieves when I was at the restaurant. They wanted to take me captive. It was His Highness the Son of the World who stepped in and saved me. His Highness let me stay in the king's mansion as a maid out of the goodness of his heart, and he took good care of me. When Chu Fan heard this, he froze for a moment, his head buzzing. This is a misunderstanding? Ha ha, I told you how the Jinbei royal house could possibly do such a thing. I don't know where this is the idiot that came out of nowhere. This is good. Not only did he offend the Jinbei royal house himself, but his sister's good job that she got with great difficulty is also going to be gone. Young people are still too young. The crowd's gloating words fell on Chu Fan's ears and were incomparably harsh, causing him to become irritated in his heart. Chu Fan took a deep breath and looked at Yun Xianxue, saying, Schwerer, I know that you are worried about my safety and that's why you told a lie in an attempt to defuse the crisis. But Jinbei City security is so strict, so how could there be a vicious thief? And how could that infamous waste of a son of the world be so kind? Don't worry, times are different nowadays. Brother, I'm already powerful enough. Even if the Jinbei royal house bullies you, I can still destroy this Jinbei royal house. Just tell me truthfully what the truth really is. Chu Fan's tone carried a powerful confidence. He was not only the reincarnation of an immortal, but he was also reborn with a mysterious treasure that he had accidentally acquired in his previous life. Even if he couldn't destroy the Jinbei royal house yet, he would be able to retreat in one piece, and the Jinbei royal house wouldn't be able to stop him. Yun Xianxue was so anxious that she was about to cry. Brother, what I said is the truth. It's really not what you guessed. You quickly apologized to His Highness the World's Son. Take him. Right at this moment, the other pro-soldier captain let out a stern cry and led several pro-soldiers with greater strength to kill Chu Fan. Around them, there were even hundreds of personal soldiers who quickly dispersed, forming a battle formation queue to surround Chu Fan. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, Chu Fan dared to strike out in public and injure the Jinbei King's personal soldiers. This would not be allowed to bypass him. Chapter 21, The Arrogant Immortal Dignitary. Just you guys? Chu Fan laughed coldly, not the slightest bit afraid. The iron sword in his hand clanked and roared. Lifting his hand, he chopped out another sword. The sword was powerful and compelling. The terrifying sword chi on the spot shocked the surrounding several soldiers back and forth, emitting muffled grunts. As an immortal sovereign reincarnated son of Qi, even if he was only at the first level of the Dao Transformation Realm, he was still enough to easily fight across the ranks, and his strength could not be measured by realm at all. The other pro-soldier captain stepped, causing the ground to tremble with him, and the war spear in his hand swung violently with a rumble, carrying a powerful force and stabbing at Chu Fan like lightning. Chu Fan still chopped out with his sword, his spiritual energy exploding without reservation, chopping out a piercingly blazing sword chi, sparring with the captain of the pro-soldiers, sending out a terrifying explosion that shook the ears of the surrounding crowd. In the end, Chu Fan only took a few steps back, his body's chi and blood surging, and was not injured. Hiss. This captain of the personal soldiers is at the peak cultivation level of the 9th level of the Dao transformation realm. And this person was able to carry his attack? This guy has a bad brain, but he's unexpectedly strong. Where on earth did this demon come out from? This scene caused the surrounding crowd to become more and more amazed, their expressions changing for a while. Chu Fan possessing the first level of the Dao transformation realm cultivation at a young age was astonishing enough. No one had expected that he would still be able to fight across 8 minor realms in a row. Jinbei Royal House. I, Chu Fan, have memorized this revenge. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. In the future, I will definitely exterminate you all with my own hands. Chu Fan's tone was cold and arrogant, and as he pulled up Yin Shanyue's hand, he performed a rule of stance, and his figure suddenly became blurred as he quickly withdrew from this place. The harlot is arrogant. Right at this moment, a cold humming sound rang out from the Jinbei Royal House team. A strong person struck out, slapping out a palm in the air. Surging spiritual energy condensed into a huge palm in the sky above Chu Fan, directly blocking all of his retreats, and it fell with a loud bang. However, the scene that the crowd imagined of Chu Fan being suppressed by a palm did not appear. In the nick of time, a mysterious light lit up on Chu Fan's body, and his entire body actually instantly shot up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye at an extremely fast speed. This change was so sudden that the Jinbei Royal House's group of powerhouses couldn't even intercept it in time, and Chu Fan and Yin Shanue had already disappeared into thin air. This scene also caused the surrounding crowd to burst into an uproar, not expecting Chu Fan to openly provoke the Jinbei Royal House and actually be able to retreat in one piece. This was really too surprising. Lu Chuan was quite speechless, not expecting that Yin Shanshue had explained clearly, but Chu Fan did not listen at all and still held a grudge against the Jinbei Royal House. It's a pretty good feeling to bring in the protagonist's perspective and not ask what's right or wrong. Those who go along with me will go along with me, and those who go against me will go along with me. But what's the difference between such a protagonist and a devil when you switch to an onlooker's perspective? Since this is the case, don't say that you're the reincarnation of an immortal exalted. Even if you're an immortal emperor descending, then don't blame me for getting you killed. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a decision was made in his heart. As for Liu Beixian, he had only glanced at Chu Fan from afar at the beginning and hadn't cared too much about it since the beginning. The district was just a junior, not worthy of his attention. Lu Jianyun shot a glance towards one of the guards beside her, who understood and quietly backed away. This son's natural strength is extraordinary, and he harbors hatred for the Jinbei Royal House, so he must not leave behind any future problems. Chu Fan used his mysterious supreme treasure to escape 1,000 miles away from Jinbei City before stopping. Yin Xianxue also finally came back to her senses, her pretty face white with fear, as well as a hint of anger. Brother, I've told you that it's a misunderstanding. It's His Highness the World Prince who saved me, and kindly arranged a good job for me, and took good care of me. So why do you still want to take action against the people of the Jinbei Royal House? Why do you still want to be their enemy? This is clearly your fault. At that time, you just need to apologize to the Jinbei Royal House and admit your fault. Why do you still want to do this? Yun Xianshue's chest heaved with anger, and there was disappointment in her gaze towards Chu Fan. Obviously, His Highness the World's Son was her benefactor, but her brother had returned the favor. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. A mere royal residence in a mortal dynasty. Do you still want me, a hallowed immortal dignitary, to bow my head and admit my mistake? Chu Fan snorted coldly. Even if he knew that it was his fault this time, he didn't care too much. His goal was to return to the 9 heavens above, an even more expansive and vast world, and the district's mortal dynasty was not yet worthy of his serious attention. Since they had offended the Jinbei Royal House, it would be better to destroy them as they went along. Brother Yu, with an unbelievable look in her eyes, Yin Xianxue staggered back a few steps, suddenly feeling that Chu Fan was somewhat unfamiliar. That brother, who had been with her since childhood and had been honest, seemed to have changed as if he had become a different person, and despite his great strength, he had become so paranoid and arrogant, unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Was this still the same Chu Fan she knew? Right at this moment, a black shadow ghostly appeared, causing Chu Fan's face to sink, immediately pulling out his iron sword, his heart grave. His intuition told him that the strength of this mysterious person was terrifying, but the mysterious man didn't make a move, but said in a hoarse voice, "This gentleman, my lord, has an invitation." Chu Fan struck out at the Jinbei royal family's own soldiers and took away Yin Shanue. This matter caused quite a ripple, but that was all. Not many people would care. As the ethereal sex cloud ship landed, all eyes looked over in unison. In particular, the appearance of the purple-clothed girl triggered a burst of gasps, and many of the onlookers' eyes went straight, their gazes mesmerized. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your style is even better than before." A loud, cheerful laugh rang out, and a middle-aged man in a robe appeared on the Misty Sex cloud ship and greeted Liu Beixian. He was none other than the Netherworld Sex Grand Elder, Yi Wenxuan. Liu Beixian also laughed 3 times and gave Yi Wenxuan a warm hug. Both parties were obviously on good terms. "Hello, Uncle Liu." The purple-clothed girl also opened her mouth crisply, her bright eyes carrying a hint of curiosity, unmovingly sizing up the crowd of the Jinbei King's mansion, especially when his eyes passed by Lu Chen. He carefully and seriously observed him for a while. Lu Chuan's body was long and straight, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his face was handsome and peerless, his temperament noble, like an exiled immortal descending to the world. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, he nodded towards her. The girl in purple froze slightly. Is this the trashy son of the Jinbei royal family? How come it doesn't feel quite like the rumors? The Misty Sex cloud ship was parked outside Jinbei City, guarded by the Jinbei King's palace's personal soldiers, while dozens of people from the Misty Sect entered the Jinbei King's palace under the enthusiastic flank of the Jinbei King's palace's crowd. The Netherworld Sect, which had always been uninvolved in world affairs, visited the Jinbei King's mansion, and this matter would undoubtedly spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, and even to the foreign races and other flourishing dynasties, causing no small amount of shock. Chapter 22, The Marriage Contract and the Life. Jinbei King's mansion is decorated with red silk hanging all over the eaves of the corridor, lanterns swaying and glowing, reflecting the brilliant palace walls. The mansion was filled with flowers and a festive atmosphere. It was only at this time that Lu Chuan finally realized that the ethereal sect's visit to the Jinbei King's house this time was actually to hold an engagement ceremony. The object of the marriage between the two parties was clearly himself, as well as that purple-clothed girl, Yi Qingling. Yi Qingling was the daughter of the Misty Sect's patriarch, and the strongest genius of the Misty Sect's generation. Whether it was natural strength or appearance and character, they were all impeccable. "This, old sister, why don't you guys say it earlier?" With a shocked look on his face, Lu Dus looked at Lu Jianyun with some resentment. "Isn't this a bit too sudden?" Lu Jianyun had a smile on her face as she said, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this daughter-in-law? She is the strongest genius of the Misty Sect, and will definitely be your greatest help in the future. You're not too old. You can't go out and spend your time after you have a daughter-in-law. It's time to collect yourself." Lu Jianyun touched Lu Chen's head full of favor. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched as he turned his head to look at the quiet and dignified Yi Qingling. As a matter of fact, Lu Chen had long known about this marriage, but in the original plot, the two parties were only engaged, and before they had the chance to get married, the Jinbei King's mansion was destroyed by the protagonist Chu Fan, so naturally, there was no follow-up. As for now, you really don't say, that this girl is quite watery and good-looking, and it is not bad to marry her as a daughter-in-law. Old sister, I'm just a waste of a son of the world. Yi Qingling is a generation of heavenly pride, and the Misty Sect is so high up that they don't even give face to the royal family of the Shang dynasty, so how could they possibly look at me? Lu Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and looked into Lu Jianyun's eyes. Is there some secret deal between you and the Misty Sect? At the mention of this matter, the smile on Lu Jianyun's face slowly disappeared. She sighed softly and gently stroked Lu Chen's head once again. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Father intends to step down from the throne of Jinbei, leave the Great Zhou dynasty, and even leave this world. And you are about to take over the throne of Jinbei. The ethereal sect is the ally that father has found for you, and this is also the reason why I have forced you to practice the art of the Faustian soldier during this period of time. You've grown up. It's time for you to take on the responsibilities of the Jinbei royal house. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Father won't leave right away. He'll wait until after the throne change. When the court is stable and the Jinbei royal house is safe and sound, then he'll be relieved to leave. If Lu Chen were to marry the Misty Sect, even if the imperial family wanted to make a move against the Jinbei royal family, they would be wary of it." This was precisely the back way Liu Beixian had left for Lu Chen, taking a step back. Even if Liu Beixian left in the future and the Jinbei royal house was messed up by the royal family, Lu Duan would still be able to retreat into the Netherworld sect. When Lu Chen heard this, he was truly surprised this time. His brows furrowed. How come Pops is leaving for good reason? He is going to retrieve his mother and big sister. Lu Jianyun was in a somewhat complicated mood and said, "Ever since we were little, we have not mentioned the whereabouts of mother and big sister to you. It's not that we intend to hide it, but we don't know mother's true origins and whereabouts, and she has never revealed half of it to us. More than 30 years ago, when my father was still just a junior captain of the border guards, before he had truly risen to power, he unintentionally found a young girl in the middle of the great wilderness who was severely injured. Father saved her and took good care of her. The two of them relied on each other and fought together in the 8 directions. She accompanied her father to grow up together and gave him a lot of help. Without her, there would be no present Jinbei royal house. She is our mother. Nangongya. It wasn't until 19 years ago, not long after mother gave birth to you, that she suddenly turned pale, cried goodbye to father, and left with her eldest sister, without a trace of her to this day. For the past 19 years, father has been poking around for news of mother, and eventually found some clues pointing to a mysterious and unknown place, the Middle Earth region. If he wasn't worried about the Jinbei royal house and you and I, father would have long ago traveled to the Middle Earth domain. Now that we are all grown up, and the Jinbei royal family has repelled the foreigners and deterred the 8 directions, father is ready to pass the throne to you and travel alone to the Middle Earth domain to search for mother. When Lu Chen heard this, his face was a bit dumbfounded, and his heart was not at peace. I see. It's amazing that there are all these stories between Pops and Mom. That's not surprising. It seems that mother's origin is not simple, and since the ethereal sect is inextricably linked to the Middle Earth domain, Pops must have secretly made some deal with the ethereal sect to make this marriage. I do not agree with this marriage. Just then, an excited voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Beside Yi Qingling and Yi Wenchuan, a 14 or 15-year-old boy's face reddened, looking very agitated and angry. Sister is so smart and powerful. Why does she marry this trashy son of the world? I disagree. When these words came out, people from both the Misty Sect and the Jinbei Royal Palace had odd faces and looked at each other. The young man was none other than Yi Qingling's younger brother, Yi Bufan. Suddenly learning that Yi Qingling was going to marry Lu Chen, Yi Bufan had some difficulty accepting it. After all, Lu Dust's reputation is really too bad. Not to say famous, but also called infamous. Fan, stop it. This is between adults. Yi Wenchuan rubbed Yi Bufan's head. I'm not listening. Yi Bufan suddenly pulled out an ancient sword and pointed it straight at Lu Chen, saying angrily, Lu Chen, I'm going to challenge you. If you lose, you won't be qualified to marry my sister. I won't allow my sister to marry a loser. When these words came out, all the people of the Netherworld sect's faces were a bit odd. In the whole world, who doesn't know that the Prince of Jinbei is a waste of space? Although the King of Jinbei spent a lot of money to invite the purple-clothed sword Immortal to teach Lu Chen, but Lu Chen Extraordinary did not seriously cultivate. Instead, every day he thought about how to soak the purple-clothed sword Immortal as a master. Clearly want to ride the master to destroy the ancestor. Fan, stop fooling around. Yi Wenchuan slatted his face and rebuked, but did not do much to stop him, allowing Yi Bufan to carry his sword and walk to Lu Chen. The rest of the Misty Sect's crowd also looked at Lu Duan with different expressions. In fact, they also wanted to test if Lu Chen was really a waste. As the saying goes, a tiger's father does not have a dog's son. They are not quite convinced that a godly and valiant king of Jinbei would have a useless son who is nothing. It's good to let Yi Bufan try it out. Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others frowned slightly when they saw this. Although Lu Chuan's qualifications had improved, it had only been a day since then, and before that Lu Chuan hadn't practiced much at all, and he didn't know a thing about techniques such as the Great Zhou Emperor technique and the Green Lotus sword technique. Although Yi Bufan was young, his qualifications were extremely powerful, and was said to be no worse than Yi Qingling. Moreover, Yi Bufan's cultivation level was also already at the 3rd level of the returning Yuan realm, 2 small realms higher than Lu Chen. Chapter 23, A Sort of Shock. In full view of everyone, Lu Chen was challenged by a tiny teenager. Yi Qingling did not stop it, but instead looked at Lu Duan with interest. Although the world had rumored that Lu Chuan was a waste of a son of the world, after meeting him, she instead felt that Lu Chuan was quite extraordinary, and was unlikely to be a waste of a man by any stretch of the imagination, and thus became quite interested in Lu Chuan. She was also curious to know whether this future husband of hers was hiding his clumsiness, or whether he was truly incompetent. In an instant, everyone's gazes all landed on Lu Chen. You want to challenge me? Lu Chuan was not panicked in the slightest. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of a smile as he said, I advise you to admit defeat directly. If I make a move, I'm afraid that you'll lose too ugly. How can I say that in the future I'll be your brother-in-law? It's a little bit not too good to bully you right now. You are arrogant. Yi Bufan's face reddened with anger, and he said angrily, if you have the ability, come and fight me. I'd like to see who will lose ugly. If you can't even beat me, you're not qualified to be my brother-in-law. He was determined to defeat Lu Chen and save his sister's fate. He could never stand by and watch his sister marry a loser. Not even if Lu Chen was the son of the Jinbei royal family. The people of the Misty Sect and the Jinbei royal mansion all looked at each other with a bit of astonishment. Lu Dust looks like he has full confidence. But, hasn't this guy never practiced? Could it be a bluff? Not to mention the Misty Sect's crowd was puzzled. Even Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, Song Shuayin and the others frowned slightly, revealing a slightly worried expression. If others don't understand, don't they understand Lu Chen? This guy used to listen to music every day on the hook. Only in the last few days did he cultivate to the spirit condensation realm, and then break through the return to Yuan realm by way of soaking holy pills. And he hadn't even properly cultivated techniques such as the Great Weekly Emperor technique and the Green Lotus Sword technique, so he could have any combat power? If this were to be lost, the Jinbei royal house would have to be disgraced along with it. Just as Liu Beixian was about to open his mouth to stop it, Lu Chen was nodding his head in agreement. Alright, in order to be able to marry a daughter-in-law, it seems that this world's son's overwhelming talent will have to be hidden. Little brother. Lu Jianyun couldn't help but open her mouth, wanting to dissuade. However, Lu Chen winked towards her. Don't worry, old sister. No one knows more about swordsmanship than me. After speaking, Lu Chuan walked directly in front of Yi Qingling and appreciated Yi Qingling's stunning face from a close distance before saying, Linger, can I borrow the sword for a while? Spirit? Yi Qingling was slightly stunned, not expecting that the first time the two of them met, Lu Chen shouted so intimately. Sure enough, this is the rumored flirtatious His Highness. However, the two of them had a marriage contract after all, so Yi Qingling didn't care too much about the title, and instead handed Lu Chen the spirit sword on her waist. Lu Chuan took the spirit sword from Yi Qingling and didn't forget to wink at her. Linger, watch. This sword. It's going to be very cool. Yi Qingling was somewhat speechless, and Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun couldn't help but reach out and cover their faces. This kid has never practiced the sword properly. Handsome your ass. Liu Beixian had made up his mind that if Lu Chen lost, he would turn around and break his legs. You asshole. Look at the sword. Seeing that Lu Dust had come to this point and still didn't forget to tease his sister, Yi Bufan couldn't help it and roared angrily, stepped on his feet, and his body's spiritual energy exploded unreservedly as he chopped out a shocking sword chi that was 100 feet long. This sword caused the eyes of the Misty Sex crowd to light up, secretly nodding their heads, quite satisfied with Yi Bufan's strength and attainments in the Tao of the sword. Such a powerful sword. The world's son is afraid of losing this time. The people of the Jinbei royal house, on the other hand, revealed worried gazes. In the face of Yi Bufan's shocking sword, Lu Chen was quite calm. His body flickered and dodged the sword calmly at an incredible angle. And after, Lu Chuan slowly gripped the spirit sword in his hand, and as the Great Zhou Emperor skill and the Green Lotus sword skill operated at the same time, the spirit sword came out of its sheath, emitting a clear and crisp sword chant. Clank! Lu Chuan's sword appeared to be uneventful, but it was unbelievably fast, like a blazing bolt of lightning cutting through. One sword shocker. Yi Bufan's pupils contracted violently, subconsciously crossing the long sword in his hand and blocking it in front of his body, but he did not manage to block. With a flash of cold light, Yi Bufan's hair slowly fell, and a thin sword mark was added to his neck, oozing out wisps of blood. Yi Bufan's body stiffened and he only felt a chill grow from the bottom of his heart. What? This sword? Everyone from the Misty Sect and the Jinbei royal mansion rose up in a frenzy, their eyes glaring as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Chen just casually chopped out his sword, and Yi Bufan was defeated. Little cutie. All could see that Lu Chuan had been merciful, otherwise this sword could even directly decapitate Yi Bufan. This sword was so fast that the crowd could not even distinguish Lu Chen's exact cultivation and strength through this sword. What an incredible thing this is. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aren't you a wastrel who can't cultivate? How come you're so strong? Yi Bufan's face reddened, and it was difficult to accept the result for a while. Practice more if you're a rookie, and don't play if you can't afford to lose. Then was then. Now is now. The former waste Seiji no longer exists. Now please address me as the white-clothed sword Immortal. Lu Chuan, hands behind his back, raising his head 45 degrees to look up at the starry sky, a white shirt flying with the wind, his body tall and straight, his handsome face with calmness and self-confidence. At first glance it is really a bit of transcendental temperament. Although his words were a bit, the crowd was silent. In particular, Song Xuan and Liu Beixian and the others still carried a hint of marvel in their eyes. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Lu Chen's casual sword just now, yet it secretly contained a powerful sword intent, clearly a manifestation of extremely strong attainments in the way of the sword. Linger, is this sword handsome? Lu Chuan returned the spirit sword to Yi Qingling and didn't forget to wink at her. Very handsome. Yi Qingling gave a shallow smile, and that stunning beauty seemed to brighten up the surroundings by a few points. Originally, Yi Qingling still had a few grievances about this marriage. It was just that for the sake of the Netherworld sect's grand plan, she could only comply. But at this moment, the dissatisfaction in her heart had already dissipated, and what replaced it was a strong curiosity towards Lu Chen. Sure enough, the rumored trashy Seiyo was hiding his clumsiness. Yi Qingling became more and more curious about Lu Chen, wanting to get to know him better, wanting to explore the secrets in Lu Chen's body. Not only Yi Qingling, but all the people from the Misty Sect and the Jinbei royal mansion. All of them had great waves in their hearts at the moment. and their gazes towards Lu Duan had all changed. Yi Wenchuan smiled as he stroked his beard, and the more he looked at him, the more he felt that Lu Chen was very agreeable. Such a genius is worthy of his niece. When did Dusty become so strong? Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun exchanged glances, surprised and delighted. They were clearly aware that Lu Chen had only raised his qualification to the heavenly rank yesterday. Even a supreme genius with heavenly rank qualifications would not be able to possess such powerful sword Dao attainments overnight. That is to say, before that, Lu Dust is in the back of the hard cultivation, silently but never publicized, has been the top of the waist son of the name, bear humiliation. What a nice kid. Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were both in tears, recalling how they had once scolded and harshly criticized Lu Chen. Both of them felt a strong sense of guilt welling up in their hearts, and they wanted to slap themselves. Chapter 24, The Coming Storm. In the time that followed, Lu Chuan undoubtedly became the center and focus of the room. Yi Qingling and Yi Wenchuan and the others were all enthusiastically pulling Lu Duan to chatter, intentionally or unintentionally testing the waters and being quite curious about him. But Lu Dust find a match. A moment to say that he was born with a sword body. A moment to say that it is a dream of immortal teachings. A moment to say that he is a hard work to cultivate. A moment of epiphany. Yi Qingling and Yi Wenchuan and the others tried for half a day, but they were not able to extract any useful information from Lu Chen at all. Instead of being discouraged, the two of them became more and more curious about Lu Chuan, and their goodwill increased quite a bit. At first, they thought that Lu Chen was really a waste of a son of the world and had already prepared for the worst. However, Lu Chen revealed his amazing strength and brought them a huge surprise. Seeing the smiles spreading on the faces of Yi Qingling and Yi Wenchuan, Lu Chen also smiled slightly. Everything is under control. If Lu Chen was truly just a waste, even if Lu Beixian made a deal with the Misty Sect, they might not go all out to help the Jinbei Royal House. Otherwise the Jinbei Royal House wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly in the original plot. He intentionally displayed some of his natural strength to make the people of the Netherworld sect change their impression of him, arousing their curiosity and attention. In this way, the ethereal sect would be more firmly on the side of the Jinbei Royal House. The only one who was unhappy was Yi Bufan. The little guy was a bit sullen. Seeing Lu Chuan and Yi Qingling talking happily together was quite hard on his heart. Although Lu Chen had displayed mysterious and terrifying strength, he still had the unhappy feeling that his own sister had been arched by a pig. Strength could be hidden, but Lu Chen used to hook and listen to music every day and be a flirt. It couldn't be a lie, could it? Yi Qingling was ice clean and pure, but she had to marry this flirtatious worldly son. He wasn't happy about it no matter how he thought about it. Just as the people of the Misty Sect and the Jinbei Royal House were overjoyed, the news that the two sides were going to be joined in marriage was also quietly spread, alarming all the forces of the great Zhou dynasty. No one had expected that the always neutral and mysterious force, the ethereal sect, would marry the Jinbei Royal House. It was completely unexpected and caught everyone off guard. The Misty Sect visited the Jinbei Royal House with great fanfare, and the two sides openly held a grand engagement ceremony, making it clear that it is signaling to the forces of the great Zhou dynasty that the Misty Sect will be allied with the Jinbei Royal House. Anyone who wanted to make a move against the Jinbei Royal House in the future would have to weigh the consequences of offending the ethereal sect. Zhangzhou, the king's capital. In the midst of the golden and glorious majestic palace, when the old emperor received the intelligence, there was a deep and terrifying cold light flashing through his muddy and old eyes. Lu Beixian, Lu Beixian, you have really given me a great surprise. It seems that this Jinbei king's mansion, there's really no need for it to exist. The old emperor whispered softly to himself. The more powerful the Jinbei Royal House was, the more determined he was to get rid of it. The ethereal sect's crowd stayed in the Jinbei king's residence for 2.5 days. Lu Chuan and Yi Qingling also exchanged some in-depth information and gained a deeper understanding of each other, and both sides were satisfied that this was a good start. And then, the people of the Jinbei Royal House solemnly saw off the people of the ethereal sect. Yi Qingling also followed back and did not stay in the Jinbei king's mansion. Her wedding day with Lu Chen was scheduled for the end of the year. 9 months later, as Lu Chen returned to his courtyard, a black shadow appeared out of thin air, kneeling down on one knee with a respectful voice. Pavilion Master, we have ascertained the whereabouts of Chu Fan and Yun Shallow Snow. They have defected to the 9 princesses, and are now located in Shangning Prefecture. The 2 northern border states under the jurisdiction of the Jinbei Royal House were none other than the Shangning and Pingyuan states. But over the years the royal family openly and secretly suppressed, constantly dividing the power in the hands of the Jinbei royal family. Jinbei royal family now for the Upper Ningzhou has little control. Princess 9? Lu Chen frowned. In the original plot Chu Fan is colluding with the 9 princesses. I did not expect that in this life Lu Duan did not take the initiative to provoke Chu Fan. This guy is still on the road of no return to subvert the Jinbei royal house. Lao Zi clearly had favors for Yun Shanyue. How come this bull protagonist is still envious of her? Lu Chen was a bit upset, and his killing intent towards Chu Fan became a bit heavier. Pavilion Master, the 9th Princess and the 3rd Prince, the 5th Prince, and the State Master have each led their own troops and are coming to the northern border, and are expected to arrive in half a month. Bai Xiao continued to report. Su Yang has agreed to serve the Pavilion Master, but only for 100 years. He is reuniting with the descendants of the Red Star sect, and is expected to come to the Jinbei King's mansion 7 days later to covertly protect the Pavilion Master, and follow the Pavilion Master's orders. Part of the evidence of the 3rd and 5th princes colluding with foreigners has been collected, and clues have been found that the 7th prince and the 9th princess and the State Master are colluding with other dynasties respectively. We have found out the information and whereabouts of the Easy Scatterer and the Mixed Sect Master, and are devising a way to subdue them. The Demon race and the Barbarian race and the Yi race have all deployed tens of thousands of troops and are heading to the Blood Mist Plains. This is their advance route, and they are expected to arrive 10 and 12 days later respectively. The old beggar from Tianya City disappeared after receiving the news, and the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion failed to discover his traces. Pill King Valley is doing its best to refine the 9 Extremes Dragon Phoenix pill, but this pill is extremely difficult to refine and is expected to take at least 2 months. Bai Xiao reported in detail on the recent progress of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Lu Chen waved his hand after hearing this, and Bai Xiao's figure flickered and quietly disappeared in place. Royalty? Fei. Lu Chen whispered softly to himself, his eyes deep. This time, the royal family had sent the royal prince and princess and the state master to come to the northern border, as well as the foreign races had sent out strong men and armies, all for the Blood Mist Plains. Even the ethereal sect's choice of this time to join forces with the Jinbei royal house had reasons for this. We're here. How can we not have a surprise for you? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth suddenly rose, revealing a meaningful smile. 3 days later, Lu Chuan, who was sitting on the futon, suddenly opened his eyes, and a stern sword aura flashed in his eyes. Ding! The host has completed the suggestion, 3 days in seclusion. Reward obtained, an epiphany. The Green Lotus sword technique is accomplished. As the system beep sounded, Lu Chuan's tiger body shook, and in an instant, he had a feeling of his soul leaving his body. His consciousness leaving his body and merging into heaven and earth, as if he was able to touch and perceive all things in heaven and earth and the laws of the heavens. The originally obscure and complicated Green Lotus sword technique was so clear and lucid at this moment. All the mysteries of the sword Tao surfaced in his mind, as if enlightened, allowing Lu Chen to continuously generate enlightenment in his heart, and put this powerful technique under complete control. At this moment, it was as if Lu Chen had practiced the Green Lotus sword technique for tens of hundreds of years earlier, knowing it like the back of his hand and being incomparably skillful. Clank! The aura between heaven and earth gathered crazily, and on Lu Chen's body there was even a green-colored sword chi that rose up to the sky, transforming into a stern and horrifying sword intent. Before the sword intent could be emitted, Lu Chen instantly dissipated with a wave of his large hand. The raging spiritual chi continued to pour into his body, and Lu Chuan's cultivation level skyrocketed. Chapter 25, Subduing Red Dream. The 2nd level of the Returning Realm. The 3rd level of the Returning Realm. 9th level of the Returning Realm. Lu Chen's cultivation sword, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the shackles of the returning Yuan realm and stepped into the Xianling realm. But it's far from over. The aura on Lu Chen's body was still growing rapidly. 2nd level of the Xianling realm. The 3rd level of the Xianling realm. The 8th level of the Xianling realm. The majestic spiritual energy in Lu Chuan's body was like a monstrous wave that was unceasingly born, and between the operation of the spiritual energy, it emitted a tsunami-like sound that contained countless sword intent. With the unparalleled qualification of the 9th grade of the heavenly rank, coupled with the great success of the Green Lotus sword skill, Lu Chen's cultivation level broke through to the 8th level of the Xianling realm in one fell swoop. With a single epiphany, the Green Lotus sword skill came to fruition, and along with it, Lu Duan's cultivation skyrocketed. His strength insanely skyrocketed, and he improved tremendously. Without any hesitation, Lu Chuan's current attainments in the Tao of the sword were only stronger and not weaker than the purple-clothed sword Immortal Song Xuan. If his cultivation level was raised up and he was at the same cultivation level as Song Xuan, Lu Chen's battle power might even be stronger than Song Xuan's. What's the commotion? In the Jinbei King's mansion, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, Song Xuan, and the others were all startled, keenly sensing the appearance of a terrifying sword intent that caused their souls to palpitate. However, that sword intent dissipated and became invisible in an instant, passing away in a flash, and they had no time to probe. This direction is Dusty's yard. Could it be that he's recruited a sword Tao powerhouse? Lu Beixian and the others were shocked and excited, and immediately rushed towards Lu Chen's courtyard. When they arrived, they didn't find any strong figures, and only saw Lu Chen snoring under the covers. Lu Beixian and the others looked at each other in dismay. He just wanted to go inside and wake up Lu Chen to ask about it. But Lu Jianyun shook her head towards him. My little brother is old enough to have his own plans and preparations. We shouldn't ask so much, Lu Jianyun said softly. Lu Beixian heard, slightly stunned, recalled Lu Dust recruited Su Yang, secretly strived to cultivate hard. A smile slowly appeared on Lu Beixian's face. Yes, Dusty has finally grown up and is no longer the trashy son of the world that he used to be. He had been in hiding for many years, and his strategy was so profound that he no longer needed himself to worry about him. It was normal for Lu Chen to have his own secrets, and as a father, it was enough to just support him silently behind the scenes, and one shouldn't probe into his secrets. With a pleased smile on his face, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others quietly left the courtyard without disturbing Lu Chen. After sensing that Lu Beixian and the others had left, Lu Chen opened his eyes and quietly let out a sigh of relief. It's not that he intends to hide it, it's just that it's not easy to explain things like opening up. Lu Dust made a carp, numbly left the Jinbei King's mansion, and went straight to Yihong Building. In the brightly lit Yihong Building, the sound of decadent music was incessant, accompanied by the women's delicate laughter, which made the air and blood hot. Lu Chen traveled lightly and came to Yihong Building as if he was home, entering the VIP room surrounded by many maids and began to enjoy the services of Chunyu and Shaha. Although these two little girls are the supervisory Heavenly Division scouts, they only serve Lu Duan, and they are exclusive to Lu Duan in the Yihong Building, and they are proficient in blowing, playing, and singing, and they serve Lu Duan very comfortably. Not a moment later, Hong Meng actually appeared in person, as if nothing had happened, with a smile still on her face, and invited Lu Chen to the Moonfall Pavilion. The Falling Moon Pavilion was still carefully decorated, cozy and soft, only there were no more Brahma flowers. Hong Meng pulled Lu Duan to sit on the soft couch, and that fragrant soft body directly drilled into Lu Duan's arms. She was wearing a white dress today, and when Lu Chuan slightly lowered his head, he could see her white and delicate snowy neck, and her hidden snowy peaks, accompanied by a unique fragrance of a young girl filling the air. Extremely seductive. Lu Chuan wrapped his hands very naturally around her small waist, and let out a light laugh. How is it? Have you figured it out? Red Dream leaned her head against Lu Chuan's chest, her voice low. I've met his own daughter. That sentence alone says it all. Red Dream took out a jade slip from her bosom and put it into Lu Chuan's hand, saying in a low voice, this is all the intelligence information of the Supervisory Heavenly Division and the Imperial family that I've collected over the years, but I'm not high enough in the Supervisory Heavenly Division, and that old thing hasn't been letting me have access to the core intelligence content of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Under the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, there are 4 major commanders who are responsible for the content of intelligence in different regions, but the head of the division is the only one who holds all the intelligence of the entire Supervisory Heavenly Division. If Your Highness, the World Prince, wants to get the information of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, as well as the secrets of the royal family, the best way is to take down the division head. Intense hatred and killing intent flashed in Red Dream's eyes. Don't worry, I said I would help you handily kill the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. So naturally I won't go back on my word. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly. In the past few days, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had already investigated all the information on the head of the Supervisory Heavenly Division and the 4 great commanders, and had specifically formulated a plan to target them. I have some information here. Take it back to that old thing Si Zhang, but don't give it all at once. Give it a little at a time. Hang him first. After a while the northern border commander of the Supervisory Heavenly Division will die unexpectedly. And as you have made a great achievement by probing out the major intelligence of the Jinbei King's residence, you can take the opportunity to request from the division head to take over the position of Northern Border Commander. That old thing is still counting on you to continue probing the information of the Jinbei Royal House from this Shitsi. So in order to stabilize you and make you feel at ease with your efforts, he will definitely not refuse your request. As for that old thing Si Zhang, his death won't be far behind. Lu Chen handed the other jade slip to Hong Meng, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The content of the intelligence in here was both true and false, and did not involve the Jinbei Royal House's most central secrets, but it was enough to deal with the Supervisory Heavenly Division and the royal family. When Hong Meng heard this, her petite body trembled, and a look of surprise and excitement appeared in her eyes. She knew that the Jinbei Royal House was going to start making moves against the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Lu Chuan had already scheduled the death of the Northern Border Commander of the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Thank you, Your Highness. Hong Meng put away the jade slip and looked at Lu Dust with affection. Her delicate face was full of flirtation, and she suddenly raised her head and took the initiative to kiss him. Next, it was naturally the time for Red Dream to show Lu Dust his sincerity and show his determination. With the pink veil gently swaying, Accompanied by the sound of a young girl's soft humming, the wonderful night began. Chapter 26, The Free and Easy Man. There was no talk all night. It wasn't until the sun shone at three poles that Lu Chen dressed up under the service of Hong Meng and left Home Mansion. Looking at Lu Dust's departing back, Hong Meng's eyes were filled with awe. After a night of close contact, she found that Lu Chen's physique was incredibly powerful. His fighting strength was amazing, and the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as the sea. His true strength was unfathomable. She was completely certain that Lu Chen was definitely a demonic genius with exceptionally powerful natural talent and strength. For the past 10 years or so, he's just been hiding it. And now, the submerged dragon emerges from the abyss. Submitting to such a powerful man, she had completely lost the unwillingness and resistance she had earlier. Moreover, with the help of Lu Chen and the Jinbei royal house, in the future, she will also be able to personally kill the evil thief of the supervisory heavenly division Zhang, as well as his whole family and 3 clans. Hong Meng tightly held the jade slip Lu Dust had given her, her eyes incomparably determined. After leaving Yihong Mansion, Lu Chen didn't return to the Jinbei King's mansion, but took the carriage of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and quietly left Jinbei City. 2 days later, Shangning Prefecture, Yanqing. On the busy streets of the traffic, there is a woman wearing a purple Taoist robe slowly advancing. She looks about 30 years old or so. Her appearance is pretty. The wide Taoist robe is also difficult to hide its wonderful figure. Her face is calm and indifferent. She seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, every step she took instantly advanced hundreds of feet away, shrinking the ground, while the bustling crowd around her looked as if they could not see her, turning a blind eye. As the woman walked out of the city, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. You all have been following the poor Taoist for a long time. How much longer do you want to follow? At the back, a carriage appeared without any speed. The curtain opened. Lu Chuan lazily lay on the car, looked the woman up and down, said with interest, I see that Miss Gu Ruwashi is also charming. Why do you need to wear this Taoist robe all day long? If you change your clothes, you must also be a great beauty. There was a cold light flashing in the woman's eyes, and her voice suddenly chilled. The son of the Jinbei royal family is indeed as rumored, extravagant and lustful. If not for the fact that you have Iron Mask around you to secretly protect you, based on your words, the poor Taoist will definitely pull out your tongue. Lu Chuan didn't care about the other party's attitude at all, but instead let out a light laugh and said, a cultivator should have a mind as quiet as water and not be moved by external things. How can one's heart be moved to kill because of a word of flirtation? With Miss Gu's Dao should not be this bad. It seems that the matter of being assassinated by Lord Guisher and forced to rebel against the Dao heavenly sect back then has left Miss Gu with a grudge in her heart. Lu Chuan's words caused the woman's pupils to shrink violently, and her figure suddenly flashed, so fast that the few surrounding experts of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion couldn't even react to it, and a bronze-colored Dharma sword had already been placed on Lu Chuan's neck. At the same time, a man wearing a ghost face mask and gray clothes also appeared like a ghost, with a long knife sheathed in his hand, against the back of the woman's head. The several surrounding Heavenly Patrol Pavilion experts were startled, immediately drawing their respective weapons and surrounding the woman. The woman said in a cold voice, how do you know about this? Lu Chuan's expression remained calm and collected as he reached out and pressed down on the ancient bronze Dharma sword, saying, Miss Gu doesn't have to be so nervous. I'm not here to capture you and offer you to the State Master, but rather, I want to cooperate with you. The woman put away the Dharma sword in her hand, her voice indifferent, I don't need to cooperate with the Jinbei royal house. And also, please call poverty-free scatterer. The name of Gu Ruwashi has long since become a thing of the past. No one can shed the past, just like Miss Gu always lives in the hatred of the past. Lu Chen said, with Miss Gu's Dao attainments, she must have already projected that there will be a strange change in the Blood Mist Plains soon. And isn't Miss Gu coming to the northern border for the Blood Mist Plains this time? You should have guessed that His Majesty would surely send the State Master. And without the help of my Jinbei royal house, how would Miss Gu resist the might of the State Master? Gu Ruwashi's heart fluttered, but after a moment she still shook her head. This has nothing to do with you. I said I wouldn't cooperate with the Jinbei royal house. Seeing this, Lu Chuan didn't talk much nonsense and went straight to the point. If Miss Gu works for this son, within a year, this son can help you kill the State Master and take the position of the Dao Tian sect's leader. When Gu Ruwashi heard this, her pupils shrunk once again, and her heart rippled quite a bit. She looked deeply at Lu Chen and said, Dao Heavenly Sect is the state religion of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the State Master has been sheltered by the national fortune of the Great Zhou dynasty. His strength is unfathomable, and he is the old emperor's beloved vassal. If the Jinbei royal house wants to kill the State Master, not to mention whether or not it can be succeeded, it will surely be liquidated by the imperial family. It is impossible for the Jinbei royal house to take this risk for the poor road. But the Jinbei royal house wants to plot a rebellion, and in the process pulls the poor road to sell your life for you. As expected of Miss Gu. Smart. Lu Dust stroked his palm and laughed, saying, the royal family does not allow the Jinbei royal family to be executed sooner or later. And the Jinbei royal family will not wait for death? If it was in the past, Lu Chen would have thought that there was a possibility that the royal family would not make a move against the Jinbei royal family. But with Chu Fan still remember hate Jinbei Wangfu, defected to the 9 princesses, and their own breakthrough in the heavenly order of the 9th grade qualification when the phenomenon shocked the sky, the royal family took the opportunity to spread all kinds of news, as well as the inspection of the pavilion to find out that the royal family against the Jinbei Wangfu of all kinds of covert action. Lu Chen then realized that although he had changed the plot quite a bit, the general direction of the original plot had not changed. Chu Fan and the royal family would still try to find a way to exterminate the Jinbei royal family. Just as soon as Lu Chen said this, the pupils of Iron Face, who was wearing a ghost face mask on the side, shrunk violently, somewhat confused. The Jinbei royal family wants to revolt? Why didn't His Majesty mention this to me? Guruwashi snorted coldly and said, the Jinbei royal house does not have the shelter of qi, and you don't have a heavenly destiny to add to your body. So if you plot against the government, you will definitely lose. As important as qi and heavenly destiny are, I always believe that man will win. Lu Chen sat up and looked straight into Guruwashi's eyes. If you don't cooperate with the Jinbei royal house, and Miss Gu has no hope of taking revenge, why don't you bet on it? If you win, you'll be able to kill the state master handily, reclaim the position of Daotian sect's leader that rightfully belongs to you, and be sheltered by the Great Zhou's national fortune, and be in a position of great power. If you lose, you'll just become a wanted man left or right. But what's the difference between Miss Gu's current situation and that of a wanted criminal? Lu Chen's words caused Guruwashi's complexion to change for a moment, cloudy and uncertain. But she finally snorted coldly and said, the current Great Zhou dynasty is no longer the most turbulent and weakest it was decades ago, and the Jinbei royal house has been continuously suppressed and weakened by the royal family over the years. So with this and the other, your chances of winning are less than 10%. To sell my life for you guys, once the war starts and you guys lose, I most likely won't be able to escape. I'll pass away on the spot, and I won't even have a chance to become a wanted criminal. With such a wide gap between victory and defeat, don't try to fool me. You guys go back. After speaking, Guruwashi directly turned around and left. Seeing that Guruwashi was unmoved, Lu Chen sighed and said, doesn't Miss Gu want to know the cause of death of the former leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect? Guruwashi's feet came to a violent stop and her body shook. Chapter 27 Guruwashi submits. Seeing that she took the bait, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Not only do I know the cause of his death, but I also know the place where he fell. Don't you want to find your own father's remains and find out the real culprit who killed him? Lu Chuan's words caused Guruwashi's body to tremble, and her towering peaks rippled, but she took a deep breath and quickly calmed down, saying expressionlessly, it's impossible for the Jinbei royal house to know these secrets. Don't you dare try to swindle me. Come on man. Lu Chen didn't say any nonsense and directly clapped his hands, and an expert of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion immediately stepped forward, holding a box in both hands and handing it to Guruwashi. Guruwashi frowned slightly, but still reached out and opened the box. When she saw what was in the box, her pupils dilated and her body shuddered once again. It's a blood-stained sword tip. Although there was only a small portion of it, she still recognized it at a glance. It was the sword of the former head of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and it was also the Dao Heavenly Sect's inheritance token. With the disappearance of the previous leader, the sword also evaporated, and no matter how much the Dao Heavenly Sect searched for it, they were unable to find any trace of it. Where did you find this cut-off sword? Guruwashi's body was trembling a little, and her eyes stared at Lu Duan eagerly. Instead, Lu Chen laid down gracefully without speaking. Seeing this, Guruwashi immediately said, as long as you help me find my father's remains, I'm willing to cooperate with the Jinbei royal house and willing to work for you. Lu Chen said, add one more condition. Follow me in the future and act at my command. Yes, Guruwashi said without hesitation. Lu Chen nodded and said, then, after we overthrow the royal family together, I will take you to find the remains of the former leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect. No, I want to go now. Guruwashi stared at Lu Duan and said seriously, as long as you take me to find my father's remains, I'll do anything, and I can sign a soul contract with you, and I'll never go back on my word. It's not that my son doesn't want to take you, but he can't go yet. Lu Chen spread his hands and said, you know in your own heart how strong your father is. This sword is also one of the strongest divine weapons of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even he was shipwrecked and the magic sword was broken. How dangerous that place is self-evident. With the strength of the Jinbei royal house and you right now, it's not enough to explore that place. We have to take the Great Zhou dynasty into our pockets and utilize the power of the entire dynasty before we'll have enough strength to do this. But I can tell you who the real culprit was who killed him." Gu Ruoxi sniffed, and only then did she slowly calm down. After half a second, she gave Lu Chen a deep look and finally said, "Yes, I'll agree to your conditions." When Lu Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. As the daughter of the former head of the Dao Heavenly Sect, Gu Ruoxi's abilities were no better than the current state master of the Great Zhou dynasty. When the Blood Mist Plains opened, Gu Ruoxi would also play an important role, not to mention that she was a top martial arts expert. Gu Ruoxi stared at Lu Chen. "Who is the real culprit who killed my father?" Lu Dust said slowly, "Your good senior brother, Lord State Master." When Gu Ruoxi heard this, her heart shook and her hands slowly clenched. "Sure enough, it's him. Go." Lu Chen lowered the curtain and gave a command, and the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion experts began to drive the carriage away. Gu Ruoxi, on the other hand, silently followed behind the carriage, staring at it, her eyes flickering, and no one knew what was going through her mind. "That's right, Uncle Tai. Don't say anything about today's matter to old father and old sister and the others for the time being." Lu Dust suddenly opened his mouth. In the middle of the empty carriage, Iron Face's figure appeared out of thin air, sniffing with some surprise. Why is this? In his opinion, if Lu Chuan was able to subdue Gu Ruoxi, it must be the Jinbei royal family behind it, so how could he still hide it from the king and the others? Lu Dust sighed and said, "You and Pops are close friends, and you have been fighting with him for decades. You should know that Pops is a loyal and honest person in his bones, and as long as the royal family does not openly turn on the Jinbei royal house, and does not push the Jinbei royal house to the brink of extinction, he will not plot against the throne. But if it really comes to that, it's already too late to plot a rebellion. Since Pops can't make up his mind about this, I'll make the choice for him." Lu Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried the domineering aura of looking out of the world. When Iron Face heard this, his heart shook with a sudden shock, and he looked deeply at Lu Chuan, and his ancient and unperturbed eyes once again ignited a long-lost battle intent. This is what the Prince of Jinbei should look like. Iron Face also understood Lu Chen's intentions. If he let Liu Beixian know too early that Lu Chen wanted to plot against him, Liu Beixian might not support it and might even block it. However, if Lu Chen was silently building up his strength in the dark, and when he eventually unveiled himself, the arrow would be on the string, and Liu Beixian would have to agree even if he didn't. It was just a little surprising and unbelievable to Iron Mask. Lu Chuan had grown up under his secret protection all these years. When exactly had Lu Chuan secretly grasped so much intelligence power? Iron Face was curious in his heart, but as a courtier, he didn't pursue the matter. His Royal Highness had grown up. It was normal to have his own secrets. He shouldn't ask so many questions. He just needed to continue to protect Lu Chen. Soon, the carriage sped away from Shangningzhou. 3 days later, Lu Chuan left the northern frontier and arrived at Wuling Mountain in the southern Yang Prefecture. This was also the exact location of the Mixed Sects clan. The Mixed Yuan sect was an emerging sect that had been established for only a few dozen years, yet it had caused great waves in the Jianghu, with many disciples within the sect, rapidly growing and expanding. It was only because the head of the mixed sect was a top-notch expert, and the Mixed Elements sect claims to have a teachable moment, widely recruited disciples. Not like other sects that have strict qualification requirements. As long as it is the Mixed Elements sect, head of the eye will be recruited as a disciple. Lu Chuan didn't just waltz in this time. Instead, under the cover of Iron Face and Gu Ruoxi, he silently sneaked in and went straight to the location of the Mixed Elements sect master. The head of the Mixed Yuan sect was an old man who looked to be about 50 or 60 years old, wearing a white robe, looking rather immortal and quite unassuming. It was just that he didn't even notice in the slightest when Lu Chen and his group quietly appeared in his room. It wasn't until Lu Chen yawned that the Mixed sect leader's heart shook and he turned around with a huff. "Is that you?" Zhao Fei Yang stared at Lu Dust, his brows slightly furrowed, revealing a look of astonishment. Although this was the first time he had seen Lu Chen, as the son of the Jinbei king's house, one of the people with the most special status in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Lu Chen's portrait was one he had seen long ago, and he recognized it at a glance. Gu Ruoxi and Iron Mask both looked at Zhao Fei Yang with some curiosity as well. Although Zhao Fei Yang was one of the top experts with them, he had hardly ever made a move, and was very mysterious as he could deter strong enemies from all 8 directions with his pressure alone. "Trespassing into my mixed sex territory and sneaking into this seat's house. Isn't what His Highness the World's Son did a bit excessive?" Zhao Fei Yang's voice was a few points colder, and a powerful pressure was also suddenly released from his body, which actually caused both Gu Ruoxi and Iron Face to feel a considerable amount of pressure. Chapter 28, Zhao Fei Yang submits. Lu Chen didn't care about Zhao Fei Yang's displeasure, but said calmly, "This son has come to the Mixed Yuan sect for one thing only, to subjugate the Mixed Yuan sect. And by the way, to take you as this son's disciple. He, Your Highness the World Prince really has a big mouth. Zhao Fei Yang put his hands behind his back and let out a cold laugh. Unfortunately, I've disappointed the world's son. The Mixed Elements sect won't get involved in any power struggles, and Mr. Zhao is even more dedicated to the Tao. He won't be a traitor to anyone. Lu Chen said indifferently. Zhao Fei Yang, the illegitimate son of the former president of the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce of the Sunhai dynasty. After the death of the former president, you secretly poisoned and attempted to poison your eldest brother in order to compete for the presidency, and you were forced to flee after encountering a hunt after the plot was revealed. Later, you took the precious medicine left to you by the former president before he died, and used it to break through the June realm, but you were seriously injured by a strong member of the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce, and your cultivation fell down to the June realm, and you haven't recovered yet. Yet you have a mysterious treasure that is capable of emitting a pressure one great realm higher than yourself. It was with this pressure that you were able to deter powerful enemies from all 8 directions. Change your face, come to the Great Zhou dynasty to start the Mixed Yuan sect, and specialize in accepting the sons of wealthy merchants and powerful families as disciples, charging exorbitant sums of money, and covertly purchasing a multitude of heavenly treasures in an attempt to regain your cultivation at the June realm. But all of them failed. As Lu Chuan lightly stated Zhao Fei Yang's secrets and details, Zhao Fei Yang's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and a cold sweat began to run down his back. However, he was holding on to his composure and snapped. What a bunch of nonsense! How dare you defile this seat's innocence? Do you really think that because you are the son of the Jinbei royal house, this seat wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson? As Zhao Fei Yang's voice fell, the pressure on his body became more and more terrifying, like a volcano erupting, causing both Iron Face and Gu Ruoshi to tense up and feel extremely threatened. Iron Face and Gu Ruoshi were both a bit startled and immediately gripped their weapons, ready to strike. Although they were willing to believe Lu Chen, the pressure on Zhao Fei Yan was too real, and even they didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Chen, however, didn't care about the pressure on Zhao Fei Yang's body, but instead let out a light smile and said, if you follow this son, with the Jinbei royal house's heritage, it can easily help you recover your June realm cultivation. And this sun can give you 100 million spirit stones to help you create a powerful chamber that is not weaker than the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce. And then you will be able to go head to head with the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce. Of course, that depends on what you follow up with. There's no harm if you're not willing to follow my son, but you don't want the people of the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce to know all the clues to your whereabouts, do you? Lu Chen's words caused Zhao Fei Yang's heart to shake. After half a second of silence, Zhao Fei Yang suddenly revealed a smile and all the pressure on his body disappeared. Your Highness is a good judge of character. From now on, Mr. Zhao is willing to follow Your Highness the World's Son to the death, and the entire Mixed Element sect is also at Your Highness the World's Son's disposal. The fact that Lu Chen was able to find out all of Zhao Fei Yang's secrets and details meant that he had a powerful intelligence organization behind him. Even if Zhao Fei Yang ran away, Lu Chen could still pinpoint his whereabouts. Once Lu Chen revealed his whereabouts to the Moonlit Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Fian would surely die. Lu Chuan had never intended to give him a second choice in the first place. Zhao Fei Yang slid to his knees at light speed, causing both Iron Face and Gu Ruoshi to be a bit confused, their heads buzzing. It turned out that what Lu Dust said was actually true. That powerful pressure was actually fake. Iron Face was shocked and delighted, not expecting Lu Chen to have subdued the mixed sect so smoothly. After Zhao Fei Yang recovered his cultivation, his strength wasn't weak, and the mixed sect had recruited many experts over the years, as well as many wealthy merchants and powerful sons and daughters, making it a very powerful force as well. Soon, Zhao Fei Yang summoned a few of his beloved disciples, and after a few explanations, he and the 3 of them, Lu Chen, quietly left the Mixed Yuan sect and began to return to the northern border. On the way, a figure suddenly ran like lightning, with a powerful and terrifying aura, causing Iron Face and Gu Ruoshi and Zhao Fei Yang to feel great pressure and immediately go on alert. The other party was dressed in rough cloth, wearing a bucket hat, with a curved sword wrapped around his back in a yellowing cloth, stepping into the air. It was the wandering swordsman, Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at the Iron Mask trio and raised his eyebrows with a slight surprise, but he didn't say anything and silently followed Lu Chen's carriage. When the Iron Face trio saw this, their hearts were shaken. Su Yang has also been taken in by His Highness, the World Prince? Iron Face was more and more surprised. One must know that there were no more than 10 top experts of their level in the entire Great Zhou dynasty in plain sight. However, Lu Chen had quietly pulled together Su Yang and Gu Ruoshi and Zhao Fei Yang. Together with the king and the purple-clothed sword Immortal, the Jinbei royal family had explicitly surpassed the royal family at the level of top combatants. Even Iron Face was a bit skeptical that Lu Chen had secretly pulled in other powerhouses and forces. It seems that His Highness, the World Prince, had a plan long ago. Iron Face's gaze toward Lu Duan had a touch more fervor. 5 days later, the traveling party returned to the Jinbei King's mansion. According to Lu Chen's instructions, Gu Ruoshi, Zhao Feiyang, and Su Yang all masked their own aura, changed their faces, and stayed in the vicinity of the Jinbei King's mansion without entering the Jinbei King's mansion. Lu Chun, on the other hand, ran into the Jinbei King's mansion treasury in a flash, taking some extremely high-grade pills and heavenly materials, preparing to help Zhao Feiyang restore his cultivation. Hiss, my little ancestor. You. This action scared the strong man who was guarding the treasury of the king's mansion to the bone, and ran at light speed to invite Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun over. When Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun saw the pile of precious pills and heavenly treasures in Lu Chen's arms, their eyebrows likewise furiously jumped in astonishment. These could be the most precious things in the treasury of the Jinbei King's house, and they were worth a lot of money. Little brother, what are you doing? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask. There's an emergency. Lu Chuan winked towards them. Don't worry, old dad and old sister. A little treasure is just a little treasure. I guarantee that I will be able to exchange it for 10 times 100 times its value in the future. So I definitely won't lose any money. This, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun exchanged glances. However, the two of them recalled that Lu Chen had bribed Su Yang with 50 million spirit stones, and they instantly reacted as well. Lu Chen was planning to use these treasures to pull in other strong people. At that thought, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun both came to a sudden realization, and a hint of a smile appeared on their faces. Little brother has really grown up. Not only does he secretly work hard to cultivate, but he also knows how to utilize the money and power of the Jinbei King's house to pull in strong people for his own use. Very well, my father supports you. Liu Beixian patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said with relief. The faster Lu Chun grew, the more assured he would be in handing over the Jinbei royal mansion to Lu Chen. Ha? No. Really? The only person who was dumbfounded and somewhat bewildered was the strong member of the royal family who was in charge of guarding the treasure trove on the side. Hasn't His Highness always been a spendthrift? His Highness had limited His Highness's monthly expenses several years ago, so how come he was now relieved to have so many valuable treasures taken away from him just because of His Highness's words? Chapter 29 Royal Arrival. No harm. Give it to him. Lu Jianyun nodded, looking at Lu Duan with a gaze full of doting. Thanks, Pops and Sis. Lu Chen nonchalantly received these treasures into his storage ring and ran away in a huff. Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun looked at Lu Duan's back and revealed a pleased smile. Even after Lu Duan had disappeared for 10 days, they didn't ask about Lu Duan's whereabouts and movements. During this period of time, there was even no more forcing him to cultivate Gongfu and art of war. This was because they knew that Lu Chen would definitely work hard to cultivate silently behind the scenes and would not disappoint their expectations. After Lu Chuan left the Jinbei royal mansion, he found Zhao Feiyang and directly handed these treasures over to him, telling him to take the treasures with him and, in the name of the Jinbei royal mansion, go to the Pill King Valley for help in refining pills. The Medicine King Valley had an ancient heritage, and its medical and alchemy skills were the best in the world. Even the imperial physicians of the various dynasties were far inferior. Moreover, the Pill King Valley was a neutral sect power, in a semi-hidden state, never participating in any competition between any dynastic powers, and the sect territory was also located on the border between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Sunhai dynasty. There were even occasional powerful members of the foreign races who quietly asked the Pill King Valley for help. Only want to ask the Pill King Valley to help. The conditions are very harsh. Only the status of the various dynasties of the most noble and powerful small number of people have the qualifications. Thank you, Your Highness. When Zhao Feiyang received these treasures, his body immediately trembled in surprise. He was the illegitimate son of the former president of the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce, so he naturally knew very well that the value of these treasures had already exceeded the sum total of all the treasures he had gotten from his pitfalls over the past few decades. As he watched Zhao Feiyang run away in a puff of smoke, Gu Ruoshi, who was on the side, frowned slightly and said, "What if you don't send someone to follow him? And when he recovers his cultivation at the June realm, he'll directly escape from the Great Zhou dynasty? Won't all your treasures go down the drain? He'll be back." Lu Chen was very confident and said, "Zhao Feiyang is a very cautious and steady person. He won't make a move without enough certainty, and the less I bind him, the less he dares to act rashly. And he dreams of capturing the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce and trampling under his feet those who discriminated and humiliated him back then. But even if he has the cultivation of the June realm, it's almost impossible for him to do so. The only way he can hope to take over the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce is to defect to this world's sun. And this world's sun's things are not that easy to take." A wry smile suddenly appeared on Lu Chen's face, because Pill King Valley also had secret cooperation with him. With Pill King Valley's means, it was still easy to help Zhao Feiyang in the process of refining pills and restoring his cultivation by slightly tampering with the poison and placing some compulsion or something. Seeing how confident Lu Chen was, Gu Ruoshi didn't say anything more even though she was a bit skeptical. The blood mist plains are about to open, so prepare yourself, Miss Gu. Without saying anything more, Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and meandered away. In the next period of time, Lu Chen came to the Yihong building and began to hook up and listen to songs night after night. Your Highness, everything went smoothly according to your plan. That old thing Si Zhang was very excited after he received the information you gave him. And when I offered to take over the position of commander of the northern border after the commander of the northern border was accidentally killed, he really agreed to do it. Late at night, Red Dream snuggled in Lu Dust's arms, her face respectful with a hint of delight, handed a jade slip to Lu Dust and said in a low voice, over the past few days, I've secretly used the power of the commanding envoy to collect all the intelligence secrets of the supervisory heavenly division and the imperial family that I could. Good job. Lu Chen smiled faintly and put away the jade slip. 2 days later, the 4 armies arrived at Jinbei City from different directions, and rushed to the Jinbei King's mansion in great numbers. The people at the head of the group were clearly the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the 9th princess and state master. They all came representing the will of the royal family. When the 4 of them arrived at the Jinbei King's residence, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun stepped in to greet them. The 3rd and 5th emperors looked to be around 30 years old, not very old, but there was a hint of vicissitude in their eyes, signaling that their actual ages were not as young as they appeared on the surface. The 9th princess looked to be about 24 or 25 years old, with extremely beautiful features, a shapely and upright figure, and a noble yet charming temperament. The state master, on the other hand, was about 40 years old, wearing a purple Taoist robe, with a calm and serene face, and without any pressure or aura. He looked like an ordinary Taoist. Greetings Uncle Lu, cousin Fibrous Cloud. The 3rd prince and the 5th prince and the 9th princess all had smiles on their faces as they greeted Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun. Liu Beixian and the Great Zhou dynasty in times of crisis to save the tide of madness. For the Great Zhou dynasty set up a great battle. The old emperor at that time directly sealed him as a word side-by-side king. The 2 people to brotherhood. Therefore, the 3rd prince and the others addressed Liu Beixian as uncle as a way to express the cordial relationship between the 2 parties. The state master also saluted Liu Beixian, saying, Your Majesty's golden peace. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun wore polite smiles on their faces as they similarly returned their greetings one by one. Princess Nine's eyes flickered as her sweet and melodious voice rang out. Uncle Lu, how come we haven't seen cousin Lu Chen? The 3rd prince and the others also pricked up their ears, somewhat curious. According to the intelligence they had received, this waste of a son of the world was actually a top genius who had been hiding for many years, hiding very deeply. Now that the king of Jinbei and Lu Fianyan had both appeared, was Lu Chen secretly cultivating or taking charge of the Jinbei royal house? Lu Jianyun was silent for a moment and said, at Yihong Mansion, he hasn't returned for 2 days. The 9th princess and the 3rd prince and the others looked at each other with some shock, but they quickly came back to their senses. This must be a fake news that Lu Jianyun had deliberately released, wanting to paralyze and deceive the royal family and continue to conceal Lu Chen's natural talent and ambition. Lu Chuan was able to defeat Yi Bufan with a single sword. With such extraordinary strength and attainments in sword Dao, he must have worked hard and practiced diligently behind the scenes, so how could he be lingering in Yihong building? In the ensuing chat, the 9 princesses and the others were intentionally or unintentionally testing the waters, sidestepping and trying to inquire about Lu Chen. However, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were both shrewd old foxes, so naturally, it was impossible for them to be lulled into a conversation. The 9 princesses and the others nagged for half a day without being able to extract half a bit of useful information, and in the end, they could only give up helplessly. In the next period of time, they stayed directly in the Jinbei King's residence. The subsequent action in the Blood Mist Plains Jinbei Royal House was the main force and needed the help of the Jinbei Royal House, and they also wanted to take this opportunity to secretly observe the Jinbei Royal House. A day later, Lu Chuan yawned and returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, and before he could go back to his own courtyard, an urgent report suddenly came from a sentry. Chapter 30, The Sun Leads the Troops. The sentry gasped for air and said quickly, Your Majesty, the front line has reported urgently that a large number of demon warriors have been found northwest of the Blood Mist Plains, with an estimate of no less than 50,000 or even more. 50,000? Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun both raised their eyebrows when they received the news. The number of 50,000 might not seem like much, but in reality, the armies amongst the various dynasties and foreign races were all composed of martial artists with cultivation. The more elite the army, the smaller the number of people and the higher the strength of the martial artists, the more terrifying the fighting power would be instead. The number of 50,000 wasn't small, and if it was those elite armies of the demon race, it would be a not-so-small threat. What's more, according to the information gathered by the secret sentries of the Jinbei Royal House, It wasn't just the demon race that came to the Blood Mist Plains this time. The demon race seems to be relying on their own strength to be this outlier. Liu Beixian let out a cold smile, and was about to send his troops to deal with the demon army, when he suddenly looked aside with his afterglow to Lu Chuan, whose clothes were a bit disheveled and whose face still had traces of rouge, and his eyes suddenly glared. How dare you, you son of a, have a fling at the Elysium? Dusty, come with me. Without saying a word, Liu Beixian pulled Lu Duan and left the Jinbei king's mansion. Lu Jianyun also understood Liu Beixian's intentions and immediately followed. Soon, the 9th princess and the 3rd prince who had received the news also had their hearts stirred, and all of them followed with their ministry guards. A few moments, outside Jinbei city, an army of 50,000 had been assembled, all dressed in uniform silver armor and riding steeds, neatly organized and imposing. When the 9th princess and the others saw this, they were showing disappointment, because this 50,000 strong army was the border defense army of the northern border, not the mysterious and terrifying Faustus Iron Cavalry that belonged exclusively to the Jinbei royal house. Dusty, I heard that you have good attainments in the art of war, and that there is a large army of demons infesting the northwest of the Blood Mist Plains, numbering above 50,000. Today, you will take this demon army to practice, or let my father see just how much your attainments in the art of war are. Liu Beixian spoke in a deep voice, his tone majestic and not to be denied. Regardless of Lu Chen's attainments in the art of war, he ultimately needed to be practiced in actual battles. The Jinbei royal mansion would be handed over to Lu Chuan in the future, and Lu Chuan also needed this experience to improve his strength. The demon race is the most terrifying in terms of strength among the foreign races, and its army is even more ferocious, so I'm afraid it's a bit insufficient to send out only 50,000 border guards, isn't it? What's more, cousin Lu Chuan has never led an army in battle before, so why don't uncle send some Faustus Iron Cavalry to accompany him? Just then, the 9th princess spoke. The eyes of the 3rd prince and the others were also flickering. On one hand, they wanted to see for themselves how strong the Faustus Iron Cavalry was, and on the other hand, they also wanted to see whether or not Lu Chen was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger as rumored in the intelligence. Liu Beixian and Lu Fingyun's hearts were also stirred when they heard this. They weren't worried about Lu Chuan's safety, but they were afraid that if Lu Chuan was leading a battle for the first time, in case there was a negligence, it could easily result in heavy losses for the border guards. After all, the demon race army were all battle-hardened, and the leaders must also be powerful war generals whose strength should not be underestimated. A mere 50,000 odd demon race army. Why is it necessary to send out the floating iron cavalry? Just then, Lu Chen yawned and said lazily, with 50,000 border guards, it's enough to kill him. This statement was made, not to mention that the 9th princess and the others were all highly skeptical. Even Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun frowned and said, Duster, leading an army in battle is most avoidable in terms of arrogance and complacency and belittling the enemy. The demon clan's army is not a bad one, and this time they dared to violate the Blood Mist Plains, so they must have come prepared. It's enough for you to be able to repel the demon race's army when you lead the army for the first time. Don't be hasty. The demon race and the many flourishing dynasties of the human race have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and basically have never suffered any major losses, and their strength is extremely terrifying. What's more, Lu Chen had only brought the border guards with him, and it was even his first time leading a battle, so how could he think that it was impossible to wipe out the demon army? Don't worry, Pops, no one knows more about the art of war than I do. Lu Dust winked at Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, and directly rolled onto his horse, leading the 50,000 border guard, and headed off. Seeing this, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were both slightly worried and immediately took to the air, following far behind. If Lu Chuan made a mistake in command or was unable to defeat the demon army, they could also come to their rescue. The 9th princess and the 3rd prince and the others naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to watch the battle, and likewise followed far behind. Princess Nine's vermilion lips gently opened and said, What do you guys say? Can cousin Lu Chuan repel this 50,000 demon army? The 3rd prince pondered for a moment and shook his head. I can't say. If it was in the past, he was completely certain that Lu Chen would never be able to repel the demon clan's army, or even lose for sure. However, according to the Supervisory Heavenly Division's intelligence, Lu Chen was actually a profound cultivator with terrifying strength, and had been hiding his clumsiness all these years. Under such circumstances, who dared to guarantee that Lu Chen hadn't secretly practiced the Faustian art of war in private? Maybe Lu Chen had hidden his identity and secretly led the battle himself. In my opinion, Lu Chen will definitely lose. The 5th prince suddenly sneered. Even if he's a demon of the military path like Uncle Lu, with a mere 50,000 border guards, there's absolutely no chance of winning. Oh, when these words came out, both the ninth princess and the third prince raised their eyebrows, revealing a slight look of surprise. The ninth princess gave the fifth prince a meaningful glance and said, "Fifth imperial brother is so certain that cousin Lu Chen will be defeated. Could it be that he has received some kind of intelligence information?" The fifth prince put his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice, "After all, Lu Chen is just a waste of a son. Who knows that? Not to mention that he has never practiced the art of war. I know without guessing that he will lose." When the ninth princess and the third prince saw this, their expressions were different, and they did not make any more attempts to speak. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, followed behind without moving. The state master on the side, on the other hand, was calm since the beginning, and also barely spoke. No one could tell what he was thinking. His presence was very low. However, when the ninth princess, the third prince, and the fifth prince swept their gazes over the state master, they would always flash a trace of scorn. The Blood Mist Plain was located at the very edge of the northern frontier, and beyond that was an endless wilderness that stretched for billions of miles, with rolling mountains and ancient trees. The Blood Mist Plain was very vast, not being able to see the end of it at a glance, and the air was filled with a light red mist that looked like blood gas from afar. Hence the name. Seeing Lu Dus leading 50,000 border guards, rushing straight to the northwest, rushing out of the Blood Mist Plains, and not sending scouts beforehand to probe the specifics of the demon army, the 9 princesses and the others were relieved in their hearts instead. With such reckless behavior, could it be that he really doesn't know the art of war? Even Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were about to say something, but in the end, they pressed on and did not intervene. Chapter 31, Fortunes of the Hour. Just like that, Lu Dus did not send any scouts to scout the enemy in the slightest, and just like a reckless man, he rushed out of the Blood Mist Plains with 50,000 border guards with gusto. What met his eyes was a large area of rolling peaks. The ancient trees and shrubs were very vigorous, and from time to time, the low roars of wild beasts echoed, and a savage aura came over him. Ha! Something's not right. Where's the demon army? Lu Dus looked around and scratched his head in some confusion. This appearance caused Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun to blacken their eyes. The ninth princess and the third and fifth emperors couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths and almost didn't hold back their laughter. Do you think the battle between the two armies is a game? Straight up face to face? What's more, the surrounding terrain is so complicated. Lu Dus even half a bit of pre-battle preparations are not. So reckless out. At a glance is not even half a bit of military common sense. The vice general on the side could not help but say, "Your Highness the Son of the World, we should now send scouts to probe." Separately. No. Lu Chen waved his hand and said confidently, "This son knows astronomy and geography, and is well versed in the past and present, so he can know where this demon army is with a pinch of his hand. So you guys just watch." Lu Chen's left hand hidden in his sleeve quietly surfaced the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion Master's order. "You." Just when the crowd was about to get tense, Lu Chen's eyes lit up and said, "I know the distribution of the demon race's army. All the generals will charge with my son." With a wave of his hand, Lu Dus took the lead and rushed in with the border guards towards the mountains with great excitement. "Oh wow. Screwed," Lu Jianyun muttered. She suddenly felt that she should have been blinkered in the past and overestimated Lu Chen. Where was the military power in the first place? It was all a misreading. This guy leads troops to war like it's a game. He knows about the art of war. Liu Beixian even gritted his teeth and said, "If he loses the fight, I'll turn around and break his legs." Ha ha ha. Now you guys believe it, right? I've been saying for a long time now that I know without guessing that he's bound to lose. The fifth prince couldn't hold himself back and laughed 3 times. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile that meant something. The ninth princess and the third prince, on the other hand, were completely relaxed, with some smiles on their faces. Although Lu Chuan's martial arts talent strength was strong, as long as he didn't know the art of war, then the threat could be reduced by half. Soon, Lu Dus brought the 50,000 border guards to a misty valley and stopped in front of it. According to this world's sun's projections, there are quite a few demon armies hidden in the mists ahead. Immediately set up the crane wing formation, blockade the left and right, and carry out an encirclement and strangulation. Be sure to go in quietly. Don't shoot the guns. Don't startle the enemy, and kill him by surprise. Lu Dus waved his hand and issued an order. Yes, sir. The generals on the sidelines were a bit skeptical, but they still bellowed in hushed voices and acted quickly. Orders are forbidden and thunderous. Although the border guards were not as good as the floating iron cavalry, they also fought with the foreigners for many years, and were likewise iron-blooded armies that had been through hundreds of battles. Soon, the 50,000 border guards quickly dispersed and formed a troop formation, encircling both flanks and silently killing into the valley. Pust! As the vanguard quietly decimated several demon scouts hiding on the road. The faces of the crowd suddenly changed slightly, only to see that in the misty surroundings, the center of the valley was actually densely packed with demonic warriors standing in different looks, quite hideous and horrifying, with tens of thousands of them. These demon warriors were setting up camp in the valley. Is it true that there is a demon army hiding here? Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun's and the others' complexions all changed, revealing unbelievable gazes. My little brother's luck is too good to be true, isn't it? When the 9th princess and the 3rd prince and the others at the back saw this, the smiles on their faces froze. That's not right, is it? Wasn't Lu Chuan blind? Why is there really an army of demons here? Due to the sudden appearance of the border guards and the killing of the scouts, the demon army had not yet realized the danger approaching. By the time the generals in the demon army noticed the abnormality, the border guards had already killed close by. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A large army of demons were startled and let out sharp bursts. They reacted quickly, immediately drawing their weapons and quickly forming a squad. But before they could gather into a larger square formation, the border guards, like sharp knives, quickly charged and directly dispersed the demon army. Rumble! The fierce battle instantly erupted, and along with the roars of the warriors and the neighing of the warhorses echoing, the earth trembled with it, emitting a dull rumbling sound. 50,000 to 10,000. The advantage is mine. The demon army was taken by surprise and was unable to organize effective resistance. It was a complete one-sided massacre. In a matter of moments, more than half of the tens of thousands of Demon Clan's army had been killed. In the end, there were only hundreds of demon warriors left, following a few powerful generals, struggling to kill their way out of the encirclement and running desperately towards the depths of the great wasteland. Stop! Just as the border guards were about to chase them down, Lu Dust ordered the pursuit to stop. The deputy general at the side couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, we can't let them go. Otherwise, if they join up with the other demon race armies, the other armies will definitely be on alert, and the difficulty of the next battle will be much higher." Smaller pattern. Lu Chen extended a finger and shook it. A mere few hundred soldiers. What's the harm in letting them go? Even if all the demon armies were assembled together, this son would be able to crush them. Vice Admiral. Brother, this is a battle between two armies. A fight to the death. Let's not talk about patterns at a time like this, shall we? Let's go. Let's find the other hidden demonic armies. The vice general still wanted to persuade, but Lu Dust had already waved his hand and left with the border guards in high spirits. The vice admiral could only sigh helplessly when he saw this. Seeing that Lu Dust actually stopped chasing after him, among those demon race warriors, there were several people whose eyes flickered, and they actually sighed with some regret, killing intent permeating their eyes. This battle. As they watched Lu Duan win his first battle, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and for a while, they were somewhat speechless. This battle and Lu Chuan's art of war attainments have no relationship at all. It feels like pure luck. Lu Chuan blindly blind right. 5th Imperial Brother. Is this the waste of worldly son that you said was bound to lose? Princess Nine glanced at the 5th prince. The 5th prince's face darkened a bit. 1 foot he had said that Lu Chuan was bound to lose, but in the end, Lu Chuan won in a big way the next foot. It was like a slap on his face, making him feel his face was on fire. Humph. It's just a person who is going to die. This prince is too lazy to be angry with him. The 5th prince took a deep breath and thought in his heart. In the next period of time, Lu Chuan was simply like the king of Hades, pointing his finger every time. And every time he was able to accurately find the hiding place of the demon army. Hundreds and thousands less, tens of thousands more. These demonic armies had been scattered and hidden, but they were still broken by Lu Chuan one by one. The 5th prince and the others could no longer laugh. Their faces were a bit gloomy. However, their smiles did not disappear, but instead shifted to the faces of Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others, the corners of their mouths rising, unable to be suppressed. Chapter 32 Initial Test. How on earth did Lu Chen know where the demon race's army was hiding? That was the query that came to everyone's mind. In the end, it's the Jinbei royal house that started off by conquering the 8 directions. And it's so familiar with the terrain of the great wilderness outside of the northern border that there must be a mysterious and powerful scouting team that probed the location of the Demon Clan's army in advance. No wonder this trashy son of the world is so confident. The 5th prince whispered softly to himself, making a judgment. The 9th princess and the others also frowned slightly, agreeing with the 5th prince's speculation. No one believed that Lu Chuan could find the hiding place of the demon army by casually pinching his fingers, and they all thought that it was the Jinbei royal house's secret work. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were also looking at each other, equally very confused. They were very sure that it was not the work of the Jinbei royal family. Could this also be the work of that patrol court? Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun couldn't help but associate an organization in their minds. After all, It was Lu Chen who had dealt with the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion in the first place, pulling in Su Yang. The other day Lu Chen took away a large amount of treasures from the royal family. If that's really the case, this Heavenly Patrol Pavilion is too terrifying. Actually, even knowing the situation in the Great Wasteland like the back of its hand, both Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun's faces changed slightly. No, such organizations are too mysterious and powerful. They must be investigated properly. In case the Heavenly Pavilion is unfavorable to my little brother, won't it be dangerous? A thought came to both of their minds in unison. Your Highness truly anticipates things like a god. At this moment, the Vice General looked at Lu Dust with astonishment. The attitude of the crowd of border guards towards Lu Dust also took a 180-degree turn. Their faces filled with fervor and awe. As expected, he was the son of the king of Jinbei. Too strong. In just more than half an hour's time, they had successively blitzed various demonic army hiding places, and had annihilated nearly 40,000 demonic armies. This was still only the first time Lu Duan had led an army into battle. What an amazing record this is. Let's go. Let's go exterminate that last 10,000 demon race army. With a wave of his hand, Lu Dust continued to advance with his vast border guards. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chuan had indeed found the last hiding place of the demon army, but everyone fell silent, slowly gripping the weapons in their hands, only to see the surrounding mountains between the forest field. Noiselessly appeared densely packed demon warriors figure, all wearing heavy armor, hand holding a sword and gun. A cold and murderous terrifying aura pervades. These demonic armies are 110,000 people. This meant that the true number of the demon race's army was never any 50,000, but rather a crowd of 150,000 people. Lu Dust and the others were trapped. The ninth princess and the third prince and the others suddenly had a flutter in their hearts and turned their heads to look at the fifth prince and thought. The fifth prince had a cold smile on his lips. Your Highness, we must immediately break out to the back and retreat first. The vice general's face was incredibly grave, and he immediately made a suggestion. This time was completely different from the previous few battles. This time it was they who had fallen into the surroundings of the demon race's army. These demon armies were not ordinary warriors. They were the elite legions of the demon race, and from the terrifying aura of the other side alone, one could judge that the strength would definitely not be weaker than the border guards. Not to mention the fact that the other side had more than twice the number of border guards. Retreat? With these demonic mole crickets? Lu Chun, however, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, not the least bit surprised or grave. He sat up straight. The original lazy appearance completely disappeared. Handsome face with indifference and composure, as well as great majesty. The whole army is at your service. Pass on my order. Order Wang Tang to take 5,000 men and lay down a supine moon formation in the east. Kill the enemy with all your might. Attack only, not defense. Order Jiang Yelei to take 10,000 men and set up a fish scale formation in the center direction to defend against rear and flank raids. Order Si Tao to take 7,000 men, spread out in the southwest direction, bypass those hills, and run to attack the enemy's rear flank. The remaining 5,000 men set up the vanguard formation, led by this son, and the 6 military formations are led by this son. Charge! Lu Dust's voice was calm and majestic, and he ordered quickly and methodically. Behind him, the flag bearer immediately waved the 5-sided 5-colored flag, using a special technique to quickly convey Lu Duan's order. The 50,000 border guards immediately dispersed, led by one of the riding governors, and quickly spread out their troop formations, launching an attack in accordance with Lu Dust's orders. Lu Chen even opened his hands wide, holding a long spear and riding a steed, personally taking the lead in launching an attack and killing the demon army. Kill! Seeing His Highness the World's Son lead the way, the border guards were instantly energized, all of them letting out roars of anger as their aura skyrocketed. Dusty this is. This sudden scene caused Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun to be moved by it, revealing unbelievable expressions. Lu Chuan had never even been to the barracks once before, not to mention leading troops into battle. However, at this moment, Lu Chen precisely shouted out the name of each riding governor, and the troop formations he ordered to be set up were all the most familiar and powerful troop formations of these riding governors and the border guards under their command. Moreover, the attack routes of these border guards were extremely close to the surrounding terrain, even taking the distribution of the demon army's strength into account. This seemingly simple order would maximize the combat power of the 50,000 border guards. To decisively give an order in such a short period of time not only required strong attainments in the art of war, but also extreme familiarity with this border guard. Even some generals who have fought hundreds of battles may not be able to make it this far. Is this really what a first-time leader can do? Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were surprised and delighted. and their gazes toward Lu Duan were filled with relief. This guy. We have indeed been tricked. The ninth princess and the others, on the other hand, had their faces sunken. In the previous battles, Lu Dust did not show half of his art of war attainments at all, and relied solely on surprise attacks in crushing numbers to easily annihilate the demon army. Everyone let their guard down, thinking that Lu Chuan simply didn't know anything about the art of war and was only relying on the powerful intelligence capabilities provided by the Jinbei royal house. No one expected that. After encountering an army of 110,000 demons surrounding him, Lu Dust had actually displayed an overwhelming sharpness. With such powerful attainments in the art of war and such familiarity with the border guard, Lu Chen is clearly practicing the art of war diligently in secret, and he must have led the border guard into battle many times long ago. But the spies of the supervisory heavenly division as well as the royal family's inner circle didn't even notice a thing. This son is so deeply hidden. The 9 princesses and the others' faces were cloudy, and their gazes toward Lu Dust were a bit more grave and scornful. It's true that a tiger's father has no son. With such a deep heart and city, Lu Chen would definitely be a terrifyingly strong enemy in the future. Even the state master's face, which was always ancient and unperturbed, had a few more ripples as he stared at Lu Dust's back, pondering. Chapter 33, Sudden Killing. Rumble. In a matter of moments, a fierce battle erupted between the border guards led by Lu Chuan and the 110,000 strong army of the demon race. Although the demon army was more than twice the number of the border guards, under Lu Dust's leadership, the border guards were so powerful and battle-minded that they were not even the slightest bit defeated, and the battle was fierce. This scene also caused Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others to breathe a slight sigh of relief as smiles appeared on their faces. This one's solid. Lu Chen only displayed his cultivation at the returning Yuan realm, but he was also fierce, waving the long spear in his hand one after another, opening and closing, killing many demon warriors one after another. Just as the crowd was relaxing, a sudden change occurred. Among those ordinary-looking demon warriors around Lu Dust, 3 of them suddenly erupted with terrifying pressure, and the magic treasures in their hands blossomed with a blinding light, suddenly launching an attack and killing Lu Dust like lightning. These 3 were surprisingly all top-notch experts. It was so sudden that even Lu Beixian at the back was simply too late to support. Lu Beixian roared and immediately killed with his war halberd, clanging. In the nick of time, a grey-robed man wearing a ghost face mask appeared beside Lu Chuan and slashed out a sword to block the 2 top experts. An ordinary border guard who had been silently following behind Lu Chuan suddenly also raised his hand and slashed out with a knife. The snowy light of the knife reflected the 8 directions, and with a single slash, he shook back another top demon race expert. This blade intent. You are Su Yong? The top demon race experts were taken aback and stared at the ordinary-looking border guard warrior dead on. Su Yang did not speak. His body flashed, instantly killing in front of the other party and slashing down. At the same time, among the other demon warriors, someone had a weird smile on their face, holding a scarecrow with all sorts of talismans plastered all over it, and a cold and ghastly ferocious aura filled the air, instantly locking onto Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chuan only felt that his body was freezing cold and his soul trembled, as if he was bound by invisible shackles. Thumbs up. The man mouthed incantations and held 7 bloodstained steel needles, which quickly stabbed into the scarecrow's skull, dantian, and other vital parts. Ghost Needle 7 Killing Technique. This is a forbidden tactic of the Razor tribe. No good. When Lu Beixian and the others saw this, their pupils suddenly shrunk violently, chills ran down their spines, and a sense of trepidation was uncontrollably born. This was a rather vicious and terrifying tactic, and the E-clan had used this technique to curse and kill many top experts, not to mention that Lu Chen was just a junior with a cultivation level of the returning Yuan realm. This was a killing game targeting Lu Duan, and they were simply too late to stop it. Just as Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were in a rage, a black and white light suddenly blossomed in Lu Chen's arms, and a trigram disc emerged, densely inscribed with countless runic symbols, and the Taiji Yin and Yang pattern slowly rotated, releasing a mysterious light that enveloped Lu Chen. While the scarecrow's vitals were pierced around his body, Lu Chuan was unharmed and not affected at all. This is the Taoist Heavenly Sect magic treasure? The surrounding crowd were all stunned, revealing incredulous expressions. The 9th princess and the others looked at the state master in unison. Magic treasures that could withstand the Ghost Needle 7 kill technique were also extremely rare and scarce in the Dao Heavenly Sect. The Zhenbei royal mansion had never had any connection with the Dao Heavenly Sect, so how could Lu Chen have such a treasure? The state master's pupils violently shrunk. Always calm face. For the first time there was a fluctuation. Eyes bright and uncertain. Do not know what to think. Seeing the failure of the Ghost Needle 7 killing technique, the hearts of the E-experts hidden in the demon army thumped, and very decisively turned around and ran. Boom! Right at this moment, Liu Beixian threw the war halberd in his hand violently, and the dark light pierced through the sky, carrying a terrifying force that lightning-like penetrated through the opponent's body and nailed him to the ground. How dare you harm my son? This king wants you dead. Liu Beixian's voice was icy cold to the bone, carrying monstrous killing intent. Boom! He took one step and instantly arrived in front of the top demon race expert who was in a fierce battle with Su Yang, and slammed his fist out. The opponent crossed his sword to block, but he was smashed by Liu Beixian with his sword altogether, exploding on the spot into a mist of blood. Even Su Yang's body was tense. Feeling a great pressure, Liu Beixian's large hand opened, and the black war halberd in the distance instantly rose up and returned to his hand. Liu Beixian descended like a god of war, with a dragon's march and a murderous aura. When the many demon race armies and powerhouses saw this, all of them had their livers cracked and their bones were creeped out. Escape! Run! When Liu Beixian personally struck out, all the demonic armies and powerhouses lost all will to fight. Only fear remained in their eyes as they turned around and ran. Unfortunately, their end is sealed. Liu Beixian swung the war halberd in his hand and slashed violently. The dark light pierced the eyes and the terrifying power instantly split a top demon race expert in half even with his weapon. Liu Beixian was like a god of killing, striding forward, and every time he swung the war halberd in his hand, he was able to cleave through a large swath of demon warriors. Although the demon warriors were fleeing, there was no chance of surviving in front of a strong person like Liu Beixian. Even farther above a large mountain, there were several figures watching that battlefield from afar, their faces somber. Liu Beixian. We'll see. They did not come to the rescue, but instead snorted coldly and turned around to disappear into the great wasteland. In a matter of moments, all of the demon race's army was slaughtered, leaving only the two top experts of the E-race and the demon race, who were severely injured, to be captured alive. Ha ha ha. Liu Beixian, your time to die is almost up. I'll meet you down in hell. These two top experts were also hardened, letting out a hideous laugh and directly running their internal energy, shattering the meridians and orifices around their bodies and committing suicide. The Fae had been fighting Liu Beixian in life and death for many years, and they were all too familiar with this enemy. In the hands of Liu Beixian, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Instead of waiting to be tortured, it is better to kill oneself so as not to reveal the secrets of the Fae. Liu Beixian's face was cloudy as he slowly gripped the war halberd in his hand. At the back, the 9th princess and the 3rd prince also furrowed their brows, quite surprised. They had also never expected that the demon race would actually join hands with the ebony race to design such a killing game against Lu Chen. They even didn't expect that Lu Chuan would actually be able to remain unharmed and even wipe out all of his enemies. Only the 5th prince's face turned blue as he took a few deep breaths, his eyes gloomy. Lu Chen turned back and took a distant glance at the varying looks of the 9 princesses and the others, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. So much for that. The royal family should have pressed on with their murderous intent towards him, right? Chapter 34 Help from the Royal Family. Soon, the border guards returned in triumph after cleaning up the battlefield. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun had mixed feelings in their hearts. The joy was that Lu Chuan had displayed a demonic and terrifying attainment in the art of war, as well as incredibly powerful intelligence means. The worry was that the Fae had set their sights on Lu Chen. This time, the foreign race sent 150,000 troops and 4 top masters to lure the enemy deeper and deeper, only to attack and kill Lu Dust. What about next time? What kind of machinations will the Fae use? No one can say. What's more, the royal family also knows about Lu Chuan's demonic natural talent. I'm only afraid that there will be big trouble. On the contrary, Lu Chuan looked unconcerned, yawned, and resumed his lazy appearance, a far cry from his appearance on the battlefield when he was bravely killing the enemy. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have been able to believe that Lu Chen was so terrifying. Cousin Lu Chen is really a deep hiding place. The 3rd prince suddenly gave Lu Chen a meaningful look. The world is saying that you are a waste of time. But who would have thought that cousin Lu Chen is already in the returning Yuan realm cultivation? Not only is his attainment in military arts so terrifying, but he has even pulled together Su Yang, a top expert, and he even has a supreme treasure of the Tao heavenly sect in his possession. It's all a little something. Nothing much. Lu Dust waved his hand, said proudly, not I blow with you guys. In fact, this son of the world is a military road absolute wizard. At first just casually lining up a few times, can comprehend the avenue of the art of war, the Faustian art of war cultivation into the door. When the crowd heard this, their faces were a bit odd, and Lu Jianyun and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. The 5th prince laughed coldly and said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner, if cousin Lu Chuan is able to cultivate the Faustian art of war into the beginner's level by casually lining up his troops a few times, wouldn't it be the case that by lining up his troops for a few more days, he would be able to directly cultivate the Faustian art of war into a great success? The crowd also secretly shook their heads. all of them assuming that Lu Chen was bragging and deliberately spreading false news to divert the topic and attention. Ding! The host receives the suggestion, 3 days of lining up troops. Reward for completing the suggestion, the great completion of the Faustian art of war. A system beep sounded coldly in Lu Chuan's head. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the fifth prince with more than a hint of surprise. That's a good boy. If you can talk, talk more. The fifth prince had thought that he was shady and Lu Chen would retort with him, but he didn't expect Lu Chen to stare at himself smilingly instead. And the fifth prince was a bit puzzled. The ninth princess looked deeply at Lu Chen, and her lips gently opened. With the talent of cousin Lu Chen, you can lead a large army alone. Why have you stayed in the royal residence all these years? Isn't this burying your talent? I would like to, but the Jinbei royal house has too few soldiers in its hands, and I don't want to steal someone else's military power. Lu Duan shrugged. He wasn't lying about that one. Aside from the floating iron horsemen and a handful of personal soldiers, there were no more soldiers that the Jinbei royal house could control in their hands. Especially some years ago, the court issued an order that the state government and the princes and lords shared the rule, and the military power in the hands of the Jinbei royal family was again divided into the hands of the state government. Nowadays, the Jinbei royal house only has more than 300,000 border guards in its hands that can be utilized. Princess Nine laughed softly, as if it was unintentional, and said, "Why doesn't cousin Lu Chen recruit soldiers and horses? With your attainments in the art of war, you can recruit 100,000 or 800,000 people at will in the northern border. And with a little bit of cultivation, it will surely be an iron-blooded army." The moment these words came out, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others all flashed their eyes. How could the royal family sit back and watch the Jinbei royal family recruit? Was this statement of the ninth princess a test from the royal family? Or was she trying to provoke Lu Chen to go recruiting, thus incurring suppression from the royal family? Only Lu Chen smiled, waiting for these words from the 9 princesses. Ding! The host has received a suggestion, recruit 100,000 people in the northern border and train them for 3 days. Reward for completion, 100,000 Iron Blood Dragon Cavalry. The system beep sounded again. Well, it's rare for these royal princesses to do a good deed. Great drop of goodness. Lu Chuan was delighted in his heart and reached out to hold Princess Nine's soft little hand, shaking it vigorously as he said, "Thank you for your advice." The smile on the ninth princess's face froze, and she didn't move as she drew back her small hand. In the next few hours, the 9 princesses and the others chatted idly with Lu Chen, testing the waters with their words. But Lu Dust was shrewd like an old fox, and when he opened his mouth, he was full of words, so the 9 princesses and the others couldn't get half of the useful information. The people returned to the Jinbei king's residence. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was excitedly gathering some of his own soldiers and was actually really lining up his troops. This aroused the curiosity and spectatorship of the 9 princesses and the others, all wanting to see how Lu Chen usually trained. Soon, the expressions on the 9 princesses and their faces froze. It was only because Lu Chuan was practicing completely blindly, completely different from his stern and decisive appearance in the previous battles. He was just as careless as if he was playing house, and every time, he practiced for a while and then ran away. Black lines surfaced on the foreheads of the 9 princesses and the others, always feeling that Lu Chen was teasing them. Lu Dust ran out of the Jinbei king's mansion in a flash. Soon, Bai Xiao, who was shrouded in black, appeared, kneeling down on one knee, his tone respectful and fervent. "See pavilion master," Lu Chen commanded. "You go to a more remote place in the northern border. Recruit troops in the name of this sun. Secretly gather 100,000 people. No need for martial artists. Men, women, and children will be fine. Just train them casually for 3 days and then let them go home." Ha! Even with Bai Zhao's extremely intelligent mind, he was a bit down at this point, revealing a bewildered look. "Go on." Lu Dust waved his hand without explanation. "Yes, sir." Bai Xiao nodded and left quietly without asking. The pavilion master must have his reasons for doing so. Lu Chen stroked his chin and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Normal recruitment wasn't easy, especially on the frontier, where one had to be a martial artist with cultivation in place, or else it wouldn't be enough to fight against the foreigners. It was hard to gather 100,000 martial artists, and the commotion would be huge. But just gathering 100,000 ordinary people is a breeze. It didn't even need the Jinbei royal house to make a move. It could be completely handed over to the heavenly pavilion. In the next 3 days, Lu Chen ate and drank every day, taking some time to rehearse the formation, and the rest of the time all ran to Yihong house. Completely unlike what the crowd imagined as secretly training hard. Could it be that he's actually secretly practicing in the Excelsior? As if an electric light flashed in her mind, The ninth princess brought some guards and quietly tailed Lu Chen to Yihong building. Then she watched Lu Duan hooking up and listening to music all night. The ninth princess fell silent and silently turned away. 3 days later, a system beep sounded punctually in Lu Chuan's head. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, the great accomplishment of the Faustian art of war. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, 100. 000 Iron Blood Dragon Cavalry. Chapter 35 Iron-Blooded Dragon Cavalry. As the system beep sounded, Lu Chen's sea of consciousness shook, and countless runes emerged, continuously intertwining to form the complete Faustian art of war. All sorts of mysteries of the Tao of war emerged in his mind, as if enlightened, causing Lu Chuan's heart to continuously produce enlightenment. The originally complicated and obscure supreme art of war was so clear and lucid in Lu Chuan's eyes, as if he had already practiced the Faustus art of war for tens of hundreds of years, and was familiar with every mystery of the Faustus art of war. At this point, the Faustian art of war is complete. Without any hesitation, the current Lu Chuan was already the #1 person in the Tao of soldiers under Liu Beixian. If he were to lead the floating Iron Horsemen, the power that could be utilized would not be much worse than if Liu Beixian were to lead them himself. In the meantime, in the middle of the endless great wilderness, an iron cavalry of 100,000 people appeared without a sound. They were clad in golden armor, and the horses under their seats were exceptionally tall and sturdy, with the joints of their bodies all covered with dark golden scales. Their heads had double horns, and their chi and blood were majestic, just like the beasts of the wilderness. These warhorses, all of them were dragon-blooded warhorses that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. 100,000 dragon cavalry stood in the middle of the great wilderness, neatly organized, with a vast and majestic momentum, just like 1,000,000 soldiers. Each one of these dragon cavalrymen was a martial arts expert, easily able to fight 1 against 100. It was only stronger than the Faustian iron cavalry, especially those generals at the head. The aura on their bodies was extraordinarily terrifying. Surprisingly, all of them were top-notch experts. In the Yihong mansion, Lu Chen had a dragon-shaped token in his arms out of thin air. Lu Chen took out the token, and with the flow of spiritual energy, he could communicate directly with the dragon cavalry generals through the token, giving orders across the air. Really good. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. His mood was soothing. Your Highness, the world's son. Well, the young girl in Lu Chuan's arms rubbed her eyes and raised her head in a daze, not understanding why Lu Chuan suddenly got up. But in the next moment, Hong Meng was again wrapped in Lu Chen's arms. 5 more days passed in a flash. Lu Chuan was still asleep, but he was picked up by Lu Jianyun, thrown onto the carriage, and headed straight for the Blood Mist Plains. Lu Chuan yawned and looked around, seeing the meaningful looks of the 9 princesses and the others. Although Lu Chen had been hanging out in the Yihong building these days, night after night, no one thought that Lu Chen was really a dude. They agreed that Lu Chen was just hiding his clumsiness, deliberately displaying this unpleasant appearance just to paralyze the royal family. In fact, it wasn't just the 9th princess and the others who thought this way. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun also thought this way, which was why they had been indulging Lu Chen and left him alone. The Blood Mist Plain was still obscured by the blood-colored mist, and the surrounding scenery was blurred. At the center of the Blood Mist Plain was a huge rift valley. This rift valley almost crossed half of the Blood Mist Plain, extremely deep. A glance simply could not see to the end. Only a thick red-black mist filled the air, accompanied by wisps of mysterious white light flickering, causing the void to be slightly distorted. Around the Rift Valley, a number of border guards were already standing at this time, surrounding the Great Rift Valley. Liu Beixian wore a purple and gold python robe. His body was extremely sturdy and majestic, and his brows showed his majesty, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. He stood quietly above the Great Rift Valley, while beside him were hundreds of Jinbei Royal House expert powerhouses, all of them with extraordinary auras and strong strength. The relics are about to open, so everyone get ready. Liu Beixian's calm and majestic voice rang out. Lu Chuan. The 9 princesses and the others also came to the edge of the Great Rift Valley, looking down at the Great Rift Valley below that was like a dark abyss. All of them looked grave with a hint of exhilaration. Half a year ago, a strange movement came from the Blood Mist Plains, and the earth crumbled, gradually forming the Great Rift Valley in front of us. The Jinbei Royal House sent people to blockade the Blood Mist Plains at the first time, and blocked the news, sending strong men into the Great Rift Valley to explore the situation. Soon the Jinbei Royal House powerhouses realized that there was an ancient and lofty mysterious relic at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. It was just that this relic was shrouded by an extremely powerful and terrifying formation, and even Liu Beixian himself was unable to shake it in the slightest. Liu Beixian sent the news back to the royal capital. The royal family sent many formation masters to explore the formation, and although they were also unable to open the formation, after a long period of study, they discovered the operation of the formation. According to the speculations of many formation masters, it was expected that half a year later, the entrance to this grand formation would open on its own. At that time, this mysterious relic will see the light of day. This was an extremely confidential matter, known only to the Jinbei royal house and a few high-ranking members of the royal family. However, for some reason, just at the critical juncture when the relics were about to appear, outside the blood mist plains, the great wasteland was the scene of numerous alien armies and powerful people. The demonic army that Lu Chuan had previously killed was only a part of it. Lu Chen glanced at the hundreds of expert powerhouses around Lu Beixian, and he knew that Yi Qingling and the netherworld sex experts were hidden among them. And Lu Chuan did not move and glanced at the dozens of guards around the 9 princesses. The corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Although Chu Fan and Yun Shanhua had done a good job with their disguises and disguises, how could they possibly conceal themselves from Lu Chen's eyes? The show is about to begin. Chapter 36, the show begins. Beyond the blood mist plains, in the middle of the vast wilderness, army after army of foreign races appeared. In addition to the east near Jinbei City, the remaining 3 directions of the blood mist plains were all densely populated with alien armies at this moment. The 3 major foreign races, the demon race, the E race, and the barbarian race were the main races, followed by the remaining dozen or so minor races, all of which were silently encircling towards the blood mist plain. However, without waiting for them to get close to the blood mist plain, the sound of rapid hoofbeats rang out. It was a cavalry clad in black armor and holding lances in their hands. A ferocious and compelling aura permeated the area, and a stern and icy aura pounced on their faces, blocking the paths of the many foreign races. Faustus Iron Horsemen. The strongest members of the foreign race all had cold eyes and recognized these old rivals who had fought for many years at a glance. The 3 Faustus Iron Cavalry, even though there were only tens of thousands of them respectively, caused the strong and large armies of the 3 great alien races to look grave, not taking them lightly in the slightest. A single Faustian Iron Horseman warrior might not be much stronger. Once they form an array, they will be invincible and invincible. These Faustus Iron Cavalry in front of me, although only tens of thousands of people, could block 1,000,000 soldiers. Kill! The foreigner powerhouse shouted in a deep voice and led the foreigner army to charge. As soon as the 2 sides met, there were no words or bargaining at all, and a big battle directly erupted. Rumble! Right at this moment, there was suddenly a rush of hoofbeats in the distance, as if thousands of horses were galloping, and the earth rumbled with them. It was a cavalry clad in golden armor, with an extremely powerful and terrifying aura of 30,000, quickly galloping in and stopping in front of the demon army. These warriors all wore golden battle armor, and the horses under their seats were stout and tall, covered with golden scales, and their ferocious aura filled the air, making them particularly horrifying. By order of the 9th princess, intercept the demon race. This road is not open. The general at the head of the group shouted in a deep voice, sounding like thunder rolling and spreading in all directions. The moment these words came out, the demon race powerhouse's pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Princess 9? What is the meaning of the Great Zhou imperial family secretly inviting us to make a move? But at this time, they are instead sending troops to stop us? Damned humans! They must be trying to monopolize the relic chance. The crowd of demon race powerhouses were enraged, killing intent filling their eyes. Silence! Right at this moment, the leader of the demon race said in a deep voice, the one who cooperates with our demon race is the 5th prince, not the entire royal family. The 9th princess sent troops to block the way. I think it has nothing to do with the 5th prince. Rumble! Before the words of the demon tribe leader were finished, a rush of hoofbeats sounded in the distance once again. The earth trembled and dust flew. A silver-armored cavalry galloped from another direction, stopping in front of the barbarian tribe's army. By order of the 5th prince, intercept the barbarians. You will never set foot on my great Zhou land. Kill! The general at the head of the silver-armored cavalry shouted in a deep voice, and the tens of thousands of cavalrymen were like a sharp knife, killing directly into the barbarian army, erupting with amazing combat power and fighting fiercely with the many barbarian armies. Rumble! In the other direction, several more cavalry killed out, the ground rumbling. Their aura was monstrous and ferocious, stopping in front of the other alien armies. Scum of the E-clan, Lord Master of the State has already counted on you being here. The relics have been returned to my great Zhou dynasty, so get the hell out of here and go back. By order of the 3rd prince, if a foreigner dares to come and offend, kill without pardon. As a stern voice rang out, many cavalrymen struck out, attacking ferociously, and actually beating the alien army into retreat. The royal family of Great Zhou, you are out of line and deceitful. When the demon race and the barbarian race and other strong members of the foreign races saw this, their faces turned blue and their hands slowly clenched. Harder, harder fists. At the beginning of the promised joint division of the relic opportunity, and now the relic's open. The great Zhou royal family even went back on their word, sent a large army to block, wanting to monopolize the relics. What they hadn't expected was that the third prince and the others actually had such terrifying cavalry under their hands, and their combat strength alone wasn't even much worse than the floating iron cavalry. In the meantime, just as the relics were about to open, thousands of strong foreigners appeared in the blood mist plains, exuding a powerful pressure and heading straight for the relics. How come there are so many strong foreigners? The group of powerhouses from the Zhenbei royal house were quite surprised, their brows furrowed. The third and fifth emperors, the ninth princess, and the four state masters, on the other hand, had the corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing meaningful smiles. How dare you foreigners? How dare you intrude into my great Zhou dynasty's territory? Liu Beixuan's eyes were cold, his large hand opened, a black war halberd emerged, pointing remotely at the foreigner powerhouse, and a powerful and terrifying aura erupted with it. Jia jia jia. Such magnificent ancient relics. This is a masterless thing. Should have a share of my foreign race. The alien powerhouse in the lead let out a Jia laugh, not fearing Liu Beixuan's might in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, he said, I'll stop the Zhenbei king. You guys take the opportunity to enter the ruins. Do it. With his order, thousands of strong men quickly rushed towards the ruins in the Great Rift Valley. Don't be outrageous. The crowd of experts from the Zhenbei royal house all let out stern shouts and shot out to start intercepting the foreign powerhouses. But the number of foreigners is too many. The leader of the several people are all top masters. There are hundreds of Zhunshe realm powerhouses. Zhenbei royal house side of the number of powerhouses is simply not enough. Facing this level of powerhouse, the surrounding border guards were insufficient in number and were hardly effective in blocking them. Seeing this, the state master and the third prince and the others, instead of stopping the foreigners, took advantage of the fact that the people of the Zhenbei royal house were being held back by the foreigners' powerhouses and quickly rushed towards the Great Rift Valley. Right at this moment, a foreigner powerhouse let out a cold snort, murderous flashes in his eyes as he erupted a powerful force and killed the state master and the others, stopping them as well. The state master and the third prince and the others froze for a moment, their brows wrinkling as they quickly dodged the other party's attacks. No, why are you hitting us? I see. After all, the people from the Zhenbei royal house are here. The foreigners are trying to make a show of pretending to fight so that the people from the Zhenbei royal house won't see the clues. Thoughts flashed in the minds of the state master and the others. Intelligent as they were, they reacted quickly and understood. At that thought, the state master and the others also immediately swung their weapons, pretending to return the favor and not using much power. However, when the attacks of the foreign powerhouses landed on them, the state master and the others all changed their colors drastically. Boom! Accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion echoing out, the state master and the others all stifled a grunt and staggered back a few steps, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Suffering from minor trauma, the alien powerhouse didn't hold back at all. Caught off guard, the state master and the others suffered a considerable loss. Grass, are you guys for real? The state master and the others burst into a rage and were infuriated. The fifth prince's face was gloomy as he transmitted a deep voice to one of the top experts of the foreign race. What do you mean by saying that we will work together and divide the relic's chances? Chapter 37. What do you mean? Ha. This relic chance. The Fae, want them all. You stupid humans. Just stay here obediently for the seat. Ha. The top expert of the foreign race laughed 3 times and raised his hand to chop out a 1,000-foot blade on that was absolutely sharp, slashing at the state master and the fifth prince and the others. There were even hundreds of experts of the foreign races killing them in unison, completely blocking their path and preventing them from entering the ruins. You are looking for death. When the state master and the fifth prince and the others heard this, a nameless anger surged in their hearts. It was agreed that they would join forces to stop the people of the Zhenbei royal family from going out, and we would all divide the relic's chances together. They simply didn't expect that the foreign races would actually see profit and abandon justice, wanting to monopolize the relic opportunity. Sure enough, those who are not of my kind will have different hearts. You foreign race bastards, you bully people too much. Since you are unkind and ungrateful, then we will not be blamed for being ungracious. The state master and the fifth prince and the others had also been beaten out of their anger. Their faces were gloomy, and they were no longer holding back at this moment. They were all surging with mana, erupting with powerful and terrifying attacks, killing the sky. Boom! As a deafening blast echoed out, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides, as spiritual energy surged and the light of weapons and magic treasures collided one after another. At this moment, Lu Chen was also surrounded by dozens of alien powerhouses. Although there were guards from the Zhenbei royal house who sacrificed their lives to protect them, the battle situation was still not optimistic. However, Lu Chen's face was not half flustered. but the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he stared at the State Master and the others, revealing a meaningful smile. Ha ha ha, this place relic chance, belong to my foreign race, you just watch outside. Right at this moment, a foreigner powerhouse let out a smug laugh and rushed into the Great Rift Valley with dozens of foreigner experts. No good. When the State Master and the others saw this, their faces became more and more gloomy. The relics were shrouded by a powerful formation, and although the entrance was now open, the formation changed from moment to moment, and the entrance was open for a very limited period of time. If they were to be held back by these alien scum, once the entrance to the relics was closed, the chances of creation inside the relics would really have to all fall into the hands of the alien race. With this thought, the State Master made a certain decision in his mind. He bellowed in a deep voice. His hand pinched a seal, and a golden Dharma seal emerged. The State Master's entire body poured in spiritual energy without reservation, and the light of the legal seal blossomed. A vast and majestic magic power blossomed, transforming into a golden divine dragon silhouette that was thousands of feet long. Anon, the divine dragon roared up to the sky, carrying endless ferocious might as it swung its tail, erupting a brilliant golden light that swept across the surrounding experts of the foreign races. Bang! 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 Along with a blast echoing out, the many foreign experts around the State Master were all sent flying out, spewing blood, and falling directly into the dark and deep Great Rift Valley below. Your Highness? Right at this moment, a Jinbei royal houseguard's body trembled as he let out a loud cry of grief and indignation. Seiji? The State Master froze for a moment and turned around to see that Lu Chuan had somehow arrived not far from him while he was fighting with the alien experts. The State Master had just erupted in a terrifying strike that not only sent the many foreigners flying out, but also Lu Dust, who was sent flying along with him, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he fell down into the Great Rift Valley with the many foreign experts. What's wrong with this guy? The State Master frowned, and without waiting for him to react, an angry roar suddenly rang out, like a thunderous explosion. Dusty! No! Gu Chengyun! How dare you hurt my son? Seeking death! Lu Beishuan's face was filled with anger. His footsteps violently stepped, and a terrifying wave of air centered on him, spreading in all directions, shaking back the surrounding alien powerhouses on the spot. Instead, his eyes glowed red and he held a black war halberd, slashing towards the State Master and erupting a beam of ghastly ebony light. The State Master was aghast in his heart, and immediately pinched his hand with a seal, the golden Dharma seal crossing in front of his body. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening blast echoing, the black war halberd chopped on the golden magic seal. The terrifying power split the golden divine dragon shadow apart on the spot. Even the golden magic seal dimmed in light. A tiny crack appeared, and was chopped backward and flew back, smashing into the State Master. The State Master immediately let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and the ribs of his chest were hard smashed several times. This sudden turn of events also caused the surrounding crowd to freeze for a moment. The Jinbei king rests his anger. This is a misunderstanding. The State Master opened his mouth to explain. I only wanted to repel the foreigners just now, and I didn't realize that His Highness the World's Son would actually be in this vicinity, which is why I accidentally injured him by mistake. Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding! Lu Beixian coldly glanced at the State Master, and that cold and horrible gaze carried a strong killing aura that caused the State Master to chill in his heart and tense up his body. If anything happens to my son, this king will kill you. Lu Beixian stamped his feet and immediately rushed towards the Great Rift Valley. Lu Jianyun also stared coldly at the State Master and said, Lord State Master dared to injure my brother, causing him to fall into the Great Rift Valley and into such a perilous situation. We will definitely report this matter to His Majesty. This isn't something that can be cleared up with a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the State Master's face became more and more ugly, really angry, but he could not refute. He didn't even want to hurt Lu Chuan. It was just that he never expected this guy to come over at some point. Blame it on these damned foreigners. The State Master waved his big hand, and the violent mana once again shook back the surrounding alien experts. He also immediately rushed towards the Great Rift. After all, the time for the relics to open was limited, and he didn't want to waste time on these foreigners. At the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, there was a lofty and majestic ancient city. The whole body was shrouded in a thick black fog, hidden from view, unable to see the internal scene. There were countless array patterns glowing on the ground, densely packed runes branded in the void, intertwining with each other to form a huge and boundless array, completely enveloping the entire ancient city. Dusty! No! An angry and trembling voice suddenly came from the front. Only Lu Beixian stood in front of the ancient city, angrily swinging the war halberd in his hand, swinging it forward and chopping it, erupting with powerful attacks. However, the runes in front of them were intertwined and the formation was impenetrable, and Lu Beishuan's attack failed to make any waves. The entrance to the array is closed. How can that be? The State Master froze for a moment, only to feel his head buzzing, revealing an incredulous expression. How long has it been? And the entrance to the relics actually closed so quickly? My son fell into the ruins with many experts of the foreign races and his life and death are uncertain. Gu Qing-yun, this is all you're doing. Liu Beishuan's eyes glowed red as he raised his hand and slashed down with another halberd. The horrifying power caused the State Master to tense up, not daring to fight it, and could only quickly dodge. The King of Jinbei, please calm down. The State Master opened his mouth and had a bitter feeling. It was so unexpected how it all unfolded. Originally, there was a distance between Lu Chuan's position and his, and he didn't expect Lu Chuan to move his position and come to his side as he fought with the alien expert. He even didn't expect that the entrance to the relics had actually closed directly after Lu Chen and the foreign experts fell into the relics, causing them to miss the opportunity to enter the relics. Chapter 38. It's all because of these damned foreigners. How dare they spoil my good deed? The more the State Master thought about it, the more angry he became. His heart was both aggrieved and angry, and his face was blue. Since the relics couldn't be entered, he didn't waste any time here, much less face the angry Jinbei King. He immediately exited the Great Rift Valley, wanting to take it out on those Fey powerhouses. Ha 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 ha, my drop is done. Withdraw. After seeing quite a few Fey experts enter the ruins, those remaining Fey powerhouses let out a smug laugh and quickly backed away, withdrawing from the blood mist plain and disappearing into the vastness of the Great Wasteland. Trying to run away after the fight? The State Master's face was grim as he immediately took out a summoning magic treasure and sent a message through the air. A few moments later, in Jinbei City, the 50,000 cavalrymen brought by the State Master received the summons and immediately set out, treading on the mountains and rivers, heading straight for the blood mist plains. The State Master personally led his soldiers and horses, killing into the great wilderness and pursuing the foreigners. The three of them, the third prince and the fifth prince and the ninth princess, then quickly rushed towards the Great Rift Valley. When they saw the entrance to the relics closing, as well as the angry and helpless Liu Beixian and the others, they instantly turned blue and their hearts sank. If it wasn't for these foreign scum blocking the way, how would we have missed the opportunity to enter the ruins? Well, you Fey are going to play it that way, aren't you? Then no one is going to have a good time. The more the third prince and the fifth prince, the ninth princess and the others thought about it, the more angry they became. When had they ever suffered this kind of aggravation since they were young? In their anger, they sent out summonses to the soldiers and horses left in Jinbei City, and they all killed their way into the Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland was calm at this time, under the combined attack of the 100,000 Faustus Iron Cavalry and the camouflaged Dragon Cavalry. The alien army was no match at all, and was quickly defeated, discarding their armor and suffering heavy losses as they retreated back into the depths of the Great Wasteland. The alien race had not sent out a particularly large army. The main thing was also that he had simply not expected that there would be so many armies that were not weaker than the Faustian Iron Cavalry to appear, which was why he was defeated so quickly. After doing this job, the floating Iron Cavalry and the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry quickly retreated and quietly disappeared as if they had never appeared. When the State Master and the third prince and the others arrived, the battlefield had all been cleared. Where would the State Master and the others, who were in the throes of anger, stop? They all led their troops into the Great Wasteland, vowing to make those treacherous foreign scum pay the price. Deep in the great wilderness, in the middle of a rolling mountain forest, tens of thousands of demon clan troops were resting. Most of the warriors were carrying injuries on their bodies, having suffered a considerable loss in that earlier battle. Suddenly, the leader of the demon race frowned as he took out a summoning magic treasure and actually received a summon from the fifth prince. The fifth prince's transmission was very brief, with an icy tone, inquiring about the location of the demon race. Well, out and out human. Still want to fight, right? The leader of the demon race was infuriated and laughed. He immediately ordered the demon race army to lay traps and ambushes in this place, forming battle columns and hiding, and he also wrote back to the fifth prince, informing him of the location of the demon race. Half an hour later, the fifth prince had indeed arrived here with tens of thousands of troops. As they entered the mountain forest, suddenly the ground crumbled, poisonous gas erupted, and even more densely packed sharp arrows shot from all directions. Kill! The many foreign warriors roared in unison and formed a battle line, surrounding all of the fifth prince and the others and attacking without mercy. Caught off guard, the fifth prince's side suffered a considerable loss, and in an instant, thousands of people fell, falling into an absolute disadvantage. Stop it, you guys, stop fighting. The fifth prince was shocked and angry as he shouted, Ba Shan, you and I have been cooperating for many years, and we agreed to share the relics chances together. Why did you go back on your word? Stop me outside the relics, and design a siege on me? As soon as these words came out, the leader of the demon race, Ba Shan, immediately let out a cold laugh and said, "What a good move to question the evil one first. Just now you sent your iron riders to block us, and now you dare to question me? You really think that I am a little cutie, right? Iron Horseman? What Iron Horseman?" The fifth prince's heart sank violently as a sense of foreboding surged. He was an extremely intelligent person and immediately sensed that something was wrong. "I have not sent iron riders to stop you at all, and I have no reason to do so," the fifth prince said in a deep voice. "Instead, it was you foreign races who sent numerous strong men to infiltrate the Blood Mist Plains and stop us outside the ruins." Bashan sniffed, still sneering, and said, "Pretend. Keep pretending. Everything I said is true." Seeing the angry looks of Bashan and the other demon race powerhouses, the fifth prince became more and more certain of his suspicion that there must be a misunderstanding. The fifth prince said, "Bashan, calm down. Perhaps we have both been tricked. In the future, I will have to rely on your demon race to help me seize the throne, so how can I possibly turn my back on you now? And I'm also stopped outside the ruins right now, so I can't even enter. There must be a misunderstanding." When Bashan and the rest of the demon race powerhouses heard this, they looked at each other and exchanged glances and opinions. "Stop!" With a wave of Bashan's big hand, the tens of thousands of demonic armies quickly stopped, and the two sides spread out and began to face each other. In just a few moments of engagement, the fifth prince's side had fallen more than 5,000 people, which caused the fifth prince's eyes to jump wildly and was quite heartbreaking. At the same time, he had an extra trace of hatred for Bashan and the demon race. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, it was an ironclad fact that the demon race had killed more than 5,000 of his people. This is the fifth prince's privately recruited personal soldiers. He had gone through a lot of effort and resources to cultivate these personal soldiers. However, right now, the fifth prince still needed the help of the demon race, so he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, not showing his hatred. Previously, our demon race and the barbarian race, E-race and other races led large armies, but they were stopped by the Faust Iron Cavalry outside of the Blood Mist Plains, and several more iron cavalries appeared. Bashan's tone was icy cold as he recounted what had happened earlier. And then, he said coldly, "Your Highness, the fifth prince, you should explain where those powerful cavalrymen who killed on the orders of your royal family came from? Could they still be from the Zhenbei royal house?" The foreign races had been at war with the Zhenbei royal house for decades, and they were most aware of the strength of the Zhenbei royal house. Although the Faustus Iron Horsemen were strong, they were not many in number, totaling only about 100,000 or so. Coupled with the fact that the royal family has been suppressing the Zhenbei royal house over the years, the floating Iron Horsemen have not been able to expand their recruitment at all, and the strength of those iron cavalry had far exceeded that of the border guards, and was only stronger than the Faustus Iron Cavalry. Several cavalry not weaker than the Faustian Iron Horsemen? When the fifth prince heard this, his heart also sank violently, and his mind flashed with thoughts in shock and doubt. Zhenbei King has been peaceful all these years, and has not expanded the Fudu Iron Cavalry at all. And those cavalrymen could never be from the Zhenbei King's house. Chapter 39. Could it be the third imperial brother and the ninth imperial sister in them? At that thought, the more the fifth prince thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The old emperor had reigned for too long and too long. Even the crown prince had been boiled to death, and numerous imperial sons and daughters were eyeing the throne. He was far from the only one interested in vying for the throne. With the tactics of the third prince and the ninth princess and the others, it was highly likely that they had secretly cultivated a few iron cavalry to strike at such a critical moment, which was to provoke the fifth prince and the demon race, wanting to destroy the alliance between them. The fifth prince immediately voiced his thoughts, but Bashan just laughed coldly and said, "You say yes? Where's the evidence? Do you really think that my demon race is easy to cheat?" The fifth prince opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. After all, this was only his guess, and naturally, he didn't hold any evidence. "It's fine if you want to continue cooperating with my demon clan, but our demon clan has suffered heavy losses due to you, and you must compensate for this matter." Bashan suddenly spoke up, stretching out his fingers and gesturing. The fifth prince was relieved when he heard this. As long as one could still cooperate with the demon race, losing some money was nothing. The fifth prince nodded. "All right, although this matter is not my fault. In order to show sincerity, this prince is willing to compensate your demon race with 8 million spirit stones. Are you blind?" Bashan wrinkled his eyebrows and said coldly, 8 million? You're sending out callers? I mean 800 million. Not even one less spirit stone. UING. The fifth prince was furious, so angry that he almost cursed. 800 million spirit stones. Why don't you go grab it? If this imperial prince had so many spirit stones, why would I need your demon race to help me? What's more, This imperial prince has said that this is a misunderstanding. This emperor hasn't sent any cavalry to stop you at all. And this emperor hasn't done anything wrong. So why should I give you so many spirit stones? Furthermore, you foreign races also dispatched hundreds and thousands of strong men to sneak into the Blood Mist Plains and stop this emperor's son outside of the ruins. Do you also have to compensate this emperor's son for this matter? When Ba Shan heard this, his frown deepened as he said, all of us from the demon clan were stopped outside of the Blood Mist Plains. We didn't enter the Blood Mist Plains at all. So don't you dare to spit blood. The fifth prince gritted his teeth and said, still not admitting it, I saw it with my own eyes. Ba Shan said unhappily, maybe it's the strongest of the barbarians and other clans. In any case, my demon clan didn't manage to enter the Blood Mist Plains. Believe it or not, the Blood Mist Plain was very vast, and the demon race and other races' armies were far apart. And the previous battle was so intense and chaotic that he didn't pay attention to the other races. For the hundreds and thousands of foreign powerhouses in the mouth of the fifth prince, Ba Shan only thought that they were powerhouses of other races who had killed their way in. Ba Shan and the fifth prince began to argue vehemently, and after a battle of words, each eventually took a step back. The fifth prince compensated the demon race with 40 million spirit stones in exchange for continued cooperation with the demon race. After reaching an agreement, the fifth prince's teeth were clenched, his face was blue, and he left this place without looking back. At the same time, the third prince and the ninth princess and the others also privately and secretly contacted the foreign races. They all suffered much the same, and all suffered a great deal. Soon after the fifth and third emperors and the others evacuated the great wasteland and returned to the Blood Mist Plains, they glanced at each other, all of their eyes incomparably cold, flickering with a hint of killing intent and hatred. The matter of colluding with the foreign races was a secret buried deep in their hearts, so naturally it was impossible for them to speak out. Not to mention the fact that they were already hostile to each other and only appeared to be at peace with each other. This misunderstanding would undoubtedly greatly deepen the gap between them. Time to go back to the beginning. Lu Chen and dozens of foreign powerhouses were shaken out by the State Master and fell down into the Great Rift Valley in unison. Your Highness, are you alright? The dozens of strong foreigners rushed to Lu Chen's side, protecting him. You guys helped me block the State Master's attack, so what can this Sejin do? Let's go and stick to the plan. Lu Chen casually wiped away the bright red tomato juice at the corner of his mouth and walked towards the entrance of the relic in large strides. During this process, a group of foreigners immediately removed their disguises and restored their original appearance, which was Guruwashi and Su Yang. On top of that, there were also strong members of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion such as 100 Dawn, as well as experts that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had secretly recruited. Of course, not all of those thousands of foreign powerhouses earlier were fake. In order to conceal the matter from the world, Lu Dust had invited some really strong foreigners to help out through the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. The powers within the Fae are mixed and not ironclad. As long as the price is right, it's not that hard to get them to come out once. Under Lu Chuan's intentional control, those foreign powerhouses had already retreated, and those who had truly entered the ruins were all Lu Chuan's people. After entering the relics, Guruwashi waved her veiled hand, and one array disc in various array materials flew out and fell into the ground, emitting a brilliant light. She pinched her hand with a sealing technique, her body surging with mana, and quickly set up a new formation at the entrance to the ruins, completely blocking the entrance. Greetings, Your Highness. At the same time, another group of strong foreigners also took off their disguises and saluted towards Lu Dust with a respectful tone. Your Highness, the world's son is really wise and resourceful. Just a slight trick to stop everyone in the royal family outside, enjoying the relic opportunity alone, and also able to frame the State Master in the process, causing the royal family to fight with the foreigners. I admire. Zhao Fei Yang couldn't help but open his mouth to marvel. Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others also wore a look of amazement as they looked at Lu Duan with more than a hint of awe. Not only was it because Lu Chuan was resourceful, but they also realized that there were actually other top experts under Lu Chuan's hand, and there were many strong people, far beyond their expectations. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly underhanded means this wasteful son of the world had hidden in his private life. Little things. In response, Lu Chen only smiled faintly with a bland expression. Under his leadership, the crowd began to enter the ruins. The ruins were very vast, with ancient and magnificent buildings standing in the mist, and the sky and earth were dim, adding a bit of depression and heaviness. After entering the ruins, the crowd realized that the ground was filled with shocking cracks, and many buildings had collapsed, leaving only broken walls and pieces of rubble. It is not hard to imagine that this place must have experienced a terrible war before the ancient times. Lu Chen traveled lightly and familiarly in general, directly ignoring the densely packed buildings around him, leading Guruwashi and his group, heading straight to the southeast of the ruins, and soon arrived in front of a lofty ancient hall. Chapter 40, A Shocking Treasure. This ancient hall had 3 floors, and the ground around it had formation patterns flickering, runes branded into the void, forming a powerful formation restriction that guarded it. Above the gate of the ancient hall, the three big words Treasure Pavilion flew. Miss Gu, I'll leave the formation restrictions here to you. Lu Chen looked at Guruwashi. Guruwashi nodded. Her hands formed a seal, and an 8 trigrams formation disc flew out, with dense symbols glowing on it. Floating out from the disc, and a steady stream of them didn't enter the formation in front of her. Guruwashi, as the daughter of the former head of the Tao Heavenly Sect, was not only a god of Taoism, but also a top formation master, and her formation attainments were the best in the Great Zhou dynasty. In terms of talent and ability, she was better than the state master. Under Guruwashi's all-out efforts to crack it, in just a quarter of an hour, the formation guarding the treasure pavilion was cracked by her. Hiss! After Lu Chen opened the door of the treasure pavilion, Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others were secretly sucking in a breath of cool air, their eyes brightening a few points. What met his eyes was a large and densely packed weapon rack. In addition to swords, spears, swords and halberds and other weapons, there were even many magic treasures and spiritual weapons with a remarkable breadth. Tens of thousands of them. Under the divine senses of Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others, it could be clearly perceived that these weapons and magic treasures were all of an extremely impressive grade, with the lowest being 4th order magic treasures, and the 5th order and 6th order magic treasures being in the minority. Lu Chuan casually picked up a sword and flicked it, instantly emitting a clear buzzing sound and flashes of cold light. Even after a long period of time, this batch of weapons and magic treasures were still sharp and did not suffer much wear and tear. Nice. Lu Dust nodded with satisfaction and looked at the 100 or so people around him, saying, "You guys pick and choose as you please. Take whichever weapon and magic treasure you fancy and take it straight away. There's no need to be courteous with this Shitsi. Take as much as you want, and you guys split the rest of the 100 Dons, Uncle Tai, and Dragon Warrior. Bring them back to be distributed to the men under your command." The Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had secretly recruited many forces and powerhouses, and these magic treasures were able to drastically enhance their strength. The Dragon Warrior was the head of the generals of the Dragon Cavalry, and these weapons and magic treasures were also helpful to the Dragon Cavalry. The Jinbei Royal House had many experts, and the same was not a small help. Yes, Bai Xiao and the others all had their eyes light up, their heartbeats accelerated by a few points, quite energized, and immediately began to pick out weapons and magic treasures. Even Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on their faces, even though they were top-notch experts with 7th-ranked magic treasures in their hands. However, magic treasures of this level were too rare, and even they only had 1 or 2 of those. 6th-ranked magic treasures were also very helpful to them. For Zunsha realm experts such as Bai Xiao, the 6th-ranked magic treasures were even more precious, and with 1 more 6th-ranked magic treasure, their combat power could skyrocket by a large margin. A random 6th-order magic treasure was worth millions of spirit stones in the outside world. However, in the treasure pavilion, there were thousands of 6th-ranked magic treasures. The total number of 4th order and 5th order magic treasures was even closer to 100,000. Such a huge amount of resources, even if the Jinbei Royal House put all its efforts into it, it simply couldn't be taken out. Enough to arm all the martial artists of the Jinbei Royal House's own forces and dramatically increase their strength. After Bai Xiao and the others had collected all the weapons and magic treasures, Lu Chen led them into the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. Compared to the vastness of the 1st level, the 2nd level was much smaller. There weren't many weapon racks in this place either, and there were only 300 or so weapons and magic treasures. However, when Guruwashi and the others saw this, their eyes rolled round, their brains buzzed, and waves of shock were set off within them. This was because these 300 or so weapons and magic treasures were actually all 7th order treasures. The grade of a weapon's magic treasure corresponded to the martial artist's realm, the 6th order corresponded to the Zun realm, and the 7th order corresponded to the Jun realm, which was the cultivation level of Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others. There were no more than 10 strong Jun realm masters in the Great Zhou dynasty in plain sight. There were only dozens of 7th-ranked magic treasures known to the world. However, what was now in front of them was actually more than 300 7th-ranked magic treasures. Even Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others, who had seen a lot of things, were startled at the moment, their eyes rounded and their hearts beating fast. The old rules: take whatever you like, take whichever piece you see, don't be polite with this worldly son. Lu Dust waved his hand and said with bravado, "Yes, sir. Thank you, your highness." Bai Xiao and Guruwashi and the others were all ecstatic with excited hearts and trembling hands as they began to select their magic treasures. Aside from Guruwashi and Su Yang and a few other top experts, the rest of Bai Xiao and the others were all at the Zunsha realm cultivation. If they were to obtain a 7th order magic treasure, they would definitely be able to skyrocket in strength, not to say that they would be almost invincible across the same rank. However, Bai Xiao and the others didn't dare to take more. Each of them took a 7th order magic treasure and closed their hands, with a beautiful smile on their faces. With their Zun-Shi realm cultivation, one 7th order magic treasure was enough, and they couldn't catalyze any more, which would be a burden instead. However, Lu Chen frowned and looked at Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others. As top experts, how come you all only take one piece as well? For people to see it, they'd think that this worldly prince can't afford to give it. 10 7th ranked magic treasures for each person. All of them get me more. Such bold words from Lu Chen caused Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others to gulp, their hearts beating fast, and their gazes towards Lu Chen became a little more grateful. Since Lu Chen was so bold, Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others weren't polite, and joyfully began to pick out the 7th ranked magic treasures. With their strength, if they possessed 10 pieces of 7th ranked magic treasures, they could completely and easily fight across the ranks, fighting one against many and smashing their enemies to death with their magic treasures. Soon, after Su Yang and the others had all finished picking, there were still more than 127th ranked magic treasures left. Lu Dust didn't touch it, but commanded, Bai Xiao, Uncle Tai, Dragon Warrior, each of you take 40 of these remaining weapons and magic treasures, and take them back to the Dark Department and the Iron Cavalry, and the experts of the royal family to divide them up. Yes, Bai Xiao and Long Zhan respectfully saluted before they began to divide the remaining magic treasures. Iron Face, on the other hand, was filled with amazement, his mouth crooked into a cocked mouth, and his face was filled with an overflowing smile. Originally, he was worried that Lu Chen had not accumulated enough troops and strong men, and he was afraid that he would fail if he plotted against the government in the future. But with such a batch of weapons and magic treasures, the forces on Lu Dust's side will skyrocket in strength, and the chances of winning the rebellion will skyrocket. Fortunately, His Royal Highness is smart and stops all the royal family people outside. Otherwise, so many magic treasures, my Jinbei royal house will definitely not be able to share much, but instead, it will enhance the strength of the royal family for nothing. Iron Face lamented. At this moment, he was looking forward in his heart to what the expressions of the king and the second young miss would be when they saw these treasures. Chapter 41, A Fortune. Seeing the excited looks of the crowd, Lu Chen only smiled faintly. The real treasure is yet to come. After Bai Xiao and the others collected all the 7th-ranked magic treasures on the second floor, Lu Chen led the crowd to step into the third floor of the treasure pavilion. Unlike the structure of the first two floors, the third floor was instead divided into 3 rooms. Lu Chuan opened the first room, and what met his eyes was a bogu shelf, which was filled with densely packed storage rings, and there were actually thousands of them. The old rules: each of you take a few storage rings, the top experts can take a few more, the rest of Bai Xiao and Uncle Tai, Long Zhan you collect. Bai Xiao takes 60%, Uncle Tai takes 30%, Long Zhan takes 10%. Lu Chen made a decision with a wave of his hand. Unlike the weapons and treasures on the first 2 levels, these storage rings were all filled with spirit stones. The Heavenly Pavilion has a large number of people, and is responsible for spying on intelligence and secretly recruiting strong people and forces, which requires a great deal of expenses. So the Heavenly Pavilion should be divided into more points. The Jinbei Royal House had many experts and had to support the Faustian Iron Horsemen and the Border Guards, and the Spirit Stone expenses were not small, and the supplies needed by the Dragon Cavalry could be supplied through the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. 10% Spirit Stones, enough for the Dragon Cavalry's daily cultivation consumption. Iron Face picked up a storage ring, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his eyes widened. His hands trembled a little as he immediately picked up the storage rings next to him and probed them one by one with his divine sense. This. After a few moments, his mouth was a little dry, and waves of shock rose in his heart. A random storage ring. The spirit stones inside were all piled up into a mountain. Dazzling, and there were actually a full 10 million of them, and there were thousands of storage rings in this place. This means that the total number of these spirit stones is tens of billions. What kind of concept is that? By selling off all the treasures and assets of the Jinbei King's mansion, at most, he could only come up with nearly 2 billion spirit stones. This meant that the total number of spirit stones here was as much as 5 Jinbei royal mansions. Even the Imperial Treasury doesn't have this many spirit stones, right? Hiss. Grip the grass? Zhao Fei Yang also picked up a few storage rings, and after a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately exclaimed in shock, his eyes glazing over. Isn't it just some storage rings? What a fuss! Su Yang snorted coldly and casually picked up a few storage rings as well with a sweep of his divine sense. At that moment, Su Yang sucked in a large breath of cool air, and his eyes widened. He immediately picked up the other storage rings and explored them one by one, only to feel his head buzzing with shock. So many spirit stones, and so many weapons and magic treasures. This relic, just who left it? Su Yang couldn't help but mumble. In this treasure pavilion alone, The sheer amount of treasures here was already completely no less than the accumulation of a party's dynasty. Guruwashi and Bai Xiao and the others all explored these storage rings as well. Without exception, everyone was shocked and sucked in cool air. Immediately afterward, all of them were ecstatic, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. According to Lu Chuan's orders, all the Zunshur realm experts would be able to share tens of millions of spirit stones, and the top experts would even be able to share hundreds of millions of spirit stones. At this moment, Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others looked at Lu Duan with a bit more fervor and respect. So many spirit stones and weapons and magic treasures. Lu Dust is all divided to the people under his command. He does not take a penny. This kind of bold and generous approach, so that the crowd on the loyalty of Lu Dust straight up. Who wouldn't like to follow such a generous master? After Bai Xiao and the others had collected all the storage rings, Lu Chen opened the second room. The eye is still greeted by a wide bocage filled with a variety of bottles and jars. Are these pills? The eyes of Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others lit up in considerable surprise. The path of cultivation was the most resource-consuming, and pills were incomparably more important. Treating injuries, restoring spiritual energy, breaking through to a higher realm, aiding in cultivation techniques, daily cultivation consumption, and so on. Every aspect required the support of elixirs. These pills in front of him were a wide array of pills, thousands of them, and the types were also very complete. Definitely a heavenly resource. The old rules, which ones you can use for yourselves. You just take them, and you guys split the rest between Bai Xiao and Uncle Tai. Dragon Warrior. Lu Dust commanded. Yes, sir. The crowd was in an excited mood and immediately took action to divide these pills. Not only were these pills extremely numerous, but their grades were also quite impressive, with the lowest being 4th order. And there were a handful of 6th order and 7th order pills that were extremely valuable. After the crowd finished dividing the pills here, Lu Chen opened the last room on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. Clank! In an instant, there was a shocking sword chant that resounded through the 8 directions, and there was even a brilliant light blooming from it that was too prevalent and illuminated the 8 directions, causing the crowd to be somewhat unable to open their eyes. A moment later, Guruwashi and the other top experts were the first to regain their sight. When they fixed their eyes on it, they all sucked in a big breath of cold air, and people were going to be silly. Appearing in front of the crowd were 5 weaponized magic treasures, autonomously floating in mid-air, their bodies haunted with a mysterious light. 3 of them were silver-colored swords, 1 was a battle sword, and 1 was a lance. The aura emanating from the invisible aura of these 5 weapons and treasures caused top experts such as Guruwashi and Su Yang to tremble. That was a power that surpassed the limits of the June realm. Are these all holy ranked magic treasures? Everyone's eyes were as wide as brass bells, and waves of shock rose within them. The strongest person in the Great Zhou dynasty was only at the cultivation level of the June realm, and it was only at the 9th level of the June realm and upwards that they were at the sacred realm. However, not only did the Great Zhou dynasty not have any Saint Realm powerhouses in their current world, there had never been any Saint Realm powerhouses in their history, so naturally there were no Saint-ranked magic treasures left behind. This was the case among the remaining several Shang dynasty, and even among the foreign races. The appearance of a Saint-ranked magic treasure was enough to trigger a monstrous bloody storm. What's more, there are actually a full 5 Saint-ranked magic treasures here. What an amazing opportunity this is. This relic must have been left by an ancient Holy Land. The Jinbei royal family is afraid of taking off this time. Guruwashi and Su Yang and the others were all ecstatic. They had already submitted to the Jinbei royal house and followed Lu Chen's orders, and the stronger the Jinbei royal house was, the more energized they naturally became. Lu Chuan was not the least bit surprised. Being familiar with the plot, he had already known what treasures were in this relic. Only Lu Chen picked up a holy sword, a smile on his face. If this holy sword is given to Sister Xueyin, she will definitely be moved to death and might give her body to her. When Iron Face and Guruwashi and the others heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched and they were quite speechless. That's your master's father. Worthy of being His Royal Highness the world's son, he doesn't even want to let go of his own master. Chapter 42 Saint-Grade Magic Treasure. Soon after, Lu Chen opened his mouth and began to distribute these saint-ranked magic treasures. Uncle Tai, that battle sword is yours. Dragon Warrior, you take that lance. Miss Gu take a holy sword. As Lu Chuan's voice fell, Iron Face and the 3 of them, Dragon Warrior and Guruwashi, all had their hearts beating wildly, overwhelmed by a great surprise. Ha 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 ha, many thanks to your highness. Seiji, Iron Face laughed 3 times, nonchalantly picking up the silver-colored battle knife and casually waving it around. The invisible and horrible knife intent emanating from it caused Guruwashi and the others to tense up and feel a great threat. Iron Face's strength was originally the top of the world, second only to the Jinbei king. Now that he had a saint-ranked battle sword in his hand, The battle power that Iron Face was able to utilize might be able to surpass that of the Jinbei King. This made Su Yang, who was also a swordsman, envious and drooling. It was a pity that there was only one sacred ranked battle blade, and since Iron Face was Lu Chen's most loyal guard and elder, he was naturally the only one who belonged to him. Dragon Warrior was the leader of the Dragon Cavalry and was extremely powerful, not weaker than Iron Face. With the Dragon Warrior holding a saint-ranked lance, the strength of the entire Dragon Cavalry would be increased, and they would become the most powerful and terrifying blades in Lu Chen's hands. Guruwashi's strength was second only to Iron Mask, and her Taoism was divine. She was also good at formations, divination deduction, alchemy, and many other techniques, which was likewise very favorable to Lu Chuan, and she was also the candidate that Lu Chuan would use in the future to replace the State Master. As for this last holy sword, the crowd didn't think much about it, thinking that Lu Chen would keep it for himself. However, Lu Chen looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Who wants this holy sword?" When these words came out, the crowd all opened their eyes wide and their heartbeats accelerated indisputably. "Your Highness, won't you keep this sword for yourself?" Su Yang couldn't help but ask. This world's sun only has such a meager cultivation. It's too much of a waste to hold a holy sword. Lu Chen waved his hand, not caring in the slightest, and said, "And when I encounter enemies in the future, it'll be fine if I have you guys to protect me. Do I still need this sun to kill the enemy himself?" When Su Yang heard this, he immediately said, "In that case, I am willing to kill all the enemies for your Highness, and I ask your Highness to give me a sword." "No, old Su, you're a swordsman, what do you need a sword for?" Zhao Feiyan was a bit dumbfounded and quickly said, "Your Highness, I'm a swordsman, why don't you give me this sword?" Su Yang's face was resolute as he said in a firm tone, "Although I'm a swordsman, I can also practice my sword in order to protect your Highness. I would like to become a supreme swordsman for your Highness." "You fart!" Zhao Feiyang immediately jumped a bit and said angrily, "Was that to protect His Highness the World Prince? You're clearly craving this holy sword. You lowlife." Su Yang immediately coughed dryly with some weakness. "Ahem, your Highness, we are also swordsmen. This sword." At that moment, the other two top experts also gave a dry laugh and rubbed their hands together. The two of them were secretly recruited by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion from the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Sunhai Dynasty. At this moment, seeing the opportunity to obtain the holy sword, they were naturally moved. Lu Chen stroked his chin and after deep thought, but he handed the holy sword to Zhao Feiyang. "Really? Really for me?" Zhao Feiyang held the holy sword in both hands and only felt an unreal dreamy feeling of ecstasy. "Many thanks, Your Highness the World Prince. Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. Mr. Zhao will surely swear to protect His Highness the Prince to the death and live up to His Highness's expectations and cultivation." Zhao Feiyang was so excited that he was close to kneeling and kowtowing to Lu Chen. This is a holy ranked magic treasure. With the sacred sword in his hand, Zhao Feiyang would be able to easily fight across the ranks, and his strength would skyrocket by a large margin. "Your Highness, Zhao Feiyang is only at the first level of the June realm. How can he have a holy sword?" Su Yang was a bit reluctant. He was at the 7th level of the June realm cultivation, and Zhao Feiyang couldn't even compare to one of his fingers. Guruwashi's strength wasn't much weaker than his, and to be able to get a holy sword, Su Yang didn't have much of an opinion yet. But what gives Zhao Feiyang the right? Even the other two top experts were stronger than Zhao Feiyang, so they shouldn't be given to Zhao Feiyang by any stretch of the imagination, right? This senor has his own plans. Instead, Lu Chen didn't explain anything, but waved his hand to finalize the matter. Giving the holy sword to Zhao Feiyang was not something Lu Chen gave casually. It was a decision made after deep thought. It was only because Zhao Feiyang had a mysterious magic treasure on his body that was able to emit a pressure that was one great realm higher than his own. With Zhao Feiyang's June realm cultivation, he was able to fully activate that magic treasure and was able to radiate holy might. If it is accompanied by a holy sword, definitely enough to bluff. Although Zhao Feiyang was not strong in combat, he was able to play a vital role at critical moments. "Go!" Lu Chen waved his hand and led the crowd out of the treasure pavilion. Although Su Yang and the other two top experts were slightly unconvinced, they didn't dare to refute Lu Chen's decision. Moreover, each of them had also received 10 7th ranked magic treasures, so they didn't have any grievances. They just felt that Zhao Feiyang didn't deserve to have the holy sword. Zhao Feiyang didn't care what they thought. At this moment, he was holding the holy sword and rubbing it deeply. His face was filled with a beautiful smile. His mouth was about to grin behind his ears. Originally, he only wanted to temporarily submit to Lu Chen, and he didn't have any loyalty to speak of to Lu Chen. But this time, he had received such a great benefit from Lu Chen, and he had developed a sense of gratitude and a little more respect for him. His Highness is still strangely nice. It's not just Zhao Feiyang. Guru Washi and Su Yang and more than 100 other people were also looking at Lu Duan at that moment with a gaze full of fervor and respect. Treasure pavilion, such a huge amount of resources and treasures. Lu dust but do not take a penny. All divided to the people under him. Such a good master, where to find to go. Led by Lu dust. Instead of exploring the densely packed ancient buildings in the ruins, the crowd went straight to the center of the ruins and found an ancient hall called the Scripture Pavilion. This ancient hall was not like the hidden soldier pavilion, which was generally well preserved, and had already collapsed in half, and one could clearly see the existence of a huge sword scar that had cut the entire ancient hall off at the waist. However, under Lu Chen's command, Guru Washi and the others explored the hidden scripture cabinet and eventually found mountains of ancient books as well. There were tens of thousands of these ancient books, a wide array of them, not only cultivation techniques, but also the inheritance of various aspects such as Dan, array, talisman, Dao, and weaponry, all of which were very complete from the 1st to the 7th rank. This caused Guru Washi and the others to be moved and secretly shocked. With such a large and complete legacy, the Zhenbei royal house could completely use this to cultivate many strong people and grow. In particular, among these ancient books, there were actually hundreds of 7th order techniques. To know how rare the 7th order techniques were, they were the untold secrets of all sects and powers, and any 7th order technique that was circulated could cause a bloody storm. Even the Zhenbei royal house didn't have many 7th order techniques in its hands. However, right now there were hundreds of 7th order techniques, enough to shock the entire world. Chapter 43, Holy Order Technique. What shocked Guru Washi and the others the most was that they had also found saint-rank techniques from the hidden scriptures, and there were 3 of them. The Sacred Canon of Pale Thunder, the Secret of Berserk Warfare, the Phantom Step. After seeing these 3 saint-rank techniques, everyone's hearts were beating fast, incomparably uplifted and excited. Iron Face, in particular, was even more excited than getting a saint-ranked magic treasure. No matter how strong a saint-ranked magic treasure was, it was still just an external object, but saint-ranked feats could cause one's cultivation to skyrocket and truly enhance one's strength. More importantly, Liu Beixian was already at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm cultivation. If Liu Beixian were to cultivate these 3 saint-ranked techniques, he would most likely break through the saint realm with them, becoming the first saint realm powerhouse in recorded history. At that time, not to mention sweeping away the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, perhaps Liu Beixian would be able to suppress all of the remaining dynasties and all of the foreign races and unify the world. It's fortunate that His Highness the World's Son has designed to stop the royal family and the foreigners all outside. At that moment, Iron Face and Guru Washi and the others were incomparably fortunate in their hearts, feeling more and more that Lu Chuan's intelligence was unparalleled and unfathomable. Such precious treasures and techniques. If the royal family and foreign tribes were to get their hands on them, the pressure on the Zhenbei royal house in the future would be great. But now all the treasures in the ruins belonged to the Zhenbei king's house. This wave of the Zhenbei royal family made a lot of money and took off straight away. Bai Shao, you take these 3 sacred rank techniques, and after you go out, topograph a few thousand copies of each of them for me, and everyone who follows this worldly son will have a share. There are also those 7th rank techniques. Bai Shao, you also keep them. All of them give me more topography. Whoever wants to cultivate whichever one they want can take it. Lu Chen made a decision with a wave of his hand. The Gongfu was not like a magic treasure that had only 1 copy and could not be divided. The feats could be completely topographed, and there were as many copies as one wanted. So Lu Dust divided them up without any hesitation at all. As soon as these words came out, Guru Washi and Su Yang and the others all had their hearts shaken, and were overwhelmed by a great surprise. They had thought that such a precious and important technique, Lu Chen would definitely not easily spread it out. Even if they were to be bestowed upon them, they would have to wait until they performed important feats in the future. They had never expected that Lu Chen would actually bestow all of them unconditionally and directly. What a swagger this is. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, the Prince's heavenly grace is immense. Mr. Zhao cannot thank you enough. In the future, I will definitely swear to follow Your Highness the Prince to the death. Willing to go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire for Your Highness the Prince. 10,000 deaths will not be spared. Me too. Guru Washi and Su Yang and the others were thrilled. And Zhao Fei Yang, the shameless one, even shouted loudly on the spot and made a big salute towards Lu Dust to show his loyalty. The rest of them spoke up in agreement. At this moment, their loyalty to Lu Chen had never been higher. Very good. Seeing this, Lu Dust also nodded with satisfaction and was in a good mood. With these treasures and techniques, the strength of the Zhenbei royal house's side would definitely skyrocket by a large margin. Enough to be fearless of the royal family. In the next few hours, under Lu Chen's leadership, the crowd began to explore the rest of the ruins. Although some treasures were also found, they were still far inferior to the treasure pavilion. The most central treasures of opportunity of this relic were in the treasure pavilion and the scripture pavilion, which had already been pocketed by Lu Chen. 2.5 hours later, Lu Chuan and his group searched the ruins and returned with a full load. Gu Ruwashi opened the formation blocking the entrance to the ruins, and the group left the ruins. Beyond the entrance to the relics, it was Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, Song Xuayin, and other strong members of the Jinbei royal house. Previously, Liu Beixian had been furious and murderous, and the State Master and the Third Prince and the others had been frightened and incomparably scared, so they naturally didn't dare to stay here. Seeing that Lu Chen returned safely, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were relieved, and smiles appeared on their faces. Although this was something that Lu Dust had colluded with them a long time ago. However, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were still in awe, not realizing that Lu Chen had really done it. Just how many top experts has little brother recruited? Lu Jianyun motionlessly scanned over the hundreds of people behind Lu Chen, not to mention the terrifying strength of the State Master. The Third Prince and the Fifth Prince and the Ninth Princess all had a June Realm Cultivation Dragon Guard each by their side. However, Lu Chen's men were able to stop them all. This strength could not be described as strong. Ha 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 ha, how about it? How's the harvest this time? Liu Beixian had a smile on his face as he patted Lu Chen's shoulder. It's definitely going to be more than you can imagine. Lu Dust smiled mysteriously and said, let's go. Let's talk about it when we return to the king's residence. By the way, where are the State Master and the Third Prince? Mentioning this matter, the smiles on the faces of Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were a few points more intense. Everything is as you said. The State Master and the others were infuriated, and they have already led their troops to kill into the Great Wasteland and have a dry fight with the foreigners. And when they came back, they all lost quite a lot of troops. When Lu Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. This time, even if he couldn't make the State Master and the foreigners completely turn against each other, he was still able to make both of them centrifugal, and a rift appeared in their relationship. It's more of a way to get these royal clans to fight each other internally. Lu Chuan remembered something and said, right Pops, turn around and write a petition to His Majesty. Just say that all the opportune treasures and the relics were snatched by the foreigners, and that I was kidnapped by the foreigners, and using this as blackmail. The Jinbei royal house had to release the foreigners, and also spent 500 million spirit stones to ransom me back from the foreigners. This pot will be dumped on the State Master. Let him compensate us, the Jinbei royal house, for 500 million spirit stones. Oh yeah, and my mental damages and whatnot. It's fine to ask for a few 100 million more. The Dao Heavenly Sect is a national religion with deep roots. How can we not knock them hard? Looking at the sinister smile on Lu Duan's face, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun's crowd all had their hearts skip a beat, and they mourned 2.5 minutes of silence for the State Master. What an insidious tactic! Gu Ruwashi and Su Yang and the others couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water, and their gazes toward Lu Duan gained a hint of awe. Not only did Lu Chen possess such a strong and terrifying power, he was also this insidious and malicious. As his enemy, he was designated to have no good fruit to eat. Luckily, His Highness is one of our own. Ha ha ha. Good. Just do as you say. Liu Beixian was also in a relaxed mood and nodded. Chapter 44, The Mountain Clan's Brilliant Plan. Instead of taking out the treasures from the relics here, Lu Chen returned to the Jinbei King's mansion with Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun. During this process, Bai Shao and Gu Ruwashi and the others also quietly left without entering the Jinbei King's mansion. As Lu Chuan and his group left, it wasn't long before the light of the formations around the ruins began to flicker, and the entrance truly closed. Not as good as this. The earth below the relic also began to rumble, the ground cracked, and this huge relic actually slowly sank into the depths of the earth, moving on its own and disappearing. Beyond the blood-mist plains, in the middle of the great wasteland, the many foreign races did not leave, but after a short rest, they quietly converged together, and a dense army of foreign races stood, filling the mountains. The demon race leader, Ba Shan, had a cold expression as he looked towards a somewhat strange-looking foreigner. Although the other party was in human form, the skin around his body was surprisingly stony, as if he was a stone statue. Behind them, there were tens of thousands of neatly organized warriors, whose bodies were made of stone, looking more rough and primitive, with different looks. Ba Shan was the first to speak, saying, Shi Yan, what exactly is the matter with you summoning us to this place? Shi Yan, the leader of the mountain clan. The race is an extremely rare stone being, invulnerable to swords and spears, born with godly strength and fearsome fighting prowess. It was only that the mountain clan's clansmen were too few and had difficulty reproducing, thus their overall strength was far inferior to that of the three major alien clans, the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan and the E-Clan. 2.5 years ago, my clan discovered the once-lost ancient inheritance of our ancestors in the depths of the great wilderness, which can mobilize the power of the earth and mountains. transform the terrain, and move mountains to fill the seas, Shi Yan said in a jarring voice. And now that my clan has fully grasped these legacies, our many foreign races can join forces, with my mountain clan transforming the mountainous terrain, you laying down formations and traps, ambushing the various armies, and setting up a dragnet, and after that, we only need to devise a design to attract Liu Beixian and his Faustus Iron Cavalry into a trap, and we will surely be able to eliminate Liu Beixian and the Faustus Iron Cavalry and make them pay for their blood. Liu Beixian and the others think they know the terrain of the Great Wilderness like the back of their hands, so they definitely won't think that we still have the means to change the terrain. At the mention of Liu Beixian, there was bone-deep hatred flashing in Shi Yan's eyes. It was only because the previous leader of the mountain clan, Shi Yan's father, had fallen at the hands of Liu Beixian, the ancient inheritance of the mountain clan. The moment these words came out, all the foreign powerhouses from all sides were taken aback. Although the mountain clan was now in decline, in the ancient times, they had also been a powerful clan that reigned supreme, especially with their ability to transform the mountainous terrain with one hand, which made all other clans fearful of them. If the mountain tribe quietly changed the terrain, all sides of the foreign tribes and then cooperate with the laying of formations and organs and traps, plus the army hidden ambush, even if they are 100,000 Faustus Iron Horsemen, I will definitely tell them to come back without return. At the thought of this, the eyes of Bashan and the other foreign powerhouses from all sides lit up and couldn't help but thump their hearts. Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry had fought against the foreign races for decades and had inflicted heavy losses on the foreign races, and they wished to exterminate Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry more than anyone else. How much terrain can you transform and how long will it take? Beixian asked a crucial question. Shi Yan said confidently, in just 1 month's time, my mountain clan will be able to transform the terrain within a 5,000 mile radius, 5,000 miles. The eyes of all the powerful members of the foreign races from all sides glowed when they heard this. A range of 5,000 miles is perfectly adequate. The idea is good. But what method should we use to seduce Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry into the trap? A strong foreigner raised a new question. Liu Beixian, that old fox, is not good at cheating. Before marching we'll surely send vanguard scouts to explore the terrain. And the Faustus Iron Cavalry is mysterious. And Liu Beixian has hundreds of thousands of border guards in his hands. How can we guarantee that we won't be detected by Liu Beixian as anomalies? You don't need to worry about this matter. My mountain clan has its own brilliant plan, to ensure that at that time, Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry will all attack, and will surely fall for the plan, Shi Yan said with confidence. The many powerful members of the alien race glanced at each other, their eyes flickering as they quietly transmitted their voices to exchange opinions. Beixian, on the other hand, looked at Shi Yan with interest and said, wanting Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry to obediently enter the trap. It's absolutely impossible to do so with your mountain clan skills. You are colluding with the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, aren't you? Ha! Shi Yan just laughed coldly, didn't admit or deny, just said proudly, just say whether you'll cooperate or not. When Beixian and the other foreign powerhouses saw this, they immediately realized in their hearts that the mountain clan must have colluded with the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty and joined together to get rid of the king of Jinbei. After all, those who wished for Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Riders to go to their deaths were far more than just their foreign race. Yes, my demon clan will contribute 300,000 troops. Beixian made a snap decision and made a decision on the spot. My E-clan has an absolute heavenly ghost fury formation, which can isolate the heavenly chants, obscure the heavenly signs, and moreover, take into account the power of killing. As long as the formation is laid down, Liu Beixian and the Floating Iron Cavalry will never be able to see the abnormality before stepping into the trap. My barbarian tribe will contribute 200,000 troops, and my tribe can provide all kinds of machine traps, totaling hundreds of thousands or more. My ghost clan has soul-breaking poison mist, which can be used in conjunction with machine traps to form an extermination. My feather clan can deploy an army of 100,000. Me too. The various alien powerhouses opened their mouths one after another, deploying their armies and various underhanded means to jointly design a heavenly net. After finalizing the details of all aspects, the various alien races quickly withdrew and quietly returned to the Great Wasteland to begin preparations. Chapter 45, Shocking the Family. When Liu Chen and his group returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, Bai Xiao also sent over some of the topograph techniques. Liu Chen brought Liu Beixian and Liu Jianyun and Iron Mask into the secret room before he joined Iron Mask and took out the various opportunistic treasures that he had harvested from the relics. Hiss! It's! Liu Beixian and Liu Fengyun picked up a storage ring, their divine sense swept through it, and when they saw the mountains of various weapons and magic treasures piled up inside, the blinding countless spirit stones, and the dazzling array of techniques, pills, and other treasures, the two of them almost stared out of their eyes. and sucked in a huge mouthful of cool air, though they had anticipated that the relics would definitely contain uncommon opportunistic treasures. But that's a little too much. It had even far exceeded the sum of all the assets of the Jinbei royal house. In particular, the wide array of 7th-ranked magic treasures and 7th-ranked techniques made their brains buzz. When Lu Chen casually took out the hundreds of copies of the top-printed sacred rank feats and placed them in front of them, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were even more shocked. This was a legendary saint-ranked technique. Liu Beixian immediately picked up these 3 saint-ranked techniques, his hands shaking a little. He was already at the peak cultivation of the 9th level of the June realm, and if he cultivated these 3 saint-ranked techniques, he might be able to glimpse the saint realm Dao through them. It's not just saint-ranked techniques. We also found saint-ranked magic treasures in the ruins. Iron Face smilingly took out his own saint-ranked battle sword and said, His Highness the World Sun also has a saint sword that he decided to give to the purple-clothed sword Immortal. After seeing the saint-ranked battle sword in Iron Face's hand, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were even more shocked beyond words. Immediately afterward, it was a huge surprise that surged to their hearts, causing both of them to flush a little and be incomparably uplifted. Ha 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 ha, good wow. Liu Beixian no longer knew what words to use to express his feelings, only to pat Lu Chen's shoulder fiercely. Quite pleased, worthy of being my Liu Beixian's cub, he has done such a great thing without moving, seeking such amazing opportunities for the Jinbei royal house. Lu Jianyun's face was full of smiles, and the more she looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied she felt, her gaze full of joy and favor. There were such amazing opportunities in the relics, so it was no wonder that Lu Dust had designed to stop the State Master and the Third Prince and the others outside. As for Lu Chen's decision to give the holy sword to Song Xueyin, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun did not object. After all, this was something that Lu Chuan himself had obtained with his own skills, so they naturally wouldn't interfere. Moreover, Liu Beixian's weapon was a war halberd, and he didn't use swords well, so he didn't have much of an idea about holy swords. What's more, Song Xueyin was Lu Chuan's teacher and one of the Jinbei royal house's own people. She was strong enough, and the Qingyan sect behind her was one of the top sects in the Great Zhou dynasty, so it wasn't a disadvantage to give her the holy sword. Seeing Liu Beixian and Lu Fingyun's surprised and excited looks, Iron Face wanted to tell them that these treasures were only a small portion of the treasures that His Highness the World Sun had obtained from the relics. Not even half of them. More treasures were in the hands of another group of powerful men under the Seiji. However, recalling Lu Chen's command, Iron Face could only resist the urge and did not say anything. He was very much looking forward to the fact that in the future, when Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyan found out that Lu Chen suddenly had a large number of powerful people and forces in his hands, the expressions on their faces would definitely be even more wonderful than they were now. After leaving the secret room, Lu Chen found Song Xueyin at the first opportunity. You kind-san, come on, I've got some good cons in my room. Lu Chen revealed a mysterious smile. Song Xueyin was a bit puzzled. Good cons? What is it? Of course it's a big baby. Just come and see. Lu Chen did not allow himself to be told, and pulled Song Xueyin into his room, closing the door behind him in the process. It's. Suddenly, Song Xueyin's eyes widened. Looking at the big baby Lu Dusty pulled out, she couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. Her heart was beating fast, and her face was a little red. Saint-ranked technique? Saint-ranked sword? Your Highness, where did you get this? Song Xueyin was a bit unable to believe her eyes. Lu Chuan said with a smile, I found it from the relics and gave it to Sister Xueyin specially. How is it? Are you touched? There's such a supreme treasure in the relic? Song Xueyin's heart shook, but she managed to hold back the fire in her heart and hastily shook her head. Your Highness, these things are too precious. I can't take them. Lu Chuan looked at Song Xueyin's glowing eyes and couldn't help but tease. Sister Xueyin's mouth says no, but her body is very honest. Poor mouth. Song Xueyin's mature and beautiful face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but rant, adding a few more points of flirtatiousness, making Lu Chen's eyes straighten quite a bit. What a stunner. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. He decided that the fertilizer could not go to the outsiders. It's a legendary grade holy sword and a holy grade technique. Of course I want it. Song Xueyin looked at Lu Duan's eyes and said seriously, but these things are too precious. I'm just an outsider as far as you're concerned. So how can I be virtuous enough to have these? I appreciate the world son's feelings. These treasures are better left for the king and the second young miss and the others. What is you kind-san babbling about? Lu Chuan held Song Xueyin's soft little hand and said firmly, one day is a teacher for life. And, Poo-Poo is a mother for life. And a sister for life. In my heart, Sister Xueyin is the closest person to me in this world. And the saint-ranked magic treasures found from the relics are more than that. This is a piece of my heart. Could it be that Sister Xueyin could bear to reject me? Lu Chen was imploring, looking straight into Song Xueyin's eyes. Song Xueyin's heart was beating very fast. Her full peaks rose and fell for a while, Somewhat unable to stand Lu Chuan's gaze, she hurriedly drew her soft little hand back from Lu Chuan's clutches. I understand where you're coming from, but, Song Shuayin still wanted to refuse, but Lu Chen shoved the holy sword and the technique directly into her hands, quite domineering and not to be refused. You kids. Song Shuayin couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as she held the holy sword and the holy rank technique, a warm current welling up in her heart, and her gaze toward Lu Chen became softer and softer. Chapter 46, Imperial Killing Intent. Just as Lu Duan's family was having a good time, a secret order came, and the State Master and the third prince and the others were urgently recalled to the royal capital. In the middle of the palace, the old emperor sat high above the dragon chair, his pale body somewhat stooped, but his cloudy eyes exuded a terrifying pressure. Coldly looking down, the State Master and the third prince, fifth prince, ninth princess and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to speak, and the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Gu Qingyun, look what you've done. The old emperor was furious. His old body was shaking a little with anger, and he slammed Liu Beishuan's young folders in front of the State Master. I know I'm wrong, please punish your majesty. The State Master knelt down on the spot and grabbed the ground with his head, not defending himself in any way whatsoever. Although the change that occurred at the relic was too sudden, he also had an unshirkable responsibility. It was his carelessness that had knocked the foreigners inside the relic along with Lu Dust, which ultimately led to a series of consequences. Seeing that the State Master had simply admitted his mistake and admitted his punishment, the old emperor snorted coldly, the anger in his heart slightly dispersing a few points. I asked each of you to lead your troops and assist the king of Jinbei, to collect the treasures of opportunity in the relics. Why did you all leave your troops in Jinbei city? If not, how could the foreign races have taken advantage of the situation and seized the relic opportunity? The old emperor glared angrily at the State Master and the third prince and the others with a stern voice. I am aware of my mistake. My son is aware of his mistake. The third and fifth emperors as well as the ninth princess all knelt down, bowing their heads and admitting their mistakes. When they had coincidentally left their troops in Jinbei city, they had wanted the Jinbei royal house to block the foreigners alone as a means of depleting the strength of the Jinbei royal house. It's just that they simply didn't expect the Fae to betray them at the critical moment. It's also a case of lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Oof. Bunch of losers. The old emperor took a deep breath. Seeing that the State Master and the others were so obediently admitting their mistakes, he didn't bother to reprimand them more. Lu Chuan was taken captive by the foreigners, and the Jinbei royal house compensated the foreigners for this with 500 million spirit stones before redeeming him. And Liu Beixian cried out that Lu Chuan was subjected to inhuman torture by the foreigners, and that his body and sanity were damaged, and that he wanted to be compensated by you. For this matter, you Gu Qingyun shall be responsible for this. And this 500 million spirit stones shall be compensated by you to the Jinbei royal palace. The old emperor spoke coldly, causing the State Master's heart to tremble and his hands to unconsciously tighten. 500 million. Even if the Dao Heavenly Sect was a state religion with a long and deep heritage, taking out 500 million spirit stones at once would definitely hurt. Moreover, he seriously doubted the authenticity of Liu Beishuan's Zhengxian. With Liu Beishuan's strength, plus the floating iron horsemen and the many experts of the Jinbei royal house, the foreigner experts who entered the ruins were only hundreds of people. Even if the foreigners held Lu Chuan hostage, it would be considered good to be able to leave the blood mist plains alive. So how could they still extort the Jinbei royal house of 500 million yuan of spirit stones? But the old emperor had already made his decision. The State Master didn't dare to go against it, and could only respectfully say, the humble servant obeys the decree. The third prince and the others lowered their heads, all with a gloating smile on their faces. And you punk things. The old emperor looked over his shoulder at the third prince and the others and said coldly, don't think that I don't know what you guys are playing at. You guys are also to blame for the loss of the relics. You few will each contribute 50 million spirit stones to compensate the Jinbei royal palace together. The smiles on the faces of the third prince and the others froze. They weren't backed by the huge Daotian cult like the State Master. Although they were imperial sons and daughters, the money in their hands wasn't much, and 50 million spirit stones was no less than cutting meat to them. This matter is settled. All of you get out of here. The old emperor waved his big sleeve, not giving the third prince and the others a chance to open their mouths at all. The microcosmic minister excuses himself. My son will leave. The State Master and the third prince and the others didn't dare to say more. Their faces were a bit ugly as they turned around and left the palace. The old emperor leaned back in his dragon chair and closed his eyes. After half a second, he suddenly coughed violently, and red and black blood slowly oozed out of the sleeve covering his mouth. The old emperor opened his cloudy old eyes. His voice also weakened a large section, no longer as lively as just now. Some horse, how are things done? In the empty palace, the air slightly distorted as a blurry figure knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, back to your majesty. That person has agreed to make a bid. but the condition is to add an additional 1 billion spirit stones on top of the treasures originally given. She's got quite an appetite. A ghastly light lit up in the old emperor's cloudy eyes, but suddenly his body trembled and he coughed violently again, with black clots of bruised blood oozing out between his fingers and palms. After coughing for a long time, the old emperor slowly calmed down, like he had aged a lot all of a sudden, and slowly closed his eyes. "1 billion is 1 billion. Give it to her. I want the world to know that this great Zhou's Jiangshan is always mine." Lu Duan. There should also be a degree of indulgence and rest. The state master and the others have been gone for several days. How long do you still want to play in this Yihong building? Yihong house. The door to the room of the Moonfall Pavilion was kicked open by Lu Jianyun. That stunningly beautiful pretty face carrying helplessness and a hint of anger. She had also originally thought that Lu Chen was just pretending, deliberately paralyzing the state master and the others. But as Lu Chuan spent every day and night in Yihong building, indulging in female sex, she began to feel that something was wrong. This guy seems to be really swinging for the fences. Ludum yawned and rolled over to go back to sleep. The three little girls in the quilt, Hong Mang and Chunyu Xiahe, were shivering and hiding in Lu Chen's arms, not daring to squeak. Lu Jianyun sighed and said, "Pops has already studied those feats almost to the point of letting you go back and practice with him." The feats that Lu Jianyun was talking about were naturally the 3 saint rank feats that Lu Chen had obtained from the relics. This level of gongfu was too profound and complicated, and as strong as Lu Beixian. It took a few days to sort it out and prepare to personally instruct Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun to cultivate it. The holy rank gongfu was far from being comparable to other gongfu, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate, so having a strong person pointing out the way, it could have twice the effect with half the effort. "Don't use it." Lu Chuan yawned, casually pinched the soft and warm body in his embrace, and lazily said, "I'm the 9th grade of the heavenly rank's unparalleled talent. Just a few feats of skill, just practice them, which uses so much effort." Lu Jianyun's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Ah yes. You are a supreme genius. Just casually practice and you will be able to practice these 3 techniques. Now go back with me to practice." Ding! The host receives the suggestion, casually cultivate for a quarter of an hour. Reward for completion, Crowning Thunder Sacred Cannon, Berserk Battle Skill, and Shadowless Steps are automatically cultivated to a minor level of success. A long-lost system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Chapter 47, the sacred skill becomes slightly successful. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, which brought up some interest. "I'll be right back. You go out first, old sister." Lu Dust waved his hand, looking at the randomly scattered dresses and belly bibs and blasphemies on the bed. Lu Jianyun lightly spat and said, "Little brother, although it is normal to say that 3 wives and 4 concubines, but after all, you have a marriage contract in the body, and a place like Yihonglu is still better to come less often in the future. If you really can't help it, you can take a few more concubines instead of indulging here every day. It's not good to spread it out and let the netherworld sex side know." Lu Jianyun counted for a while, and when she saw that Lu Chen was unmoved, she could only sigh and turn away. The 3 little girls, Hong Mang and Chun Yu and Xiahe, then scrambled out from the quilt, their pretty faces reddening, and waited for Lu Duan to get dressed. After Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, Lu Beixian had been waiting for a long time. He didn't blame Lu Chen in the slightest, but said smilingly, "Back, sit down." Lu Beixian took out the Tsan Lei Sacred Cannon and the 3 saint rank techniques, the Berserk Battle Skill and the Shadowless Steps, and began to explain them in detail one by one. To be able to quickly rise to become the #1 powerhouse of the Great Zhou dynasty in just a few decades, Lu Beixian's qualifications and enlightenment were naturally strong. Coupled with his profound cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, he had already combed through these 3 saint rank techniques in a few days of delving, and he already knew the front part of the technique like the palm of his hand, and had a thorough control over it. Under Lu Beixian's explanation, Lu Jianyun listened as if she was mesmerized, and from time to time, the color of enlightenment flashed in her eyes, and she benefited greatly. Lu Jianyun was a 9th grade qualification of the Earth rank, second only to the Heaven rank, with an extremely high level of talent. With Lu Beixian's guidance, it wasn't difficult for her to cultivate these 3 saint rank techniques. On the contrary, it was Lu Chuan, who sat on the futon and yawned, drowsy, and didn't even hear what Lu Beixian was saying. When Lu Beixian saw Lu Chen's careless appearance, he couldn't help but take a deep breath as black lines sprouted on his forehead. After all, they are pro-life. Not angry. Lu Beixian took a few deep breaths to calm down. "Alright, that's all for today. Let's start practicing next." Lu Beixian had a smile on his face as he stared at Lu Chen. "Until these 3 techniques are cultivated and introduced, you are not allowed to go out. A mere saint rank technique. Sprinkle la." Lu Chen, however, waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Liu Beixian raised his eyebrows and was about to count his words when Lu Chen added, "After all, I am the son of the titular king of Jinbei. I inherited my father's heavenly and divine martial arts talent, and you, the first strongest person of the great Zhou dynasty, personally instructed me, so how could I not be able to do it?" Lu Chen blinked at Liu Beixian. Seeing the smirking look on his face, Liu Beixian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. "You kid, you're still as greasy as ever. However, you must remember that although you are a 9th grade qualification of the Heavenly Order, the path of martial arts still requires hard work and practicality, and you must not be overambitious and empty-eyed." Liu Beixian gave a lecture and was bitter. However, when he saw that Lu Chen looked drowsy again, Liu Beixian sighed, knowing that he had spoken in vain. "Alright, I won't say any more. You can cultivate yourself. In short, if you don't cultivate these 3 sacred rank techniques, you don't want to leave the Jinbei King's mansion." Liu Beixian, like a big horse, directly moved a chair and stood guard in front of the courtyard door. Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun each sat on their futons and began to cultivate. A quarter of an hour later, a system beep sounded punctually in Lu Chuan's head. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives the rewards: Song Lei Sacred Cannon, Berserk Battle Skill, and Shadowless Steps Minor Achievement. As the system beep sounded, Lu Chen's tiger body shook. Countless densely packed runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, interweaving into the 3 supreme techniques, and all sorts of martial mysteries surged into his mind, causing him to continuously generate enlightenment. And in a moment, he cultivated the 3 techniques to a small degree of success. Swish! In an instant, there were lightning flashes on Lu Chen's body. His battle aura rose to the sky, and the aura in the sky and the earth rapidly converged, and a steady stream of it didn't enter his body, even though it was only cultivated to a small degree. This was after all a saint-ranked gongfu, or 3 of them. Lu Chen's cultivation instantly skyrocketed, directly breaking through the shackles of the Xianling realm and stepping into the Dao transformation realm. What? This scene caused Liu Beixian's eyes to almost glaze over, as if he had seen a ghost. It's only been a quarter of an hour. The aura of the Tsung Thunder Sacred Cannon and the Berserk Battle Skill and Shadowless Steps had actually appeared on Lu Chuan's body at the same time, and it was incomparably thick, far more than just an introductory step. Lu Chuan's cultivation had actually risen to the Dao transformation realm in one fell swoop as well. Liu Beixian was shocked and delighted, only feeling his head buzzing. Even Lu Jianyun was awakened, similarly dumbstruck, her heart setting off great waves of surprise. Is this the unparalleled qualification of the 9th grade of the heavenly rank? It's actually this strong? Liu Beixian was so ecstatic that he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. Well, my son Lu Chuan has the stature of a great emperor. Lu Chuan was originally quite happy, but after hearing Liu Beixian's words, he couldn't help but change his face and hurriedly said, "Pops, low key, don't say that I'm a great emperor in the future. I can't handle it." I get it. Liu Beixian nodded smilingly, knowing the importance of keeping a low profile. Fong was just too excited and proud. "Alright, I've already cultivated these 3 feats into the door. Bye you." Lu Chuan waved his hand and executed the Shadowless Steps, disappearing into the courtyard in a flash and heading straight to Yihong Building. This kid. Liu Beixian was dumbfounded and shook his head. Seeing that Lu Chuan had practiced all 3 Saint Stage techniques so quickly, Liu Beixian realized that he was afraid that Lu Chuan didn't need his guidance anymore, so he didn't force Lu Chuan to stay. However, this time, Lu Chuan didn't stay at Yihong Mansion for a long time. Soon, Lu Chen took a carriage and left Jinbei City. One day later, Lu Chen's carriage suddenly stopped, and Su Yang, who doubled as the driver, narrowed his eyes and slowly gripped the battle sword behind his back. Around the carriage, Gu Ruoshi and Iron Mask also immediately appeared, both holding their weapons, their faces as grave as if they were facing a great enemy. This is an empty and barren official road, with no one in sight for 100 miles. A figure stepped forward in large strides. It was a white-haired woman with a tall and slender figure, appearing to be just around 20 years old, with an extremely beautiful face, simply like a fairy descending from the sky, no worse than Lu Jianyun and Yi Qingling. However, her expression was indifferent and cold, and invisibly, there was a horrifying murderous aura surrounding her body, causing the 3 Su Yangs to feel a great threat. Her full head of white hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and a slender red scimitar hung at her waist as she walked slowly towards Lu Chen. "Who are you?" Su Yang opened his mouth in a deep voice, his battle sword slightly sheathed behind him, bursting out a ray of stern blade intent, locking onto the white-haired woman. Chapter 48, The Chief of the Ropes. "Stop. If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite." Iron Face also let out a stern warning. However, the white-haired woman was as if she hadn't heard anything. Her cold and indifferent gaze locked onto Lu Duan from the beginning, and she walked over step by step. As she continued to approach, The murderous aura on her body became more and more terrifying, causing Su Yang's 3 bodies to tense up, as if they were in the Shura purgatory, with a palpitating feeling coming from their souls. This was definitely the top powerhouse of the world. Only Lu Chuan was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he stared at the white-haired woman with interest and carefully admired her marvelous figure. Lu Chuan lamented. Who would have thought that the leader of the Luonet, the leader of the Heavenly Order Killers, the prisoner's shadow, who was known as the god of Shura killers, who has caused countless people to lose their fear, would be such a stunning beauty? It's really a pity to be so long and so beautiful, but you like to kill people. How about this? Why don't you follow this worldly son from now on and be his maid? And this worldly son will guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. How about that? Lu Chuan's words fell on the white-haired woman's ears, and she remained expressionless as if she hadn't heard them. However, when Su Yang's trio heard this, their pupils contracted violently, and shocking waves were set off in their hearts. She's actually the leader of the roulette? No good. Su Yang, you take His Highness the World's Son and run away. Miss Gu and I will stop her. Chills ran down Iron Face's spine, and he immediately made a decision. The only reason it could scare Iron Mask like this was because the name of the leader of the Luonet was so terrifying. Luonet was the most terrifying assassin organization in the world, with assassins all over the dynasties, and had even infiltrated the foreign races long ago. If you pay enough money, Rohan will dare to kill anyone. In particular, the Luonet leader was extremely mysterious and terrifying, and almost never appeared in front of the world, but any one of her battles would be enough to shock the world if word got out. 10 years ago, when the capital of the White Phoenix Kingdom was the most heavily guarded, he openly assassinated the Lord of the White Phoenix Kingdom, and 5 top experts blocked the way, and all of them were killed. None of them were spared. 15 years ago, the number 1 powerhouse of the Songhai dynasty, Zhang Ho, was assassinated and was beheaded with a single blade. 28 years ago, the former barbarian king of the barbarian race was killed in the barbarian race's holy temple, and the entire temple was split in half. These people who were killed were, without exception, all top powerhouses at the 9th level of the June realm. Many people thought that the leader of the Luonet was suspected to possess a Saint realm cultivation. At this moment, when the white-haired woman appeared, Su Yang's trio even more clearly sensed a terrifying sense of crisis, their souls trembling as if they were facing a god of death. Su Yang's trio instantly realized that they were in no way a match for the white-haired woman. Su Yang's figure shifted and grabbed Lu Chen's arm, preparing to run away with him. Lu Chuan, however, waved his hand and said, "There's no need to run. In front of her, the 3 of you won't be able to block the second slash. You won't be able to run away at all." Lu Chuan's gaze landed on the white-haired woman's stunningly beautiful face that was overwhelmingly beautiful and said, "Miss Yunshi, this son is a bit curious. What treasures did the Great Zhou imperial family give you to be able to invite you to kill me? The royal family of Great Zhou?" When Su Yang's trio heard this, their hearts were once again shaken dramatically. They never expected that the leader of the Luonet would be invited by the Great Zhou imperial family, but a little thought they also reacted. Looking at the whole world, can move this level of strong few? The Great Zhou royal family is one of them. The white-haired woman Yunshi's ancient, wave-free eyes finally flashed with a hint of fluctuation. "How did you learn my real name?" Yunshi's voice was clear and pleasant, but without the slightest emotion, causing a chill to well up in his heart for no reason. "Not only does this son know your real name, he knows everything about you." Lu Chen smiled faintly and sat up straight. "This son has been waiting for you for a long time, but unfortunately I have not been able to contact you, so I had to use the hands of the Great Zhou royal family to fish you out." Yunshi, the leader of the Luonet, was one of the female leads in the original plot. She was also the top fighter that Lu Duan had always wanted to take in. Unfortunately, Yunshi was too mysterious and her trail was hidden. Even the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion couldn't find out half of the information and couldn't contact her through the Luonet. Therefore, Lu Chuan could only accidentally expose some extraordinary talent in front of the royal family, and then convey information to the royal family through Red Dream and the Supervisory Heavenly Division, causing the royal family's greatest killing intent, thus fishing Yunshi out. Lu Chen was surrounded by many strong men, and the Jinbei king was the number 1 strongest man in the Great Zhou dynasty. The only person who could kill Lu Dust was this terrifyingly strong Luonet leader. Therefore, if the royal family wanted to get rid of Lu Chen, they could only ask Yunshi to take action. Posturing. Yunshi snorted coldly, not bothering to talk more nonsense with Lu Chen. In her opinion, Lu Chen and Su Yang's trio were already dead, so there was no need to waste time with the dead. As she gripped the red scimitar at her waist, strand after strand of blood-colored lightning began to intertwine, and the already horrifying enough murderous aura became more and more terrifying. Just as Su Yang's trio was on the verge of an attack, an old sigh rang out. "When does injustice end?" Miss Yunshi, Stop. An old man in a Taoist robe stepped into the air. His hair and beard were white and immortal. He carried his hands on his back, inadvertently revealing the silver ancient sword on his waist. Yunshi frowned slightly, actually sensing a terrifying and extreme pressure from the old man. Just like the brilliant sun, giving her an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Yunshi's gaze landed on the sword at the old man's waist, and his pupils shrunk even more. Holy sword. Are you a Saint Realm cultivator? Yunshi's mind, which had always been ancient and unruffled, set off a considerable wave at this moment. How could the prince of the Jinbei royal family be protected by such a strong man? Lu Dus let out a light laugh. Miss Yunshi, can we have a good talk now? What do you want to talk about? Yunshi finally showed some interest at this moment, and her gaze fell on Lu Chen. No wonder this guy knew his identity but was not the least bit afraid. So it turned out that he was surrounded by Saint Realm powerhouses. His own assassination mission looked like it was going to fail. Wanted to talk to you about working together. Lu Chen leisurely said. It's very simple. As long as you come to be my sword attendant, I will help you find that master of yours hiding place, as well as the whereabouts of your sister. Swish. As Lu Chuan's voice fell, Yunshi's pupils shrunk violently, and strand after strand of blood-colored lightning surrounded his body. And his terrifying pressure surged like a volcano, creeping out Su Yang's three people. Tell me how you knew about this. Yunshi's voice was icy cold to the bone as she raised the red scimitar in her hand and pointed it straight at Lu Chen. Before the scimitar was even sheathed, Su Yang's trio tensed up, as if there was an invisible blade against their brow. The sense of oppression was too terrifying. Yunshi appeared to have a cold and indifferent tone, but in fact, it was evident from the raging aura on her body that she was not common-side. Chapter 49, Adopted as a Maid? Only Lu Chen was not the least bit panicked. Yunshi's terrifying pressure did not affect him in any way, as if it was a fresh breeze on his face. My lord has said that I know everything about you. Lu Dus let out a light laugh and said, 100 years ago, the village where you sisters were from was massacred by robbers, and just as you were about to be killed, you were saved by the former leader of the Luo Net and brought back to the Luo Net to be nurtured. You and tens of thousands of teenage girls chosen by the Luo Net are thrown into the Shura Tower to kill each other in a brutal and evil way to select the most suitable seedling to be an assassin. In that trial, you narrowly escaped death in battle to protect your sister, falling into a coma and faking death, your life hanging in the balance. When you wake up, tens of thousands of people are dead, and your sister is the only one missing. You, on the other hand, were taken by the former leader of the Luo Net and cultivated with all your might, and in just 20 years, your cultivation jumped to the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, catching up with your master. But no matter how much you begged and asked, your master never mentioned your sister's whereabouts. You began to investigate secretly, only to discover that the one who drove the robbers to slaughter the village and kill your family back then was none other than your master. You angrily approached him to confront him, and the other party did nothing, long before there was any humanity left. For revenge, to find out what happened to your sister, you killed your master. But he never mentioned your sister's whereabouts until he died. As Lu Chuan's voice slowly rang out, accurately telling the information about Yunshi's origin, a ghastly blood light began to light up in Yunshi's eyes, and a black aura surrounded his body. Enough! Don't ever bring up these things again. Yunshi let out a stern cry, his head full of white hair standing upside down, his breath growing deeper and more terrifying, as if it would explode at any time. What Lu Chuan had mentioned with a past that she was most unwilling to recall and face. Lu Chuan's words had touched her backbone. Now, Miss Yunshi believes my words, right? Lu Chen remained unperturbed and said, you've been in charge of the Luo Net for nearly 80 years, secretly mobilizing Luo Net assassins, searching for dynasties and foreign races from all sides, and even exploring the infinite great wilderness, yet you haven't found the slightest hint of your sister. And you also found out that your master cultivated a weird and inexplicable magic skill. Was the person you killed back then really his original body? Lu Chen's words caused Yunshi's pupils to shrink violently. Her brows furrowed, but she didn't say anything, instead waiting for Lu Chen to continue. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen directly lazily laid down on the carriage and began to rest his eyes. Yunshi looked up at the mysterious old man above him, and then at Lu Duan. His hands slowly clenched, and he finally put away his own curved sword. She took a deep breath as the blood-colored lightning around her disappeared and calmed her emotions. When Yunshi opened her eyes again, her eyes had returned to normal, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. Yunshi stared at Lu Chen and said word by word, tell me the whereabouts of that old thief, as well as clues to my sister, and the conditions are yours. I've made the offer. Lu Chen let out a light laugh and looked up and down at Yunshi's marvelous figure. You want me to be your maid of honor? Yunshi looked at Lu Duan with an expressionless face. It's natural. Lu Chuan also looked at Yunshi's stunningly beautiful and incomparable face and laughed. With Miss Yunshi's stunning face and talent, how wasteful it would be to stay in the shadowy underground as a king of killers. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to follow this shitsi to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food? You've got a lot of nerve. Yunshi's tone was icy cold. If another person dared to molest her like this, even if it was the emperor of the Shang dynasty or the king of the foreign race, he would surely die. I'm not joking. Miss Yunshi, think about it. Lu Dust said in an old-fashioned manner. Your Highness, are you for real? When Su Yang and the three of them heard this, they were all startled and hurriedly persuaded. No, Your Highness, the Luonet chief is temperamental and ruthless. If he stays by his side, I'm afraid he'll be a scourge. With Yunshi's terrifying strength, if she wanted to make a move against Lu Chen, I'm afraid that even if King Jinbei was around, he wouldn't be able to protect her. Moreover, the identity of the leader of the Luonet was not destined to be an existence that Lu Chen could manage. Yunshi was too strong for Lu Chen to grasp. If you help me find that old thief, and the whereabouts of my sister, I can be your consort. Surprisingly to Su Yang's trio, Yunshi actually agreed dryly. Your Highness, the world's son. Su Yang and the three of them were still trying to persuade them, but Lu Chen waved his hand and interrupted them. Great! Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he sat up straight again and said, I can help you find your master and sister, but it will take time, but I won't make you wait too long. 3 to 5 years at most. The first step of cooperation. I'll give you the hiding place of your master's father in the outside world, and you'll be able to tell if I'm lying to you if you go there in person. In return, I need you to mobilize the Luonet Sky Rank Killer, Elder Wet Puppet, to follow my orders and just do one thing for me. After speaking, Lu Chen waved his hand and a jade sketch flew towards Yunshi. Yunshi raised his hand to catch the jade slip, and after a sweep of his divine sense and reading the contents inside, there was an essence in his eyes. I'll let Elder Wet Puppet find you first. Yunshi turned to leave, leaving behind only a calm sentence. Also, as a sign of sincerity, I will return the payment given to me by the royal family of Great Zhou, and in the future, Luonet will not take on any more assassination missions against you as well as members of the Jinbei royal family. Actually, you don't have to return it. Lu Chen said, why don't you transfer those treasures to me, Miss Yunshi, and just tell them that they can't kill me for a while, and that they need to do it slowly, and that they don't need to be returned when I destroy the royal family after a while. Yunshi paused in her footsteps, but she didn't look back, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from sight. Hey, this woman is just too deadhead to be flexible. Lu Dust sighed, rather disappointed, but it's gone. Su Yang's 3 hanging hearts finally relaxed, while there was also a dreamlike sense of unreality. Not only did Lu Chuan dissolve the Luonet chief's killing intent in a few words, he also backhandedly took the other party as his maid. This is simply inverting the Big Dipper. How incredible! In mid-air, that immortal old man landed on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief, patting his violently heaving chest, his back already drenched in cold sweat, his eyes full of fear. He was clearly Zhao Fei Yang. Even though he had just looked so breezy, he had actually almost peed himself. Among the top experts, Zhao Fei Yang was the weakest, only at the first level of the June realm. Facing Yunshi's terrifying pressure directly, he was truly frightened and his heart and mind trembled. Pretending was fun for a while, but if he was recognized, I'm afraid he would die a horrible death. Fortunately, the mysterious magic treasure that his old man left for him before his death was strong enough, and that Saint Realm pressure was simply fake. Yunshi did not detect any abnormality, which allowed him to muddle through. Chapter 50, Vengeance is Avenged. This is one of old Zhao's most useful times, and I finally understand why His Highness the Prince bestowed the holy sword on him. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Iron Face and Guruwashi also had palpitations of fear. If Yunshi hadn't been bluffed by Zhao Fei Yang and had instead come up and slashed first, I'm only afraid that Lu Chen would have to laugh in his grave. At the same time, they grew to admire Lu Chen more and more. A junior only, actually able to play the royal family of the Great Zhou and the Luonet in the palm of their hands, using the royal family of the Great Zhou to draw out the leader of the Luonet, and ultimately designing to subdue him. What an amazing amount of guts and scheming. Your Highness, what kind of cultivation level of existence is this Luonet chief? Could it be that she's really a Saint Realm powerhouse? Iron Face couldn't help but ask. Lu Beixian was at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, and could be called the strongest person under the Saint Realm. However, the sense of oppression and crisis that Yunshi brought to Iron Face was far beyond Lu Beixian, as if the two were not even at the same level of existence. She is not yet considered a true Saint Realm powerhouse and has not managed to take that step, Lu Chen casually explained. Her current cultivation level, let's call it a half-step Saint Realm. She has already initially grasped a small portion of the Saint Realm laws. Slashing a June Realm 9 is not a problem, but she is still far away from the true Saint Realm. Half-step Holy Realm. The hearts of the 4 Iron Masks were shaken. This was a realm they had never heard of before, and no one had ever appeared at this level of power, either in the Shang dynasty or among the foreign races. For them, the end of the martial Dao was the peak of the 9th level of the June realm. Half-step Saint realm is so terrifying. How terrifying would a true Saint realm be? Zhao Fei Yang couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with longing and yearning. Lu Chen said, "There's no rush. Soon you will appreciate the power of the Saint realm." What? Zhao Fei Yang was immediately startled. Your Highness, you're not going to provoke a true Saint realm powerhouse, are you? Iron Face and Guruwashi and Su Yan were also creeped out, chills running down their spines. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and said without any good humor, "What this worldly prince means is that as long as you follow this worldly prince with peace of mind, very soon you will be able to break through to the Saint realm as well." The four Zhao Fei Yang people heard this, and then they let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Lu Chen wasn't going to mess with a true Saint realm powerhouse, it was fine. As for letting them break through the holy realm, they only thought that Lu Chen was joking and painting a big pie for them. They themselves have a few pounds and 2 pounds. Their hearts are still very much in the right place. They simply do not have the talent to become saints. Even if they have a saint-ranked gungfu, there is little hope. Lu Chen didn't explain too much, but waved his hand, allowing Su Yan to continue driving the carriage forward. Soon, Lu Chuan and his group arrived at the Cloud State, Lu Yun City. Lu Chuan and his group entered an inn, and they were greeted by a red-skirted young girl pouncing over, her face full of surprise and excitement, and it was clearly Red Dream. Lu Chuan wrapped his arms around Hong Meng's fragrant and soft body, stretched out his fingers to hook her chin, and laughed. "Beauty, are you ready?" Red Dream's lips were lightly biting, and her eyes showed excitement and expectation, hatred, and other various emotions that were somewhat complicated. Soon, all the emotions in her eyes turned into cold and bone-chilling killing intent. Red Dream whispered, "Back to your highness. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Into the night, the streets of Luyun City were still brightly lit with people coming and going, quite lively and prosperous. A carriage entered Luyun City silently and did not attract anyone's attention. As the carriage entered the Li Mansion compound down the street, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes got down from the carriage, stretching his body and looking around the opulent compound. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. In the courtyard, the door to the study was not closed, and under the hazy light, a white girl was quietly reading a book, well-behaved and quiet. "Good girl, haven't seen you for so long. Have you missed Daddy?" The middle-aged man's face was filled with a doting smile as he walked over in large strides, reaching out to take the young girl in his arms. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's body stiffened and the smile on his face froze, slowly lowering his head. The white girl had a sweet smile on her face, but in her hand, she was holding a rusty dagger with barbs, directly piercing through the middle-aged man's chest, blood splattering and staining her white clothes red. "Dad, I miss you to death." The white-clothed girl was laughing, but she was showing no mercy at all, stabbing through the middle-aged man's chest blade after blade, pouring her heart out to him. Put! The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. With a surge of mana in his body, he waved his big hand and directly shook the young girl out and fell to the ground. The middle-aged man covered his chest and staggered back, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Red Dream, how could it be you? You bastard! Where's Yunur? What did you do with Ru?" The middle-aged man's voice trembled a little, and his face was distorted. He was clearly the head of the supervisor of Heaven's department. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Red Dream stood up, an innocent and moving face, but it was slightly twisted, with a bit of madness. "Old thief, your good daughter is waiting for you down in hell. The 19 unjust souls of my Su family are also waiting for you to pay for your lives." Hong Mang let out a stern cry, holding her dagger and stabbing at Si Zhang once again. "You!" Si Zhang was shocked and angry, said in a fierce voice, "Could you, this white-eyed wolf that cannot be raised? In vain I have painstakingly raised you to adulthood. You even ate the inside out. Wolf heart and dog lung. You!" Poof! Before he could finish his words, a large hand suddenly poked out of thin air and pressed on his head. The palm of this hand was even wider than a normal person's. The fingers were as thin and long as withered bamboo, and the whole hand had only a pale layer of skin sticking to the bones of the hand, full of black spots, as if it had crawled out from the middle of hell. When Si Zhang's head was pressed down, his body trembled and both of his eyes instantly grayed out. Red Dream stabbed him again and again until she plucked out every piece of flesh and blood from his body, leaving only a morose skeleton, the blood staining the entire study red. Only then did she drop the dagger in her hand. Her body could not stop trembling, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down as she cried and laughed. "Father, Mother, I have avenged you." Chapter 51, Elder Wet Puppet. TSK TSK TSK. The little girl is quite pretty, but her hands are quite hard now. An old, hoarse voice rang out, like two pieces of metal rubbing together, causing both ears to tingle. It was a strange-looking old man, a full 10 feet tall, thin and tall, and the whole person looked like skin and bones. He was wearing a strange costume, with many parts of his body glittering with metallic light, and a cold and eerie aura emanated out, like a ghost or monster. Incomparably creepy. The old man pressed down on Si Zhang's head with one hand, but an eerie green light lit up in his dim and old eyes. Looking straight into Si Zhang's eyes, Elder Wet Puppet is actually a razor? Iron Face and the four of them, Guru Washi, Su Yang, and Zhao Fei Yang, appeared, their faces filled with astonishment as they stared at the old man in front of them who looked like a severe ghost. They had thought that all of the Luo net were human races, but they didn't expect that a strong razor tribe member would actually pop up. The next scene is a bit bloody. Little girl, and His Highness, if you don't want to be scared, you'd better avoid it for a while, the wet puppet old man said hoarsely without turning his head back. Meh. Lu Dust let out a light laugh and said, don't worry, this son of the world isn't interested in your evil forbidden techniques of the Ebony clan and is too lazy to peek. Let's go. Lu Dust beckoned, and Hong Meng obediently walked out of the study, closing the door of the study in his hand. After some cleaning, Hong Meng changed back into her red dress, her eyes still a little red and swollen, and came to Lu Chuan's side, saying in a low voice, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I just couldn't control my emotions for a moment. No harm done. Lu Chuan interrupted her, reached out and rubbed her head, smiling, this little scene can't scare the son. It's normal for you to act this way after years of repressing your hatred, but next you won't be able to return to the supervisory heavenly division. Take those two little girls, Chunyu and Xiaha, and report to the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. With your abilities, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion is very suitable for you to play. Hong Meng was delighted in her heart and quickly nodded. Many thanks, Your Highness. Half an hour later, the door to the study reopened. Elder Wet Puppet threw a jade slip towards Lu Dust and said in a hoarse voice, all the useful information read from his soul is in here, and I've also refined this corpse into a puppet doll. However, the lifespan of the puppet mannequins will gradually drain away, and they can only last for a month at most, and after a month, they will not be able to conceal themselves from the senses of the top masters. Behind the old man of the wet puppet, it was definitely Si Zhang. His head was intact and undamaged. The original body that had been laminated in pieces had also been put back together, only it was full of cracks, covered with black lines, and densely packed bizarre symbols, which made it increasingly creepy. A month, that's enough. A glint of essence flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes as he said, the next step requires a little more cooperation from Senior. Lu Chuan slowly opened his mouth and revealed his plan. Jia. Wonderful. Wet Puppet Elder's muddy and pale eyes glowed a bit, revealing an eerie and frightening smile. Your Highness is truly cunning and insidious. I like it. After speaking, he pressed one hand on his brow, and a fuzzy black gas flew out from his sea of consciousness and did not enter Si Zhang's sea of consciousness. Si Zhang's originally gray and dead eyes began to flicker with a dark light, regaining their vitality. He raised his hand and a set of clothes flew out from his storage ring and put on his body. In this way, Si Zhang looked no different than when he was normal. Your Imperial Highness, the old man will take his leave. Si Zhang's voice was hoarse and low as he arched his hand towards Lu Dust and turned to leave the courtyard. Elder Wet Puppet, on the other hand, was holding a black soul invocation streamer, and his figure gradually blurred, blending into the darkness of the night and disappearing. Lu Chuan picked up the jade slip given by the Wet Puppet Elder, and his fingertips surged with spiritual energy as he read its contents. What was recorded here was precisely the secrets of the supervisory heavenly division and the royal family intelligence that Si Zhang had controlled over the years. With this intelligence, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion would be able to easily formulate all sorts of plans against the royal family and other sect forces. Take it to the Patrol Pavilion and give it to Bai Shao. Lu Chen casually handed the jade slip to Red Dream. As you wish. Hong Meng respectfully received the jade slip. Late night, a carriage silently sped away from Luyun City, heading straight for the state capital of Yunzhou. The state mansion was very vast and opulent, with attics and palaces, and it was heavily guarded by a number of guards, both in the open and in the dark. However, these arrangements were null and void to the top masters. In the middle of the master bedroom, Yunzhou State Minister Qing Huarong stretched his body and was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when he suddenly got a chill down his spine and felt a gaze watching him from behind. Swish! Qing Huarong's eyes turned cold. A sharp sword suddenly surfaced in his hand, and he turned back like lightning to chop out with a sword. With this all-out effort of his sword, he was unable to move as Su Yang stretched out two fingers and clamped them together. Top notch! Qing Huarong's heart shook, and cold sweat ran down his forehead all of a sudden. He was a Zunshi realm cultivation, and there were many experts in the state capital, but the other party was able to casually block his attacks and sneak into his bedroom without a sound. so he must be a top expert without a doubt. Who is your honor? Qing Huarong was worthy of being a party state pastor, and at this moment, he remained calm and collected, saying, I am an official of the Great Zhou dynasty. If you dare to injure me, you will surely be pursued by the Great Zhou dynasty without end. Just then, a soft laugh rang out. Don't think too highly of yourself. A regional state pastor is nothing more than a dog that helps manage the place for the royal family. The royal family doesn't care if you live or die. Qing Huarong's body stiffened as he slowly turned around, and he saw that Lu Chuan had sat in his chair at some point, with a playful smile on his face. It's you? Qing Huarong was shocked and furious as he let out a loud cry. Lu Dust, although you are the son of the Jinbei king's house, trespassing on this official's residence is a great offense. Lu Chen dug his ears and said carelessly, why are you yelling so loudly? Do you really think the guards outside can hear you? The room has long since been set up with an array to isolate it from the outside world, so no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out today. After a while, the surroundings remained quiet, and none of the state guards appeared. Qing Huarong's hanging heart finally died. Ah, ha 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 ha, Your Highness the Son of the World were words. Your Highness appeared too suddenly. This official was scared a little godless, which said nonsense. Please Your Highness the Son of the World, do not take it seriously. Qing Huarong squeezed out a smile on his face, his attitude instantly shifting as he rubbed his hands together. I wonder what exactly His Highness the World Son's visit is about. Chapter 52, The State Shepherd Submits. There's an old saying in my old home country that says that those who know what's right are wise. And this prince hopes that you'll work well with us and follow the orders of my Jinbei royal house. Lu Duan let out a light laugh and said, Qing Zhou, you don't want to see 36 members of your family accompanying you to the grave with a smile on their faces, do you? Oh yeah. You also secretly harbor a full 25 old lovers all over Yunzhou, giving you 19 illegitimate children. TSK TSK TSK. You don't want to see your Qing family go extinct, right? You. Qing Huarong's pupils contracted violently, shocked and furious, and he stared at Lu Duan dead in the face. Also, don't think of pretending to submit to me, and immediately tip off the royal family when I leave. You should have noticed that for some time now. Your family members and old favorites have had red flashes in their eyes from time to time, but nothing could be seen when they were examined by the doctor. This is a compulsion that originated from the Yi clan, and they have long since been invaded into their heart veins, and their lives and deaths are at the whim of this world's sun. Even if it's the 9th princess that you've secretly defected to, she can't possibly help you undo these parasites. She doesn't have the ability to do that yet. This world's sun gives you two choices, either follow this world's orders, or the whole family goes on the road together. Lu Chuan was smiling, but every word that came out of his mouth made Qing Huarong's heart tremble with fear, and he only felt a chill surging up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Lu Duan, the Jinbei royal house. You. Qing Huarong's teeth were clenched and he was just about to say something, when suddenly 4 icy and terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped him, and Su Yang even put a sharp sword with a flashing cold light on his neck. You. Read people really well. Qing Huarong suddenly revealed a smile that was even worse than crying, and knelt down towards Lu Duan, saying, Cheng Mao has been drifting around for half a lifetime, and I only hate that I haven't met a bright master. If Your Highness the World's Son doesn't give up, I'm willing to swear to follow Your Highness the World's Son to the death. Great. Lu Chen smiled with his palm and looked at Guruwashi. Guruwashi nodded. Her hands formed seals, and a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air, inscribed with countless densely packed symbols. As Guruwashi performed her Dao magic, the talisman slowly burned and transformed into an illusory talisman that disappeared into Qing Huarong's sea of consciousness, forming a prohibition and locking down Qing Huarong's soul. This is a secret method of the Dao Heavenly Sex prohibition. If you dare to betray this worldly sun can cause your form to be destroyed with a single thought from 10,000 miles away. Lu Chen said. Also, this prohibition can only be broken by the person who cast the spell. If anyone else touches it, it will directly explode, along with the head of the Qingzhou pastor. You don't want to make your death too ugly, do you? The Taoist heavenly cult? Qing Huarong's pupils shrunk violently. To be able to control a powerhouse of his level, this secret art was definitely the most central inheritance in the Dao Heavenly sect as well, and the cultivation of the caster was even as high as the June realm. Could it be that the Dao Heavenly sect has already secretly supported the Jinbei royal house? But isn't the leader of the Taoist Heavenly sect the contemporary national master? That's His Majesty's most trusted confidant. Qing Huarong was really frightened. If the state master and the Dao Heavenly Church secretly fall to the Jinbei royal house, I am only afraid that this day is going to change. Seeing his changing expression one after another, Lu Chen smiled slightly, knowing that he had achieved his purpose. Don't panic, State Minister Qing. As long as you are at ease and follow this worldly sun, not only will your Qing family be safe and sound, when this worldly sun destroys the royal family, It won't be a problem to give State Minister Cheng a prince or a marquis. Lu Chen patted Cheng Huarong's shoulder. Cheng Huarong's heart suddenly trembled. Sure enough, the Jinbei royal house, this is to plot a rebellion. Please rest assured. Your Highness, Mr. Cheng will swear his loyalty to your Highness to the death. On the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire. 10,000 deaths. Cheng Huarong immediately kowtowed to Lu Chen and shouted loudly. TSK. Another poor guy getting lynched. Zhao Fei Yang secretly shook his head. However, when he thought about the fact that he seemed to have been forcibly subdued by Lu Chuan in such a manner, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Dust said, by the way, Qingzhou Shepherd, the ninth princess secretly provided you with a copy of the Art of War and Secret Art, as well as a large batch of medicinal herbs, so that you can train your troops. How is the progress? Cheng Huarong's heart shook once again when he heard this. Not realizing that Lu Chuan actually even knew the secret, he didn't dare to hide it, and respectfully said, it has been drilled for more than a month, and the strength of the 300,000 strong army has skyrocketed. It can already be compared to the border guards, and it is still getting stronger. Comparable to the border guard? Iron Face sniffed, but was taken aback. Yunzhou was located in the hinterland of the Great Zhou dynasty. The army under Cheng Huarong hadn't experienced too many battles, and the overall strength of the martial artists that made up the army were not high. The combat power was far below that of the border guards. It would be good to have a tenth of the border guards, but Cheng Huarong is saying that just by drilling for a month, the strength of the army under his command will skyrocket tenfold? 1 month. There was no way that even the Faustian art of war wouldn't be able to do this. Very well, continue to drill. Everything as usual. Don't let the 9 princesses and the others see anything unusual. When you're needed, the Xian will find you. Lu Dust nodded. In the original plot, after Chu Fan defected to the 9 princesses, he took out a coat of arms and a secret art and offered it to the 9 princesses based on his memories of his previous life. This soldiering technique and secret art was very bizarre and powerful, and with the large amount of medicinal herbs provided by the 9 princesses, it could allow ordinary soldiers to exceed their limits to stimulate their potential, and their strength skyrocketed in a short period of time. In less than 2 months, the 9th princess had created a terrifying army not weaker than the Faustian Iron Cavalry by virtue of this coat of arms and secret techniques. This was also the most important undercurrent of the original plot, where Chu Fan was able to seize the Great Zhou dynasty's kingdom. The price, however, was that the 300,000 strong army could only live for 3 years, and their lifespan was drastically shortened. In reality, Cheng Huarong had still underestimated this rule of arms and secret techniques, and now those 300,000 troops under his command were already stronger than the border guards. However, this 300,000 strong army is ultimately at the command of Cheng Huarong. A few days later, the king's capital, Rower, don't know what's good for them. The old emperor sat high above the dragon chair, his large sleeves flung violently, lifting all the things on the table in front of him out, his pale face carrying a hint of anger. Not only did the leader of the Luo net return the treasures and spirit stones given by the imperial family, but he also bluntly stated that he would not take on any more missions to assassinate members of the Jinbei royal house, which caused the old emperor to be infuriated. Your Majesty, the head of the supervisory heavenly division is requesting an audience, claiming to have something important to report, and it's related to the Jinbei royal house. Just then, an old eunuch appeared and said in a respectful tone, the house of the king of Jinbei? The old emperor's heart stirred and he immediately nodded his head. Soon, the head of the supervisory heavenly division appeared, holding a jade slip in both hands, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the humble minister has discovered important confidential information about the Jinbei royal house and Lu Dust. Please also ask Your Majesty to take a look at it. With his hands raised and his head hung low, the supervisor of Heaven's division Zhang walked up to the old emperor. Suddenly, a chaotic and terrifying force erupted within him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar echoing out, the body of the supervisory heavenly division's Zheng Zhang exploded on the spot in a terrifying explosion, and the entire palace trembled with it as the ground crumbled and tiny cracks appeared in the palace. A splash of black blood stained the old emperor's face, but he was not injured. In the nick of time, a black figure appeared out of thin air, with a vast and majestic mana, protecting in front of the old emperor and blocking the power of this big explosion. The old emperor's face was expressionless as he stared at the field of debris left behind by the explosion of the supervisory heavenly division's head for a long time. Jinbei royal house. Lu Duan. Good enough. The old emperor violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and boundless killing opportunities erupted in his eyes. Chapter 53, The Tomb of Taoist Qian Crow. Say, gent, this place is full of unimpressive rags. What's the point of coming here? Guruwashi was a bit puzzled. At this moment, They were located within the Chanyang Prefecture's Haitian city. This was an ancient city on the border, and also a major trading city on the border between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Cloud dynasty, where many merchant caravans gathered and exchanged business, making it very prosperous and lively. In addition to the business and trade on the surface, there are a number of far-famed black markets in Haitian city, where a large number of goods that can't be traded on the surface circulate. Lu Chuan and his group had clearly arrived in the black market and were wandering around, though the black market was very lively with a wide variety of goods. However, in Gu Ruoshi's opinion, many of them were fakes, and the real ones were at most 5th and 6th order treasures, which even she couldn't look at, let alone Lu Chen. Lu Chuan didn't answer, but instead asked in return, Miss Gu, do you believe that there are sons of fortune in the world? Or that there are people who are born to be the protagonists of this world? The son of Qi? Protagonist? Gu Ruoshi froze for a moment, somewhat unsure. Nice. Destined protagonist. Lu Dust revealed a meaningful smile. The so-called son of Qi. There is a heavenly shelter in the underworld. You can pick up treasures when you fall off a cliff. There are beauties throwing themselves at you wherever you go. And you can pick up dusty and overwhelming treasures in the black market. Just like. Lu Dust suddenly strides forward and casually picks up a brick full of dirt from the street stall. Yo, this young warrior really has a good eye. The stall owner's eyes lit up after seeing Lu Duan in his flashy clothes, and he immediately introduced himself enthusiastically. I won't hide it from you, young warrior, but these things have a great deal to offer. The stall owner lowered his voice and said mysteriously, has the young warrior ever heard of Taoist Qian Crow? Taoist Qian Crow? Gu Ruoshi on the side raised her eyebrows with a slight surprise. Could it be that these things are related to Taoist Qian Crow? Taoist Qian Crow, a controversial and legendary figure. He was the head of the Medicine King Valley 3,000 years ago. Qian Crow Taoist medical and martial arts. Not only the cultivation to reach the top of the time, medical skills is also the best in ancient times. Talent strength is known as the strongest person ever in the King Valley. Taoist Qian Crow spent the first half of his life hanging on to the world, out to save countless patients, and was honored as a medical saint. However, when he entered his later years, he was obsessed with immortality and was not willing to die of old age. It is said that in order to refine the legendary longevity pill, he not only exhausted the King Valley's long years of accumulation, but also did not hesitate to embark on the devil's path and try all sorts of evil forbidden techniques. For this reason, the Qian Crow Taoist has committed a lot of murder, secretly taking away tens of millions of innocent people to refine pills and fall into the devil. He has also attracted the joint wanted by all the dynasties, and the King Valley has even severed all relations with him, because Taoist Qian Crow captured too many people. Whether they were from the Shang dynasty or the foreign race, he captured them as usual, and was ultimately besieged by many powerful people from the Shang dynasty and the foreign race, and fell. But the weird thing was that although all the dynasties and foreign races claimed that Taoist Qian Crow had been killed, no one could produce Taoist Qian Crow's body or relics to testify. Many people suspected that Taoist Qian Crow hadn't been killed at all, but had escaped after being seriously injured. But since then, Taoist Qian Crow never appeared again. Over time, Taoist Qian Crow was gradually forgotten by the world. It's natural, the stall owner said in a low voice. These things, our gang, team, stole, coffin the grave of the Qian Crow Taoist, dug out. The value is inestimable. Gu Ruoshi's face darkened a bit as she said, can you scammers change your routine? What era is this? And you still use this kind of old-fashioned scam? 3,000 years ago, Taoist Qian Crow was claimed to have been killed, but no one has seen his body or his relics. Since then, from time to time, people claim to have discovered Taoist Qian Crow's tomb, which contained amazing treasures, causing no small amount of fluctuation. But it turned out, without a doubt, to be all false. Over the past 3,000 years, the number of times Taoist Qian Crow's grave has been discovered is said to be as high as tens of thousands of times. Actually, all the dynasties and foreign races are also secretly looking for the grave of the Qian Crow Taoist. All want to get the treasures and inheritance on his body, but no one has been able to find any traces, and gave up after a long time. Now a vendor in a small black market claiming to have dug up Taoist Qian Crow's grave. Who would believe that? 1,000 times true. I'm definitely not lying. The stall owner was a bit anxious and said with conviction, at that time, when we dug deep into the tomb, we found a crow with green eyes. There's no way it's fake. It was rumored that Taoist Qian Crow had raised a pet with a special bloodline since he was young, known as the Evil Eye Qian Crow, with ghostly green eyes. It's also a unique gentoo in the world. Taoist Qian Crow has been dead for 3,000 years. How can his Evil Eye Qian Crow still be alive today? Gu Ruoshi said without a trace of anger. Even if it's a real Evil Eye Qian Crow, with its terrifying strength, how could you guys survive if you were discovered? The stall owner's tone stuttered and said, We were also scared half to death at that time, but the evil Eye Xiancrow didn't attack us, so we turned around and ran away. I really didn't lie to you guys. We dug all these things out of Taoist Xiancrow's grave. Lu Dust waved his hand, interrupting the words of the stall owner. I believe. Wrap all this up, make an offer, and take me to the grave of Taoist Xiancrow. The stall owner was overjoyed. This gentleman is atmospheric. At first glance, he has vision and insight, totaling 1 million spirit stones. Guruwashi's eyes widened a few points when she heard this. Apart from some bricks with dirt, there were just some messy bottles and jars. Not even spiritual weapons or magic treasures. And they actually dared to ask for 1 million spirit stones? It's not a lie to the cutie, is it? Wait. Just as the stall owner started to pack up his things, a calm voice rang out. I'll take these things. I'll pay 10 times the price. 3 silhouettes walked head-on, followed by 5 guards. Although everyone in the black market wore masks, Lu Chuan recognized the 3 familiar figures at once. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth rose slightly as he slowly spat out a single word, get lost. Seek death. Chu Fan suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an icy cold murderous aura flashed through his eyes. He was the reincarnation of a generation of immortal dignitaries, and someone actually dared to heckle him? Don't be impulsive. He's Lu Chuan. Right at this moment, a woman beside Chu Fan's side had a somewhat gloomy face and said to Chu Fan in a voice transmission, she is none other than the Ninth Princess. Although everyone was wearing masks, she instantly recognized Lu Duan's voice. Is he? When Chu Fan heard that, both his hands were clenched tightly, and the murderous aura in his eyes became a few points heavier. Chapter 54 My rules are the rules. This gentleman is offering 10 times the price? The stall owner's eyes widened. His heartbeat accelerated. His blood pressure rose, and he immediately said, deal. Only 10 million spirit stones. These things will be. Swish. Before the stall owner could finish his words, a sharp sword that flashed with a cold light was placed on his neck. Guruwashi stared at him expressionlessly. These things already belong to my son. Do you want to sell them to someone else? Gulp. Feeling the terrifying sword aura emanating from within the sharp sword, the stall owner couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. But in front of the huge benefits, he still gritted his teeth and said, your family's son hasn't paid the money yet. Now these things are mine. I can sell them to whomever I want. Is it possible that you still want to buy and sell by force? Guruwashi casually threw out a storage ring and said, 1 million spirit stones. These things are now my son's. Bring them to you. No. I'm not selling it to you. The stall owner immediately shook his head. Unless you guys add money too. Sensing the guidance coming from the mysterious supreme treasure in his arms, Chu Fan's gaze fell on Lu Chen's hand. His gaze flamed up a few points and he immediately transmitted his voice to the Ninth Princess. Ninth Princess, these things must be taken. Especially that brick in Lu Chen's hand. There are treasures inside. The Ninth Princess sniffed, her brows furrowing slightly as she felt a little tricky. After all, Lu Chen was surrounded by strong people secretly protecting him, so it was not good to directly rob him. This gentleman, how about giving me face? Let us have these things. As compensation, I'm willing to give your excellency 10 million spirit stones. How about that? The Ninth Princess opened her mouth, looking straight into Lu Duan's eyes. She believed that Lu Chen must have recognized her voice as well. With her status as the Ninth Princess of the royal family, Lu Chen should give himself some face. Don't let it. Get out. Lu Chen didn't even look at the 9 princesses. You. The 9th princess's breath stuttered and the expression on her face was a bit ugly. She did not expect that Lu Chen would not only not allow it, but actually rebuke her so nonchalantly. Do you want to buy and sell by force? Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? Just then, the stallholder shouted in a loud, mournful tone. With this voice, he immediately caught the attention of everyone around him. In a few breaths of time, there were even more than a dozen masked black-robed men striding in, their bodies emitting a terrifying aura. Within the black market there shall be no clamor, no forceful buying or selling. If you violate the rules of the black market, you will suffer the consequences. The black-robed man in the lead had a cold gaze and issued a warning. They are the ones who open the black market and are also responsible for maintaining order in the black market. Black market rules? Lu Chuan picked his ears and said carelessly, my rules are the rules. Guruwashi understood, and a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from her body as she coldly stared at those men in black. Boom! Guruwashi's icy gaze swept in, and the dozen or so black-clothed men all had their hearts shaken, and a feeling of fear and trembling came from their souls, as if they were trembling as if they were facing a flood beast directly. Top-notch. These black-clothed men were so frightened that their legs went weak, revealing a look of fear. After all, powerhouses at this level were too terrifying and rare, and every single one of them was a renowned existence. Never something they could afford to mess with. Even if their backgrounds were not bad, they would be just as afraid to mess with them. Even that stall owner was wide-eyed and creeped out, and a cold sweat ran down his forehead all of a sudden. He actually messed with a top master? Former. Senior, please calm down. I know I am wrong. These things belong to you. The stall owner's two strands roared as he hurriedly collected the things on the floor stall, put them into a storage ring, and offered them with both hands. In front of Prophet and his little life, he decisively chose to follow his heart. Count your blessings. Guruwashi snorted coldly and put away her storage ring. The ninth princess frowned, not moving as she looked to the guards at the side. That guard's face was incomparably grave as he whispered in a voice, "Your Highness, this person's strength is far above mine. I'm no match." When the ninth princess heard this, her face became a few points uglier. Seeing that everyone around him was shocked by Guruwashi's pressure and didn't dare to breathe a single breath, Luchuan let out a light smile, put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's go. Lead the way." Yes, the stall owner didn't dare to resist, so he could only walk ahead in fear, leading Luchan and Guruwashi to the tomb of Taoist Xiancro. Only the ninth princess and Shu Fan were left behind with their faces clouded over. "Let's follow and see." After a half a minute, Shu Fan took a deep breath and immediately followed. It wasn't just his mysterious supreme treasure that reacted strongly, but he also had a premonition in the underworld that the treasure in Luchan's hand was very important, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. If he really couldn't, even if he spared suffering a backlash, he had to use his underhanded means to snatch it from Luchan's hands. A fierce gaze flashed in Shu Fan's eyes. "Brother, wait for me." Without saying a word, Yun Qianxue immediately followed Shu Fan. Princess Nine pondered a little and did not object, bringing her guards to follow suit. With Guruwashi's powerful cultivation, she naturally detected Shu Fan and his group secretly following them. She turned back and scanned, and as her gaze swept over Shu Fan, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Guruwashi quietly operated the Tao Heavenly Sex Heart technique, and countless subtle runes flickered in the depths of her eyes, forming another pair of eyes, briefly opening the heavenly eyes with the secret transmission of the Tao technique. When she took another look at Shu Fan, her pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and shocking waves rose in her heart. She actually saw from Shu Fan's body that there was a heavenly destiny and chi luck surrounding him, and his destiny was extremely honorable, as if the purple weather emperor star had descended to the world. Neither the Jinbei royal house nor Lu Duan possessed chi or heavenly destiny, and if they rebelled, 9 times out of 10 they would fail. However, this teenager in front of him was blessed with heavenly destiny and surrounded by chi. It has the appearance of becoming an emperor. The Jinbei royal house is plotting a rebellion against the royal family, and in the midst of the chaos, I'm afraid that it will eventually allow this person to take advantage of the situation and ultimately seize the throne. Guruwashi made a prediction with awe in her heart. If it was before she met Luchan, she would definitely choose to invest in Shu Fan and use Shu Fan's destiny and future power to fight against the state master. Unfortunately, she had already gotten on Luchan's thief ship, so naturally she would not choose Shu Fan again. His Highness should beware of this man. He has a heavenly destiny added to his body, surrounded by chi, and is afraid of becoming an emperor, so he will definitely be a hidden danger. One should take precautionary measures and find an opportunity to kill him as early as possible. After a slight hesitation, Guruwashi still whispered to Lu Chen and said in a voice transmission, since he had already gotten on Lu Chen's pirate ship, he could only go one way, and had to stifle Shu Fan as a hidden danger in the cradle. Divine Destiny Plus does not mean invincibility. It could be snuffed out early before it's even grown. Sure enough, she still saw it coming. Lu Chen was not surprised as he was aware of this in his heart. In the original plot, Guruwashi was the one who saw Shu Fan's destiny and luck and chose to invest in him, and finally helped him ascend to the imperial throne, and she became a member of Shu Fan's harem. It's a good thing that in this life, Lu Chuan made the first move and tied Guruwashi to his chariot in advance. Chapter 55, Changyang Waiter. The posture of becoming an emperor? Who dares to call himself an emperor in front of this worldly son? Lu Chen didn't care too much and said lazily, "Don't worry, the district is just a son of chi. It can't be turned over in the palm of my hand." When Guruwashi saw that Lu Chen looked like he didn't care, she became a bit anxious and quickly opened her mouth to persuade him. "Your Highness, don't take this lightly. I opened the eyes of the heavens with the secret method of the Tao Heavenly Sect and saw his destiny and chi, and deduced his future karma. This person is definitely a huge hidden danger. The Tao Heavenly Sect has an ancient heritage and is known as the origin of Taoism in the world, especially the divination and deduction one, which is the strongest in the world." Guruwashi was well versed in this Tao, and thus knew most clearly what Shu Fan's destiny as well as the heavenly fate plus actually meant. Lu Chuan laughed. "Alright, I know. Doesn't Miss Gu still trust this son?" Recalling Lu Chen's insidious methods, as well as the many powerful people and forces he had secretly accumulated, Guruwashi hesitated slightly, but eventually shut up and did not continue to persuade him. She had already made her words clear. She believed that with Lu Chen's intelligence, she thought that he would not let Chu Fan go. Soon, under the stall owner's guidance, Lu Chen and Gu Ruoshi left Haitian City and headed beyond the border. Seeing that he had already arrived at the border, Gu Ruoshi hesitated and asked, "Your Highness, did this person really discover Taoist Qian Crow's grave?" Although Lu Duan usually likes to hook the bar and listen to music, night after night, it seems very unreliable. However, she was well aware that it was just Lu Chen's disguise. With Lu Dust's cleverness and cunningness, there was absolutely no way that he would waste 1,000,000 spirit stones to buy a pile of rags for nothing. But if they really wanted to say that the legendary Qian Crow Taoist's tomb was so easily discovered by them, that would be a little too easy, making her a little disbelieving. "You guess?" Lu Dust smiled mysteriously. "I can't guess." Gu Ruoshi shook her head. Lu Dust smiled and didn't explain anything. In the original plot, Chu Fan was able to rise rapidly in the Great Zhou dynasty with two crucial chances. One of them is the remains of the Blood Mist Plains. In the original plot, the Jinbei royal palace was blocked so that only the Fei and the royal family could enter. With the sensing of the mysterious magic treasure in his hand, Chu Fan found the treasure pavilion in advance, obtained the holy sword and various weapons and magic treasures, and stepped into the Zunshi realm under the augmentation of various pills. With the weapons and magic treasures from the treasure pavilion, the powerhouses on the side of the 9 princesses, as well as the 300,000 strong army under Cheng Huarong's command, had a huge increase in strength. The second is this tomb of Taoist Qian Crow. Chu Fan not only obtained amazing treasures from the tomb, breaking through the June realm cultivation in one fell swoop, Yun Qianxue also benefited from it, awakening a special physique and revealing her unparalleled talent. With Chu Fan's martial attainments at the immortal dignity level in his previous life, after stepping into the June realm and holding a holy sword, he was almost invincible under the holy realm. Together with Cheng Huarong's 300,000 strong army, this was able to defeat the princes and kings from all sides and seize the Great Zhou dynasty. As for now, the corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly. "I want all these opportunities." Under the guidance of that stall owner, Lu Chuan and Gu Ruoshi left the border and entered the great wilderness at the border with the Great Cloud dynasty. The two dynasty territories were not directly adjacent to each other, but left a buffer zone. The Valley of the Medicine King is also situated precisely in it. The stall owner led Lu Duan and Gu Ruoshi to a deserted valley. "Are you sure Taoist Qian Crow's tomb is here?" Gu Ruoshi stared at the stall owner with a slight frown. This place wasn't even far from the Pill King Valley's territory. If Taoist Qian Crow was buried here, how could it have remained undiscovered after 3,000 years? The stall owner quickly said, "1,000 times true. If Senior and Sir don't believe me, just follow me in and see for yourself." Rumble. Just then, a rumbling sound came, and the earth shook, accompanied by the sound of rapid hoofbeats. An army of tens of thousands of people ran to this place. The person at the head was riding a steed, wearing a cloud-patterned robe, about 40 years old, gentle and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. "Chanyang waiter?" Gu Ruoshi frowned as a sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. This person was a member of the royal family, with a fiefdom of Chanyang Prefecture, and was even the old emperor's cousin according to his generation. Lu Chuan discovered the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow, but it turned out that Chanyang waiter arrived with his troops. Big brother? There were several tied-up martial artists next to Chanyang waiter, and when they saw the stall owner in front of Lu Chen, they were shocked. "Second and third brothers. You." The stall owner's heart stuttered when he saw them tied up. That's right, those martial artists were precisely his accomplices. After they dug out the things from Taoist Qian Crow's tomb, they immediately dispersed and went to different black markets to sell them in batches. The stall owner also never expected that his accomplices had actually alerted the Chanyang waiter. "Changyang Mansion is on business. Idle people leave quickly." With a wave of Chanyang waiter's hand, 10,000 soldiers quickly dispersed and surrounded this valley. Obviously, Chanyang waiter was also here for Taoist Qian Crow's tomb. "Oh, is this Seiji an idle man?" Lu Chuan took off his mask with a seemingly faint smile on his face. "Lu Dust?" Chanyang waiter's brows furrowed, not expecting to actually meet Lu Chen here. However, when he saw that there was only one guard beside Lu Chen, his heart breathed a sigh of relief. Chanyang waiter spoke up. "Your Highness is naturally not an idler. It's just that the valley is quite dangerous, and it's best for your Highness's honorable body not to take any chances. So why don't you go to the Chanyang mansion first and sit down? This waiter will definitely treat His Highness the World Prince well. Being a guest is exempt." Lu Chen waved his hand. "This son has something to do. Just don't stop me." "Marquis." Chanyang waiter's eyes flickered, but he still smiled and said, "Where are your words, Your Highness? How would this waiter stop Your Highness? It's just that there are unknown dangers in the valley, and I'm only afraid that when the time comes, this waiter may not be able to be distracted from protecting Shitsi." Lu Chen said. This sun does not need the marquee protection. Let's do our own thing. Seeing that Lu Dust was salt and oil and refused to leave, a cold light flickered in Changyang Waiter's eyes, but it was well hidden by him. Imperial uncle. Cousin Lu Chen. What a coincidence. Just then, a slightly surprised voice rang out. The ninth princess removed her disguise and came striding forward. Chu Fan and Yin Shanyue were still wearing masks. After all, he had offended the Jinbei royal house in the first place, so it was not good to show his face directly. Niece Wan Air, why are you here too? Changyang Waiter raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. Just passing through here unintentionally, the ninth princess replied, while giving Lu Chen a meaningful look. Yo, your highness the ninth princess. What a coincidence. As if he had just seen the 9 princesses, Lu Chen greeted her with a surprised look on his face. Coincidence? Princess Nine ground her teeth. She was certain that Lu Chuan definitely recognized her voice when she was in the black market, and was just pretending not to, and told her to get lost. Niece Wan Air, this place is in danger. Changyang Waiter opened his mouth and also wanted to persuade the ninth princess to leave, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the ninth princess. I know, but I also want to go in and explore, so please don't stop me. Imperial uncle. When Changyang Ho saw this, he realized that the ninth princess was also here for the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow. In that case, let's all go in together. Changyang Ho put away the smile on his face and walked towards the valley in large strides. Chapter 56. This valley was small, overgrown and very barren. Led by the stall owner and a few other accomplices, the group followed a goat path deeper into the valley, where they found a hidden cave in a stone wall. This cave was very twisted and deep, thousands of feet deep. It took the crowd a while to get to the bottom. When they came to the end of the cave, the crowd only felt that their eyes opened up and a wide underground cave appeared. This place, Changyang Waiter and the ninth princess and the others all narrowed their eyes, with gravity and a hint of exhilaration on their faces. In this cave, there was a huge pool, which was piled up with all kinds of white bones, including human and foreign races, as well as numerous flying birds and beasts, tens of thousands of them, causing one's scalp to go numb. In his lifetime, Taoist Qian Crow liked to take captive living beings from all races to refine the longevity pill. White bones were piled up in this place, which meant that it was most likely the grave of Taoist Qian Crow. In one of the stone walls at the back of this pool was a brand new robber's hole, dug by none other than the stallholder and his accomplice. Led by the stall owner and his accomplices, Lu Chuan and his group entered the Cave of Thieves. Inside was a deep, narrow tomb passage, empty, long since emptied by the stallholder and his men. At the end of the robber's hole, amidst the darkness of the tomb, a pair of ghostly green eyes surfaced, staring straight at Lu Dust and his party. Changyang Ho raised his torch and illuminated the front. It was a giant crow that was as tall as a person, with feathers as black as ink, filled with a demonic and evil aura. Evil-eyed Qian Crow. The Changyang Waiter and the ninth princess and the others were all shocked, their hearts beating faster, and they were both surprised and delighted. The legendary evil-eyed Qian Crow has appeared, and this place must be the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow. Changyang Waiter raised his torch and walked forward, reaching out and gently touching it as the ninth princess and the others watched. This lanky and huge evil-eyed Qian Crow actually slowly shattered and turned into countless debris, spilling out. It's been dead for a long time, and the body is completely air-dried, only intact in the confined space of a tomb. Changyang Waiter spoke softly, making a judgment. In response, the 9 princesses and the others weren't too surprised. Back then, when Taoist Qian Crow was surrounded by many powerful people, it was impossible for the evil-eyed Qian Crow to remain unharmed, and he must have been seriously injured and had a short life. Behind the evil-eyed Qian Crow was a huge bronze door that completely blocked the tomb passage from moving on. The crowd raised their torches and after some careful study, they didn't have a clue. The bronze door was very rough and ancient, all in one, and didn't look like anything special. The 9th princess looked to one of the guards beside her, and the other understood. Striding forward, drink! The guard pressed his hands on the bronze door and let out a low roar. The muscles in his arms bulging as terrifying spiritual power at the June realm level erupted, shaking the earth beneath his feet. However, it didn't work. The bronze door didn't move half as much as it should have. Clanging, the guard drew the sword at his waist, pouring in all his spiritual energy without reservation, and chopped out the strongest sword. Only heard a bang explosion, metal churning sound unceasingly, fire splashes. The guard was shocked back and forth, arm numb, the corner of the mouth overflowed a wisp of blood. The bronze door remained motionless, not even leaving a trace. The faces of the 9th princess and Changyang Waiter and the others suddenly became a few points heavier. Even a June realm powerhouse couldn't shake this bronze door. This was trouble. Changyang Waiter shot a look, and the men around him immediately stepped forward, once again surrounding the bronze door to study and feel around. while Chan Yang waiter also began to interrogate the few grave robbers. Even Chu Fan walked over to the bronze door and personally got his hands on it. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low right now to see anything. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Lu Chuan did not panic and took out a slate with dirt from his storage ring. His fingertips surged with spiritual energy and directly crushed it. A palm-sized three-legged bronze tripod appeared. The scene did not go unnoticed. Only Chu Fan's heart shook as the mysterious treasure in his arms sent out sensations, and he turned around with a huff, staring at the bronze tripod in Lu Chen's hands. It's this treasure. This was dug out of the tomb. This treasure can open this bronze door. It was as if an electric light flashed in Chu Fan's mind and he immediately made a judgment. Chu Fan's words also caught the attention of the crowd, and a single gaze landed on Lu Chen in unison. But Lu Chen had already put away the bronze tripod and said in a puzzled manner, "What are all looking at me for? And pretend?" Chu Fan snorted coldly. "You bought a treasure from the black market that was dug out from here by grave robbers. It must be able to open the bronze door. I saw it with my own eyes. You've hidden your treasures. It's obvious that you want to monopolize the chances of this place." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Changyang waiter and the ninth princess all changed as they stared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed and glanced at Chu Fan contemptuously. "What kind of thing are you that you dare to talk to this worldly prince like this? A servant is just a servant. A servant should behave like a servant. Your master hasn't even spoken. How dare you talk too much?" Lu Chen looked at the ninth princess and said, "Your Highness, the ninth princess, such a lowly and inferior servant dares to speak out against this world's son. Why don't you slap his mouth?" Lu Dust's words caused Chu Fan to become furious. A terrifying killing chance flashed in his eyes as he stared viciously at Lu Dust. A mere worldly son of a mortal dynasty actually dared to insult him with such words. He's only disguised as a guard. Does he really think this immortal emperor is a servant? The ninth princess, on the other hand, shook her head and said, "It's just an unintentional remark. It's not considered an offense. His Royal Highness, the hallowed prince, should have the temperament. Why bother with a guard? I find it offensive." Lu Chen put his hands behind his back. "A mere guard dares to offend this son of the world like this. This is a great offense of committing a crime from below. Your Highness the ninth princess, is this how you usually teach your subordinates? If you don't teach him a lesson, the son doesn't mind teaching him a lesson for you." As Lu Chen's voice fell, Gu Ruoshi took a step out, her icy gaze gazing at Chu Fan and the nine princesses, the invisible pressure emanating from them causing their bodies to tense up. Feeling a great threat, Chu Fan became furious. His hands slowly clenched, itching to go up and give him a punch. In his opinion, Lu Chuan was nothing more than a waste of a son of the world. Nothing if he wasn't surrounded by strong protectors. Clanging, Gu Ruoshi gripped the sword at her waist, and when the long sword was sheathed for half an inch, there was a sharp and horrifying sword chi blossoming out, causing even the ninth princess to be creeped out. "Your Highness, it's my fault for not disciplining him. I'll definitely teach him a strict lesson when I turn around, and I'll make amends to you on his behalf." Seeing that Lu Dust was going to come for real, while Changyang waiter was looking on coldly from the sidelines, the ninth princess hated it in her heart, but she could only pinch her nose and apologize. "I don't need you to apologize." Lu Chen dug his ears and said lazily, "The one who offended this son is him. I want him to apologize to me personally, or you teach him a lesson and give him two big mouths." Chapter 57, Conceit. Seeing that Lu Chen was not relenting, the ninth princess frowned slightly as a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Could it be that Lu Duan had recognized Chu Fan's identity? After all, when Chu Fan had rushed the Jinbei royal house outside of Jinbei city in front of so many people, and had ultimately escaped, the Jinbei royal house would definitely not let him go. If it was anywhere else, she would still be able to protect Chu Fan. But right now, she only had one June realm guard by her side, not a match for the guards around Lu Chen to get. Moreover, Chu Fan's words just now were indeed a bit offensive, and Lu Dust had taken advantage of the situation. So if she had to make a move, she would not be in a position to take advantage of it. Changyang waiter didn't know the ninth princess well and was happy to see them fight, and definitely wouldn't help her. Thoughts flashed in the ninth princess's mind, and in the end, she chose to hold back. "Little Fan, apologize to His Highness the World Prince." The ninth princess sighed softly and blinked her eyes towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan clenched his fists, his heart quite suffocated and angry. However, his current cultivation level was not yet able to fight against a June realm powerhouse, and since he had not yet obtained the chance in Taoist Xian Crow's tomb, he was not willing to leave just yet. Chu Fan could only take a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Lu Chuan dug his ears and said carelessly, "Didn't eat? Speak up." Chu Fan clenched his fists even tighter. Harder fists. His hallowed generation of immortal dignitaries, even above the 9 heavens, was extremely honorable. Who would dare to disrespect him? A mere son of Immortal dynasty insulting himself over and over again made the high-minded and proud Chu Fan somewhat unable to bear it. However, Guruwashi's cold and terrifying killing aura locked onto him, causing Chu Fan to calm down quite a bit at once, and his eyes cleared up a few points. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Chu Fan gritted his teeth and shouted. Seeing that the son of Qi lowered his condescending head, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a Dragon King-style smile. So what if he's the son of luck? In the face of absolute strength crushing, is it not still necessary to bow down and apologize? Bang! Just then, a sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the tomb passage, and the guards that Chan Yang Ho had left in the cave were attacked. Dozens of black-clothed men entered the room in a row, each with an extraordinary aura, their eyes cold and compelling, emanating a powerful killing aura. Sure enough, it's the tomb of Taoist Xiancro. Jia Jia Jia. The black-robed man in the lead stared at the bronze door, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Who are you? Chang Yang waiter frowned and said in a deep voice. This place has been occupied by my Great Zhou dynasty, so you should leave quickly. Great Zhou dynasty? Oh, this isn't within the territory of your Great Zhou dynasty, so you say you'll occupy it? The black-clothed man in the lead sneered, not the least bit afraid. After speaking, a terrifying pressure was released from the man in black, and it was clear that he was also a top expert at the June realm level. When Chang Yang waiter saw this, his face became a few points uglier, because he didn't have any strong men of this level under him. Chang Yang waiter turned his gaze to the ninth princess, who frowned slightly but did not speak. The June realm guards around her were not as strong as Guruwashi, and Lu Chen was not polite to her at all, so she would definitely not be able to compete with Lu Chen in the next fight for the chance in Taoist Xiancro's tomb. But if this group of black-clothed men intervened and the situation was in chaos, maybe she would have a chance to snatch more chances. Chang Yang waiter's gaze turned to Lu Duan, with a playful smile on his face. Lu Chen exchanged a glance with Chang Yang waiter and then looked at the man in black, and did not speak. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ha. It seems that the Great Zhou dynasty is not an ironclad one within itself either. When the man in black saw this, he let out a wanton laugh, and with dozens of his men, he directly surrounded them and started banging on the bronze door, trying to open it. Damned Lu Chuan, if you dare to insult my father like this, you already have a way to die. Chu Fan retreated behind the crowd and stared viciously at Lu Dust, gritting his teeth and growling lowly. His murderous intent towards Lu Chen was a few points heavier. Brother, stop it. This time, it's clear that you're the one who rushed His Highness, so why do you still hold a grudge against him? Yun Qianxue pulled on the corner of Chu Fan's coat, her lips were tightly bitten, and her heart was quite hard to bear. Where did I say anything wrong? How is that punching him? Chu Fan snorted coldly and said, a mere waste of a worldly son. What is he? On the contrary, it's you. Why do you keep turning towards him? Is he your brother or am I your brother? Chu Fan was a little disgruntled. Yun Qianxue said, but His Highness the World's Son is my savior, and he has not done anything wrong. Every time it is brother you take the initiative to provoke him. Enough. Chu Fan interrupted Yun Qianyue's words and said coldly, don't mention this matter again. His own sister kept speaking for Lu Chen, which made Chu Fan quite upset. Brother. Yun Qianxue opened her mouth and only felt that her heart was not in a good mood. After all, Lu Chen had saved her life, and had even taken care of her when she was in the Jinbei King's mansion. But Chu Fan was so beneficent that he returned the favor by charging Lu Chen outside of Jinbei City. This was obviously just a misunderstanding, and she had explained it clearly, so why did Chu Fan just refuse to listen? Now that the two sides had met again, Chu Fan, instead of restraining himself, actually continued to punch Lu Chen and held a grudge against him, going so far as to try to kill him. Why can't he think about his feelings? Why did the formerly naive and honest brother become like this? Yun Qianxue's heart was both aggrieved and carried a hint of resentment. The group of black-clad men drummed for a moment. It turned out to be no surprise that they couldn't open the bronze door at all either. Chang Yang waiter stared at Lu Dust, remembering what Chu Fan had said earlier, and said, Your Highness, if you have a way to open this bronze door, please do so. As soon as these words came out, the 9 princesses as well as the dozens of black-clothed men also stared at Lu Chen. Meh. Lu Dust let out a light laugh, not panicking and striding towards the bronze door. Under everyone's gaze, a palm-sized bronze tripod emerged in Lu Chen's hand and pressed on the bronze door. Buzz. In the next moment, a mysterious symbol glowed in the bronze cauldron, quickly spreading to the entire bronze door, with ancient mysterious patterns emerging, forming a Xiancro seal. With a rumbling sound, this heavy bronze gate slowly opened. It's really open? Chan Yang waiter and the 9th princess and the others stared at the bronze tripod in Lu Chen's hand in unison, with more than a hint of greed and fire in their eyes. Guruwashi sensed the crowd's unsuspecting gazes, and immediately let out a cold snort, a powerful pressure spreading, causing Chang Yang waiter and the others to instantly calm down. their eyes clearing for a few moments, and they all withdrew their gazes, scornful. As the bronze door opened, a lofty and vast underground palace appeared in front of everyone. After 3,000 years, the copper lamps hanging on the walls of the underground palace were surprisingly still burning, with some kind of unknown ointment piled up inside, emitting a ghostly green glow that added a bit of eeriness. The tomb of Taoist Qian Crow, Changyang Waiter and the Ninth Princess and the others all had glowing eyes, and their breathing was a few points heavier, but none of them made a move, instead looking at each other with different expressions. After all, Taoist Qian Crow was a famous devil, killing countless people in his lifetime, and his tomb must be full of crises and mechanisms. In such a situation, no one wanted to explore the path in front of them to avoid incurring a killing. Chapter 58, Chu Fan escapes in defeat. In the gazes of Changyang Waiter and the Ninth Princess and the others who had their own thoughts, Lu Chuan put his hands behind his back and swaggered into the underground palace. Seeing this, Changyang Waiter and the Ninth Princess as well as the man in black immediately followed behind Lu Chen. To their surprise, the underground palace was very calm, and Lu Chuan advanced all the way without triggering any organ traps. That was until Lu Dust opened the first room in the underground palace. It was a very plain study, with only a row of bookshelves, a table, and a futon. There were a number of ancient books neatly arranged on the shelves, as well as some bottles and jars. On the table was a wine jug and a jade bottle with a branch stuck in it. Amazingly, after 3,000 years, this section of the tree is still brightly colored with tender green leaves, as if it had just been folded down not long ago. This is the holy tree of the demon race, the Xian Yu spirit tree. The Ninth Princess stared at this section of the branch, and suddenly her heart shook as she blurted out, recognizing the origin of this section of the branch. What? This is the Xian Yu spirit tree? When these words came out, the rest of the crowd was taken aback, and then their eyes glazed over. Xian Yu spirit tree. This was an existence known as the holy tree by the demon clan. It was said that this was a treasure tree that had survived from the ancient era to the present day, and that its entire body was a treasure. The leaves, branches and roots of the Xian Yu spirit tree all had all sorts of unbelievable and wonderful uses, not only able to heal injuries, increase cultivation, help enlightenment, and even prolong longevity. The allure of this was undoubtedly great for those top experts who were powerful but had few lifetimes left. More importantly, the Xian Yu spirit tree was located in the ancestral land of the demon clan. And not only was it shrouded by a terrifying array formation, it was also guarded by numerous strong demon clan members day and night, and was heavily guarded. No one expected that Taoist Qian Crow would actually be able to snatch a section of the Xian Yu spirit tree from the demon clan's ancestral land. Swish! Without saying a word, the black-robed man in the lead flashed and immediately reached out to grab the jade bottle, wanting to snatch the branch of the Xian Yu spirit tree at the first opportunity. Just as he was about to grab the jade bottle, suddenly his sweaty hairs stood on end. Chills ran down his spine, and a terrifying sense of crisis surged through his heart. The leader of the men in black immediately turned back, and a long sword appeared in his hand, crossing it in front of him. Bang! Guruwashi chopped out a snowy sword chi, which actually shocked the leader of the black-clothed men into retreating a few steps. His tiger's mouth was numb, and the long sword in his hand was almost unable to hold it. So strong, the leader of the men in black was shocked in his heart, and a trace of scorn was added to his eyes. Guruwashi forced back the leader of the black-clothed men with a sword, and then with a wave of her veiled hand, she put the jade bottle and the branch of the Xian Yu spirit tree into her storage ring. At the same time, the guards around Changyang Waiter also rushed in and began to grab the ancient books and bottles on the shelves. The June Realm Guard beside the Ninth Princess then rushed towards the futon on the ground. Seeing this, the leader of the men in black immediately slapped out his palm, similarly trying to grab this futon. Fighting broke out instantly between the two sides, with neither side refusing to budge. In the midst of the fierce battle, the wine pot on the table was shaken open and the lid popped up, instantly emitting a refreshing fragrance of wine, as if it made people drunk into the depths of their bones and souls. Even Guruwashi and the other top experts were shaken in their bodies, and their consciousness was a little bit disoriented. This wine, all the people present had their faces changed, their hearts shook, and they were both shocked and delighted. There was no doubt that this pot of wine was definitely refined with a 7th-ranked treasure medicine. It was no longer simply wine. It could be called a spiritual liquid and possessed unbelievably wonderful uses. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd were all a little red, swords were sheathed, murderous aura blossomed, and the melee became more and more intense as they began to fight over this wine pot. Good chance! Seeing that the only guard beside Lu Duan was caught in the melee and was unable to get out, leaving Lu Duan standing alone outdoors, Chu Fan's eyes instantly lit up and his heart surged with killing intent. What kind of bull ***** son of the world, dare to insult my father, has already taken the way of death. Give me death. A fierce smile appeared on Shu Fan's face as he immediately executed a rule of stance, appearing in front of Lu Chen like a ghost and chopping down with a sword. Brother, don't. Stop it. Seeing this, Yun Xianxue couldn't help but let out a cry of sorrow. His Highness the World's Son is her savior. Obviously I've explained many times. And His Highness the World's Son didn't mess with you. Why do you still want to kill him? Brother, don't I carry half the weight in your heart anymore? Yun Xianxue's sorrowful cry fell in Shu Fan's ears, but he was deaf to it. And the movements in his hands did not pause in the slightest. Clank. At this critical moment in the nick of time, Lu Chen casually pulled out a sword. And the blazing sword chi suddenly blossomed like a silver lightning bolt across the sky, sparring with Shu Fan. Only an ear-splitting explosion could be heard echoing as the two swords touched each other, emitting a metallic tremor. And Shu Fan was actually shaken back a few steps by Lu Chen's sword. Shu Fan's pupils contracted violently, and he only felt that his right hand holding the sword was slightly numb, and he was shocked to the point where his body's chi and blood were churning. That sword that Lu Chuan had just used was very strong, but isn't he just a useless son? How can you be so powerful? Shu Fan was a bit incredulous. So what if it's stronger? It's my father who is invincible at the same level. Shu Fan's eyes were icy cold to the bone. His spiritual energy was running without reservation. His powerful cultivation of the 5th level of the harmonization realm erupted, and he once again chopped down towards Lu Dust with a sword. His killing aura was monstrous. Without waiting for Shu Fan to get close to Lu Chen, a sudden change occurred. Beside Lu Chen, a man in black appeared out of thin air, holding a battle sword in his hand. Blazing sword light erupted, destroying everything, and on the spot, Shu Fan flew out, ruthlessly smashing into the stone wall. Ha! Su Yang suddenly revealed a surprised look, somewhat incredulous. Just now, that knife of his didn't hold back. Not to mention that Shu Fan was only at the harmonization Dao realm cultivation. Even if it was a Zunshi realm 9th level powerhouse who received a knife, he would surely die. But Shu Fan was surprisingly only lightly injured. In the nick of time, Shu Fan had a mysterious treasure on his body to block most of the power for him. Su Yang's figure flashed, ghostly appearing in front of Shu Fan, showing no mercy. The battle knife in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, lightning like chopping at his head. At this moment, that June realm guard beside the 9th princess was caught in the melee, and there was no one who could save him. Brother! No! Yun Xianxue was even more shocked. Her pretty face was pale, and her heart was trembling. Stop! The 9th princess' pupils also shrunk violently, wanting to block, but it was already too late. Boom! Su Yang chopped down with his sword. The solid ground was chopped out with a large crack. Boulders shattered. Dust flew up, and the entire underground palace trembled. However, his slash did not manage to cut down on Shu Fan. At the critical moment, the mysterious supreme treasure in Shu Fan's arms glowed and rolled up his body, narrowly avoiding the blade and swiftly darting toward the distance. The Jinbei King's mansion. Lu Duan. Sooner or later, this honor will make you pay for this debt in blood. Shu Fan only left behind an angry and unwilling voice, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the underground palace, so fast that even Su Yang could not stop him in time. Chapter 59, Countermanding the Heroine. Brother! Yun Xianxue froze for a moment, and when she saw Shu Fan fleeing, she first let out a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of resentment and aggression in her heart. Your Highness the 9th Princess, your guards dared to assassinate the son of the world. This is a capital offense of extermination. Lu Chen suddenly looked at the 9th Princess with a meaningful smile on his face. Is the 9th Princess going to give this son an explanation? Was it you who wanted to kill me? Or was it the great Zhou imperial family's intention? The 9th Princess' heart snapped and she immediately said, I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. This is all the work of that guard personally. I have absolutely no knowledge of it. And even more so, it has nothing to do with the royal family. It's a misunderstanding. Please don't worry. Cousin Lu Chen. I will definitely catch him later and give you an explanation. To assassinate the Jinbei royal family's son, this crime could not be considered small. Not to mention that the assassins were actually her 9th princess's guards. Once Lu Chen stared at this matter and didn't let go. If the Jinbei royal house took advantage of the situation, she would be in big trouble. At that thought, a wave of resentment and strong dissatisfaction surged in Princess Nine's heart towards Shu Fan. She knew that Shu Fan had extraordinary strength and amazing means, but in the end, he was only at the harmonized Dao realm cultivation level, so how could he dare to openly strike at Lu Chen? Even if Shu Fan wants to kill Lu Dust, you sneak assassination cannot, not in front of the face of this princess to do it. Finished also run away. Isn't this a pit stop for teammates? Ha, misunderstanding? Lu Chuan sneered. A misunderstanding is all it takes to uncover this matter? The 9th princess opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to defend herself, having a hard time saying anything. Lu Chen snorted coldly, His gaze fell on Yun Shangyue. This person called that assassin as her brother. Since she is the assassin's accomplice, now this son wants to apprehend her. Does your highness the ninth princess have any comments? Without waiting for the ninth princess to reply, Lu Chen directly reached out and removed Yun Shangyue's mask, seeing a familiar and pale pretty face. It's you? A hint of surprise and playfulness appeared on Lu Dust's face. TSK. Little girl, we meet again. It seems that so-called brother of yours doesn't care about you at all. Nor does he care about you at all, and actually escaped alone without taking you with him. Yun Shangyue lowered her head, trembling in her heart, not daring to face Lu Chen. Your highness, I'm sorry. Yun Shangyue's eyes were a little red, and she said timidly, I've already explained to my brother that it was just a misunderstanding in the beginning, but I didn't think that my brother, he would actually still take action against his highness. I'm sorry. Yun Shangyue felt very guilty towards Lu Chen, and at the same time, she also became more and more disappointed and pained towards Chu Fan, a little bewildered and confused, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. In the end, she was only a teenage girl with a simple mind. Where had she experienced such things? It's not your fault. Why are you crying? Seeing Yun Shangyue in this pitiful state, Lu Chuan reached out and wiped the tear tracks on her face. Yun Shangyue's body trembled as she looked at Lu Duan's handsome and gentle face, and a warm current surged in her heart. Have you ever wondered how your brother, who was so naive and honest in the beginning, became what he is today? Lu Chen suddenly leaned down and whispered in her ear. This is all because he has already had his soul taken over by an old monster. Your brother is already dead, and the current Chu Fan is just a devil who has taken your brother's skin by force. Boom! Lu Chuan's words were like a thunderous explosion, causing Yun Shangyue's heart to shake and her head to buzz. No, that's not it. Yun Shangyue subconsciously wanted to defend herself, unable to believe Lu Chen's words, then explain why he was just a mortal 2 months ago, yet he possessed such powerful and terrifying cultivation strength overnight? Why did he change his temperament drastically? From naive and honest to selfish and arrogant, paranoid and arrogant, horny and greedy, like a completely different person? Why does he know so much inexplicable and profound learning? Why would he have such a powerful and mysterious supreme treasure protecting him? Why does he always talk about my father? Is he, in fact, still the brother you know? Lu Chen's voice was indifferent and cold, like a sharp knife, mercilessly poking the last fantasy in Yun Shangyue's heart. It's not like that. It's not like that. Yun Shangyue's face grew paler and paler. A heart trembled as she staggered back, but she couldn't even say a word in retort. She was unwilling to believe Lu Chen's words. However, during this period of time, she had already clearly felt that the current Chu Fan and the original Chu Fan had already been judged to be two people. In addition to the appearance not changing, the character and acting style had completely changed. The current Chu Fan made her feel terrifyingly unfamiliar. She had also intentionally or unintentionally tried, but some of the sweet memories that the two of them had once had, Chu Fan didn't even remember anymore and didn't care in the slightest. Along with that, Chu Fan's attitude towards her was also much colder, even occasionally revealing a hint of greed and covetousness. A strong intuition told her that what Lu Chen said was true, but Yun Shangyue couldn't believe, and didn't want to believe, that her only relative in this world, her brother who grew up with her as a companion, had already had his soul taken over by a great demon. Indeed, the ninth princess was also shocked, but not too surprised. She had already checked the background of Chu Fan and Yun Shangyue's origins long ago. Chu Fan and Yun Shangyue were both orphans and had been dependent on each other since childhood, with simple and honest personalities that were too ordinary to be common. It wasn't until 2 months ago that Chu Fan suddenly left Jinbei City and entered the Great Wasteland alone. When he came back, he had a cultivation level of the Dao transformation realm and his personality had completely changed. In particular, the art of war and secret techniques that Chu Fan offered to her were extremely extraordinary. The ninth princess had already had her suspicions about this. After Lu Chuan's reminder and Yun Shangyue's reaction, the ninth princess became more and more convinced of this statement, while at the same time raising her guard against Chu Fan. What you need to do now is not to defend him or dwell on memories of the past. Lu Chuan looked straight into Yun Shangyue's eyes as his low voice slowly sounded. Rather, I will personally kill this great devil who has taken over your brother's body, so that your brother can be put to rest in the ground, and not allow the great devil to use his body to wreak havoc on the earth again. Got it? Yun Shangyue opened her mouth and looked at Lu Duan's deep gaze. She lowered her head. I understand. When Lu Chen saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Little girls are so gullible. Chu Fan. Chu Fan. From now on, this future empress is this world's son's. In the original plot, Yun Shangyue was taken captive by Lu Duan, and when she was most fearful and desperate, Chu Fan saved her as if he were a godly warrior, directly pulling Yun Shangyue's favorability. Thus Yun Xianxue would not care too much even if she noticed the change in Chu Fan's personality. But now that the plot had been changed by Lu Chen, all Yun Xianxue saw were Chu Fan's negative shortcomings. The same goes for the ninth princess. The original plot of Chu Fan to help the 9 princesses to capture the relics of the treasure cabinet of the treasures, show the great talent, help her to develop the military forces, a little bit to capture her heart, and ultimately she willingly become Chu Fan's harem, so that Chu Fan sat on the throne. As for now, everything has changed. Chapter 69 Princesses Wounded. Chu Fan dared to assassinate this world's son, and you, as his accomplice, are guilty as charged. Lu Chen looked at Yun Xianxue and said indifferently, just punish you for being this son's maid. Can you plead guilty? I plead guilty. Yun Xianxue's pretty face froze for a moment, and a warm current surged in her heart as she hurriedly nodded her head. This is not a punishment. This is clearly a gift from His Highness. Lu Chuan had already saved Yun Xianxue's life, and she had always remembered Lu Chuan's kindness, plus the fact that Chu Fan held a grudge against Lu Chuan because of her, which also made Yun Xianxue feel guilty towards Lu Chuan, thinking that she was the one who had dragged him down. Being able to stay by Lu Chen's side as a maid, she didn't have any rejection and was even a bit surprised. Perhaps, this was the only way she could repay Lu Chen's kindness. When the 9th princess saw this, she frowned slightly. No matter what, Yun Xianxue was also Chu Fan's sister. Now that Yun Xianxue had been taken away by Lu Chen, I'm afraid that if Chu Fan still wanted to deal with Lu Chen in the future, he would have a few more scruples. But this time it was Chu Fan who assassinated Lu Chuan first, and Lu Chuan could rightfully dispose of Yun Xianxue. The 9th princess didn't dare to open her mouth even if she had the intention to stop her, fearing that Lu Chen would continue to make things difficult for her. Soon the battle in the den was over. Guruwashi returned to Lu Chuan's side and handed him the Xianyu spirit tree and the wine pot as well as a futon. Swish! The gazes of Changyang waiter and the man in black, the 9th princess and the others looked over in unison, rather ghostly, because these 3 items were the most precious treasures in the study, all of which were snatched away by Guruwashi. Keep this branch and futon for yourself. And this jug of wine will be fine for old Su. Lu Chen casually took the wine pot before handing it to Su Yang. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Su Yang's eyes were glowing, overjoyed, and he hurriedly put away the wine pot in an excited mood. He's a man with no hobbies, and usually just likes a little drink. This pot of wine is Xian Crow Taoist used many 7th order spirit medicine brewing, has all kinds of incredible efficacy, but also treasured 3,000 years of old wine, is absolutely the world's top good wine. To Su Yang, the value of this pot of wine was simply no less than a holy weapon. Thank you, Your Highness. Guruwashi was also surprised in her heart as she solemnly collected the branches of the Xianyu spirit tree and the futon. The branches of the Xianyu spirit tree are needless to say that they are extremely valuable and cannot be bought with money. The futon was used by Taoist Xiancro during his lifetime, and it can calm the mind and spirit, quickly enter the state of enlightenment, and cultivate skills with half the effort, which is of infinite use. This scene also caused the eyes of Changyang waiter and the 9th princess and the others to widen a few points. Such a good treasure. Lu Chen actually gave it directly to his subordinates instead of keeping it for himself. It was a little too luxurious. For a while, they only felt sour and a little jealous at the edge of their hearts. What are they all looking at my son for? Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, the treasures of opportunity left behind by Taoist Xiancro are in this tomb. If you guys don't go searching and instead stare at my son, do you want to snatch the treasures from my son's hands? Your Highness is joking. Changyang waiter gave Lu Chen a deep look, especially when his gaze swept over Guruwashi. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. He turned around with dozens of guards and began to search the underground palace. The 9 princesses and those black-clothed men thought for a moment and soon all dispersed as well. Although Lu Chen had the treasure to open the bronze door in his hands, the fact that he was protected by 2 top-notch experts was enough to make the 9 princesses and the others dispel the greed in their hearts, and their eyes cleared for a few moments. This is the alchemy room. Soon, a cry of alarm came from the depths of the underground palace as a man in black opened a room, followed by eyes glowing and a trembling voice that was incomparably excited. Alchemy room? As soon as these words came out, the 9th princess and Changyang waiter couldn't sit still and immediately rushed over with their guards. Taoist Xiancro was not only a great devil, but he was also known as the Sage of Dan, and his alchemy skill was definitely the highest attainment that Pill King Valley had ever seen. The pills he left behind were definitely not of low value. If you can find some pills, or even the formula, then you must not take off. Spirit Melting Pill, White Jade Red Sun Pill, and Wu Jin Pill. Oh my god. They're actually all 7th rank pills. The alchemy room soon resounded with shouts of astonishment as the crowd discovered quite a few 7th order elixirs, a dozen bottles of which were worth their weight in gold. At once, the crowd's eyes were glowing green, and they immediately began to fight for it, erupting into a melee. the ninth princess took advantage of the chaos to snatch a bottle of seventh order elixir. And before she had time to be happy, she suddenly broke out in a sweat. A man in black slashed down with a knife, so fast that the guards she brought with her in the midst of the melee were too late to stop them. Although the ninth princess crossed her weapon to block at the first time, she was also sent flying out by a slash, and suffered a heavy wound with an additional blood-soaked wound on her body. Wahahaha, princess of the Great Zhou dynasty is nothing more than that. That black-robed man let out a wanton laugh and lifted his hand to grab the seventh order elixir that the ninth princess had dropped. How dare you harm Her Highness the ninth princess? You seek death. The 5 guards brought by the ninth princess all became furious. Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and they immediately raised their swords to kill the man in black. Seeing this, the other black-clothed men were not willing to show weakness and immediately surrounded them and began to beat them up in a group. The number of black-clothed men far exceeded that of the 9 princess guards, and those 5 guards quickly fell into a disadvantage. And there were even black-clothed men who took advantage of the chaos to kill the 9 princess. Imperial uncle, help me. Seeing this, the 9th princess immediately sought help from Chanyang Waiter. Chanyang Waiter's brows furrowed as he looked at those black-clothed men with more than a hint of annoyance. Asterisk 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 off. Chanyang Waiter let out a stern cry, and the long sword in his hand threw out violently, as if lightning had cut through, repelling the black-clothed man beside the 9th princess. The guards brought by Chanyang Waiter also joined the melee, and the numerical advantage of the black-clothed man's side was gone in an instant. Go! Seeing that he could not take advantage of the situation, the black-clothed man in the lead made a snap decision and turned around with dozens of black-clothed men to leave this alchemy room without continuing the fight. Chanyang Waiter also ordered to stop, and instead of chasing after the man in black, he continued to search the underground palace. These assholes bully people too much. Don't let this princess know who you are, or you're dead. The 9th princess swallowed a few healing pills. Her long skirt was stained with blood, and her wounds were bloody, making her extremely angry. The 9th princess had a secret hatred in her heart, and she forced herself to endure her injuries, and with her 5 guards, she continued to explore this underground palace. Lu Chen watched all of this with cold eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Instead of going deeper into the underground palace, he took Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang and entered the study room at the very beginning, moved the bookcase out of the way, and pressed the bronze tripod against the wall. A mysterious symbol began to glow at the bottom of the bronze tripod. With the sound of a slight mechanical operation, the flat and smooth wall cracked open and a dark passage appeared. There's a dungeon underneath the dungeon. Chapter 61, Holy Grade Heavenly Material Treasure. Here is. When Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang as well as Yun Qianxue entered the dark passage along with Lu Chuan, their pupils soon tightened and their hearts set off great waves. At the end of this dark passage was another layer of the dungeon, far more vast than the upper one. The middle position of the underground palace was a huge pool, which was almost impossible to see the end as far as the eye could see. Like an underground lake, there was no water in the pool, but rather scarlet, viscous blood that was endless and emitted a strong, pungent, fishy odor. In the middle of the blood pool, there was even a huge bone tree standing. It was a large tree spliced together from a variety of white bones, with a hideous and appalling appearance, thousands of feet tall, with dense branches spreading and rooted in the blood pool. The scene in front of him was too frightening, as if he had come to the underworld. It was hard to imagine just how many living beings Taoist Qiancrow had killed to create such a pool of blood in Bone Tree. Sparing Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang's extensive knowledge, their scalps were numb and chills ran down their spines at this moment. Yun Qianxue was just a teenager, and after seeing this scene, her legs were even softer and her face turned white. Taoist Qiancrow is really crazy. This is simply a gaijin devil, Gu Ruoshi muttered, finally realizing why he had been besieged by the various dynasties and alien powerhouses joining forces. Such cruelty is simply outrageous. Is this alchemy furnace, filled with the longevity pills refined by Taoist Qiancrow? Su Yang's gaze fell in front of the blood pool. There was a 10-foot-high alchemy furnace standing, well preserved. Vaguely there seemed to be wisps of medicinal scent wafting out. Su Yang and Gu Ruoshi instantly became excited, their eyes glowing. Not the longevity pill, but a treasure more precious than the longevity pill. A glint of essence flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. His body's spiritual energy surged as he stepped into the air and reached out to uncover the lid of the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a vast fluctuation was released, and the alchemy furnace was dense and steamy, surrounded by a haze of light. Inside, there was a large half of the furnace spring water, which actually gave off a brilliant golden light, like an ocean undulating, and like a blazing sun, too prevalent for people to look directly at it. If not for being in the underground palace, these rays of light would surely have risen straight into the sky, and the vision would have startled the 8 directions. What is it? Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang's hearts were shocked as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Sparing Gu Ruoshi's profound knowledge, She simply couldn't recognize what the spring water in the alchemy furnace actually was. It was unheard of. However, she could sense that these springs contained an extremely majestic and vast spiritual rhythm, far surpassing all the heavenly materials and geomancers she had ever seen. Yun Xianxue could not see the situation inside the alchemy furnace, but her heart was uncontrollably beating violently. For some reason, in the underworld, there seemed to be a feeling of longing surging out from the depths of her blood. In addition to the golden spring, there was also a palm-sized golden elixir in the alchemy furnace, shaped like a swimming dragon, which was divine and extraordinary. But both Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang did not recognize it at all. It was very unfamiliar, and it was something that had not been recorded in any ancient legends. This is a saint-rank spiritual spring, the heavenly Yang spring, as well as a saint-rank spiritual pill, the silver dragon lotus. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose as he looked at the treasures in the alchemy furnace and told a shocking secret. The reason why Taoist Qiankro was besieged by the various dynasties and foreign powers back then wasn't that he caused too much killing. The real reason was that he found these treasures in the depths of the Great Wasteland. When these words came out, Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang were all shocked, their eyes rounded. This is actually a holy rank spiritual spring and spiritual medicine? This level of supreme treasure only existed in ancient legends and had never been discovered. Although the foreign races also claimed to have holy pills, all of their so-called holy pills were actually just 7th order treasure pills, not true holy order treasure pills. For example, the Demon Clan Xianyu Spirit Tree and the E Clan Sacred Pill that Liu Beixian had snatched away were all 7th ranked treasure pills, and now that the real Sacred Pill and Sacred Order Spiritual Spring appeared in front of them, it shocked Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang. Even Yun Shanyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. During this month or so, she had followed Chu Fan around, and she also had a certain understanding of the martial realm and heavenly treasures, and could probably tell how precious Saint Stage heavenly treasures were, and how their value could not be measured. Once these treasures were exposed to the world, it would definitely cause a monstrous storm of bloodshed, and countless powerful people would desperately snatch them. According to what Lu Duan said, Taoist Qiankro had attracted death precisely because of this. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen took out more than 30 jade bottles and filled half of the heavenly yang spring in the alchemy furnace away, then tossed it to Gu Ruoxi and said, "Miss Gu, you and Senior Su Yang have 1 bottle each, and give the rest to Uncle Tai and Bai Shao. They'll know how to distribute it." The most important effect of the heavenly yang spring is to quench the body and enhance the qualification and cultivation. You guys can either refine it directly or take it to refine pills before taking it. Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang received the jade bottle and couldn't help but gulp, their hearts beating fast. Even with their stoic minds, they were pleasantly surprised and quite excited at this moment. This is a holy order spiritual spring. Even if they only took a few drops, it would allow their cultivation to soar and benefit greatly. What's more, Lu Chuan had given them a bottle each. It's so broad and bold. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang's hearts were filled with exhilaration and gratitude, and their gazes toward Lu Duan grew more and more respectful. Lu Chen took out a jade box and put the silver dragon lotus and part of the heavenly yang spring inside. A smile on his face, he had a surprise for his second sister. There was still half of the heavenly yang spring left in the alchemy furnace, but Lu Chuan didn't put it away. Instead, he turned around and came to Yun Xianxue, pulling up her small hand, stepping into the air and standing on the alchemy furnace. Your Highness, Your Highness. Yun Xianxue's soft and delicate little hand was held by Lu Chuan, and she immediately blushed slightly, somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Chuan didn't say anything, but loosened his hand, and Yun Xianxue immediately let out a cry of surprise, and with a thud, she fell directly into the Tian Yang spring. Your Highness, this, Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang, who were on the side, were instantly confused, only feeling their heads buzzing and somewhat dumbfounded. This is a holy order spiritual spring. I can't believe I'm giving a little girl a bath? His Highness is confused. Boom. Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang just wanted to persuade. In the alchemy furnace, the original calm golden spring water instantly boiled up. The light became more and more blazing, and actively didn't enter into Yun Xianxue's body, surging into the meridians and orifices all around her body, and integrating into every inch of her flesh and blood. Each drop of pool water contained energy that was majestic to the extreme. Yun Xianxue's body shook, only feeling that an ancient and supreme power began to revive in the deepest part of her bloodline, and under the impetus of the heavenly yang spring, her body began to undergo some sort of mysterious and astonishing metamorphosis. Knock! At the same time, there was a chaotic mist churning above the dome of the sky, the sound of the great Tao curled up, and a ray of radiant divine radiance dropped down from the 9 heavens above, passing through the thick earth and the earth palace in an instant, and falling into Yun Xianxue's body. Such an astonishing sight caused Gu Ruoxi and Su Yang's eyes to almost stare out of their sockets, causing great waves to ripple within them. Your Highness, What is this? What is this all about? Guruwashi and Su Yang were shocked, having never seen such an extraordinary vision before. Chapter 62, Congenital Dao Body. Lu Chen smiled faintly and explained. It's simple. She has a hidden physique innate Dao body that awakened after absorbing the heavenly Yang spring. Hide the physique. Guruwashi and Su Yang were shocked again in their hearts, somewhat dazed and at the same time, more than a hint of doubt. There were a very few lucky people in this world who were born with some kind of special physique, born to be extraordinary, and had a unique advantage in the path of martial arts, different from the rest. Examples include the fire spirit body, the Xianin body, and the sword spirit body. Most special physiques are revealed at birth, but there are very few people whose special physiques are hidden and are no different from ordinary people before they are awakened. The method of awakening the hidden physique varies. Some people awaken on their own after a certain age. Some are awakened by encountering some kind of great stimulus, and some are awakened by contacting some kind of power. However, Guruwashi and Su Yang had never heard of the innate Dao body, which had never been recorded in any ancient legends, needing to absorb a holy rank spirit spring to awaken. This innate Dao body is quite extraordinary, Su Yang muttered, looking towards the alchemy furnace, able to sense a trace of a supreme aura from Yun Shanhua that made him tremble. Even though that aura was very weak, it was incomparably divine and supreme, as if it came from the power of a higher world. Lu Chuan's gaze also fell on Yun Shanhua with a meaningful smile on his face. As the main female lead in the original plot, Yun Shanhua possessed an unusual innate Dao body. Not only was it the strongest physique in this world, it was also the top tier even above the 9 heavens. In the original plot, after Yun Shanhua awakened the innate Taoist body, the path of martial arts soared, and in the future, not only became a generation of female emperors, but also followed Chu Fan to kill above the 9 heavens. There was no abnormality that could not be probed before the hidden physique was awakened. How did His Highness learn that she had a special physique? And how do you know that her special physique needs to absorb the heavenly Yang spring in order to awaken? As well as, how did His Highness the World Prince know that there is a Tian Yang spring here? Guruwashi quietly glanced at Lu Chuan, thoughts flickering in her mind, feeling more and more that Lu Chuan was mysterious and unpredictable. She had a lot of questions in her mind, but Lu Chen didn't explain. So naturally, as an underling, she couldn't ask too many questions. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chuan and the three of them, the heavenly Yang spring continued to pour into Yun Shanhua's body, and her aura became more and more profound and mysterious. The process lasted a full quarter of an hour, until all of the heavenly Yang spring in the alchemy furnace was absorbed. Yun Shanhua's innate Dao body was also completely awakened. Yun Shanhua's entire person had undergone a not-so-small metamorphosis. The original thin and flat petite body began to have exquisite curves, plumped up a few points, and her black hair hung down like a waterfall. Her skin was as crystalline as jade, and her appearance was even more stunning. If the previous Yun Shanhua was a budding flower, at this time she was the first blooming flower, washed out, as if she was a fairy coming out of a scroll, with a natural beauty. Yun Shanhua's cultivation, moreover, had directly broken through to the Xinling realm. Once you awaken, you go straight up. Yun Shanhua opened her eyes, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment, as well as a hint of surprise. She was still a bit confused to this day and didn't realize exactly what had changed in her. However, she could clearly feel that there was a very strong and terrifying power in her body, and her whole body was also light and unrivaled, as if she had an inexhaustible power when she raised her hands and threw her feet. Worthy of being a legendary innate Dao body. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen stroked his palm and smiled, his gaze falling on Yun Shanhua with great satisfaction. Your Highness, Yun Shanhua looked at Lu Duan and instantly became a bit flustered, her hands cupping the corners of her coat, a bit apprehensive. This is a half-burner of holy rank spirit spring. The value is simply incalculable. Such a large amount of heavenly Yang spring, but it was all absorbed by her, which caused Yun Shanhua's head to buzz, and great uneasiness and trepidation welled up in her heart. This is the treasure of His Highness, the Prince of the world. There's no need to be nervous. This is a chance bestowed upon you by this seer. Lu Chen said. Of course, as a reward, in the future, you will be this son's maid for the rest of your life, and you must never betray this son. Do you understand? Yun Shanhua froze for a moment, her heart beating so fast that she could hardly believe her ears. Such an amazing chance. Lu Chen had actually bestowed it upon her. She hurriedly said, Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely follow Your Highness faithfully in the future and will definitely not betray. Lu Chen was her savior and had taken good care of her when she was in the royal residence. Chu Fan tried to assassinate Lu Chuan. Yun Shanhua should have been implicated. Lu Chuan not only did not blame her, but also gave her the opportunity to follow beside Lu Chuan, but also gave her this amazing chance, so that she also has a strong strength. Yun Xianxue had originally felt guilty towards Lu Chen. This, coupled with these favors, made her incomparably grateful to Lu Chuan, and she became more and more determined to repay the favor. Seeing Yun Xianxue's simple and sincere appearance, the smile on Lu Chen's face intensified a few points. Simple-minded little girl child is really good at cheating. Jia jia jia. Lu Chen took out a storage ring and personally put it on Yun Xianxue, saying, "The resources inside are enough for you to use for a period of time. In the future, you will be instructed by Miss Gu on how to cultivate. So work hard and wait until you become stronger before you can personally kill the great devil who has taken over your brother's body. Understand?" With Yun Xianxue's innate Dao body, coupled with Gu Ruoshi's guidance, her future growth rate would not be slower than Shu Fan's. "I see." Yun Xianxue nodded, a determined look on her face. When her fingertips surged with spiritual energy and probed the treasures in the storage ring, her eyes even widened a few points. The storage rings were piled up with spirit stones, too many to count, piled up into mountains. In addition to spirit stones, there were also a large number of pills, techniques, magic treasures, and other treasures of great value. Yun Xianxue came from a poor background. Where had she seen so many treasures? She was instantly confused, a little apprehensive, and hurriedly took off her storage ring, wanting to return it to Lu Chuan, saying, "Your Highness, the world's son, these treasures are too much. I can't use that much. Take it if it's given to you. It's just a little something. It's not worth much to the bencher." Lu Chen pressed Yun Xianxue's hand, his tone carrying an unquestionable dominance. When Yun Xianxue heard this, a warm current surged in her heart and she was quite moved. During this period of time, she had followed Shu Fan around the 9 princesses and had also embarked on the path of cultivation, so she still had a rough understanding of the value of these treasures. Even for the Jinbei royal house, these treasures were extremely precious, but she had only just submitted to Lu Chen, and Lu Chen not only gave her the heavenly young spring, but also gave her so many treasures. Yun Xianxue's heart grew more and more grateful, and her loyalty to Lu Chen increased rapidly. Chapter 63, Chang Yang waiting for the explosion of thunder. After taking care of Yun Xianxue, Lu Chuan instructed, "Miss Gu, put this alchemy furnace away. It's a magic treasure used by Taoist Xiancrow. It's not bad quality, so I'm giving it to you." Gu Ruoshi not only had extremely high martial arts cultivation, but also had extremely high attainments in all aspects of Dan, formation, talisman, Dao, and artifacts, and was an all-around talent, so this alchemy furnace was very suitable for her. "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Ruoshi's heart was delighted. She also knew that Lu Chuan was bold and generous and really didn't care about these treasures, so she wasn't polite and put away the alchemy furnace. She then watched as Lu Dust pulled out another obsolete alchemy furnace from his storage ring and placed it in its original position. "Your Highness, what is this?" Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang were instantly a bit puzzled. Leave a little surprise for Chang Yang Ho and the 9th princess and the others. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Seeing the sinister smile on his face, Su Yang and Gu Ruoshi realized that His Highness the World Prince definitely didn't have good intentions. In their hearts, they mourned for Chang Yang Ho and the 9th princess and the others. Being targeted by His Royal Highness, he was designated to have no good fruit to eat. After putting down the alchemy furnace, Lu Chuan's gaze reverted to the huge white bone tree in front of him. Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang and Yun Xianxi followed and looked over. "Ha, there seems to be a flower on the tree?" Su Yang suddenly revealed a surprised expression. This was clearly a bone tree pieced together from countless skeletons, but on top of the tree was a bright red blood-like flower. With a wave of Lu Chuan's hand, the palm-sized bronze tripod rushed out and soared against the wind, with mysterious symbols blossoming at the bottom, enveloping the blood-colored flower. The originally tightly closed bud slowly opened, and inside, a blood-colored elixir actually floated out and fell into the bronze tripod. With a wave of Lu Chen's hand, the bronze tripod returned to him. "Your Highness, what kind of elixir is this?" Gu Ruoshi looked at the bright red demonic elixir in the bronze cauldron and couldn't help but ask curiously. Her attainments in the Dan Dao were not low, yet she was very unfamiliar with this elixir and knew nothing about it. An essence flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes as he said, "Daoist Qian Crow cultivates the forbidden arts of the Devil's Way and blood sacrifices hundreds of thousands of people in an attempt to refine the legendary longevity pill in order to live forever. He studied it for most of his life and finally refined this elixir before he died." When these words came out, Gu Ruoshi's heartbeat instantly accelerated by a few points. Could this be the longevity Dan? If it was the longevity pill, Daoist Qian Crow wouldn't have died. Lu Chen shook his head. This is a holy rank elixir, blood spirit pill that Daoist Qian Crow refined by mistake. This Dan refining method is too cruel and bloody, containing monstrous ferocious aura, too extreme to be borne by ordinary people, and for the vast majority of people it is also a poisonous Dan that does no harm but no good. But Lu Chen had a small smile on his face. This blood spirit pill is quite suitable for a person. The leader of the Luo net, the cultivating god of killers who had killed countless people in his life and had grown up by stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yun Shi. Gone. Lu Chen put away the bronze tripod, greeted the three of them, and left the place quietly with Guruwashi. Moreover, a summoning token surfaced in Lu Chen's hand and he quietly urged it. Meanwhile, in Taoist Qian Crow's tomb, one of the black-clothed men had a change of heart and came to the door of the study while the other black-clothed men were searching around, and suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, there's a secret passageway here, and it seems like there's a treasure inside." The black-clothed man's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of the other black-clothed men, as well as Chang Yang-ho and the Ninth Princess. In that time, they had pretty much rummaged through Taoist Qian Crow's tomb. At this time, hearing that a dark passage had been discovered, they were all startled and immediately rushed over. There really is a secret passage. A group of black-robed men and Chang waiter and others entered the study and were pleasantly surprised when they saw the dark passage on the wall and immediately rushed in. The black-clothed man who had first discovered the dark passage, however, revealed a meaningful smile and took advantage of the chaos to exit the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow and return to Lu Chen's side. He was heck of an iron face. Hiss. This place. When Chang waiter and the others entered the lower level of the underground palace, they were also shocked by the sight before them. This vast and boundless pool of blood and the huge bone tree were too shocking. Is this alchemy furnace? Inside the longevity pills refined by Taoist Qian Crow? Soon, the gazes of Chang waiter and the others were staring at the alchemy furnace in front of the blood pool in unison, their heartbeats accelerating, their eyes filled with greed and fervor. Do it! Without saying a word, they all rushed towards the alchemy furnace. After the three parties approached the alchemy furnace, they immediately fought, all wanting to take the alchemy furnace for themselves. In the end, Chang waiter took advantage of the chaos and rushed to the alchemy furnace, reaching out and pressing down on it, wanting to put it away in his storage ring. Just as the spiritual energy in Chang waiter's palm touched the alchemy furnace, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The alchemy furnace instantly exploded, flames rushing into the sky, forming a large explosion and releasing a terrifying and furious power. Everyone around the alchemy furnace was impacted, and the terrifying power of the explosion blew all of them away and rushed away on the spot. Dozens of unlucky people with lower cultivation levels even exploded on the spot, turning into pieces on the ground and walking away very uneasily. Chang waiting, who was closest to the alchemy furnace, bore the brunt of the explosion and endured the greatest power. At the moment when the alchemy furnace blew up, Chang waiter's heart beat furiously. His reaction speed was extremely fast. His body's spiritual power was released without reservation, forming a layer of spiritual power barrier on the surface of his body to resist the power of the explosion. Even so, he was blown out horizontally and planted on the ground. His body was scorched black and his appearance was miserable. Marquis, those Chanyang mansion guards who survived, as well as the dozen or so black-clothed men, were all horrified and frightened, and immediately rushed over to help Chanyang wait up and feed him the healing elixir. The ninth princess was farther away from the alchemy furnace and was not injured under the protection of the June realm guards. At this moment, when he saw this scene, his face was gloomy. These black-clothed men were, surprisingly, Changyang candidates men. What shocked the ninth princess even more was that just now, when the alchemy furnace exploded, Changyang waiter released his entire body's power to resist, and his true cultivation was exposed, and it was clearly a June realm cultivation. It should be known that Changyang waiter had always behaved very mediocrely, with the appearance of an idle marquis, not caring about dynastic politics at all, nor participating in any factional struggles. As far as the ninth princess knew, Chanyang waiter's cultivation had only just broken through the Zunshi realm last year, and there were no incompetent people under his hands. No one had expected that Chanyang waiter had actually cultivated to the monarch realm without saying a word and had another monarch realm powerhouse under his hand. This was only the power that Chanyang waiter had exposed now, and who knew how much more power he had in secret. An idle waiter is secretly accumulating power and must be eyeing the throne as well. What angered the ninth princess the most was that these black-clothed men had cut her earlier. So they're all Imperial Uncle's people? Imperial Uncle is hiding well. The ninth princess clenched her silver teeth and said with hatred. She was smart and had already guessed Changyang Ho's plan. Both she and Lu Chen had June realm powerhouses escorting them, and in order to compete for the chance in Taoist Qian Crow's tomb, as well as not wanting to expose his strength and cards, Chanyang waiter had his powerhouses disguise themselves as unidentified black-clothed men in order to snatch the chance. If it wasn't for the alchemy furnace suddenly blowing up, the ninth princess wouldn't have been able to realize that Chanyang waiter was hiding so deeply. Chapter 64, Lu Chen's Gift. Cough. Cough. A string of black smoke came out of Chanyang waiter's mouth as soon as he opened it, coughing out a few mouthfuls of bruised blood, and his face was equally incomparably gloomy and ugly. On the one hand, it was because of the exposure of his strength and cards, and on the other hand, it was also because he had been blown up into serious injuries and was dying, suffering from an unwarranted disaster. In the face of the Ninth Princess accusation, Chanyang Waiter did not respond, his face expressionless. Things have fallen apart, and it's futile to explain anything now. Marquis. That black-robed man with a June realm cultivation glanced at the Ninth Princess and secretly made a neck-wiping motion, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. Chanyang Waiter pondered a little, but shook his head. The June realm guard beside the Ninth Princess was not bad and was some distance away from the alchemy furnace just now. Although he was also blown up, his injuries were not that serious. Chanyang Waiter was too badly injured to make a move anymore. With the strength of the man in black alone, he might not be able to kill the Ninth Princess. If you can't kill it, you'll be in big trouble instead. Imperial clansmen killing each other would draw punishment from the old emperor and the clan house. Now that the old emperor was not dead, he could not openly confront the old emperor and the sovereign house. Damn Taoist Qian Crow, too despicable to leave a trap here. If this damned alchemy furnace hadn't blown up, how would this waiter be in such a situation? Chanyang Waiter clenched his hands tightly, his heart filled with hatred. The main reason was that Qian Crow Taoist's tomb was very safe, and they had relaxed their guard after searching the upper dungeon and not triggering any dangers or organs. No one expected the alchemy furnace here to explode. Is not right. Chanyang Waiter's brow furrowed, and suddenly it was like an electric light flashed through his mind, keenly aware of the blind spot. Where's Lu Duan? Whether it was in the upper level of the underground palace, or in this level, they had never seen Lu Chen's figure. With two June realm powerhouses protecting Lu Chen, it was reasonably absolutely impossible for him to exit the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow midway and give up the treasures of opportunity here. Plus, after they searched all the upper dungeons, they suddenly found dark passages. Could it be that Lu Chuan discovered this layer of the underground palace long ago, and he's already scoured the place just now? Then this alchemy furnace is a trap he deliberately left behind? Thoughts flickered in Chanyang Waiter's mind, and an incredible guess surfaced. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the suspicion was true. If this is true, damned Lu Chuan, I vow to kill thee. Chanyang Waiter was so infuriated that his body trembled, his eyes went black, and he sprayed out another mouthful of blood with a wow. After leaving the tomb of Taoist Qian Crow, Lu Chen and his group began to return to Jinbei City. Sis, I'm back. A few days later, Lu Chuan returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, rushed into the council hall in a flurry of wind and fire, pulled up Lu Jianyun and walked away, and said in a rush of excitement, "Old sister, come with me. I've prepared a surprise for you." With a hint of helplessness on her stunningly beautiful face, Lu Jianyun reached out and twisted on Lu Chen's ear, saying in a bad mood, "You still know to come back. You don't help with so many affairs in the royal palace. Every day you just know to go crazy outside." Lu Dust this time not only showed amazing martial arts talent, but also has extraordinary military attainments. It is reasonable to say that the heavy responsibility of the Jinbei King's house should be gradually handed over to the hands of Lu Dust. Niha Lu Dust is either in the Yihong building to hook the bar to listen to music, or the earth disappeared. Do not know where to go. Never pay attention to the affairs of the Jinbei King's house. Lu Jianyun could only follow Lu Beixian, continuing to lead the affairs of the royal residence, and was too busy to do anything else. This is not have sister you in it. Sister not only intelligent, ability talent is the world's first. The Jinbei King's house to you the most appropriate, where I compare sister. Lu Dust let out a hefty laugh and hastily patted his ass. Nothing is called old sister. Something is called sister. You ah. Lu Jianyun pinched Lu Chen's face, and when she saw his grinning expression, she could only end up smiling helplessly. If she had put it aside in the past, she would have definitely pressed Lu Duan up and beaten him. But during this period of time, Lu Chen had brought her too many surprises. Not only was his cultivation profound and his attainments in the art of war extremely strong, but he had also secretly recruited many powerful people. Lu Fianyan knew that Lu Chen only appeared to be horny and lazy on the surface, but in reality, behind the scenes, he must have silently worked hard, cultivated diligently, and paid a lot of sweat, which enabled him to have today's achievements. So even though Lu Chen was still as indulgent as before, she didn't have much to blame. Soon, Lu Chen pulled Lu Jianyun back to his courtyard. Lu Dust took out a jade box and slowly opened it, and a brilliant golden light bloomed like a small round of sun, accompanied by the spread of majestic and astonishing fluctuations of spiritual rhythms. Little brother, what are these? Lu Jianyun's eyes widened at once and she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, greatly surprised. She had come into contact with quite a few 7th-order heavenly treasures. However, the golden springs and elixirs in the jade box gave her the feeling of being extremely mysterious and extraordinary. with an amazing spiritual rhythm that far surpassed all the 7th order heavenly materials and geomantic treasures she had ever seen. Lu Chuan explained, "This is the holy rank spiritual spring, the heavenly yang spring, as well as the holy rank spiritual pill, the silver dragon lotus, the holy order?" Lu Jianyun's heart shook and she couldn't help but blurt out, "How is this possible? Saint-ranked heavenly treasures, like Saint Realm powerhouses, only existed in legends and speculations and had never actually appeared. But now Lu Chuan was able to take out a Saint-stage spiritual spring and a Saint-stage spiritual pill. How unbelievable. Nothing is impossible." Lu Chuan said with a smile, "Don't forget, old sister, we even dug out Saint-ranked techniques and Saint-ranked magic treasures in the Blood Mist Plains ruins before." When Lu Jianyun heard this, she believed a few points in her heart, but she still felt incredulous. "Junior brother, where did you get this sacred rank heavenly treasure from again?" Dug out of the tomb of the Xian Crow Taoist, Lu Dust didn't hide anything and explained the circumstances of this matter. Of course, he didn't say anything about his design to assassinate Changyang Waiter and the 9th princess. It's actually the tomb of that legendary Taoist Xian Crow? After Lu Fianyan heard this, her pretty face was filled with amazement, not expecting Lu Chen to have such a strange encounter. "Old sister, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. Quickly refine it. There's guaranteed to be a surprise." Lu Chen handed the jade box to Lu Jianyun. "I don't want it." Surprisingly, Lu Jianyun shook her head and said, "Such a precious saint-ranked heavenly treasure should be left for Pops. Perhaps it can help him break through the saint realm." Ever since cultivating those 3 saint-ranked techniques, Lu Beishuan's cultivation had vaguely refined a few more points, but unfortunately, he had never been able to peek into the saint realm's great Tao and could not find the doorway. Chapter 65, Lu Jianyun's Metamorphosis. Breaking through from the monarch realm to the saint realm is a heavenly rift, and the main effect of the heavenly yang spring and silver dragon lotus isn't to help one break through the realm. So even if I give it to Pops to refine, it would still be useless. Lu Chuan said, "I have another arrangement regarding old dad's breakthrough to the saint realm, and this saint-ranked heavenly treasure is specially prepared for you, but I'm only at the Tao transformation realm cultivation level, so I can't absorb much by refining the saint-ranked heavenly treasures. Isn't this a waste?" Lu Jianyun let out a bitter smile. Although she was also a bit moved, she still firmly shook her head. "This heavenly treasure can be left for Uncle Tai, or it's fine to give it to Senior Song. Both of them can greatly increase their strength. There's no need to waste it on me. You're my dearest sister. How can you be considered a waste?" Lu Chen covered his chest with a sad look and said, "This is a piece of my heart. Could it be that my sister dislikes my gift? I don't have." Lu Jianyun hurriedly shook her head, and although her face wore a bitter smile, a warm current welled up in her heart, and she was quite moved, looking at Lu Chen with an increasingly doting gaze. In the end, under Lu Chen's soft persuasion, Lu Jianyun couldn't argue with him and still chose to refine the heavenly yang spring and silver dragon lotus. Boom! Lu Jianyun only felt a tremor in her body, as the heavenly yang spring and silver dragon lotus melted in her mouth and fused with each other, transforming into a majestic and voluminous pure power to the extreme, rapidly surging to her limbs and integrating into the orifices all around her body, causing every inch of her body's flesh and blood to begin to undergo a shocking metamorphosis. The aura in the sky and earth boiled and immediately surged towards Lu Jianyun, turning into a tidal wave of aura in general. Above the dome of the sky there was even a Hongmeng violet gas coming from the east. Heavenly visions, the earth-surging golden lotus, surrounding Lu Jianyun, reflecting her as if she were a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. What an amazing vision! At this moment, everyone in the Jinbei King's mansion was startled, and Lu Beixian and Song Shuayin and the others were the first to appear in Lu Chen's courtyard. "Dusty, what's going on?" When Lu Beixian saw Lu Jianyun, who was surrounded by visions, he couldn't help but freeze, somewhat dumbfounded. Lu Chuan hemmed and hawed and said, "Older sister's qualifications are going to advance to the heavenly stage." "What? The heavenly steps?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Beixian and Song Shuayin and the others were all taken aback, shocked and delighted. Lu Beishuan's breathing became a few points rougher and his heartbeat accelerated. "Dusty, are you telling the truth?" Lu Jianyun's original qualification was the 9th grade of the earth rank, seemingly only one step away from the heaven rank. However, in reality, the gap between the earth order and the heavenly order was extremely large, as if it was a difference between clouds and mud, and was not at all at the same level. If Lu Jianyun's qualifications could really metamorphose into the heavenly rank, this would be a great joy. "It's natural." Lu Dust nodded. Although the 9th grade qualification of the earth rank wasn't bad, it was almost at the end after reaching the saint realm, and the further back one went, the more difficult it was to raise one's cultivation. The only way to become an emperor is to have a heavenly rank qualification. But how did Yun'er suddenly raise her qualifications? Lu Beixian couldn't help but look at Lu Duan. Did you find some heavenly material for her to use? Lu Chuan had been away from the Jinbei King's mansion for this period of time, and there was only Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun in the courtyard just now. Lu Beixian guessed the truth at once. Pops is wise. Lu Dust patted a horse's ass before speaking about Taoist Qian Crow's tomb, explaining the ins and outs. On the side, Iron Face appeared at the right time, taking out a dozen bottles of Heavenly Yang Spring and handing them over to Lu Beixian. With these Heavenly Yang Springs in place, the strength of the Jinbei royal family's experts such as Iron Face and Song Shuayin could all skyrocket by a large margin. Sacred Rank Spiritual Spring. Sacred Rank Spiritual Medicine? Lu Beixian was dumbfounded, not expecting Lu Chen to actually do such a great thing without moving. Well, worthy of being my Lu Beixian's son. Lu Beixian was ecstatic and excited in his heart, and he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he hugged Lu Chen and slapped him on the back a few times. It was his Lu Beixian's good fortune to have such a competitive son. Your Highness has grown up. Song Shuayin also sighed in her heart, her beautiful eyes staring at Lu Duan with a different emotion. For the past 5 years, Lu Duan had seemingly been lying flat, night after night. However, during this period of time, Lu Chen was like a submerged dragon coming out of the abyss, revealing his supreme sharpness and bringing them too many surprises. In the meantime, the vision in the Jinbei King's mansion had also spread far and wide, alarming the entire Jinbei city. Heavens! Another vision has heavenly descended on the Jinbei King's mansion. This is the heavens manifesting themselves. The many unknown people were both surprised and excited, and hurriedly bowed and worshipped in the direction of the Jinbei King's mansion, believing it to be an auspicious omen. On the other hand, the scouts from various forces hidden in the crowd were shocked in their hearts and immediately spread the news out. Although this vision was not as amazing as when Lu Chen's qualifications were raised to the 9th grade of the heavenly rank, it was definitely a big event that would cause no small ripples. It was only after a quarter of an hour that the visions in the Jinbei King's mansion gradually dispersed. Lu Jianyun's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Not only had her qualifications risen to the heavenly rank, but under the impetus of the heavenly Yang Spring and the Silver Dragon Lotus, her cultivation had also skyrocketed, and she had clearly broken through to the exalted realm. Such a huge progress made Lu Jianyun directly confused, only feeling her head buzzing. A Zunshi realm at only 20 years of age was unparalleled when looking at the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Little brother. Thank you. Lu Jianyun hugged Lu Chen, quite surprised and excited. Her heart warmed. After this great gift, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun doted on Lu Chen more and more. Even if Lu Chen slipped out of the Jinbei King's mansion the next day, they did not stop him. Lu Dust lazily lay on the carriage, humming a little tune. Yun Shenshua obediently knelt and sat behind him, her soft and delicate little hands gently squeezing Lu Chen's shoulders. Gu Ruoshi pinched up a grape and fed it to Lu Chen. Her Gu Ruoshi at this time had already changed out of the wide Taoist robe that she always wore, and under Lu Chen's strong suggestion, she changed into a long lavender dress, which perfectly set off her proud figure. Gu Ruoshi's actual age wasn't really that old. Her skin was as white as snow, her curves undulating, and she had the appearance of a city. She bent down slightly and pinched the grapes to feed them to Lu Duan. Lu Chuan slightly raised his eyes. He could see her snow-white neck, and the deep gully. Gu Ruoshi noticed Lu Chen's gaze, and she instantly blushed with old age, hastily reaching out to cover her chest, her heart beating fast. She was originally unwilling to wear this outfit, but Lu Chen offered too much and she couldn't refuse. Don't look at her high cultivation level and her proficiency in the 10,000 laws, but in reality, she had spent the vast majority of her time over the past few decades studying and cultivating diligently, and had never yet had intimate contact with the opposite sex. Phew! Suddenly, Su Yang, who was also a part-time coachman, tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy, immediately gripping the curved sword behind his back and staring vigilantly at the silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 66, Adoption as an Escort. It was a woman with a slender and proud body, with a full head of white hair tied up in a slender, blood-colored curved sword hanging from her waist. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, as if the heavens had carefully sculpted a perfect work of art without any flaws, and her beauty was shocking. However, her aura was very cold and indifferent. A terrifyingly ferocious aura surrounded her, like a god of killing descending, invisibly giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. She was none other than the leader of the Luo network, Yun Shi. Even though Su Yang's cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the June realm after refining the heavenly Yang Spring, he still felt creeped out as a terrifying sense of crisis surged through his heart when he faced Yun Shi. This was still the case when Yun Shi had collected the murderous aura on his body. Miss Yun Shi, it's been a long time. Lu Chuan, however, was not the least bit afraid, but instead, his eyes lit up, looking up and down at Yun Shi's marvelous and graceful figure, carefully admiring it. If another person were to look at Yun Shi with such a gaze, they would have already died an unknown number of times. The only person in this world who dared to be this reckless and fearless of the Shura Slayer god's fierce reputation was Lu Chuan. Yunshi frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Lu Chan's wanton and fiery gaze, but now that she had a request, she didn't say anything more. I checked all those places you gave, and there are indeed traces and scents left behind by that old thief. Yunshi opened her mouth, and her voice was also very cold and indifferent, without the slightest emotion. But I didn't find anyone. Where the hell is that old thief? Yunshi stared at Lu Duan. Among the information Lu Chuan had given her last time, it was recorded that the former leader of the Luo Net had several hiding places in the Great Wasteland. Yunshi personally went to look for it, and really found traces of the former leader of the Luo Net had lived, and they were all very new, which meant that the other party was still alive. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses, Lu Chen said. He's not in this world right now. It's not that easy to find him, and even if you do find him, you're no match for him. You're just sending him to his death for nothing. Yunshi's eyes instantly condensed. He broke through the Saint Realm? Nonetheless, Lu Chen stretched out a finger and shook it. He is originally of the Saint Realm cultivation. What you have seen before is just a bilocation of his since the beginning. The strength of his main body is beyond your imagination. With your current strength, you can't even beat him with one finger. Lu Dust did not lie. This former leader of the Luo network is very uncomplicated and has a heavenly origin. Lu Chuan's words caused Yunshi's pupils to shrink violently, causing considerable waves to ripple within her heart. There was a Saint Realm powerhouse protecting Lu Chuan by his side, and since Lu Chuan was able to accurately locate the former leader of the Luo Net's outer hideout and understand many secrets, Yunshi didn't have too many doubts about Lu Chuan's words. Then tell me where my sister is first, as you promised. Yunshi wasn't stupid. She herself hadn't stepped into the Saint Realm yet, so she pressed the killing intent in her heart. She, like your master teacher, is not in this world, but in. Lu Chuan slowly uttered 4 words. Middle Earth Domain. The Middle Kingdom? Yunshi's brows furrowed, very unfamiliar with this place, so much so that it was unheard of. That's right, it's a much wider world, but you can't go there with your current strength. This world's son said he would help you find them, so naturally he won't go back on his word. It's just that the time has not yet come, so you don't need to be in a hurry. Lu Chen said, you've already waited for 100 years. There's no harm in waiting for another 3 to 5 years. Don't be in a hurry. It's still imperative that we find a way to fully step out of that step and break through to the Saint Realm. Speaking of the Sacred Realm, this Xian is going to talk to you about the second deal. Lu Chen stared at Yunshi and said, this son has a thing that can help you break through the Saint Realm. The condition is that from now on, you will be this son's maid for 5 years. How about it? When these words came out, Guruwashi and Su Yang were both taken aback and secretly screamed in their hearts. I'm the son of a son. Yo! Although the leader of the Luo Net was top-notch in looks and stature, this was a half-step Saint Realm killing god. Aren't you afraid you'll piss her off one day and get cut off with a knife? Yunshi stared at Lu Duan with an expressionless face. You want to take me as a maid in advance, don't you? According to her previous agreement with Lu Chuan had to help her find her sister and master before she would serve as Lu Chuan's maid. According to Lu Dust, this process would take 3 to 5 years. Now Lu Chen wanted to make her a maid for 5 years on the pretext of helping her break through the Saint Realm. Wasn't it because he wanted her to serve Lu Chen in advance? The rattle of this abacus she could hear perfectly. Nice. Lu Dust nodded frankly. The leader of the Hall Luo network, the half-step Saint Realm of the cultivator killing god. If he pinches his shoulders and warms his bed. Hiss. Thinking about it was exciting. Seeing Lu Chen's undisguised fiery gaze, Yunshi's face darkened a bit as she said coldly, I don't need your help. I'll take that step myself. In just a few short decades she had cultivated to the half-step Saint Realm, which had never been seen before or since, and was enough to highlight her worldly talent. She was also completely confident in breaking through the Saint Realm with her own efforts. Without this worldly prince's help, it will take you at least a few decades to break through to the Saint Realm, and by then the yellow flowers will be cold. Seeing Yunshi's resolute attitude, Lu Chen turned his words around. How about this? This son helps you break through the Saint Realm. You give this son as a guard for 5 years, secretly protect this son, and act at this son's command. How about it? When these words came out, Yunshi's heart was immediately moved. Just being a guard for 5 years in exchange for the chance to immediately break through the Saint Realm didn't seem like a bad deal. After all, Yunshi was counting on Lu Duan to help her find her sister and master. Before that, she wouldn't allow an accident to happen to Lu Chen either. Even if someone wanted to kill Lu Duan, she would still make a move to stop them. After a few moments of serious thought, Yunshi slowly nodded. Yes, but you can't force me to do things I don't want to do. Deal. Lu Dust's eyes lit up and he smiled with his palm. He immediately took out a palm-sized bronze tripod and handed it to Yunshi. "This magic treasure is also for you." Yunshi received the bronze tripod. His fingertips surged with spiritual energy, and immediately his pupils shrank, and his heart rippled with great waves. Sacred artifacts. Yunshi looked deeply at Lu Duan. "Are you really going to give me a sacred artifact?" Lu Duan nodded. "You are already this sun's guard, and in the future, you will be this sun's maid. You are all your own people. No need to be polite. In fact, this bronze tripod is not simple." The reason why Taoist Qian Crow had taken to the devil's path was because he was influenced by this bronze tripod, which was a supreme treasure of the devil's path. However, Yunshi was originally a devil among devils, a born-killing embryo with heinous killing sins. Only she could suppress this bronze tripod and become its master. Instead of being revolted by it, Yunshi glanced at the blood spirit pill in the bronze cauldron, and immediately his heart raced again. Holy Order Elixir. What is the origin of this Prince of Jinbei? A holy artifact and a holy rank elixir were actually said to be given away without the slightest bit of heartache. Yunshi felt more and more that Lu Chen was mysterious and unfathomable. Yunshi looked deeply at Lu Chen, took the bronze tripod, turned around and left the place. She had to find a safe place to break through the Saint Realm with all her might. Chapter 67, The Sudden Imperial Decree. His Highness the World's Son is really brave. After Yunshi left, Guruwashi and Su Yang's taut hearts relaxed, and Guruwashi couldn't help but sigh. The Shura killer god who had caused countless people to lose their fear. But Lu Chuan had tried to find a way to take the other party as a maid to serve him. That's a lot of nerve. Lu Chuan hemmed and hawed and directly lay down, resting on Yun Shanhua's long white legs. Yun Shanhua immediately blushed and only felt her long legs heat up, but she didn't dare to push Lu Chuan away, so she only bit her lips slightly and continued to pinch Lu Chuan's shoulders. Being reborn in a new life, with such a heaven-defying system and an honorable status, of course Lu Chuan had to enjoy himself. Under Lu Dust's orders, Su Yang drove the carriage straight to the greenhouse in Thunder City. With Red Dream out of the picture, Lu Chuan lost interest in Yihon Lu and turned to other targets. Happy times just went on for most of the month. The order of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion in Lu Chuan's arms lightly vibrated. A hidden intelligence message came through, and the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. The good show is about to start again. Instead of continuing to hook the bar and listen to the music, Lu Dust drove back to the Jinbei King's mansion. Just as Lu Chuan returned to the Jinbei King's mansion, he happened to come across an urgent report coming from the frontline scouts. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the front. Beyond the blood mist plains, alien armies have appeared in all directions, including about 300,000 demon armies in the southwest and about 200,000 barbarian armies in the northwest. The total alien force is expected to exceed 1 million. The frontline scouts spoke in a hurried tone and spoke the information out quickly. "1 million troops?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and a host of other high-ranking powerhouses of the royal family furrowed their brows and were truly taken aback, quite surprised by this news. Ever since the alien alliance was completely defeated and collapsed by the Jinbei royal house more than 10 years ago, the alien race had suffered heavy losses and a great deal of vitality, and could only retreat back into the depths of the great wasteland. No one had expected the Fae to make a comeback at this point in time, and to deploy so many troops. Could it be that the old emperor is about to die? Lu Jianyun's brows furrowed as she spoke in a low voice, voicing her guess. Once the old emperor died, the various imperial sons and daughters, and even the princes and lords from all sides, would definitely try to compete for the throne, leading to civil unrest in the Great Zhou dynasty. This is the time when the Great Zhou dynasty is at its weakest, and it would make sense if the foreigners took the opportunity to attack the border. The only problem was that the Jinbei royal house hadn't even received any information about the old emperor. So how could the foreigners know? No nonsense. Lu Beixian shot a look towards Lu Jianyun. After all, no matter if the old emperor was dead or not, they as subjects could not talk nonsense. Since the foreigners dared to send out their troops to violate the country, let's beat them back. Lu Beixian snorted coldly, monstrous battle intent flowing from his body. His eyes were cold, and he had a domineering aura of looking out of the world. "Your Majesty, the State Master has arrived with the holy decree." Just as Lu Beixian was preparing to arrange his troops to meet the foreigners, suddenly the guards of the royal residence hurriedly came and delivered a surprising piece of news. "Master of the state? The holy decree?" Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others all revealed a look of surprise when they heard this. It was a little too coincidental for the state master to arrive with an imperial decree just after the alien army had arrived. Only Lu Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face instead. Without waiting for Lu Beixian and the others to make a move, a rush of horses' hooves sounded, and the state master arrived at the Jinbei King's mansion surrounded by numerous guards. "The imperial decree has arrived. King of Jinbei Liu Beixian receives the decree. The state master's demeanor was solemn and majestic, and his voice was like thunder rolling. The microcosm accepts the decree. Liu Beixian's expression was solemn, but he stood proudly in place and did not salute. As a one-character parallel king, Liu Beixian possessed extremely high privileges. Even when meeting the emperor in person, he did not need to salute, let alone an imperial decree. The rest of the members of the royal family knelt down. Lu Jianyun didn't think much about it and was about to follow suit and kneel down, but he was pulled back by Lu Chen, eyeing Lu Duan and Lu Jianyun standing in place. The state master's brows wrinkled and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes, but now that the situation was urgent and special, he pressed down his displeasure and did not make a fuss over this little matter. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Recently, the border has been in an emergency situation, with a large army of foreigners coming to attack, and the situation is urgent. So the state master is hereby appointed as the Grand Marshal of the conquest, and is fully responsible for fending off the affairs of the foreigners. From this moment on, the Border Defense Army and the Floating Iron Riders are all under the command of the state master, with the King of Jinbei as the vice commander, and everything must be at the command of the state master without fail. Anyone who disobeys military orders or slacks off on military duties will be severely punished. Chin up. The state master opened his mouth in a deep voice and read the holy decree. As his voice fell, the holy decree in his hand blossomed with a bright golden light. The jade seal of the great Zhou dynasty at the drop of his hand glittered, and there was a hint of majestic dragon chi emanating from it, causing one's heart and mind to tremble. This also signaled the authenticity of the holy decree, which could never be forged. When the content of the imperial decree was read out, all the people of the Jinbei royal house were stunned, revealing unbelievable expressions. The emperor actually allowed the state master to take full command of the border guard and the floating iron cavalry? This is a precedent that has never been set before. The microcosm accepts the decree. Liu Beixian also felt that something was a bit off, but he didn't think much about it and accepted the imperial decree with a respectful expression. The state master said indifferently, "Your Highness, please also gather the floating iron cavalry and the border guard. The foreigners are already approaching the blood mist plains. The battle cannot be delayed. Next, please also ask Your Majesty and General Wang, General Li, and Vice General Zhang to accompany this marshal on the expedition." The state master named some names, all of which were famous experts and generals of the Jinbei royal house. The mainstay of the Jinbei royal house. The state master was taking all of the strongest group of people from the Jinbei royal house. Wait! Just then, a discordant voice rang out coldly. The gazes of the crowd swarmed towards Lu Dust. The state master let out a cold laugh and said, "Your Highness, does it mean that you want to disobey the imperial decree?" Nonetheless, Lu Dust stretched out a finger and wiggled it, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "As soon as the state master arrives, he has to bring people out to battle. It's a bit too hasty. This son of the world has a few things to talk about with his father, so he won't be able to delay much time." After saying that, Lu Chen did not care whether the state master agreed or not, and directly pulled Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun into a secret room in the royal residence. The state master narrowed his eyes slightly, staring expressionlessly at Lu Dust's back, but he did not stop him. With Liu Beixian's loyal character, he didn't believe that Liu Beixian would disobey the order. As for Lu Chen, after all, he was just a junior, destined to make no waves in front of this great power. Chapter 68, The Royal Family's Killing Moves. To see that the old emperor might actually be dead, the royal family has allowed the state master to lead the army and has restricted father and the generals to outside the borders. This is to prevent us, the Jinbei royal family, from taking advantage of the opportunity to rebel. After entering the secret room, Lu Jianyun immediately opened her mouth, looking grave as she voiced her suspicions. Liu Beixian nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Jianyun's guess. The idea does make the most sense. Nonetheless, Lu Chen, however, shook his head and spoke in a shocking manner. Not only is the old emperor not dead, but he's going to get all of us in the Jinbei royal house killed. Hush! No nonsense! Liu Beixian was startled in his heart and hurriedly stopped it. Lu Jianyun, on the other hand, was frowning, doubting it. She knew that the royal family wanted to get rid of the Jinbei royal family, but she just hadn't been able to find an opportunity. Although the foreigners are now displaying millions of troops and are under the authority of the state master. However, if a critical situation arose on the battlefield, whether it was the floating iron cavalry or the border guard, they would definitely follow Liu Beixian's orders rather than the state master's, and this was not something that could be changed by a holy decree. Furthermore, with the strength of the Faustus iron cavalry and the border guard, the chances of winning against an army of 1 million foreigners were actually not low. Aside from the state master, the borders are all the Jinbei royal house's own people. Lu Jianyun couldn't see where the royal family's killing move was. Lu Chuan didn't sell the truth. and directly told the truth. The mountain clan found its ancestors' inheritance 2.5 years ago, and has already changed the terrain in the middle of the Great Wasteland, with many foreign clans joining forces to lay a dragnet. The imperial family has long since secretly reached a secret agreement with the foreigners, and the old emperor has put the state master in charge of the power to bring the Jinbei royal house and the floating iron cavalry to break right into the trap and bury everyone in one fell swoop. Lu Chuan's words caused both Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun to be taken aback, their hearts beating wildly. Dusty, where did you get all this intelligence news from? Liu Beixian's brows wrinkled up, truly taken aback, but upon closer examination, he felt that something was wrong. Such confidential information, even if it is true, I'm afraid that only the old emperor and the master of the country and a few other people know. Lu Chen is far away from the border. How could he receive the news? Liu Beixian always felt something fishy. Could it be that Lu Chuan has been tricked? You don't have to care where I get my information from. It's always true, and I won't harm you. Lu Chuan looked serious as he took out a jade slip and token and handed it to Liu Beixian, saying, Pops, the jade slip contains information about the specific troop strength and strongmen of the foreign races, as well as a map of the mountain races' transformed topography and the general distribution of organs and traps. Once the state master steps into the trap with you, you must take back the command of the floating iron cavalry at the first opportunity. With this map in place, plus the strange troops I have prepared for you, it won't be difficult to break the trap. This token is the Patrol Heaven Pavilion's unique summoning magic treasure, and the people of the Patrol Heaven Pavilion will use the token to transmit the movements of the alien army and all aspects of intelligence in real time. That's right, after stepping into the trap, Pops, you remember to swallow this elixir at the first opportunity. There's guaranteed to be a surprise. Lu Chen pulled out a jade box and shoved it into Liu Beixian's hands. It was a golden elixir, covered with cloud patterns, actually forming a dragon and phoenix pattern, slowly flowing and lifelike, with an amazing medicinal fragrance emanating from it. It was clearly the 9 Extreme Dragon and Phoenix pill. Looking at the 3 items in his hand, Liu Beixian was instantly a little confused. No, son, are you serious? Liu Beixian's fingertips surged with spiritual energy and read the intelligence information in the jade slip, and immediately his brows furrowed once again, his face clouded over. This information is very detailed and specific and does not appear to be false. But if the information was true, just how terrifying did this heavenly pavilion have to be in order to be able to probe even the core secret information of the royal family and the foreign races? Is this really what an intelligence organization can do? Liu Beixian couldn't help but look at Lu Duan, while Lu Duan smiled faintly towards him. Looking at Lu Duan's sincere look, Liu Beixian suddenly smiled with relief and put away the jade slip, token and pills. Liu Beixian touched Lu Chen's head and laughed. Good. Father will listen to you. What bad thoughts could his own son have? He was merely worried about his safety. Even if the information that Lu Chuan had gotten was false, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Liu Beixian. In case the information was true, this information would be a killing blow that could completely crush the conspiracy of the royal family and the foreign race. Soon, the 3 of them, Lu Chun, left the secret room. Liu Beixian and many of the Jinbei royal family's great generals and experts, led by the state master, along with many of the Faustus Iron Cavalry and border defense forces, rushed to the front lines. The great wilderness was too vast, with rolling mountains and ancient trees. What made Liu Beixian somewhat surprised was, they led their army to kill into the great wasteland, but they found no trace of the foreigners, and the million foreigner army that the scouts had discovered earlier had disappeared without a trace. The state master didn't send vanguard scouts to scout the traces of the alien army, but instead directly ordered that the hundreds of thousands of border guards in the hands of the Jinbei royal house be separated, led by those generals brought by the state master, and rushed in all directions of the great wasteland. The state master, on the other hand, brought Liu Beixian, as well as many experts from the Jinbei royal house, and led the 100,000 Fauda Iron Cavalry, heading straight into the depths of the great wasteland. Soon, the state master and his party encountered an army of foreigners, with more than 100,000 people on the other side. However, in front of the terrifying strength of the Faustus Iron Cavalry, these alien armies were quickly killed and fled towards the deeper depths of the great wasteland. The state master, on the other hand, was in hot pursuit with the crowd. Liu Beixian didn't move on the surface, but in reality, he was gripped inwardly, keenly aware of the abnormality. This alien army they encountered was exactly the same as the intelligence given by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, both in terms of strength and numbers. Moreover, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion also predicted that the alien army would feign defeat to lure Liu Beixian and the others into a trap. Instead of dispatching vanguard scouts to scout the surroundings and enemy situation, the biased state master went on a rampage, further confirming the accuracy of the Patrol Pavilion's intelligence. Is what Dusty said true? right after the state master left with Liu Beixian and the many Jinbei royal house experts and powerhouses. It wasn't long before there was suddenly another rush of hoofbeats. This was a cavalry clad in golden armor, with a rather powerful and terrifying aura, neatly organized and as sharp and compelling as a blade. There were 10,000 of them. The man at the head was clad in heavy armor. His body was stout and tall, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing everyone around him to be frightened. Great General Feng Tian, Xiao Tianyu, the king's capital Dragon Protection Army. After Lu Jianyun and the others saw each other, they were all taken aback and recognized them. The man at the head was once the first fierce general of the Great Zhou dynasty, with unparalleled strength and ferocious battle power, and was once honored as the war god of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, since Liu Beixian's rise to power, the name of the god of war was transferred to his head, and Xiao Tianyu went from being the first fierce general to the second fierce general. Even so, Xiao Tianyu was definitely a generation's top powerhouse that could not be underestimated. The 10,000 cavalry that Xiao Tianyu had brought with him was clearly the Dragon Protector army that was directly subordinate to the old emperor, only following the orders of the old emperor. And every Dragon Protector army warrior was a martial arts expert, and the overall battle strength was extremely terrifying, even stronger than the floating iron cavalry. Xiao Tianyu had come with the Dragon Protector army, obviously having received orders from the old emperor. Chapter 69, The Emperor's Young Plot. Without waiting for Lu Fianyan and the others to speak, Xiao Tianyu directly took out an imperial decree and drank in a deep voice. His Majesty has a decree. Lu Duan and Lu Fianyan received the decree. Another imperial decree? Lu Jianyun's heart was startled, and a sense of foreboding surged. I accept the order. Lu Dust was not surprised at all. His expression did not change half a bit, and his tone was somewhat careless. His Majesty has a decree. Why don't you kneel to receive it? Seeing Lu Dust pulling Lu Jianyun standing proudly in place without even bending his waist, Xiao Tianyu's face suddenly sank, and a terrifying pressure erupted from him like a volcano erupting. Xiao Tianyu was a 9th-level June realm powerhouse. How terrifying was his pressure, sweeping towards Lu Duan and Lu Jianyun to force the two to kneel down. In the nick of time, Iron Face and Song Shuyan appeared like ghosts and stood beside Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun, blocking the pressure emanating from Xiao Tianyu's body. Lu Chuan had a light smile on his face if anything, and said, General Xiao, forgive me. Our siblings were injured when we fought against the foreigners before. Our legs and feet are inconvenient, so we can't kneel down. So it's better for General Xiao to just read out the holy decree. Lu Jianyun's face wore sorrow as she sighed in her heart. But now that the situation was a little bad, she didn't have the heart to think about that. Since Lu Chen didn't want to kneel, then he wouldn't kneel. Anyway, the border was their territory. Could the old emperor still come to Jinbei City to punish them? Xiao Tianyu's eyes were icy cold as he gazed at Iron Face and Song Shuyan, and finally let out a cold snort as he pressed down the killing intent in his heart. They were two people who were going to die anyway, so there was no point in getting angry with them. Xiao Tianyu opened the imperial decree and his voice was like a bell. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I take the world as a public good, and rule the 4 seas, bearing the destiny of heaven. Now there are Jinbei Wang wisdom and courage, a lifetime of war, for the great Zhou dynasty set up a world of achievements, high merit, I heart very comforting. His children are all human phoenix, excellent character and learning, can be the example of the world. As soon as Xiao Tianyu's words came out, Lu Jianyun and Iron Face and the others immediately looked at each other, really a bit surprised, not expecting the old emperor to actually praise them. However, what came next in the holy decree caused their faces to change drastically. I am mindful of the Jinbei king's achievements and have given him a good match to honor the royal grace. Here is my 9 princess, virtuous and dignified, know the book and reasoning, hereby give marriage to the son of the king of Jinbei Lu Dust. May the two people chin in music, and grow old together. And there is my 5th prince, character and integrity, talent and virtue, special marriage to the Jinbei king's daughter Lu Jianyun. May the two be of one heart and one mind, and make a good story together. This is a match made in heaven, a beautiful thing on earth. I have ordered the Ministry of Ceremonies to make careful preparations and choose a good day. Hereby declare Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun to enter the palace immediately and perform the marriage ceremony to show the world that they are married. By the emperor. Xiao Tianyu's voice was like a thunderous roll, and it spread far and wide. Not only the Jinbei royal mansion, but many of the people in Jinbei city could hear it clearly. What? His Majesty is actually going to give His Highness the World Prince and Second Miss a marriage? This is a marriage with the royal family. With the king's merits, it would be appropriate. The people of Jinbei city were first shocked, and then surprised, heartily happy for the Jinbei royal house, and didn't feel anything wrong. In the eyes of the common people, the emperor's bestowal of marriage on Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun was a gift. indicating that the relationship between the imperial family and the Zhenbei royal family had gone further. However, after Lu Jianyun and Iron Face and the others heard the content of the holy decree, their hearts sank violently, and a sense of crisis surged through their minds. Especially Lu Jianyun. She instantly recalled what Lu Chen had said earlier. The royal family wants to kill everyone in the Zhenbei royal family. The old emperor gave 2 imperial decrees, but deliberately delivered them separately. At this time, Liu Beixian and the vast majority of the Zhenbei royal house's expert powerhouses had been taken away by the state master, so there weren't many people left in the Zhenbei royal house, and Xiao Tianyu had come with 10,000 dragon protectors, coming in aggressively, and it looked like he didn't intend to give them the chance to refuse at all. The old emperor seemed to be giving marriage, but it was actually a young conspiracy. If something happened to Liu Beixian and the many royal experts in the middle of the Great Wasteland, and Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun were brought to the royal capital, the royal family could always find another excuse to annul the marriage contract, and even the life and death of the 2 of them would be under the control of the royal family. If Liu Beixian returned alive from the Great Wasteland, the imperial family would also be able to imprison Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun as blackmail. Moreover, the old emperor had openly bestowed a marriage to Lu Chen, a move that would also destroy the marriage between the Zhenbei royal house and the Netherworld sect, breaking the back of the Lu family. If the 9th princess marries Lu Chen, she will definitely not be a concubine. She must be the main wife. The royal family could still use this as a reason to void the marriage contract between Lu Chen and Yi Qingling. In this way, even if the Netherworld sect wanted to help the Zhenbei royal house, they would have no legitimate reason to do so. In case Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun chose to disobey the decree, the royal family would just have an excuse to go after them. This is to wipe out the Lu family. 3 in 1. At that thought, the faces of Lu Jianyun and Iron Face and the others were incomparably ugly. General Xiao, we are grateful for His Majesty's gift, but at this time, the foreigners are displaying millions of troops, and Father is leading the battle on the front line. How can we disregard Father's safety? Now is not the time to get married. Not to mention that my little brother has a marriage contract with the daughter of the ethereal sex patriarch, so there are a lot of inconveniences. So why don't we wait for fathers and their return before we can discuss it again? Lu Jianyun opened her mouth, trying to stall for time. Xiao Tianyu laughed coldly and said, with the overwhelming battle power of the state master and the king of Zhenbei, a mere foreign race can be destroyed with their hands, so what is there to worry about? His Majesty's holy decree has arrived. Do you still want to disobey it? As Xiao Tianyu's voice fell, the 10,000 dragon protectors quickly dispersed, their lances raised with a murderous aura, surrounding the Zhenbei king's mansion. Obviously, the old emperor had sent Xiao Tianyu and the dragon protector army to take advantage of the absence of Liu Beixian and the many Zhenbei royal family experts to forcibly take away Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun. Lu Jianyun's face instantly became more and more ugly. I accept the order. Right at this moment, Lu Chen was laughing lightly, casually receiving the holy decree without the slightest bit of panic. General Xiao, this trip is a long way, and it is a lifelong event of getting married. We need a little time to prepare for it. General Xiao, wait for a moment. After speaking, Lu Chen pulled Lu Jianyun back to his courtyard. When Xiao Tianyu saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. There were quite a number of imperial provider powerhouses hidden in the dragon protector army, and even with the protection of Iron Face and Song Xuan, if Lu Chuan and Lu Fianyan dared to disobey the decree, he would dare to decapitate them beforehand, in order to rectify the emperor's authority. Chapter 70, The Yellow Robe. Your Highness, second miss, this is a royal Yan plot. Never enter the palace. Just after entering the courtyard, Song Xuan spoke in a deep voice, her face grave. The royal capital was heavily guarded. It was a dragon's den, not even with the protection of top experts. Once Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun went there, they were fish and meat to be slaughtered. Nice. Iron Face also said in a deep voice, even if we disobey the decree, we mustn't take this risk. I'll hold off Xiao Tianyu later. Miss Song, you take His Highness the Son of the World and them to the king. Lu Jianyun's face changed for a moment. When things came to this, smart as she was, she didn't know what to do. This was a royal family's young plot, and no matter how it was chosen, it would be a crisis for the Zhenbei royal family. There's no rush. Play with them. Lu Chun, however, smiled faintly, having already had a countermeasure. When Lu Fianyan saw this chesty look of Lu Duan, her heart was moved and a glimmer of hope was kindled. Little brother, could it be that you have a way to deal with it? That's for sure. Lu Chen suddenly clapped his hands, only to see several figures silently surfacing in the courtyard. It was Gu Ruoshi and Zhao Feiyang, Su Yang and the others, all of them top-notch experts. Seeing this, Song Xuan and Lu Jianyun were shocked and delighted, not realizing that Lu Chen had secretly recruited so many top experts. His grandma, this emperor's old man is bullying people too much. What bull giving marriage? It's clearly trying to kidnap His Highness the World Prince and Second Miss into the palace as hostages. With bad intentions. Zhao Feiyang cursed and was quite angry. If it wasn't for the king of Jinbei pacifying the foreign scourge in the first place, the great Zhou dynasty would have died a long time ago. And this river and mountain were all guarded by the king of Jinbei's house. And this dog emperor is actually so unkind and unrighteous and wolf-hearted. Guru Washi, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, since the royal family was unkind in the first place, why doesn't your highness, the son of the world, lead the troops into the royal capital and unify the great Zhou? When Lu Jianyun and Song Xueyin heard this, their heartbeats were on the verge of stopping, and they were truly taken aback. This, Lu Dust even wants to plot against the government? Even the always honest Su Yang said, not bad, with the talent and strength of His Highness the Prince, far better than the royal family 100 times. As the saying goes, emperors take turns to do. Today should His Highness the Prince ascend the throne. I also ask your Highness, the World Prince, to lead the troops into the royal capital and unify the great Zhou. The remaining few top experts were also invigorated when they saw this, and they all understood in their hearts that Lu Chen had long been preparing for a rebellion, so they directly knelt down to advise him. Zhao Feiyang even flattered, Your Highness, the Son of the World is a god, unrivaled in the world. As long as your Highness sends troops, not to mention the district of the great Zhou dynasty, your Highness will be able to unify the world, and become the 9 and 5 supreme beings, the Emperor of all worlds. The matter has come to a head. Please send out your troops. Your Highness. Iron Face also knew that Lu Dust had secretly recruited numerous strong people and forces and armies, so he also knelt down towards Lu Dust and followed along to advise him. Other than that, just that Luo Net chief guard under Lu Chen was enough to exterminate the royal family. If Lu Chen plotted against the throne, then they would have the merit of following the dragon, and would be the founding ministers. Even Yun Shangyue, who had always been simple and kind, pursed her lips at Zhao Fei Yang's gesture and took out the dragon robe that had been prepared long ago and draped it over Lu Chen. Ding! The host receives the advice, lead the troops into the royal capital and unify the great Zhou. Reward for completion, obtain the position of Emperor of Man, equal to heaven, and be sheltered by the human race's fortune. A long-lost system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Make not. You are harming me Lu Chen waved his hand repeatedly and sighed helplessly, but with a smile on his face. He allowed Yun Xianxue to drape the dragon robe over him. You guys, only Lu Jianyun and Song Xueyin were a bit confused, and really didn't expect Lu Chen's response to be to lift the table and plot a rebellion. However, after deep thought, Lu Jianyun also made up her mind and said in a deep voice, in that case, let's kill Xiao Tianyu and exterminate these 10,000 dragon protectors before we go to the middle of the great wilderness to meet up with Father King, and take the floating iron cavalry and the border guard, and send out an army to the royal capital. Lu Jianyun was not as loyal and honest as Liu Beixian, and had long been displeased with the royal family's suppression of the Jinbei royal house over the years. Since Lu Chuan wanted to plot against him and the royal family was pressing him every step of the way, then he would simply rebel. Song Xueyin didn't hesitate and immediately said, I'll send a message to the Green Cloud sect to raise the entire clan to heed the call of His Highness the World's Son. There's no hurry, I have my own plan. Lu Chun, however, waved his hand and casually took off his dragon robe and handed it to Yun Xianxue. The northern border is too far away from the royal capital. If we send troops directly from the northern border, the royal family of the Great Zhou will have plenty of time to organize strong men and troops to resist. At that time, we are going to be the enemy of the entire Great Zhou dynasty, and there is too much resistance if we want to kill through the entire Great Zhou dynasty head-on. The old emperor's lifespan has long since come to an end, and he's just hanging on to his last breath by relying on the imperial treasure medicine. The imperial sons and daughters and princes and lords of all parties have long been secretly accumulating powerful forces, all waiting for the old emperor to breathe his last. Once the old emperor hiccups, they will definitely be the first to lead their troops into the royal capital and fight for the throne. We can absolutely wait for the civil war to break out among the royal clans from all sides and fight to the death. Then we can directly sweep across the royal capital and wipe them out, removing all the remaining Great Zhou elements. There was a refined aura flashing in Lu Chen's eyes, and there was even more of a domineering aura that swallowed mountains and rivers. Miss Gu, Elder Su, you guys go forward to Yunzhou, secretly follow Qing Huarong, and after the 9th princess hits the royal capital with Qing Huarong and the 300,000 strong army, you'll directly seize the command and kill both the 9th princess and Chu Fan. Senior Zhao, Senior Wang, you secretly travel to the royal capital. When the time comes, the people from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion will contact you. Just follow the orders. Uncle Tai, Sister Xueyin, You'll follow me and my old sister into the palace together and wait for the right moment. Lu Chen spoke in a deep voice and made arrangements. As for the other forces and armies, Lu Dust could dispatch and arrange them at any time through the order of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Still going to the palace? Lu Jianyun and Song Shuayin both frowned. Somewhat uneasy, the royal family is full of experts, and the palace is even more heavily guarded. Once we enter the palace, I'm afraid we'll be passive. Why don't we just kill our way out and join father first? Don't look at the fact that there were no more than 10 top experts in the Great Zhou dynasty on the surface. But that was only on the surface. Secretly, all the princes and lords of the various parties and some sects and forces had cultivated top-notch experts, just not known to the world. As the royal family that ruled the entire Great Zhou dynasty, with the most abundant resources and treasures, the number of top experts under its command was absolutely beyond imagination, and its depth was unfathomable. What Lu Jianyun and Song Shuayin were most worried about was that after they entered the palace, the royal family would directly kill them. At that time, relying only on the two of them, Iron Face and Song Shuayin, I was afraid that they wouldn't be able to protect them at all. Don't worry, old sister. A mere royal family is not enough to be feared. Listen to me. Lu Chun, however, smiled mysteriously. Chapter 71, An Appearance in the Palace. Soon after, Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun followed Xiao Tianyu and the Dragon Protector army as they set off for the royal capital. The two of them shared a carriage, with Iron Face and Song Shuayin as escorts who were also inseparable, and Lu Chen also brought along Yin Shanyue as his maid. In the carriage, Lu Chuan's head was resting on Song Shuayin's plump white long legs, and Yin Xianxue was sitting on her knees, pinching Lu Chuan's shoulders in a good way. Seeing him in this dashing manner, Lu Jianyun couldn't help but sigh. She operated her spiritual energy and quietly transmitted her voice to Lu Chen. Little brother, tell me honestly, just how many strong people and armies have you secretly recruited? There has to be some number in my heart, right? Well, Lu Chen touched his chin and pondered for a while. There are about 20 or so strong June realm masters, and more than half of the clan forces in the Great Zhou dynasty's territory should have surrendered. And as for the army, there are more. I'm a little bit unable to remember. The total number should be more than 1 million. These jobs are basically thrown to the patrol pavilion to handle, and I usually stay out of the way. Lu Dust added, if you include the people from Luonet, the number of strong people would have to be doubled. What? Lu Chen's words were like a thunderbolt, causing Lu Jianyun's head to buzz, and she only felt that she was going to be stupid. You say that again? Lu Jianyun sucked in a big breath of cool air, somewhat doubting if she had heard wrong. More than 20 June realm powerhouses? Could it be that Lu Chen had taken all the top powerhouses of the entire Great Zhou dynasty in one fell swoop? And an army of millions. Moreover, listening to Lu Chen, the two mysterious and terrifying organizations, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and the Luonet, had also been subdued by him? How the hell did he do that? Is this still the little brother he grew up watching? Seeing Lu Jianyun's shocked look, Lu Chen was secretly pleased in his heart and repeated it with a smile. Lu Jianyun's pretty face was stagnant for a long time before she calmed down and reluctantly accepted reality. But she still had a dreamlike sense of unreality. When did his own little brother become so powerful? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask. Junior brother, when did you take in both the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and the Luonet? Lu Dust explained. The Luonet was taken in most of the month ago. I designed to take care of the Luonet leader, and the Luonet naturally became my people. As for the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, it was originally created by me. Lu Jianyun face stagnant, cherry mouth slightly open. You mean, that mysterious and powerful Patrol Heaven Pavilion, in the beginning is what you created? Right. Lu Dust felt a little strange. Didn't I tell you and Pops more than 2 months ago? Lu Jianyun swallowed a mouthful of water and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. So it is. No wonder such a mysterious and powerful heavenly pavilion, as if it had appeared out of nowhere, without any trace of existence before, turned out to be simply created by Lu Chen only recently. It was no wonder that Lu Chen was able to recruit strong people through the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and collect all sorts of confidential information. It turned out that Lu Chuan hadn't been joking at all at that time. It was just that she and Lu Beixian didn't believe in Lu Chuan, and it was they who had misunderstood Lu Chuan's words. You created the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. What about the Luonet leader? How did you subdue him? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask again. She had heard of the Luonet chief's fierce reputation, mysterious and terrifying, known as the Shura killer god. His strength was extremely terrifying, and countless powerful people had fallen into his hands. Such a fierce and vicious person, Lu Jianyun couldn't figure out how Lu Chen could subdue him. Secret. Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and did not explain. After all, this matter involved a certain ancient clan organization in the Middle Earth region. It was not easy to explain, and it was not the time to let Lu Jianyun know. Seeing this, Lu Jianyun didn't pursue the matter. Just how many more surprises do you have in store for me that I don't know about? Little brother. Lu Jianyun couldn't help but pinch Lu Chen's cheeks, her heart filled with emotion. No one had expected that Lu Chuan, who carried the name of a wasteful son, had secretly created all sorts of unbelievable miracles. Lu Chuan hemmed and hawed, sidestepped, and rubbed himself against Song Shuain's big white legs. Song Shuain's old face blushed, but she didn't push Lu Chuan away, allowing him to eat her tofu. In order to bring Lu Chuan and Lu Fengyun to the palace as early as possible, Xiao Tianyu rushed all night long, specially using the royal family's exclusive Sweatblood BMW, which was extremely fast, and it only took 2.5 days to cross the long frontier and arrive at the royal capital. Looking at this large, golden and magnificent palace in front of her, even though Lu Jianyun already knew that Lu Chen had all sorts of undercurrent powers, she couldn't help but get nervous at this moment, subconsciously pulling Lu Chen's hand. After all, she had only heard about Lu Chen having even more undercard power, and had not seen it, and now they were facing the actual Great Zhou imperial family. Lu Chen held Lu Jianyun's soft little hand tightly and smiled faintly towards her. Seeing Lu Chen's confident and calm smile, Lu Jianyun unconsciously relaxed a few points. She took a deep breath and calmed down, and together with Lu Chuan, she walked towards the palace in large strides. In the Golden Palace, the ministers and officials have arrived. The old emperor sat on top of the dragon chair, looking down on all the people. The old body still exudes a great majesty. Under the watchful eyes of the old emperor and the ministers and officials, Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun walked into the Golden Palace with great strides, while Iron Face and Song Shuain and Yin Shanyu silently followed behind. In the middle of the Golden Palace, the 5th prince and the 9th princess and a host of other royal sons and daughters were present. The 9th princess looked a little complicated and looked deeply at Lu Chen. She also never thought that the old emperor would actually bestow her marriage to Lu Chen. This holy decree came too suddenly, and the 9th princess was not prepared for it. The 5th prince, on the other hand, was staring at Lu Jianyun's heavenly beauty, her proud body, and couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes filled with greed and fire. In terms of looks and body shape alone, Lu Jianyun definitely claimed to be the #1 beauty of the Great Zhou dynasty, unrivaled by anyone else. What's more, Lu Jianyun's natural talent is extremely high, proud of the crowd, but also both literary and martial arts, and behind him stood Jinbei King, the god of war. I don't know how many people dream of marrying her, and now that this heavenly pie had fallen on his head, the 5th prince's heart had already cracked a smile. The remaining several princes were also staring at Lu Jianyun, only their eyes were full of unwillingness and hated to replace the 5th prince. The old emperor silently gazed at Lu Duan and Lu Fengyun, and a ghastly light suddenly lit up in his old, cloudy eyes. Lu Chen, Lu Jianyun, when you see me, why don't you kneel? The old emperor's majestic voice rang out, accompanied by a brilliant imperial might, pressing towards the two. Chapter 72, shocking the whole place. The old emperor let out a stern cry, causing the hearts of the ministers and officials in the Golden Palace to be shaken, and a gaze was directed at Lu Duan and Lu Jianyun. The visitor is not good. Iron Face and Song Shuain sighed in their hearts. The old emperor summoned Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun to the palace, clearly for the purpose of granting the marriage. But instead of mentioning the granting of the marriage, the old emperor came with a downward spiral as soon as they met. More than a month ago, the foreigners killed into the blood mist plains. I was injured when I fought against the foreigners with my second sister. My legs and feet are stiff and I can't kneel down. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Lu Chen said lightly, his expression calm and collected from the beginning, not fearing the emperor's might in the slightest. The old emperor heard. The color became more and more cold. Is ready to continue to send a difficult time. Suddenly there are guards hurriedly rushed into the Golden Palace. Tone of voice in a hurry. Your Majesty, urgent report from the front line. The State Master and the King of Jinbei have defeated the enemy army of the foreigners, killing more than 300,000 troops of the foreigners. A great victory. Boom! The sudden and urgent report was like a roll of thunder, exploding in the minds of the old emperor and the 5th prince and the others. The old emperor's body trembled violently. Shivering slightly, a mouthful of rebellious blood rushed straight to his throat, which he swallowed down hard. The 5th prince and the few others who knew the inside story were also shocked, almost unable to believe their ears. The alien race has millions of troops, and has already laid a dragnet, plus the master of the country, not to mention Liu Beixian has 100,000 pontoon iron horsemen. Even if it is 200,000 pontoon iron horsemen will certainly die right. How could Liu Beixian still win big? No way. Absolutely no way. As for the other ministers and officials who didn't know the inside story, they didn't have much of a reaction and didn't feel surprised. Liu Beixian had been defending the northern frontier for decades, and the alien alliance at its peak had been hardened and routed by him, creating too many miracles. To them, it was no more than an ordinary victory. Father won the fight? Lu Jianyun and the three of them, Iron Face and Song Xuan, were pleasantly surprised when they heard this, and their hanging hearts finally relaxed. The old emperor gripped the armrests of the dragon chair with a death grip, veins rising on his pale palms, and his breathing was ragged. It was only after half a dozen moments that he took a few deep breaths and calmed down. How did the state master and the king of Jinbei win? The old emperor's voice was a bit hoarse. The guards held a folded paper in both hands and said carefully, according to the report of the state master lord, when encountering the siege of the alien army, the king of Jinbei swallowed a mysterious elixir, and at one time the dragon and phoenix chirped, and the sky descended into the vision, and the king of Jinbei's cultivation skyrocketed on the spot, and he was suspected of breaking through the realm of the half-saints. These words were like thunder rolling. Everyone in the entire Golden Palace was shocked, and waves of shock were set off within them. Liu Beishuan's strength was already terrifying enough. With a peak cultivation of the 9th level of the June realm, his battle power was terrifying, and he was the first strongest person in the Great Zhou dynasty. And now Liu Beixian had actually broken through again, taking half a step into the Saint realm. How amazing! The old emperor sniffed, but he even stifled a grunt and covered the corner of his mouth, a strand of crimson blood staining the dragon robe. The Jinbei king actually made a breakthrough on the verge of a battle? The 5th prince and the 9th princess and the others also had chills in their hearts, and a strong sense of crisis surged up. The king of Jinbei at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm is terrifying enough, and now he has broken through the half-step saint realm, plus the 100,000 floating iron horsemen under his command. Think about it and let people tremble with fear. I'm afraid that the Jinbei king in this state is truly invincible. Mystery elixir, dragon and phoenix together. Lu Jianyun, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised as she subconsciously looked at Lu Duan. As soon as she heard it, she reacted that the elixir must be the one Lu Chuan had given to Liu Beixian. Iron Face and Song Xuan were equally pleasantly surprised, their hanging hearts finally relaxing as smiles appeared on their faces. But it's not over. The guard's next words were like a boulder thrown into a river, once again sending shockwaves through the air. The king of Jinbei commanded the Faustus Iron Cavalry, and when he was fighting with the alien army, there were strong people from the Misty sect who appeared, and there was even a mysterious golden armored dragon cavalry that killed from the side, which was 100,000 strong, and the strength of the battle force was even more than that of the Faustus Iron Cavalry, and it broke through the alien army in one fell swoop, and assisted the Faustus Iron Cavalry in its great defeat of the enemy army. After winning, the ethereal sect powerhouse, along with this 100,000 golden armored dragon cavalry disappeared into the great wilderness, nowhere to be found. Once this statement was made, the group of ministers and officials in the Golden Palace, all of them were deeply shocked. The ethereal sect actually has such a terrifying cavalry? I heard that the daughter of the ethereal sect's patriarch, and Lu Dust's son had made a marriage contract, and the ethereal sect is now assisting the Jinbei king, so this is not surprising. This is not surprising. The group of ministers and officials were greatly surprised, as if a pot had exploded. There was a lot of discussion, and their gazes were all looking at Lu Dust. As for the old emperor and the 5th prince and the others, a chill surged through their hearts as thoughts flickered in their minds. The intelligence coming back from the front line said that 100,000 golden armored dragon cavalry had disappeared into the great wasteland, but God knows if they went back to the ethereal sect or where they went. In case these 100,000 golden armored dragon cavalry ostensibly disappeared into the great wasteland, but in fact secretly ran to attack the royal capital. At that thought, when the old emperor and the 5th prince and the others saw Lu Chen's calm and collected smile that had been there since the beginning, they only felt chills running down their spines. It's a mess. Everything's a mess. The development of the situation is completely beyond the control of the old emperor. No, it shouldn't be. The old emperor's body trembled and stifled a grunt as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth once again. A black shadow ghostly appeared out of thin air. His hand pinched the seal and struck out a green spiritual power, which was ferried into the old emperor's body, which allowed the breath on the old emperor to slowly stabilize. The black shadow took out an elixir and gave it to the old emperor to swallow before his body shook and disappeared into thin air. After some clamor, the ministers and officials gradually quieted down, and all eyes looked towards Lu Duan and the old emperor. The old emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face regained its calm, expressionless look. The state master and the king of Jinbei's great defeat of the foreigners is to be congratulated. This is a great achievement. Lu Chun, Lu Jianyun. Today, this is the auspicious day for me to bestow the marriage for the two of you, but I didn't expect to add to the joy. The king of Jinbei has made a great achievement on the front line, so I thought that it would be better to choose a day than to bump into it. So I'll take advantage of this joy and let the two of you get married today and tie the knot together. The old emperor spoke slowly. Originally, he didn't really want to bestow marriage to Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun. The so-called bestowal of marriage was just an excuse to take the opportunity to tie Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun to the palace. But things are going completely out of his control. Not only did Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry not die, Liu Beixian also broke through to the half-saint realm in one fell swoop, and there was even a strong member of the Netherworld sect with 100,000 golden-armored dragon cavalrymen who came to their aid. This caused a strong uneasiness to well up in the old emperor's heart, so he decisively changed his strategy and struck first, letting Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun marry the royal children first to bring Liu Beixian to the royal side, and then using this as a reason to sabotage the marriage between Lu Chuan and the Netherworld sect, dividing the Jinbei royal house and the Netherworld sect. Chapter 73, revealed in public. Once the old emperor's words came out, both the 5th prince and the 9th princess were shocked in their hearts. Their emotions were very complicated, not knowing whether they should be happy or sad. On the one hand, both of them had the idea of competing for the throne, and if they could enlist the help of the Jinbei royal house, their chances of capturing the throne would rise dramatically. But the problem was that the Jinbei king was too strong, and with the help of the Netherworld sect, I'm afraid that it was simply beyond their control. Under these circumstances, it was unknown whether it was good or bad to marry Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun. Your Majesty is wise. King Jinbei is valiant and invincible. He has made great achievements for my great Zhou dynasty. This is a great honor for my great Zhou dynasty. His Highness the World's Son and the second young lady are really a dragon and phoenix among people. This marriage will be a match made in heaven. The ministers and officials stood up and congratulated each other in unison, and the scene instantly became a joyous one. I don't agree with the marriage. Right at this moment, a discordant voice rang out coldly, like a pot of cold water pouring down. The large golden palace was suddenly quiet for a moment. Everyone's gazes swarmed towards Lu Dust. There was an icy glint in the old emperor's eyes, but he didn't show it as he said, "Nephew Lu Chuan, I wonder why you oppose this matter. Is it because you think that my daughter is not worthy of you?" Just when the old emperor thought that Lu Chen was going to move his marriage contract with Misty Sexy Qingling, Lu Chen threw out a heavy bomb. "It's not that I don't think His Majesty's daughter is worthy of me, but a traitor who colludes with foreigners and other dynasties is not worthy of me and second sister." Wow! Lu Chen's words were tantamount to a thunderbolt, causing the ministers and officials to be shocked, and the 5th prince and the 9th princess were even more shocked. Surging with a strong sense of crisis, Lu Duan, stop talking nonsense. The 5th prince was anxious and angry, and immediately yelled in a low voice, "This prince has worked diligently over the years, and is dedicated to the great Zhou dynasty, and his heart of redemption is clear to the heavens, so how could he possibly collude with a foreign enemy? You don't want to spit blood." The 9th princess, on the other hand, knelt down towards the old emperor and said, "Father, please be clear. My child has been so peaceful all these years that she has not even been out of the king's capital for a few times, so how could she have come into contact with the foreign races and other dynasties? This is nonsense." The old emperor's face was expressionless. His old and cloudy eyes gazed at Lu Duan and said, "Lu Duan, virtuous nephew, everything has to be about evidence. How can you prove that the two of them colluded with the foreign races and other dynasties?" Lu Chuan smiled faintly. "It is precisely because I have enough evidence that I dare to say these words. Your Majesty, please look." With a big flip of his hand, Lu Chen took out a bunch of secret letters, carrier pigeons, summoning tokens, shadow retaining stones, and other items from his storage ring. When the 5th prince and the 9th princess saw these familiar items, their pupils contracted violently, and they only felt their hearts stop as a horrifying chill surged from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They had destroyed these things long ago. How on earth did Lu Chen get them? These letters are the transaction exchanges between the 5th prince and the demon race leader Bashan? These carrier pigeons are the communication tools between the 9th princess and the Great Cloud Dynasty's Wushan candidate. There are also some letters inside. These pieces of shadow-retaining stones record the scenes of their conspiracy with the demon race and the Wushan waiter's inner circle. I don't know if this evidence can prove that they colluded with the demon race and the Wushan waiter. With a cold smile on his face, Lu Chuan directly opened this evidence in public, especially the shadow retention stone, which was a special type of magic treasure that was able to record the images and sounds of reality and could be projected to recreate the previous scene. Not only were the images of the 5th prince and the 9th princess plotting with the demon race and the Wushan candidate's inner circle recorded in the remaining shadow stone, but there was even a scene of the 5th prince meeting with the demon race's leader, Bashan, in person. When this evidence was shown, the ministers and officials were all in an uproar. The 5th prince and the 9th princess were even in cardiac arrest and were in a state of shock. The rest of those royal sons and daughters were also tightened in their hearts, giving birth to a strong sense of crisis. "No, it's not. All of this evidence is fake. All of it was forged by you. You're just trying to frame this emperor. He's slandering me. He's slandering me." The fifth prince suddenly let out an angry roar and charged directly towards Lu Dust, his body's spiritual energy surging to destroy the evidence in Lu Dust's hands. Lu Chuan did not raise his eyes. Directly kicked out. Seemingly ordinary kick, but destroying the spiritual power of the fifth prince's body. His entire person directly kicked out, ruthlessly smashed on the wall, sprayed a large mouth of blood. Half a day did not get up. This scene also caused the eyes of the ministers and officials to jump wildly, causing great waves in their hearts. The fifth prince had been cultivating for decades, and his cultivation was as high as the 8th level of the Dao transformation realm. But even so, the fifth prince was actually injured by Lu Chuan's kick, and he couldn't even get close. How unbelievable. Wasn't it said that Lu Chen was a waste of a son of the world, unable to cultivate? How can you be so powerful? Enough! Right at this moment, a majestic and angry stern voice rang out, like thunder rolling, shaking the entire golden palace for a tremor. The old emperor slammed the table and said coldly, "Men, drag these 2 rebellious sons and daughters down to the heavenly prison." With the old emperor's order, 2 teams of guards immediately rushed in from outside the golden palace and escorted the 5th prince and 9th princess down. Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun saw this, but they let out a cold laugh in their hearts. The old emperor appeared to be angry, but he only sent the 5th prince and the 9th princess to the heavenly prison, and did not make any actual punishment. This is a treasonous crime of colluding with foreigners and other dynasties. The old emperor had many children and didn't favor the 5th prince and the 9th princess much. Then there is only one truth. The old emperor had long been aware of the actions of the 5th prince and the 9th princess, and had tacitly approved of such behavior. The old emperor took a few deep breaths, his voice filled with fatigue. These 2 rebellious sons and daughters made such treacherous behavior. It is really out of my expectation. Since this is the case, the 2 of them and your marriage contract will be nullified, and changed to the 13 princesses and the 7th prince. Obviously, the old emperor wasn't willing to stop there, and he made up his mind to tie Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun to the imperial side as a way to restrain Lu Beixian, before the 13th princess and the 7th prince could be happy. Lu Chuan, with a playful smile on his face, said, "I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint your majesty, and not coincidentally, I also have evidence here of the 13th princess and the 7th prince colluding with the foreigners and other dynasties." As if he was turning a trick, Lu Chuan once again pulled out a large pile of letters and evidence items such as shadow-retaining stones from his storage ring. In order to prevent the old emperor from looking at it and then denying it, Lu Chen directly opened it in public so that all the ministers and officials could see it clearly. The ministers and officials were once again in an uproar. The 13th princess and the 7th prince, on the other hand, had their eyes darkened and their hearts shook. They were finally able to realize how the 5th prince and 9th princess felt. Chapter 74, The world is in turmoil. You have a lot of nerve. The old emperor could no longer control his emotions and became furious, flinging his big sleeve and sweeping all the Jingji on the table out. "My child knows that he is wrong. Please forgive my father's anger." The 13th princess and the 7th prince immediately knelt down, their 2 strands warring, not daring to argue. The golden palace was silent, and the ministers and officials were silenced. The old emperor stared at Lu Duan and the 13th princess and the 7th prince with a deadly stare, and wondered who exactly he meant by bold. Lu Chuan had a smile on his face and was not afraid in the slightest, meeting his gaze calmly and indifferently. "Men, escort these 2 rebellious sons and daughters as well and beat them into the heavenly prison." With the old emperor's order, 2 teams of guards rushed into the golden palace and escorted the 13th princess and the 7th prince down. The old emperor gasped, breath a little unsteady, silent for a long time, but did not give another marriage. He was afraid that Lu Chuan would pull out a few more pieces of evidence, and by that time, would he still want these royal sons and daughters of his? "I'm tired. Let's call today's court meeting to a close. Lu Dust virtuous nephew and Lu Jianyun virtuous niece. You have traveled a long way and are tired from the journey, so stay at Shangning Palace tonight and discuss anything tomorrow. Retreat." The old emperor didn't even give Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun the chance to refuse and turned around and left the golden palace. "Put, Lu Duan, Lu Beixian, you have bullied people too much. Just left the golden palace not long." The old emperor suddenly body trembling, violently sprayed a large mouth of blood, reverse blood attack, on the spot coma, in the golden palace. After a few moments of silence, the ministers and officials were all in an uproar, talking, their faces full of astonishment. The short period of time that Lu Dust had appeared had brought too much shocking news. Lu Beixian breakthrough in the battlefield, the ethereal sect with the help of mysterious golden armored dragon cavalry, a great defeat of the foreigners, and 4 more royal sons and daughters were solidly colluded with the foreigners and other dynasties. For a while, the gazes of the ministers and officials looked at Lu Duan and Lu Jianyun differently. "Your Highness, second miss, please follow me." At the same time, an old eunuch came to Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun and brought them directly to Shangning Palace. Only after the old eunuch left did Lu Jianyun let out a long sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. Song Shuayin and the three of them, Iron Face and Yun Shanxi, were also quite relieved. Liu Beixuan's cultivation had broken through, and the marriage contract given by the old emperor had been spoiled by Lu Chuan, so now it seemed that they were safe for the time being, and the royal family should not dare to continue to lay hands on them. Otherwise, if Liu Beixian, who was at the half-saint cultivation level, came to kill with 100,000 floating iron cavalry, no one would be able to stop him. Into the night, Lu Chen stood on the roof of Shangning Palace, looking down at the brightly lit bustling royal capital below, a meaningful smile on his face. From this night on, the sky is going to change. Lu Chen took out the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order, and with the lingering spiritual energy at his fingertips, a message was immediately conveyed. And then, with the full force of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, this news swept through the entire Great Zhou dynasty at an astonishing speed like a landslide and tsunami. The old emperor is dead. That night, a deafening explosion came from the heavenly prison of the royal capital, and hundreds of mysterious black-robed men killed their way into the heavenly prison, rescuing the 5th and 7th princes, the 9th princess, and the 13th princess, all of whom disappeared. At the same time, Yun Zhou, Chen Jiangzu, and Enkizu, in addition to Pinjuanzu, where the Jinbei royal residence is located, the remaining 11 states all have a large army that moves out in the night and rushes to the royal capital. The reason why Pingyuan Prefecture had not sent any troops was because the prefect of Pingyuan Prefecture, along with the state master, had led 800,000 border guards to fight against the Jinbei king's 100,000 Fudu iron cavalry. Inside and outside of Jinbei city, there were densely packed border guards everywhere, lining up in formation, with a killing aura that rushed to the sky. Lord Master of the state, this king wishes to enter the palace to see his majesty. I wonder why you are blocking him. Liu Beixian was clad in heavy armor, holding a halberd. His eyes were cold like electricity, and a dominating world pressure emanated from him, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Even though the state master and the state pastor and the others were powerful, they felt a great pressure at this time. The threat of the foreign races has not yet been lifted, and the war situation on the border is urgent, so the Jinbei king still needs to personally guard it. The state master spoke in a deep voice, saying, if the king of Jinbei has something to report to his majesty, he can just summon it directly. There is no need to enter the palace in person. This is also his majesty's decree. Is the king of Jinbei going to disobey it? Don't come this way with the king. Liu Beixian let out a stern cry. The war halberd in his hand lashed out towards the ground. The pale earth trembled, and the horrifying airwaves shook the state master and the others to the point where their faces turned white. If anything happens to my king's son or daughter, my king will surely slaughter all 9 of your clans. The king will say it one last time. Get out of the way. Liu Beixian raised the war halberd in his hand and pointed it straight at the state master, accompanied by a terrifying and monstrous murderous aura erupting. Even the most loyal and honest people have scales that cannot be touched. Liu Beixuan's scales were Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun. Although the state master's scalp was numb, he still said stiffly, the king of Jinbei rests his anger. I can assure you that His Highness the World's Son and the second miss are absolutely safe. And this time His Majesty summoned them to the palace to give them a marriage. And there is no other meaning. Report. Urgent report from the front. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a sudden rush of hoofbeats rang out. The frontline scouts brought back a shocking news. The alien army is killing again, with a total force of over 1 million. In the meantime, on the other borderlines of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was also a large army running silently. Marquis Wushan of the Great Cloud dynasty, the Bloodbird and Swan army of the White Phoenix Kingdom, and the Xianmei Legion of the Canhai dynasty. An elite army quickly broke through the border defenses of the Great Zhou dynasty and headed straight for the royal capital. The royal capital palace, Qianqing Palace. The old emperor was lying on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, his face as pale as paper, and the breath on his body was so weak that it was almost invisible, and his breath was as if it was swimming, and he was dead. 3 old men with deep and terrifying auras surrounded the bedside, their brows furrowed. Enlighten the patriarchal order and the right and left patriarchs. Something bad has happened. A black shadow appeared out of thin air, kneeled down on one knee, and quickly reported. The supervisory heavenly division urgently reported that the royal capital's heavenly prison has been robbed, and all parties' royal sons and daughters and princes and marquises have already led their troops to kill the royal capital, and the rumors of outside news claim that His Majesty has already collapsed. The moment these words came out, all 3 old men's faces changed. Unbridled. Which thief dares to spread false news? A white-robed old man burst into a rage. A little peace and quiet. A purple-robed old man waved his hand and said calmly, all the clans from all sides have already pressed forward to send out their troops. The situation has already been triggered. It doesn't matter if the news is true or false at this point. His Majesty has worked hard for the Great Zhou dynasty for his entire life. It's time to let him rest in peace. Once these words came out, the remaining two old men looked a bit complicated, and in the end, they could only let out a light sigh. The old emperor's lifespan had long since come to an end, and he was only relying on the imperial treasure medicine to renew his life. During this recent period of time, the old emperor had been hit one after another and his mind was damaged. Even if they wanted to cure him, the old emperor was not destined to live for a few days. Since this is the case, it would be better to let the old emperor leave with dignity and let those royal sons and daughters and princes below fight it out and kill a new king to bring the Great Zhou dynasty back to life with fire. The throne can be fought over, but the Great Zhou's kingdom cannot be destroyed. The purple-robed old man's voice was majestic and calm. It's time for the Zhongrenfu and Dragon Guard to go out as well. Don't let the foreign races and guys from other dynasties take over our territories, as well as that anomaly of the Jinbei king. At the mention of the Jinbei king, a trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of all three old men. The half-step State realm Liu Beixian was already invincible in the world, and if he brought the floating iron cavalry into the royal capital, this would be a very frightening thing. Old 2 and Old 3, you guys personally go to Shangning Palace and arrest Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun in the Patriarch's mansion. Chapter 75. Understood. The white-robed old man and the black-robed old man nodded. Their figures shifted and disappeared like ghosts, heading straight for Shangning Palace. At this time around the Shangning Palace, it has long been secretly surrounded by many powerful dragon guards. A mosquito cannot fly out. The old emperor had allowed Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun to live in Shangning Palace, but in reality, he was trying to imprison the two. However, when the two old men rushed into Shangning Palace, their faces changed violently. The Shangning Palace was empty, not a single figure. How can that be? Both old men were incredulous. There was no lack of strong June realm members among the dragon guards around Shangning Palace, so if Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun attempted to escape, the dragon guards would surely notice and pass the news on to them. But now Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun were disappearing out of thin air. Even the many dragon guards failed to detect any abnormality. How exactly did Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun escape? A heart of the two old men sank, surging with intense unease. If Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun could not be apprehended, there would be no way for the Great Zhou imperial family to be able to restrain Liu Beixian. This is undoubtedly extremely frightening for the royal family. Without waiting for them to think about it carefully, suddenly the ground trembled lightly, and a rush of horses' hooves sounded. The two old men immediately took to the air and flew up, looking extremely far away, only to see that outside of the various gates of the palace, there was a troop of black-armored cavalrymen killing their way out, raging, lances in hand, and quickly occupying all of the gates of the palace. Immediately afterward, a golden stallion appeared from the main gate of the palace. This horse is 3 feet tall, with 2 horns on its head, unusually sturdy and tall, and extraordinary. On top of the golden horse, sitting in a middle-aged man wearing a purple python robe. This person's hair and beard already have a lot of white hair between the eyebrows with the majesty of the long time on the throne, and the old emperor is 7 or 8 points similar. He was clearly the second prince. Behind the second prince, there were 2 teams of guards with exceptionally powerful and terrifying auras, walking together with the second prince towards the Qinqing palace. Rumble. Right at this moment, the ground lightly trembled once again, and 2 large armies killed their way into the royal capital, coming fiercely, heading straight for the main gate of the palace, and fighting with the large army brought by the second prince. The people at the head of these 2 armies were both youths wearing python robes, with a dragon's march and a tiger's footsteps that were quite majestic. The second prince turned back and looked at the 2 youths from afar, his expression calm and without the slightest surprise. The foreigner army has already been crushed by the state master and the king of Jinbei, without the help of the foreigners. With your strength you want to be my enemy? The second prince calmly said. Third brother and fifth brother, if you leave here, I can spare your lives. If you persist, then I will not blame my brother for not remembering my family. Those 2 youths were clearly the third and fifth emperors. The second imperial brother is quite loud. Do you really think you're going to win? The fifth prince snorted with a cold expression. It seems you guys are determined to seek death, so there's nothing more to say. Kill them. The second prince didn't say much. He just waved his hand, turned around and continued to ride his horse towards the Qinqing palace, rather calmly and confidently. As he gestured, a rumbling sound sounded in the distance, and another black-armored cavalry came to kill 100,000 of them. This caused the third and fifth emperors' faces to change as their hands slowly clenched. Since the death of the crown prince, the second prince had the best hope of ascending to the throne and becoming the crown prince. Although the old emperor did not set up a new crown prince later, the second prince was the oldest and had been in politics for many years, and had already recruited many ministers and clan families. And with a heavy hand, He had the most people who supported him and had the most enormous power. Moreover, the second prince's territory was located in the central state, which was uniquely advantageous. And the advantage was too great. The other royal sons and daughters had no choice but to collude with foreign races and other dynasties and use the power of external forces in order to counterbalance the second prince and compete for the throne. However, no one had expected the old emperor to burp so suddenly, and coupled with the fact that the alien army had been routed by Liu Beixian, the third and fifth emperors were simply too late to call for alien support. But there was no turning back for them. If they let the second prince get the jade seal of transmission ahead of them and enter the palace, they would be even more powerless to fight against it. The third prince and the fifth prince could only take advantage of their closest proximity to the palace to join forces against the second prince, trying to find a way to eliminate the second prince from the game first. Old 5. You guys stop the enemy army, and all the senior Taoists, follow this emperor's son. The third prince made an instant decision, shouting loudly in a deep voice. A strong pressure suddenly erupted from his body, holding a battle sword in his hand, flying up in the air and killing the second prince. He was actually at the June realm cultivation level. Even though it was only the first level of the June realm, it was still powerful enough. At the same time, beside the third prince and the fifth prince, a total of 5 figures flew up together, and a monarch realm pressure erupted like a blazing sun across the sky, killing the second prince in unison. These 5 June realm powerhouses, including the heartthrobs that the 2 emperors had secretly cultivated, as well as the clan family powerhouses that had secretly defected to them, were their greatest reliance. Facing the joint siege of 6 monarch realm powerhouses, the second prince remained calm, not the least bit surprised, and did not even stop in his footsteps. Boom! Just as the third prince and the 5 June realm powerhouses killed the second prince, among the guards that the second prince had brought with him, one terrifying force after another suddenly erupted, overpowering and raging, with a murderous aura that rushed to the heavens. A full 8 June realm powerhouses struck out, their swords and knives roaring in unison as they fought with the third prince and the others. One of them was particularly ferocious and terrifying, holding a golden lance in his hand, with an extraordinarily deep and terrifying aura, and with just a single stab of the lance, he sent the third prince flying directly out, with an extra front and back translucent blood hole in his shoulder, just short of being pierced through the neck. Great General Feng Tian. The third prince's heart sank violently, his face unusually ugly. This person was none other than Grand General Xiao Tianyu of Feng Tian, the former god of war of the Great Zhou dynasty, a June realm 9th level powerhouse. This was really out of the third and fifth emperor's expectations. Xiao Tianyu, as the old emperor's absolute beloved and important minister, only obeyed the old emperor's orders and never supported any of the imperial sons or daughters, and was a loner. No one expected that the old emperor had just passed away on the front foot, and Xiao Tianyu followed the second prince into the palace on the back foot. Run! Without saying a word, the third prince immediately turned around and ran, with the help of Xiao Tianyu and the 100,000 feathered forest army under him. The second prince was already unbeatable. Even the third and fifth princes combined were no match. Third prince, I'm offended. Without waiting for the third prince to run far away, an icy voice rang out like a ghost, causing his heart to almost stop beating and chills to run down his spine. Xiao Tianyu's figure flashed, and if it was ghost-like, he appeared directly in front of the third prince, and the long spear in his hand was like a swimming dragon, flashing with a bone-piercing cold light as he stabbed out. The third prince did not even have time to dodge before Xiao Tianyu's gun penetrated his chest, and then, with a shake of Xiao Tianyu's lance, a terrifying spiritual force erupted, and the third prince's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 76, The second prince ascends to the throne. Sango? The sudden scene caused the fifth prince's eyes to widen and his heart to tremble. It wasn't that he had such a deep bond with the third prince, but rather, he was saddened by the death of the rabbit and was frightened by the terrifying power and ruthless tactics displayed by the second prince. Even the third prince had died such a dry death. I'm only afraid that he wouldn't end up much better. Run! Seniors, please also escort me away. The fifth prince's spine shivered, and he immediately brought his heart's strongest men and rushed towards the outside of the royal capital, attempting to kill his way out of the siege. However, they were already surrounded by numerous armies, and with Xiao Tianyu and other June realm powerhouses chasing after them in a murderous manner in the rear, the fifth prince's downfall had long been doomed. In the sky above Shangning Palace, those 2 old men witnessed the miserable deaths of the third and fifth emperors, but they only sighed and did not intervene. Instead, they turned around and left, returning to the Patriarchate, ready to unleash the power of the Patriarchate and the Dragon Protectors to search for Lu Qian and Lu Jianyun with all their might. Since ancient times, the royal family has been the most ruthless. This melee for the throne was destined to see many imperial sons and daughters and princes fall, and only the strongest would be able to step on the tired bones and ascend to the throne. That's their destiny. The duties of the sovereign's office and the Dragon Guard were to protect the royal family's legacy going forward, and would not intervene to interfere with the fight for the throne. Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun, on the other hand, were the biggest variables and threats in this turmoil, and had to be gotten rid of by all means. The second prince looked calm and solemn, listening to the sounds of killing and shouting coming from all around. Riding his steed and walking step by step to the front of Qianqing Palace. His Majesty has passed away and the Jade Seal of Transmission is in the Golden Palace. Your Highness, the second prince, please do not disturb His Majesty's peace. The door to the Qianqing Palace opened automatically, accompanied by a ghostly sigh. The old man wearing a purple robe stood by the dragon bed. The old emperor was lying quietly on the bed, covered with a white cloth. His face was pale, his vitality had disappeared, and he was walking peacefully. The second prince looked deeply at the old emperor and the purple-robed old man, and without a word, he turned around and rode his golden steed to the Golden Palace. The killing and shouting lasted for a small part of the night. The remnants of the third prince and the fifth prince were all massacred, and the entire royal capital was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and the doors and windows of the households were closed tightly, silencing them. By the time the morning sun rose, calm had returned to the royal capital. There were just more teams of heavily armed soldiers on the walls and along the streets, guarding the entire royal capital with a high degree of security. The door of the Golden Palace slowly opened. Wearing a golden dragon robe of the second prince sitting high above the dragon chair, playing with a jade seal in his hand. His face is calm, his eyes are deep, one cannot see the joy and sorrow. Below them were hundreds of officials from the group, with respectful looks on their faces and lowered brows. Report, Your Majesty, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Wushan candidate has been running all night with an elite army of 100,000, joining up with the 300,000 strong army led by the Yunzhou prefect, led by the ninth princess, and is already less than 3,000 miles away from the royal capital. Your Majesty, the White Phoenix Kingdom's Blood Swan army has appeared alongside the seventh prince, with a total force expected to be around 300,000, and has entered the central state from the northwest, directly approaching the royal capital. The 150,000 troops of the Xianmei Legion of the Songhai dynasty are entering from the southwest, joining up with the 11th prince, plus the 200,000 troops of the Kanglan Prefecture State Shepherd, and are running to attack the royal capital, and are expected to arrive at the royal capital 2.5 hours later. Chang Yang candidate, leading an army of 200,000 men, has arrived to the east of the royal capital and is besieging but not attacking. King Anqi, a scout hurriedly rushed into the Golden Palace and knelt down towards the second prince. His tone was urgent and he quickly reported the enemy situation. Numerous royal sons and daughters and princes and lords were leading a large army that was heading straight for the royal capital. The movement in the second prince's hand stopped, slowly gripping the jade seal in his hand. It's easy to take the throne, but hard to keep it. Last night's killings were merely an opening. The real battle has just begun. Master Shao, the second prince suddenly spoke. I am here. In the middle of the Golden Palace, Xiao Tianyu was clad in golden armor, kneeling down on one knee with a respectful tone. You lead the 100,000 Feather Forest army out of the city and go all out to decapitate the Changyang candidate and exterminate the army under him, while retreating to defend the royal capital. I obey. Xiao Tianyu immediately got up. His battle spirit was high, and he led his troops into battle. General Wang, General Li, and others lead their respective troops to snipe the Bloodbird's army and make sure to stop them outside the royal capital. State Minister Yang, take 200,000 troops and set up defense along the Huainan River southeast of the royal capital. Intercept King Anqi and King Jing'an, and do not allow them to cross the Huainan River by half a step. Captain Zhao, the second prince's majestic voice slowly sounded, and combined with the frontline intelligence, he immediately dispatched his troops and made arrangements. The rest of the royal sons and daughters and the princes and lords of the various parties had different territories near and far, and arrived at the royal capital with their troops at different times. The second prince must take advantage of this opportunity to take the lead, gather his troops, and break the enemy one by one. This was the only chance the second prince had. Otherwise those royal sons and daughters and princes and lords would have arrived at the royal capital with large armies, and no matter how strong the second prince was, he wouldn't have been able to take one-on-one and couldn't deal with so many enemy armies at the same time. The humble servant obeys the order. The ministers and generals loyal to the second prince responded in unison and quickly left, each leading their own troops and horses to the front lines. After doing all this, the second prince held the jade seal of transmission. His brows slightly furrowed as he said, Wang Xizheng, how is the battle situation at the border? Have you found any traces of Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun? Your Majesty, the foreign tribes are making a comeback with millions of troops. Plus the State Master and Lu Zhoumu of Pingyuan Prefecture are pressurizing them, threatening that if the king of Jinbei dares to leave with his troops, they will abandon the people of the frontier. The king of Jinbei couldn't bear the suffering of the people, so he could only stay at the border to defend against the foreign armies. Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun disappeared out of thin air last night after checking into Shangning Palace, and the Patriarchate and Dragon Protector Guards are also secretly searching for them, but no clues have been found for the time being. A middle-aged man with a goatee said in a respectful tone. He was originally a minister of the Ministry of Justice, and after the death of the original Supervisory Heavenly Secretary, he was promoted by the old emperor and parachuted into the Supervisory Heavenly Secretary to take charge of the Supervisory Heavenly Secretary. Behind his back, he was the one who had long ago secretly defected to the second prince. Gone? The second prince's frown grew tighter and tighter, inexplicably a little distracted. Compared to the rest of the royal sons and daughters, as well as the princes and lords of all parties, the second prince was most jealous of only the king of Jinbei and the 100,000 Futu iron cavalry under him. The half-step 8 realm Jinbei king was undoubtedly the biggest variable and threat in this battle for the throne. The only ones who could hold Liu Beixian back were Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun, but the two of them disappeared as if they had evaporated from the earth, disappearing in the royal family's territory, which was too bizarre and terrifying. Chapter 77, The Outbreak of the Duel. King's capital east. 200,000 troops stood on top of the plain, neatly organized, surrounding the eastern entrance and exit of the royal capital, confronting the army defending the city. The Chanyang waiter wore a purple robe with a stoic expression, followed by the Chanyang prefecture prefect, as well as numerous generals and martial arts experts. Chanyang waiter looked calm and was in no hurry to attack the royal capital. He was waiting for an opportunity. There were too many people who were going to vie for the throne this time. All the royal sons and daughters and princes from all sides were attacking with large armies. Whoever entered the palace first would mean facing a multitude of challengers at the same time. Chanyang candidate had to wait for the armies of the other royal sons and daughters to arrive and attack the second prince together. Rumble. Just then, the ground trembled lightly, and a dense and rapid sound of horses' hooves rang out abruptly. Chanyang waiter's heart jolted, and he turned around with a huff. It was an elite cavalry clad in silver armor, not charging out from the middle of the royal capital, but at some point circling around to their rear, outflanking them on three sides, completely cutting off their backroads and launching a ferocious attack. The person at the head was clad in golden armor, holding a golden lance, leading the way, and a terrifying battle aura erupted from him, sweeping through the 8 directions, just like a god of war descending. Xiao Tianyu? 100,000 feathered troops. Chanyang waiter's pupils shrunk violently, slowly gripping the sword at his waist, his face unprecedentedly grave. He never expected that this great general Feng Tian, who was only loyal to the old emperor, would secretly defect to the second prince. Moreover, Chanyang waiter did not expect that the second prince would dare to send Xiao Tianyu to take the initiative when the armies of the other royal sons and daughters and princes were about to arrive. Was he not afraid that the other armies would take advantage of the situation? Attention all generals! Without much time to think, Chanyang waiter shouted loudly in a deep voice and began to give orders. The 200,000 troops under his command quickly arranged and combined to form a square formation, with a high level of wariness. With Chanyang waiter's order, the 200,000 troops and the 100,000 Feather Forest army led by Xiao Tianyu erupted into a great battle, and the killing cries shook the heavens. However, there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides. The Feather Forest army was an elite army that specialized in guarding the royal capital. Every soldier's cultivation was not low, and their equipment was even better, coupled with the fact that there was Xiao Tianyu, a former god of war of the Great Zhou dynasty, leading them. They were simply unstoppable, and beat the Chanyang candidate side into a state of retreat. Chanyang waiter's face was incomparably gloomy, but instead of personally going into battle to kill the enemy, he quietly dismounted and took advantage of the chaos to take off the purple robe on his body, handing it to his beloved henchman on the side, only to see this beloved henchman put on a purple robe, a big sleeve on the face, directly disguised into the appearance of Chang Yang-ho. After Chanyang waiter had gone through a disguise, he then led a dozen or so martial arts experts to take advantage of the chaos and rush towards the royal capital. Although the king's capital defenders were trying their best to attack, they couldn't stop them in front of Chanyang Wait and other martial arts experts, and soon they rushed into the king's capital and disappeared. Chanyang Waiter and a dozen or so martial arts experts executed their stances and sneaked into an ordinary courtyard down the street. He didn't wait to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly his body stiffened and he slowly lowered his head, only to see one of his most trusted beloved experts suddenly stab him through the heart with a sword, outside of the royal capital. Although Chanyang Waiter's army of men were resisting as hard as they could, their defeat was assured. In just a quarter of an hour's time, in Xiao Tianyu leading the cavalry in a round of charging. All of Chanyang Waiter's 200,000 troops were slaughtered to death. Xiao Tianyu pierced through the body of Chanyang Waiter and chopped off his head. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyu's brows twisted. His powerful divine sense keenly sensed the abnormality. He reached out and grabbed at the face of the Chanyang Waiter, tearing off a piece of human skin that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Xiao Tianyu's face was suddenly cloudy, but now that the battle was urgent, he didn't continue to pursue the matter, and instead led the Feathered Forest army to quickly retreat to the royal capital, while later passing the news to the second prince. Meanwhile, a large army has arrived at the front line under the leadership of various generals. The second prince's goal and tactics were very clear, first striking out with all his might to kill the weaker several royal sons and daughters and princes, while later dragging down the Blood Swan's army and the other two sets of stronger armies. In the end, only the strongest armies of the three parties killed under the royal capital. These three parties were the 9th princess, the 11th prince, and King Jin. The 9th princess had the assistance of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Wushan candidate, plus the Yunzhou state minister, totaling 400,000 troops. The 11th prince had the help of the Songhai dynasty's Shenmei Legion, plus Kanglan Prefecture's 200,000 strong army, for a total of 350,000 strong army. The king of Jin even gathered the strength of 3 states, Zhuozhou, Dingzhou and Hanluzhou, and deployed a full 600,000 troops, roaming all over the mountains and blackening a large area. Perhaps these hordes were not as good as those elite legions, but they were good enough in numbers. At a glance, the entire royal capital was surrounded by armies from all sides, and the scene was very shocking as one glance could not see the end. Suddenly, the main gate of the royal capital opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe stepped into the air and flew up, wearing an imperial crown on his head, walking with a dragon's footsteps, with golden dragon chi circling around him. His aura was extraordinary. The late king has already passed the throne to me. You and others have brought troops to surround the royal capital. Do you not want to rebel? The second prince's large hand opened, and the jade seal of transmission emerged, draped in prancing golden light. His eyes were cold and his voice was like a bell, and it traveled far out. 9th imperial sister, 11th imperial brother, you and the others are colluding with the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Songhai Dynasty. This is the crime of treason. If you all tie your hands now, I can spare your lives in consideration of my old feelings. When these words came out, both the 9th princess and the 11th prince's faces sank, but none of them spoke. Instead they gave a big wave of their hands and ordered a direct attack. Rumble. In an instant, 1,000 armies were charging. Horses trampled on the mountains and rivers, and the pale earth shook. Dust flew up, and the sound was tremendous. War. In the middle of the royal capital, one army after another rushed out, shouting in unison, and their battle intent rose up to the sky, shaking the hearts of the people. Although the troops under the second prince are far less than 1 million, but he won in the advantage of having the main city, above the towering walls of the royal capital, had already arranged a variety of defense equipment. Moreover, there is a formation in operation, rows of artillery power, high above the ground, with the advantage of the terrain to strike. A bloody and grueling battle begins. What no one has noticed is this. In the sky above the royal capital, there was a cloud ship floating silently, standing in the clouds. This cloud ship was a special magic treasure with a formation operating on board, consuming massive amounts of spirit stones every moment to maintain the floating flight status. Above the deck of the cloud ship, a sword-browed, starry-eyed, handsome and peerless youth had his hands behind his back, his eyes deep and indifferent as he looked down at the vast battlefield below. Behind the youth, there were several powerful people with terrifying auras, their faces serious and with a hint of exhilaration and anticipation. Chapter 78, The Great Battle of the Royal Capital. Xian nephew, the royal family of the Great Zhou still controls so many troops and strong men, even if they fight to a standstill and the king of Zhenbei is not present. Can they be taken down with only 100,000 dragon cavalrymen? On top of the cloud ship, a middle-aged man in robes spoke. He was clearly the Netherworld Sect's Grand Elder, Yi Wenchuan. Looking at the overwhelming army and powerful people below, as strong as Yi Wenchuan, he couldn't help but frown, his face incomparably grave. In the midst of a terrifying war of this level, unless one was a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse like Liu Beixian, even the peak of the 9th level of the June Realm would be in dire straits once they were caught in a siege. In order to win the war, it was impossible to do so with only a handful of June Realm powerhouses, and a sufficiently large number of large armies were needed to do so. In Yi Wenchuan's opinion, only Liu Beixian could kill with the floating iron cavalry in order to destroy the Great Zhou imperial family and seize the throne. Relying only on Liu Dust and 100,000 dragon cavalrymen, the chances of winning were not high. Don't worry uncle, I'm sure of myself. Lu Chen smiled faintly without explaining too much. Yi Wenchuan opened his mouth when he saw this, and when he saw Lu Chen's calm and confident face, he finally nodded his head, suppressing the doubts in his heart and not asking any more questions. Yi Wenchuan knew that since Lu Chen was so confident, he must have other underhanded means, and he only needed to assist him. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chuan and his group, the battle below became more and more intense. The roars of countless warriors and strong men killing each other echoed, with cannons blazing, weapons and crossbows clashing, and columns of battle formations charging across the board. The scene was very shocking. The second prince's side was having a tough time defending even though they had the advantage of the main city. The 9th princess and the 11th prince and king of Jin were completely red-eyed with murder. Their complexion was incomparably icy, and they directly attacked the city with a sea of men and human lives. Pieces of warriors died every moment, bodies piled up into mountains, blood stained the earth, and the tragedy was incomparable. Under their strong attack regardless of the cost, the second prince's side also suffered heavy losses. Even the sturdy royal capital city wall was bombarded with cracks and gaps, and was broken through several times, and then hardened by the army on the second prince's side to kill them back, with both sides scrambling back and forth. In this tragic war, all three forces, the second prince and the 11th prince and the king of Jin, suffered heavy casualties, especially the 600,000 troops that the king of Jin brought with him, almost one-third of which were lost. Instead, it was the 9 princesses' side that had the least amount of casualties in their army. However, whether it was the second prince or the 11th prince or the king of Jin, their expressions were incomparably cold from the beginning, not caring in the slightest about the casualties of the warriors under their command. Their goal was only the throne. Even if all the troops under their command died in battle, as long as they could seize the throne, everything would be worth it. No. Seeing that the defense line of the royal capital's city wall had been breached a dozen times, and both sides were engaged in a tug-of-war, with the army on the second prince's side gradually falling into a disadvantage, the second prince's face finally changed. He stared dead on at the army around the 9th princess and finally noticed that something was wrong. The 300,000 troops brought by the 9 princesses didn't seem to have top-notch battle power, and they weren't as good as the 100,000 troops brought by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Wushan candidate. However, their casualties were the lowest, and so far in the Great War, only more than 20,000 people had fallen, which was unbelievable. It's time to end it. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared on the 9th princess' face. Chancellor Jiangju, do it. Yes, with the 9th princess order. Qing Huarong raised his voice to the sky, raised the war spear in his hand, and shouted, all the generals go all out, kill with me, kill. The 270,000 troops under Qing Huarong let out a roar in unison. A majestic battle intent suddenly erupted from their bodies, and every warrior erupted with all their might, their battle power directly skyrocketing by more than several times. In just an instant, the aura of these armies changed drastically, like a torrent of steel, incomparably ferocious and horrifying, quickly forming a battle formation and launching an attack. The feathered forest army, which had been able to fight them back and forth, was directly dispersed, screams and wails echoing as the army led by Qing Huarong devastated the enemy's defense line. What? This scene caused the second prince and the 11th prince, King Jin, and the others to all be shocked beyond belief, almost unable to believe their eyes. The army led by Qing Huarong had previously been hiding their mistakes. At this moment, the terrifying battle power that they had erupted had been completely no weaker than the floating iron cavalry. How could she possibly raise such a strong army? The second prince and the others were all incredulous. That strong? Even on top of the cloud ship, Yi Wenchuan and Song Xueyin and the others were startled, not realizing that the 9th princess actually had such a terrifying army under her command. This was too unbelievable. This war had reached its most intense point, and the three forces, the second prince and the 11th prince, and the king of Jin, had all fallen too many warriors, calling it a lose-lose situation. The 9th princess intentionally hid the strength of her men's army and waited until they were both defeated to take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Under Qing Huarong's leadership, these 270,000 troops were like sharp knives, tearing apart the battle lines of the second prince's men and beating them back. When the 11th prince and King Jin saw this, their faces were suddenly cloudy and rather scornful. After all, the 9th princess was also their rival for the throne. However, the war had reached the most critical moment, and there was no turning back for them. They could only go all out and defeat the second prince first. The second prince's hands slowly clenched, veins rising on his forehead, and as he watched his side being beaten back and about to lose, he couldn't hold back any longer. How could I possibly lose to you? The second prince took a step out. His body's spiritual energy exploded without reservation, His dragon robe bulged, and his head full of black hair was windless. Boom! He raised the jade seal of state transmission in his hand, and in an instant, heaven and earth resonated, and endless golden light blossomed from it, and throughout the entire royal capital, strand after strand of dragon chi rose up, centering on the jade seal of state transmission and coalescing to form a gigantic golden divine dragon. At this moment, the aura on the second prince's body skyrocketed, directly climbing all the way from the 5th level of the monarch realm to the peak of the 9th level of the monarch realm. The second prince's large hand opened, and a clear sword chant resounded through the golden palace, and a golden dharma sword rose up into the sky and fell into his hands. Great Joe Emperor technique. Dragon chi into the body. When the 9th princess and the others saw this, their hearts sank and their faces became a few points heavier. The Great Joe Emperor's skill was not just as simple as being the topmost technique of the Great Joe dynasty, but its main function was to be able to mobilize the dragon chi of the Great Joe dynasty for his own use. Of course, one couldn't mobilize too much dragon chi by relying on Gongfu alone. One had to use the power of the Jade Seal of Transmission to do so. The Jade Seal of Transmission is not only a symbol of the throne, but also a special treasure, which is cast by the strange stone nurtured in the dragon vein, and is capable of ruling the power of the dragon vein. At this moment, after the dragon chi entered his body, the second prince's strength reached a peak. Chapter 79 Reversal of the Situation. A group of rebellious traitors. I'll exterminate you. The second prince's body was covered by the radiant dragon chi, his eyes blazing like the blazing sun, his voice incomparably cold, holding a golden magic sword in his hand. He personally led the army under his command to kill the 9 princesses and the others. Long live the emperor. Kill. Seeing that the second prince had erupted with such divine might, and had taken the lead in the imperial expedition, the great armies and powerful men under him were instantly invigorated and their morale was greatly boosted. So what if you're at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm? Kill for me. Seeing this, the 9th princess and the 11th prince and the others all revealed fierce looks, and they also personally went into battle, leading their strong men to attack, all of them putting in their best efforts. The peak of the 9th level of the June realm was strong, but it was not unbeatable. Boom sound. Both sides again collided together, killing shouts ringing in the sky. TSK. Dragon's breath can be a really good thing. Lu Chen looked down at the second prince, who was possessed by the dragon chi below, and his eyes lit up. Lu Chen waved his hand and dismissed his men on the left and right, leaving Zhao Fei Yang alone by his side. Senior Zhao, what do you think I should do with my natural talent if I want to cultivate the Great Joe Emperor technique to the state of perfection? Lu Dust suddenly asked. Ha? Zhao Fei Yang froze for a moment, his brain racing. Since he had followed Lu Chen had hooked up every day to listen to music and songs night after night, and had never once taken the initiative to cultivate. And in terms of strength and martial attainments, as well as knowledge of the Great Joe Emperor's skill, was there anyone stronger than King Jinbei? This kind of question should be asked to the King of Jinbei no matter how you think about it. That's it. Lu Dust wasn't really asking what to cultivate at all, but he wanted to hear me kiss my ass. Lu Dust must have seen the second prince's great display of power, and also got his hands itchy, wanting to rein in the dragon chi to have some fun as well. It was as if an electric light flashed through Zhao Fei Yang's mind, and he instantly realized. He immediately piled a smile on his face and complimented. Your Majesty is a supreme heavenly pride of the 9th grade of the heavenly order, with amazing enlightenment, the son of heaven's destiny, the descent of the violet weather emperor's star, district Great Joe Emperor skill. With just a little bit of cultivation, you will definitely be able to achieve enlightenment in one day, and go straight to the perfect realm. Ding! The host has received the suggestion. Slightly cultivate the Great Joe Emperor technique. Reward for completion and epiphany. The Great Joe Emperor technique is automatically cultivated to the state of perfection. As Zhao Fei Yang's voice rang out, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Good point. Go down. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he waved his hand, telling Zhao Fei Yang to back off. With no one around, Lu Chuan's mind moved and began to operate the Great Joe Emperor technique. There was one thing that Zhao Feiyan actually wasn't wrong about. Lu Chen's unparalleled natural talent of the 9th rank of today's order. His enlightenment was indeed very astonishing, coupled with the fact that he had already cultivated the Green Lotus Sword technique to the state of perfection, and had also cultivated the 3 Sacred Order techniques to a small degree of success. His martial attainments were extremely deep, and under the touch of the compass, he would be able to comprehend the other techniques very quickly. If Lu Chen tried to cultivate hard, it wouldn't be strange for him to experience a state of epiphany one day. It was only that Lu Chuan was too lazy to cultivate on his own. A moment later, Lu Chuan's tiger body shook as the system beep sounded in his head once again. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, an epiphany. The Great Joe Emperor technique is automatically cultivated to the state of perfection. As the system beep sounded, Countless complicated and profound martial arts mysteries surfaced in Lu Chuan's mind, and his cultivation level soared, with a light golden imperial aura surrounding him. As Lu Chuan cultivated the Great Zhou Emperor's skill to perfection, his cultivation level had also risen to the 7th level of the Dao transformation realm. Swish! Lu Chuan opened his eyes, and there was a golden light flowing in his eyes. At this moment, when Lu Chen looked down at the royal capital below again, he was able to clearly sense that there was a large amount of dragon qi in the royal capital, which was vast and majestic. The royal capital is the place where the world's dragon veins of the Great Zhou dynasty converge, and these dragon qi is also a great heritage of the Great Zhou royal family. Only, these dragon qi will soon not belong to the royal family of Great Zhou. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile. The war in the middle of the royal capital was still incredibly intense, and with the second prince's use of his dragon energy, it pushed this war to its peak once again. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside the royal capital, an accident occurred. The second prince sent a total of 500,000 troops, split into 3 directions, and after first intercepting a few weaker royal sons and daughters and princes, he fought against the stronger royal sons and princes of the other 3 parties. Although the second prince's side didn't possess too much of an advantage, delaying the enemy's pace could still be done. Just then, the earth lightly trembled, and a golden armored dragon cavalry killed out like lightning. The pupils of the Yang state pastor of the central state shrunk violently. Boom! The strength of the 100,000 golden armored dragon cavalryman was quite terrifying, especially the leader, Dragon Warrior, who wielded a saint-ranked magic treasure, and whose cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the June realm after refining the heavenly Yang spring, was simply like a god of war descending. Wherever they passed, no one could resist at all. In a matter of moments, Yang Zhumu and his army of 200,000 men were killed without leaving a single piece of armor. When King Anqi and King Jing'an, who were originally fighting against Yang Zhoumu, saw this, they were suddenly creeped out. Just as their 2 strands were fighting, the 100,000 dragon cavalrymen were not even looking at them and turned around to kill the next battlefield. King Anqi and King Jing'an then breathed a sigh of relief. Their backs were covered in cold sweat. If these 100,000 dragon cavalrymen made a move against them, they would definitely die for sure. However, without waiting for King Anqi and King Jing'an to be prepared, suddenly both of them stiffened their bodies and their eyes went round. The beloved henchmen around the 2 of them unanimously struck out, their swords and knives roaring together, directly hacking King Anqi and King Jing'an to death indiscriminately. The generals and army they brought with them, however, were led by other generals and killed directly towards the royal capital. The same is true of the other 2 battlefields. In less than half an hour's time, the dragon cavalry got rid of all the soldiers and horses sent by the second prince. Most of the powerful people in the heart of those royal sons and daughters and the princes and lords around them had been coerced and recruited by Lu Dust in secret. At this critical moment, they mutinied in unison, decapitating all those royal sons and daughters and princes, as well as the other strong men who were deathly loyal to the royal sons and daughters and the princes, and leading an army, following the dragon cavalry, they began to charge towards the royal capital. At this time the battle for the royal capital had come to an end. Even though the second prince had used the power of the Jade Seal of Transmission to invoke the power of the Dragon Qi and briefly possessed the terrifying power of the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, in the end, it was hard for 2 hands to defeat 4 fists, and he was still defeated. There was no way around it. The large army under Qing Huarong was too scary. Moreover, the 9th princess and the 11th prince and King Jin also had a number of June realm experts by their side, and coupled with the suppression of the numbers of their armies, they had the upper hand. You rebels and traitors, I will not let you go. The second prince's eyes were red, but with half of the army under his command dead or wounded, the tide had turned. As a last resort, the second prince could only unite with Xiao Tianyu and other top experts, and under the sworn escort of the Feathered Forest army, he killed his way out of the siege and prepared to flee the royal capital. Under the dragon qi entering his body, the second prince's strength was terrifying, plus with Xiao Tianyu around, it would be difficult for the 9th princess and the 3 forces of the 11th prince and King Jin to stop them. The second prince and Xiao Tianyu teamed up, as long as they wanted to escape. Even those armies under Qing Huarong that weren't weaker than the floating iron cavalry wouldn't be able to stop them, and it would have to be a strong person of the same level that would be able to do so. Just as the second prince had just killed his way out of the siege, there was suddenly the sound of rapid hoofbeats in the distance, and the earth rumbled and trembled, with the 100,000 dragon cavalry as the leader, followed by a full 600,000 troops. They came in like a tidal wave. Chapter 80, The Shining. When he saw the dragon cavalry, the second prince's body immediately trembled. It's that gold-armored dragon cavalry from the Netherworld sect. and the armies of other royal sons and daughters and princes. When the 9th princess and the 11th prince and King Jin saw this, they all tensed up and were shocked as well. Their 3 parties had fought the 2nd prince and suffered heavy losses. Their strength had plummeted and they were at their weakest. No one expected that at this critical moment, the ethereal sect's golden-armored dragon cavalry would actually make an appearance, and it was followed by the armies of other royal sons and daughters and princes. Could it be that the ethereal sect had joined forces with those royal sons and daughters and the princes and lords? No, no way. When the 2nd prince saw this, his face was even more twisted as he let out an angry roar. He sent 500,000 troops, as well as many ministers and generals and martial arts experts to intercept them. But now those royal sons and daughters who should have been blocked, and the princes and lords of the army but killed to the royal capital. The army sent by the 2nd prince even disappeared. Obviously, the generals and army sent by the 2nd prince had either all died in battle or were defeated and had fled, not even daring to return to the king. No matter which outcome it was, it would be unbearable for the 2nd prince. His large army in the royal capital was gone, and the 500,000 troops he sent out was what he relied on to rise again in the east, and he was preparing to kill his way out to join the 500,000 troops. But it turned out that 500,000 troops were gone in the blink of an eye, which was hard for him to accept. With a rumbling sound, 100,000 dragon cavalry surrounded the 2nd prince and Xiao Tianyu and the others. The remaining 600,000 troops surrounded the 3 parties, the 9th princess and the 11th prince and King Jin. You all wait for me. This great Zhou is my kingdom. None of you can take it away. The 2nd prince's eyes glowed red as he viciously glared at everyone and immediately took to the air, ready to kill his way out with Xiao Tianyu and the other top experts. Who gave you permission to go? Just then, a teasing voice rang out. The 2nd prince and Xiao Tianyu and the others were startled in their hearts and raised their heads in a huge manner. A huge cloud ship slowly descended from among the clouds and floated in midair, its massive hull casting a large shadow on the ground. Above the deck of the cloud ship, Lu Chen had his hands behind his back, looking down on the 2nd prince and the others from above. Lu Dust? The 2nd prince and Xiao Tianyu and the others were all shocked, staring at Lu Dust with great waves in their hearts. It's not just them. The pupils of the 9th princess and the 11th prince, the king of Jin and the others in the distance all shrunk, staring at Lu Duan, as well as the top experts such as Lu Jianyun and Iron Face on the cloud ship in unison, with a sense of foreboding welling up in their hearts. The Misty Sect's cloud ship, plus these 100,000 golden-armored dragon cavalrymen, as well as the sudden appearance of Lu Chuan and the others, made the 9 princesses and the others feel extremely threatened. Lu Dust, Chu Fan beside the 9 princesses, after seeing Lu Chen, his eyes were even more eager to spit fire and his killing intent was so fierce that he could not wait to rush up and cut him, especially when Chu Fan saw Yun Shanhua behind Lu Chen. The killing intent in his heart grew even more. Unfortunately, he had only just broken through the exalted realm even now, and simply didn't have enough strength to take revenge, so he could only be impotent and furious. Well, I was looking for you guys. I didn't think you guys would actually dare to throw yourselves into the net. After the 2nd prince was shocked, he was ecstatic in his heart and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He immediately rushed up to the sky, holding a golden magic sword in his hand, and his dragon chi protected his body, coalescing into a huge golden divine dragon that circled around him as he killed Lu Dust. With his current cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, he was fully confident that he would be able to defeat the top experts around Lu Chuan and suppress Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun with his own hands. At that time, he could use the 2 hostages, Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun, to blackmail the king of Jinbei, drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, and use the power of the king of Jinbei and the floating iron cavalry to retake the royal capital. In the face of the murderous 2nd prince, Lu Chuan, however, did not dodge or avoid. His hands were behind his back, and with a light smile on his face, he just faced the 2nd prince's attack straight on. It wasn't just him, but those top experts around Lu Chen also didn't have the intention to step in to stop them. Are Lu Chen and the others scared silly? This scene caused the 9th princess and the 11th prince and the others to be a bit stunned, feeling that something was wrong. The smile on the 2nd prince's face, on the other hand, grew more and more hideous as he had already killed in front of Lu Chen. Giggle. The next moment, the smile on the 2nd prince's face froze. A red curved blade emerged out of thin air from Lu Chuan's side, accompanied by wisps of lightning. The terror was boundless, the blazing light of the blade destroying everything in general, flickering away from the 2nd prince's neck. The 2nd prince propped up his body with his golden Dharma sword, trembling as he stretched out his left hand, trying to cover his neck, but his movements froze as his head slowly slid off, blood staining the deck. His eyes glazed over to the point of death. TSK. The seal of transmission is good. Now it is mine. Lu Dust let out a light laugh and raised his hand, and the jade seal of transmission on the corpse of the 2nd prince fell into his hands. What? This sudden turn of events caused the 9th princess and the 11th prince and the others to be greatly shocked, only to feel that their hearts were about to stop beating, and a chill surged up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. That was the second prince who was at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm and possessed a dragon chi body protector. Even a half-saint powerhouse would never be able to easily cut him down with a single slash. The most horrifying thing was that they hadn't seen who made the move since the beginning. They could only see a red scimitar flashing by, and the second prince was gone in a flash, walking away in a very unsettling manner. How weird and scary it is. No, my emperor. When Xiao Tianyu and the other strong men under the second prince saw this, they even blackened their eyes and couldn't help but let out a sad and angry roar. In the palace, the purple-robed old man and the others also raised their heads haughtily, gazing at the battlefield outside the royal capital from afar, and were similarly taken aback. The purple-robed old man and the Zhong Renfu and Dragon Protector Guard powerhouses immediately flew up in the air, sensing something bad. It wasn't just them. In fact, even those top experts around Lu Chen were shocked in their hearts, causing great waves that couldn't be calmed for a long time. There's actually such a strong person under the command of virtuous nephew Lu Chuan? Yi Wenchuan took a few deep breaths, surprised and delighted. His heart shook greatly. Do it. None of these remaining great Zhou sins can be left behind. Lu Dust played with the jade seal of transmission and spoke carelessly. Yes, sir. With Lu Chen's order, Yi Wenchuan and Iron Face and other top experts immediately struck out, killing Xiao Tianyu and the others in mid-air, preparing to combine their efforts to exterminate these remnants of the second prince. Led by Dragon Warrior and many generals, the 100,000 Dragon Cavalry and 600,000 troops also charged. It's not right. It's 9 out of 10 wrong. The purple-robed old man and the other Zhong Renfu and Dragon Protector Guards powerhouses scanned the battlefield, but they did not see any imperial sons and daughters or princes amongst the 600,000 strong army, which caused their hearts to sink. Chapter 81, The Throne of the Human Emperor. What a great move. The mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. Lu Chuan, do you really think you're going to win? 9 Princess face gloomy. She raised the long sword in her hand, shouted loudly. All the generals listened too. Poof. Before the 9th princess could finish her words, Cheng Huarong, who was on the side, suddenly raised the war spear in her hand and stabbed through her heart like lightning. The 9th princess's body trembled. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she turned her head with difficulty, her eyes widening as she stared at Cheng Huarong in death. Why? A hint of guilt flashed in Cheng Huarong's eyes, but it quickly became cold and firm. I'm sorry, Your Highness the 9th princess. I don't have a choice. Spiritual energy erupted from Cheng Huarong's body, and with a violent swing of the battle spear, the 9th princess's body was split into 4 pieces on the spot, and it directly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Boom! At the same time, Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang, who were lurking amongst the 9 princesses' subordinates, struck out like lightning, erupting 2 terrifying attacks that killed Chu Fan in unison. It was too sudden. Chu Fan was still shocked by Cheng Huarong's betrayal and was unable to defend himself. Accompanied by a loud bang, Gu Ruoshi and Su Yang's all-out strike struck Chu Fan, sending him flying thousands of feet away, spraying blood from his mouth, suffering a heavy blow. If he didn't have a mysterious supreme treasure on his body that blocked the vast majority of the damage, he would definitely die. Damn Lu Chen. This father is not willing. Having been planted in Lu Chen's hands several times in a row, Chu Fan was shocked and angry, but he could only use the mysterious supreme treasure with hatred, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared in the blink of an eye at the end of the sky. Hidden in the shadows, Yunshi's eyes turned cold. Carrying the red scimitar, he was about to chase down and kill for good. However, she was stopped by Lu Chuan. This person has not yet exhausted his fortune, and there is also a supreme treasure from above the 9 heavens that protects his body, capable of turning misfortune into good fortune, so it is not possible to kill him now. Other people didn't understand, but Lu Chuan, who was familiar with the plot, understood very well that being the protagonist was not that easy to be killed. The mysterious supreme treasure in Chu Fan's hand alone was difficult enough to definitely turn Chu Fan's misfortune into good fortune. Lu Chen's words caused Yunshi to frown. She didn't believe that a mere mole in the Zunshi realm could block one of her slashes without dying. However, since Lu Chen opened his mouth, Yunshi did not pursue the matter. Why did you betray the 9 princesses? At the same time, when the 9th princess was killed by Cheng Huarong, those loyal to the 9th princess subordinates' eyes widened in anger, and they let out roars of grief and rage. But their voices soon came to a screeching halt, struck down by other generals and powerhouses who had secretly betrayed them long ago. With the intelligence capabilities of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, coupled with the information obtained from the hands of the Supervisory Heavenly Division Secretary Zhang, It was able to easily formulate various targeted plots to secretly force the subordinates of the royal sons and daughters and princes of the various parties to submit. It could be said that more than half of the men of these royal sons and daughters and princes were Lu Chen's men. You guys poof. The 11th prince and the king of Jin were also shocked and just wanted to say something, but they were also all killed by the strong men around them who stormed out and hacked them to death. Such a turn of events was too sudden. It was only a few short breaths of time, and the 9th princess and the 11th prince and King Jin were all killed. Those men who are die-hard loyalists are not immune to death. Not, you guys? The Great Cloud Dynasty's Wushan waiter, as well as the Songhai Dynasty Xianmei Legion's powerhouses were all dumbfounded, their heads buzzing from this sudden change of events. They had come to assist the 9th princess and the 11th prince in their fight for the throne, and as a result, the 9th princess and the 11th prince had all hiccuped, which left them all confused. But soon enough, chills ran down their spines and cold sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. With the 100,000 dragon cavalry as their leader, numerous armies and strongmen surrounded them and attacked. Those large armies that were originally loyal to the 9th princess and the 11th prince and king of Jin also turned their guns around and turned against them on the spot. Stop! I'm from the Great Cloud Dynasty, not the Great Zhou Dynasty. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. You will incur the wrath of the Songhai Dynasty if you dare to kill our Xianmei Legion. Now stop, there is something to talk about. In fact, we are not enemies. I am the Marquis of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Let me go. The faces of Wushan Ho and the Xianxian Underworld Legion's powerhouses turned green as they let out loud cries and attempted to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the only thing that responded to them was a relentless attack. So far in the great battle, the Wushan candidate and the Xianxian Underworld Legion had also suffered heavy losses, and coupled with their small numbers, their downfall had already been predetermined. No. Seeing that all of these royal clansmen with the strongest underpinnings of strength had been killed, the purple-robed old man and the other Zangrenfu and Dragon Protector Guards powerhouses all went black and almost fainted. With just this battle, the entire Great Zhou imperial family had suffered too much loss of energy. What made them most trembling and terrified was that there were actually so many generals and ministers and officials who had secretly defected to the Jinbei royal house. So much so that Lu Dust now directly had millions of troops. No one had expected that the Jinbei royal house actually had such a horrifying means, and had been hidden until now, waiting until the royal clansmen of all parties had killed each other and were defeated, then directly sweeping across the entire field, eliminating all of the second prince and the others in one fell swoop. What a vicious tactic. Soon, all of the Wushan candidate and the Xianxian Underworld Legion were killed, and over 1 million troops surrounded the royal capital. The cloud ship slowly landed, and surrounded by the dragon cavalry and many top experts, Lu Dust stepped into the air, stepping into the royal capital step by step. Ding! The host has completed the proposal. Receive a reward, the position of Emperor of Man, on par with the heavens, and sheltered by the human race's chi. When Lu Dust led his troops into the royal capital, a system beep sounded in his head. Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar came from heaven and earth. Endless chaotic gas churned above the dome of the sky. Brilliant golden light blossomed, and Hongmeng purple chi came from the east, layered on top of each other and transformed into a mountain of clouds and a sea of clouds. Endless golden light lit up. All kinds of visions appeared, and in a trance, there were even shadows of gods and devils emerging from the heavens, standing between heaven and earth, paying homage to Lu Dust from afar. Anon, in the underworld, the great Chi-Luck of the human race descended, transforming into a heavenly golden dragon of Chi-Luck that circled around Lu Chen before it disappeared into his body. At this moment, Lu Chen established some sort of indissoluble connection with the entire human race's Chi. His full head of black hair fluttered with the wind. His slender and upright body was instantly magnificent, like a god descending into the world. His eyes were incomparably deep, and in a trance it seemed like the sun, moon, and stars were surrounding him, making everyone's souls tremble, and a submissive intent could not help but be born in the depths of their souls and blood veins. It was as if Lu Chuan was the master of heaven and earth, with a majestic aura, looking down on the world and subjugating all spirits. At this moment, Lu Chen possessed an endless majesty that suffocated everyone, regardless of where they were. All of the human race had their hearts shaken and raised their heads in bewilderment, as if some kind of great event had happened in the underworld. Swish! In the distant and endless otherworld, among the ancient sects of all parties, a deep and horrible eye light lit up, and many old monsters who were sleeping were awakened, raising their heads in a sudden manner, keenly aware of a trace of abnormality. This is the human race's chi? Why did the human race's chi change? Bad. The sky is chaotic. Everything is unmeasurable. This is a foreign number. Numerous old monsters are suspicious, but can only vaguely sense that the human race's chi has changed, in addition to what cannot detect, and cannot be deduced. Chapter 82, The Name of the Country. Da Xia. There was no change in Lu Chen's cultivation level. It was still at the 7th level of the Dao transformation realm. But even the Saint realm cultivation of Yunshi, when facing Lu Chuan, his heart still throbbed, and a sense of submissiveness arose without reason, as if he was facing a deity. Whether it was the people on Lu Chen's side or the people on the Great Zhou imperial family's side, all of them were shocked by this shocking vision at this moment, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Even Guruwashi's eyes widened as she subconsciously opened her heavenly eyes. She saw it. Originally, Lu Chen's destiny is ordinary, and there is no fortune or heavenly destiny in his body, so he is not destined for the throne. But at this moment, Lu Chen is surrounded by a vast and majestic qi, and his destiny has completely changed. Incomparably honorable, with a blazing golden light, just like the legendary descent of the purple micro-emperor star. The heavenly Tao bestows blessings. There are thousands of visions, and the gods and devils of the heavens have come to congratulate. This is an auspicious omen, and heaven's destiny has been fulfilled. Congratulations to the emperor on his ascension to the throne. Hurrah, 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 hurrah. Zhao Feiyang was the first to react. He was the most resourceful, kneeling down on the spot towards Lu Dust, running his entire body's spiritual energy, and letting out a respectful and fervent shout, his voice spreading throughout the entire royal capital. Congratulations to the emperor on his ascension to the throne. Hurrah, 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 hurrah. After Zhao Feiyang shouted at the top of his voice, the rest of the ministers and generals and the many warriors also reacted and knelt down towards Lu Dust, with frenzied looks on their faces, shouting in unison. More than 1 million troops knelt down in unison, and the cries shook the heavens and earth, scattering the clouds in all directions. The scene was incomparably shocking. Looking at the magnificent figure in mid-air that was like a god descending into the world, Lu Fengyun and Song Xuan, Yi Wenchuan and the others' bodies were all trembling slightly with excitement, and their faces were filled with smiles. Well, little brother has finally grown up. Lu Jianyun wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Only the hearts of the people from the sovereign house and the dragon protector guard were frightened, only feeling a chill surging up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and their hearts were trembling. Such a shocking vision. More than 1 million army's submission. Could Lu Duan really be the destiny of heaven? The great Zhou dynasty. In danger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This river and mountain belongs to my great Zhou dynasty, and you and other disorganized officials are not justified by heaven, and should be executed. The purple-robed old man couldn't hold back any longer and stepped into the air, his head full of white hair falling down. A powerful and terrifying aura erupted from him like a majestic lion. He was actually at the peak of the 9th level of the June realm cultivation. Not only that, the purple-robed old man's large hand opened and a crystal-clear jade token emerged, which he urged with all his might. Boom! In the next moment, the entire king's capital trembled, and deep within the pale earth, the power of the dragon vein was mobilized. An endless golden light lit up in the heavens and earth, transforming into strand after strand of dragon chi, coalescing into one golden dragon after another, incomparably surging and circling around the purple-robed old man, with the many dragon chi entering his body. The purple-robed old man's cultivation, which was already powerful enough, actually skyrocketed, directly stepping into the half-saint realm, and it was still rising, infinitely close to the saint realm. He was clearly mobilizing the dragon vein and dragon chi, and even the power of the entire great Zhou dynasty's national fortune to add to himself. The entire Zhongrenfu was a member of the imperial family, and as the highest leader of the Zhongrenfu, his status was actually not much lower than that of the emperor, and the purple-robed old man naturally had the qualifications and ability to take charge of the dragon vein and dragon energy, as well as the national fortune of the entire great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, the purple-robed old man was extremely terrifying, and even Yunshi felt a not-so-small sense of crisis. The originally ecstatic Lu Jianyun and Zhao Feiyang were shocked as their hearts thumped. The purple-robed old man in this state was too strong. I'm afraid that even if millions of troops swarmed around him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. This is beyond the limits of what man can arrive at. Who gave you permission to use my dragon vein and dragon chi? Just then, a majestic voice rang out, like thunder rolling. Lu Chen held the jade seal of transmission in his hand. His eyes were deep and indifferent, and strand after strand of dragon chi surrounded him, setting him off as if he were an emperor of the world, with a great majesty and grandeur between his hands and feet. Boom! As Lu Chuan's voice fell, all the dragon chi surrounding the purple-robed old man suddenly dissipated, and then converged madly towards Lu Chuan. Even the dragon vein power mobilized by the purple-robed old man severed its connection with him and rushed towards Lu Chen instead. As a human emperor, coupled with the fact that the great Zhou emperor's skill had been cultivated to the state of perfection, and with the jade seal of transmission in his hand, The dragon vein and dragon chi in the purple-robed old man's hand were directly out of his control, and submitted to Lu Chen. The purple-robed old man's cultivation, which was originally infinitely close to the Saint realm, instantly fell, returning to the peak of the 9th level of the June realm. How is this possible? The purple-robed old man's eyes almost fell out in disbelief. There were a total of 2 pieces of strange stones nurtured by the dragon vein, one of which was refined into the jade seal of the state, and the other into the Zong Renfu Zong token in his hand, both of which were capable of harnessing the dragon vein and dragon chi. What even the members of the royal family didn't know was that the Zong token had a stronger hold on the dragon vein and dragon chi than the jade seal of transmission. Moreover, the cultivation level of the purple-robed old man was as high as the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, and Lu Duan was only at the 7th level of the mere harmonized Dao realm. With such a huge gap in strength, how could Lu Chen snatch the control of the dragon vein and dragon chi from the purple-robed old man? The purple-robed old man never dreamed of this result, and his Dao heart nearly collapsed. Effective immediately, the Great Zhou dynasty is overthrown, and there is no more Great Zhou in the world. I will unify the country and create a flourishing dynasty. With the name of the country to Xia, golden light erupted between Lu Dust's fingers and palms, directly crushing the jade seal of transmission. His hands raised high, and one after another huge golden divine dragons surrounded him. His majestic and grandiose voice, empowered by the dragon's chi, was like heavenly thunder rolling across the entire royal capital, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. A certain great fortune descended and fell upon Lu Jianyun and Lu Beixian. Even in the Middle-earth domain, which was far away from an endless distance, 2 women suddenly had their bodies shaken, only to feel that there seemed to be some kind of supreme greatness imposed on them in the underworld. Congratulations, Your Majesty, to the Daxia dynasty, for 1,000 years of prosperity. May the great summer's fortunes prosper, and the 4 seas be shaken with might, and the world be united. Your Majesty's brilliance and martial prowess in pioneering the Great Xia. This is a blessing for all the people. Great Xia rises to power and shakes the world. We pledge our loyalty. The ministers and officials, as well as the more than 1 million generals and soldiers, were all thrilled, once again kneeling down on the ground, showing fervor and exhilaration, and shouting loudly, their voices shaking the world. The mandate of heaven is in place, and all the people are subject to it. Chapter 83. Boom! Lu Chuan pointed out with a single finger, and a golden divine dragon encircling around him let out a long roar as it descended from the sky, blasting at all of the patriarch's house and the dragon protector guards. This was the power of the dragon vein and dragon energy, the greatness of heaven and earth, not human power. No, although the purple-robed old man and the others tried their best to resist, it was of no help at all. Amidst their cries of unwillingness and fear, everyone from the patriarchal house and the dragon guard were blown away, and the pale earth roared and trembled in response. At the same time, under the arrangement of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, in various places of the Great Zhou dynasty, all the Great Zhou royal sons and daughters and princes related to the Great Zhou dynasty were all killed, and all the remnants of the Great Zhou dynasty were cleared. Thus, the entire Great Zhou dynasty came to an end, opening a chapter belonging to the Great Xia dynasty. Lu Dust stepped by step into the palace, sitting on top of the dragon chair, below the group of ministers and officials kneeling. In the distance there are millions of troops surrounded. Lu Chuan waved his hand, and the endless golden light around him dispersed, and the power of the dragon chi and the dragon vein dissipated, settling down again. The kind of great majesty and grandeur on Lu Chen's body also dispersed, only that there was an additional invisible majesty on his body, which still shook the heart and soul. Lu Chen looked calm and indifferent on the surface, but in reality, his heart was secretly so happy that he could not wait to laugh to the sky. Enthronement, cool. Ministers, today I ascend to the throne as the emperor and establish the Great Xia dynasty. The loyalty and bravery of the ministers cannot be faulted. Today I grant you all high rank and salary. I wish that you all will continue to guard the people for the stability and prosperity of Daxia, and that I and you will be of one heart and one mind to create a brilliant future together. Lu Chen looked down at the group of ministers and officials below and said in a deep voice, i.e. Guru Washi, with immediate effect, I will appoint you as the state master of the Great Xia and the head of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Your Majesty's favor is like the vast river. I am grateful. I wish to bow and die for the Great Xia. Even with Guru Washi's calm and collected mindset, she couldn't help but get excited at this moment, immediately kneeling down towards Lu Dust with a respectful tone. There were quite a few Dao Heavenly Sect executives in the Golden Palace, and naturally, they didn't dare to have an opinion at this moment, so they hurriedly opened their mouths to congratulate them. Sister Xuan, Aiching, you are honored to be my teacher, and over the years, you have taught me with great care, as if the spring breeze turns to rain, nourishing my heart, and you are hereby appointed as the imperial teacher. Lu Chuan coughed lightly, and his gaze fell on Song Xuan, winking at her without any trace. Song Xuan immediately turned slightly red in her old face, and was really a bit ashamed of herself. After all, she had come to the Jinbei King's residence for 5 years and had taught Lu Chen nothing. At most, she had taken care of Lu Chen's living, so how could she be qualified to be named an imperial master? Your Majesty, well, there's no need for the secretary to say more. I've made up my mind. Song Xuan was just about to say something when Lu Chen waved his hand and directly interrupted her. Iron Face, dear secretary, you have faithfully escorted me for many years, born and died for the Jinbei royal house, and fought against the foreigners for many years, but you are willing to hide behind the curtain and labor for a good cause. I appoint you as the great general of the protectorate, granting you the title of king, and the title of Iron Face King. The fiefdom is Pingyuan Prefecture. Lu Chen looked towards Iron Face with a smile on his face as he slowly spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Iron Face was in an agitated mood, and his gaze toward Lu Dust became more and more fervent and reverent. Pingyuan Prefecture was fought down by him and the king of Jinbei back then, and it was also Iron Face's hometown, and it was the best arrangement for Lu Duan to bestow Pingyuan Prefecture to him as a fiefdom. Qing Huarong Iching is deeply aware of the righteousness. Resolutely returned to me, in the king of the capital of the battle in one fell swoop to set the world right. Loyalty and courage are unparalleled. I appoint you as a Longqing candidate, the fiefdom of the Cloud State. Lu Chen looked at Cheng Huarong again. Although Cheng Huarong was forced to submit, he had ultimately made some achievements. Plus Lu Chen had also promised him, so he was granted a marquisate. Anyway, Qing Huarong and his entire family's lives were under Lu Chuan's control, and it was impossible to betray them. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Qing Huarong was thrilled and bowed in thanks. Secretary Su Yang, you have escorted me through many crises and have labored hard. I will appoint you as the captain of the king's city. Dragon Warrior Love. Lu Chuan opened his mouth one after another and gave all these founding ministers titles, not skimping at all. And those generals and martial arts experts who secretly submitted to Lu Chuan were also given additional titles and rich rewards. For a while, the sound of kowtowing and thanksgiving rose and fell in the Golden Palace, and everyone's face was filled with smiles and exhilaration. This wave made a lot of money. Even Zhao Fei Yang was given an official position by Lu Dust, and by the way, the 7-star Chamber of Commerce, which was originally subordinate to the royal family of the Great Zhou, was seized and given to Zhao Fei Yang, which also fulfilled the promise made to him at the beginning. This made Zhao Fei Yang so excited that his mouth was grinning, and he became more and more grateful to Lu Chen. With Lu Chen as his backer and the 7-star Chamber of Commerce in hand, he was confident that he could realize his long-cherished wish of many years, confront the Moon by Moon Chamber of Commerce of the Sunhai dynasty, and trample under his feet the enemy who had chased him in the first place. After he was conferred with the title, Lu Dust dealt with many dynastic affairs, focusing on dispatching soldiers and generals, redistributing troops, garrisoning the 12 state lands, and all kinds of big and small affairs after the change of dynasty. Well, today's court meeting ends here. Retreat from the court. Lu Chen waved his hand and told the group of ministers and officials to retire, leaving behind only a few of his beloved henchmen such as Song Xuan and Guru Washi. Being an emperor is kinda exhausting. Lu Chuan stretched and yawned. On the first day of his ascension to the throne, there were quite a few matters to deal with, causing Lu Chen to feel a bit tired. Sister Xuan, Gu Aiqing, Little Shuer. Lu Chen lightly coughed and looked towards the 3 women, Song Xuan and Guru Washi and Yun Shanhua. Song Xuan's 3 girls understood and immediately walked forward, pinching Lu Chen's shoulders and moving his body. Phew, that's what I should have done. Lu Chen made Song Xuan sit on the dragon chair and lay directly on her big, plump, soft legs, a smile on his face. Lu Jianyun couldn't help but shake her head and smile, seeing her own cynical little brother eventually grow up to become a generation of Gaisher emperors. Her heart was quite gratified and happy. Yu Wenchuan on the side was even more sighing. The more he looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied he became, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Originally, the Netherworld sect only wanted to invest in the Jinbei king and reach certain agreements with Liu Beixian before allowing Yi Qingling to marry Lu Chen. The Misty sect had all prepared for the worst. After all, the Lu Chuan at that time was just a waste of a son of the world, infamous for being nothing more than a waste of a son of the world. Who would have thought that in just a little more than 2 months, Lu Chen had directly transformed from a wasteful son of the world into a generation of founding emperors. The ethereal sect had earned hemp this time. Momochi, tell us the latest information. Lu Dust suddenly opened his mouth. Only then did Bai Zhao's figure walk out of the Golden Palace's side hall with a respectful and fervent look on his face. Lu Dust didn't intend to let the heavenly pavilion appear in the open. This organization was more suitable to walk in the darkness and do some unseen things for Lu Dust. Bai Zhao respectfully reported. Your Majesty, under the leadership of the Jinbei King and the Supreme Emperor, the floating iron cavalry and the border guards repelled the alien army and drove them back into the depths of the Great Wasteland. After the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion conveyed the news of His Majesty's great victory to the Taishang Emperor, who has killed Lu Zhoumu and the other remaining Great Zhou criminals and suppressed the former state master Gu Qingyun, the Taishang Emperor has come to the royal capital, and is expected to arrive in a day's time. After Liu Beixian broke through the half-saint cultivation level, he naturally rushed at a speed of 1,000 miles a day. As for the former state master Gu Qingyun, he was also commanded by Lu Chen to be captured alive. Gu Qingyun had killed Gu Ruoshi's father and designed to frame Gu Ruoshi so that she would be forced to rebel against the Dao Heavenly Sect. Such blood and sea vengeance. Naturally, it would be better for Gu Ruoshi to take revenge with her own hands. Chapter 84, The Three Great Dynasties Attack. The Great Cloud Dynasty and the White Phoenix Kingdom and the Songhai Dynasty did not just send troops to assist the former 9th Princess and the 7th and 11th Princes. They also each sent hundreds of thousands of troops to occupy the four states of Changyang State, Zhuo State, Xining State, and Nanyuan State respectively, which was a promise made by the former 9th Princess, the 7th Prince, and the 11th Prince, in exchange for the three great kingdoms to send their troops to assist them. These three great royal dynasties have not only occupied the land of the four states, but they are also increasing their troops, because the great armies and strong men they sent were all destroyed by His Majesty, and the three great royal dynasties hold a grudge in their hearts, and have secretly joined forces, preparing to take advantage of the unstable situation at the beginning of the establishment of the Daxia dynasty to take advantage of the situation and make trouble. The Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, in conjunction with the Luo Net, has all but purged the Great Zhou of all remaining members of the royal family, as well as officials and family forces that were die-hard loyalists to the former dynasty. Bai Xiao spoke in a respectful tone and quickly reported the latest intelligence progress. Great Cloud Dynasty, White Phoenix Kingdom, Songhai Dynasty. I haven't found you guys trouble yet. But you guys want to come and extort me for a sum of money? When Lu Chen heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. This was completely expected by Lu Chuan. Lu Chen killed the royal family of the Great Zhou, overthrew the Great Zhou, and started the Great Xia dynasty. In the view of the three great royal dynasties, although Great Xia had replaced Great Zhou, the number of powerful people and great armies belonging to Great Xia were far inferior to that of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it was the time when the power of the nation was at its lowest. Moreover, with the change of the old and new regimes, the territory of the Grand Xia dynasty was definitely in turmoil, and it was the weakest time, needing time and energy to integrate, and it was most suitable for the three great royal dynasties to take advantage of the fire. That's a pretty reasonable presumption. Unfortunately, they hadn't even thought about the fact that Lu Chen simply couldn't use common sense to speculate. Lu Dus led all parties of the army as the Bright Patrol Heaven Pavilion and Luo Net in the Dark has long been swept across the entire Great Zhou dynasty, clear out all the remnants of the former dynasty, the first time to support their own people to the throne, take over the management, even if the Great Xia dynasty is only just created, but also as stable as Mount Taishan. There is no such thing as a volatile situation. Moreover, Lu Dust had secretly recruited numerous expert powerhouses, and there was no shortage of top-notch combatants at all. As for the large army, the Faustus Iron Cavalry and the Dragon Cavalry, either of them were enough to intimidate the world. The current Dixia dynasty was actually a few points stronger than the Dezhou dynasty as a whole. Not to mention that Lu Chuan still had the nuclear bomb of Yunshi in his hands. Lu Dust a little thought, commanded, Guiqing, you for me to pass a holy decree. Let Cheng Huarong troops divided into two roads. Send troops Changyang State and Zhuozhou. Directly kill. Not right, to a first courtesy after the army it, before hands-on ask them to surrender or not. But where they say a word of no, directly open to kill. Leave the remaining two states to the Dragon Warriors and Dragon Cavalry. The strength of the 200,000 or so troops under Cheng Huarong was no weaker than the floating Iron Cavalry, and there were few lifespans, so there was no way for Lu Dust to save them, but to let them go into battle more often to kill the enemy and make their mark, and then give out more rewards to their families. As you wish. Gu Ruoshi nodded, her face a little odd. The three great royal dynasties had sent hundreds of thousands of troops into each of the four states, and Lu Duan had only sent 100,000 troops to each state. So how could the three great royal dynasties surrender with a single word? Obviously, Lu Chen had no intention of letting the armies of the three great kingdoms return alive. In Changyang Prefecture, the wolves are rolling in smoke. A full 300,000 troops broke through the border defenses and quickly killed their way into the Changyang Prefecture, fully occupying it. Not only did they frantically loot the money and treasures of the people within Changyang State and transport them back to the Daiyun dynasty, but they also set up defenses on three sides of the border between Changyang State and the other states, cutting off all the attack routes of the Daxia dynasty. Yihong City is the main line of defense, with a garrison of 150,000 troops standing by. A great general wearing armor and a beard with a rugged face stood on Yihong City looking down on the land below. His name was Pu Xing'an, and he was a renowned fierce general of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The military division is still too cautious. Daxia has just been established. The regime is unstable. Liu Beixian is still in the northern frontier and hasn't come back. It is the time when the Daxia dynasty is at its weakest. I don't believe that Liu Duan's little child still dares to be an enemy of my three great kingdoms. He would never dare to take the initiative to attack. Pu Xing'an stroked his beard and laughed. In my opinion, there is no need to heavily guard this place. We should converge with the White Phoenix Kingdom and the Songhai dynasty, and take advantage of the fact that Liu Beixian has not yet returned to the king's capital from the northern border with his floating iron riders, and our three major kingdoms will directly send an army to the capital of Daxia, and make that Liu Dust child bow his head in submission. Daring to kill hundreds of thousands of troops from our three great kingdoms' dynasties, it is designated that he won't have any good fruit to eat. The Great Zhou was destroyed, and the Great Xia was newly emerged, the most weak at the time of the change of regime. It is precisely the time for these neighboring dynasties to take advantage of the fire. Not to mention that Liu Dust had also destroyed hundreds of thousands of troops from their three great kingdoms and killed the generals and martial arts experts sent by the three great kingdoms, which was a real blood feud. The three great royal dynasties had just the right reason to jointly besiege the Great Xia dynasty. Beside Pu Xing'an was a middle-aged man in a white shirt named Du Haobo, with extraordinary intelligence, a very famous military advisor staff in the Great Cloud dynasty. Du Haobo shook his head and said, "General must not belittle the Liu family. The Great Zhou dynasty is a strong nation. Even if the Great Zhou royal family fought each other internally to the point of losing, they still possessed terrifying strength, but they were still destroyed by the Liu family. And this is still in the absence of Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry, which is a clear indication of the astonishing strength of the Liu family's means. I've heard that the Liu family is married to the ethereal sect, so there must be the ethereal sect behind them. That Liu Chen has been carrying the name of the Waste Sun for over a decade, but recently he has shown his overwhelming sharpness, and in the end, he even overthrew the Great Zhou in one fell swoop and created the Great Xia. This person is definitely not simple. To be able to hold back for many years, Liu Chen is by no means a reckless and impulsive person. Since he dared to exterminate hundreds of thousands of our three great king dynasties' armies, he must have already prepared himself to be an enemy of the three great king dynasties. This means that Liu Chen still has powerful undercard powers in his hands that are not known to the world, so he has to be on guard. It's always right to be cautious. It's not appropriate for us to take the initiative to provoke the Grand Xia dynasty right now. We should station ourselves in Changyang Prefecture and see how the Grand Xia dynasty reacts before we make our next plan. Changyang Prefecture is located on the border, neighboring our Great Cloud dynasty, so as long as we hold this line of defense, Great Xia can't do anything about us. Du Haobo analyzed them one by one and said what he thought. Pu Xing'an sniffed, but he was unimpressed. Even if the Great Xia dynasty is strong, can it still pick three at once? The military master is still too cautious and too high on that Liu Chen and the Liu family. In his opinion, the Great Zhou royal family and the forces loyal to the royal family had all been exterminated by Liu Chen, and the Great Xia dynasty was at least more than half as weak compared to the Great Zhou dynasty. Although Liu Beixian was strong, in the end, he was only one person. As long as Liu Beixian dared to go on the expedition himself, no matter which dynasty he attacked, the other dynasties would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the Great Xia royal capital. Without Liu Beixian and the floating iron riders, the Great Xia dynasty was simply not enough to fear. What could the Great Xia dynasty take to fight their three great kingdoms? Du Haobo was unmoved and said calmly, "General, don't be in a hurry. It's better to listen to what I have to say." Between the two conversations, suddenly the ground trembled lightly, the dust and smoke rolled in front of them, and a large army quickly came running. Pu Xing'an and Du Haobo all widened their eyes and got up in a hurry. Chapter 85 Attacking Changyang Prefecture. His lordship, does this Liu Duan child really dare to send troops to attack? Pu Xing'an stared at the densely packed army in front of him, his face filled with incredulity. Our three great royal dynasties haven't even looked for trouble from him yet. How did he dare to take the initiative to attack? How did he dare? Du Haobo narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression was grave. Facing the threat of the three great royal dynasties, Liu Chen actually chose to take the initiative. This likely meant that the underhanded means in Liu Chen's hand were terrifying enough to be completely fearless of the threat of the three great royal dynasties. This made Du Haobo keenly aware that something was wrong, and the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he felt. A normal person who had just established a new dynasty, with internal and external turmoil and a weak state, facing the threat of the three great royal dynasties, would definitely find a way to negotiate for peace, delaying time to develop and calm down the situation of the dynasty. However, Lu Dust was the one who chose to strike with thunder. As long as Lu Dust is not a cutie, recklessness means there's fraud involved. It's not right. 9 out of 10 has to be wrong. Well. 100,000 troops in a district dare to come to fight Chanyang Prefecture. Looking down on lousy, right? Pu Xing'an, however, didn't think about it that much. After he saw the number of soldiers and horses Qing Huarong had brought, he was instead exasperated and laughed. How to say that he is also a famous and fierce general, and also occupies the terrain advantage, but also with 300,000 troops. The Daxia dynasty sent 100,000 soldiers and horses, and then dared to come to attack his defense of Chanyang Prefecture? Soon, Qing Huarong came to Yihong City with an army of 100,000 men and confronted the defending Pu Xing'an side from afar. Chang Huarong's chi was in his dantian, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the incoming general Pu Xing'an of the Great Cloud Dynasty?" Pu Xing'an sneered and said, "This is the territory of my Great Cloud Dynasty, and you are the one who came here." Qing Huarong didn't bother to argue with him about this and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty entrusted me to deliver a message to you." "Oh, then what does little Lu Duan want to say?" Pu Xing'an came to be a little interested. "Can it be that the Great Xia dynasty wants to beg for peace?" Qing Huarong cleared his throat. His voice was like thunder, and he bellowed, "Pu Xing'an, I'll day you immortal. Give a quick word. Surrender or not." At these words, the four fields were dead silent and instantly quieted down. Uing. Pu Xing'an froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. "Lu Chuan Jr., how dare you insult me? I'll kill you all." Pu Xing'an was hot-tempered and pulled out his 3-meter-long machete on the spot, and immediately wanted to go down to the city to go to war and hack Qing Huarong to death. Beware of deception. Du Haobo frowned and immediately pulled Pu Xing'an and said in a deep voice, "This is their method of provocation. Intentionally so, wanting the general to take the initiative and lose the city's defense and terrain advantage. Don't fall for it. So what? Old me has 150,000 troops here, and there are other 150,000 troops that can support us at any time. So am I still afraid of him?" Pu Xing'an was not afraid in the slightest, simply not believing that Qing Huarong's area of 100,000 troops could still be stronger than him. Du Haobo advised, "This man Lu Qin is mysterious and unpredictable. We should be cautious before we understand his underlying means." Just as they were arguing, Qing Huarong waved his hand. "Since the enemy won't surrender, kill without mercy. Kill." With Qing Huarong's order, the 100,000 troops shouted in unison. Their voices were like thunder rolling and shaking the 8 directions, and a terrifying battle aura rose up to the sky. At the same time, a sturdy and tall figure appeared out of thin air, wearing a black iron mask, with a cloak behind him hunting in the wind. It's none other than Iron Mask. He gripped a silver-colored battle sword, and the terrifying power of the 9th level of the June realm erupted unreservedly, pouring into it as he suddenly drew his sword, clanging. As the crisp knife sound resounded through the heavens and earth, the silver blade blossomed, cutting out a heavenly blade that was thousands of feet long, like a silver pike across the sky that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Yihong City. With Iron Face's 9th level of June realm cultivation, the might of this saint-ranked battle sword was simply unimaginable at this moment when it was fully activated. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound echoed. The vast earth was roaring and trembling, and the large Yihong City wall was directly split in half by Iron Face's sword, appearing a large crack thousands of feet long, spreading all the way to the city, and the surrounding patches of houses and buildings collapsed with it. The power of a blade was as terrifying as it was. On the city wall, thousands of Great Cloud Dynasty generals and soldiers were affected on the spot, their bodies exploding and their forms and gods were destroyed. At the critical moment, Pu Xing'an pulled Du Haobo and escaped frantically towards one side, which barely avoided this knife of Iron Face and did not die on the spot. Even so, the two were affected by the violent and terrifying blade chi waves. Their bodies flew out horizontally and smashed on the city wall, with a lot of bones broken all over their bodies, coughing up blood in large mouths. Cough. Ahem. Damn. Could it be Liu Beixian coming? Pu Xing'an covered his chest and sprayed out a few mouthfuls of blood with one mouth. His eyes were full of shock, like seeing a ghost. Such a terrifying attack might only be possible from that mighty Jinbei king. Du Haobo is also white, his body are slightly trembling, walked from the ghost gate, spine chills. The power of that blade just now was so strong that it had almost surpassed the limits of the June realm and was unheard of. It's too scary. Iron Face broke through Yihong City's defenses with a single slash and disappeared in a flash without continuing to strike. It's enough to just hand it over to Qing Huarong next. Kill. Qing Huarong raised his arm, held a war spear, and personally led an army of 100,000 to kill Yihong City. Yihong City's defense line was broken. The 150,000 000 troops were all scared by Iron Face's shocking slash just now, and their morale was all gone, and their fighting strength plummeted. All of you, brace yourself. Anyone who retreats, behead. Formation. Pu Xingyan roared, hardened himself against the injuries on his body, and carrying a 3-meter-long greatsword, he immediately organized his troops for confrontation and killed Qing Huarong. Du Haobo, on the other hand, quickly took out his summoning token and prepared to call for support from the 150,000 troops on the other two defense lines in Chanyang Prefecture. Just then, Du Haobo's body stiffened violently, not daring to move. A silver-colored battle knife appeared out of thin air and rested against his neck. I've heard that military counselor Du has unparalleled intelligence and talent. It would be a shame to stay in the Great Cloud Dynasty. My Majesty has always loved talent and is willing to give the military counselor a chance to live. Iron Face appeared in front of Du Haobo like a ghost, his voice calm. Du Haobo's body stiffened and his expression changed for a while, but in the end, he let out a bitter smile and closed his eyes. I'm grateful for the Great Summer Emperor's love. But Mr. Du was born a member of the Great Cloud Dynasty and died a ghost of the Great Cloud Dynasty. So I'm sorry that Mr. Du cannot serve the two lords. From the moment Iron Face cut out that shocking slash, Du Haobo understood that they had lost this battle. I'm afraid that the power held by the Great Xia Dynasty was far stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 86, Recovering Lost Ground. As far as I know, the military counselor is not a foolishly loyal person, and should understand that a good bird chooses a tree of water, and a wise minister chooses a master to serve. Iron Face said. The military master is worried that he will defect from the Grand Xia and thus implicate his family members and friends in the Great Cloud Dynasty, right? Du Haobo didn't say anything, acquiescing to Iron Face's words. The Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty was not a person with a big heart. Once he dared to surrender to the Grand Xia Dynasty, what awaited his family and friends would surely be a bloodbath. Iron Face suddenly put away his battle sword and said indifferently, My Emperor has long predicted that your family and friends have now been robbed out of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and will be escorted to the capital of the Great Summer tonight. Of course, military counselor Du can also choose to die rather than give in, and my Emperor will send your entire family on their way together. Iron Face's words caused Du Haobo's body to tremble as he jerked his eyes open. Is that true? Du Haobo's eyes widened a few points, breathing heavily, somewhat unable to believe his ears. This Daxia Emperor had just ascended the throne, but he had already secretly investigated his intelligence information and kidnapped his family and friends in advance? Doesn't this mean that Lu Chen had already anticipated that the Great Cloud Dynasty would send troops before he even plotted against them? So, Lu Chen has actually long been prepared to deal with the Great Cloud Dynasty? If Iron Face hadn't lied to him, this Great Xia Emperor, I'm afraid, was far more terrifying than he had expected. The more Du Haobo thought about it, the more alarmed he felt, only to feel a cold air surging from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Iron Face said faintly, whether it's true or not, the military counselor will know if he goes with me to the capital of Daxia tonight, and it won't be too late for the military counselor to make a decision at that time. Du Haobo's hanging heart finally died when he heard this. Iron Mask was so confident, which meant he wasn't lying at all, and it was impossible for the Daxia Emperor to target him alone, and he was afraid that the other generals of the Dayun dynasty had already been investigated by him and had formulated various plans to target them. Even the White Phoenix Kingdom and the Songhai dynasty were mostly the same. The deeper Du Haobo thought, the more he felt emboldened. It wasn't wrong for such a mysterious and terrifying emperor to be planted in the hands of the other party. Du Haobo is not a foolhardy person. If Lu Chen could really guarantee the safety of his family and friends, submitting to Lu Chen would be a good choice. With this in mind, Du Haobo looked toward Pu Xingyan, who was caught in a bitter battle, and said in a low voice, General Pu's bravery is unparalleled, and although he was defeated in this battle, he can also be used, so why don't you let him live, so that he can serve for the Daxia dynasty? Iron Face shook his head. My emperor said that the Great Xia dynasty doesn't need reckless people without brains. Du Haobo opened his mouth, but in the end, he just let out a bitter smile and had nothing to say. Although Pu Xingyan was powerful and brave in battle, he was headstrong and overjoyed, and was indeed a reckless man. That was why the emperor of the Great Cloud dynasty had sent the cautious Du Haobo to assist Pu Xingyan. Unfortunately, the emperor of the Dayun dynasty had underestimated the strength of the Daxia dynasty after all. Under Du Haobo's complicated gaze, Pu Xingyan's side was soon completely defeated. The 100,000 strong army under Qing Huarong was already stronger than Pu Xingyan's army. In addition, Pu Xingyan's side was shocked by Iron Face's shocking slash. His heart was fearful, his morale was all gone, and his fighting strength was even reduced by a large margin. As soon as the two sides engaged in battle, Pu Xingyan's side lost ground. Although Pu Xingyan had a monarch realm cultivation and ferocious battle power, Lu Chen had also sent monarch realm powerhouses to assist Qing Huarong. firmly suppressing Pu Xing'an. Both sides fought for 300 rounds, and finally Pu Xing'an was lynched with a knife. Qing Huarong immediately split his troops into two and killed the defense lines in the other two directions of Chanyang Prefecture. Although those two defenses each had 75,000 troops, the end was already doomed, and it was impossible to be a match for Qing Huarong. The same is true for the three states of Zhua, Xining, and Nanyuan. Another fierce general of the Grand Xia dynasty leads an army of 100,000 soldiers to Zhuozhou, and Lu Chen assigned Su Yang and several other Jun realm experts to follow him secretly. Although Zhuozhou had also set up defenses and had a full 350,000 troops, they were quickly beaten back in front of the 100,000 troops whose strength was comparable to that of the floating iron cavalry. Stop it! I surrender! You dared to kill my White Phoenix Kingdom's 350,000 troops. This is a blood feud that won't end in death and will surely be retaliated against by the White Phoenix Kingdom. Quickly stop! Our White Phoenix Kingdom and the Great Xia dynasty are not mortal enemies. Why do you have to kill everyone? No. Soon, the White Phoenix country's side of the army was defeated, and its generals let out bursts of roars of astonishment and resignation, which eventually turned into despair and fear and came to an abrupt end. Su Yang and the others had captured a few generals with decent abilities according to the information from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. The rest of the White Phoenix Kingdom's army, all of them were decimated, leaving no one behind. After recapturing Chanyang Prefecture and Zhuo Prefecture, Qing Huarong and the others immediately staged their troops along the borderline and reconstructed their defenses to ward off the next attacks from the Great Cloud Dynasty and the White Phoenix Kingdom. Xining and southern faraway prefecture were attacked personally by Dragon Warrior leading 100,000 dragon cavalrymen to the Dragon Warlord realm of the 9th cultivation, and holding a sacred magic treasure, leading 100,000 dragon cavalry, is simply the gods. Attack invincible. Just a few hours' time even broke the two states, captured the enemy generals, the rest of the Songhai dynasty army all beheaded. Dragon Warrior with his dragon cavalry likewise guarded the borderline and sent people to escort those captured generals to the Xia royal capital. When the Great Cloud Dynasty and the White Phoenix Kingdom and the Songhai Dynasty learned of the battle in these four states, there was no doubt that they would definitely set off a monstrous rage. Together with the large army they had previously sent to assist the remaining Great Zhou, the three great royal dynasties had each lost 400,000 to 500,000 troops, as well as numerous martial arts experts and outstanding generals. This loss was too great. That night, Du Haobo and other captives were escorted to the royal capital of Daxia, where they met their family members and friends in the heavenly prison. Their hanging hearts finally died. These generals were all investigated in advance by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. All of them were men of courage and resourcefulness, and they were not foolhardy or treacherous, so they could be used for their own purposes. After realizing the terrifying strength and methods of the Grand Xia dynasty, there was no surprise in the ending. They all chose to surrender. The next day, a golden light pierced through the sky, like a meteor across the sky, descending from the sky and falling into the Great Xia royal capital, transforming into a person with a tall and upright body. The visitor was clad in black heavy armor, holding a halberd in his hand. His eyes were sharp and compelling, and his dragon walked like a god of war descending into the world, with a terrifying breath. It was Liu Beixian. Liu Beixian was also carrying a person whose body was bound with iron locks. Gu Qingyun. Greetings to the Supreme Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Around the palace, after the many generals saw Liu Beixian's appearance, they all wore respectful expressions and immediately knelt down, shouting in unison. As soon as the three words Supreme Emperor came out, Liu Beixian's rigid and serious face couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly as his heart blossomed. Gu Qingyun sniffed, while his face grew more and more gray. Chapter 87 The Year. Shun Wu. Congratulations to the Supreme Emperor on his triumphant return after defeating the foreigners and shaking the four seas. The gate of the palace opened. Liu Beixian advanced with great strides, and wherever he passed, the many generals and guards all bowed down and cheered in unison. Gu Qingyun's last hope was dashed when he saw the scene in the palace, and his face was ashen. In the golden palace, Liu Dust wearing a golden dragon robe, head wearing the imperial crown, body erect and tall, already handsome and peerless face, but also with a wave of imperial majesty, with a look down on the world's big spirit. After seeing Liu Beixian's return, Lu Duan's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed out of the golden palace and gave Liu Beixian a warm hug. With a clang sound, Liu Beixian casually threw Gu Qingyun to the ground, laughed 3 times, and slapped Lu Chen hard on his back a few times. You kid, did such a big thing without saying a word? You really did a good job. Looking at the group of ministers and officials kneeling on the ground, Lu Jianyun and Iron Face and other people looking at each other with a smile on their faces. Liu Beixian, heart of mixed feelings. Emotions are very complex, both gratified and shocked. but also a trace of grudges and worries in other colors. Liu Beixian had mixed feelings and emotions, and for a while he didn't know what to say. He hadn't believed Lu Chen when he originally said that the Great Zhou Emperor was going to get everyone in the Jinbei royal house killed. However, with Gu Qingyun leading him and the floating iron cavalry to charge into the alien trap, everything Lu Chuan had said was fulfilled, and only then did Liu Beixian have to believe it. When Liu Beixian learned that the old emperor issued a decree to forcibly summon Lu Chuan and Lu Fengyun to the palace, Liu Beixian was even more a heart hangs in the balance, a million anxious, and could not wait to immediately kill the king's capital. Even if the people from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion said that Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun were safe, he didn't dare to relax. When Liu Beixian defeated the alien race's million-strong army and was ready to kill his way into the royal capital to rescue Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyun, he learned that Lu Chuan had actually backhandedly wiped out the Great Zhou dynasty and had already ascended to the throne as emperor. At that time, Liu Beixian's entire body was dumbfounded, his head buzzing, and he had never been able to believe it. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that Liu Beixian finally relaxed. Shocked beyond words, Liu Beixian was well aware of how vast and terrifying the power held by the Great Zhou imperial family was. However, Liu Dust was able to destroy the Great Zhou imperial family on his own, and he didn't even need the help of him and the floating iron cavalry. It's a miracle of miracles. Great Zhou royal family to kill all the Jinbei royal family. Unkindness and injustice, poisonous and merciless, even if Liu Beixian how foolish loyalty, at this time there is no guilt, only full of relief. Unprecedented pride surged to the heart. His own son had finally grown up and had achieved far more than he had. For the emperor of the day, my son, Lu Duan, is the emperor of Disya. Did you see that? Dusty is already an emperor of his generation. Liu Beixian's eyes were moist and he laughed out loud. It would be nice if the kid's mom and big sister were here too. After the family reunion, Lu Chen and Liu Beixian talked a lot. And then, Lu Duan ordered a grand enthronement ceremony, worshipped heaven and earth and ancestors, and granted amnesty to the whole world, reduced taxes, and celebrated with the whole country. With that, Lu Duan also announced his yearly name, Shenwu, Great Xia Dynasty, Shenwu Emperor, and Lu Dust ordered the casting of 9 tripods, integrated into their own strand of human emperor's qi, to suppress the national fortune, but also to mobilize the power of the dragon vein and dragon qi, more powerful than the previous dynasty's seal of state. In the middle of the royal capital, Lu Chen didn't need the 9 cauldrons to mobilize the power of the dragon vein, and was able to erupt into a battle power that could be comparable to that of the Saint Realm. Unfortunately, it won't work away from the royal capital. As for Gu Qingyun, Lu Chen directly threw it to Gu Ruoshi to dispose of. Gu Ruoshi escorted Gu Qingyun back to the Dao Heavenly Sect, back to the place where she grew up. Gu Ruoshi's face was incomparably complex, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. In the end, Gu Ruoshi came into the Dao Heavenly Sect's Sanqing Hall and made Gu Qingyun kneel down. In the back was a group of high-level elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect with somewhat complicated and sighing faces. In just a few short decades, the Dao Heavenly Sect had undergone a series of changes. The original leader in his prime fell, and then his daughter defected to the Dao Heavenly Sect, and Gu Qingyun was elected leader, resulting in the destruction of the Great Zhou, the fall of Gu Qingyun, and Gu Ruoshi's rejoining the Dao Heavenly Sect as leader. It's sad to see how things change. Tell me, why did you get your father killed? Gu Ruoshi suddenly pulled out a copper sword and stabbed it through Gu Qingyun's shoulder blade, her voice incomparably cold and bone-chilling. Ha, or so are dead. Why would I say that? Gu Qingyun suddenly grinned, not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. After so many years of being the leader, you should know in your heart that even if you don't say anything, I have 100 means to make you talk. Gu Ruoshi's face was expressionless as she said, even if you commit suicide, I can still detain your soul. You can't escape. If you cooperate, I can give you a painful death instead of humiliating and agonizing torture. Meh. Gu Qingyun smiled to himself and lowered his head. There's no reason for that, except that old man is insistent on passing the title of leader to you, even though you're better than me and have higher Dao attainments. I'm just not happy about it. Why shouldn't the title of leader be passed on to me? That old thing claimed to treat me like his own son, but in the end he still values you more. As long as I get that old man killed and send you away as well, I will be the leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect and become the state master of the Great Zhou dynasty. A man under a man. So isn't it normal to have to kill that old guy? Gu Qingyun raised his head, no guilt in his eyes at all, only endless paranoia and madness, and grinned towards Gu Ruoshi. Asshole. Gu Ruoshi was so furious that her body trembled, and she directly raised her hand and chopped down with a sword, severing one of Gu Qingyun's arms. You are nothing but a mountain orphan. Back then, if not for my father's kind heart and adoption of you as a righteous son, you would have died in the wild mountains. I didn't expect you to be so wolfish and envious. Guruwashi gritted her teeth and growled lowly, her eyes red. In the Three Ching Hall, the rest of the Tao Heavenly Sect's senior elders also clenched their hands as they heard this, anger showing in their eyes. Gu Qingyun actually killed the former leader and persecuted Guruwashi for his own selfish desires. The arm was broken and blood splattered, but Gu Qingyun was as if he hadn't realized it and continued. 25 years ago, the old man discovered a mysterious relic in the middle of the great wasteland that was in crisis, and at that time, it happened that you were out on a trip, and this matter was only told to me, and he also asked me to relay it to you. That place was so dangerous that even the old man had to go all out, and after I learned the news, I had a bad idea and quietly poisoned his wine gourd. When he broke into the mysterious relics, he encountered danger, coinciding with the onset of the poison. Ha ha, he really died inside. After learning that his soul plate was shattered, I spent a lot of money to bribe the Grand Elder to kill several geniuses within the sect, planted evidence on you, saying that you practiced the forbidden arts of the devil's path, and had the Grand Elder hide his identity and quietly go down the mountain to hunt you down and kill you, ultimately forcing you to rebel against the sect and flee. As Gu Qingyun confessed his crimes, the group of elders of the Tao Heavenly Sect were suddenly in an uproar. Fake! It's all fake! Gu Qingyun! How dare you frame me! The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect was even more furious, immediately slapping out a palm. Surging mana erupted, wanting to slap Gu Qingyun to death and kill him. Chapter 88, Enthronement Ceremony. Clanging, Guruwashi fiercely turned back and chopped out with a sword. The snowy sword chi flashed, destroying the divine magic power struck by the Daotian Sect's Grand Elder, splitting his palm directly open and splattering blood. The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Sect stifled a grunt and retreated 3 steps in a row, a trace of shock on his face. He was at the 7th level of the June realm, and just now, he had even gone all out, not showing the slightest bit of mercy, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Gu Qingyun. But Guruwashi not only broke his killing move with a sword, but also injured him. How terrifying is this strength? When Guruwashi was forced to rebel against the Tao Heavenly Sect 25 years ago, it was clear that she had only just broken through the June realm not long ago, so how could she have grown so fast? It wasn't just him, the rest of the Tao Heavenly Sect elders were also secretly shocked. Niece Ruwashi, don't trust Gu Qingyun, this wolf-hearted bastard. Seeing Guruwashi's icy gaze on him, the Grand Elder's scalp tingled and he immediately sophomorized. Gu Qingyun. He even managed to poison his own adoptive father for the sake of the title of the leader. So what credibility is there in his words? Now that his cultivation is wasted and he's fallen into our hands, he knows that it's hard to escape death. So he intentionally planted evidence and framed him before he died, just to make our Tao Heavenly Sect fight internally. Calm down. Don't fall for it. Niece Daryl, your father and I are friends who have forgotten years. I've watched you grow up since you were little. I even hugged you when you were a child. The Grand Elder kept backing up and opened his mouth in succession. However, Guruwashi was not the least bit moved. The silver-colored holy sword in her hand was raised, and the cold and horrible killing aura firmly locked him in place. Although the Grand Elder was well disguised, the flash of panic in his eyes betrayed him. Gu Qingyun didn't lie. It was this old thing that chased her all the way back then. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's all just calm down. Seeing that the situation was bad, the Grand Elder immediately turned around and ran, executing a rule of stance, splitting into dozens of residual shadows in an instant, running wildly in all directions. This was a very subtle and powerful secret method of the Tao Heavenly Sect. However, after Guruwashi merely opened her heavenly eyes, she directly saw through where the Grand Elder's true body was, and killed him with her saint-ranked sword. The whole process took only a few breaths, accompanied by an abrupt end to the sound of a fierce fight. Guruwashi returned to the Sanqing Hall with an expressionless face, casually throwing out the Grand Elder with broken limbs, and the sword in her hand chopped out again, directly cutting Gu Qingyun into a human stick as well. Escort them down and lock them up in the devil-suppressing tower. Keep them alive with 10,000-year-old spirit lamps. Torture them day and night. Never stop. Guruwashi's voice was incomparably cold, without the slightest emotion. Gu Qingyun and the Grand Elder instantly changed their faces when they heard this. You said you'd give me a hard time. Kill me. Kill me now. Gu Qingyun let out an angry roar, his body twisting as he attempted to hit the wall and kill himself. Unfortunately, they fell into Guruwashi's hands and couldn't even beg for death. The rest of the Tao Heavenly Sect elders were silenced, and even if their hearts were not willing to bear it, they did not dare to disobey Guruwashi's order and immediately escorted Gu Qingyun and the Grand Elder to the devil-suppressing tower. What would greet them both would be never-ending torture. 2 days later, the ceremony for the enthronement of Emperor Shenwu of the Great Xia dynasty began. The entire king's capital was decorated with lights and colors, and was immersed in a festive and solemn atmosphere. The magnificent palace is brilliant, palace lights hanging high, red silk like waves, dancing gently with the wind, like the evening sky. The ministers and officials were dressed in court dress and in neat formation, their faces overflowing with joy and excitement. Even the Misty Sect Patriarch, who had originally stayed out of seclusion, was startled and brought a large gift, personally coming out of seclusion to congratulate him, bringing with him many of the Misty Sect's core figures, which naturally included Lu Chuan's fiancée, Yi Qingling. Yi Qingling wore a clean white dress that set her off as magnificently as a lily. Her posture is graceful and moving, her skin is as white as snow, and her appearance is even more beautiful, like the most flawless works of God, and like a fairy coming out of the scrolls generally holy, making countless women ashamed of themselves. When Yi Qingling appeared, it was as if the palace had brightened up a few points, and all the ministers and officials were breathless, their hearts marveling. Soon, Lu Duan, dressed in a golden dragon robe, appeared. His body was tall and straight, his appearance was incomparably handsome, and his body exuded the majesty and domineering aura of an emperor as he walked with a dragon's stride. Behind Lu Duan, Lu Beixian was wearing a purple dragon robe, Lu Jianyun was wearing a gorgeous and honorable gown, Song Shuayin and Iron Face were following behind. Everyone had a smile on their face, exhilarated and joyful from the bottom of their hearts. Welcome, divine martial emperor. Long live the emperor. The ministers and officials all knelt down and saluted in unison, with frenzied looks on their faces, and cheered loudly, their voices resounding in the sky and echoing over the royal capital. Looking at that one handsome and young Gaijin emperor, Yi Qingling could not help but be stunned for a moment. A trace of color flashed in her eyes as she looked at him deeply. When they hadn't met yet, all she knew was that Lu Duan was a waste of a son of the world, hooking up every day to listen to music and doing nothing. When they first met, although Lu Chuan had a cynical appearance, he had inadvertently revealed his extraordinary talent and strength, leaving a deep impression on Yi Qingling. Now, the third time we meet, Lu Chen has already overthrown the Great Zhou with just one hand, creating a flourishing dynasty and becoming a generation of emperors. Moreover, Lu Chen did not rely on Lu Beixian and the floating iron riders to help him, relying solely on his own secretly accumulated strength to be able to do this. How incredible! It's a miracle. In Yi Qingling's eyes, Lu Chuan's image became more and more mysterious and tall, arousing her deep curiosity to explore the secrets in Lu Chuan's body. The Misty Sect Patriarch and the Grand Elder and the others also stroked their whiskers and smiled. The more they looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied they felt, and their faces broke into smiles. Picked up a founding emperor's son-in-law for nothing. This wave is a big moneymaker. Brother-in-law is actually this strong. Even Yi Bufan couldn't help but murmur. Yi Qingling rolled her eyes and said without any good humor, "Who was the one who was still sticking his neck out and saying that I wasn't allowed to marry him in the first place?" It was different then. Yi Bufan's old face turned red, scratched his head, and smiled sarcastically. At that time, I didn't know that my brother-in-law was actually so powerful. Chapter 89, An Army Under Siege. Several hours passed in a flash, and after a series of sessions, the enthronement ceremony was successfully completed, and Lu Chuan's family was finally free to meet with the people of the ethereal sect. Misty Sect Patriarch Yi Wudo looked at Lu Duan and said, "Your Majesty the Divine Martial Emperor. You're welcome, father-in-law. Just call me by my name directly. I'm just a junior in front of you." Lu Dust spoke in a hurry, although he had already ascended to the throne as an emperor. Lu Dust, as a traveler from the blue planet, wouldn't pay too much attention to the red tape. What's more, the Netherworld sect's power base was extremely terrifying, and the Netherworld sect's patriarch's status was originally no worse than the Shangshi dynasty's emperor. Even if Lu Chuan's marriage contract with Yi Qingling was put aside, Yi Wudao could at least be on par with Lu Chuan, and there was no need to be polite. Ha ha ha. Well, we're all on our own here. In that case, I'll call you Dusty. Yi Wudao stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Lu Duan with increasing appreciation. Lu Chen is young. Not only is his cultivation extremely profound, but he is also in charge of many powerful and terrifying forces, and he only overthrew the Great Zhou dynasty with his own hands, creating a side of the flourishing dynasty, and he has achieved such a brilliant success, but he is still calm, low profile, and humble, and this kind of character makes him like him very much. Seeing this, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun also had satisfied smiles on their faces. Both sides of the Lu family and the Yi family began to talk at length, and the focus of the conversation naturally centered around Lu Duan. The Yi family was quite curious about the process of Lu Chen's overthrow of the Great Zhou dynasty, and astonished by Lu Chen's means, they couldn't help but ask. In fact, even Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were curious, as they also knew very little about it. For his own family members, Lu Chen naturally would not hide anything, and recounted all of his schemes and means over this period of time, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement and astonishment. The two families chatted for a long time. Lu Beixian suddenly coughed lightly, with a smile on his face, he looked at Lu Duan and Yi Qingling, Dust, Ling, and the in-laws. The 28th of this month is also a good day. Dust and Ling get along quite well. Why don't we do the wedding earlier? When these words came out, Yi Qingling looked at Lu Duan's handsome and peerless face, and a wisp of blush flew across her pretty face, her heart beating a little faster. All according to the in-laws. Yi Wudao nodded smilingly, and naturally had no problem with this. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was moved in his heart and said, "Pops, are you getting ready to set off for the Middle-earth region? So you want to get our wedding done before you leave?" "Exactly." Liu Beixian nodded. At the mention of the Middle-earth region, the smile on his face diminished by a few moments, and a hint of longing and sadness flashed in his eyes. He had originally planned to go to the Middle-earth domain after the old emperor hiccuped, the great Zhou dynasty's regime changed hands, and the Jinbei royal house settled down. Now that Lu Chen had destroyed the great Zhou dynasty, the Lu family's position had become even more secure, and he had no more worries, so he couldn't hold back his thoughts about his wife and eldest daughter, and couldn't wait to fly to the Middle-earth region immediately. Since that's the case, then spirits and my wedding will be postponed for some time. I'll accompany you to the Middle-earth region, and after we retrieve mother and eldest sister, we'll reunite as a family, and then we'll get the wedding done. Lu Chen looked at Liu Beixian and said seriously, "I don't want mother and big sister to miss this wedding." Liu Beixian's heart shook as a warm current surged through it. However, he shook his head and said, "Duster, as the king of a country, you should sit in the great Xia dynasty. It's enough for father to go to the Middle-earth region alone." Lu Chuan said seriously, "Although I am the emperor of Xia, I am even more your son. I should also contribute to finding my mother and big sister." Lu Jianyun's face was a bit odd as he said, "Father, now that the regime of the Grand Xia dynasty is solid, there's no harm in letting little brother leave for a while." Although Lu Chen was the emperor of the Great Summer, this guy was lazy. After the initial novelty and excitement of ascending to the throne, Lu Chuan's head got big in the face of a large pile of dynastic affairs, and he immediately threw all the matters to Gu Ruoxi and Lu Fianyan, Iron Face, and others to deal with, and hid himself to be a shirker. Apart from the first day of his ascension to the throne, Lu Chen had never been to court. The good thing is that there are a lot of capable officials under Lu Chen. Plus the Jinbei Wangfu's team has also been called to the royal capital by Lu Chen. All of them have been given high-ranking officials with high salaries, sharing various affairs for Lu Chen, and there are no problems with the Xia's imperial government. Most importantly, there were many strong men under Lu Chen. If Lu Chen brought those strong men and Liu Beixian together to the Middle-earth region, it would definitely be a great help. Better than Liu Beixian fighting alone. No, Liu Beixian, however, shook his head with a firm attitude, never agreeing to Lu Chen traveling with him to the Middle-earth domain. The Middle Kingdom is vast and full of crises. According to the information revealed by the Netherworld sect, Nangong's disappearance involved an extremely ancient and terrifying Holy Land in the Middle-earth region. Wanting to bring back Nangongya and Lu Jianyu, even if Liu Beixian now had the strength of a half-saint, he actually didn't have a bottom in his heart. He was naturally unwilling to take Lu Chen, who only had a cultivation level of the Dao transformation realm, along for the risk. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the border." Just then, Bai Shao hurriedly appeared with bad news. The Great Cloud Dynasty, along with the White Phoenix Kingdom and the Cunhai Dynasty, are respectively staging millions of troops outside the borderline of Chanyang Prefecture and Zhuo Prefecture and Southern Faraway Prefecture, with large armies pressing in, preparing for a joint attack. And the three great royal dynasties joined forces and privately promised heavy benefits to the foreign races, inviting the foreign races to take action. And the foreign races from all sides once again made a comeback, sending out an army of 800,000 troops, preparing to attack the northern border in order to hold back the Grand Xia dynasty's military strength. The Daxia dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. As soon as these words came out, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others all changed their faces and their hearts sank. Finally, only Lu Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he hooked up an impish sneer. "Are the three great royal dynasties crazy? Why are you sending out 1,000,000 troops? Is this an attempt to fight to the death with my Grand Xia dynasty?" Liu Beixian's brows wrinkled as a wave of anger welled up in his heart. Lu Jianyun opened her mouth, her face odd, and said in a low voice, "Father, 2.5 days ago, little brother sent his army and strong men to strike thunderously, capturing Chongyang, Shuo, Xining, and Nanyuan states, which had been occupied by the three great kingdoms dynasties, and massacred all of the close to 1,000,000 troops that the three great kingdoms dynasties had left behind in these 4 states, together with the large armies that the three great royal dynasties used to send to assist the imperial sons and daughters of the former dynasty. The total number of large armies of the three great royal dynasties that have fallen into the hands of my little brother is close to 1,400,000. Lu Jianyun's words were like a thunderous explosion, causing everyone present to be confused. Lu Beixuan's face instantly stagnated and he was somewhat speechless. 1,400,000 troops? Yi Wudao and Yi Qingling and the rest of the Misty Sect's crowd were also shocked as their hearts beat furiously at the words. They also did not expect that the handsome and gentle-looking Lu Chuan, once he started to move his hands, would be so ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy at all. That's 1,400,000 troops, calculating that each dynasty had lost nearly 500,000 troops. It was no wonder that they had joined forces and sent troops together to attack the Grand Xia dynasty. No one else could possibly swallow that. That's not surprising. Chapter 90, Lu Chen's schemes. After a moment of silence, Lu Beixian sighed and couldn't help but say, "Duster, there's nothing wrong with acting ruthlessly and decisively. But the three great royal dynasties and our great Xia dynasty don't have any blood feuds, and for you to have killed 1,400,000 of their armies, that's indeed a bit too much. If you only offend a dead dynasty, Lu Beixian doesn't care at all. If you are offended, you are afraid of nothing. Just do it." If he offended two dead dynasties, Lu Beixian didn't care. With his strength, 1 against 2 wasn't a problem, but Lu Dust now offended dead 3 dynasties. The other party also collusion for and race those deadly enemy, so that the Great Summer Dynasty on all sides of the enemy. That's a lot of pressure pulling. Even Lu Beixian, who had been fighting for decades and was known as the god of war of his generation, was feeling a great deal of pressure at this moment. Lu Chun, however, shook his head and said, "The Daxia dynasty is newly established. In the eyes of the foreign races and the various dynasties, Daxia is internal and external turmoil. The regime is unstable. No matter if we have offended them to death or not, the 3 major kingdoms will definitely not let us go, and will surely take advantage of the fire and seek to gain benefits, which is unavoidable. In that case, instead of waiting for them to send out troops, why don't we take the initiative and kill him? Only by beating them down completely and beating them until they beg for mercy and fear will they fear my great Xia dynasty. This move is also to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to show my great Xia's sharpness, to deter the foreign races and the rest of the dynasties, so that they won't dare to underestimate us and won't easily hit our great Xia dynasty. For the next long period of time we will have to spend time in the Middle Earth region and will not be able to sit in Daxia, so this battle we must fight, and we must strike with a thunderous blow and defeat the enemy army. Take the initiative and show your strength in exchange for long-lasting peace in the Daxia dynasty." Lu Chen's words caused Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, Yi Wudao and the others to be shocked in their hearts, looking deeply at Lu Chen, not expecting Lu Chen to have thought so far ahead, to have planned ahead, and not to have acted on impulse. I'm afraid that Lu Chen had already thought of these plans before the founding of the Great Summer, when it really is wise. The only problem is that, but we have to face an army of 3.8 million at the same time, and we're being attacked on all sides. Can we fight? Lu Beixian couldn't help but sigh. If he were to attack with the floating iron cavalry, regardless of whether he was fighting against a foreign race or any dynasty, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to win a great victory and kill the enemy in a bloodbath. However, the floating iron cavalry could only cope with one side of the army, and no matter which battlefield Lu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry went to, the remaining 3 battlefields would not be able to withstand it, and the slightest mishap would bring about a crisis of the fall of the country. The 3 great royal dynasties and the foreign races also saw this as the reason for joining forces to besiege the Grand Xia dynasty. My Misty Sect can step in and hold the foreigners in check, and will never let the foreigners take half a step into the northern border. The Great Xia dynasty only needs to leave 200,000 border guards for defense, and the remaining 600,000 border guards can be transferred to other battlefields. Yi Wudao opened his mouth and offered to lend a helping hand. After all, now that the Daxia dynasty and the ethereal sect were family, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch. "Thank you, in-laws." Lu Beixian was delighted in his heart. However, Lu Chuan, politely refused. "I appreciate father-in-law's good intentions, but I have planned this battle long ago, and I have enough troops in my hands, so I won't bother the Misty Sect to make a move." Yi Wudao froze for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Now that the Misty Sect and the Grand Xia dynasty are all family, there's no need for you to be polite with us. Shao Dust, this is just a show of hands for the Misty Sect. Not bad, Dusty, you don't have to be too polite." Lu Beixian also nodded. If the ethereal sect stepped in to help, it would definitely be a good thing for the Grand Xia dynasty, reducing their pressure. I understand this, but with the current strength of the Grand Xia dynasty, even a forefront war would be completely fine. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "During these 2 days, I have secretly mobilized the troops of the 12 states, and have already set up defenses at the borders, and now there are 500,000 troops in Changyang state, and you, Pops, have brought 100,000 Fado Iron Cavalry to go and support them, which is enough to defeat the millions of Great Cloud Dynasty's armies. Zhuozhou has 700,000 troops, 200,000 of which are special legions under Qing Huarong. Their combat power is no weaker than the floating Iron Cavalry, and I've deployed quite a few additional generals and strategists. It won't be a problem to rout the White Phoenix Kingdom's 1 million strong army on all fronts. Southern Faraway State also has an army of 600,000, among which there are 100,000 Dragon Cavalry, under the leadership of Dragon Warrior. Their fighting strength is no worse than you, Pops, and any number of people coming from the Songhai dynasty would just be giving away their heads. When Liu Beixian and Yi Wudao and the others heard this, their hearts were once again shaken. The news that the three great royal dynasties and the foreign races had sent troops to the border had only just been received by Lu Chen. However, Lu Dust had already set up defenses at the border and secretly mobilized soldiers and horses from the 12 states to go to support them. Obviously, Lu Chen had long predicted that the three great kingdoms would attack in force and had prepared in advance. This caused Liu Beixian and Yi Wudao and the others to be pleasantly surprised in their hearts. Liu Beixian asked, "What about the northern border, Fei? How will it be defended?" A glint of essence and killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The foreign race lives deep in the great wilderness. Every time it is defeated, it will hide in the great wilderness, unable to hurt its root, and it has a blood feud with our Daxia dynasty. They are the most hopeful that the Daxia dynasty will perish. So this time, I want to let the foreign race this 800,000 army, all buried in the northern border. The only way the foreign races will fear my great Xia dynasty is if their losses are great enough. Lu Chen's words caused Liu Beixian and the others to tremble in their hearts. Liu Beixian said, "The idea is indeed quite good, but it's not very realistic to rely on the border guards alone to exterminate the alien race's 800,000 strong army. No, the border guards are not the main force." Lu Chen shook his head. "I only need to send out one person, and this 800,000 strong army of the foreign race will definitely tell them to come back with no return." "A man? Who is it?" Liu Beixian and the others sniffed and became more and more confused. Even if Liu Beixian was at the half-saint cultivation level, it was impossible for him to massacre an army of 800,000 alone. Could it be that there was someone stronger than Liu Beixian under Lu Duan? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and slowly said a name. Chapter 91 Battle King of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Xingyi Pass, Changyang Prefecture. Beyond the borderline was an endless army. All over the mountains, a large, black mass that stretched on and on, a terrifying aura rising to the sky, encircling all of Changyang Prefecture's borderline. This time, the Great Cloud Dynasty had not only sent out millions of troops, but also numerous martial arts experts, led by the Great Cloud Dynasty's #1 powerhouse, the War King. The War King is the pro-brother of the Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, born with divine power. Not only personal strength is extremely strong and powerful, military attainments is also the peak of excellence, always leading the army to fight. Called the Great Cloud Dynasty God of War, the Daxia dynasty was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and no one knew which front Liu Beixian and the floating Iron Cavalry would appear on. So the Great Cloud Dynasty didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, and deployed their strongest battle kings and many generals. The Battle King of the Great Cloud Dynasty wore golden armor and held a long spear. His body was extremely sturdy, just like an iron tower. Standing in front of the million-strong army, the War King looked up at the sun and suddenly grinned, his voice sounding like a bell. "The hour has come. Attack the city. Kill." With the War King's order, the million-strong army roared in unison. The monstrous sound waves shook the sky and the ground. The momentum was extremely terrifying, and the pale earth was roaring and vibrating. On the walls of Xingyi Pass, artillery after artillery fired a huge fireball that fell into the enemy army and caused a big explosion. A round of sharp arrows were shot out from the sky, and there were even numerous organ traps firing to block them. However, the Great Cloud Dynasty side had prepared for this. They also brought in quite a few heavy artillery pieces to blast against Xingyi Pass, and there were even quite a few martial arts experts who flew up in the air, threw their weapons, and cast divine spells to burst the artillery pieces blasted out of Xingyi Pass in mid-air. Numerous generals formed a battle formation, their essence and spirit united. Their battle aura rushed to the sky, forming a terrifying military momentum. Their combat power skyrocketed, and they began to attack the city. Although the Daxia dynasty's side had the advantage of the city's defense line, the Dayun dynasty's top and the front were all elite armies with extremely strong fighting strength, plus their numbers were far superior to the Daxia dynasty, so the attack was quite ferocious. A few moments into the battle between the two armies, the side of the Great Cloud Dynasty had already killed their way to the bottom of the city, gaining the upper hand. The Battle King even stepped into the air. His body's mana stirred, and the golden lance in his hand blossomed with endless blazing light. Just like a round of blazing sun rising, it was too terrifying. Knock! The War King violently threw out the lance in his hand, like a meteorite smashing down, directly bombarding the city wall of Xingyi Pass, emitting an earth-shattering roar, blasting the main city gate of Xingyi Pass open, the ground shaking and the mountains shaking, leaving a huge deep crater in place, and the dust and smoke filling the sky. Daxia Dynasty, nothing more than that. The Battle King grinned, and with a big move of his hand, the golden lance flew out backwards and returned to his hand. In his opinion, in addition to the famous Xinbei King Liu Beixian is worth his fear, the rest of the generals of the Daxia dynasty are nothing but dirt, simply not enough to be afraid of. Generals, charge with my king and trample down the capital of Great Xia to avenge the sons and daughters of my great Cloud dynasty. Kill! The War King raised his arm and took the lead in rushing towards Xingyi Pass. Just as the War King was killing his way into Xingyi Pass, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A black light descended from the sky, incomparably blazing and horrifying, instantly transforming into a black war halberd, cold and heavy, blasting towards the War King like lightning. The War King's pupils shrunk violently and immediately swung his lance in his hand to resist, but he was directly shaken out by the black halberd, and the horse under his seat burst into pieces on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. The War King's entire body flew out horizontally hundreds of feet away, crashing into thousands of warriors behind him in a row before barely stopping in his tracks. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop dripping blood, and he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. The sudden change also caused the generals on the side of the Great Cloud dynasty to be taken aback, revealing incredulous expressions. One must know that the Battle King is the #1 powerhouse of the Great Cloud dynasty, with a cultivation level as high as the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, and a lifetime of battles without defeat. So how powerful is his strength? And now he is even being seriously injured by a single blow? In the shocked and grave gazes of the millions of troops of the Great Cloud dynasty, a black armored cavalry was like a mountain torrent, charging from within the Changyang prefecture, their horses trampling on the mountains and rivers, and the pale earth rumbling along with them. This black armored cavalry numbered 100,000 people, riding Fei Lin horses, charging in like a torrent of steel, with an extremely terrifying aura that was actually no weaker than the millions of troops of the Great Cloud dynasty, especially the man at the head. His body was stout and tall, clad in black heavy armor, holding a war halberd, with a terrifying and overwhelming aura emanating from his body. Just standing in front of him was like a lofty mountain, making people gasp for air. Faustus Iron Cavalry. Liu Beixian, the Battle King, covered his chest and held the golden lance in his hand in death. His face was incomparably ugly, and his heart sank. The Daxia dynasty was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and he didn't expect Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry to actually choose the Changyang prefecture battlefield. What shocked the Battle King the most was that Liu Beixian's aura at this moment was extremely terrifying. It actually caused him to choke on it, giving birth to a feeling of fear for no reason. Being at the same peak of the 9th level of the June realm, how could this king be weaker than you? The War King shouted, forcibly suppressing the injuries in his body, and raised his arm. All generals, charge with me. As long as we hold Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry at bay, the other 3 battlefronts of the Grand Xia dynasty will surely collapse. The advantage is mine. A few days ago, the news of Liu Beixian's breakthrough to Half-Saint was sent back to the royal capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, and that night there was a palace coup, with all the royal sons and daughters and princes from all sides fighting a civil war before all of them were exterminated by Liu Dust. So much so that the news of Liu Beixian's breakthrough to Half-Saint didn't even get out, and none of the 3 great royal dynasties knew about it. Although the foreign races knew about it, they intentionally concealed it, and their purpose was naturally to try to pit the 3 great royal dynasties against each other. The foreign races and the Great Xia dynasty had a blood feud, but the hatred between the foreign races and other dynasties wasn't small either. It was just that in order to jointly target the Great Xia dynasty, this was why they chose to join forces. Kill! The millions of troops of the Great Cloud dynasty roared loudly and charged along with the War King. Even if Liu Beixian appeared with 100,000 Faustus Iron Cavalry, they didn't have too much fear. After all, the Great Cloud dynasty side had an absolute advantage in terms of troop strength, and there was the War King, a powerful man. Theoretically, even if they still couldn't defeat Liu Beixian, it wouldn't be too much worse. Chapter 92. However, a shocking change occurred just after both sides of the Great Cloud dynasty's million-strong army and the Faustus Iron Cavalry had engaged in battle. Boom! Only to see Liu Beixian take the lead. The war halberd in his hand erupted into a beam of blazing and horrifying ebony light, accompanied by the proliferation of boundless murderous aura. And with just a single strike, he sent the War King flying out once again, and a crack appeared in his lance. A hideous and gruesome wound spread from the War King's shoulder to his abdomen, almost splitting him in half. The king of battle is finished. Your Majesty. The martial arts experts and personal soldiers around the Battle King were all shocked and appalled, and they rushed over to protect the Battle King. When the rest of the Great Cloud Dynasty generals saw this, a chill also welled up in their hearts. As the leader and spirit of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle King was seriously injured by Liu Beixian in a single glance, which was undoubtedly a great blow to the Great Cloud Dynasty's morale. In contrast, the generals on the side of the Grand Xia Dynasty were greatly demoralized and incomparably invigorated, letting out loud roars in unison. Their fighting strength skyrocketed, and their attacks became more and more ferocious. Those who are enemies of the Great Summer, die. Liu Beixian voice as if the thunder explosion. Behind the red cloak with the wind hunting sound, the hand halberd raised, like a god of war descending, eyes cold and cold like electricity. There is a kind of look down on the world's big spirit. You are not the peak of the 9th level of the June realm. The Battle King covered his chest and stared at Liu Beixian dead in the face, with both shock and a hint of fear and despair in his eyes. He realized with horror that Lu Chuan's power was incomparably terrifying, having completely surpassed the limits of the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, almost stepping into a whole new level. Unfortunately, he found out too late. Liu Beixian once again swung the war halberd in his hand and slashed violently. A horrifying ebony light blossomed, and a horrifying power was like a volcano erupting, sweeping through the 8 directions. Those martial arts experts beside the War King did their best to activate the weapons and magic treasures in their hands in an attempt to block them. But it didn't help. Accompanied by a boom of a shocking sound, the black halberd destroys all these martial arts experts with their weapons, leaving a large crack on the ground thousands of feet long, shaking the earth. The Battle King was already heavily injured and was unable to dodge, and was similarly cleaved by a single strike. The number 1 powerhouse of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Pawn. No. Your Majesty. The army of the Great Cloud Dynasty immediately let out a cry of sorrow, as if struck by lightning, only feeling that the sky was about to collapse. A wave of fear and despair quickly spread, and the morale of the Great Cloud Dynasty's side was all gone. Under Liu Beixian's leadership, the army of the Great Xia Dynasty was like a crackerjack, comprehensively crushing the enemy army. This battle is not yet over, but the end is sealed. The same is true of the battle in Zhuozhou and Nanyuanzhou. Zhuo Prefecture had 700,000 troops, 200,000 of which were still special legions not weaker than the floating iron cavalry. And their overall strength was even stronger than that of Chanyang Prefecture's army. Although Zhuozhou didn't have a powerhouse of Liu Beixian's level, Lu Duan had sent a dozen or so June realm experts such as Iron Face and Su Yang to press the issue. Although the White Phoenix Kingdom had also sent a June realm 9th level powerhouse to sit in on the scene, he was no match for Iron Face, who possessed a sacred ranked battle blade. The two sides fought short-handedly, and after just dozens of rounds of fighting, the White Phoenix Kingdom's commander-in-chief was sent flying out by Iron Face's slash. Finished off. The defeat of the commander-in-chief was a huge blow to the morale of the White Phoenix Kingdom's army. In the next battle, the White Phoenix Kingdom was even more defeated, and their troops were defeated. The situation on the battlefield of southern faraway state was the same. Under the leadership of the Dragon Warrior, 100,000 dragon cavalrymen pierced through the enemy line like sharp knives, and the rear 500,000 troops under the leadership of many generals impacted like a torrent of steel and broke down the enemy line. Meanwhile, the northern border, outside the Blood Mist Plains, in the middle of the Great Wasteland, the mountains were filled with alien armies from all sides, blackening a large area and surrounding the entire Blood Mist Plain. Behind the Blood Mist Plains was Jinbei City. As long as the alien army was able to penetrate the Blood Mist Plains defense line, they would be able to drive straight in and sweep across the northern frontier. The leader of the demon race, Ba Shan, was sitting on the back of a demon beast shaped like a mammoth, followed by a full 300,000 demon race army in an aggressive manner. But the demon schemer beside him sighed and said, "Great King, the great Zhou dynasty has been destroyed, and now the Lu family's strength is even stronger. And in the previous wars of our clan, the fall under Liu Beixian has been more than 400,000 troops. The loss is too great, and at this time, we should return to the Great Wasteland and recuperate, and we should not fight to the death with Liu Beixian. And Liu Beixian, who has the cultivation of a half-saint, is really too scary." At the mention of Liu Beixian, a trace of scorn couldn't help but flash through Ba Shan's eyes. However, he said calmly, "The Grand Xia dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides, of which the three major royal dynasties have each sent millions of troops, and the pressure on those three battlefields is far greater than the northern frontier, and the northern border is too far away from the Daxia royal capital. Even if it's captured, it's difficult to kill the Daxia royal capital for a while. The threat isn't that great, but Chanyang Prefecture and Zhuo Prefecture and Southern Faraway Prefecture aren't that far away from the Daxia royal capital, and once they're captured, the armies of the three major kingdoms will be able to drive straight in and kill the Daxia royal capital. That's why Liu Beixian and the floating iron riders will inevitably appear at one of these three battlefields, not the northern frontier. Aside from Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry of the Great Xia dynasty, no matter who they send out to fight, they will definitely not be a match for my allied forces of the foreign races. It is impossible for us to lose this battle. Beixian was confident and unafraid. The demon schemer wanted to say something, but in the end, he just let out a dark sigh and did not continue to persuade. Although what Beixian said made sense, he always felt some inexplicable uneasiness. This uneasiness did not come from a fear of Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry, but rather a fear of that new Great Xia emperor. Lu Qin did not rely on Liu Beixian and the floating iron cavalry, yet he overthrew the Great Zhou and created the Great Xia in a single night. The strength of his means was completely beyond imagination, and he was too mysterious. To this day, the demon race didn't know how many large armies and powerful people Lu Qin had in his hands. The more mysterious and terrifying the enemy was, the more scrupulous he was in his heart, unwilling to easily make enemies with them. But Beixian had already made his decision and he couldn't persuade him, so he could only shut up. Beixian glanced up at the position of the sun and grinned, raising his weapon in his hand. The time has come to enter. Beixian suddenly froze and narrowed his eyes, staring at the sky above the blood-mist plains. It was a blood-colored lightning bolt, incredibly fast, coming across the sky from the end of the heavens, and in just a few breaths of time, it crossed the vast, boundless distance, arriving over the 800,000 strong army of the foreigners. It was then that Bashan and the other foreign powerhouses finally saw that it was a woman covered in blood-colored lightning. She was slender and tall, with a full head of white hair tied back in a high ponytail, and a red scimitar almost as long as she was hanging from her waist. Although she was stunningly beautiful, she exuded a cold and terrifying aura, just like a god of killing descending. Chapter 93, Then the Music and the Dance. Who are you? Bashan stared at Yunshi with an incomparably grave expression, his heart hanging in the air. For some reason, Bashan actually vaguely sensed an even more terrifying sense of crisis from Yunshi than when he faced Liu Beixian, who was at the half-saint cultivation level. Directly, Yunshi didn't reply, didn't even look at Bashan. His face was cold and indifferent, slowly gripping the red curved sword at his waist. Click! As the red scimitar slowly came out of its sheath, strand after strand of blood-colored lightning blossomed along with it, and an unspeakably terrifying pressure emanated from Yunshi's body, shaking the heavens and the earth without far. This power is not good. Bashan's face suddenly changed drastically. He actually sensed a power aura from Yunshi that was 100 times more terrifying than Liu Beixian's, and a terrifying thought surged into his mind. The god-killing woman in front of him was a true Saint Realm cultivator. Run! Run! Beixian had no time to explain, and could only let out a loud roar that split his liver and gall. Not even caring about his mount or his men's beloved, he turned around and ran wildly towards the depths of the great wasteland. However, is already late. Clanging, the red scimitar on Yunshi's waist suddenly came out of its sheath, emitting a metallic tremor that resounded through the world, and in an instant the sky and the earth changed color. An endless spiritual chi surged and converged, and as she chopped out with a knife, she formed an overwhelming saber light that was 10,000 feet long. Such a scene was too terrifying, as endless blood-colored thunderbolts and swordlights flooded the alien race's 800,000 strong army, just like heaven's wrath and divine punishment. Boom! With just one sword chopping out, the vast earth shook violently and was hardened to split a huge rift valley, spreading towards the depths of the great wasteland, with a horror that knew no bounds. Of the alien race's 800,000 strong army, more than 200,000 were killed by a single slash on the spot. Immediately after that, the earth roared and trembled, and the horrifying aftermath of the power spread, shocking and killing more than 100,000 surrounding troops. The power of a blade was as terrifying as it was. Without waiting for the remaining 400,000-odd alien army to escape, Yunshi once again cut out a shocking slash. Boom! In the middle of the boundless great wilderness, a huge cross rift valley appeared, and two terrifying sword lights intersected, directly burying the alien race's 800,000 strong army. The terror was boundless. Saint Realm cultivation was originally in existence in another world, not to mention Yunshi, the cultivating god of slayers who had risen up by stepping on countless corpses and bones. Her battle power had even transcended her own cultivation realm and could not be surmised by common sense. After the two knives extinguished the alien race's 800,000 strong army, the red scimitar was sheathed, and Yunshi slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as the terrifying pressure on his body dissipated. Her figure shifted and she once again transformed into a streak of blood-colored lightning, rushing towards the great Xia royal capital. Is so strong. Above the blood-mist plains, A cloud ship stood amidst the clouds. Yi Wudao and Yi Wenchuan and the others witnessed the entire process. All of them sucked in a huge breath of cool air, their hearts shaking, unable to calm down for a long time. It really was a Saint Realm powerhouse. Even though they had already guessed, they were still deeply shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Yunshir was not only at the Saint Realm cultivation level, but his battle power was definitely the best amongst the Saint Realms. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Wudao and the others only had one thought in their minds. Such a terrifyingly strong person. How on earth did Lu Chuan take her in? The capital of Daxia. Get up! As the Daxia emperor, ignoring the dynasty even if, now that the Daxia dynasty is being attacked by enemies on all sides, and Pops and the others are out there fighting in blood. At this age you're at this stage, how can you sleep? As the sun rose, Lu Chen's bedchamber was kicked open by Lu Jianyun. After dealing with imperial affairs all morning, Lu Jianyun, who was slightly tired, turned around only to find that Lu Chen was still snoring and sleeping, and was suddenly furious, with a somewhat grudging gaze. Several days after ascending to the throne, Lu Dust this guy specially instructed the heavenly pavilion to gather a group of singers and dancers from all over the world. All of them have white skin and beautiful long legs, and they sing every day and night, and they throw all the court affairs to Lu Jianyun them. It wasn't as if Lu Jianyun hadn't advised him. However, Lu Chen said with a straight face, I have fought all my life, can't I enjoy myself? Then play the music and then dance. Lu Jianyun was angry and helpless, but there was nothing she could do with Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Fengyun finally understood that Lu Chen's previous indulgence in women's sexuality and his daily hookah listening to music was not a disguise at all, not a hiding of his clumsiness. This asshole guy is good for it. Don't be angry, old sister. Too much fire makes it easy to get wrinkles on your face. In the face of the angry Lu Jianyun, Lu Chen is a hee smile. In Lu Jianyun that absolutely beautiful face pinched, and then Trick generally pulled out a jade box. This is I specially instructed the patrol pavilion. Spend a lot of money from the Pill King Valley to seek Jade Du Snowy Sky Dan. Is a 7th order treasure medicine, able to beautify and nourish the face. Youthfulness is permanent. Is the most suitable for my beautiful as the heavenly fairies of the sister adults. Greaseball. Seeing Lu Chen's smiling face, the anger in Lu Jianyun's heart dissipated for the most part, and she couldn't bear to continue chiding him, rolling her eyes rather helplessly. Just this once, and never again. You must go to the court tomorrow. Do you hear me? Lu Jianyun picked up the Jade Du Snowy Sky pill, reached out and grabbed Lu Chuan's ear, and said without a trace of anger, Here. Lu Chuan showed his teeth for a while, and after Lu Jianyun left, Lu Chuan immediately yawned, leaving the promise he had just made directly behind his head. He's here to enjoy life as an emperor, not to work. He didn't care about that bunch of things in the courtroom. Anyway, with his old sister and Guru Washi and the others around, the affairs up and down the court were handled in an orderly manner. So naturally Lu Chen was happy to be free. Your Majesty is really good at elegance. Seeing that Lu Dust was excitedly gathering a group of singing and dancing girls again, Yi Qingling appeared out of nowhere and looked deeply at Lu Dust with a pair of beautiful eyes. She was left in the palace by Yi Wudao to cultivate a relationship with Lu Chen. Yi Qingling originally also wanted to observe. This one battle shocked the world of Daxia Emperor. Behind the scenes exactly how diligent and hardworking. In order to secretly accumulate such a powerful force, in one fell swoop to overthrow the Great Zhou, at a young age to create a side of the flourishing dynasty. The resultant observation left Yi Qingling somewhat speechless. Lu Dust presses not to cultivate, nor deal with any imperial affairs, and he imagines that the image of hard-working and diligent behind the scenes is completely opposite. There you are, ma'am, come and sit down. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he greeted Yi Qingling and came to his side. Yi Qingling sat on the dragon chair with Lu Chen, and after half a minute, she still couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, when we met at the Jinbei King's mansion 3 months ago, it seemed that you were only at the returning Yuan realm cultivation, but now you're at the harmonized Dao realm. How on earth did this happen? In 3 months' time, crossing 2 great realms in a row. This was simply too astonishing. It's a secret. Lu Dust smiled mysteriously. Secret? Yi Qingling became more and more curious. But Nyangzi is one of our own, so I can reveal this secret to you. Come, I'll teach you by hand. Lu Chuan took the opportunity to hold Yi Qingling's small, soft and white hand and moved to her side, able to smell the refreshing fragrance of Yi Qingling's body. The two of them leaned very close to each other. Yi Qingling could feel Lu Chuan's strong and powerful heartbeat. Yi Qingling immediately blushed slightly, but she didn't resist. She only felt her heart beating very fast, and she was a bit shy. Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor and Iron Mask King and General Long have defeated the enemy army and have returned to the court. Just as Lu Chuan was about to continue eating tofu, a guard with a joyful face knelt down outside the hall and shouted in a loud voice. Chapter 94, Defeat of the Three Great Dynasties. Pops and the others are back? Lu Chen's eyes lit up and very naturally took Yi Qingling's small hand and walked towards the Golden Palace. Mother, come on, let's go take a look. It had to be said that Yi Qingling's small hand was soft as if it was boneless, warm and white, and it felt very good in his hand. And Lu Chuan couldn't help but pinch it a few times and tickle it in her palm. Yi Qingling's pretty face immediately became more and more blushing, her lips lightly biting, and that stunning beauty added a few more points of allure. In the Golden Palace, the ministers and officials have been waiting for a long time. When Zhao Feiyang saw Lu Chen pulling Yi Qingling's small hand and appearing together, his heart was moved and he immediately cried out respectfully, "I see your majesty and the empress. May your majesty and the empress have all the blessings of gold and peace. The dragon's body and the phoenix's body be in good health. The country's fortunes flourish, and the royal family be prosperous." When the rest of the group of ministers and officials saw this, they froze for a moment. Although Lu Chuan and Yi Qingling had a marriage contract in place, after all, they were not yet married. So it was reasonable to say that they could not call out to the empress. But as soon as Zhao Feiyang opened his mouth, a few of the more mellow ministers immediately followed with a salute of greeting. Very witty. Lu Chen was very much not repulsed by this and instead gave them an appreciative look. When the rest of the group of ministers saw this, they all reacted and saluted in greeting. Although it was a bit unorthodox to call out to the empress in advance, the matter of currying favor with His Majesty and the future empress in passing was nothing more than a passing gesture. And the ministers and officials were not foolish enough to blatantly jump out and ruin the atmosphere. Seeing the group of ministers and officials saluting and greeting with a respectful attitude, although Yi Qingling wore a calm smile on her face, her heart could not help but feel a little uplifted, and her grip on Lu Duan's hand tightened a few points. In the end, she was only a teenage girl. Where had she experienced such a scene? Lu Chuan hemmed and hawed, directly pulling Yi Qingling to the dragon chair to sit down together, not caring if it was out of order. Anyway, in the Daxia dynasty, his rules are the rules. This kid. Seeing this, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were somewhat helpless and sighed darkly, but they didn't have much to say. Your Majesty, the battlefield of southern Yuanzhou is a great victory. Our army killed a total of 81,500 and 300 people from the Songhai dynasty, of which the Songhai dynasty's commander Yan Gaoi was killed, and his vice-general. Soon, Dragon Warrior was the first to speak, reporting on the battle. Qing Huarong and Liu Beixian also spoke one after another. The result was naturally no surprise. Under Liu Beixian's leadership, the Chanyang Prefecture battlefield was a great victory, and all of the Great Cloud Dynasty's million-strong army was killed. The Zhuozhou battlefield also killed a full 900,000 plus troops of the White Phoenix Kingdom, with only a few remnants escaping. The generals stationed at the northern border also sent back messages, reporting the horrific scene beyond the Blood Mist Plains, where the alien race's 800,000 strong army was completely destroyed. Without a doubt, this was definitely a huge blow to the three great royal dynasties and the foreign races, especially the three major royal dynasties, each of which had fallen a million to a few 100,000 troops, as well as numerous hefty generals and martial arts experts. The strength of the entire dynasty had plummeted by a large margin, and their national power had weakened. None of the ministers and officials were shocked when they learned of these news. It was at this time that they were suddenly shocked to realize that the strength of the great Xia dynasty was so terrifying, as if it was like the might of the heavens, unfathomable. For a while, the gazes of the ministers and officials looked at Lu Duan with increasing awe and fervor. Your Majesty, the three great royal dynasties have suffered huge losses, and their overall strength has fallen by at least 50 to 60%. So why don't we take advantage of the victory and destroy them in one fell swoop? Expanding the boundaries of my great Xia dynasty. Iron Face spoke in a deep voice, a wisp of essence flashing in his eyes. Iron Face had fought together with Liu Beixian for decades in the northern borderlands, and he knew very well that now was the right time to stamp out the three great royal dynasties with a single blow. The three great royal dynasties were different from the Fei. The true lair of the alien race was located deep within the endless great wasteland, too far from the territory of the Grand Xia dynasty to pursue even if the fight was won. However, the territories of the three major kingdoms are right next to the Grand Xia dynasty. As the saying goes, a friend from afar attacks near. And the Grand Xia dynasty can just take advantage of this momentum to fully annex the three major kingdoms. There's no rush. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, as the saying goes, the heavens are kind. The three great kingdoms have each fallen over 1 million troops. It's already miserable, so let them off the hook. Iron Mask. No, Your Majesty, wasn't it you who told us to kill without mercy this army of over 1 million? You were so cruel at that time. Why are you talking about mercy now? But a mortal sin is a mortal sin. Lu Duan added. Cede the land that should be ceded, and pay the compensation that should be paid, so we can't let them off lightly. Remember to notify the 3 major royal dynasties and have them send emissaries to my great Xia dynasty to beg for peace. These matters will be left to the iron-faced king's beloved secretary to handle with full authority. Iron Face had doubts in his heart, but didn't express them, but respectfully said, I obey the decree. Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun glanced at each other, and they didn't have any opinions about Lu Chen's decision. With the power of the Grand Xia dynasty, destroying the 3 major royal dynasties was not a problem. However, the Lu family's beloved henchmen were still too few, and if they really annexed the 3 great kingdoms, I'm afraid that they would not have enough manpower to achieve complete control. Moreover, the Great Xia dynasty had just been established and had destroyed the 3 major neighboring royal dynasties with a thunderous force, which would surely cause the other dynasties in the distance to be wary and jealous, and might be jointly targeted. Lu Chen also didn't want to reign supreme in this small place. Having a single Xia dynasty was enough, and didn't want to spend a great deal of effort on attacking other dynasties. Most importantly, Liu Beixian next will be going to the Middle Earth region. Lu Duan also must follow along. Then the lack of core figures to sit in the town. The Great Xia dynasty territory is too large, but not a good thing. Lu Chuan needed Yi Qingling's small hand while absently dealing with the affairs of the court, and after quickly dealing with them, he couldn't wait to announce the exit of the court. Hey, being an emperor is so tiring, it's better to be a dude. Lu Chen exhaled a breath and directly lay down on the dragon chair, his head obediently resting on Yi Qingling's white and tender legs. Yi Qingling couldn't help but smile, her gaze gentle as she stretched out her hands and gently pressed and pinched Lu Chen's head and shoulders. You just want to enjoy the benefits of being an emperor and don't want to take on the responsibilities of being an emperor. Lu Jianyun rolled her eyes somewhat helplessly. He, or my oldest sister understands me. Lu Chuan hemmed and hawed, and after comfortably enjoying Yi Qingling's massage, he then got up and said, Pops, Gu Aiqing, let's go. Lu Chen waved his hand and summoned Liu Beixian and Gu Ruoxi, Song Xuan, and other top experts to prepare for their departure. Where to? Liu Beixian was a bit puzzled. Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously. A mysterious relic in the depths of the Great Wasteland. There are heavenly chances inside. It just so happens that you guys can be armed for yourselves, so that when you go to the Middle Earth region, you can at least have the means to defend yourselves. Mysterious relics? Gu Ruoxi, on the other hand, was so shaken that her breathing was shortened by a few moments and she slowly clenched her hands. She instantly guessed that one mysterious relic must be the place where her father had fallen. Lu Chuan had promised her long ago that he would help her retrieve her father's remains, only that he had to wait until after Lu Chuan ascended to the throne. In the past few days since Lu Chen ascended to the throne and suffered a foreign invasion, the situation was not stable, so Gu Ruoxi did not take the initiative to mention it, but she knew that Lu Duan would never forget it. Chapter 95 Ruins of the Taoist Heavenly Sect. Soon, a cloud ship quietly rose up from the royal capital and sped in the direction of the endless great wilderness. In addition to Yi Qingling and the top experts such as Liu Beixian, Lu Fianyan, and Gu Ruoxi, there was also a white-haired woman standing on the cloud ship with a red curved sword hanging from her waist, and without a word, she just stood quietly behind Lu Chen. Regarding this terrifying woman who appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, Liu Beixian and the others were all startled and immediately gripped their weapons in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yunshi had been able to have complete control over his own cultivator killing intent. All of it was converged without a trace of killing energy spilling out. However, Liu Beixian and the others were still able to feel an invisible oppression from her that was suffocating. One of our own. Take it easy. Lu Dust waved his hand, and then turned to look at Yunshi. After carefully admiring some of her marvelous figure and stunningly beautiful face, he winked at her. Yunshi girl does not have to put on a face every day. She should be gentler. Come, give me a smile. I'm sorry, sire. I was born without a smile. Yunshi shook her head, still expressionless. It's no fun. Lu Chen sighed, turned around and pinched Yun Shanyue's face, saying, Good girl Shuer, give me a smile? Yun Shanyue's pretty face was slightly red, but she still revealed a well-behaved and coy smile. When Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others saw this, they were speechless and silently rolled their eyes. That's the famous leader of the Luo net, the Shura killer god, and only Lu Duan dared to molest her. And Yi Qingling, the main palace, is still watching. Lu Chen actually molested Yunshi and Yun Shanyue. However, Yi Qingling didn't have any opinion. With the calmness and generosity of a proper empress, she just smiled faintly and took the initiative to hold Lu Chen's arm, not moving to swear sovereignty. As the king of a country, Lu Chen naturally could not have only one wife, and Yi Qingling had long been mentally prepared for this. What's more, when Lu Chuan was still the son of the world, he listened to music every day on the hook, night and day, and his nature is like this. She will not force Lu Chuan to change. she'll only be heartbroken for His Majesty. 2.5 days later, the cloud ship traveled across the boundless earth to the depths of the great wasteland. It was a valley in a deep forest where the ground had collapsed and a large crack had appeared. It wasn't hard to tell from the traces of broken rocks that the crack hadn't been there for long, probably only 20 years or so. The cloud ship slowly landed, and Lu Chen and his group stepped out of the cloud ship and began to advance along the large crack. This large crack is very deep. A glance to the end, as if through the center of the earth, people's hearts rise a chill for no reason. The crowd descended along the large crack for thousands of feet before they finally landed at the bottom. Boom! Guruwashi cast a fireball spell, and a huge fireball floated above the crowd like a small sun, illuminating the dim and depressing underground space. What came into view was a large area of crumbling ruins and ruins. The ground was full of large cracks and broken walls, full of devastation, obviously having experienced a tragic war. After a long period of time, there were still quite a few remnant formations and prohibitions glowing in the ruins of this relic that were still functioning today. At the forefront of the crowd was a 9-story ancient tower. The lofty tower was hundreds of feet tall, and although it had been cut off at the waist and was full of cracks, it still gave off an invisible sense of oppression. When Guruwashi saw this ancient tower, her heart immediately shook, revealing a hint of surprise, because the style of this ancient tower was very familiar, exactly the same as the devil-suppressing tower in the Tao Heavenly Sect. Only it was bigger and more majestic than the one in the Tao Heavenly Sect. Lu Chen said, "There's no need to be surprised. As you can see, this is the Tao Tian Sect's devil-suppressing tower." Guruwashi hesitated and said, "But, there is no description of this place in the historical records of the Tao Heavenly Sect, because the Tao Heavenly cult of the Great Zhou dynasty is only a small branch of the Tao Heavenly cult of the ancient era, and although it has continued from the ancient battle, it has experienced a break in its inheritance. So naturally, there are no records of the ancient era," Lu Chen explained, striding towards the devil-suppressing tower. "Let's go. What you're looking for is inside." When the crowd walked to the door of the devil-suppressing tower, Guruwashi's body suddenly trembled and her face turned a little white. There was a broken copper sword on the ground, as well as a piece of blood-stained sleeve, causing Guruwashi to be struck by lightning and her lips to clench. This piece of sleeve and the bronze sword were kept by the former head of the Taoist Heavenly Sect, coupled with what Lu Chuan said earlier. How could Guruwashi not understand that her father had fallen in the devil-suppressing tower? Guruwashi picked up the sleeves and the copper sword on the ground, and with a saddened look on her face, she stepped into the devil-suppressing tower with Lu Chen and the others. The interior of the devil-suppressor tower was shattered, and there were traces of battles everywhere, as well as tired white bones. The devil-suppressing tower is a place used by the Taoist Heavenly Sect to seal and suppress the evil demons in the world, with a horrible ferocious aura that does not dissipate to this day, causing people to fall into an ice cave as if they had come to the underworld in general. Father! Guruwashi suddenly froze, the last trace of fantasy in her heart completely shattered, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. In the devil-suppressing tower, there was a white bone corpse sitting quietly on the ground, wearing a purple golden Taoist robe, holding a half-broken copper sword in his dead hand. Having died many years ago, Guruwashi trembled her hand and tried to touch the corpse, clanging. Right at this moment, Yunshir suddenly drew the blood-colored curved sword at his waist like lightning and chopped out an overwhelmingly powerful blade light, accompanied by intertwining blood-colored lightning that was horrifyingly boundless, directly chopping towards Guruwashi. The snowy blade light grazed Guruwashi's face and cut a flash of black chi in half. "Stand back!" Yunshir stepped forward in large strides, protecting Guruwashi and Lu Chuan's group behind her, the red scimitar in her hand raised, pointing directly at the corpse bones on the ground. "GGG. Ha 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 ha." At the next moment, the originally calm bones suddenly vibrated, accompanied by a burst of twisted and strange laughter, and a thick black fog rushed out from the bones, filling the entire devil-suppressing tower in the blink of an eye. An unprecedented cold and violent atmosphere came over, full of distortion and chaos, madness and other negative vibes, causing everyone's consciousness to go into a trance, as if their souls were plunged into the horrible hell of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. All evils retreat. At this critical moment, Liu Beixian gave a loud shout, sounding like thunder rolling, and a brilliant dragon might was released from his body, transforming into a golden dragon shadow that circled around the crowd, resisting the erosion of the surrounding black mist. The crowd's bodies jerked with a jolt, which restored their consciousness to wakefulness. As the supreme emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty, coupled with his half-saint cultivation, he had his own dragon chi to protect his body, and at this moment, when he manifested it, all evils would not invade him. As for Lu Chen, he was even sheltered by the human emperor's chi, and had not been affected in any way since the beginning. Chapter 96, Shura Demon Sword. Jia Jia Jia. Accompanied by a hideous laughter echoing, A thick black fog shrouded the entirety of the devil-suppressing tower, and a blurred and twisted black shadow surfaced around the crowd, densely packed, with that cold and ghastly aura that caused one to tremble in fear. What is it? Yi Qingling frowned and subconsciously hugged Lu Chen's arm tightly. In an instant, Lu Chuan's arm fell into a softness, causing Lu Chuan's heart to flutter. After the fall of the ancient demonic father, his undying residual thoughts and killing intent fused with the demonic chi in the devil-suppressing tower, resulting in the formation of an immortal and indestructible demonic creature. Lu Dust explained. Although it only has half-saint strength, it is a very special existence. Unusual attacks are ineffective against it. Only soul attacks can injure it, and even if you kill it, it will continue to be reborn, making it difficult to completely eliminate. And the degree of difficulty is comparable to the Saint Realm, an undead demonic creature with a half-saint cultivation. Guruwashi's heart shook and her hands slowly clenched. Her father, who was only at the 9th level of the June Realm cultivation, had undoubtedly died in the hands of this undead demonic creature, and was far from being an opponent. Blood food. Delicious blood food. I'm going to eat you. Eat you. Ha 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 ha. Kill. Kill kill kill. The surrounding dense and twisted black shadows were all waving their teeth and claws, emitting a hysterical and crazy yell, just like countless ghosts and spirits, rushing towards Lu Dust and his group. The most frightening thing was the black shadow that slowly floated out from among the white bone corpses. Although his body was condensed from black mist, it was incomparably clear and solid, almost turning into a solid entity. A horrible and appalling ferocious aura was released from him. Strong as Lu Beixian, all had chills down their spine, and their souls uncontrollably gave birth to a sense of fear. That was the indestructible residual thought originating from the ancient demon god. It's just a wisp of residual thought. Die. Yunshi's eyes were cold. The blood-colored scimitar in his hand once again chopped horizontally, accompanied by strand after strand of blood-colored lightning intertwined. A terrifying cultivator killing intent erupted, and a boundless ferocious aura was unleashed, which was even more horrifying than the ferocious aura of the black shadow's body. Bang! Yunshi chopped out a knife. Not only all the black shadows all cut off, but also the Jin Demon Tower are split out a big crack. Pieces of black shadows exploded on the spot, actually by the red curved sword directly swallowed. This scene caused Lu Beixian, Guruwashi, and the others to have their hearts shaken, revealing unbelievable expressions. These immortal demons seemed to be able to be completely decimated by Yunshi? Although the undying remnants of the ancient demon sovereign's thoughts are powerful, it depends on who they're compared to. Lu Dust is not the slightest bit surprised. A slight smile explained Yunshi. Girl hand of the cultivation Luo magic knife is the real absolute murder weapon. She cultivates the cultivation Luo road, but also stepped on the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood to rise, a life of killing countless. This knife, both chopping the physical body, but also chopping the soul. Immortal monsters can also be killed. Even with Lu Beixian's half-saint cultivation and his dragon chi protection, he was unable to truly decimate these undead demons. Only Yunshi was the true nemesis of these undead demons. When Yunshi heard this, she couldn't help but turn around and look deeply at Lu Chen. Although Lu Chuan was young, he always gave her an unfathomable feeling, as if all the secrets in her body had nothing to hide in front of Lu Chuan. Shura magic blade. Shura Dao. Lu Beixian and Guruwashi and the others looked at each other in dismay, having never heard of these things at all. Only Yi Qingling frowned slightly, always feeling that these things were somewhat familiar, as if she had heard of them somewhere. Soon, Yunshi chopped out the third blade. Almost all the black shadows in the devil-suppressing tower were killed. The monstrous black fog dissipated, and only the strongest one let out a mournful yell, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky towards the depths of the ruins of the relics. He's fast. But the Saint Realm cultivation Yunshi was even faster. Yunshi's figure flashed, so fast that no one could see her movements at all. The whole person was like an instantaneous movement, already catching up with that black shadow and chopping out a blade again, along with an ear-splitting roar echoing out. Patches of relic buildings were cut off by her slash, and along with it, the dark shadow was also killed. Yunshi's figure flickered again and had returned behind Lu Chen, still looking like an iceberg beauty, very cold and not speaking, is so strong. Lu Beixian and Song Xuan and the others had more than a hint of awe and scorn in their eyes, even though they had long known that she was at the Saint Realm cultivation. It was only when they actually saw her strike that they could truly feel the terrifying power that was so powerful that it caused one to tremble in fear. What was most incomprehensible to Lu Beixian and the others was, why did this cold, terrifyingly strong woman follow Lu Duan with her heart and soul? It can't be that you're looking at Lu Chen's body, can it? At that thought, Lu Beixian and the others couldn't help but look at Lu Duan. Lu Chuan's body was tall and straight. His head full of black hair was spread out. His appearance was handsome and peerless, with a hint of a seemingly evil smile on his face. as if it was a perfect piece of work that had been carefully carved by the heavens, so handsome that he could not be described in words. Well, doesn't seem to be out of the question. Lu Chuan didn't know what was going on in their minds, but reached out to touch Gu Ruashi's head and said softly, "Condolences. Put away your father's corpse." Gu Ruashi nodded, her eyes still a little red, and took out a coffin, carefully picking up the bones on the ground and putting them into the coffin. Instead of searching this devil-suppressing tower, Lu Chen turned to look at Yun Shi and gave a look towards her. Cloudseeker read it. As soon as she grabbed the red scimitar at her waist, she did not sheath it, but slammed it directly into the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar echoing out, the terrifying power of the Saint Realm level erupted, smashing the ground into pieces on the spot, collapsing with a loud bang, and the crowd directly fell down. Underneath the devil-suppressing tower, there was actually a layer of underground space. There were no bones of ancient evil demons here, and there was only an empty and huge formation on the ground, densely engraved with countless formation patterns, complicated to the extreme. One look at it would make one's eyes dazzled and have a splitting headache, as if one more look would explode. The center of the formation is a brass bell, which is engraved with Taiji Bagua, sun, moon and stars and other complex and complicated patterns, which looks mysterious and extraordinary. This formation is the Dutian Demon Sealing Formation, a saint stage extreme formation, used by the Dao Heavenly Sect in ancient times to seal the evil demons in the Demon Suppression Tower. This brass bell is the Demon Sealing Bell, which is also a holy artifact, specifically used to seal evil demons and sprites, and it also has an extremely strong restraining effect on the demonic path. Miss Gu, write down this formation and turn around and secretly set up formations around the palace to use as defense. This demon sealing bell is also for you. Lu Chuan opened his mouth and looked at Gu Ruashi. When these words came out, the crowd was greatly surprised, and their gazes turned to Lu Dust in unison. Dusty, how do you know that there are things here and have such clear information about where these things come from? Could it be that you have been here before? Lu Beixian couldn't help but ask, genuinely curious. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly demon sealing formation or the demon sealing bell, Lu Beixian and the rest of them had never heard of it, but Lu Chen was able to tell its information and function with a single glance, which was a bit too incredible. Chapter 97, The Pool of Refining Soldiers. Well, Lu Chuan stroked his chin. His brain worked rapidly, and he made up a reason on the spot. Actually, it was me who unintentionally found a mysterious ancient book on a ground stall, which recorded information about this relic. Is there such a thing as a good thing? Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others glanced at each other, looking at each other half-heartedly. However, Lu Chuan had a look of conviction, and although Lu Beixian and the others were skeptical, they did not pursue the matter. I thank your majesty for the gift, but your majesty has already bestowed me with the sacred rank treasure sword, and this demon sealing bell. I can't accept it. Gu Ruashi took out a jade slip and began to record the formations inscribed on the ground, but as for the demon sealing bell, she was unwilling to take it. She had already taken too many benefits from Lu Chen without giving anything for him, and she was really embarrassed to accept the demon sealing bell again. Take it if you're given it, that's an order. Lu Dust boarded up his face and said in a serious manner, in the future, I still expect you to guard my home. How can I guard it without some treasures and strength? Gu Ruashi was the leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect, and her Dao attainments were extremely strong, so this demon sealing bell could only be maximized in her hands. Lu Chuan was going to take Yun Shi and Song Xueyin and the others to the Middle-earth region, and after thinking about it, he decided to leave Gu Ruashi behind to guard the great Xia dynasty, so enhancing her strength was a must. Your Majesty, Gu Ruashi opened her mouth and tried to refuse, but was interrupted by Lu Chuan, who said in a tone that could not be refused, take it and obey. Lu Chen was clearly much younger than Gu Ruashi, yet he reached out and touched her head in an elder-like manner. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Seeing that she couldn't shrug it off, Gu Ruashi's heart surged with a warm current, and she finally put away the demon sealing bell. The demon sealing bell was of an extremely high grade, and its power was also much stronger than a saint-rank sword, making it very precious and of inestimable value. Lu Chen chose to bestow the demon sealing bell on her, clearly trusting her enough to have high hopes. This also moved Gu Ruashi's heart, and she became more and more loyal to Lu Chen, and her favorability level skyrocketed. Where can I find such a good master? After putting away the demon sealing bell, Lu Chuan and his group crossed over the demon suppressing tower and entered the ruins of this relic. Although the ruins were filled with remnant formations and prohibitions, but this was naturally not difficult for them to defeat. Gu Ruashi's formation attainments were extremely high, and she was able to quickly find the weak points of the remnant formations and prohibitions, followed by Yun Shi's slash, and the ghastly blade light instantly tore through the remnant formations and prohibitions, breaking them. Led by Lu Dust, the crowd went straight to an ancient hall that had collapsed for the most part. accompanied by a loud boom. Yunshi slashed open the gate of the ancient hall, and the crowd of people filed in. In an instant, a wave of searing heat hit the air. What appeared in front of the crowd was a pool. Inside was a strange spiritual liquid. There were actually boiling and rolling flames burning. The water and fire coexisted, and there was an astonishingly high temperature permeating the area. Next to the pool was a stone tablet inscribed with the words "Pool for Refining Soldiers." In the pool there are 9 pieces of weapons quietly floating, all surrounded by wisps of light. Looks extraordinary. 3 of them were rough embryos of weapons, respectively a sword and 2 knives, which were not completely sacrificed and molded, but still exuded a hint of coldness, and their materials were very unusual. Regrettably, there were 3 other weapons that were actually broken, had suffered heavy blows, and were incomplete, scarred, and had obviously been through a grueling war. The last 3 weapons were complete and intact, each being an ancient and unadorned black halberd, dull all over, looking nothing out of the ordinary. A dark golden longsword with mysterious patterns inscribed on it, very complicated and complex. A short green-colored sword that looked light, not a handheld weapon, but a flying sword. These are holy ranked magic treasures? All of them are of the Holy Order. After Liu Beixian and Gu Ruoxi and the others spread their divine sense and carefully sensed the weapons in the weapon refining pool, they all stared in disbelief and couldn't help but suck in a large mouthful of cool air. This is a holy weapon. When looking at the many flourishing dynasties and foreign races, there had never been a supreme treasure of this level before. It was also not too long ago that Lu Dust had dug up a few sacred artifacts in the ruins of the Blood Mist Plains, and that was all. But now there were actually 9 sacred artifacts appearing in front of the crowd. Although 3 of them were rough embryos, they only needed to be carefully sacrificed and refined a bit to make them complete, and then they would be able to obtain complete saint weapons. Those 3 broken saint weapons were regrettable, but after all, they were still saint weapons, and under full power. Their power was always going to be stronger than a 7th-ranked magic treasure, and their value was equally not low. Pops, that dragon blood battle halberd belongs to you. The dark gold one, the flare moon sword, belongs to Nyang Zi, and that last flying sword is named the green feather sword, which is just right for old sister. You can keep these 3 weapons, rough embryo Miss Gu, after you return to the royal capital and find a refining master to refine them into shape. 1 sword will be given to Su Yang, the other to Wen Shang, and that sword will be given to Shin Shiji. The remaining 3 sacred artifact remnants will be put into the treasury first, and can only be bestowed in the future if someone performs great feats. Lu Dust opened his mouth, having long ago planned to arrange these holy weapons in a clear manner. When Shang and Shin Shiji are both top powerhouses secretly recruited by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, there is no problem with their loyalty, and they have handles and soft spots in the hands of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, so they will not betray. In this way, the most core powerhouses of the Great Xia dynasty all had saint weapons in their hands, and their strength skyrocketed by a large margin. Even if Lu Chen and Yun Shi and the others were not present, the Great Xia dynasty had a strong enough self-preservation strength to be fearless of other dynasties and foreign races coming to attack. Ha! Can I take a holy weapon too? Yi Qingling froze for a moment and hastily excused herself, saying, Your Majesty, I'm only at the harmonized Dao realm cultivation level, so I can't exert my strength with the sacred artifact, so it's better to let it go to the other June realm powerhouses. Just a holy weapon. No need to excuse yourself. Take it. This is a piece of my husband's heart. Could it be that you can't bear to reject me, ma'am? Lu Chuan held Yi Qingling's soft and delicate little hand and gazed at her with affection. Your Majesty. Yi Qingling's heart immediately trembled. A warm current surged up, and her gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with tenderness. Quite moved. This is a complete holy weapon. Even in the Misty sect, it belonged to the Jin sect's most precious treasure, and only a few core powerhouses were qualified to possess it. But she was only at the Dao transformation realm cultivation level, and Lu Chen was actually willing to give her a sacred artifact. Dusty, won't you keep a holy weapon for yourself? Liu Beixian couldn't help but say. Last time, he had found numerous treasures in the Blood Mist Plains ruins, but Lu Chuan didn't take any of them and gave them all to his men. Now that he had found 9 more sacred artifacts, Lu Chen actually still didn't want them, which made him a bit taut. Being able to discover these sacred artifacts, Lu Dust had the most credit. Moreover, Lu Chen had the highest status and position as the Emperor of Xia, and his qualification was as high as the 9th grade of the Heavenly Order, so how could he say that he had to have a holy weapon to defend himself, right? Chapter 98, The Great Harvest. No need. Lu Chen, however, waved his hand, rather calmly. I have many capable and strong people under me. Even if I encounter enemies, I don't need to kill them myself. Miss Yunshi, do you say yes or no? Lu Chuan blinked towards Yunshi. Yes. Yunshi was brief and concise, but her attitude was very obvious. since she had already promised Lu Chen to be his guard. Yunshi would not go back on her word, and even more so, she would not let anyone harm Lu Chen. But, Lu Beixian was still a bit uneasy. After all, Yi Qingling and Lu Fianyan both had sacred weapons in their hands. How come Lu Chen himself didn't have one instead? No buts. It's decided. Don't worry, Pops. Do I look like someone who doesn't care about his safety? Lu Chen, however, did not care at all and patted Lu Beixian's shoulder. Okay. Lu Beixian couldn't argue with Lu Chen, so he could only let out a dark sigh and secretly resolve that as long as he was around, he would never allow anyone to hurt Lu Chen for a single minute. He walked over to the refining pool, and with a big hand, he grabbed the mediocre-looking halberd. In the next moment, Lu Beixian let out a muffled grunt as his body stumbled, nearly falling headfirst into the pool of soldier refinement. This halberd looked ordinary, but it was incredibly heavy, as if it was refined from a large mountain. With Lu Beixian's half-step Sate Realm cultivation, he could actually only barely hold it. How incredible! Good baby! Lu Beixian's eyes glowed instead of being surprised. With a loud shout, he shook his one arm, his muscles bulging and erupting into a powerful force, taking the halberd out of the pool of refined soldiers and giving it a heavy thump on the ground, sending out a dull sound, and the pale earth trembled along with it. Anon! In the next moment, the surging mana on Lu Beixian's body surged into the halberd and urged it with all his might, and the ordinary-looking halberd instantly blossomed with strands of dark golden light, accompanied by a ferocious and compelling aura that erupted into a dragon-shaped silhouette. There was even a seemingly unearthly dragon's roar that echoed. Ha 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 ha, what a dragon blood battle halberd! Good! Lu Beixian was pleasantly surprised. His heartbeat accelerated. He only felt that his blood was boiling, gently rubbing the halberd in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This halberd was too smooth, and the dragon blood power contained within it was a perfect fit for Lu Beixian. It was almost as if it had been specially built for him, allowing his combat power to skyrocket by a large margin. What a strong and ferocious weapon! Even Yunshi narrowed her eyes slightly, truly surprised, and was able to keenly feel that this dragon blood halberd was of extremely high grade, definitely the strongest of the 9 holy weapons, not much worse than her cultivator demon blade. Yi Qingling and Lu Jianyun took the flare moonsword and the green feather sword in the refining pool respectively. With their cultivation, naturally, they were unable to utilize the true power of the sacred weapon, but it was enough to increase their combat power significantly, and sweeping across the same rank was not a problem. The rest of the holy weapons were put away by Gu Ruoshi for temporary safekeeping. The wave was not a small harvest, and the crowd had a small, uplifting smile on their faces. After leaving the soldier refining pool, Lu Chuan led the crowd straight to the center of the ruins and found a relatively well-preserved ancient hall, guarded by powerful formations that Yunshi slashed 3 times before breaking through. If Yunshi, a Sate Realm powerhouse, was not present, I'm afraid that no one would be able to break the formation at all. This caused Lu Beixian and the others to be secretly staggered. This ancient hall was the ancient Dao Heavenly Sect's scripture pavilion, which contained a well-preserved and extensive collection of books, with the inheritance of all kinds of great Dao teachings such as Dan, Array, Talisman, Dao, and Weapon, and even a lot of military techniques. Gu Ruoshi's eyes went straight, her excited heart, trembling hands, quickly checking the collection of books and canonical books here. Her whole body was overwhelmed by a great surprise. This was the complete inheritance of the ancient Dao Heavenly Church, far more than the current inheritance of the Dao Heavenly Church of the Grand Xia Dynasty, and these inheritances were of a higher grade and richer, and would definitely allow the strength of the Dao Heavenly Church of the Grand Xia Dynasty to skyrocket, with unlimited achievements. This was of great significance to the Xia Dynasty's Dao Tian sect. Dao Yuan True Scripture, 9 Heavens in Yuan Thunder Method, Qing Wei Sword Technique. Hiss. Soon, Lu Beixian couldn't sit still either, and after checking the scripture feats of this place, he sucked in a huge mouthful of cool air, his eyes glowing. There were actually a full 8 saint-ranked techniques here. Last time, when Lu Dust was in the Blood Mist Plains ruins, he was able to make the strength of the powerhouses on the side of the Grand Xia Dynasty soar just by finding 3 holy ranked techniques. Now that we have obtained 8 saint-level techniques, the Great Xia Dynasty will not take off. There were already many strong people in the Grand Xia Dynasty, and with so many saint-ranked techniques in place, their strength was bound to skyrocket again in a short period of time, and maybe someone could break through to the Saint Realm with this. Put it all away. Lu Dust opened his mouth and asked Lu Beixian and the others to put away these feats, 8 of which were sacred order feats that could be topologized in multiple copies and distributed to the strongest members of the Great Xia Dynasty's inner circle when they returned to the royal capital. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Lu Chen and his group continued to search the ruins of this relic, and one after another, they also found many treasures. Compared to the harvest from the pool of refining soldiers and the pavilion of hidden scriptures, the value was not that great, but it could also greatly enhance the strength of the Great Xia dynasty, and the harvest was not small. After scavenging this relic, the crowd began to return to the Great Xia royal capital. Guruwashi took her father's remains back to the Taoist heavenly sect to arrange the aftermath. During this period, the Great Cloud dynasty, the White Phoenix Kingdom, and the Sanhai dynasty all sent emissaries to the Daxia royal capital to beg for peace. After witnessing the terrifying strength of the Grand Xia dynasty, their eyes cleared all of a sudden, and their attitudes were so humble that they didn't dare to make a move. Iron Mask did his duty, and under a round of coercion and intimidation, the three major kingdoms ceded a lot of territories and compensated for a large amount of treasures, and only then did the Daxia dynasty sign a peace pact with the three major kingdoms, and that was the end of the matter. Lu Chun, on the other hand, summoned Zhao Fei Yang and Su Yang and a few other beloved henchmen, stroked his chin and asked, "I have decided to go north next and set out to conquer the Middle-earth region. But the Middle-earth region is too mysterious and unknown, and there is a lack of intelligence information. So I would like to set up a branch of Patrol Heavenly Pavilion in the Middle-earth region to establish an intelligence network that covers the entire Middle-earth region. How do you all feel that we should do it properly?" When these words came out, Su Yang and the others immediately looked at each other, feeling a bit embarrassed. The Middle-earth region was too mysterious. Even Su Yang and the others, this was the first time they had heard of this name and knew nothing about the Middle-earth region. So how could they make suggestions? Your Majesty is a great warrior and has countless capable officials under his command. So with the might of our Great Xia Kingdom, how difficult would it be to conquer the small Middle Kingdom? I thought that with your Majesty's talent, as well as the national strength of the Great Xia dynasty, the Heavenly Pavilion would only need to expand by 30,000 to 50,000 people, and with a little bit of training, it would certainly be able to have the great regions of the Middle Kingdom in its pocket, as if it were in the palm of your hand. Zhao Feiyang didn't think about that much, and immediately opened his mouth in a respectful tone, coming up with a pat on the back. When these words came out, Su Yang and the others all secretly rolled their eyes and were speechless for a while. 30 to 50,000 people could not even completely cover the Great Xia dynasty, so how could they possibly have the entire Middle-earth region in their pocket? Chapter 99 Heavenly Pavilion Branch. However, when Lu Chen heard this, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was only because a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host has received a suggestion: expand the Patrol Heaven Pavilion by 30,000 to 50,000 people and train them slightly. Completion reward: Intermediate Intelligence Organization, Patrol Heaven Pavilion Middle-earth Region Branch. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Aiqing's words are reasonable. When the reward, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and immediately rewarded Zhao Fei Yang with a 7th rank treasure. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise and godly. The grace is widespread. The imperial grace is great. I really have the honor of 3 lifetimes. Zhao Feiyan was overjoyed in his heart and immediately cowed out his thanks and uttered a bunch of flattering words of praise. Su Yang and the other ministers were a bit dumbfounded and looked at each other. No, man, is that even possible? With Zhao Feiyang as a brick in front of them. Su Yang and the others also made their own suggestions after a little thought. Although it sounded much more reliable than Zhao Feiyang's suggestion, it was also a lot more troublesome. So naturally, Lu Chen was unlikely to adopt it. Soon after, Lu Chen waved his hand and told Zhao Feiyang and the others to back off. And then Lu Chen took out the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order and gave orders to Bai Xiao and the others to expand the Patrol Heaven Pavilion by 30,000 people in the shortest possible time and conduct the most basic training. When Bai Xiao and the others received Lu Chen's urgent mission, they naturally didn't dare to delay and immediately mobilized the manpower of the various departments of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to do so. After the establishment of the Daxia dynasty, the manpower of the Heavenly Pavilion has been expanded for 1 round. And now the scouts of the Heavenly Pavilion are not only spread throughout the Daxia dynasty, but have also penetrated into the neighboring dynasties and foreign races. For the current Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, it wasn't difficult to expand by 30,000 people, not to mention the fact that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion originally had quite a few reservists. Just 2.5 hours later, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head once again. Ding! The host completes the proposal and receives a reward: Intermediate Intelligence Organization, Patrol Heaven Pavilion Middle-earth Region Branch. As the system beep sounded, 500,000 people emerged out of thin air in the distant and boundless Middle-earth region, perfectly integrating into every region of the Middle-earth region. They had all kinds of identities, from street hooligans to the Sons of Holy Lands, and they all had secret contact transmission methods with each other, forming a tight intelligence network that covered the entire Middle-earth region. Lu Chen took out the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master Order, which also contained more information about the members of the Patrol Heaven Pavilion in the Middle-earth Region Branch. The Middle-earth domain was too big and vast, and even 500,000 scouts would only just cover it. However, correspondingly, the overall strength of the Middle-earth region's Heaven Inspection Pavilion branch was also much stronger than that of the Grand Xia dynasty, possessing numerous June realm experts, and the branch's head, Thousand Faces, had a cultivation level as high as that of a half-saint. After all, to manage and coordinate such a huge intelligence organization, there were bound to be a lot of troubles and problems encountered during the period, and the person in charge would easily get into trouble if he or she did not have enough strength. Not bad, not bad. With the information from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, it will be much easier to do things next after going to the Middle-earth domain. Lu Dust nodded in satisfaction. The only thing that was lacking was that the Middle-earth region was just too far away from the Grand Xia dynasty, and the order of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion was unable to directly contact the people in the Middle-earth region branch, requiring Lu Dust to arrive in the Middle-earth region before he could do so. Next, it was time to pick a strong escort, but this is not a big problem. With Yun Shi and Liu Beixian around, even if they reached the Middle-earth domain, they had enough power to defend themselves, not to mention the fact that there was also the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion branch that was secretly receiving them. When Gu Ruoshi and Iron Face chose to stay behind to guard the Grand Xia dynasty, Lu Chun gathered 10 monarch realm experts such as Su Yang, Song Xuan, and Zhao Fei Yang, as well as Yun Qianxue, the future empress. Aside from Zhao Fei Yang, the remaining 9 top experts had cultivations no lower than the 7th level of the June realm and still had quite a bit of potential to hopefully break through to the Saint realm in the future. As for Zhao Fei Yang, this guy is very good at kissing ass and doing things well, so he's a dog's leg that's easy to use. Moreover, Zhao Fei Yang had special magic treasures that could emanate a powerful holy might, which might be of no small use at critical moments. Although Lu Chen had taken away 10 monarch realm experts, there were still quite a few strong people who remained in the Grand Xia dynasty, not to mention the fact that there was Yun Shi's Luo Net hiding in the shadows, having long ago secretly allied with the Great Xia dynasty. No matter who dares to make a move against the Great Xia dynasty, they are designated to have no good fruit to eat. Lu Jianyun originally wanted to stay in the Great Xia dynasty as well, unwilling to drag her feet, but she was soft-pedaled by Lu Duan and directly pulled away. After all, this trip was to retrieve mother and big sister, and how could a family reunion be without second sister? You guys, hey! Lu Beixuan's heart was complicated when he saw Lu Chuan's excited appearance, but in the end, he could only smile helplessly and allow Lu Chuan to follow along. After all, Lu Chen had Yun Shi, a Saint realm expert, by his side, so safety should not be a problem. Just before he was about to set off, Lu Chen but suddenly raised his head, looked around and said, "Senior has followed me for so long, it's time to come out and meet me, right? If you don't come out, I'll have to leave." Someone's following Luck Chun? As soon as these words came out, Liu Beixian and the others all jumped in their hearts, startled and uncertain, immediately spreading their divine sense and scanning the surroundings, but they did not find any traces. Just when they thought that Lu Chen was bluffing, suddenly a ghostly sigh rang out. The next moment, an old beggar in tattered and disheveled clothes did not know when he appeared in the Golden Palace, like a ghost appearing out of thin air. There is no half a sign. Swish! Yun Shi, who was on the side, suddenly narrowed her eyes and immediately gripped the red scimitar on her waist, stepping out and blocking in front of Lu Chen, her face cold and grave. Strong as Yun Shi, Saint Realm cultivation, actually did not notice when this old beggar appeared. This was too shocking. Liu Beixian and Song Xuan and the others were even more startled, holding their weapons and magic treasures as if they were on the verge of an enemy. The old beggar, however, directly ignored Yun Shi and the others, his pale and turbid gaze fixed on Lu Dust, his voice hoarse and low. Avenue 50, the sky reproduces 49. The person recluse 1. You are that one. Lu Chen shook his head. I am not 1, nor am I 0. Senior, please be careful. Old beggar? You are a change. An aberration. The old beggar looked deeply at Lu Chen. More than 3 months ago, Lu Chen sent people from the Heavenly Pavilion to contact the old beggar in the Songhai dynasty, and as a result, the old beggar disappeared after he received the message, and the Heavenly Pavilion was never able to find any trace of him again. In fact, after receiving the news, the old beggar quietly came to the Jinbei King's mansion and had been secretly observing Lu Chen. At the beginning, Lu Chen was too weak, and the status of the Jinbei royal house's son was nothing in the old beggar's eyes, and was not worthy of his attention. However, in the next observation, Lu Chen showed all sorts of incredible means. Not only did his qualifications improve, his strength skyrocketed, but he also controlled many forces and powerhouses without moving, and eventually overthrew the Great Zhou dynasty in one fell swoop, creating the Great Xia dynasty. The most shocking thing for the old beggar is that originally Lu Chen did not have luck in the body. The fate is also mediocre, but after the overthrow of the great Zhou dynasty, to obtain the fate of the body, brilliant luck around, the fate of the complete change, incomparable noble and noble, like the descendant of the purple weather emperor star, but also seems to be the true fate of the Son of God. This amazing change has completely exceeded the old beggar's scope of understanding, which is simply not common sense. This is simply not something that can be explained by ascending to the throne as emperor. Human emperors were far from being qualified to possess such supreme fortune and destiny. Some unknown change must have taken place. He couldn't figure out what was going on even if he thought about it, so he could only chalk it up to an anomaly. The old beggar had a premonition that Lu Chuan's appearance would bring great changes to this world. Chapter 100, The Gravekeeper. Variables and anomalies? Senior's guess is not bad. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Having the system and traveling through it, he was the biggest variable and anomaly in this world. What variable anomaly? On the other hand, Yun Shi and Liu Beixian and the others were looking at each other, their faces still gloomy, not understanding what the old beggar and Lu Chen were saying. Instinct and intuition told them that the old beggar in front of them was very dangerous. Old dang. Old senior. We are all smart people. I will have something to say. Lu Chen looked straight at the old beggar. You will be my guard for 100 years, and I will help you find Sea Cliff Mountain. At the mention of Sea Cliff Mountain, a trace of color flashed through the old beggar's ancient, wave-free eyes. However, he was motionless and said in a deep voice, I don't believe you can know the whereabouts of Sea Cliff Mountain unless you prove it to me. Senior has followed me for so long. He should know what I am like. I have never broken my promise and will not lie. Lu Chen let out a light laugh and said, if Senior doesn't believe me, you can follow me around first, and I will bring you to find Sea Cliff Mountain. The old beggar shook his head. You tell me the clues of Sea Cliff Mountain first, and I will have my own reward after I confirm it. Senior is not sincere. Lu Chen sighed. You know that I am a variable and an anomaly. Don't you believe that I will be able to find Sea Cliff Mountain? The old beggar replied. I believe in it, but I have my own mission. I won't be your escort, and you have to prove to me that you can find the Sea Cliff Mountain. You claim that you can find it. You can't be without any clue evidence, right? As an old monster who has lived for a long time, the old beggar's eyes and eyebrows are empty. How shrewd. Cannot be so easily fooled. He wouldn't take the bait until Lu Dust had produced substantial evidence of clues. Lu Chen stared at the old beggar, and the two of them stared at each other for a few moments, both with their own thoughts, neither of them willing to take a step back. Since Senior doesn't want to be my guard, that's just it. Lu Chen said calmly, but I advise Senior to take good care of himself. Don't help Chu Fan too much. Anyone who helps Chu Fan is my enemy. To be my ally or enemy. Seniors, think about it. At the mention of Chu Fan, a trace of color flashed in the old beggar's eyes. He had observed Lu Chen for a long time, and naturally, he was clear that there was a feud between the two. What's more, according to his observation, Lu Chen and Chu Fan's destinies collided. The two were incompatible with each other, and there would be a battle in the future. With these words, Lu Chen was warning the old beggar to think clearly before choosing. In the original plot, the old beggar naturally chose Chu Fan to become his greatest helper in the Middle-earth domain. But now, after witnessing Lu Chen's means and variables, his heart was somewhat shaken. The old beggar did not reply to Lu Chuan's words, but looked deeply at Lu Chuan and disappeared in a flash, so that even Yun Shi could not perceive his trace. It's not clear if he left or is still secretly watching. Chu Fan. Could it be that Chu Fan was taken away by this person? Lu Jianyun's brows furrowed, naturally knowing this guy who held a grudge against Lu Chen. After the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, she had also had the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion search for Chu Fan's whereabouts with all its might, not wanting to leave behind any aftermath. But even though the Heavenly Pavilion searched the neighboring dynasties and even sent scouts to infiltrate the foreign races, they did not find the slightest trace of Chu Fan's clues, and it was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. If Chu Fan had the help of this old beggar, that would explain it. Exactly. Lu Dust nodded. Not only did he know that Chu Fan was taken away by the old beggar, but also, unsurprisingly, Chu Fan had already been secretly sent to the Middle-earth domain by the old beggar, heading to a wider world to develop. What exactly is the origin of this old senior? And what is Sea Cliff Mountain? Liu Beixian couldn't help but ask, his face quite grave. He also didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious and terrifyingly strong person in the world who was still secretly observing Lu Chen. In Liu Beixian's opinion, that old beggar was the variable, just a homeless guy. Lu Chen smiled faintly and explained, that old guy was from the Tomb Keeper lineage, and the Sea Cliff Mountain was the tomb that his lineage was guarding. But one day the Sea Cliff Mountain sank and disappeared out of thin air, and the tomb ran away, so their lineage had to go all over the sky to find clues to the Sea Cliff Mountain. Gravekeeper? The tomb ran away? Lu Chen's words left Liu Beixian and the others dumbfounded and truly surprised. What kind of mausoleum is this Sea Cliff Mountain, that it can actually have such a powerful and terrifying tomb keeper? Liu Beixuan's face grew more and more grave, rather puzzled. The old beggar was undoubtedly a Saint Realm powerhouse, and his cultivation was definitely not low. I'm afraid that he was one of the best among the Saint Realm. It was hard to imagine what level of mausoleum it would have to be to have a strong person of this level guarding the tomb. It's simple. Lu Chen's eyes flashed as he said word for word. Sea Cliff Mountain is an emperor's tomb. A great emperor's tomb. The so-called great emperor is not the emperor of a certain dynasty, but a supreme realm for the strongest in the world. Pity. Although Lu Dust knew when and where Sea Cliff Mountain had reappeared in the world, he couldn't come up with any clues or evidence. The Sea Cliff Mountain would reappear when the time came, and Lu Chuan only knew about it in advance, so naturally he couldn't prove it. Lu Dust wanted to use this news to lure the old beggar and make him his guard. Too bad that old Den won't take the bait. The great emperor's tomb? Are there really great emperors in this world? When Liu Beixian and the others heard this, they became more and more shocked, feeling somewhat incredulous. For them, before Yunshi appeared, the Saint Realm belonged to the legends and was distant and unattainable, let alone the realm above the Saint Realm. As for the great emperor, it is just some myths and legends circulating in the folklore. Originally no one took it seriously. However, Lu Chen actually said that Sea Cliff Mountain was the tomb of a great emperor, which was a bit beyond their knowledge. Lu Dust nodded. Naturally, there is. But the matter of the great emperor is too far away from us. There is no need to think about it so much right now. Liu Beixian and the others heard the words, but instead felt more and more puzzled. But, how do you know where Sea Cliff Mountain is? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask. Secret. Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and did not explain. It's mostly unexplainable. Seeing this, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others hesitated slightly, but in the end, they did not pursue the matter. They had known for a long time that Lu Chen had a big secret on him, or else he wouldn't have been able to secretly recruit so many powerful people and forces. Although Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun were very curious about the secrets on Lu Chuan's body, but since Lu Chuan wasn't willing to talk about it, they didn't get to the bottom of it. No matter what secrets Lu Chen had, he was always one of his own, and that alone was enough. Chapter 101, The Secret of the Five Great Domains. A few moments later, a cloud ship shot up into the sky, quietly leaving the royal capital and heading straight into the depths of the Great Wasteland. Before heading to the Middle-earth region, they would also have to make a trip to the Netherworld sect. If he wanted to travel to the Middle-earth region, he would still need the help of the Netherworld sect. Father, what exactly is this Middle-earth region? Any concrete leads on Mother and Big Sister? On the way, Lu Jianyun asked softly. Regarding the matters of the Middle-earth region, it had always been Liu Beixian who had been secretly investigating, and even Lu Jianyun didn't know much about it. The Middle Kingdom. That is the center of our world. Liu Beixuan's expression became a few points heavier as he opened his mouth to explain. This world we live in is called the Taichu continent, and it is said that in the ancient times, there were great battles between supreme warriors, which caused the sky to crumble and the endless land to sink, resulting in extremely horrifying consequences. Since the ancient battle, the Taichu continent, which was originally a whole, was broken into pieces and transformed into 5 landmasses, which are now the 5 major domains of the Taichu continent. These 5 great domains are the Middle-earth domain, the Southern Ocean domain, the Northern Desert domain, the Eastern Desert domain, and the Western Tomb domain. And each of these domains is separated by endless oceans. And not only do all sorts of terrifying ferocious beasts of the sea race live in these oceans, there are thunderstorms and other heavenly dangers to block the way. And you need to have a sacred realm cultivation at the very least, or you won't be able to cross the oceans at all. Where we are is the Eastern Wasteland region. Among the 5 great domains, the Eastern Wasteland domain was the most severely damaged in the ancient battle, and it is also the smallest domain in terms of area, with less than 1/10 of the size of the Middle-earth domain. And it is said that the Eastern Wasteland region fought a civilization break in that world war, so that nowadays there is almost no record of the ancient times to be found in the Eastern Wasteland region. And the great sect forces of that era were all wiped out. The Middle-earth domain is the heartland of the Taichu continent, with the most prosperous and thriving martial civilization, the most intact preservation in the ancient war, and the overall strength is the strongest and most terrifying of the 5 domains, with many ancient holy places inherited from the ancient times. Liu Beixuan's words not only shook Lu Fianyan's heart, even Yun Shi and Su Yang and the others pricked up their ears, greatly surprised. Hearing these secret stories for the first time, their hearts set off considerable waves. Yun Shi was the leader of the Luonet, and the Luonet's power was spread over many dynasties and foreign races, but even she didn't know about these secret stories. The East Wasteland domain is actually only less than 1/10 of the size of the Middle-earth domain. Just how big must the Middle-earth domain be? Zhao Fei Yang couldn't help but mumble. As far as he knew, there were more than a dozen blooming dynasties and dozens of foreign races in the Eastern Wasteland region. And that was only a small part of the Eastern Wasteland region. More places were the endless Great Wasteland. And so far no one could scout out how big the Great Wasteland was. The only thing that was certain was that the territories of the dozen or so Qing dynasty combined were also far less than the area of the Great Wasteland. But even so, the Eastern Wasteland region was less than a tenth of the size of the Middle-earth region, which was too astonishing. Not to mention the fact that besides the Eastern Wasteland domain and the Middle-earth domain, there were actually 3 other great domains in the world. The vastness of this world is beyond anyone's imagination. Even Yi Qingling, who was on the side, was greatly surprised. These things were unknown even to her. After all, she was still young, and there were many secrets that the elders of the ethereal sect did not mention to her. And, where are mother and big sister? Where did they go? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Liu Beixian shook his head and said, I also obtained these secrets from the Misty sect. Back then, I went deep into the boundless great wilderness in order to track down their traces and clues, and I inadvertently stumbled into the Misty sect's territory, which is how I came to be acquainted with the Yi family. The ethereal sect told me that they did find people crossing the ocean and traveling to the Middle-earth domain back then, and 2 of those women were extremely similar to what I described. And in the Middle-earth domain, there is only one family with the surname Nangong, and that is one of the most ancient and powerful holy lands in the Middle-earth domain, Xianyu Holy Land. When these words came out, everyone's hearts were shaken. Lu Jianyun even clenched his hands, breathing a little sharply. Father, do you mean that mother and big sister were taken away by the people of the Xianyu Holy Land? I'm afraid that's it. Liu Beixian let out a bitter smile and said, Back then, I picked up your mother in the great wilderness. At that time, she was only 18 years old, and her cultivation was already as high as the exalted realm, and the techniques she practiced were extremely mysterious and powerful, and even the Faustian art of war. She was the one who taught it to me, but she never mentioned her past or her identity, and I didn't ask too many questions, and back then it was she who took the initiative to leave. At that time her cultivation strength was not below me. If it wasn't for the strong men of the Xianyu Holy Land coming to the door, I'm afraid that no one would be able to force her to leave. Speaking here, Liu Beixian also clenched his fists, his emotions extremely complicated, before revealing a resolute gaze, regardless of whether the other party was the Xianyu Sacred Land or some other sacred land. This time he must bring back his wife and daughter, and no one could stop him, even if I have to risk my life. Xianyu Holy Land, Nangong family. Lu Jianyun muttered, her hands squeezing tightly, her face a little white. The other party was actually one of the oldest and most powerful holy lands in the Middle-earth region, which made her feel a great deal of pressure, even if they had Yunshi on their side. Yunshi was only one person and was only at the first level of the Saint Realm. It was obviously impossible to fight against the Xianyu Holy Land. Don't worry, it's just the Xianyu Holy Land. What's there to fear? Just then, a lazy voice rang out. Lu Dust is not the least bit stressed. Full of unconcern, said, besides, Xianyu Holy Land is not necessarily our enemy. The Nangong family. If it is the mother's family, perhaps at that time we can rely on the mother to eat a soft meal. Hold the thigh of the Xianyu Holy Land it. You boy. Liu Beixian was instantly dumbfounded as he cried and laughed a little. He only thought that Lu Chen simply didn't understand how strong the Xianyu Sacred Land was, which was why he was fearless of the Xianyu Sacred Land. However, the originally serious and heavy atmosphere had relaxed quite a bit after such an interruption from Lu Chen, and the truth was just as Lu Chuan had said. Nowadays, no one knew whether the Xianyu Holy Land was an enemy or not, and the future might not be that pessimistic. By the way, how did the ethereal sect know so many secret stories? Lu Jianyun remembered something and hurriedly asked. Chapter 102 Voyages to the Sea. At the mention of this matter, Liu Beixian's face immediately became somewhat odd and grave. He pondered a little and explained. The Misty sect was actually originally a holy land in the Middle-earth domain, originally named the Misty Holy Land, and once had a glorious history, only to fall, with certain changes, and the family way fell. The Misty Holy Land was also thus besieged by the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, the Blazing Sun Holy Land, and the Thundering Holy Land, narrowly escaping extermination and suffering heavy losses, and after consuming much of its reserves to kill the siege, it was forced to flee from the Middle-earth domain and hide in the Eastern Wasteland domain. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked, revealing unbelievable expressions. Ethereal sect actually has such an origin? However, when Lu Jianyun and the others thought about it carefully, they instantly reacted. No wonder the ethereal sect appeared out of nowhere in the depths of the Great Wasteland and was extremely powerful. All the foreign races could not help them, and the ethereal sect has always ignored the world, as if it were a hidden sect. The ethereal sect was actually a holy land that had fled from the Middle-earth domain, so it was no surprise that everything could be explained. Even Yi Qingling, who was on the side, was a bit confused and equally surprised. She was too young for the Misty Sect elders to have mentioned these past events to her. That is to say, after we arrive at the Middle-earth region, we still have to be careful of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Blazing Sun Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land. And we can't let them find out that we're related to the Netherworld sect. Lu Jianyun's mind was quite intelligent and she quickly reacted. That's right. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to take you to the Middle-earth region in the first place. Lu Beixian nodded and let out a bitter smile. Now you guys know what kind of situation we're going to face when we go to the Middle-earth region, right? Song Shuayin and Su Yang and the others glanced at each other, their moods and complexions quite heavy, with the Xianyu Holy Land in front of them, and the Heavenly Sword Mountain, Blazing Sun, and Thundering Holy Lands behind them, while there was only one Saint Realm powerhouse among them. Yun Shi, the pressure pulled full. If they were not careful, they even risked the destruction of the group. Even Yun Shi pursed her lips and silently gripped the red scimitar at her waist, feeling the invisible pressure. Although she was not weak, the time she took to break through the Saint Realm was too short, and her cultivation was only at the first level of the Saint Realm. Pops, what kind of deal did you secretly make with the Misty Sect that they would tell you so many secrets and betroth Linger to me when I was still a waste of a son? Lu Dust suddenly opened his mouth and asked. To the ethereal sect, Lu Beixian was just an outsider. They would never tell Lu Beixian so many secrets for nothing. Between Lu Beixian and the Netherworld sect, some deal must have been secretly struck. However, Lu Beixian shook his head and did not reveal it. This made Lu Chuan more and more curious, and as he wrapped his arm around Yi Qingling's small waist, he blinked towards her. Yi Qingling's delicate body stiffened. She only felt an itch in her waist, and immediately a wisp of redness flew across her pretty face. I don't know. Father and the others haven't told me either. Yi Qingling whispered. Okay. Lu Chen sighed and didn't care too much. Whatever dealings there were between Lu Beixian and the Netherworld sect, he would be able to find out himself sooner or later in the future. So he was in no hurry. 2.5 days later, the cloud ship traveled across a vast and boundless distance into the very depths of the Great Wasteland. This place has undulating mountains, ancient trees everywhere. There is a hazy mist in clouds. The scenery is very beautiful. There are many attics and palaces standing in the mountains and forests, and from time to time you can see birds and beasts, as if it were a fairyland outside the world. This is precisely the territory of the ethereal sect. Brother Lu, Little Dust, welcome to my Misty Sect as a guest. A cheerful laughter rang out as Misty Sect Patriarch Yi Wudao and Grand Elder Yi Wenchuan and the others stepped into the air, personally welcoming Lu Chen and his group into the Misty Sect's territory with considerable enthusiasm. Yi Wudao and the others were naturally aware of the intentions of Lu Chen and his group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Wudao led Lu Beixian into the Netherworld sect's treasure trove. Rumble. A few moments later, a huge cloud ship rose up in the air from the direction of the Netherworld sect's treasure trove. This cloud ship was 300 feet long. The hull of the ship was inscribed with dense array patterns and runes, and there were even various cannons, crossbows, and other heavy weapons mounted on it, which was majestic and gave a terrifying sense of oppression. Instead of calling it a cloud ship, it would be more appropriate to call it a warship. It was a mobile war fortress. This warship was sturdy and inscribed with defense formations, and the heavy weapons on board could be activated with only spirit stones, specially built by the Misty Sect to allow Lu Beixian to cross the endless oceans and fight against the ferocious sea beasts in the oceans, and arrive safely in the Middle-earth domain. When Lu Beixian had made the deal with the Netherworld sect, he was still only at the peak cultivation level of the 9th level of the June realm, and he needed the help of this warship to do so. Although there was now Yun Shi, a Saint Realm powerhouse, amongst Lu Chen's group, the Netherworld sect still gave Lu Beixian this costly warship. With the help of the warships, the crowd was able to cross the endless ocean with much ease. After all, Yun Shi might not be able to protect everyone at all times. Lu Chuan and his group boarded the warship, while Yi Qingling stayed in the Netherworld sect and didn't get on the ship. Originally, she wanted to go with Lu Duan, but she was stopped by Yi Wudao. After all, there were still enemies of the Netherworld sect in the Middle-earth domain, and Yi Qingling's cultivation of the Netherworld sect's techniques would be exposed if she was not careful, and it would be dangerous if she was detected by the 3 great holy places. With a rumbling sound, the warship flew up across the sky, leaving the Netherworld sect and heading in the direction of the Middle-earth region. Mother, big sister, are you guys okay? Lu Jianyun clenched her hands and looked ahead at the boundless sky and earth, feeling both expectant and nervous. What kind of world would that be in the Middle Kingdom? Song Shuayin and Zhao Feiyang and the others were in a mood of curiosity and anticipation, with a hint of longing for the unknown. Yun Shi still had an expressionless look and a cold temperament as she stood quietly on the deck, looking ahead. However, She was gripping the red scimitar at her waist tightly, her chest rising and falling slightly, signaling that her heart was not at peace, because her sister and her enemies are in the Middle Kingdom. Luk-chan had promised her that he would take her to her sister and her former master, who was now her enemy, the former leader of the Luo net. Only Lu Chuan was quite calm, his head resting on Song Shuai's plump thighs, Yun Xin Shuai obediently kneeling in front of him, feeding him grapes. So cozy. The speed of the warship was fast, and it only took 2.5 days to cross the long great wilderness and reach the end of the land, into the eyes of the boundless turquoise blue ocean. Waves simply cannot see the end. The sound of the waves like thunder, the sea and the sky. People's hearts stirred. The warship dropped from midair and advanced on the sea, which would save spirit stones and would be faster than flying in the air. However, this endless ocean was not calm, and the warship had only advanced for half an hour before it was met with trouble. Chapter 103, Dangerous Seas. This ocean was boundless and blue, and the hundreds of feet long warship sailed on the surface of the sea, like a big mountain moving, rumbling, riding the winds and waves, heading in the direction of the Middle Earth domain. Suddenly, the warship shook violently, and the formations and runes inscribed on the hull instantly blossomed with light as the defense formation activated on its own, stabilizing the ship, or else this massive warship might have actually tipped over on its side. What's going on? Lu Jianyun and Song Shuai and the others were taken aback and rose up in a huff, only to see the previously calm sea begin to boil. A silver dorsal fin appeared, extremely huge, and slammed headlong into the warship, the terrifyingly huge force nearly toppling the ship. It was a giant silver shark that was 2,000 feet long, incredibly large and incredibly powerful. Seek death. Liu Beishuan's expression was cold as he immediately maneuvered the warship, and rows of cannons began to glow, erupting with intense firepower as they blasted at this silver shark. Accompanied by a roaring sound, a fireball blasted onto the silver shark, causing a large explosion that set off monstrous waves. Although these cannons were extremely powerful, the silver sharks were too large and thick-skinned to be seriously injured, and instead, their ferocity was aroused. Boom! In the next moment, countless electric awnings actually erupted from the body of this silver shark, forming a storm of thunder and lightning, accompanied by angry waves rushing up, not only blocking the attack of the artillery, but also sweeping towards the warship. Liu Beixian immediately gripped his war halberd and stamped his feet on the warship, quickly rushing out, splitting apart the monstrous thunderstorms and seawater that swept across the sky and killing the silver shark. The silver shark swung its tail violently, and its huge tail was simply like a big mountain crashing hard, slapping on the war halberd with a huge roar. This silver shark is only the 9th level of the June realm cultivation, but it is a huge body size. A body strength is also incomparably thick and majestic. To Liu Beixian half-saint cultivation, actually also enough to fight dozens of rounds, which will be beaten into serious injuries. The silver shark let out a whimper and swung its body, and although its size was huge, its speed was amazing, quickly diving down towards the depths of the ocean. But Liu Beixian didn't intend to let it go, and directly carried his war halberd to kill it, and a great battle erupted in the depths of the ocean, with bursts of roaring sounds coming out. A few moments later, the surface of the sea was dyed bright red as Liu Beixian dragged the corpse of the silver shark to the surface. Soon, a cauldron was set up on the warship, and bursts of flavor wafted out. It had to be said that a great ferociousness at the 9th level of the June realm was truly fragrant to eat, and its blood and flesh contained a majestic energy that was also a great tonic. Liu Beixian left some of the fish meat behind and threw the rest into the sea so as not to attract the covetousness of other sea ferocious beasts. Still, the rest of the journey was uneventful. This ocean was too big, and the ferocious beasts of the sea race were countless, and the warships were attacked by all sorts of things one after another. A day later, the sea once again boiled, and a large, densely packed mass of ferocious beasts of the sea race rushed out. They were shaped like scorpions, and each head was several feet long, with a hideous appearance and terrifying aura. These ferocious beasts of the sea race launched an attack towards the warship, and its leader actually possessed a half-saint cultivation, extremely terrifying, and its tail was as sharp as a war spear, directly piercing through a gaping hole in the warship's defense formation. Clanging. This time, there was no need for Liu Beixian to make a move. Yunshi pulled out the red curved sword at her waist and chopped out 1,000 feet of blade light through the air, cleaving the half-saint cultivation sea race ferocious beast to death. And the rest of the sea race ferocious beasts were also resolved by the warship's cannon fire. There was a compass-shaped magic treasure operating on the warship, with countless subtle runes glowing on it, as if the stars in the sky were flickering, forming a map that pointed out the direction for the warship. This was a map drawn by the ethereal sect when they crossed over from the Middle Earth region to the Eastern Wasteland region and plotted out a route that avoided some extremely dangerous forbidden areas. Even so, it was not a peaceful walk for the warship, and from time to time, it would be attacked by various ferocious beasts of the sea race. After sailing for 2.5 days, the warship had been attacked dozens of times, and 5 of those times, great evils at the half-saint level had appeared, which was quite frightening and astonishing. One must know that in the eastern wasteland region, it was almost unheard of for a half-saint powerhouse to appear, but to encounter them one after another in this ocean was truly frightening. According to the Netherworld Sect's prediction, with the speed of the warships, they would have to sail for at least a month if things went smoothly before they could cross the ocean and reach the Middle-earth domain. Can't say if it doesn't go well. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Middle-earth domain safely. It was almost impossible to do so below the Saint Realm, and one would be engulfed by all sorts of crises in the middle of the journey. Fortunately, the warship was sturdy enough, and with Yunshi, a Saint Realm powerhouse, the crises encountered along the way were all survived without any danger. Half a month passed in a flash. The surrounding area was still an infinite ocean with no semblance of change. The sea horizon was still out of reach, as if the crowd had been marching in place for the past half a month. The ocean was breathtakingly vast, and its area was many times more vast than the eastern wasteland region. Everyone on guard. Liu Beixian, who was in charge of the helm, suddenly had his pupils shrink violently and immediately issued a warning. In front of him, the magic treasure shaped like a compass vibrated, and the countless runes lit up on it began to flicker and misalign. The light flickered and flickered, instantly disorganized, unable to point out the direction. At the same time, on the vast and boundless sea, a thick black fog appeared silently, spreading close to the front in the blink of an eye, as if a prehistoric beast opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the warship in one gulp. The boundless mist obscured everything, and on the warship, Liu Beixian and his party couldn't see anything anymore. Surrounded by nothing but the endless mist steaming, very dim, even the magic treasure that pointed out the direction was out of order, which caused the crowd to be shocked and aghast in their hearts. What's that? Lu Jianyun frowned and pointed to the distance. In the midst of the thick and boundless mist, there was a huge shadow sailing slowly ahead, like a huge mountain floating on the sea. The strange thing was that the shadow seemed to be very far away and slow, but when the people fixed their eyes on it, it had actually come close, startling everyone. It was only then that the crowd could see that this was actually a large ship, thousands of feet long, like a lofty mountain standing. In comparison, the warships that the crowd was traveling on all looked incredibly small. The large ship was very quiet, pitch black throughout, with only a few ghostly green lights floating about, and its hull is very old and tattered. Many places have been corroded out of shape. A hole appeared, and the hull has all kinds of dense broken traces, as if it has experienced a tragic great war. A rotten and stale aura came over the face, accompanied by an indescribable chill that permeated the area, causing everyone to shiver. Not good. It's a ghost ship. Liu Beixian's face changed violently, remembering the instructions of Yi Wudo and the others, and a chill surged through his heart. When sailing in the middle of the endless ocean, the most terrifying crises were the ghost ships, thunderstorm Jedi, mirages, blackwater Jedi, and the Saint Realm Sea fierce beasts. Of these, the ghost ship is the most terrifying, because there is the possibility of self-rescue and extrication in the event of other dangers. But when you encounter a ghost ship, it's 10 deaths and the chances of escaping are slim to none. And ghost ships are not fixed in location and can be encountered anywhere. Liu Beixian also never expected that their luck would be so bad that they would encounter a ghost ship at the center of the endless ocean. Chapter 104 Ancient Mysteries. Run! Liu Beixian's scalp went numb, and he immediately harnessed his warship to turn his head and run at a rapid speed. Lu Jianyun and Song Shuayin and the others were also as if they were on the verge of an attack, holding their weapons and magic treasures with a stern look on their faces. Even Yunshi gripped the red scimitar at his waist, a horrifying holy might looming on his body, ready to strike with all his might to deal with the crisis. Under Liu Beixian's full force, a large amount of spirit stones were burned, and the warship erupted into an astonishing extreme speed, almost no weaker than a Sacred Realm first-level powerhouse flying at full power, creating huge waves on the surface of the sea. But even so, the warship turned around and ran, sailing for a long time, surrounded by the boundless mist, unable to see anything, unable to gallop away from this mist. The crowd turned back. And even more so, they realized that the one ghost ship was following closely behind, soundlessly, and no matter how fast the warships were, they were unable to shake off the ghost ship. Clanging. Right at this moment, Yunshi struck. The red scimitar suddenly sheathed itself, accompanied by a terrifying cultivator-killing intent erupted. The spiritual chi in the heaven and earth gathered crazily, chopping out a 10,000 feet long overwhelming saber light. This blade did not directly chop at the ghost ship, but rather split between the ghost ship and the warship, bisecting the pale sea, with the monstrous sea water rushing into the sky. A shocking sight. The cultivator inheritance that Yunshi cultivated was very terrifying. A single slash could destroy the physical body as well as sever the soul. and even the bizarre and unknown could be cut away. The ghost ship represented a great weirdness and terror, and it was reasonable that Yunshi's slash would have some effect. But in fact, the ghost ship crossed directly over the chopped open sea without being affected by it in any way, and still followed the warship without a sound. A fishy, putrid odor came over the room. The crowd could even see those eerie, ghostly green lights on the massive hull, as well as the vague shadows that loomed, and the distance between the two sides closed instead. We can't seem to shake this ghost ship. Yunshi's brows were tightly locked and her face was incomparably grave. Even if she, as the leader of the Luo net, was well-read and knowledgeable, she had never encountered anything so bizarre and horrifying. My emperor, is that you back? Suddenly, a hoarse and low voice rang out from the ghost ship, clearly echoing in everyone's ears, causing the hairs on their backs to stand on end. Only Lu Chen's tiger's body shook when that weird voice rang out. In Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness, the human race's chi that had been calm suddenly began to vibrate, transforming into a ray of golden light that wrapped Lu Chuan. And even more so, it somehow resonated with the ghost ship that was as huge as a mountain in the back. Boom! In an instant, Lu Chuan's soul shook dramatically, as if his consciousness had left his body, and there were ancient scenes spanning the long river of time that appeared before his eyes. It was a horrific sight like the end times. The sky above was filled with large cracks, thick black fog rolled and flowed, and the sky was filled with all sorts of hideous and twisted unknown demonic creatures. Their aura was extremely terrifying, enough to cause suffocation and despair. Right at this moment, a golden sword chi rose up into the sky, magnificent and boundless, cutting down a large swath of demonic creatures. In the name of my human race, I will cut down all the evil demons in the heavens and vow to guard the Taicho continent to the death. It was a magnificent figure, surrounded by golden divine dragons, wearing imperial robes and an imperial crown, with a great aura of dominating the world between his hands and feet. Behind him, one after another huge mountain-like warships flew up in the air, and on them stood densely packed human armies, their battle intent going straight to the sky. Swear to follow His Majesty the human emperor to the death. Kill all the evil demons in the heavens. Kill! Countless human armies roared in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the image in front of Lu Chuan's eyes fragmented like a mirror and slowly dissipated. Your Majesty, the human emperor. No! Accompanied by a roar of fear and anger, there was another blurry and broken image that flashed before Lu Chuan's eyes. Above the fragmented dome of the sky, space collapsed, and everywhere was filled with astral winds and fiery flames, revealing pitch-black void turbulence, which was a true heavenly collapse. The magnificent figure was covered in blood, having been stabbed through the chest by an unknown and bizarre figure. However, he let out a roar of fury and similarly pierced his enemy with a sword, his entire body burning extremely brightly, turning into endless golden light and carrying that figure out of the domain before exploding. The screen flickered again, the roiling warships exploded one after another, and countless human warriors fell, crashing to the earth as a set of wreckage. The originally intact earth was torn apart, mountains collapsed, the earth sank, and endless seawater flooded everything. Your Majesty? Are you all right? Your Majesty? An anxious voice rang in Lu Chuan's ears, causing Lu Chuan's consciousness to return to his body, only to feel a splitting headache and a tearing pain in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Song Xuan's beautiful and mature face was full of worry and anxiety, holding Lu Chuan in her arms, and that soft and broad chest almost smothered Lu Chuan to the point that he couldn't breathe. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The soft embrace and aroma made Lu Chen comfortable. Yu Kain-san, stop shaking. I'm a little dizzy. Seeing that Song Xuan was about to pinch him in the middle of his person, Lu Chuan then spoke helplessly. Song Xuan and Lu Jianyun and the others were relieved to see this. Just now, Lu Chuan had collapsed for no reason, and although his vital signs were normal, he had lost consciousness, which had scared them. It's a good thing Ludum woke up. What just happened to you, little brother? Lu Jianyun couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Lu Chen shook his head and stood up from Song Xuan's soft embrace, his expression a little gloomy as he stared at the huge mountain-like ghost ship at the back. He was now completely certain that the shattered images he had just seen in his consciousness were all scenes that this ghost ship had previously experienced, reappearing at this very moment. The reason why Lu Chen was able to see it was because he was a contemporary human emperor, a new generation of human emperors since the fall of the ancient emperors. The reason why this ghost ship had appeared was most likely because it had also come for Lu Duan. My emperor, my emperor. The ghost ship was getting closer and closer to the warship, and that raspy and eerie voice became clearer and clearer, echoing in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spine. It's a hell of a thing, Lu Baixian muttered. This northern border war god who had been fighting all his life was sweating a little at the moment. No matter how much he urged the warship, no matter which direction it ran in, he simply couldn't shake off this ghost ship and couldn't gallop away from the mists. Since we can't get rid of it, we might as well go up and take a look. Right at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Don't! Lu Chuan's words startled Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others all, and they hurriedly stopped in front of Lu Chuan. Now that they're stuck with the ghost ship, they may not have no chance of shaking it off, but actively entering a ghost ship, God knows what weird and scary turn of events will happen. That was a ghost ship that even the many holy places in the Middle-earth domain had turned pale. Chapter 105, Boarding the Ghost Ship. Don't worry everyone. I'm sure. Lu Chuan, however, was not worried and already had a guess in his mind. This ghost ship must be the human warship that was shot down by the extraterrestrial heavenly demon during that battle in the ancient times, tainted with the curse of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon, drifting in the endless ocean day and night. Lu Chen was the contemporary human emperor and was sheltered by the human race's chi, so the strange power on this ghost ship shouldn't be able to hurt him. The appearance of the ghost ship was something that hadn't even existed in the original plot, and it aroused Lu Chuan's curiosity. Lu Chuan had a vague premonition in his heart that the ghost ship, which was a great weirdness and terror for normal people, might be a chance for himself, not with any amount of certainty. However, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were firm in their attitudes, saying that they were not willing to let Lu Chen take the risk. They didn't know that Lu Chen was the contemporary human emperor, and they didn't know anything about the origin of the ghost ship. To them, the ghost ship represents the great unknown weirdness and terror, and according to the records of the Misty sect, anyone who boarded the ghost ship all disappeared into thin air, never to appear again. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for them to let Lu Duan board the ghost ship. Lu Chen had no choice but to quietly make a look towards Yunshi. Cloudseeker read it. She hesitated slightly and finally made up her mind. Her figure flashed, so fast that Lu Beixian couldn't even react, and she had already grabbed Lu Chen's hand and rushed out of the warship towards the ghost ship. Although Yunshi didn't know much about the ghost ship, she did know about Lu Duan. With this sinister and cunning character of Lu Chuan, it was impossible to joke with his own life, and since Lu Chuan dared to board the ghost ship, he definitely had his own means and backbone. If we don't board the ship, we won't be able to get rid of the ghost ship at this rate, so we might as well put up a fight. Dusty. Seeing Lu Duan and Yunshi disappearing into the ghost ship, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others were immediately shocked. Without saying a word, Lu Beixian immediately stopped the warship, gripped the dragon blood battle halberd, and similarly rushed towards the ghost ship. Your Majesty, Song Xuan and Su Yang and the others were also shocked and anxious as they rushed over with Lu Beixian. But the weird thing was that no matter how much they sprinted, they always kept the same distance from the ghost ship and couldn't get closer, as if the two sides weren't in the same space at all. This scene caused Lu Beixian and the others to be shocked, revealing incredulous expressions. Why were Lu Chen and Yunshi able to board the ghost ship while they couldn't? Little brother, you mustn't have an accident. Lu Jianyun's hands were pinched white, and a heart was in her throat. The ghost ship was large and magnificent, but at the moment, it was shrouded in a thick black fog. Not only was the sight blocked, but the divine sense was also unable to penetrate and see into the distance. Just after boarding the ghost ship, both Lu Chen and Yunshi couldn't help but shiver. The black fog in this place was extremely dense, containing a cold and horrible atmosphere, as strong as Yunshi's Saint Realm cultivation. All of them inexplicably palpitated in their hearts, like falling into an ice cave. Lu Chuan was sheltered by the human race's chi and only felt a little cold, but he was not affected too much. What a terrifyingly bizarre aura. Lu Chuan, however, had a grave expression on his face, and without moving, he leaned towards Yunshi and tightened his grip on her palm. Yunshi's palms were very cold, just like her temperament, but they were still soft, icy cold and soft, and it felt good to hold them. Yunshi's body stiffened slightly as Lu Chen leaned too close, making her a little uncomfortable. However, considering that this was a dangerous ghost ship and Lu Chuan's cultivation level was too low, she didn't push Lu Chuan away. My Emperor, Your Majesty the Human Emperor, you finally returned. Just then, a hoarse and low voice ghostly sounded, startling both Lu Chen and Yunshi. It was an old man with a head full of gray hair. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and there was a black bone spike sticking out of his head, completely penetrating his skull, with a bizarre black aura filling the air. His body was full of dense wounds, his clothes were tattered, his hands had pitch-black fingernails that were up to half a foot long, and his entire body appeared out of nowhere in front of the two men as if he were a stern ghost. Clanging, Yunshi subconsciously gripped the red scimitar and sheathed it directly by half an inch, but stopped hard and didn't dare to take out the blade. A strong intuition told her that if she dared to make a move, she would surely die. This shocked Yunshi inexplicably and made his scalp tingle. This old man in front of her had clearly been dead for countless years, and only a shell remained, yet he still gave her a terrifying sense of crisis. It was hard to imagine what kind of realm of existence the old man had been in his lifetime. Even scarier. As this old man appeared, dense black shadows appeared on the originally empty ghost ship without a sound. Neatly organized, tens of thousands of black shadows, a negative aura filled with chaos and distortion, ferocity, and other negative vibes came to the surface, just like ghost soldiers rushing out from the underworld. My emperor! My emperor! The corpse of that old man's eyes were empty, his mouth and throat were not moving, but he let out a hoarse and low voice, staring straight at Lu Dust. Buzz! Right at this moment, Lu Chen's body suddenly shook, and the invisible human race's chi that surrounded him manifested itself into strand after strand of blazing golden light, accompanied by a grand and supreme human emperor's aura that surfaced. This was a supreme power that even Lu Chuan had a hard time mobilizing, and at this moment, it took the initiative to manifest itself and rush towards this old man in front of him. To be precise, it had disappeared into a token hanging from the old man's waist. This token blossomed with a brilliant golden light in an instant, and the same human emperor aura emerged, a little different from the human emperor aura on Lu Chen, which was left behind by the ancient emperors. Giggle! The next moment, as the golden light on the token became brighter and brighter, the black bone spikes inserted in the old man's head were pulled out bit by bit and fell to the ground, emitting a ZZ sound and slowly dissipating. My emperor, you have finally returned. The old man's body trembled, and his originally empty and lifeless eyes fluctuated a bit more, shedding 2 lines of blood tears and directly kneeling down towards Lu Dust. Behind the old man, the tens of thousands of black shadows also knelt down in unison towards Lu Dust. This scene caused Yun Shi to be a bit confused, her brain buzzing in disbelief. It was true that Lu Chen was the emperor, but he was only the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Why did this old man call Lu Chen the human emperor? In this world, who is qualified to be called a human emperor? It was only right that the emperor of the Shang dynasty was far from being comparable to the human emperor. Lu Chen sighed and said, I am the contemporary human emperor, but I am not the one you all followed in the ancient times. His words made Yun Shi even more confused, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Chen and then at the old man in front of her. Lu Chen is actually a human emperor? But don't human emperors only exist in myths and legends? Who enthroned him as human emperor? Chapter 106, Controlling the Ghost Ship. Lu Chen confessed that he was not the ancient emperor that the old man followed. However, the old man was as if he had not heard, still kneeling in front of Lu Chen, muttering words such as welcome the return of my emperor, his voice incomparably excited. He has been dead for countless years, and it seems that only a strand of his undying obsession remains, and he no longer has much sanity or memory. Yun Shi stared at the old man for a while, sensed something and whispered to Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Dust stroked his chin and quickly had an idea. In the next moment, Lu Chen operated his gong method, his human emperor aura emanating from his body, and his entire person was surrounded by a light golden light, with the supreme majesty of a monarch over the world. Get up. No need to be polite. Lu Chen gazed at the old man and spoke slowly. Thank you, your human majesty. Only then did the old man stand up, his empty eyes gaining a trace of fervor and excitement as he stared straight at Lu Dust. What is your name? Why has this warship become like this? How many generals are still alive today? Lu Chen's voice was majestic as he locked eyes with the old man. Your human majesty, don't you remember me? The old man froze for a moment, his face full of shock. I have fallen since the ancient battle. I am a wisp of true spirit reincarnated and reborn, and have lost too many memories. Lu Chen sighed. His eyes were deep in vicissitudes, and his complexity was quite complicated. Reincarnation of the ancient emperor? Yun Shi, who was on the side, was shocked and couldn't help but look up and down at Lu Chen, a little shocked and unsure if what Lu Chen said was true or not. I see, your majesty, the human emperor, you personally came to the battlefield to kill the evil demons of the heavens, but your body died. I can't absolve myself of the blame for this. The old man was even in tears, both moved and guilty. My name is Wu Ling. This warship was shot down by that damned lifeless demon. Now there are 10,000 generals left, waiting day and night for the return of His Majesty the human emperor. After some inquiries, Lu Chuan also finally learned the old man's name, Wu Ling. Thoughts flashed in Lu Chen's mind as he opened his mouth once again, wanting to ask about the ancient emperor's territory and whether or not there were any legacy ministries and such information. Unfortunately, Lu Dust didn't get an answer. The martial spirit had been eroded by the power of the devil of lifelessness, and there was not much memory or sanity left. If he did not have the token given to him by the emperor of the ancient world on him, he would not even have this last strand of sanity left. The martial spirit had forgotten the vast majority of his memories, leaving only the undying obsession to fight for the human emperor. Lu Chen also tried to communicate with the tens of thousands of black shadows on the ghost ship, but again, he did not receive any feedback. Those black shadows were transformed from the undying obsession and battle intent of the human warriors who fell in the ancient battle. and were eroded by the curse of the devil of lifelessness, becoming immortal ghost soldiers, with not even a trace of their sanity or memories left, and only the instinct to fight. The only thing worth celebrating was that Lu Chuan was able to directly control these ghost soldiers with his human emperor aura, although he could only give some simple battle commands, but it was enough. Lu Chen began to walk on this huge ghost ship, with Yun Shi and Wu Ling silently following behind. The ghost ship was very large, but unfortunately, there were large cracks everywhere, covered with all sorts of traces of war, and most of the formations and heavy weapon magic treasures had been damaged and could not be utilized. However, Lu Chuan still found some barely usable weapons, including 2 artillery pieces, a sword array, and 3 heavy crossbows, all of which needed to be filled with spirit stones in order to be activated, and whose grade and power far exceeded that of the Misty Sect's gift of warships. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the control room of the warship. Although the building on the warship was torn apart, Lu Chuan still managed to find the console of the warship, which was a precise and complex mechanical structure with countless mysterious ancient runes inscribed on it. Lu Chuan used the power of the human emperor and managed to refine it, gaining control of this ghost ship and creating a connection with it. That's nice. That's a surprise. Lu Dust nodded in satisfaction. With this ghost ship in his hands, he could completely rampage across the endless ocean. And apart from the Thunderstorm Jedi and the Blackwater Jedi, which he didn't know if he could break into, none of the other dangers could threaten the ghost ship. Yun Shi, who was on the side, had great waves in her heart, being able to sense that supreme human emperor aura on Lu Chen. She could be certain that this was definitely not the kind of dragon chi that the emperor of the Shang dynasty had on his body. This was a far more sacred and supreme power than dragon chi. Could it be that Lu Chen was really the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? For a while, Yun Shi was stunned, feeling more and more that Lu Chen was mysterious and unpredictable. Time to let Pops and the others in. With a thought from Lu Chuan's mind, the mist that surrounded the ghost ship surged and quickly dissipated. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, who were around the ghost ship, sensed the change and without the slightest hesitation, immediately rushed onto the ghost ship. Then they were dumbfounded and watched as 10,000 ghost soldiers followed behind Lu Dust, and a white-haired old man shaped like a stern ghost even floated beside Lu Dust, but he revealed a look of awe and fervor. This scene caused Liu Beixian and the others to all suck in a breath of cool air. Dusty, go! Without saying a word, Liu Beixian carried his dragon blood battle halberd, his face incomparably grave and vigilant as he tried to lead Lu Duan away from the ghost ship. Lu Fianyan and Song Shuayin and the others also had chills in their hearts, being able to feel the dreadfulness of the white-haired old man and the 10,000 ghost soldiers, and the invisible aura emanating from them was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear. There's no need to leave. Now the entire ghost ship is mine, and these ghost soldiers and ghost generals are also my men. Lu Chun, however, waved his hand. The ghost ship is yours? It's that time of the day, so stop joking around and go. Liu Beixian froze for a moment, but didn't believe it and pulled Lu Duan to leave the ghost ship. Wuling, generals, you may retire for now. Lu Chuan had no choice but to wave his hand towards the martial spirit and the 10,000 ghost soldiers and give the order. I will retire. Martial spirit nodded and disappeared directly into place with 10,000 ghost soldiers. The thick mist that shrouded the ghost ship also slowly tightened. The original monstrous mists on this sea surface also slowly dissipated, restoring the clear sky. Such a bizarre scene caused Liu Beixian and the others to all freeze, revealing incredulous expressions. Dusty, are you really able to control the ghost ship? How on earth did this happen? Even though Liu Beixian couldn't believe it, it was all really happening in front of him. Lu Jianyun and Song Shuayin and the others also had a ghostly expression of shock. After all, this was the most bizarre and terrifying ghost ship on the endless ocean. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and looked at Liu Beixian and Lu Fianyan and the others. If I say that I am the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, do you believe me? What's the time for jokes? Liu Beixian said without any good humor. Can it be that you are the reincarnation of the ancient emperor of the past, and that you are domineering, and then the ghost ship and the ghosts and monsters on the ship will all listen to you? Chapter 107 Arrival in the Middle Kingdom. The moment Liu Beixian's words came out, Yun Shi, who was at the side, immediately had a somewhat odd face, because Liu Beixian is right. Congratulations, Pops, for guessing correctly. Lu Chen even smiled with his palm and explained to Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others what had just happened. Yun Shi also testified. Little brother, you are really the reincarnation of the ancient emperor? A ghost ship. It's actually a warship of the ancient emperor's ministry that was eroded by the power of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil after it fell? What exactly is this extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Could it be that the reason why the Taichu continent is now in pieces and has turned into 5 great domains is because of that battle against the extraterrestrial heavenly demon? Lu Chen's words were too informative. causing Liu Beixian and Liu Jianyun and the others to all fall into deep shock, especially surprised by Liu Chen's identity as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. That's right, I am the reincarnation of the emperor of the ancients. I just forgot too many memories, and only initially awakened not long ago when I ascended the throne in the Daxia dynasty. Lu Dust nodded with a serious face. The main reason was that it was not easy to explain that he had a system, and the identity of the human emperor would be exposed sooner or later in the future. So it would be better to make up an identity of the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, which would make it much more reasonable for himself to open up again. This, Liu Beixian and Liu Fengyun and the others glanced at each other, only feeling their brains buzzing with surprise and joy, and even a bit bewildered. Suddenly, the closest person beside himself became the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. It was difficult for anyone else to accept it for a while. Don't worry, old dad and sister. The ancient emperor is just the past. Even I don't have much memory of it. We've been a family since the beginning, and that will never change. Lu Chuan blinked towards them. Also, Liu Beixian and Liu Fengyun and the others glanced at each other, and when they saw Liu Chen's usual smiling appearance, they suddenly relaxed and smiled at each other. Regardless of whether it was the Daxia emperor or the ancient emperor, Liu Chen had been their closest family member since the beginning. That alone is enough. After accepting Liu Chen's identity as the emperor of the ancient world, Liu Beixian and the others relaxed, and replaced it with a heart full of surprise. It's a ghost ship, after all. With the ghost ship in hand, not only were they able to safely and quickly cross the endless ocean, easily traveling between the Middle-earth domain and the Eastern Wasteland domain, but the ghost ship also possessed notable firepower. And even more so, it had martial spirits and 10,000 ghost soldiers. What's even more frightening is that ghost ships can not only traverse endless oceans, they can also take to the air and fly up into the land. Even Lu Dust could drive the ghost ship directly to the entrance of the Xianyu Holy Land. Of course, considering the unfathomable underlying strength of the Xianyu Sacred Land, Lu Chuan thought about it and still gave up this bold idea. In case the martial spirit and 10,000 ghost soldiers couldn't defeat the Xianyu Holy Land, that wouldn't be good. What's more, it is still unknown how the relationship between mother and big sister in the Xianyu Holy Land is. It is not appropriate to expose the strength of the bottom card now. It is better to let the heavenly pavilion probe the intelligence information first. Soon, Lu Chuan drove the ghost ship forward, while Liu Beixian stowed the warship gifted by the Netherworld sect into his storage ring, and all of them switched to the ghost ship. Surrounded by a faint mist, the ghost ship is as huge as a mountain, but the speed is fast, and traveling silently, really like a ghost. Wherever they passed along the way, the many ferocious beasts of the sea race showed scorn and terror, fleeing in all directions, not daring to approach the ghost ship at all. The original half-month journey left was completed in only 2.5 days under the amazing extreme speed of the ghost ship. A vast and boundless expanse of land appeared in front of the crowd. Finally, Liu Beixian and Yun Shi and the others all clenched their hands. Their hearts were not calm, with excitement and expectation, apprehension and other feelings, finally connected. Lu Chun, on the other hand, had a smile on his face as the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order surfaced in his hand, finally able to contact the people from the Middle-earth region branch of the Patrol Heaven Pavilion. Soon, under Lu Dust's arrangement, Liu Beixian re-pulled out his warship. Lu Dust didn't intend to go directly to the Middle-earth domain in a ghost ship. It would be too ostentatious, and would easily be targeted. Wu Lingcheng, I order you to look for other ghost ships on the endless ocean and bring them to me. I will form a fleet of sea ghost ships and continue to conquer the world. Before parting, Lu Chen patted Wu Ling's shoulder and gave him an order. Yes, sir. Martial Spirit's empty eyes had an extra trace of high wariness, and his gaze was fervent as he watched Lu Dust leave, and he immediately sailed the ghost ship away to look for other ghost ships on the endless ocean. Bull! When Liu Beixian and Liu Fengyun and the others on the side heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, shocked by Lu Chen's bold idea. On second thought, though, they perked up again. After all, if Lu Chen was able to control this ghost ship, it was highly likely that he would be able to control other ghost ships. If the martial spirit really found a group of ghost ships and allowed Lu Chuan to refine and control them all, he would really be able to form a fleet of ghost ships at that time. If every ghost ship could have a strong person at the level of martial spirit, all as powerful as this ghost ship, when the ghost ship fleet came out, I'm afraid that even the holy lands of the Middle-earth region would have to avoid them. At that thought, Liu Beixian and Liu Jianyun and the others couldn't help but feel some excitement and anticipation. Lu Chuan and his group rode on a warship and rushed towards the Middle-earth domain land in front of them. 1 hour later, Lu Chen and his group finally crossed the endless ocean and arrived at the Middle-earth domain. Just then, Liu Beixian and the others suddenly narrowed their eyes, revealing a hint of vigilance. On the boundless coastline, a woman in white stood still. The aura on her body was so mysterious that even Liu Beixian couldn't tell her strength cultivation. The crowd had just arrived at the Middle-earth domain when a woman in white appeared ahead, looking as if she was waiting for them, which caused one to be wary. The woman in white wore a white fox mask and had a cold temperament. Right after the warship arrived in front of her, the woman in white suddenly took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. "My slave, Shifuyu, see your majesty." The woman in white suddenly knelt down towards Lu Dust, her tone respectful. This scene made Liu Beixian and the others all look dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. They had gone through a lot of trouble to reach the Middle-earth region. When did Lu Chen have someone over here? Moreover, the aura on the woman in white was quite mysterious and powerful, and she was an expert at first glance. "Get up." Lu Chen nodded slightly before looking at Liu Beixian and the others with a slight smile, explaining, "When I first learned that mother and eldest sister were in the Middle-earth region, I secretly sent people to come to the Middle-earth region to form a branch of the Patrol Heaven Pavilion and collect intelligence information about the Middle-earth region. She is the leader of the Patrol Pavilion branch, named Thousand Faces." Chapter 108, The Heavenly Pavilion Stronghold. The moment Lu Chuan's words came out, Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were all in shock. And then, there was a strong surge of surprise and emotion. It turns out that Lu Dust on the surface has been hooked to listen to the song, behind the scenes, but actually paid so much effort. Did so much effort and preparation? It turns out that we have been wrong about him. Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun were both touched in their hearts, and their gazes toward Lu Duan became softer and softer. Song Xueyin and Zhao Feiyang and the others were also secretly shocked, not realizing that Lu Chen had long prepared to come to the Middle-earth region with a long-term vision. After the shock, Zhao Feiyang and Su Yang and the others were slightly puzzled. Since His Majesty had already established a branch of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion in the Middle Kingdom region a long time ago, why did he even consult them in the first place? They looked at each other in disbelief, but they had the good sense not to pursue the matter, and could only keep their doubts to themselves. "Your Majesty, this is the intelligence information of the Middle-earth region collected by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion branch." Thousand Faces took out a jade slip and respectfully handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen received the jade slip, and after a sweep of his divine sense, he handed it to Liu Beixian and the others, who accessed it one after another, and finally had a rough understanding of the Middle-earth region. The Middle-earth domain was extremely different from the Eastern Wasteland domain. In the Eastern Wasteland region, it was dominated by the dozen or so flourishing dynasties of the human race and dozens of foreign races, each of which dominated a side of the region, with the rest of it being a boundless wilderness. The Middle-earth domain, on the other hand, is full of 10,000 races, and various clans and forces are as numerous as the stars, mixed with fish and dragons, each acting on its own, with very few dynasties in existence. There were 13 holy places in the Middle-earth domain, all of which were hegemonic on one side, and each of them had an ancient heritage with deep roots and numerous Saint Realm powerhouses, far surpassing other sects and forces. What made Liu Beixian and Lu Fengyun feel a bit of pity was that the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion was only conducting a general exploration of the various sects and forces in the Middle-earth region, lacking in-depth and precise intelligence, especially on the 13 Holy Lands. After all, it was the strongest sect power in the Middle-earth region, with many powerful people and strict guards. It wasn't easy to spy on the information of the Holy Land, and the Patrol Pavilion branch has been around for too short a period of time. That was why there was no information on Nanganya and Lu Jianyu in the intelligence given by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Lu Dust looked at Thousand Masks and commanded, "Next, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion will make every effort to probe the intelligence information of the Nangon family in the Xianyu Holy Land, focusing on finding Nanganya and Lu Fianyu, and contact me at the first opportunity if there are any clues. The second is to probe the intelligence information of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, the Blazing Sun Holy Land, the Thundering Holy Land, and the Underworld Demon Sect, focusing on the Underworld Demon Sect." Thousand Faces nodded respectfully. "My slave understands. Let's go. Take us to the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion branch stronghold." Lu Dust beckoned, and Thousand Faces boarded the warship and led the crowd into the Middle-earth domain. A few hours later, the warship traveled across the sky and crossed the vast land, arriving at an extremely prosperous and lively ancient city, Yangon City. This ancient city is very vast, with attics and palaces all over the place, and the streets bustling with people coming and going. Lu Chuan and his group collected their warships and entered the city of Yangon, but they were not noticeable. Soon, under the leadership of Thousand Faces, Lu Dust and his group arrived at the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion branch stronghold. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyu lifted their heads, their faces expressionless, looking at the three big words Red Fragrance Courtyard shining brightly above their heads, as well as the many women dressed in cool and beautiful clothes fluttering about, singing and dancing. They fell into silence. "Yes, it can. It's very land dust. June, your brother, This is the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion branch stronghold you established in the Middle-earth region? Establishing a stronghold in a greenhouse? Lu Jianyun ground her little tiger teeth and stared at Lu Dust with a somewhat unkind expression. She seriously suspected that this green building was specially ordered by Lu Chuan to be built by the Patrol Heaven Pavilion, just so that Lu Chuan could sing here night after night. Good wow. In the Daxia Dynasty hook bar, listening to music is just, come to the Middle Kingdom or so, never forget the original heart. The rest of the crowd was speechless. However, they actually did not have too many surprises, because this kind of thing is indeed something that Lu Chen can do. Liu Beixian was even a bit uncomfortable with his old face. Looking at the coolly dressed women in front of him, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He is the northern border god of war. If he enters a greenhouse, he is afraid that he will lose his reputation for the rest of his life. If the child's mother found out, it would be wrong. Yeah, isn't that nice? Lu Dust nodded and said with a straight face, as the saying goes, the great hidden in the city, the greenhouse comes and goes, mixed with fish and dragons. On the other hand, this is a more advanced means of concealment. It's hard for the general public to suspect. It's the most suitable for being the stronghold of the patrol pavilion. Come on, just follow me and you'll see. Lu Dust could not help but forcefully drag Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun into the Red Fragrance courtyard. Zhao Feiyang and Su Yang and the others were fine. It wasn't like they hadn't been to a greenhouse before anyway. On the contrary, Song Shuayin and Yun Shangyue and other women's pretty faces were a bit red, always feeling a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Red Fragrance courtyard had a special passageway, and Lu Dust didn't lead them directly through the Red Fragrance courtyard's business grounds after all, but instead, he took the secret passageway to the uppermost pavilion of Heavenly Patrol Stronghold. The top few floors of the Red Fragrance courtyard are not open to the public, and do not belong to the business venue, but there are no women who sing and dance. Instead of a number of experts in the Heavenly Pavilion, the guards are tightly guarded. This also made Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't stand it if they were allowed to really stay inside the greenhouse. The Middle Kingdom is too vast, and the Red Fragrance Academy stronghold is responsible for the intelligence work in this area near Yangon City, with more detailed and specific intelligence information in this area, as well as many Heavenly Pavilion experts that can be mobilized. However, this place was too far away from the Xianyu Sacred Ground, so naturally, they couldn't investigate the information of the Xianyu Sacred Ground and the Nangong family. Liu Beixian quickly became unable to sit still and prepared to personally go to the Xianyu Sacred Land to scout for information. Pops, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Lu Chuan hurriedly pulled Liu Beixian back and said, the Xianyu Holy Land has many powerful people and is heavily guarded. Your old man is only at the half-saint cultivation level, so what's the use of going there? It's better to wait for the information from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion at ease. I've waited 18 years. I can't wait any longer. Liu Beixian, however, shook his head, his expression incomparably firm. 18 years apart, although he remained calm and collected on the surface, only he knew how tormented he was inside. He misses and worries about his wife and daughter day and night. Now that he had easily arrived at the Middle-earth region, and was not far from the Xianyu Holy Land, how could he be at ease waiting in the greenhouse? Even if he risked his life, he would personally make a trip to the Xianyu Holy Land to find his wife and daughter. Don't be anxious, old dad. We don't wait in vain. We can first improve our strength, such as, first help you break through the Holy Realm. Lu Chuan suddenly took out a piece of information and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 109, Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Xianyu Holy Land. This was an ancient holy land that had been inherited for 10,000 years. The territory was vast and boundless, with rolling mountains, cities and ponds, and pavilions and palaces everywhere. It was simply as vast as a country. Xianyu Peak. This was one of the most central treasures of the Xianyu Holy Land, and only a few people with the highest status in the Xianyu Holy Land were qualified to enter. At this moment, there was only one woman present on the huge Xianyu Peak. She sat quietly on the top of the mountain, the hazy moonlight above the dome of the sky drooping down, with a mysterious light lingering, setting her off like a fairy under the moon, out of the ordinary and ethereal, with an extraordinary temperament. The woman is not very old, about 23 or 4 years old. Her face is absolutely beautiful, wearing plain clothes, but it is difficult to hide her proud figure, full of black hair draped, skin white, beautiful and extraordinary. Suddenly, the plain-clothed woman opened her eyes, and for some reason her heart was throbbing and it was difficult to calm down. It was a feeling she was not unfamiliar with. Ever since a mysterious wave of chi fell from the sky a month ago, a throbbing sensation had always inexplicably passed through her heart. As time passed, the throbbing sensation became clearer and clearer, as if it originated from a call deep within the bloodline. The plain-clothed woman raised her head and looked at the bright moon above the dome of the sky, but her gaze was gradually blurred. as if she saw a familiar figure emerging in the moonlight, smiling and waving toward her. "Father, little cloud, little brother, are you alright? Soon, in a little while, I'll be able to break through the Saint Realm. At that time, I will have the qualifications to challenge the Holy Lord. As long as I can become the Holy Lord of the Xianyu Holy Land, I will be able to save my mother and reunite with you. You must wait for me to return," the plain-clothed woman murmured, covering her chest, feeling the throbbing coming from her heart, her eyes a little moist. After a long time, she took a deep breath and calmed down a bit, and continued her energy cultivation. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth converged madly towards her, forming a tidal wave of aura that resonated with heaven and earth. The aura on her body also grew deeper and more powerful, and the endless moonlight dropping down above the dome of the sky, accompanied by the stars surrounding the sky, was mysterious and extraordinary. In the meantime, in the Xianyu Holy Land's deliberation hall, a man with a demonic and handsome face was sitting high in the first place. Not only did he possess a full head of blonde hair, even his eyes were light gold in color, just like two rounds of small suns, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. Below the handsome man was the sacred lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land, who was full of smiles, as well as several high-ranking elders, looking at the handsome man with a hint of scorn and awe. None other. It was only because the handsome man was the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng was known as the strongest genius the Nine Heavens Sacred Land had ever seen, cultivating to the peak of the 9th level of the Sacred Realm at less than 100 years of age. His strength was extremely terrifying, and it was highly likely that he would step into the legendary Emperor Realm, becoming the first Emperor Realm powerhouse in the Taichu continent since the Battle of the Ancient World. Not only that, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land was even one of the 3 strongest sacred lands among the 13 sacred lands in the Middle-earth region. Although the Xianyu Holy Land is also an ancient inheritance, it has long since ceased to be glorious. Not only is the number of strong people not large, the door has not given birth to the top geniuses for a long time. In the 13 Holy Land has been reduced to the end of the stream. In terms of underlying strength, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land was enough to easily crush the Xianyu Sacred Land. Sacred Lord Nangong, how have you considered this seat's proposal? Gu Changsheng sat high in the first place with a lazy posture, clearly a guest, but he looked down on the Xianyu Holy Land crowd with an indifferent expression. The Sacred Lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land and several high-level elders glanced at each other, all of them revealing bitter smiles and difficult faces. Gu Changsheng took in their expressive demeanor and instantly snorted, revealing a look of contempt. "Ha! Do you really think that this seat doesn't know what you're fighting for? That Lu Jianyu is not only a 9th grade qualification of the heavenly stage, but also possesses a special physique, the moon spirit immortal body, and in terms of qualifications alone, she is not even much weaker than this seat. Your delay in handing her over is nothing more than a desire to cultivate her and lead the Xianyu Holy Land to glory once again. Even, you guys think she's qualified to compete for the imperial throne alongside this seat?" Gu Changsheng's tone was indifferent, gently revealing the minds of the Xianyu Holy Land crowd. The Holy Lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land and several high-level elders immediately changed their faces and quickly explained. "Gu Sacred Lord, rest his anger. Things are not the way you think. It's just that Xiaoyu Shi. Shut up. This seat is too lazy to listen to your sophistry." Without waiting for the Holy Lord of the Xianyu Holy Land to finish his words, Gu Changsheng impatiently interrupted. He coldly stared at the Xianyu Sacred Ground crowd and said indifferently, "Do you guys think that if you pour all of the Xianyu Sacred Ground's resources into cultivating her, and constantly instill in her the idea of putting the Xianyu Sacred Ground first, that she will obediently listen to you guys? Ridiculous. Does she look like she's bent on serving the Xianyu Holy Land to you? You forcibly took away their mother and daughter, separating their family, and she still hates you to this day. If she wasn't still too weak, she would have flipped out long ago. That Lu Jianyu, up until now, has always refused to change her surname to Nangong. Don't you guys understand? Such a woman, even if you cultivate her, she will be nothing more than a white-eyed wolf that you can't control at all." Gu Changsheng's words were like a cold steel needle, piercing into the hearts of the Sacred Lord of the Xianyu Sacred Ground and several high-level elders, exposing the ruthless truth. The faces of the Holy Lord of the Xianyu Holy Land and several high-level elders were immediately a bit ugly. Their hands slowly clenched, but they could not say anything to retort for a while, because what Gu Changsheng said was the truth. The most appropriate thing for your Xianyu Holy Land to do is to marry that Lu Jianyu to this seat, and use her moon spirit immortal body to help this seat break through the Emperor Realm. At that time, the Nine Heavens Sacred Land will become the #1 sacred land in the Taicho continent in one fell swoop, and when this seat reigns over the world, your Nangong family will be able to follow suit. Gu Changsheng looked down at the crowd of the Xianyu Holy Land and said indifferently, "Otherwise, if you go through all the trouble of raising this white-eyed wolf, sooner or later, you'll suffer a backlash. Don't forget, It was you who promised Nangongya to the seat as a concubine in order to flatter the seat. This seat spent so many resources and treasures to help you cultivate Nangongya's 100-flower body. And when her 100-flower body was cultivated to greatness, you lost it. Gu Changsheng slowly clenched his hands, and a terrifying killing intent was released from him, sweeping across the sky and the earth. As strong as the sacred lord of the Xianyu sacred land and a few high-level elders, they were also like falling into an ice cave. Their bodies chilled, and they felt a terrifying sense of crisis. Chapter 110, Gu Changsheng's killing intent. 100-flower body. Ha! Such a rare tripod body. She should have given birth to an heir with an unparalleled bloodline for this seat. Gu Changsheng's handsome face was somewhat hideous, his eyes blazing more and more frighteningly, a ghastly rage and killing intent released from him, shaking the heavens and the earth. You have raised the body of 100 flowers for 18 years, only to lose it at maturity. It even took you guys over a decade to get her back and have her bring a baby back. And your Xianyu Holy Land? Yet you don't even know who the child's father is. Ridiculous. Even though more than a decade had passed, Gu Changsheng couldn't suppress his anger every time he recalled the incident. The 100-flower body that should have belonged to him, and even he himself had spent no small amount of effort and resources to help cultivate it together with the Xianyu Holy Land, only to have it plucked away at the time of maturity. Not only was the 100-flower body's Yuan taken, but it even gave birth to someone else's child. This made Gu Changsheng out of anger, only feeling that the top of his head was green, and the dignity belonging to a man was seriously provoked and trampled upon. It was still difficult for ordinary people to endure, let alone a supreme heavenly pride and a world-defying powerhouse like him, even though there was only an engagement between him and Nangongya and they were not yet married. But in Gu Changsheng's heart, he had long ago taken Nangongya as a forbidden domain. Sage Lord Gu, please calm down. Calm down. The Holy Lord of the Xianyu Holy Land and the others were filled with bitter smiles, but they were unable to refute, and could only wear a pleasing expression as they opened their mouths to persuade one after another. Poof. Bunch of losers. Gu Changsheng's expression was indifferent as he looked down at the sacred lord of the Xianyu sacred land and the others, and ultimately snorted coldly without continuing his attack. If you Xianyu Holy Land still wants to ally with my Nine Heavens sacred land, then obediently send both Nangongya and Lu Jianyu to this seat's residence. At that time, your Xianyu Holy Land will still be the most important ally of my Nine Heavens Holy Land. Otherwise, you're on your own. This seat's patience is limited, so I'll give you another half a year to think about it in the end. Gu Changsheng coldly glanced at the crowd of the Xianyu sacred ground, and with a flutter of his large sleeves, he directly transformed into a golden rainbow light and rushed up into the sky, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. It was only once Gu Changsheng left that the oppressive and heavy atmosphere in the council hall dispersed. The sacred lord of the Xianyu sacred land and several high-ranking elders glanced at each other, all of their faces unsightly. What a Gu Changsheng! Humph! Just relying on the power of the Nine Heavens sacred land. How dare you humiliate us like this? Some elders clenched their hands together and grimaced. As a party of Holy Land elders, their status is so honorable. Now they are actually being scolded and insulted like this, but they can't even retort. They can only smile and curry favor. This is simply a shame for them. Too stifling. If the Xianyu sacred ground didn't still want to flatter the Nine Heavens sacred ground, where would they be able to tolerate it? Another high-level elder, however, had a twinkle in his eye and said in a low voice, Sacred Lord, why don't we just give Nangongya and Lu Jianyu to Gu Changsheng? That little girl can't be raised well anyway. When these words came out, the remaining few high-level elders were all in awe, glancing at each other with different expressions, although they also wanted to cultivate Lu Jianyu and lead the Xianyu Holy Land back to glory. But just as Gu Changsheng had said, Lu Jianyu wasn't genuinely listening to the words of the Xianyu Holy Land at all. They were all old monsters who had lived for a long time. Who couldn't see Lu Jianyu's mind? That girl is just holding back and developing in secret. Once she was strong enough, there was absolutely no way she would listen to them old guys. Instead of raising a white-eyed wolf, it would be better to send it out in exchange for the help and alliance of the future Emperor Realm Supremacy and the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Otherwise, at the rate of the Xianyu Holy Land's weakening, it was not guaranteed that it would turn into a second Netherworld Holy Land at some point, and be besieged and annexed by other Holy Lands joining forces. Wait a little longer. The Holy Lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land was internally torn and hesitant for a while, but in the end, he let out a long sigh, unable to bear it in his heart. When he had sent Nangongya to the Black Prison and separated Nangongya from Lu Jianyu's mother and daughter, it was actually to protect Nangongya. Otherwise, if Gu Changsheng were to find Nangongya, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to save her little life, although he more often than not treated Nangongya as a pawn. In the end it was also his own daughter. Lu Jianyu was even his granddaughter who he had looked after since she was a child. With Gu Changsheng's current hatred for Nangongya, if he were to give Nangongya and Lu Jianyu to him, This would be pushing the mother and daughter into hell. He just couldn't make that decision right now. After leaving the Xianyu sacred land, Gu Changxing suddenly stopped and looked down at the vast and prosperous Xianyu sacred land territory below, a sardonic smile suddenly appearing on his face. Nangong Feiyu on Nangong Feiyu, you really think you can hide from this seat? When this seat has uncovered that adulterer surnamed Lu, I will settle the score with you. If you dare to rob this seat's woman, this seat will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Gu Changxing's eyes revealed a horrible killing intent and hatred. Although the sacred lord of the Xianyu Holy Land had been hiding it, refusing to reveal who Nangong's husband was, he couldn't hide it from him after all. Gu Changxing had secretly dispatched the strongest members of the Nine Heavens sacred land to scout around over the years. Not only had he checked out the Middle Earth domain, but he had even checked out the Southern Ocean domain, the Northern Desert domain, and the Xiling domain. Now all that's missing is the last of the Great Eastern Wasteland, with Lu's surname as a clue, and all the information he had secretly gathered. He didn't believe that he still couldn't find the adulterer. At that time, he would not only make that adulterer pay, but the mother and daughter, Nangong Yat and Lu Jianyu, would also not be able to escape. He wanted the world to know the consequences of messing with him. Gu Changsheng. Chapter 111 Immortal Herb in the Yonghe Mountain Range. Yonghe Mountains. This was a mountain range located in the middle of the vast wilderness that was plain and uninteresting, with treacherous terrain, overgrown grass, and infested with all kinds of ferocious beasts from time to time, which was barren and dangerous. The Yonghe mountain range was thin in spiritual chi and lacked heavenly materials and treasures, yet there were quite a few ferocious beasts with terrifying strength living there, which was originally a place where birds didn't. However, during this recent period of time, a multitude of martial artists had come forward, flocking to this place from all directions, breaking the tranquility of the Yonghe mountain range. All of this was only because half a month ago, Yonghe mountain range suddenly had aura gushing out from the ground, and even more so, there were frequent visions, with the shadow of the immortal beast Qilin looming, observed by many martial artists. When the news spread, many nearby sects and forces of martial artists all went crazy, scrambling to flood into the Yonghe mountain range, almost digging up the Yonghe mountain range to look for the legendary immortal beast Qilin. After all, that was a supreme immortal beast that only existed in myths and legends. If the world is really immortal beast Qilin, not to mention the various clans and forces, even the 13 Holy Land cannot sit still, will certainly be out to seize, triggering a monstrous bloody storm. Regarding this news, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion naturally noticed it as well, and based on the analysis of the various intelligence information collected by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, it finally came to a conclusion. It wasn't the legendary immortal beast Qilin that was present in the Yonghe mountain range, but rather an extremely rare and precious holy medicine, Xianlin grass. This is the heaven and earth naturally nurtured innate holy medicine. When ripe there will be immortal beast Qilin shadow surrounded, extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Moreover, Xianlin grass was extremely special. It possessed the instinct to tend to good fortune and avoid evil. Once it sensed danger, it could instantly vanish into the depths of the earth. Even Saint Realm powerhouses would have a hard time capturing it. Immortal Lingrass has appeared only a handful of times on the Taichu continent, so the martial artists of all the sects and forces don't know the truth. Xianlin grass has all sorts of incredible effects. There are records that it can help people break through the holy realm, built down the immortal foundation. There are also records that the Xianlin grass contains the origin of the innate. After taking it can be people's bloodline metamorphosis, with a special physique. There are rumors that the Xianlin grass can be born dead in flesh and white bone. Regardless of whether the many rumors were true or false, it was enough to prove that immortal Lin grass was definitely the top of the line even amongst the sacred medicines. Sunrise. A wide and flashy carriage slowly chugged along. Lu Chuan was lazily lying on the carriage. Song Shuayin and Yun Shanhua were serving on the left and right, and Yun Shi and Zhao Feiyang and other guards were following at the back. It was a vast and impressive row. Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun followed to the left and right, and when they saw this, they both silently rolled their eyes, somewhat speechless. The two of them were a bit depressed, wondering how Lu Chen, who knew nothing but hedonistic posing day in and day out, managed to cultivate to such a high level of cultivation, and how he was able to secretly subjugate so many powerful people and forces. Asterisk. Big brother. So many women. Just as Lu Chuan and his group were approaching the Yonghe mountain range, a surprised and excited yell suddenly rang out, only to see a big man with a scar on his face rushing out from the mountains and forests. And when he saw Lu Fianyan and Song Shuain, Yun Shashue, Yun Shi, the several peerless beauties, his eyes went straight, his heart accelerated uncontrollably, and his mouth watered. Asterisk. Day in and day out. Never seen a woman before, have you? A large bushy hand probed out and slapped the scarred man to the ground. In the mountains and forests there are 6 big men with different looks rushing out. The leader is bare-chested, only one-eyed, carrying an extremely heavy 9-ring sword in his hand, and his appearance is hideous and ferocious. The remaining 5 did not look like good people. All of them were fierce-looking. This time it's different, big brother. These chicks are so white and fragrant. The scarred man climbed up from the ground and rubbed his hands together, his eyes staring lustfully at Lu Jianyun and the others since the beginning. Hiss! When the remaining 6 big men heard this, their gazes looked at Lu Jianyun and the others, and their pupils suddenly shrunk violently, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, their eyes almost glaring out. Lu Jianyun has a stunningly beautiful appearance and noble temperament, and Song Shuayin has a plump and mature body that is as tantalizing as a peach. Cloud shallow snow clothing plain, but it is difficult to hide its natural beauty. Pavilion, pure and moving. Yunshur temperament cold, like an iceberg beauty. The 4 women were all stunning beauties, each with their own unique characteristics that were rare in the world. This was undoubtedly of great lethality to the 7 of them. Another bunch of death seekers. Song Shuayin frowned slightly, rather displeased with the gazes of the 7 of them. The Middle Earth region was not calm, especially since this zone was located at the edge of the Middle Earth region, and they had already encountered quite a few roadblocks along the way. The Eastern Wasteland region is full of dynasties, and among the dynasties, there are laws and court constraints, so the overall environment is still relatively safe and orderly. But it was completely different in the Middle Earth domain. It was a completely weak world where the fist was the only truth. Jia. Chick, you guys are lucky to have met our 7 monsters of the Green Forest, only to see the leader of the one-eyed man grinning, carrying the 9-ring sword stride. Greedy eyes and Lu Jianyun 4 women body sweep, said a sensible if you obediently crawl over. The old man served comfortable. The old man in a good mood, may also be able to. Poof! Before he could finish his words, they suddenly came to a screeching halt, only to see Lu Chen waved his hand. The Yunshur at the back directly gripped the red scimitar at his waist, only half an inch out of the sheath. A ray of blood-colored blade light flashed. The one-eyed man's head directly flew up, blood staining the ground red. This sudden scene caused the remaining 6 men's bodies to stiffen, their eyes almost glaring out. The one-eyed man was the strongest among the 7 monsters of the Green Forest, with a cultivation of the 9th level of the June realm, and he was actually killed in a second? In an instant, they only felt a terrifying chill surging from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Asterisk. Big brother, that scarred man even cried out in sorrow, flopping down directly toward Lu Dust. You killed our big brother. From now on you are our big brother. On the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire, at the command of our big brother, Zhao Feiyang, who was on the side, immediately felt a great threat in his heart. This man's ass-kissing skills are no less than mine. Zhao Feiyang immediately felt that his position as a dog's leg was seriously challenged. Your Majesty, such a person with a dirty and malicious mind must not be retained. Zhao Feiyang immediately opened his mouth to persuade him, fearing that Lu Chen would leave the scarred man behind and steal the position of a dog's leg with himself. Chapter 112, 3 Great Clans? My lord have mercy. The remaining 5 big men also knelt down towards Lu Dust in unison, their bodies shivering, their 2 strands warring, overwhelmed by a great fear. Even the one-eyed man at the 9th level of the June realm was killed in a second with a single slash, so how could they not understand that they had kicked a steel plate this time? Lu Chen glanced at them. These 6 people were all at the June realm cultivation level. Their strength was quite good. If it was in the Eastern Wasteland domain, Lu Chen would still leave them alive. After all, it was somewhat useful. But alas, this was the Middle Earth domain, and the last thing that was lacking was a June realm expert. Kill them all. Lu Chen waved his hand, and Su Yang drove the carriage onward. The red scimitar in Yunshur's hand was once again sheathed for half an inch. A flash of blood-colored blade light flashed through, and all 6 of those big men's heads rolled off, passing away on the spot. 7 Monarch Realm experts. One of them was still at the 9th level of Monarch Realm cultivation. Even if it was placed in the Middle Earth domain, it could also dominate a party. But now it died silently in this great wilderness, failing to set off half a ripple. Zhao Feiyang saw this, but he was relieved, feeling that he had kept his position as a dog's leg. Lu Chuan and his group continued to advance and soon arrived at the Yonghe mountain range. It was a vast, rolling mountain range with steep hills and bushes, and numerous martial artists could be seen flying around in midair, wielding all sorts of magical treasures as they explored something. Stop! The Yonghe mountain range has been jointly occupied by us, the Blood Wolf sect, the Brahma Sea sect, and the White Sun sect, so get the hell out of here, or else we won't be blamed for being impolite. Without waiting for Lu Chuan and his group to enter the Yonghe mountain range, a stern shout came from the front, accompanied by a murderous aura filling the air. Around the Yonghe mountain range, there were numerous martial artists forming a defense line. directly encircling the entire mountain range with an aggressive momentum. It wasn't just Lu Chuan and his group. There were numerous other martial artists from various sects around who were stopped from entering the Yonghe mountain range. Obviously, the Blood Wolf sect, along with the Brahma Sea sect and the White Sun sect, had blocked off the Yonghe mountain range, intending to join forces to take the opportunities in the Yonghe mountain range, preventing them from being taken advantage of by martial artists from other sects. This Yonghe mountain range is originally an unowned land, and it's not owned by your tripartite sects. So why are you not allowed to enter? A martial artist was quite unconvinced and angrily questioned. On what grounds, you ask? Among the Blood Wolf sect martial artists who blocked the Yonghe mountain range, one of them suddenly grinned, and with a flash of his body, he directly transformed into a bloody light, ghostly appearing in front of the martial artist who had opened his mouth to question him, and slashed down with a knife. Pust! With the flash of the snowy blade, the martial artist who had opened his mouth to question was split in half on the spot, his blood staining the ground. The Blood Wolf sect martial artist let out a fierce laugh and looked around at the surrounding crowd, saying, "Just by virtue of the fact that our three great sects are strong enough, our fists are big enough, and our backing is hard enough. What? Are you guys not convinced? Master Wang!" Several cries of sorrow rang out from the crowd, and several martial artists rushed out and came to the corpse of the slain man, their eyes wide with grief. "Senior Wang didn't say anything wrong, so on what basis did you kill him?" Those few martial artists were quite grief-stricken and stared at the Blood Wolf sect martial artists dead in the face. "Idiot! Of course it's by virtue of me being strong." That Blood Wolf sect martial artist let out a vicious laugh and swung his sword down again. The powerful cultivation of the 5th level of the June realm erupted, and those few martial artists had no resistance at all, and were killed on the spot. This bloody scene caused the hearts of the many surrounding martial artists to chill, subconsciously taking a few steps back and looking at the three great sect martial artists with a little more scorn. Even how dissatisfied and angry they were in their hearts, they didn't dare to express it at this moment and could only stand aside with gloomy faces. The three major sects, the Blood Wolf sect, the Brahma Sea sect, and the White Sun sect, were already not weak, with many strong June realm practitioners, and they were known to be infamous for their rampages and bullying of men and women on a regular basis. The most frightening thing was the backer of these three great sects, the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land in the 13 Holy Land can be ranked into the top 5. Acting style is quite overbearing and strong. The three big clans for the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land vassal, who dares to offend them? It is almost the same as offending the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. For a time, the many martial artists in this place were silenced, and no one spoke. That Blood Wolf sect martial artist let out a cold smile and glanced around with a haughty expression. Wonderful! Just wonderful! Just then, someone smiled with their palms, breaking the silence of the place. With a swish, the gazes of all the people in this place turned towards Lu Duan in unison, and all of them jumped in their hearts, revealing a look of surprise. What kind of male son is this? Knowing the fierce reputation of the three great sects, how dare he jump out to pick a fight? Hiss, this person actually has so many peerless beauties by his side. It's a pity. This kid has a good-looking skin, but he doesn't know how to die. He actually dares to provoke the three great sects. He's going to be finished this time. The many surrounding martial artists couldn't help but whisper, their faces wearing a look of disbelief. There were also quite a few people who revealed cold smiles, ready to see Lu Chuan and his group fall into bad luck. That Blood Wolf sect martial artist, even more so, his face suddenly sank as he immediately looked at Lu Dust. Immediately afterward, his pupils contracted violently, his heart shook, and his eyes glowed. After he saw the world-defying beauty and posture of Lu Jianyun's 4 girls, his eyes were filled with greed and fire, and a carnal smile appeared on his face. Another outlier. Ha! Well. Today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. That Blood Wolf sect martial artist wrung his neck and revealed a cruel smile as he carried his 3-meter-long large sword towards Lu Dust. Jia. Many of the surrounding Blood Wolf sect martial practitioners also revealed unintentional smiles as they rubbed their fists and surrounded Lu Chuan and his group. During this process, their greedy and fiery gazes kept staring at the 4 Lu Jianyun girls, and their purpose was self-evident. Kill them all. Lu Chen waved his hand, not even looking at those Blood Wolf sect martial artists, lazily lying on Song Shuayan's white and plump legs, signaling Su Yon to continue driving forward. Kill me? Just you little white boy. The Blood Wolf sect martial artist at the head of the group had a fierce smile on his face, and had already rushed to the side of Lu Chuan's carriage, raising the large sword in his hand and locking it onto Lu Chuan, as if he had already seen the image of Lu Chuan having his head chopped off by his sword. But in the next moment, he only felt the sky spinning, and the image in front of him became disorganized and blurred, as a familiar headless corpse slowly collapsed. This corpse seems to be himself? It was the last realization that surfaced in his mind. In the eyes of the many surrounding martial artists, a dozen Blood Wolf sect martial artists with extraordinary breaths killed Lu Dust and his group, and as a result, Yunshur only sheathed the red curved sword in her hand for half an inch, and a strand of blood-colored blade light was like a lightning bolt cutting through, and a dozen or so heads flew up directly, and blood stained the ground red. In an instant, there was dead silence all around. Chapter 113 Bloodthirsty Wolf King. This woman is so terrifyingly strong. The faces of the many surrounding martial artists changed, and their gazes toward Yunshur had a hint more of shock and scorn. One should know that half of those dozen Blood Wolf sect martial artists were June realm experts. Their strength was definitely not weak, yet they were all killed by Yunshur with a single slash. Even amongst all the people present, no one could see her movements at all, and could not even perceive her cultivation level. Scary as hell. The crowd even looked at Lu Duan differently. Such a powerful woman was actually just Lu Duan's escort. Which family's male son was this? Could it be from some holy place? Dare to kill my Blood Wolf sex people. How dare you? Right at this moment, a loud and furious shout rang out. If thunder rolled, spreading in all directions. The sound wave diffusion alone shook the hearts of all the people around. A dozen or so Blood Wolf sect martial practitioners were killed, and this scene attracted the attention of other Blood Wolf sect powerhouses in the Yonghe mountain range. Hundreds of Blood Wolf sect martial practitioners rushed from all directions, and there was even a red-haired man who stepped into the air from the Yonghe mountain range, his eyes shadowy and terrifying, followed by a huge wolf that was as sturdy as a small mountain. As soon as the red-haired man appeared, there was a gloomy and horrible pressure emanating from him, just like a volcano erupting, giving people an endless sense of oppression. Hiss, half-saint cultivation, is him, Blood Wolf sect patriarch, known as Bloodthirsty Wolf King Li Yuanhua. Many martial artists recognized the identity of the red-haired man, and their faces suddenly changed violently as they backed away, a scornful look in their eyes. The red-haired man is precisely the strongest person in the Blood Wolf sect, with bloody and cruel methods and a fierce reputation. He has not done much killing and setting things on weekdays, and mentioning his name is enough to stop children from crying at night. It's not just Li Yuanhua. Even quite a few strong men from the Brahmasi sect and the White Sun sect looked over, cold smiles on their faces as they walked towards Lu Dust and his group unanimously. The three great sects were already on good terms, not to mention that they had joined forces to blockade the Yonghe mountain range in order to divide the chances of this place together. Now that Lu Chen and his group had broken into the Yonghe mountain range, it was naturally impossible for the Brahmasi sect and the White Sun sect to sit back and watch. In a matter of moments, Lu Chuan and his group were surrounded by many powerful people from the three major clans, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive and heavy. Li Yuanhua's cold and gloomy gaze swept over Lu Chuan's group. Although he was also stunned by the stunning looks of the four Lu Jianyun girls, he did not take the enemy lightly, and his heart was somewhat grave. He sensed out that Lu Beixian was likewise at a half-saint cultivation level, and with his majestic chi and blood, he was actually giving even him a not-so-small sense of oppression. As for Yunshur, he was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even he couldn't sense the slightest breath of cultivation. Unfathomable. Who are you? The chance in this mountain range is what the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain has its eye on, and it has specially ordered our three great clans to come and blockade the Yonghe mountain range. Are you guys breaking into this place? Do you want to be enemies with the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain? Li Yuanhua spoke in a cold voice. He felt that Lu Chen and his group were not coming from a good place and were not easy to deal with, so he directly brought out the name of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. This move has always been a no-brainer. Not to mention ordinary clans, even a slightly weaker Holy Land would look at the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and give the Blood Wolf sect a face. Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land? When Lu Beixian and the others heard this, their hearts sank and their brows furrowed. According to the intelligence information given by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, the comprehensive strength of this Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land could rank in the top 5 of the 13 Holy Lands, which was very frightening, coupled with the fact that the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land was a mortal enemy of the Netherworld sect. This gave Lu Beixian and the others a bad feeling of foreboding in their hearts. If they were to alert the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, they would definitely not be able to fight against it with their current strength, and it would be very unfavorable for their next actions in the Middle-earth region. You're not qualified to know who we are. Lu Chun, however, did not care at all and said carelessly, "Don't use the name of Heavenly Sword Mountain to scare me either. Your so-called three great clans are just three dogs raised by the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. Do you really think that you can represent the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land? What's more, the news of the appearance of the immortal beast Qilin's vision here. You didn't notify the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land at all, but instead, you blocked the news at the first time, blocked the Yonghe mountain range, and wanted to conceal the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land to monopolize the chance of this place. Do you think that if you really shook the strongest person from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, will the other party let you go? Lu Chen smiled slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth, but it was this harmless smile that caused a chill to well up in Li Yuanhua's heart. Damn! How did this kid know that we didn't notify the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land? Who are you calling a dog? Seek death. Lu Chuan's words caused the surrounding martial artists from the three major clans to tense up and burst into a murderous rage. Although what Lu Dust said was the truth, it was his fault for saying it. Li Yuanhua's face was gloomy and did not show any abnormalities, and said coldly, "It's a pity that you guessed wrong. Our three great clans have already transmitted the news to the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain a long time ago, and there are already 8 realm powerhouses rushing to this place. If you are sensible enough to leave now, I can forget about it. But if you have to make an enemy of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, you'll have to bear the consequences." When Li Yuanhua said this, those Blood Wolf sect martial artists around him were unable to accept it and hurriedly said, "Lord Sovereign, you can't just let them go. These asshole guys killed a dozen of our brethren, including 8 June realm powerhouses. Such a blood feud. If we let them go, where will our Blood Wolf sect's face go?" When Li Yuanhua heard this, his eyes darted wildly and he couldn't wait to kick these stupid people with no eyes. If he could be messed with. When had he, Li Yuanhua, ever been a wimp? It wasn't that the group in front of him was too mysterious and unpredictable, and he didn't want to cause trouble, which was why he used the name of the Heavenly Sword Mountain sacred ground to scare the other party, trying to make Lu Chuan and his group know what to do. As a result, this group of stupid, sightless henchmen were the ones who encouraged him to make a move, which made Li Yuanhua quite annoyed. Brother Li is wrong. The district is just a group of goods that came out of nowhere. What is there to fear? Without waiting for Li Yuanhua to open his mouth, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Chapter 114, Do you have the strength to fight with me? How can one be lightly forgiven for daring to mess with the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain and attempting to finger the chances of the Yonghe Mountain Range? A white-shirted man stepped into the air from the Yonghe Mountain Range, holding a feather fan, looking like a gentle and elegant image, except for a pair of phoenix eyes, which carried a palpitating viciousness. He was none other than the Van High sect master, Yuan Rue. These days, any cat or dog dares to mess with the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. If we don't teach them a lesson, we really think we're easy to bully. Another cold laugh sounded. White Sun sect patriarch Yume also appeared. This was an extremely flirtatious and demonic woman, with purple patterns and lines inscribed on her snow-white skin. Her temperament was flirtatious, her clothes were cool, and her proud figure walked with a step and 3 shakes. Although Yume's figure was extremely hot and exposed, when she appeared, the many martial artists around her hurriedly lowered their heads, scornful in their hearts, not daring to look at her more than once. As a ruthless person who was on par with the Blood Wolf sect's patriarch, it was obvious that Yume wasn't a good person either. In an instant, the 3 half-sane powerhouses gathered, surrounded by hundreds and thousands of the 3 great sex powerhouses, surrounding Lu Chen and his group. Li Yuanhua didn't want to cause trouble and wanted to use the name of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land to force Lu Chen and his group away. However, Yuan Rue and Yume didn't want to let go of Lu Chen and his group. When Lu Chuan saw this, he was not the least bit flustered, glancing up at the 3 half-saints, his gaze pausing for a moment as it swept over Yume. However, Lu Dust only looked at it for a few moments and found it tasteless. Although Yume also has a little bit of beauty, but unfortunately too burnt, actually is a rune mage. This kind of goods, even in the greenhouse, Lu Dust are too lazy to look at more than one glance. Lu Chuan's disgusted gaze naturally could not be hidden from Yume's eyes, and she instantly narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous sneer appearing on her face. Lu Chuan smoothly touched Song Shuain's white and tender legs and lazily said, "It seems that your 3 great clans really want to spar with me? Killing someone from my 3 great sects and still daring to be so arrogant and cocky. I'd like to see how much skill you have." Yume coldly laughed. 5 fingers opened. A purple steel whip emerged, full of barbs, as she violently flung it, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. The steel whip instantly became longer, and fell towards Lu Dust's head. Lu Beishuan's eyes were cold as he directly swung his dragon blood battle halberd, swaying with one arm, erupting a huge force and slashing violently, accompanied by a flash of dark golden light. The dragon blood battle halberd ruthlessly slashed at the steel whip, emitting an ear-splitting metallic tremor. In the next moment, Yume stifled a grunt, and was actually shocked by a huge force that caused him to retreat a few steps, and the steel whip in his hand was directly split. My mantle! Yume's pupils shrunk violently, her body trembled a little, and her eyes were filled with anger. When Li Yuanhua and Yuan Rue saw this, they narrowed their eyes slightly and were astonished. That steel whip was a 7th-order extreme magic treasure, second only to a holy weapon, and was Yume's original magic treasure, and it was actually broken by Lu Beixian with a single blow, which was too shocking. Could this war halberd be a holy weapon? Li Yuanhua and Yuanrui's gazes landed on the dragon blood battle halberd in unison, both shocked and with more than a hint of greed in fire. With their half-saint cultivation, if they could obtain a holy weapon, they would not be able to take off. Destroy my magic treasure. I want you all to die. Yume's body trembled slightly, her eyes were a little red, and a terrifying pressure emanated from her as she raised her hand and summoned 3 flying swords to kill Lu Dust with fury. Li Yuanhua and Yuanrui glanced at each other and without hesitation, both of them also immediately took out their weapons and killed Lu Dust together. Not only that, the hundreds and thousands of martial artists from the 3 great sects around them also surrounded over, shaking their fists and clapping their hands as a murderous aura erupted. Fight! This kid actually dares to single-handedly challenge the 3 great sects, and he's not even afraid of the name of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. Has he always been this bold? What the hell? This is going to be a good one. When the many surrounding martial artists saw this, they immediately became excited and transformed into melon eaters, watching from the sidelines, clanging, just as the 3 half-saints and the thousands of martial artists united to attack and surround them. A crisp sword chant resounded through the heavens and earth. Yunshi gripped the red curved sword at his waist, accompanied by wisps of blood-colored lightning surrounding him, and suddenly drew his sword and chopped. The terrifying red blade light swept in all directions with her at the center, setting off monstrous waves of air. Only heard bang a loud echo. 3 half-saints flew out on the spot. The hands of weapons and magic treasures all exploded. The body more a deep visible wounds, almost be split in half. The thousands of martial artists from the 3 great sects, even more so, all flew out backwards, and before they even landed, they all exploded, turning into a piece of blood mist, and all of them fell. This sudden scene caused all the surrounding crowd to tremble with fear, their eyes almost glaring out. You're a Saint Realm powerhouse. Yume covered her chest, her eyes filled with a horrified look as she stared dead at Yunshi, a wave of fear welling up in her heart. Li Yuanhua was even trembling in his body. His intestines were repenting. If he had known that Yunshi was a Saint Realm cultivator, he should not have said anything to make a move. Now he was not only severely injured himself, but most of the Blood Wolf sect's most core powerhouses had also fallen. The loss was too heavy. Lu Chuan let out a light laugh and looked down condescendingly at the 3 half-saints, saying, "Sparring with my divine martial emperor, do you have the strength? Get out of here." Lu Chuan's unceremonious rebuke caused the 3 half-saints to feel ashamed and annoyed in their hearts, but when they sensed the murderous aura on Yunshi's body, their bodies instantly trembled, and their eyes instantly cleared for a few moments. They understood in their hearts that with Yunshi's terrifying strength, that slash just now was enough to easily kill them in seconds. I'm afraid that the reason why they would leave them alive was only because of the face of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. Let's go. Li Yuanhua made an instant decision. His teeth clenched, dragging his heavily injured body, and led the remaining martial artists of the Blood Wolf sect to quickly evacuate this place. Dare to rob the chances of the Heavenly Sword Mountain sacred ground. Just you wait. You may, on the other hand, gave Lu Chen a hateful glance and didn't dare to stay for long, immediately leading the White Sun sect's martial artists to withdraw. In an instant, the martial artists of the 3 great clans were like lost dogs as they quickly left, but they didn't go far, and soon converged in the middle of the great wilderness not far away. These damned guys, just relying on the fact that they have a Saint Realm powerhouse, how dare they be so arrogant? I'd like to see if they are truly fearless of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. Yume gritted her teeth, her face grim as she immediately took out a special summoning magic treasure and transmitted the news that there was an opportunity present in the Yonghe Mountain range to the Heavenly Sword Mountain sacred ground. Seeing this, Li Yuanhua and Yuanrui did not object, and their faces were equally incomparably gloomy. They had suffered such a big loss at the hands of Lu Chen, they could never just let it go. The opportunity in the Yonghe Mountain range, their 3 great clans had searched for days without finding it. Even if they were to be hijacked by Lu Chuan and his group to occupy the Yonghe Mountain range, they didn't believe that Lu Chuan and his group would be able to find it so quickly. It would only take a day for the powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land to arrive. At that time, even if Yunshi was a Saint Realm cultivator, he would still designate that there would be no good fruit for them to eat. Chapter 115 Immortal Lingrass in Hand. Hiss. She's actually a Saint Realm powerhouse. No wonder they aren't even afraid of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. I'm afraid they're also from some Holy Land. This is the end of the line. The chances in the Yonghe Mountain range are completely unattached to us. When Yunshi slashed out his sword, there was first a deathly silence in the surroundings, followed by the crowd of onlookers suddenly exploding into a pot of talk, with awe and scorn in their eyes, subconsciously backing up a distance, not daring to come closer. When the Holy Land stepped in, the onlookers knew that whatever chance there was in the Yonghe Mountain range was no longer relevant to them. Dusty, would that be too ostentatious? Liu Beixian had some concerns. After all, the The three major clans were affiliated clans of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. And now that Yunshur had made a move to severely injure the three major clans and drive them away, the three major clans would surely ask the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land to make a move to help them get back on their feet. Although Yunshur was strong, he was clearly not a match compared to the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. There's no harm in it. The three great clans are nothing more than three dogs raised by the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. As long as we didn't kill those three half-saints, the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land won't care about the three great clans even if more than 1,000 of them die. Those Holy Realm powerhouses don't have so much as a heart to help them avenge their deaths. Lu Chuan, however, wasn't the least bit worried and said, as long as we take the Immortal Lingrass and run, it's useless even if the Heavenly Sword Mountain's sacred ground powerhouses come. Lu Beixian sniffed, and only then did he feel slightly more at ease. After all, although Lu Dust looks unreliable, but in fact the style of action is sophisticated and ruthless. All these years of planning has never failed. Can be trusted. Soon, Lu Chen and his group entered the Yonghe Mountain range and began searching for traces of the Immortal Lingrass. Yunshur's powerful divine sense at that Saint Realm level spread out and soon covered the entire Yonghe Mountain range. Sensing it carefully, but sensing nothing, Xianlin grass has the instinct of avoiding evil, and can vanish into the depths of the earth when it encounters danger. These days, the three great clans have been searching for it, so could it be that Xianlin grass has been frightened and has already vanished, leaving this mountain range? The crowd searched for a while still without any clues. Lu Jianyun couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find it. Lu Chun, however, wasn't worried at all. Zhao Feiyang also followed to flatter. Your Majesty is the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, is a lucky man with great fortune. That's Xianlin grass if it can really tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. Your Majesty only need to Yonghe Mountain range one stop. That Xianlin grass will surely take the initiative to appear. Submissive to your Majesty. Why worry about not find? When these words came out, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others silently rolled their eyes. Although Lu Chuan was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, but it wasn't so bad that immortal forest grass would automatically submit when he stood here, right? That's a bit too much. Ding! The host has received a suggestion. Make a stop in the Yonghe Mountain range. Reward for completion. Xianlin grass appears of its own accord and submits to the host. Lu Chuan's mind, however, was coldly ringing with a system beep. Lu Chen was suddenly in a good mood as the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, bringing Zhao Feiyang, the lapdog, was the right thing to do. In order not to arouse suspicion, Lu Chuan didn't stand up immediately and remained lazily pillowed on Song Shuain's lap. Pops, old sister, Miss Yun, let us split up and look for the Yonghe Mountain range a few more times. Lu Dust proposed. Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others nodded their heads, which was exactly what they intended to do, and the crowd immediately spread out in all directions, carefully searching every corner of the Yonghe Mountain range. Only Lu Chuan and Song Shuain and Yun Shanyue were left in the spot. Your Majesty, it's time to get up. Song Shuain's mature and beautiful face was tinged with a reddish haze, and her tone was a bit angry as she pressed down on Lu Chen's hand, because it wasn't enough for this Lu Chuan guy to touch his legs. Those hands were a bit dishonest and kept traveling upwards along Song Shuain's white and tender legs. During the years she spent with Lu Chen, Song Shuain was already used to being molested. Holding hands and touching her legs, she could still accept it. However, if Lu Chuan wanted to go further, she was quite shy and did not dare to let Lu Chuan break through the bottom line. After all, she is Lu Chuan's teacher. How can she do this kind of deception of the teacher, against the moral and human morals? That's petty. Lu Chen sighed with some regret and turned to Yun Shanyue. Little Schwer, come, give me a hug? Your Majesty don't. Slave is still young. Yun Shanshue immediately shook her head, equally a little shy, and hurriedly hid behind Song Shuain, her heart beating fast. Seeing this, Lu Chuan could only shake his head helplessly, before he stood up from Song Shuain's soft legs, walked out of the carriage, and stood in the Yonghe Mountain range. Ding! The host completes the suggestion. Reward obtained. Xianlin grass appears of its own accord and submits to the host. A system beep sounded in Lu Dust's head. The next moment, a pure and rich aura gushed out from the earth below Lu Dust, but also a ray of bright and brilliant light, forming the shadow of an immortal beast Qilin in mid-air, running around Lu Dust, cheering and jumping. The vision is extraordinary. A palm-sized turquoise grass appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance permeating the air, actually jumped up from the ground and took the initiative to fall into the hands of Lu Chuan. This is Xianlin grass? Song Shuain and Yun Shanyue, who were on the side, were instantly confused when they saw this, only feeling their little heads buzzing, their little cherry mouths slightly open as if they could stuff an egg in. Lu Chuan stood toward the ground, and Xianlin grass actually did appear? Is your Majesty really an auspicious person with great fortune? Is it true that Xianlin grass can avoid bad luck? Really good. A smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face as he immediately pulled out a jade box and backhandedly put the immortal Lin grass inside, sealing it up. As the immortal Lin grass was sealed, the silhouette of the immortal beast Qilin in midair dissipated. However, this still could not be concealed from the senses of Yunshi and Liu Beixian and the others, who were separated by a long distance, and their divine sense sensed the immortal beast Qilin's shadow at this place. Hiss! Sure enough, there's Xianlin grass. Yunshi, Liu Beixian and the others were shocked and delighted in their hearts and immediately rushed over from all directions of the Yonghe mountain range. When they arrived at this place, the shadow of the immortal beast Qilin had already disappeared, and the only person in place was Lu Chuan still lazily lying on the carriage, his head resting on Song Shuain's leg. Only compared to before, Song Shuain and Yun Shanyue's pretty faces were a bit dumbfounded, still not having come back to their senses from the shock. Dusty, where's Xianlin grass? Did you guys see where it ran off to? Liu Beixian immediately asked. Looking around, it's sitting here. Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously and pulled out the jade box, waving it in front of Liu Beixian and the others. Chapter 116, Breaking Through the Holy Realm. Swish! As Lu Chuan's voice fell, the gazes of Liu Beixian and Yunshi and the others looked over in unison, staring at the jade box in Lu Chuan's hand. Although they have not seen the immortal Lin grass, but is able to vaguely sense, the jade box comes out of a refreshing fragrance. Just smell a mouthful of people's mind and soul, body comfort, as if to be immortalized. Even more incredible, the palm-sized turquoise grass actually moved and stretched as if it had become a spirit. Around the small grass, there was even a hazy soft light surrounding it, transforming into the shadow of a miniature immortal beast Qilin. Although the shadow of the immortal beast Qilin was very vague and seemed to be there, it could not be hidden from the eyes of the crowd. Gulp! Liu Beixian and Yunshi and the others unanimously gulped. Their eyes widened as if they were seeing a ghost. Hiss! Dusty! You actually did catch the immortal forest grass? Liu Beixian took the jade box as soon as he could and scrutinized it, his heart beating fast with a dreamlike and unreal feeling. This was a legendary level holy pill, extremely rare, possessing spirituality that even Saint Realm powerhouses would find it difficult to capture, and it was actually caught by Lu Chuan in such a short period of time? This is unbelievable. As in fake. Lu Chen heatedly smiled, his face filled with a proud expression. Your Majesty's heavenly indulgence and divine martial arts, favored by the heavenly Tao, truly has great fortune and blessings in his body. It is truly a blessing for all the people and a great fortune for the world. Your Majesty's ability to obtain the immortal Lingrass is truly the will of heaven. Zhao Feiyan was also pleasantly surprised and hurriedly opened his mouth and gave another pat on the back. Little brother, how on earth did you do that? Lu Jianyun's face was filled with incredulity as she hurriedly asked. Liu Beixian and Yunshi and the others also pricked up their ears, quite curious. I didn't do anything. I was just lying here. And Xianlin grass jumped out of the ground on its own and jumped into my hand of its own accord. Lu Chen blinked at Lu Jianyun and the others with an innocent look. Lu Fianyan and Liu Beixian and the others looked at each other. All of them felt incredulous. This answer is really too unbelievable. However, with Lu Chuan and Song Shuain's cultivation, it was unlikely that they would be able to grab the immortal Lin grass hard. After all, it was the immortal Lin grass that could even dodge the attacks of Saint Realm powerhouses. Although Lu Duan's answer sounded outrageous, it was rather more acceptable. Beyond that, they couldn't think of any more plausible possibilities. Ha 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 ha, my son is the reincarnation of the Emperor of the Ancients. Truly a person with great fortune and blessings. Liu Beixian laughed 3 times, quite surprised and pleased. And the more he looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied he felt. What can I ask for in this life if I have a son like this? Lu Jianyun and Yunshi and the others glanced at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces as well. After all, Lu Chen was the reincarnation of the legendary Emperor of the Ancients, and it was normal for him to bring his own great fortune with him, and they all accepted this without suspicion. Let's go, Pops. Let's find a quiet place to refine the immortal Lingrass and break through the Saint Realm. Lu Chen stuffed the jade box into Liu Beixian's hands and waved his hand. Su Yang immediately drove and quietly left the Yonghe mountain range from another direction. When the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land powerhouses arrived at this place, they were destined to pounce and not find any trace of Lu Chuan and his group at all. Dusty, this holy medicine is too precious. Why don't we save it for you to use later? I'm already at the half-saint cultivation level. I can break through to the saint realm even if I accumulate some more time. It's better not to waste such a precious saint pill. On the way, Liu Beixian was a bit hesitant, only feeling that the immortal Lin grass in his hand was rather hot. After all, this was a legendary grade sacred pill. It was too rare and precious. He really didn't want to use it and wanted to save it for Lu Chen. His own good eldest son is not only the 9th grade qualification of the Heavenly Order, the Emperor of the Daxia dynasty, but also the reincarnation of the emperor of the ancient times. There is a great fortune in the body. The future achievements will certainly far exceed their own. So Liu Beixian, the more he thinks about it, the more reluctant he is to use the immortal Lin grass. Lu Chuan, however, cried and laughed, saying, "Pops, why are you being polite to me? We're all family, so don't be shy. Pops, you can break through the Saint realm by refining the immortal Lin grass right now. I'm only at the harmonized Dao realm cultivation. I don't know how many years I'll have to wait before I can cultivate to the half-saint cultivation. Wouldn't it be a waste to keep it? And I'm the one with great fortune. I'm sure I'll be able to get other holy pills in the future. There's no need to save at all. Besides, Mother and Big Sister are still waiting for you to save them in the Xianyu Holy Land. How can you resist the Xianyu Holy Land without a Saint realm cultivation? Can you bear to let Mother and Big Sister continue to wait?" Those last words of Lu Chuan caused Liu Beixian's heart to shake, and his hands slowly clenched. Thinking back to his wife and daughter who had been separated for 18 long years, Liu Beixian's heart surged with a great sense of urgency as well as a deep desire for strength. "Then I'll refine this immortal Lin grass first, and in the future, Father will definitely find you a better sacred medicine." Liu Beixian stroked Lu Chen's head and made up his mind. "Good. I'll wait for that day." Lu Chuan didn't discourage Liu Beixian either and replied with a smile. A few moments later, Lu Chuan and his group arrived at the depths of the Great Wasteland. After Yunshi personally explored the area and confirmed that there were no people within a radius of thousands of miles, Liu Beixian began to refine the immortal Lin grass and started to prepare for the breakthrough to the Saint realm. Yunshi and Song Xuan, on the other hand, spread out in all directions, guarding the surroundings and protecting Liu Beixian. Liu Beixian opened the jade box and grabbed the immortal Lin grass, refining it in an instant. Boom! The majestic energy contained in the immortal Lin grass melted away and continuously surged into Liu Beixian's body, rushing to all his limbs and bones, flowing through the meridians and orifices around his body, and integrating into every inch of his flesh and blood, not only propelling his cultivation to skyrocket, but also building an immortal foundation for him. Roar! A lifelike immortal beast Qilin silhouette appeared above Liu Beixian, raising the sky and whistling, resonating with the sky and earth, rumbling, and the sound of the Tao was unceasing, and the surrounding spiritual qi within the range of thousands of tens of thousands of miles was converging towards Liu Beixian, forming a tidal wave of spiritual qi. Liu Beixian's aura grew deeper and more powerful, and a majestic and exuberant qi and blood emanated out. His heartbeat was like thunder, and the flow of blood around his body was actually emitting a great river rushing like whistling, signaling that his physical body physique was extremely powerful and hammered to an extreme. A moment later, Liu Beixian's body emitted a clicking sound like shackles breaking, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed as he stepped into the Saint realm. An even more powerful and compelling aura emanated from him, shaking the 8 directions. Is this the immortal foundation granted by the immortal Lin grass? Yunshi narrowed her eyes slightly with some surprise and looked deeply at Liu Beixian. Having only just broken through the Saint realm, Liu Beixian was actually giving even her a not-so-small sense of oppression, which meant that Liu Beixian's strength was already able to threaten her. One must know that Yunshi cultivated the extremely mysterious and terrifying Shura Dao inheritance, and was a Shura-killing god that rose from the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with extremely terrifying combat power, and could easily fight across the ranks. The previous Liu Beixian was definitely not a match for Yunshi in the same realm and could not possibly threaten her. However, Liu Beixian, who had refined the immortal Lin grass to break through the Saint realm, had built an immortal foundation, and his own natural talent and strength had undergone a qualitative change. Chapter 117, Nangongya's information. It seems that this immortal Lin grass is even more precious and powerful than I thought. Yunshi thoughtfully looked back at Lu Chen, who had a smile on his face. Such a precious and extraordinary immortal herb, but willingly gifting it to each other. Is this the affection and bond between father and son? Yunshi's eyes were a bit dazed. She grew up in the midst of endless killings, and there was even less of a good person around her. With all the deceit, and the slightest inattention in the net could easily be eaten to the bone. So she was always only wary of outsiders. This kind of intimate trust and affection was a bit distant for her. But, if his sister was also there, he would not hesitate to give her the best of everything he had, right? Yunshi's eyes were lowered, slowly gripping the red curved sword at her waist, her chest slightly heaving, her breathing a few points heavier. A few moments later, the immortal beast Qilin's silhouette in midair dispersed, and the rolling tides of aura around him began to subside, and Liu Beixian's powerful and compelling saint might also converged and returned to normal. His body was tall and sturdy, his eyes were stern and compelling, and his face was handsome. Not much changed compared to before, only his breath was a few points more powerful, and he could give a person a great sense of oppression when he raised his hands and threw his feet. Is this the power of the Holy Realm? Liu Beixian carefully sensed the unprecedentedly powerful strength within his body, and he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Breaking through from the half-saint to the saint realm seemed like only half a realm difference, but it was actually a world of difference. The first level of the saint realm was more than tens of times more powerful than a half-saint cultivation. Even if there was no immortal root and it was just an ordinary saint realm first level powerhouse, it would still be completely sufficient to easily crush a group of half-saints. Liu Beixian, who possessed an immortal root foundation, even had the capital to fight across the ranks. Congratulations to Pops for breaking through the saint realm. With smiles on their faces, Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun and the others opened their mouths to congratulate them. Ha ha ha. Go, let's go to the Xianyu Holy Land. Liu Beixian laughed cheerfully, his heart full of grandeur. Pulling Lu Duan and Lu Jianyun about to head to the Xianyu Holy Land. I think you're drifting. Pops. Ludum sighed. However, he could also understand Liu Beixian's feelings. After all, he had been separated for 18 years, and did not know if his wife and daughter were safe. This feeling must be very tormenting. Now that they had arrived at the Middle Earth domain, not even far from the Xianyu Holy Land, and Liu Beixian had broken through to the Saint Realm, it was impossible to endure no matter what. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't stop him and allowed Su Yang to drive the carriage and start moving in the direction of the Xianyu Holy Land. Moreover, Lu Chen also took out the order of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and instructed Thousand Faces and other members of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to step up their efforts to collect all the intelligence of the Xianyu Holy Land and the Nangong family as quickly as possible. The Xianyu Holy Land was located in the middle of the Middle Earth region, while the Yamha mountain range was located at the edge of the Middle Earth region. It took Lu Chuan and his group a full 5 days to cross the long, endless distance to the vicinity of the Xianyu Holy Land. Lu Chen had also finally received the various intelligence that had been sent back from the Heavenly Pavilion. The Heaven Inspection Pavilion had sent back all sorts of detailed information about the Xianyu Holy Land, of which there was not a lot about Nangongya and Lu Jianyu. Nangongya, for the Xianyu Holy Land Holy Lord Nangong Feiyu's illegitimate daughter, was not treated well, but accidentally found that she has an extremely rare and precious stove physique, the body of 100 flowers, and thus by the Nangong Feiyu focus on the cultivation, ready to offer to the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, never encountered the supreme arrogance of Gu Changxing as a concubine. More than 30 years ago, Nangongya's 100 flowers body had achieved great success, but with the help of a family servant, he quietly escaped from the Xianyu Holy Land, and was hunted down and killed by the Xianyu Holy Land not long after. In the heat of the moment, Nangongya took the cloud ship, rushed into the endless ocean, and was lost. The information about Nangongya came to an abrupt end here, and there was no follow-up. However, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had found intelligence information on Lu Jianyu. The name Lu Fianyu was quite mysterious as not many people even knew it in the Xianyu Holy Land, but she has another household name. The Holy Maiden of the Xianyu Holy Land, Fairy Moon Spirit. 18 years ago, Lu Jianyu had just appeared in the Xianyu Holy Land, and was immediately set up as the Holy Maiden, getting all the resources and strong people in the entire Xianyu Holy Land to pour their efforts into cultivating her, and was treated as the pearl in the palm of her hand. And Lu Jianyu also lived up to expectations. After embarking on martial arts cultivation, it reveals the world's sharpness. Not only the cultivation has soared, the combat power is even more terrifying. In the same realm there is simply no one can catch her a sword. This was a supreme heavenly pride that eclipsed the many holy sons and daughters of the Middle Earth region. It turns out that my mother actually has this kind of origin. Lu Chen thoughtfully shared the intelligence information with Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun. After learning that Lu Jianyu was safe and secure, and had become the holy daughter of the Xianyu Holy Land, and had been cultivated by the entire Xianyu Holy Land, Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun were both pleasantly surprised, and their hanging hearts relaxed by half. Where's Yael? Yuer has been established as the Holy Maiden, and Yoer must have returned to the Xianyu sacred ground as well. How could there be no intelligence information on her? Liu Beixian's brows were furrowed in considerable worry and unease. He also never expected that Nangongya was actually a cauldron cultivated by the Xianyu sacred land, ready to be offered to Gu Changxing of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land as a concubine. However, Nangongya had escaped before her marriage, running away to the Eastern Wasteland domain to marry Liu Beixian and give birth to a child, which was surely an unforgivable felony and shame for the Xianyu Holy Land. Eldest sister was established as a holy maiden by the Xianyu Holy Land, cultivating her with all her might and displaying her unparalleled talent, at least for the sake of her elder sister. Mother should be fine. Although Lu Jianyun was also worried, she still maintained her sanity and analyzed them one by one. As I see it, Mother should have been secretly locked up by the Xianyu Holy Land to keep the outside world from knowing, so that the Nine Heavens Holy Land wouldn't learn of the news, which is actually another kind of protection. It seems that the reason why Mother left back then was because she was approached by the strongest people from the Xianyu Holy Land, and she had to leave us. I'm afraid Mother took Big Sister to protect us as well. Lu Jianyun revealed a bitter smile and said, "After all, Mother is the tripod cultivated by the Xianyu Holy Land, and she has already made a marriage contract, yet she escaped privately, married Pops, and gave birth to 3 children, which is definitely intolerable to the Xianyu Holy Land. If it wasn't for Big Sister's exceptional talent, I'm afraid that 18 years ago, not only would something have happened to Mother, but our Lu family would have been exterminated by the angry Xianyu Sacred Land powerhouses. But the Xianyu Sacred Land powerhouses saw Big Sister's exceptional talent and planned to devote their efforts to cultivating her, which is why they spared our Lu family." Lu Jianyun's words caused Lu Beishuan's heart to tighten. His hands slowly clenched, his face filled with a bitter smile. "It turns out that Yor took Yor to leave without saying goodbye back then. Was it actually for such bitter reasons? I hate that I am the god of war of the Northern Territory, but I can't even protect my own wife and daughter." Lu Beishuan gripped the dragon blood battle halberd in his hand tightly. His breathing was a little heavy, and he couldn't wait to rush into the Xianyu Holy Land right now to bring back his wife and daughter. Chapter 118, Lu Chen's Wisdom. "Pops, just calm down." Lu Chen hurriedly pressed the agitated Lu Beishuan and said, "Although the Xianyu Holy Land has declined, this is after all a holy land with tight guards and a lot of Saint Realm powerhouses, and Big Sister has been living in the Xianyu Peak, which is the most central and confidential part of the Xianyu Holy Land. So with the strength of you and Miss Yunshi, you are not able to barge into the Xianyu Peak to see Big Sister yet. Big Sister and Mother are still safe now at least. We should outsmart ourselves and sneak into the Xianyu Sacred Ground in another way to find Big Sister and Mother." Lu Beishuan froze for a moment. "Outwit? Nice." Lu Dust nodded, a chesty smile on his face. "Eldest sister has a cold personality and has no friends in the Xianyu Holy Land, and her whereabouts are closely monitored by the Xianyu Holy Land. So even if the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion has scouts inside the Xianyu Holy Land, they can't deliver news to her. That's why I plan to personally enter the Xianyu Holy Land to meet her." Lu Chen's words caused Lu Beishuan and Lu Jianyun and the others to all freeze, with bewilderment on their faces. "No, you just said that the Xianyu Sacred Ground was heavily defended, so how were you able to sneak into the Xianyu Sacred Ground?" Lu Beishuan was somewhat confused by Lu Chen. "It's simple." Lu Chen took out another piece of information and said, "Although it's not the time for the Xianyu Sacred Land's Disciple Acceptance Conference, the Xianyu Sacred Land has the 9 steps of Ascension, which can be broken through regardless of the time of day. As long as you can break through 6 levels, you will be exceptionally accepted as an inner disciple, and if you break through 7 levels, you will be accepted as a true disciple. If you can break through the 9 hurdles, you can be directly ordained as a holy son and holy daughter. Xianyu Holy Land has been declining for many years. The door lacks top heavenly pride disciples. With my natural strength, breaking through the 9 passes is a breeze. As long as I change my appearance slightly, I can mix into Xianyu Holy Land as a holy son, and then want to see Big Sister will be much easier. And with the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion helping to cover me, and I've prepared my identity background, even the Xianyu Sacred Ground won't be able to find out the problem." When Lu Beishuan and Lu Fengyun and the others heard this, their eyes lit up with some interest. "But if you were to worship the Xianyu Sacred Ground, how would you conceal the perceptions of a Sacred Realm powerhouse? After all, you are related to Yor by blood, and your looks will inevitably have a few similarities. If you are discovered." Lu Beishuan was still a little worried. "Don't worry, this is not a problem." Lu Chuan smiled faintly and clapped his hands as Thousand Faces, dressed in white, appeared like a ghost, startling both Lu Beishuan and Yunshi, both of whom revealed a surprised expression. With their powerful divine sense perception at the Saint Realm cultivation level, they actually didn't realize that Thousand Faces was hiding nearby either. Although Thousand Faces is only at the half-saint cultivation level, her Thousand Faces Thousand Illusions art is extremely powerful and extraordinary, enough to easily conceal the senses of a Saint Realm powerhouse. "Thousand Faces, show everyone your hand." Lu Dust made a look towards Thousand Faces. "As you wish." Thousand Faces nodded respectfully. She took out a piece of leather paper that was as thin as a cicada's wing, and gently put it on Lu Chen's face, and then her hands made a seal, typing out a complicated and mysterious seal, and a wave of mysterious divine spells spread and fell into Lu Chen's body. In an instant, Lu Chen's appearance changed greatly, and even his breath and temperament were completely different, as if he had changed into a different person. Lu Beishuan and Yunshi came over and pinched Lu Chen's face, the powerful divine sense of the Saint Realm level enveloping him, carefully observing and sensing. After a few moments, both of them were in awe and sked. After the Thousand Faces had cast the Thousand Faces Thousand Illusions technique, even the two of them, observing it from close range, actually didn't notice anything unusual. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have even wondered if the person in front of them was Lu Chen. Elder Thousand Faces actually has such powerful means. Lu Jianyun's face was also filled with awe and intent, and she immediately said, "Junior brother, I'm going to go to the Xianyu sacred ground with you as well. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Lu Chun, however, shook his head. It's enough for me to go alone. If we both go together and two supreme geniuses appear at the same time, it's inevitable that we'll arouse the suspicion of the Xianyu sacred ground, and with one more person, it'll be even more troublesome to get out of it in the future. Line it. Lu Jianyun hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head in agreement. Say it and do it. Next, Lu Chen and his group immediately headed to the Xianyu Sacred Lands Mountain Gate, where Lu Chen would challenge the ninth step of Heaven Ascension. Thousand Faces, on the other hand, led Liu Beixian and the others to step on the nearby spots, ready to receive Lu Chuan in the future to run away with Lu Jianyu and Nangongya. The Xianyu Holy Land Mountain Gate was very grand and magnificent. A towering gateway stood, and the four big characters Xianyu Holy Land flew in dragon and phoenix. Behind is a rolling mountain range undulating, large rivers rushing, all kinds of buildings magnificent tall, spiritual mountain waterfalls everywhere. From time to time there are spiritual birds and beasts, clouds vaporized, very magnificent. Although the Xianyu sacred land had fallen, it had a glorious history after all, and its sect territory was a cavernous blessing that was rare in the world. On the left side of the Xianyu sacred lands mountain gate, there were 9 ancient and huge high platforms that rose up in tiers, linking together like an imposing mountain, very magnificent. This was the 9 steps of ascension set up by the Xianyu Holy Land. It was just that it was covered in quite a bit of dust, and it was obvious that no one had been on it for a long time, because the difficulty of the 9th step of ascension was too great, too much harder than the test of the apprentice assembly. Even the geniuses who wanted to worship the Xianyu sacred ground would wait for the time of the apprentice assembly. Furthermore, the Xianyu sacred ground had already fallen for many years, and the true top heavenly pride who wanted to worship their masters would also prioritize other powerful sacred grounds rather than the Xianyu sacred ground. Over time, the 9 steps of ascension went unnoticed. When Lu Chen appeared in front of the 9th step of ascension, he attracted the attention of many people instead. Someone is actually going to challenge the 9th step of ascension? That thing hasn't been challenged in centuries, has it? Those Xianyu Holy Land disciples who were guarding the mountain gate all revealed a look of surprise when they saw this, and their gazes flickered to Lu dust. Even the martial artists near the Xianyu Sacred Lands mountain gate gathered around, slurping their tongues and unanimously spectating. Lu Chuan's body was long and straight, his head full of black hair was spread out, and with a seemingly light smile on his face, the tip of his foot made a point on the ground and stepped directly onto the first high platform. Buzz! As Lu Chen ascended the high platform, in an instant, countless ancient and mysterious patterns lit up on the ground, and runic symbol after runic symbol blossomed, branding the void and forming a powerful formation. Lu Chen only felt a vast mana enveloping the entire high platform. All of his cultivation was unexpectedly sealed. Even the power of his soul could not be utilized. Only the power of his physical body was left. On top of the high platform, a wisp of mysterious light lit up and transformed into 3 bull-headed beings. The other party's cultivation was the same as Lu Chuan's, but their chi and blood were very majestic, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression, and their strength was extraordinary. Chapter 119, Breaking Through One After Another. The first level tests the physical body physique. You need to fight against 3 minotaurs of the same realm and win within a quarter of an hour in order to pass. The difficulty is not small. The minotaur is notoriously strong physically, comparable to human physical cultivation. The first level seals all power except for the physical body physique. The vast majority of geniuses are not the minotaur's opponent. Yes, in the past, when the 9th step of ascension was opened, the first level alone eliminated 90% of the challengers. So I don't know if this kid will be able to do it. I see difficult. This kid looks white and tender, like a white boy. That thin arms and legs, can beat the bullhead talent is a ghost. Those Xianyu Holy Land disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were murmuring with a look of watching the show, and a considerable portion of them did not think highly of Lu Chen. After all, Lu Dust was dressed in expensive clothes and looked like a gentry, not quite like someone who would hammer his body. In the gaze of the many melon eaters, the 3 minotaurs pounded their chests and threw their heads back to roar. The waves of sound alone were like ripples spreading towards the surroundings, very terrifying. Knock! The 3 minotaurs stomped violently on the ground, shaking the entire high platform with them, and attacked Lu Chen from 3 directions. Facing the full force of the 3 minotaurs' attacks, Lu Chuan was standing still, even with his hands directly behind his back, without the slightest intention to dodge. Is this guy freaked out? Why isn't he moving? This scene caused the surrounding eaters to freeze, revealing puzzled looks. Just when they thought that Lu Chen was going to be flattened by the Minotaur's punch, a sudden change occurred. Only a blazing golden light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and his footsteps slammed on the ground. Boom! A terrifying wave of air swept across in all directions with Lu Chuan at the center. and even the pale earth below the high platform shuddered with it, emitting a dull rumbling sound. The surrounding melon eaters didn't even see what Lu Chuan's move was, only to see those 3 minotaurs explode on the spot under the sweep of that wave of air, turning into a hazy glow that slowly dissipated. The light of the formation above the high platform also went out, when a slight and melodious bell chime slowly sounded, signaling that Lu Dust had passed the first level. Ha! The surrounding crowd was petrified and fell into a dead silence. Immediately afterward, a clamor erupted. What happened? I didn't even see him move. He just stomped into the ground and those 3 minotaurs were shaken alive? Although that was projected with a formation and was not a real minotaur, the strength was a complete replica, definitely not weaker than a real minotaur, and it was actually killed by him in seconds? Hiss, that's a little too scary. What the hell is this guy? Everyone was in an uproar, revealing shocked expressions. It wasn't as if no one had ever gotten through the first level in the past, but no one had ever been able to get through it so ferociously fast, relying only on the strength of his physical body and physique, just by stepping out with a single foot, instantly securing 3 minotaurs of the same realm. This was too terrifying. Even those physical cultivators who specialized in refining the body simply couldn't do it, right? For a while, the crowd all put away their contempt and their faces became a few points heavier, and they all looked at Lu Dust differently. Actually, Lu Chen was usually too lazy to get his hands dirty, but that didn't mean he was weak. On the contrary, as a heavenly rank 9 of the overwhelming qualifications, and the Qinglian sword skill, the Great Zhou Emperor's skill cultivation to the great completion, but also the 3 holy rank Gongfu cultivation small completion, and also have the Dragon Qi and the Human Emperor Qi luck in the body. Lu Chuan's true battle power was frighteningly strong. Ha ha ha. Good. My son Lu Chen has the stature of a great emperor. Seeing this, Liu Beixian, who was hidden in the distance, couldn't help but laugh openly, his face filled with a look of relief. Although this kid, Lu Duan, listened to music on the hook every day and sang songs night after night, he knew that this was just the appearance. Lu Chen must have practiced diligently and hard behind his back, putting in more effort and sweat than normal people. Otherwise how could he have such an amazing physical body physique? When Lu Jianyun and Song Shuayin and the others saw this, they all secretly nodded their heads and revealed smiles. Lu Chen's performance was even more amazing than they had expected, and it seemed that passing the 9th step of Ascension was not a problem. Lu Chen leapt up and stepped onto the second high platform. Pieces of formation patterns lit up on the ground, and densely packed symbols appeared in the air, branding themselves into the void as the formation on the high platform was activated. Another wave of vast mana enveloped the area, almost sealing all of Lu Chen's power, leaving only his soul power to be able to move. Obviously, this level tests the soul, only to see the runes above the high platform glowing, coalescing into 6 blurred and distorted black shadows, shaped like stern ghosts, bringing up gusts of sinister winds as they silently floated towards Lu Dust. These were 6 grievous spirits of the same cultivation level as Lu Chuan. Grievous spirits were terrifying existences in the form of souls, specializing in attacking the sea of consciousness and souls of martial artists, with bizarre and unpredictable means, and on the basis of threat alone, they were even higher than the Minotaur, and the number of grievous spirits was twice as high as that of the Minotaur. Seeing this, all the surrounding Guagua crowd raised their attention and stared at Lu Duan. Although Lu Chuan had displayed a body divine power that could be considered terrifying at the first level, a person's energy was limited, and a strong body meant that more time was spent on refining it. It was hard for someone to have a strong physique and at the same time be able to hammer their soul to an extremely powerful state. The crowd was quite curious, wanting to know how Lu Chen would perform at this level again. Facing the siege of the 6 grievous spirits, Lu Chuan still stood still, not evading in the slightest, with his hands behind his back, even closing his eyes. Swish! When the 6 resentful spirits rushed to his side, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an endless golden light lit up in his eyes, carrying a brilliant imperial might. Anon! In a trance, it seemed as if a deafening roar of a divine dragon was coming from the ears of the crowd. Lu Chuan was like a world-defying emperor as a golden divine dragon silhouette surfaced around him and raised his voice to the sky. Under this terrifying emperor's might, those 6 grievous spirits couldn't even utter a miserable scream, and in an instant, they turned into flying dust and vanished into ashes. When another mellifluous bell chime rang out, a few moments louder than before, Lu Chen was the emperor of Daxia and the contemporary human emperor, and was sheltered by the dragon Qi and the human Qi and human emperor Qi, which was the most masculine and rigid, most restraining all demons and monsters. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others were not surprised by this. On the contrary, the surrounding eaters were once again shocked and their eyes almost glazed over. Although that imperial might and the golden divine dragon silhouette only flickered, they were clearly imprinted in their minds and lingered, causing them to fall into a deep shock. What a terrifying aura and pressure! Where on earth did this demon come from? The crowd all changed their faces and were greatly shocked. Not only did Lu Chuan kill the Minotaur in seconds, he also killed the spiteful spirit in seconds. And that terrifying pressure was even too much to shock everyone around him. Chapter 120 Amazing Sword Intent. Lu Chen took one step and directly ascended to the third high platform. As the light of the formation lit up, a wave of vast mana once again enveloped the area, sealing all of Lu Chen's physical body and soul's power, leaving only a body of spiritual power to be able to utilize. A hazy glow lit up and coalesced into 9 martial artists, all of them emanating strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. This level tested the divine arts. At this time, Lu Chuan's physical body and soul were sealed, and he was quite weak, and he could only rely on his spiritual power to perform divine techniques to defend and fight, and if he was not careful and was hit in the body, he would be directly eliminated. In such a situation, fighting against 9 martial artists of the same realm at the same time, and these 9 martial artists were not weak, the difficulty could not be small at all. Boom! As soon as the 9 martial artists appeared, they immediately performed Dao Dao Shentong techniques. 9 powerful spiritual power fluctuations spread, shaking the high platform. All kinds of light blossomed, bombarding Lu Dust from all directions, flooding the area. Lu Dust simply had no space to dodge, and could only receive it hard. The crowd of onlookers on the sidelines all held their breath and stared at Lu Dust in unison, wanting to know if Lu Dust would still be able to kill his strong enemies in seconds at this level as he had done before. As everyone watched, Lu Chuan remained standing in place, without the slightest intention of dodging. He only saw his hand pinching the seal, and his spiritual energy surged around him, transforming into a sword shadow in an instant. Clank! A crisp sword chant resounded through heaven and earth, and the green-colored sword chi was like a lotus blossoming, splendid and magnificent, surrounding Lu Chen and blocking all the divine ability art attacks of the 9 martial artists. In the next moment, Lu Chuan waved his big hand, and the roiling sword chi erupted in all directions with him at the center, sweeping across the heaven and earth. Only a loud roar echoed out, and those 9 martial artists were blown up on the spot by the densely packed sword chi, their bodies exploding and dissipating into bits of light. When another mellifluous bell chime rang out, traveling far and wide, Green Lotus Sword Technique, and it's the grand completion Green Lotus Sword Technique. In the distance, Song Xuan, who was hidden in the shadows, was pleasantly surprised when she saw this, revealing an unbelievable expression. From a long distance away, she was able to sense the overpowering and incomparable sword intent of Lu Chuan when he struck out, and it was actually on par with her. Only by cultivating the Green Lotus Sword Technique to its great completion could one have such a powerful attainment in swordsmanship. Strong as Song Xuan, who was known as the purple-clothed sword Immortal, had also practiced diligently for more than 20 years, and only then was she able to cultivate the Green Lotus Sword Technique to its great completion. But Lu Chuan had only come into contact with the Green Lotus Sword Technique 5 years ago at the earliest. Even if he secretly buried his head in the back and practiced hard, 5 years to cultivate the Green Lotus Sword Technique to a great success. This is also called shocking to the ancient world. Ha ha. Good, Dusty boy. Just how many more surprises are there that I don't know about? Lu Beixian stroked his beard and laughed, and the more he looked at Lu Chen, the more surprised he felt. Little brother is really deep. Lu Jianyun also wore a helpless smile on her face. If he wasn't going to challenge the 9th step of Heaven Ascension, who would have thought that the real strength of Lu Chen, who usually hooked up every day to listen to music and only knew how to enjoy himself and pose for a good time, would be so terrifying. Hiss! What a terrifying sword intent! The martial artists surrounding the 9th step of Ascension also sucked in a mouthful of cool air, sensing the terrifying sword intent that made their souls tremble from the sword Dao avatar that Lu Chuan had just struck out. There was no doubt that Lu Chen's physical body physique, soul and spirit power were all hammered to the extreme, and his martial arts foundation was too strong. Only Lu Chen took a step onto the 4th high platform and the formation was activated. This time the power in Lu Chuan's body was not sealed or suppressed in any way, only to see a magnificent figure appear in front of him, dressed in Taoist robes, looking down on Lu Chuan from above. Boom! A terrifying holy might erupted from him like a volcano erupting, shaking the entire high platform with a roar as it pressed towards Lu Dust. In an instant, Lu Chuan only felt that there was a lofty mountain pressing down on him, and his bones crackled and snapped as he was subjected to great pressure. This level tests the will. One needs to carry this holy might hard for a quarter of an hour without fainting in order to pass. Although this holy might did not have a killing intent and was just pure pressure, it was also definitely an unbearable weight for a harmonized Dao realm martial artist, requiring the challenger to run his entire body to resist, or even to use his weaponry and magic treasures to hold on strongly. However, Lu Chen did not do so. He just stood quietly, his complexion calm and indifferent. The terrifying Saint Might was like a fresh wind blowing on his face. lifting up his hair but unable to have any effect on him. How can we talk about holy authority in front of me? Lu Chuan whispered softly to himself. His footsteps fiercely stepped forward, and a golden light lit up in his eyes. Anon, in a trance, a deafening dragon roar once again resounded in the ears of the surrounding crowd. Seemingly a golden divine dragon emerged and slapped a claw forward, directly slapping the silhouette on the elevated platform that was emanating holy might into dust. When an even louder bell chime rang out, spreading far and wide into the Xianyu Holy Land. Pass, pass, it still works like that? Not to mention the others, even the disciples of the Xianyu sacred ground were confused at the moment, only feeling their brains buzzing. Although the silhouette was not a true Saint Realm powerhouse, it still possessed Saint Might, and it was only logical that an attack at the level of the Dao Transformation Realm would not be able to break it at all. Furthermore, past challengers were lucky to remain standing under this holy might. Who would have any energy left to attack that silhouette? Who dares to disrespect a Saint Realm powerhouse? This is simply audacious. But Lu Chen didn't care and directly stepped onto the fifth high platform. Along with the glow of the formation lighting up, a mysterious power spread and enveloped Lu Chen. In an instant, Lu Chen's body was fixed in place. His eyes lowered and his consciousness wandered. When he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared in the middle of the imperial palace of the Grand Xia dynasty and returned to his familiar bedchamber. Your Majesty, I am your master. You, on top of the dragon bed, the plump and fiery Song Xuan was dressed in cool clothes, half covered. Her lips were biting, but she was staring at Lu Duan with affection. A look of refusal, able to arouse the fire of desire in the bottom of all men's hearts. Sister Xuan doesn't need to be nervous. Relax and let's serve His Majesty together. There was another stunningly beautiful young girl on the dragon bed, with glistening white skin and spring light. Her knitted brows and smile carried an unspeakable charm. Surprisingly, it was Yi Qingling. In addition to that, the Shy Yun Shanyue, the icy cold-looking Yun Shi, but with a scarlet blush on her pretty face, as well as a variety of other peerless beauties all appeared. Pinkness filled the air and drowned Lu dust. The fifth level tests the state of mind. The visions of this place are capable of evoking desires buried deep in one's heart, causing one to sink into them, unable to extricate oneself. Chapter 121 Quick Pass to the Ninth Step of Heavenly Ascension. If it was the previous Lu Chuan, it would have been a bit difficult to break the illusion. Unfortunately, the current Lu Chen was not only the emperor of the Grand Xia, but also sheltered by the human race's qi and the human emperor's qi. His spiritual platform was clear, and he was the most masculine, specializing in restraining all evil spirits. Before Lu Chen had time to sink into the illusion, golden light blossomed in his sea of consciousness, and the human emperor's qi transformed into a golden divine dragon that roared. Swish! It was almost as if Lu Chuan had just fallen into an illusion and came to his senses the next moment. When the melodious sound of the bell chime grew louder and louder, spreading far into the Xianyu Holy Land and attracting the attention of many martial artists. This voice is the Ninth Order of Ascension. After hundreds of years, there's actually someone challenging the ninth step of heaven ascension again? Go over there. Many disciples rushed out from the Xianyu sacred ground with curious looks on their faces as they began to gather around. Those disciples and martial artists who were originally on the sidelines were filled with awe. The illusion had just begun and he actually broke it in an instant. What kind of steel-like will is this? Too strong. Unbeknownst to him, although Lu Chen's face was calm, he was actually a bit sorry. The human emperor's qi power was too fast, and he hadn't even gotten a good look at those stunning beauties in the visions yet. If I were to retreat to the fourth level now and come back to the fifth, I wonder if I could renew the illusion I just had. Lu Chuan couldn't help but have a thought come to his mind, and he was a bit eager to give it a try. Saying so, he immediately took a few steps backwards and tried to get back to the fourth level, but between the two high platforms, it was as if there was an invisible force blocking him. Lu Chen's face was expressionless as he took a step out and could only honestly come to the sixth level. Swish! As the formation was activated, a ray of light blossomed into the appearance of 12 martial artists, with the same realm as Lu Chuan, but with an extraordinarily powerful aura. And if they were placed in the eastern wasteland region's Shangshi dynasty, they would definitely be called top geniuses. The challenger needed to defeat these 12 martial artists within a quarter of an hour's time in order to clear the level, not to mention ordinary martial artists. In fact, even many inner disciples of the Xianyu Holy Land couldn't do this step, and the difficulty of this level of examination was very high. But Ludum doesn't care. Clanging, he gripped the ancient sword at his waist and sheathed it suddenly, accompanied by a crisp sword chanting sound. The snowy sword qi was like lightning blooming, centered on Lu Chen, sweeping across the four directions in an instant, accompanied by a shocking sword intent permeating the air. Before those 12 martial artists could launch their attacks, they exploded on the spot under this terrifying sword qi and flew into ashes. When The melodious sound of the bell was like a thunderous boom, spreading far and wide, and half of the martial artists in the Xianyu Holy Land heard it. This voice. Someone has passed the 6th level of the 9th step of Ascension. Not bad, not bad. Many Xianyu sacred ground disciples and deacons and elders were startled. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they immediately came out from the Xianyu sacred ground, wanting to see who the first genius to pass the 6th level after a few hundred years was. However, something terrible happened. Without waiting for them to arrive at the Xianyu sacred ground's mountain gate, another even louder bell chime rang out, as if heavenly thunder rolled, spreading throughout the Xianyu sacred ground. Is this passing the 7th level? Those Xianyu sacred ground disciples and deacons and elders immediately shook their tigers, revealing unbelievable expressions. One had to know that the 7th level was going to be against a full 24 martial artists of the same realm, making it more than 10 times more difficult than the 6th level. But only a few breaths of time had passed before and after this, and the challenger had actually passed the level directly. Could it be that he could kill 24 martial artists of the same realm in seconds? What kind of demon is this? Well, I, Xianyu Holy Land, have finally ushered in a top genius. Such a heavenly pride should be worshipped under my door. Many Xianyu sacred land elders let out loud laughter and instantly turned into a rainbow light, rushing towards the mountain gate at extreme speed. Being able to pass the 7th level, one could be a true disciple, enough to be worthy of the many elders competing for their attention. Dang! Just when they had just rushed to the mountain gate, a thick and majestic bell sound boomed out, not only resounding through the Xianyu sacred ground, but also spreading out far and wide, shaking the 8 directions. Everyone in the entire Xianyu Holy Land was startled. No matter where you are, you can hear the ear-splitting bell ringing like the sound of heaven rolling. What? It's only been less than 10 breaths of time, and you've actually passed the 8th level directly? This scene caused all the Xianyu Holy Land martial artists to be shocked. It wasn't that no one from the Xianyu Holy Land had passed the 8th level before, and there were even people who had passed the 9th level in history. But like now, passing the 8th level in less than 10 breaths had never been done in the history of the Xianyu Holy Land, and the fact that the other party had passed through the 8th level so quickly meant that the 9th level would definitely not be able to stop him either. This is an absolute heavenly pride. Not to mention the elders, even the sacred lord of the Xianyu Holy Land, Nangang Feiyu, was startled and immediately rushed out, his eyes glowing as he stared at Lu Dust with great excitement. Even Lu Jianyu, who was in seclusion, was startled and glanced far away in the direction of the mountain gate. For some reason, her heart was throbbing with a feverish feeling, as if it was the call of her bloodline from the underworld. Could it be Father and Little Cloud and Little Brother who are here? Lu Jianyu covered her chest, feeling the throbbing coming from her bloodline, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. The eastern wasteland region's aura was thin, the laws of heaven and earth were crippled, and it was almost impossible to give birth to a Saint Realm powerhouse. With Laodad's 9th level of June Realm cultivation, he was also unable to cross the endless ocean, and it was impossible for him to come to the Xianyu Holy Land. But, what if? Lu Jianyu had trouble quieting her thoughts. At this moment, the vicinity of the mountain gate was crowded with martial artists, and almost half of the Xianyu sacred land's disciples and deacons and elders appeared, their eyes full of excitement and curiosity as they stared at Lu Dust in unison. How many years? The Xianyu Holy Land hadn't seen such a supreme heavenly pride in how many years? In the midst of all the attention, Lu Chen took a step onto the 9th high platform. Swish! As the formation was activated, a brilliant light lit up and transformed into a hazy figure. The 8th level had a full 48 martial artists of the same realm, making it extremely difficult. But when it came to the 9th level, only one person appeared. This person's figure was blurry and hazy, holding a long sword in his hand, with a superb temperament. And just by standing here, he brought a sense of oppression to even Lu Chen. The surrounding Xianyu Holy Land martial practitioners and elders who had gathered around also held their breaths, looking at the hazy figure with a hint of reverence in their gazes. This was because it was a strand of power imprint left behind by the originator of the Xianyu Holy Land. The 9 steps of Ascension were also left by the originator of the Xianyu Holy Land. In order to pass the 9th level, one needed to hold out for a quarter of an hour undefeated under the attack of this strand of power brand. Although this was only a strand of power imprint, far from as strong as that patriarch in his heyday, the difficulty was extremely high. The Xianyu Holy Land had been established for a long time, and only a handful of people had been able to pass this level. Chapter 122. Under the watchful eyes of the many martial artists, the hazy silhouette launched an attack. Her figure shifted as if she was instantly moving, and she appeared directly in front of Lu Chen. Her speed was too fast. The long sword in her hand was not real, but at this moment, it was waved with a clear and crisp sword chanting sound, which was severe and compelling. It was a good thing that her manifested cultivation level was the same as Lu Chuan's. This was to be a fair battle in the same realm. Lu Chuan didn't dodge or avoid. He suddenly pulled out the ancient sword at his waist, and the green-colored sword chi blossomed, accompanied by an overpowering and boundless sword intent that erupted as he chopped out with a single stroke of the sword. When the two swords collided, emitting an ear-splitting metallic trill, and the two powerful sword chi and sword intent continued to collide, erupting into a raging aftershock of power. However, this process was less than even a breath of time, as Lu Chuan's terrifying sword chi and sword intent devastated the opponent, shocking the hazy silhouette back a few steps. What a strong sword intent! This scene caused all the surrounding martial artists to be shocked, revealing unbelievable expressions, especially those June realm powerhouses. They could even feel that the sword intent mastered by Lu Chen was a few points stronger than them, but Lu Chen was clearly only at the Dao transformation realm cultivation level. How amazing! Just at the moment when the hazy silhouette was shaken back, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up with golden light, directly bursting out two beams of golden light with a brilliant pressure, instantly piercing through the hazy silhouette's body. This was a divine ability technique recorded in the Great Zhou Emperor's Secret, and at this moment, it suddenly erupted, heavily hitting the hazy silhouette at once. As Lu Chuan stepped on his feet, a powerful battle spirit filled his body, adding to it, causing his power to skyrocket by a large margin. Saint Rank Technique, Berserk Battle Technique. In the next moment, Lu Chuan's figure shifted, and there were phantoms everywhere in all directions, and even more wisps of lightning bloomed as he once again chopped out a shocking sword. Lu Chuan simultaneously executed the illusory shadow steps and the Tsung Thunder Sacred Cannon, and coupled with the grand completion of the Green Lotus Sword skill and the Great Zhou Emperor's skill, Lu Chuan's current combat power was terrifyingly strong, and had already far exceeded the upper limit of his own cultivation level. That kind of furious and amazing might not only press the hazy silhouette down, but also made the surrounding martial artists dumbfounded, as if they were seeing a ghost. What a strong sword intent! What a strong Gung Fu attainment! Where did this absolute demon come out from? Not to mention the Xianyu sacred ground disciples and deacons and elders. Even Nangong Feiyu was deeply shocked and his eyes were glowing. I'm afraid that such a peerless demon would be second only to Lu Fengyu and Gu Changsheng. Incredibly strong. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Lu Chuan didn't even need half a quarter of an hour, and in just dozens of rounds of time, he had beaten the hazy silhouette into dust and completely dissipated. Dang! The ninth bell chime rang out, like the divine sound of the nine heavens, resounding through the heavens and earth, deafening the ears. There was even a brilliant light that lit up from the high platform and surrounded Lu Chen, setting him off as a divine warrior. At this moment, the mountain gate of the Xianyu sacred land fell into silence. This was immediately followed by an uproar. Heavens! I can't believe I cleared the ninth level so quickly, and I actually defeated the power brand left behind by Lord Patriarch within dozens of rounds. This amazing clearance speed has completely set a new record. Good wow! My Xianyu sacred land finally has another supreme demon, and before long, it will surely be able to return to its former glory. Ha ha ha! The many Xianyu holy land disciples, deacons and elders all burst into ecstasy and excitement. At a time when the Xianyu sacred land was in the most decline, the appearance of such a peerless demon undoubtedly gave the Xianyu sacred land great hope. Little friend, I am the Grand Elder of the Xianyu sacred land, and the strongest person in the Xianyu sacred land in terms of sword Dao attainments. Why don't you worship under the old man's door? How about it? Right at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard was the first to speak, smilingly looking at Lu Dust. You fart. In terms of sword Dao alone, I'm the strongest in the Xianyu sacred land. Boy, it would be more appropriate for you to worship me as your teacher. Before the Grand Elder's words had even fallen, another high-level elder immediately opened his mouth. What's the use of being strong in sword Dao alone? My cultivation is higher than yours, and my divine spell attainments are even stronger. So this son should be under my tutelage. What does a high cultivation level mean? I've already comprehended the Xianyu Bible to an extremely high level. It's most suitable to impart this technique to him. It's better to worship under me. Little friend, if you worship me, I'll give you a saint rank sword. Little friends. In an instant, the many Xianyu holy land elders scrambled to open their mouths, their eyes glowing, all wanting to take Lu Chen under their tutelage. Normally, these high and mighty elders were now all scrambling to grab a disciple, even breaking into a rage and starting to pull and tug at each other. The strongman stance was gone, leaving the many surrounding Xianyu sacred ground disciples dumbfounded. Alright, as an elder of the Xianyu sacred land, it's unseemly to make a lot of noise. Right at this moment, a majestic voice rang out, and it was clearly Nangong Feiyu who spoke. He looked to be around 50 years old, wearing a green shirt and carrying the majesty of a longtime superior, and swept a glance at the group of elders. In the end, Nangong Feiyu still had the majesty of a sacred lord, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the elders who were still clamoring immediately quieted down. Immediately afterward, A smile immediately appeared on Nangong Feiyu's face as he looked towards Lu Duan. His voice soft, "My name is Nangong Feiyu. I am the sacred lord of the Xianyu sacred ground. Would you like to worship me as your teacher?" Lu Chen nodded without hesitation. "Disciple Su Chen. Meet master." Boom. Nangong Feiyu's body trembled violently, and it seemed as if there was a shocking thunderclap ringing in his ears, causing him to stifle a grunt, as if he had aged a few years at once. For some reason, he was a bit flustered, as if Lu Chen's sentence of master just now had directly caused him to lose a lot of his life. This feeling came and went quickly, as if it was a hallucination, causing Nangong Feiyu to be a bit startled. Actually, now that Lu Duan was the human emperor of the world, how many people could afford to be his master? Song Shuaying could, because she had been Lu Chen's master before he became a human emperor, and with this karma in place, she naturally wouldn't be affected. But Nangong Feiyu was different. Even if Nangong Feiyu was a veteran Saint Realm powerhouse, by definition he was not qualified to be Lu Chen's master, and could not bear this karma at all. It was a good thing that he was related to Lu Chuan by blood. Technically he was Lu Chuan's grandfather. It was also because of this blood relationship and that it was able to offset this karma and save Nangong Feiyu's life. But even so, he lost a lot of life over it. Chapter 123, Sisters and Brothers Reunited. Nangong Feiyu shook his head and pushed that uneasy feeling to the bottom of his heart. He looked at the instrumental and headstrong young man in front of him, and soon a smile piled up on his face, great joy surging through his heart, and his earlier uneasiness was put directly behind him. "Ha ha ha, Su Dust, good name. From now on, you're my Nangong Feiyu's disciple and my Xianyu Holy Land's holy son." Nangong Feiyu patted Lu Chen's shoulder and couldn't help but laugh heartily. The rest of the elders were envious, but they were also excited and uplifted from the bottom of their hearts. This is a supreme demon, and it was completely different from Lu Jianyu. Although Lu Jianyu's qualifications and strength were a bit stronger, she was forced by them to stay in Xianyu sacred ground. Her heart had a backbone, and Xianyu sacred ground was unable to control her so far. But Lu Chen was different. This was the one who took the initiative to worship under the Xianyu sacred ground, and as long as they cultivated it with care, it wasn't difficult to cultivate loyalty to the Xianyu sacred ground. This was the true hope that could lead the Xianyu Holy Land to glory. Surrounded by the enthusiasm of the many elders of the Xianyu Holy Land, Lu Chen was welcomed into the Xianyu Holy Land, and the news that the Xianyu Sacred Land had given birth to a supreme genius was destined to spread throughout the Middle-earth region, causing quite a ripple. It worked. In the distance, Liu Beixian and the others, who were hidden in the shadows, were relieved when they saw this, and smiles appeared on their faces. With Lu Chen's current status as the holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land, it wasn't difficult for him to meet Lu Jianyu. With this layer of identity in place, his next move would go much smoother. Moreover, the identity of Su Chen that Lu Chen borrowed was not completely fake. It had been forged by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion to help him, and even the Xianyu Sacred Ground could not find out the problem. Surrounded by the enthusiasm of Nangong Feiyu and a group of elders, he took Lu Dust to stroll through the Xianyu Holy Land and explained the various situations in the Xianyu Holy Land to him to familiarize himself with the environment. In the end, Nangong Feiyu even arranged for Lu Chen to reside at One Feather Peak, one of the most central treasures of the Xianyu Holy Land, which was not far from Xianyu Peak where Lu Jianyu was located. "Master, disciple has long heard of the great name of our Xianyu Holy Land's holy daughter, Fairy Moon Spirit. I wonder where she is. Can disciple meet her?" It was only then that Lu Dust spoke up, his eyes glowing with a look of longing and admiration for the Moon Spirit Fairy. After all, Fairy Moon Spirit was renowned in the Middle-earth region and her reputation was far-reaching, and Nangong Feiyu was not surprised by this. On the contrary, when Nangong Feiyu saw this, his heart immediately stirred and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. It looked like his new precious disciple seemed to have an interest in Lu Jianyu. If they could set the two of them up together, not only would they have a reason to reject Gu Changsheng, but they would also be able to tie both of the two great prides to the Xianyu Sacred Land ship. Lu Jianyu's biggest problem was that she didn't have a sense of belonging or loyalty to the Xianyu Sacred Ground. But if she could be with Lu Chuan, wouldn't she have a bond to the Xianyu Sacred Ground? Although giving Lu Jianyu to Gu Changshan was also a good choice, it was ultimately not as cost-effective as leaving Lu Jianyu in the Xianyu Holy Land. The more Nangong Feiyu thought about it, the more he was moved. However, he was in the end a sophisticated old fox, and did not show it, but said smilingly, "This is naturally no problem. You are the holy son and holy daughter of my Xianyu Sacred Ground. You deserve to meet and familiarize yourselves with each other properly. Let's go, for the master to take you to see her." Nangong Feiyu took one step, and a wave of vast mana carried Lu Duan up into the air, quickly descending on Xianyu Peak. At this time, Lu Jianyu was quietly sitting on a huge rock on the top of the mountain, wearing a simple white dress. Her black hair was casually draped around her waist, Her skin was snow white, and her appearance could be described as overwhelmingly beautiful and shockingly beautiful. It's just that her aura is cold, her demeanor is light, and she carries a kind of indifference that rejects people. Lu Chen carefully observed Lu Jianyu, finally being able to meet this long-lost big sister. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster at this moment, and it was hard to calm down inside. Too much like, Lu Jianyu and Lu Jianyun were practically carved out of the same mold, like twins. It was just that Lu Jianyu was a bit older and had a more mature and cold temperament, while Lu Jianyun was more spiritual and had a noble temperament. Lu Jianyu also opened her eyes and casually swept a glance at Nangong Feiyu, without any waves on her face. However, she was slightly stunned when her gaze swept over Lu Chen. For some reason, her heart beat faster uncontrollably, and her blood boiled up as if a call had come to her. Lu Fengyu's heart was shaken, and an unbelievable guess surfaced in her mind, but her emotions were well concealed. Her face was expressionless from the beginning, and no one could see her mood swings. Nangong Fei did not notice the subtle change in the eyes of the two. He said smilingly, this is the supreme genius who just passed the 9th step of heaven ascension, named Su Chen, and is now the saint son of my Xianyu Holy Land, as well as your senior brother. You two young people have a good exchange. In the future you will be the crouching dragon and phoenix chick of my Xianyu Holy Land. You should support each other. After Nangong Feiyu gave some instructions, he left this place in a sensible manner, leaving Lu Chen and Lu Jianyu alone. In an instant, Lu Chuan and Lu Jianyu looked at each other. Lu Jianyu's heart was racing and her blood was boiling. She stared carefully into Lu Duan's eyes, and suddenly her body trembled and her eyes reddened a little. Although Lu Chen had completely changed his appearance and temperament, that pair of eyes had always remained the same. It's too similar to Lu Beishuan's eyes, coupled with the bloodline sensation in her body. How could she still not guess the truth? Even though this truth was too unbelievable, she was certain that the teenager in front of her was her own brother whom she had never met. Fairy Moon Spirit is staring at me like this. Could it be that she is attracted by my handsome appearance? Lu Chen stroked his chin and revealed a confident smile. Seeing this, Lu Jianyu couldn't help but be amused, and that stunningly beautiful face seemed to make heaven and earth a few points brighter. Lu Dust, little brother, is that you? Lu Fengyu quietly looked at him, a strand of divine sense spreading, quietly transmitting her voice to Lu Chen. It's me. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Lu Chen similarly responded with a voice transmission. Lu Jianyu's body trembled, unable to suppress a slight tremor, overwhelmed by a great surprise. Even though she had guessed it, she still had some control over her emotions after getting it verified. 18 years. She had stayed in the Xianyu Holy Land for 18 years, separated from her own family, and now that she was finally reunited, this kind of feeling could not be described in any words. Lu Chuan also looked at Lu Jianyu quietly and sighed a little in his heart. 18 years ago, Lu Jianyu was only 5 years old. A little girl left her home, and even separated from Nangongya, stayed alone in this Xianyu peak, day and night hard cultivation. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure and loneliness Lu Jianyu had endured over the years. Lu Jianyu took a few deep breaths, which slowly calmed her mood. Immediately afterward, there were many doubts that came to mind. She couldn't help but transmit her voice and asked, "Where is little brother? As father and little Cloud? Are they okay? How exactly did you come to the Middle Earth region? How did you know that mother and I were in the Xianyu Holy Land?" Lu Chen had concealed his identity, changed his face to join the Xianyu sacred ground, and came to see her alone, so there was no doubt that he had already known her true identity. This surprised Lu Jianyu. Chapter 124, Lu Jianyu's scheming. Father and second sister are fine. They're both outside the Xianyu Holy Land right now, and Pops has already broken through to the Saint Realm, and second sister's qualifications have been upgraded to the first grade of the Heavenly Order, and her cultivation has broken through to the Exalted Realm. And also, there's no more Great Zhou Dynasty or Jinbei Royal House. Your brother, I've already wiped out the Great Zhou Dynasty. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Lu Chen quickly transmitted his voice and told what had happened over the years one by one. Of course, in order not to scare Lu Jianyu, Lu Chen placed the credit for secretly recruiting many powerful people and forces and eventually unveiling himself on the head of the Jinbei Royal House, saying that it was supported by the Jinbei Royal House and Lu Beixian, and that it was not something he had accomplished on his own independently. When Lu Fengyu heard this, her heart immediately shook and set off great waves of shock and joy. The Lu family destroys the Great Zhou Dynasty, Lu Duan claims the title of emperor, defeats foreign races and neighboring dynasties, and Lu Beixian breaks through to the Saint Realm. Suddenly learning of these good news, Lu Jianyu's entire body was flooded with great surprise, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face with excitement. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air all these years, finally relaxed with a feeling of tears of joy. The two of them were chatting on the surface. but in reality, they were transmitting their voices with their divine senses. After all, Lu Jianyu didn't know if there would be Xianyu sacred ground high-level powerhouses secretly observing in the surroundings. Big sister, where is mother? How is she now? After Lu Fianyu calmed down a bit, Lu Chuan asked the most concerned question. Mentioning Nangongya, Lu Jianyu's gaze was a bit complicated as she said in a low voice, Mother, as a cauldron cultivated by the Xianyu sacred ground, was supposed to be used to curry favor with Gu Changxing of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, but she escaped privately. She originally thought that by escaping to the eastern wasteland region, she would be able to completely get rid of the Xianyu sacred ground and the Nine Heavens sacred ground, and that's why she got married to Pops, but she didn't expect to end up being approached by the Xianyu sacred ground. In order not to involve the Lu family, Mother took me away and returned here with the people from the Xianyu Holy Land. The crime committed by my mother was unforgivable to the Xianyu Holy Land, but they wanted to cultivate me and saw my talent, which is why they spared my mother and instead locked her up in the black prison and blocked all news. But don't worry, although mother is locked up in the black prison, she is locked up in a separate courtyard. There are household servants to take care of her, and there are many resources for cultivation and living, just that she can't come out and move freely, and I will visit her every month. By the way, mother broke through the Saint Realm 8 years ago. There are very few Saint Realm powerhouses in the Xianyu sacred ground now. Excluding mother, there are only 6 left. We mother and daughter are of great value to the Xianyu sacred ground. The Xianyu sacred ground won't do anything to us. When Lu Chen heard this, he let out a sigh of relief and completely put his heart down. That's right, little brother. You and Pops and Little Cloud must hide well. Be careful of the Nine Heavens sacred land in Guchangshan. Don't let them find you. Lu Jianyu remembered something. Her face was serious, and she transmitted her voice. Gu Changshang is a vindictive person. Mother was his most valued cauldron, but now that she has escaped and given birth to children for someone else, he will surely find a way to take revenge on us. When Lu Chen heard this, his brow furrowed slightly as he said, according to the information found out by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, you and Mother were brought back in secret, and the news was firmly blocked. So the Nine Heavens sacred ground in Gu Changxing shouldn't be aware of all of this, right? He should still think that Mother has completely disappeared. In theory, but human nature is often the least reliable. Lu Jianyu looked grave and said, in the past, I was able to leave the Xianyu sacred ground at will, but in the last 2 years, I was restricted by the Xianyu sacred ground elders from leaving the sacred ground for all sorts of reasons, and Nangong Feiyu even purposely reminded me to be careful of Gu Changshan. That's why I suspect that there are traitors in the Holy Land. Someone leaked my true identity to Gu Changshan, and the Xianyu Holy Land is worried that if I leave the Holy Land, I'll be forcibly captured by Gu Changshan, and that's why I'm confined here. At these words, Lu Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. If this is true, then the situation is troubling. Neither the Nine Heavens sacred ground nor Gu Changsheng was a light that could be saved, and this was definitely a huge threat. It seems that the Daxia dynasty side must also be more careful so as not to be stolen home. But, since Gu Changsheng dared to target his own family, it would be better to find a way to send both Gu Changsheng and the Nine Heavens sacred land away. There was a ferocious light flashing in Lu Chen's eyes. Big sister, don't worry. If the Nine Heavens sacred land and Gu Changsheng dare to covet you, then I'll just destroy them, Lu Chuan said in a voice transmission, with absolute confidence in his tone. Although the Nine Heavens sacred land and Gu Changsheng were extremely powerful and terrifying, Lu Chuan had an external attachment. His system of listening to persuasion allows him to be close to his word, able to use the persuasion of others to accomplish everything he wants to do. It's just that everything is too boring to open up and push across, and Lu Dust is playing slowly with an earthly, idle mind, so that it's interesting. But if he really pissed Lu Chen off, regardless of whether it was the Nine Heavens sacred land or Gu Changshan, he would have to die. Don't be too blindly arrogant. That Nine Heavens sacred land and Gu Changsheng are not something to be messed with. Lu Jianyu let out a light sigh, fearing that Lu Chen would act on impulse. She hurriedly opened her mouth to persuade him. I understand. Don't worry about it, old sister. Lu Chuan nodded without explaining too much and said, by the way, old sister, with Pops and Miss Yunshur out there to take over, and I can also bring the ghost ship over, so when the time comes, how about we find an opportunity to rescue Mother and return to the Grand Xia dynasty together? Surprisingly, Lu Jianyu was shaking her head. I can't leave. Otherwise neither the Xianyu sacred land nor the Nine Heavens sacred land will let us go. And Nangong Feiyu knows the location of our Lu family. We won't be able to escape. Lu Chen frowned. But if you stay here, won't the Nine Heavens sacred grounds in Gu Changxing keep an eye on you as well? The Xianyu sacred ground is weak right now, and it has always wanted to appease the Nine Heavens sacred ground. So in case the Nine Heavens sacred ground in Gu Changxing put pressure on it, the Xianyu sacred ground won't be able to withstand it, and it's likely that it will hand you over. It's simple. Lu Jianyu smiled faintly, her eyes a little wry. The Xianyu Sacred Ground doesn't trust me, but you can earn their trust and act loyal to the Xianyu Sacred Ground, and they will definitely value you more. Then you will propose to take me as your wife and make a marriage contract with me. At that time, the two great heavenly prides will stay in the Xianyu Sacred Ground, and they definitely won't hand me over. Moreover, if I have a marriage contract with you, it's equivalent to having a tie. In their eyes, the possibility of me defecting from the Xianyu Holy Land will be lower, and their trust in me can be raised quite a bit. Lu Chen was a bit dumbfounded when he heard this. I didn't realize that the big sister who looked honest and cold on the surface also had a belly full of bad water in her heart. Don't worry, we are siblings. This marriage contract is just a front used to paralyze the high-level powerhouses of the Xianyu Holy Land. Lu Jianyu said softly, as long as you propose a marriage contract, at that time, I can go along with the incidental conditions, and first set the marriage contract, and then get married after 3 years, so as to delay the time. As long as I am given 3 years, I am confident that I will be able to defeat any of the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Xianyu Holy Land and seize the position of the Holy Lord of the Xianyu Holy Land. At that time, the entire Xianyu Sacred Land will be our Lu family's possession. I'll make that tendentious Nangong family pay. Lu Jianyu's voice was calm, but it carried unrivaled confidence and dominance. Chapter 125, Sisters and Brothers Together. Lu Jianyu's words caused Lu Chen's heart to shake and he gave her a deep look. Rao Luchuan did not expect that Lu Fengyu was holding back in Xianyu Sacred Land, and that her ultimate goal was not to escape with Nangongya, but to turn the tables and take charge of the entire Xianyu Sacred Land and annex it. So bossy. Worthy of my Lu family. With Lu Jianyu's overwhelming talent, it wasn't really difficult to achieve this step, only needing to give her a little time. When she grew up, she could completely suppress the Xianyu Sacred Land. Yes, then I won't leave either. Little brother, I'll help you take this Nangong Feiyu's bird position. In the future, this Xianyu Holy Land will have to change its surname to Lu. Lu Chuan was also filled with great pride, and a fighting spirit was ignited in his heart. To have this huge Xianyu Holy Land in one's pocket, it was still quite exciting to think about it, and it was only fun if it was a bit challenging. Lu Jianyu also guffawed, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile as she said, if we siblings join forces, we'll definitely be able to take down the Xianyu Sacred Land. The two of them chatted for a long time to follow. If it wasn't for the fear of arousing the suspicion of Nangong Feiyu and the others, Lu Jianyu even hated to leave the Xianyu Sacred Ground and personally go to meet Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun, but she eventually held back, pressing the thoughts in her mind. She was now only one step away from the Holy Realm, not even close to realizing her plans, and had already been holding back for 18 years, so there was no harm in holding back a little longer. In the end, under Lu Jianyu's reluctant gaze, Lu Chuan waved his hand towards her and with a smile on his face, he left Xianyu Peak. The two of them were meeting for the first time after all, and if they stayed for too long, it would inevitably cause suspicion from Nangong Feiyu and the others. Anyway, Lu Chen had already penetrated inside the Xianyu Sacred Land, and there would be many opportunities for the two to meet in the future. Not bad, not bad. Looks like it's in play. In mid-air, above a cloud, Nangong Feiyu stroked his beard and smiled, secretly observing the two since the beginning. When he saw Lu Chuan and Lu Fengyu talking happily, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. It wasn't as if Nangong Fei hadn't thought of setting up Lu Jianyu and the other disciples of the Xianyu Holy Land before. Unfortunately, Lu Jianyu has a cold attitude towards everyone, and all those talented male disciples of Xianyu Sacred Ground can't even get into her eyes, and Lu Jianyu hasn't even looked at them properly. However, her attitude towards Lu Chuan was obviously different, and after chatting for a long time at the first meeting, it was obvious that she had a good feeling about Lu Chuan. Perhaps this is the mutual attraction between geniuses. A thought surfaced in Nangong Feiyu's mind. It seems that Lu Fengyu is not heartless. It's just that the qualification strength of those male disciples of Xianyu Sacred Ground is too poor, and the two sides are not in the same world at all, so it's normal for her to be uninterested. Now, Su Chen was the one who possessed an unparalleled natural talent, speeding through the 9th step of heaven ascension at an astonishing speed. Such an unparalleled natural talent aroused Lu Jianyu's curiosity and goodwill. Next, we only need to properly cultivate Su Chen, as long as he is loyal to my Xianyu Sacred Ground, and then find a way to set up the two of them. This pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, my Xianyu Sacred Ground will be able to firmly control them. In the future, maybe 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses can appear in my Xianyu Holy Land, recreate the past splendor and strength of my Xianyu Sacred Land. Right now, the more Nangong Feiyu thought about it, the more he was invigorated. The corners of his mouth rose, and he was in a good mood. At this time, Lu Chen was also in a good mood. After returning to his cave residence at Tianyang Peak and staying there, Lu Chen quietly conveyed the message to Thousand Faces through the order of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, which was relayed by Thousand Faces to Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun. Not only that, Lu Chuan pondered a little. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and through the human emperor's chi, he gave instructions to the ghost ship that was far away in the endless ocean. On the boundless ocean, amidst the boundless thick mists, a huge mountain-like ghost ship suddenly stopped and silently reversed its direction towards the direction of the eastern wasteland domain. Behind it followed two slightly smaller ghost ships. One blurry black shadow after another stood on the three ghost ships, neatly organized, cold and austere, like the transit of soldiers. Great, Mother is fine, and also Big Sister is about to break through the Saint Realm. Yuer is actually plotting the entire Xianyu Holy Land? Ha 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 ha, good, worthy of being my Lu Beixuan's daughter. Outside the Xianyu Holy Land, when Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun learned the intelligence information from Thousand Faces, they were both pleasantly surprised, their hearts shaking and unable to calm down for a long time, especially Lu Beixian. He had been worried for 18 years, and now that he had learned that his wife and daughter were safe and sound, he completely let go of his heart, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. After the surprise, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun glanced at each other. The smiles on their faces retracted, and their faces became a bit more grave, because what Lu Dust had conveyed wasn't all good news. There was also bad news. The Nine Heaven Sacred Lands in Guchangsheng had set their sights on Lu Jianyu. Of course, Lu Chuan's meaning was also very simple. He would find a way to finish off the Nine Heaven Sacred Land in Guchangsheng, so that they wouldn't worry. But that being said, Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun naturally didn't believe that Lu Chen was able to make it this far, so their moods were still quite heavy. If little brother and big sister join forces and are able to seize control of the Xianyu Sacred Land, they will be able to use this to fight against the Nine Heaven Sacred Land. Both of them are supreme demons, able to easily fight across the ranks. It will be stable when they grow up. Lu Jianyun analyzed. Although the Xianyu Sacred Ground has fallen, it still has a bit of heritage after all. And since the Nine Heaven Sacred Ground and Guchangsheng don't know of our existence, you don't have to worry too much. Father. Lu Beixian nodded and took a deep breath. His hands clenched tightly as a high fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Since his sons and daughters had such lofty ambitions and plans, he, as a father, could not drag his feet. He had to cultivate hard and raise his cultivation level as much as possible. Chapter 126, Nangong Feiyu's Pulling Together. Lu Dust's cave residence in Skyfeather Peak was very gorgeous, located on top of the mountain, with a magnificent building, a formation in operation, a rich spiritual chi surrounded by heaven and earth, and there were even a lot of spiritual medicines planted in the surrounding area, just like a heavenly paradise. It was also one of the most precious cultivation treasures in the Xianyu Holy Land, where non-holy sons were not allowed to reside. Lu Chuan lazily lay on the big bed, suddenly feeling a bit tedious. What kind of broken saint's son? Such a big cave, but not even a maid? We have to find an opportunity to bring little Shuari in to serve me. Lu Dust sat up and rubbed his chin. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Chuan swept his divine sense, but he saw a line of people appear outside the cave, the leader of which was Nangong Feiyu, followed by 3 young men and women. What's this old den doing here? Lu Chen was puzzled in his heart, and without moving, he got up and opened the door of the cave, welcoming Nangong Feiyu and his party into the cave. Disciple, this is your holy sun token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit all the important places of the Xianyu Holy Land, and you can also have all kinds of power. By the way, this is a meeting gift for you from your master. With a kind smile on his face, Nangong Feiyu handed Lu Chen a light golden token and storage ring. Thank you, master. Lu Chuan revealed a look of surprise, took the storage ring, and without moving, probed out a strand of divine sense to scan it. The storage ring contained a full 10 million spirit stones, as well as a 7th-ranked sword, and a large pile of pills, elixirs, and other resources. For an average Dao transformation realm martial artist, this was definitely a huge sum of money, calling it a horizontal fortune, enough to last for a long time. As a meet and greet gift, it could not be said to be too generous, enough to see the importance that Nangong Feiyu attached to Lu Duan. Pity, to the Grand Xia Emperor, these things were not worth mentioning at all, and Lu Chen glanced at them and casually put them away. Apprentice, these are your senior brothers and sisters. Nangong Feiyu smilingly introduced those 3 young men and women to Lu Chen, all of whom were his personal disciples. Eldest senior sister, named Zhongling, looked to be about 27 or 18 years old, with a pretty figure and beautiful face, and her gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with curiosity, as well as a hint of fire. After all, Lu Chuan was a supreme genius who had speedily passed the 9th step of Ascension, and he was tall and handsome, with an extraordinary temperament, simply like an exiled immortal descending into the world. Handsome and extraordinary. This made even Jiang Ling's heart beat faster, and her gaze stayed fixed on Lu Chen's handsome face. The second senior brother named Xiaofeng, look up about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in expensive clothes, extraordinary temperament. At a glance as the origin of the background is extremely not bad. He nodded slightly at Lu Dust, as a greeting, with a calm expression, not having much goodwill towards Lu Dust. The third senior brother, named Su Anning, was about the same age as Lu Dust, dressed in very ordinary clothes, and looked at Lu Dust with the same curiosity and amazement, looking up and down. These three elder brothers and sisters also lived in Skyfeather Peak, only that their cave residences were all halfway up the mountain and below, and only Lu Chen's cave residence occupied the best location in Skyfeather Peak. Lu Chen greeted these three senior siblings and got to know each other. Immediately after that, Nangong Feiyu personally taught Lu Duan the Xianyu Holy Land's Jinzong Jieshu, the Xianyu Bible. This was the strongest gongfu of the Xianyu Holy Land. Looking at the entire Middle Earth domain's many holy lands, this gongfu was also definitely one of the strongest holy rank gongfu. Extremely mysterious and complicated. Only a few of the most core prides of the Xianyu Holy Land were qualified to cultivate it. Although Lu Chen was not interested, he nevertheless put on a serious appearance and wrote down this gongfu. You first cultivate. If there is something you don't understand, you can contact your teacher at any time, or ask the three senior brothers and sisters for advice. If there is a lack of cultivation resources, as well as any trouble in your life, you can look for your teacher. By the way, the Xianyu Bible is my Xianyu Sacred Grounds mastery. It must not be passed out to anyone. Nangong Fei specially prepared a summoning magic treasure for Lu Chen to be able to contact him directly, and smilingly exhorted. Lu Chen took the summoning magic treasure and suddenly said, speaking of which, I really do have one thing that I need master teacher's help with. Oh, Nangong Feiyu said smilingly, but there's no harm in saying it. Lu Dust pursed lips, faced just the right amount of longing and a hint of adoration, a slight hint of shyness, said, many years ago I have heard of the moon spirit fairy all kinds of things, to her admiration for a long time. Today a glimpse is love at first sight, but also talk to each other. Disciple wants to take fairy moon spirit as his wife. Please also help me. Master. Lu Chen looked at Nangong Feiyu with a burning gaze, with longing and pleading in his eyes, which definitely qualified as a movie star level performance. Nangong Feiyu was not shocked, but pleased. On the contrary, when eldest sister Jiang Ling heard this, her face stiffened, and her heart sank, her face gray. She originally had a favorable impression of Lu Dust and wanted to pursue it, but at this moment, when she suddenly heard this news, her whole body was not good. When second senior brother Xiaofeng heard this, he wrinkled his brows, and a cold light actually flashed in his eyes. Instead, it was third senior brother Su Anning's eyes lit up and said, Senior brother Su has good eyes. He looked at Fairy Moon Spirit as soon as he came here. However, with senior brother Su's natural talent and aptitude, he is also worthy of Fairy Moon Spirit. Nangong Feiyu also smiled and nodded, saying, the two of you are the holy sons and daughters of my Xianyu sacred land, the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. Both of them are the pride of heaven, the dragon and phoenix among men. If the two of you could tie the knot, it would be appropriate. Nangong Feiyu's words turned. Master will try his best to help you facilitate this marriage, but this matter still depends on Yu Ling's meaning, and Master doesn't dare to guarantee that it will be a success. At these words, Jiang Ling on the side did have her eyes light up, and a glimmer of hope was rekindled in her eyes. Well then, please Master, Master's favor, my disciple will never forget it. Lu Chen saluted towards Nangong Feiyu with a touched look, which made Nangong Feiyu more and more pleased. His new disciple is obviously a person who values love and justice. As long as he treats him well, I believe that he will definitely be loyal to the Xianyu Holy Land, which is much better to hold than that girl Lu Jianyu. Nangong Fei smiled as he stroked his beard and chatted with Lu Chen for a while longer before he left in satisfaction. As soon as Nangong Feiyu left, Xiaofeng also turned around and left without a word, not saying a word to Lu Chen since the beginning. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaofeng's departing back as he pondered. Although Xiaofeng concealed it well, Lu Chen still keenly sensed a hint of hostility from him. He had just worshipped in the Xianyu Holy Land and had no grievances or hatred with Xiaofeng. So where did this hostility come from? Lu Chuan understood after a little thought that this brat must have liked Lu Jianyu and heard that Lu Chuan wanted to marry her, so he held a grudge against Lu Chuan. After all, his own big sister is a stunning and invincible look, and there are many people who adore her, so it's normal for Xiaofeng to secretly adore Lu Jianyu. But well, it's okay for him to have a secret crush, but it's embarrassing when he has the nerve to hold a grudge against himself. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Xiaofeng's departing back and evoked a meaningful cold smile. Chapter 127, Su Anning's Favor. Eldest senior sister Jiang Ling pursed her lips. Her mood was a bit complicated, and after chatting with Lu Chen for a while, she soon left as well. On the contrary, Suanning directly wrapped her arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and squeezed her eyes towards him with a self-congratulatory look. Brother Su, your cave is in a good location. Don't mind if I stay a little longer? Lu Dus nodded, all a few brothers. Cough. All master brothers. No need to be polite. Then I'm welcome. Suanning was delighted in her heart and wandered around Lu Chen's cave with a hint of envy in her eyes. Lu Chen's cave was not only in the best location, it was also much more expansive, with all kinds of houses such as cultivation rooms and alchemy rooms, as well as powerful array guards, many times better than the other disciples' cave. That's right, Brother Su. Suanning suddenly lowered her voice and said to Lu Chuan, you have to be careful of second senior brother Xiao Feng. I heard that he had also pursued Fairy Moon Spirit, although he was mercilessly rejected, but he didn't give up. And this guy is very careful. Anyone who goes against him doesn't have a good ending. You proposed to your master to marry Fairy Moon Spirit. I'm afraid this guy has already held a grudge against you. Lu Chen was not surprised and shrugged his shoulders, saying, hate it if you wanna hate it. Anyway, I'm the Holy Sun. What can he do to me? Seeing Lu Chen's uncaring appearance, Suanning was a bit anxious and said in a low voice, it's true that he doesn't dare to make a move on you in the open, but I'm afraid that he'll come to the dark side. Xiao Feng behind the Xiao family is not simple. I heard that there are 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, second only to the Holy Land. It is the Xianyu Holy Land are trying their best to pull together and show goodwill to the Xiao family, which is why the master took Xiao Feng as a disciple and made him ranked as a true legend. Suanning's words caused Lu Chen's heart to stir and come to a point of interest. Understood. Thanks for the reminder. Senior brother. All brothers, just call me Lao Su from now on. There's no need to be too polite between us. Suan Ning waved her hand. Lu Chen could detect that Suanning seemed to be at odds with Xiao Feng, and that he also wanted to make good relations with himself, the supremely talented Saint's son, which was why he reminded himself to reveal Xiao Feng's nature. After the two of them chatted for a while, Lu Chen took out the Xianyu Bible and pretended to cultivate. Suanning saw this, smilingly complimented. Although the Xianyu Bible is complicated and complex, but with Brother Su's overwhelming talent, this is surely not difficult to defeat you, Brother Su, as long as you are serious about enlightenment. Surely you will soon be able to practice. Ding! The host receives the suggestion. Seriously cultivate the Xianyu Bible for a quarter of an hour. Reward for completion, Xiao Cheng of Xianyu Bible. As Suanning's voice fell, a system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up slightly as he said, then I'll take your word for it. Seeing that Lu Chen began to comprehend and cultivate the Xianyu Bible, Suanning had the sense not to disturb and left Lu Chen's cave. However, he didn't leave, but stood on the sky feather peak and took a deep breath. Looking down from the top of the mountain at the boundless heavens and earth below, a wisp of essence flashing in his eyes. A quarter of an hour passed. Suanning stood still for a moment, fuming, and was about to leave, when suddenly a shocking fluctuation of breath emanated from the cave behind him, and in an instant, the surrounding aura surged, as if transforming into a tidal wave of aura, which continuously surged towards the cave. This aura, honored realm? Suanning was dumbstruck, her mouth wide open, her head buzzing. Ding! The host completes the suggestion. Receive a reward, a minor completion of the Xianyu Bible. In the cave, as the system beeps fell in Lu Chuan's mind, Lu Chuan's tiger body shook, and a large number of martial insights surfaced in his sea of consciousness, just like an enlightened soul, causing him to continuously generate clarity, and he cultivated the Xian feather scripture to a minor completion in a matter of moments. Not only that, after cultivating the Xianyu Bible to a small degree of completion, driven by his unparalleled qualifications of the 9th grade of the heavenly rank and the human emperor's fortune, his cultivation skyrocketed, directly breaking through from the 8th level of the harmonized Tao realm to the exalted realm in a single breath. Swish! Lu Chen opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light flashed through his eyes, stern and compelling. Brother Su, how did you do this? Suanning went and returned, her face full of amazement, looking Lu Duan up and down as if she was looking at a freak. After all, Lu Chuan was only at the 8th level of the Tao transformation realm a quarter of an hour ago, only to turn around and break through the Zunshi realm, which was nothing short of a miracle. It simply can't be taken with common sense. Lu Chuan explained. According to what you said, I seriously comprehended the Xianyu Bible for a while, and then I cultivated it to a small level, and my cultivation broke through the Zunshi realm along the way. No, I'm just blowing off steam. You really practiced? Suanning was dumbfounded. Lu Duan shrugged. Yeah. Isn't this just a matter of having hands? Suanning suddenly covered her chest and said sullenly, you're awesome. I'm a little uncomfortable. I'll go back to bed first. It could be seen that Suanning was really struck by Lu Chuan and left somewhat disoriented. To be accepted by Nangong Feiyu as a personal disciple and ranked as a true disciple, Suanning was also the pride of a generation. But even though he had been cultivating for almost 10 years, he had not been able to cultivate the Xianyu Bible to a minor level. As a result, Lu Chen cultivated directly to a small success in a quarter of an hour's time. This huge discrepancy and blow caused him to somewhat doubt his life, and his self-respect and self-confidence as a generation of heavenly pride began to waver. After Suanning left, Lu Chuan spread his divine sense and opened all the cave's defense formations before quietly taking out the patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order. Lu Chen first gave orders to Thousand Faces to have the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion thoroughly investigate the Shao family's intelligence information, and then, Lu Chen secretly passed the Xianyu Bible out, allowing Thousand Faces to pass it on to Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the other core powerhouses of his side to cultivate it. As for Nangong Feiyu's exhortation, it was directly thrown out of his mind. Anyway, in the future, the Xianyu Holy Land would be his and Lu Jianyu's world. So what's wrong with passing on one's Jinzong Jieshue to one's own people to cultivate in advance? After Nangong Feiyu left Skyfeather Peak, he didn't go to Xianyu Peak at the first opportunity, but instead stood quietly in mid-air. A few moments later, another summoning magic treasure in his bosom vibrated slightly, from which an intelligence message was sent back. After Nangong Feiyu read it, a smile appeared on his face before he walked towards Xianyu Peak. According to the Xianyu Holy Land's probing, Su Chen's origins were not problematic, and he could be trusted as he came from a clean background. On the Xianyu Peak, Lu Jianyu is still quietly cultivating. The stars of the heavens dropping endless starlight, hazy moonlight surround, will set her off more and more dusty and ethereal, just like a fairy under the moon. Lu Jianyu sensed Nangong Feiyu's arrival, but she didn't move or react in any way. Nangong Feiyu had long been accustomed to it and didn't care, but just said smilingly, "Xiao Yu, what do you think of this child Su Chen?" Only then did Lu Jianyu open her eyes and calmly said, "It's not bad. It's too much better than the other disciples of the Xianyu Holy Land." When Nangong Feiyu heard this, the smile on his face intensified by a few points. "He just mentioned to me that he wants to take you as his wife and make a marriage contract with you. What do you think, Su Dust?" Lu Fengyu was slightly stunned, pursed her lips, seemingly thinking, and only said a moment later, "Let's talk about it later. I don't want to think about children's love right now." When Nangong Feiyu saw this, he was not surprised but pleased. Lu Fengyu didn't reject it outright, which meant there was a chance, and it was also very much in line with Lu Jianyu's character. If Lu Jianyu had agreed directly, he would have felt something was wrong. Chapter 128, Stolen Home? Just as Lu Chuan and his group were secretly developing in the Middle Earth region, a group of uninvited guests came to the Eastern Wasteland region. Under the leadership of the two Saint Realm powerhouses, a full 1,000 martial arts experts quickly dispersed and entered the various Shangshur dynasties to conduct extensive searches, focusing on finding the large Lu surname. The Eastern Wasteland region was far too small compared to the other four regions, and the area occupied by the Shang dynasty in particular was even smaller and less powerful. So their search progressed very quickly, and they soon locked onto a suspicious target, the imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty. The Lu family. Lu family, the original is the Great Zhou dynasty Jinbei Wangfu. Its Xinbei Wan Lu Beixian wife and eldest daughter disappeared 18 years ago, never appeared again. The king's house up and down are secretive. Don't know its whereabouts. That's them. A cold smile suddenly appeared on the face of a man with a feminine face. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. I didn't expect that this had only just arrived at the Eastern Wasteland region a few days ago, but I had actually found my target directly. Surname Lu. Wife and daughter disappeared 18 years ago. Alright. The feminine man immediately took out his summoning magic treasure and summoned another sacred realm powerhouse from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, as well as thousands of martial arts experts, to gather at the border of the Great Xia dynasty. Not only did he want to capture everyone in the Lu family alive, he also wanted to trample down this so-called Great Xia dynasty. With a boom, led by the two Saint Realm powerhouses, the crowd flew directly across the sky, crossing over the borders and territories of the Great Xia dynasty and arriving directly over the imperial palace. The State Master Lord, who was dealing with a large pile of imperial affairs in the palace, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and with a flash of his body, he immediately appeared outside the palace, looking up at the thousands of martial arts experts with notable auras in the sky above. Who are you? Why did you sneak into the royal capital of my Daxia dynasty? Gu Ruoshi's face sank as she immediately gripped the silver-colored holy sword, her heart incomparably heavy. She keenly perceived that the strength of these 1,000 people were all extremely terrifying, and they were not coming from a good place, filled with undisguised hostility and killing intent. The Daxia dynasty? Nothing but a bunch of dirt cheap dogs. How dare you call them a dynasty? The man facing the feminine man let out a sardonic laugh, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain as he directly slapped his palm down towards Gu Ruoshi through the air. Boom! The terrifying power at the Saint Realm level erupted, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. and the surging and berserk mana transformed into a gigantic palm, covering the sky and resembling the dome of heaven pressing down. Guruwashi's body was taut, and at the first opportunity, she swung the holy sword in her hand, her body's power exploding without reservation as she attempted to fend off the other party's attack. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Guruwashi was directly slapped onto the ground, smashing the sturdy palace earth into a huge deep pit, unable to stop blood from spilling from the corners of her mouth as she suffered a heavy blow. "Ha! I can't believe I'm not dead?" The feminine man raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He didn't hold back in the slightest with that palm just now. Even though he was only at the first level of the Saint Realm, it was completely more than enough to kill a scum of the 9th level of the June Realm in the district. It's actually a saint-ranked treasure sword? The feminine man's eyes soon lit up as he stared at the silver sword in Guruwashi's hand, the smile on his face growing stronger. "No wonder you can block my slap and not die. Not bad, not bad. This holy sword is mine." The feminine man grinned, his body swaying as he swiftly killed Guruwashi. "Do it. Start from this palace. Overthrow the Grand Xia dynasty and capture all the Lu family members alive." Another Saint Realm powerhouse from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land also spoke, his voice cold, a murderous aura erupting from his body as he led more than 1,000 martial arts experts to kill in the palace. Good timing. Guruwashi, however, was not the least bit afraid and stood up, her eyes filled with determination and battle intent. "Do Tian Sealing Demon Formation? Open!" After all the enemies rushed into the palace's range, Guruwashi shouted, pinched her hand with a seal, and decisively activated the palace's defense array. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous dull thud echoing, the earth shook, countless array patterns lit up on the ground around the palace. Densely packed runes appeared out of thin air, branding the void. A powerful and terrifying array instantly functioned. The runes flashed in the sky, and an unspeakably terrifying pressure filled every inch of space, causing everyone in the Nine Heavens Sacred Land to tremble, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. There were even densely packed killing rays blooming, like countless sharp swords bursting out and chopping at them from all over the sky. Saint rank formation? Even the feminine man's face changed, immediately stopping his footsteps and decisively activating his magic treasure to resist the killing light that was coming from the sky. But that's just the beginning, only to see numerous June Realm experts rushing out of the palace, under Guruwashi's leadership, combining their efforts to catalyze the 9 cauldrons. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar echoed, the 9 bronze tripods glowed in unison, and in an instant, the pale earth roared and trembled, and in the shocked gazes of the feminine man and the others, endless golden light rose from within the earth, and the power of the dragon vein was induced. Anon, a wisp of dragon chi condensed into a golden divine dragon, roaring up to the sky and emitting a majestic pressure. There was even a blurry silhouette that manifested itself, wearing a dragon robe and an imperial crown, with a great aura of looking out of the world. It was clearly the human emperor's chi that Lu Chen had left in the 9 cauldrons. "Anyone who offends my Daxia shall be executed." The human emperor's silhouette let out a majestic shout, invoking the power of the roiling dragon veins, transforming into 9 golden dragons of chi, carrying a terrifying greatness as it blasted towards the group of powerhouses from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Both of the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land were creeped out and let out roars of rage in unison, doing their best to activate the saint artifacts in their hands to fend off the attacks of the 9 golden dragons of chi. Knock! Accompanied by a deafening and terrifyingly loud echo, the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses actually staggered back, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, and were not lightly injured. As for the 1,000 or so martial arts experts, they were directly blasted to death for the most part, leaving only a small number of June Realm experts still alive. But all of them were also seriously injured. No, this can't be. The Great Xia dynasty doesn't even have any Saint Realm powerhouses. It's only just been established for a short while, so how could there be such a dense and terrifying dragon vein and dragon energy? The feminine man's face was a little twisted, revealing an incredulous expression. The strength of the dragon vein and dragon energy is often closely related to the strength of the dynasty. The more ancient and powerful the dynasty, the more terrifying the accumulated dragon veins and dragon chi would be. However, the Daxia dynasty was newly established and the country was not very large. It was simply unbelievable that the strength of the dragon vein and dragon chi in front of them was able to threaten the life of a Saint Realm powerhouse. But what they didn't know was that Lu Chen was the current world emperor. The Daxia dynasty that he had started was sheltered by the chi of the entire human race in the underworld. And the strength of the dragon chi and the dragon vein was more than 10 times stronger than that of the previous dynasty, the Great Zhou dynasty, and the dragon vein and dragon energy continued to strengthen. Lu Chen's time of founding the Grand Xia dynasty was too short. If he had settled down and accumulated some years, with the power of the Grand Xia dynasty's dragon vein and dragon chi, he would definitely be able to easily kill these 2 Saint Realm powerhouses in seconds. Chapter 129, Kill Them All. There's something odd about this Daxia dynasty. The feminine man and the other Saint Realm powerhouse from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land looked at each other with grave expressions and instantly reached an agreement. Go! Take the message back, and have Lord Saint Lord personally come to destroy this great Xia dynasty. The two Saint Realm powerhouses made an instant decision, immediately abandoning those June Realm experts and quickly rushing towards the outside of the palace. Stop them! When Gu Ruashi saw this, her heart sank, and together with the other June Realm experts, she quickly activated the 9 cauldrons, as well as the heavenly sealing demon formation, stimulating it with all her might in an attempt to stop them. Unfortunately, with their June Realm cultivation, it was still difficult for them to utilize the full power of the heavenly sealing demon formation, coupled with the fact that the dragon veins and dragon chi had accumulated for too short a period of time, and that the other 9 Heavens Sacred Land Saint Realm powerhouse was not low in cultivation. Being at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm cultivation, the other party spared the danger of being seriously injured and bore the attack of the human emperor's shadow, tearing a gap in the heavenly sealing demon formation. Those two Saint Realm powerhouses managed to escape even though they were severely injured. As for the remaining June Realm experts from the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, they weren't so lucky. All of them were mercilessly blown away. Cough. Cough. Damn the Daxia dynasty. After the two Saint Realm powerhouses escaped from the great Xia royal capital, they were both coughing up blood, their bodies covered in bloody wounds and blood. Their injuries were so severe that they nearly passed away. The two men had fear and annoyance in their eyes, and killing intent filled their bodies. For two Saint Realm powerhouses to be planted in the hands of a small dynasty in a remote and backward place, with the other party being nothing more than a group of June Realm mole crickets, this was nothing short of a disgrace to them. Killing more than 1,000 martial arts experts of my 9 Heavens Holy Land. You are dead. Let's go. Let's go back to the Middle Earth region and spread the news to Lord Saint Lord. At that time, the entire Great Xia dynasty will have to die. The two Saint Realm powerhouses limped away from the Grand Xia dynasty, taking quite a bit of time before they arrived at the edge of the land, pulled out a cloud ship, and began to cross the endless ocean to return to the Middle Earth domain. Just as they had entered the endless ocean, suddenly boundless mist surged up and flooded the cloud ship, and their surroundings instantly dimmed, so that nothing could be seen. A ghost ship as huge as a mountain appeared without a sound and stood in front of them. Two other, slightly smaller ghost ships appeared to their left and right, blocking off all of their paths of retreat. This is the ghost ship? The two Saint Realm powerhouses' bodies stiffened, and cold sweat instantly dripped from their foreheads as they began to sweat. Noiselessly, one black shadow after another appeared on the deck of the ghost ship, weapons in hand, neatly organized, an eerie and horrifying aura coming out. Daxia Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Although she had repelled two Saint Realm powerhouses and killed more than 1,000 martial arts experts, Gu Ruashi's face did not show any hint of elation, but instead was incredibly grave. As far as she knew, there were no Saint Realm powerhouses born in the Eastern Wasteland region at all. So where did these two Saint Realm powerhouses come from? Why do you have such a strong killing intent towards the Daxia dynasty? The more Gu Ruashi thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, especially now that Lu Chen and Lu Beixian and the others were not in the Eastern Wasteland region. It made her quite worried. She wanted to notify Lu Chuan, but there wasn't any way for her to be able to contact him directly. Thinking about it, she immediately summoned Bai Xiao of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and ordered him to make a trip to the Netherworld sect in person to inform the Netherworld sect of this matter. This was also what Lu Chuan had explained to her before saying goodbye. If the Great Xia dynasty encounters something critical, it can directly contact the Netherworld sect for assistance. Moreover, Lu Chuan and his group only traveled to the Middle Earth region with the help of the Ethereal sect, so perhaps with the means of the Ethereal sect, they would be able to contact Lu Chuan. The Ethereal sect's side was similarly taken aback when they received the news. Two Saint Realm powerhouses. Could it be that the Xianyu sacred land of the Middle Earth domain has struck? Yi Wudao's face was a little cloudy. After pondering for a long time, he finally made the decision to use extremely special means to pass this news to Lu Beixian on one side, while on the other side, he invited a Saint Realm ancestor of the Netherworld sect to quietly travel to the Great Xia dynasty and secretly take refuge. If it was in the past, there was absolutely no way that the Ethereal sect would be able to achieve this step, and even a marriage between the Lu family and the Ethereal sect would not be enough. However, Lu Beixian had broken through the half-saint and was not even close to the Saint Realm. Lu Chuan and Lu Fianyan both show great talent. Lu Chuan is even surrounded by Holy Realm strongguards. The means is extremely mysterious and terrifying. The Lu family had shown extraordinary potential and strength, causing the Misty sect to pay more and more attention, which was why they would go out of their way to help the Lu family. Middle Earth Domain. Spring House. This place was ostensibly a greenhouse, but it was actually another stronghold of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, and it wasn't far from the Xianyu Holy Land. Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were quietly cultivating in the stronghold, their auras growing thicker and more powerful. Suddenly, a jade pendant in Lu Beixian's arms cracked open, and a message came out from it. Lu Beixian's heart immediately fluttered. This was a special summoning magic treasure given to him by the ethereal sect. Its material was very rare and precious, capable of summoning across endless distances, but the price was that it could only be used once. The ethereal sect had only produced a total of 3 special summoning magic treasures. If there was no particularly urgent matter, it was unlikely that the ethereal sect would have utilized this type of contact. 2 Saint Realm powerhouses? When Lu Beixian read the news coming from the Netherworld sect, his heart immediately jumped wildly and he stood up with a huff, his face cloudy. He immediately found Thousand Faces and asked Thousand Faces to contact Lu Duan. Although he was now at the Saint Realm cultivation level, when it came to urgent matters, he subconsciously asked Lu Chen for his opinion. Lu Beixian himself didn't even notice the change. On the other hand, after Lu Chen received the news through the order of the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, he was not the least bit surprised and a cold smile appeared on his face. Big Sister really did guess correctly. The Nine Heavens sacred ground has really made a move. Luckily, I'm skilled. Lu Chen's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and was able to directly contact the ghost ship through the human emperor's chi, separated by an endless distance. A moment later, Lu Chuan opened his eyes, and a refined aura flashed through his eyes. The 2 Saint Realm powerhouses sent by the 9 Heavens Sacred Lands had been killed, and the threat had been lifted for the time being. If the 9 Heavens Sacred Land dared to continue sending people out, Lu Chen would have no fear. It's not good enough on land, but in the endless ocean, that's where the ghost ship's main battlefield is. Not to mention the fact that there was still the god of killing, Wu Ling. Even if Gu Changsheng personally attacked, he could trap him on the endless ocean if he couldn't kill him. Lu Chen thought about it and sent a message back to Thousand Faces, telling Lu Beixian and the others not to worry. Chapter 130, The Secret Realm of Pot Mountain. Lu Chuan couldn't stay in the 9 Heavens Sacred Land after 2 days, and left the 9 Heavens Sacred Land on the pretext of going home to report his good news. Heading to the Su family in White Moon City, the old home of the identity of Su Chuan that Lu Chuan had borrowed. This identity of Su Chen was not a fake. It did exist, but his real identity was a Heavenly Patrol Pavilion scout. The members of the Patrol Pavilion rewarded by the system would all have their own different identities when they appeared, and would be able to fit perfectly into this world. At this time, the Su family had also long since been completely infiltrated by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and secretly transformed into a stronghold. Behind Lu Chen, a figure stood in mid-air. Following silently, it was Nangong Feiyu. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Chuan and wanted to tell Lu Chuan's whereabouts, but for the purpose of protecting him. In Nangong Feiyu's mind, Lu Jianyu can't be relied on. Only Lu Duan is the future hope of Xianyu Holy Land, and must not be lost, which is why he secretly protects him, so that Lu Duan will not be subjected to the backstabbing of the other Holy Lands. Under Nangong Feiyu's watchful eye, Lu Chuan quickly returned to the Su family, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he said with gusto, "Father, Mother, I'm back. There is heavenly good news." A middle-aged man with a tall frame and a charming young woman moved at the sound of their voices, with loving smiles on their faces. "Dusty, what makes you so happy?" the middle-aged man said smilingly, looking at Lu Dust with a gaze full of favor. Not a fake. It was because he was clearly Lu Beixian in disguise. Lu Beixian stayed in the Spring Wind House stronghold for a while, but his heart was always a little twisted and he didn't want to stay in a greenhouse, so he asked Thousand Faces to give him a new stronghold. "Father, Mother, I passed the 9th step of Ascension and became the Holy Son of the Xianyu Holy Land." Lu Chen directly jumped into the arms of the charming young woman and rubbed against her broad and warm chest, a trace of intoxication appearing on his face. "It is true that the ancients did not deceive me. Good is great. Great is good." The young woman's old face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but sneakily reach out and twist her hand around Lu Chuan's waist, with some grudges and anger in her eyes. She was clearly Song Xuan. Only then did Lu Chuan look up fondly from her arms, and with a hefty smile, he winked his eyes towards Song Xuan. Lu Chuan had just become the Holy Son of the Xianyu Sacred Land within a few days, yet the Xianyu Sacred Land allowed him to go home alone. Lu Chuan didn't need to guess to know that there must be a strong person secretly following him, and that was why he notified Lu Beixian and Song Xuan and the others ahead of time. Hence the show. What a great kid with a lot of heart. Seeing that Lu Duan's family was getting along happily, Nangong Feiyu couldn't help but have a smile on her face, becoming more and more assured and trusting of Lu Duan. In the following time, the Su family held a feast to celebrate Su Chen becoming the Holy Son of the Xianyu Holy Land, and the drama was well done without any cracks. Lu Chuan also took the opportunity to stay in the Su family for a few days and was in no hurry to return to the Xianyu Holy Land. During this period, Lu Chen had received various news from the Heavenly Pavilion one after another. which included information about the Nine Heavens sacred ground and sects such as the Shao family and the Underworld Demon sect. One of the messages caught Lu Chuan's attention. At the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands Disciple Acceptance Conference not long ago, there was a teenager who displayed exceptional talent. At just 17 years old, his cultivation was as high as the 8th level of the Zunshe realm, with a terrifying battle strength that defeated all the geniuses and became the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands' holy son. Even Gu Changsheng was startled and personally appeared to take him in as a disciple. This person is called Chu Fan. Chu Fan, Gu Changsheng, TSK. I didn't expect the two of you to get together. It seems like we have to think of a way to send you master and disciple to the Yellow Springs together. Lu Chen stroked his chin, a cold smile appearing on his face. He carefully recalled the original plot he had read before crossing over, and a plan gradually emerged in his mind. And then, Lu Chen quietly took out the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion Master's order and gave a command to Thousand Faces. After spending 2.5 days in the Su family, Lu Chuan returned to the Xianyu sacred ground with Yun Shangyue, while externally, he declared her as his personal maid. With Lu Chen's current status as a saint's son, it was not a problem to bring a maid to follow him from his old home. And even Nangong Feiyu did not care too much about it and acquiesced to Lu Chen's behavior. Thousand Faces had already used a secret method to conceal Yun Xinshue's innate Dao body in cultivation, only revealing her first-level cultivation at the Dao transformation realm. But Yun Shangyue's true cultivation level, it was clear that it had already reached as high as the first level of the Zunshe realm, and her innate Dao body was as terrifying as it was, only faster and not slower than even Lu Chuan's open-ended cultivation speed. After all, it was a future female emperor. Yun Shangyue's natural talent was stronger than Lu Jianyu's, and with Qi luck sheltering her, of course she had to be brought around and cultivate her feelings from a young age, so that she would be able to follow Lu Chuan even more devotedly. A few more days passed in a flash. Lu Chuan was a little bored and was about to sneak off to the Spring Wind building to listen to music, but he unexpectedly received a message. The Pot Mountain mysterious realm was about to open, and all the Dao transformation realm and exalted realm disciples of the Xianyu sacred land had to enter it for training. The Pot Mountain secret realm was one of the few secret realms held by the Xianyu sacred ground, and it contained quite a few heavenly materials and treasures that were extremely helpful to harmonization Dao realm and Zunshe realm martial artists, and were very precious. It was reasonable to say that it was still far away from the opening time of the Potter's Hill mystery realm. However, Nangong Fei made a decision to go against his ancestor and open the Pot Mountain mystic realm ahead of time, just to boost Lu Chen's strength as much as possible and train him up as early as possible. Just a day before the opening of the Pot Mountain mystic realm, Su Anning was quietly visiting Lu Chen's cave. Brother Su, something bad is happening. Su Anning looked a little anxious and whispered in Lu Chuan's ear. In order to pull the Shao family together, the Xianyu Holy Land has licensed more than 20 geniuses of the Shao family from the Dao transformation realm and the Zunshe realm to enter the Pot Mountain mysterious realm together as well. Chapter 131, The Shao family's threat. Oh, what's that got to do with me? Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders, not caring in the slightest. There's a connection. Seeing how calm Lu Duan was, Su Anning was anxious and said in a low voice, Brother Su, have you forgotten about that guy Shao Feng? He is the son of the Shao family's head, and the young master of the Shao family. I was afraid that Shao Feng would bring the geniuses of the Shao clan and make a move against you in the Pot Mountain mystic realm. If it was somewhere else, the Shao family might not dare to make a blatant move, but the Pot Mountain mystic realm is isolated from the outside world, and as long as no one sees it, what happens inside is simply unknown outside. Brother Su, you just came to the Xianyu Holy Land. You haven't had the time to develop your own faction yet. If Shao Feng and the geniuses of the Shao family were to make a move against you, that would be a big deal. Brother Su, you'd better hurry up and explain the situation to your master, so that he can assign you some Zunshe realm experts to act together. When Lu Chen heard this, he stroked his chin in thought. Just when Su Anning thought that Lu Chen would nod his head in agreement, Lu Chen asked, Are you sure that if anything happens in the Pot Mountain mystic realm, no one outside will be able to detect it? Of course it's true. Su Anning nodded with a serious face. The secret realm is an independent space, or an independent small world, and there are restrictions on the rules of heaven and earth. No cultivation above the Zunshe realm can enter, and the outside can't monitor anything in the secret realm. That's good. A playful smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. If Shao Feng and the genius of the Shao family dared to make a move against him, Lu Chen wouldn't mind sending them to meet the King of Hell. It's okay what? Su Anning was immediately angry and anxious, saying, Are you listening to what I'm saying? In case that Shao Feng brings the genius of the Shao family to strike at you, that would be a big deal. Hurry up and ask your master. Look, another rush. Lu Chen, however, was reclining on his chair in an old-fashioned manner, a meaningful smile on his face. Don't worry, it's better not to let master know about this kind of thing. If Shao Feng dares to make a move, Just slaughter them all. When Su Anning heard this, her heart immediately stirred and her eyes lit up. Could it be that Brother Su has already found helpers? Is it which senior brothers and sisters in the Holy Land? Just ants of the Tao Transformation Realm and Venerable Realm. No need for help. This saint's son can destroy them with just his hands. Lu Dust said lazily, not caring. But, you've only just broken through the Exalted Realm not long ago. How can you beat so many people? That Xiaofeng is at the 8th level of the Zunshi Realm cultivation. Su Anning was still a bit uneasy. He had made up his mind to hug Lu Chuan's thighs and follow him in the future when he became the Holy Lord. If Lut Chun hangs up, where can he hug his thighs? If I can't beat you, then aren't you still there? Old Su, you can't help me, can you? Lu Chen looked toward Su Anning with a meaningful smile on his face. Previously, he had instructed the Heavenly Pavilion in passing to check Su Anning's intelligence information as well, and the information he found out turned out to be quite surprising to Lu Chen. This ordinary-looking guy is anything but ordinary. I'm only at the 2nd level of the Zunshi realm. I can't help much even if I want to. Su Anning's face was filled with a bitter smile. Lu Chen patted his shoulder. Alright, I have my own plans. Don't worry. Seeing that Lu Chen looked like he had a plan, Su Anning wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. Anyway, he had made the situation clear. So if Lu Chen wasn't stupid, he would definitely be prepared. Just as Lu Chen and his group were preparing to head to the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, Xianyu Holy Land, Black Prison. This was a forbidden land located in the depths of the Xianyu Holy Land, surrounded by large mountains, laying down heavy formations, surrounded by numerous experts, and tightly guarded. The Black Prison was filled with a gloomy dungeon, holding many prisoners. On the fringe of the Black Prison, however, there was a wide courtyard with an elegant environment and a forest of attics, as if it was an isolated paradise. A beautiful woman in a palace dress sat quietly under an ancient tree, her body flowing with mana as she cultivated peacefully. She looked to be around 30 years old, with extremely beautiful features and a dignified and flamboyant demeanor. If one were to take a closer look, one would realize that she was quite similar to Lu Jianyu and Lu Jianyun. She was none other than Nangongya. The door to the courtyard was pushed open, and Nangongya opened her eyes, a smile appearing on her face after seeing the visitor. Mother! Lu Jianyu softly called out and took Nangongya's arm, the two of them sitting next to each other, their heads gently leaning on Nangongya's shoulders. Only at this time can Lu Jianyu put down all her defenses, put down her cold exterior, and reveal the soft side of her heart. Nangongya's face was filled with love and guilt, gently touched Lu Jianyu's head, and said in a low voice, It's all my mother's fault. It's my mother who brought you to this place. It's not your fault. You couldn't help yourself at the time, and it was the only way to keep the Lu family alive. Lu Fengyu shook her head and didn't chat on this issue. Instead, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and a heartfelt smile appeared on her face. Mother, this time, I have a heavenly good news to tell you. What's the good news? Nangongya's heart stirred. It had been a long time since he had seen such a heartfelt smile from Lu Jianyu's face. Lu Fengyu's vermilion lips lightly opened, quietly transmitting her voice to Nangongya, telling her about the news of Lu Chen and Lu Beixian and the others. What? Beixian and Dusty and the others? Nangongya's heart was immediately shaken. Her body was trembling slightly. Her eyes were red, shocked and delighted, her mood rising and falling violently. Forgive me, mother, but my little brother and the others are not able to come and see you at this time. But the time for our family reunion is fast approaching. Lu Jianyu spoke softly, a wisp of essence flashing in her eyes. Chapter 132, Entering the Secret Realm of Pot Mountain. The entrance to the Pot Mountain Secret Realm was located in the middle of the Great Wasteland, surrounded by mountains, with several formations in operation, and a number of Xianyu Sacred Land martial arts experts stationed here. Under Nangong Feiyu's personal leadership, the Xianyu Holy Land had thousands of disciples from the Tao Transformation Realm and the Zunshi Realm come to this place, including 25 geniuses from the Xiao family. Nangong Feiyu took out a token and activated an altar in this place. Along with the dense runes glowing, intense spatial fluctuations spread out, and hazy and brilliant light lit up, coalescing into a door of light, able to vaguely see a vast and expansive world within the door of light. In the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, everyone can compete for heavenly materials and treasures, but they mustn't kill each other, and killing each other between fellow disciples is forbidden. Violators will be severely punished. We are all disciples of my Xianyu Sacred Grounds inner sect. We should act in peace and not engage in internal strife. Nangong Feiyu looked serious and glanced around the crowd. After all, the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm was isolated from the outside world, and it was inevitable that the many disciples would fight for the opportunity and make a mess. There weren't many talented disciples in the Xianyu Holy Land, and Nangong Feiyu didn't want to engage in infighting with each other. Understood. As far as Nangong Feiyu's gaze reached, A group of disciples nodded their heads with solemn expressions. Seeing this, Nangong Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. The Pot Mountain Mystic Realm opens for 7 days. How much opportunity and creation you can seize depends on yourselves. With Nangong Feiyu's command, thousands of disciples rushed into the light door. Lu Chuan and Yun Shanyu also entered the secret realm. Although Yun Shanxu's status was that of a maid, not a disciple of the Zhongxian Holy Land. But what was wrong with Lu Chuan bringing a maid when he was the Holy Son, the future hope of the Xianyu Holy Land? Nangong Feiyu did not object to this and acquiesced to this behavior. In an instant, Lu Chuan only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the scenery around him illuminated. Appearing in the middle of a vast and sprawling mountain range, the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm didn't look much different from the outside world, with blue skies and white clouds and rolling hills. Only the aura was a bit more dense. After the thousands of disciples entered the Pot Mountain mysterious realm, they quickly moved in groups of 3 or 5, heading in different directions. However, there was also a considerable portion of disciples who did not leave, but instead came to Lu Chen's side and looked at him with burning eyes. Your Royal Highness, there are many ferocious beasts in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, and there are both dangers and opportunities, so why don't we join forces and form a team together? It would be good to take care of each other. There are 12 Zunshur realm experts in our team. Why don't Your Highness the Saint Sun team up with us? His Royal Highness the Holy Sun. Many disciples opened their mouths and pulled Lu Chen in, all wanting to team up with him. After all, Lu Chen was the Holy Son of Xianyu Holy Land, with a world-class talent, and in all probability, he would be the future Holy Lord. So naturally, there were quite a few disciples who wanted to get on good terms with him. When Xiao Feng, who was not far away, saw this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Lu Dust without moving. Thank you for your kind words, senior brothers and sisters, but I'm a person who prefers to act alone, so I won't bother you. Lu Chen smiled faintly, but politely declined the invitations of the many disciples. Brother Su. Seeing this, Su Anning immediately became a bit anxious again and couldn't help but try to persuade, but was interrupted by Lu Chen waving his hand. Seeing this, the crowd of disciples could only leave with regret. Very good, very good. The corners of Xiao Feng's mouth rose slightly as he led the 25 Xiao family genius martial artists to leave in a randomly selected direction. However, Xiao Feng did not go far and immediately stopped after entering a mountain forest, hiding in the shadows and quietly staring at Lu Chen. Ha! Why are you still here? Senior Sister Jiang? Lu Chuan glanced back and revealed a slightly surprised look, realizing that Zhang Ling was quietly standing behind him and had not left. Master has asked me to follow you. Zhang Ling reached out and pulled her hair around her ears, revealing a smile towards Lu Duan. What? Could it be that Master Su still dislikes me? Zhang Ling was tall and voluptuous, wearing a long pale yellow dress, with a pretty face and an unassuming temperament. Although it wasn't quite a city dump, it was definitely a great beauty. As soon as Lu Chen heard it, he understood that Nangong Feiyu had asked Zhang Ling to follow him around in order to protect him and act as his bodyguard. Lu Chuan's natural talent was extremely powerful in battle, but his cultivation level was ultimately only at the first level of the Zunshur realm, which wasn't too high. There were quite a few powerful ferocious beasts in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, and Nangong Feiyu was afraid that Lu Chuan would be in danger. Zhang Ling, as the eldest senior sister, had been cultivating for a much longer period of time, and her cultivation level was as high as the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshur realm, which was not far away from the Jun realm, so it was just right for her to protect Lu Chen. Senior Sister Jiang is so beautiful and her strength is profound and powerful, how could I dislike it? Lu Chen didn't refuse and smiled faintly as he said, then I'll be grateful to Senior Sister Jiang for what comes next. As he watched Lu Duan move together with Zhang Ling and Su Anning, Xiao Feng, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly, his face somewhat gloomy. Zhang Ling's strength was not bad. This was a tough fight. What was even more troublesome was that if Zhang Ling and Su Anning and Lu Dust were all killed, when only he, Xiao Feng, went out alive, it would definitely cause Nangong Feiyu's suspicion. Nangong Feiyu, that old guy, although the strength is not good, but the heart of the heart is a lot. The city is extremely deep, is an uncompromising old fox, cannot be so easy to fool. Young lord, they're going far away. A moment later, seeing that Lu Dust and his group were about to disappear from sight, a genius of the Xiao clan spoke in a low voice, reminding Xiao Feng, follow them. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and made some sort of determination. An array of icy killing chants flashed in his eyes. For the sake of the Moon Spirit Fairy, for the sake of the Xiao family's grand plan, I have to ask you to die. Nangong Feiyu placed too much importance on Lu Chen, and if he couldn't kill him in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, he might not be able to have such an excellent opportunity in the future. Xiao Feng and the 25 Xiao family geniuses began to quietly tail Lu Chen and his group. It wasn't until Lu Chuan and his group entered the depths of the secret realm surrounded by desolation, and came to a canyon. Swish! The silhouettes around them flashed as Xiao Feng and the 25 Xiao family geniuses quickly rushed out, blocking off both sides of the canyon and completely blocking all the retreat paths of Lu Chen and his group. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? After Jiang Ling saw the identity of the visitor, she was shocked and revealed an incredulous expression. She never expected that the normally gentle senior brother Xiao would actually bring 25 talented Xiao family martial artists to surround them. Do what? Senior sister Jiang, didn't you see it clearly? Xiao Feng's tone was cold and indifferent as his large hand opened and a long sword as black as ink emerged, flashing with a ray of intimidating cold light. We have no grievances with you, nor with the Xiao family, so why are you making a move against us? Jiang Ling was shocked and angry. She really couldn't figure it out. Jiang's senior sister. In fact, I only want to kill Su Chen alone, but it's a pity that you guys have to act with him, so I have to ask you to die together. Xiao Feng's tone was cold and indifferent as he suddenly swung his sword in a chopping motion, and the dark sword chi carried a shocking coldness as it chopped towards Lu Dust. Chapter 133, The Xiao Family's Ambition. When, just as Xiao Feng struck out, Jiang Ling immediately drew out a red-colored ancient sword, and a stern sword chi blossomed as he sparred with Xiao Feng, emitting an ear-splitting metallic tremor as the sword chi shook the 8 directions. Jiang Ling blocked in front of Lu Chen and glared angrily at Xiao Feng. Master Su just joined the Holy Land not even a few days ago. Where exactly did he offend you? You went so far as to bring so many Xiao family geniuses to join forces to put him to death. Aren't you afraid that you'll be chastised by the master when you go out? At that time, not to mention you, even the Xiao family will have to pay the price. Jiang Ling was vocal and directly brought out Nangong Feiyu's name in an attempt to deter Xiao Feng. Ha. Nangong Feiyu? Do you really think I'll be afraid of that punk thing? Xiao Feng, however, let out a sardonic laugh. Such an ancient and powerful Holy Land, but it has declined into such a state in his hands, and instead of thinking of making progress, he is thinking of selling out the interests of the Xianyu Holy Land and defecting to the Nine Heaven Sacred Ground to become the dog of the Nine Heaven Sacred Ground. For such a useless old thing, he deserves to be the Holy Lord? This Xianyu Sacred Land, it should be left in the hands of my Xiao family, and go back to glory under my Xiao family's leadership. Xiao Feng had a big, reckless smile on his face, and his eyes were incomparably cold and indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead person. As he looked at Lu Duan and his group, obviously, he was victorious and didn't think that Lu Chuan and his party had half a chance of surviving, which was why he recklessly said the words that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Your Xiao family, want to annex the Xianyu Holy Land? Outrageous. It's simply inverting the Big Dipper. Jiang Ling was shocked and angry, and could hardly believe her ears. The Xianyu Holy Land looked at the Xiao family's strength as being quite good, which was why they chose to draw the Xiao family in, wanting to join forces with the Xiao family to form an alliance and help each other. For this reason, the Xianyu Sacred Land had not sparingly given the Xiao family benefits, sending out a large amount of treasures and resource territories. However, Jiang Ling never expected that the Xiao family would be a bunch of white-eyed wolves that couldn't be fed, and that they would want to turn the tables and annex the Xianyu Holy Land. This Xiao family is quite ambitious. Even Lu Chen was a bit surprised and could not help but take a high look at Xiao Feng. This is the news that none of the Heavenly Pavilion scouts have ever probed. It is too confidential and only a few core figures of the Xiao family know about it. However, Lu Chuan pondered a little. Without the appearance of him and Lu Jianyu, the Xiao family might not be able to succeed. After all, now Xiao Feng was Nangong Feiyu's disciple and a true disciple of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, and was nominally a person of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, taking up a name. If he plotted against the throne, he would still be able to convince the people at least in name. Although there were more Saint Realm powerhouses on the side of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, the Xiao family might not be unable to get rid of them and take their place if they counted with their heartlessness. Su Anning on the side didn't say anything, but his thieving eyes turned, and a half-palm-sized translucent crystal appeared in his hand at some point, flickering with wisps of shimmering light. It's a lead behind stone. When Xiao Feng and a group of Xiao family geniuses appeared, Su Anning had a premonition that something big was going to happen, and immediately activated the Shadow Retention Stone at the first opportunity to start recording. At this moment, when she learned that the Xiao family was actually trying to plot against the Xianyu Holy Land, Su Anning could not help but have her heartbeat accelerate, with a hint of excitement and thrill on her face. This is a great secret. After we leave the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, it will be a good show. Inverting the Big Dipper? What kind of heavenly dipper is the Xianyu Holy Land? Xiao Feng sneered and did not continue to argue with Jiang Ling, once again swinging the black longsword in his hand. His body flashed and ghostly appeared in front of Jiang Ling, chopping down with a sword. You're reckless. Jiang Ling was furious and no longer stayed his hand. His powerful cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Zun Shi realm erupted. and all of his spiritual energy was poured into the long sword in his hand, and the powerful sword chi was like a great river rushing through the air, blossoming into a terrifying light. When the two swords clashed, emitting a heaven-shattering roar, and an ear-shattering metallic trill echoed, causing one's ears to sting as if they were about to shatter. Jiangling stifled a grunt and actually retreated a few steps, his right hand holding the sword shaking slightly. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, did not retreat an inch and stood proudly in place, the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshe realm. You hid your cultivation. Sensing the powerful and terrifying aura from Xiaofeng's body, Jiangling's face once again changed in a very ugly manner. Not only was Xiaofeng's cultivation as profound as hers, his battle power was also better. This caused Jiangling's heart to sink, giving birth to a sense of death crisis that loomed over his heart like a shadow. Senior brother Su, later on, I'll hold back Xiaofeng and the geniuses of the Xiao clan. You find a chance to escape and don't look back. Jiangling made an instant decision and immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Chen. This caused Lu Chen to be slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but look at Jiangling a few more times. This girl is not bad. At this critical moment of life and death, she is actually willing to lay down her life to drag the strong enemy and create an opportunity for herself to escape. Lu Chuan felt a little more favorable towards Jiangling. Ha, just no. Go to hell in peace. Xiaofeng laughed coldly. A trace of dark light unexpectedly lit up in his eyes. His aura grew even more. A terrifying murderous aura blossomed, and he killed Jiangling like lightning. Since he had already decided to make a move, there was no way he would let Jiangling go. Both she and Lu Chen had to die. At the same time, those 25 Xiao family geniuses and powerhouses made their move. Boom! 25 raging and terrifying forces erupted in unison. Weapons and magic treasures hummed. Divine techniques glowed. It was almost like a mountain torrent erupting, blasting towards Lu Dust and his group from all directions. It was too terrifying. Among these 25 Xiao family geniuses, there were only 10 with a cultivation at the Dao transformation realm, and the remaining 15 were all at the Zunshe realm. It also included 2 experts of the 9th level of the Zunshe realm. At this moment, when everyone's attacks were united, that kind of might was unparalleled, and it was Jiangling who was sweating and tensing up. In this critical moment of 1,000 pounds, suddenly a big bronze-colored clock appeared out of thin air, rising against the wind, inscribed with patterns of mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, sun, moon, stars, etc. And at this moment, it bloomed with light, enveloping all of the people. The attacks of the 25 Xiao family geniuses all bombarded the ancient bronze bell, sending out a heaven-shaking loud sound, the amazing sound waves spreading like ripples, causing many Xiao family geniuses to recoil back and forth, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. However, this ancient bronze bell also blocked this wave of attacks, resting like a rock and not showing any breakage. Jiangling, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Xiaofeng, could not help but look back with a look of surprise in his eyes. Brother Su, what other cards are there? Hurry up and use them. I can't hold out for long. Su Anning wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile on his face as he pinched his hands together in a sealing technique, pouring all of his spiritual energy unreservedly into the ancient bronze bell, doing his best to urge it on. And his true cultivation level was clearly the 5th level of the Zunshe realm. Lu Chuan didn't make a move. Instead, he put his hands behind his back, looked at Yun Shangyue, and commanded, "There's no need to keep your hands off. Kill them all." Chapter 134, The Congenital Dao Body's First Show of Power. Su Anning was confused when she heard this. A mate at the first level of the Dao transformation realm was going to kill all 25 geniuses of the Xiao family? Are you kidding me? Yes, sir. In Su Anning's dumbfounded gaze, Yun Qianxue, however, nodded solemnly, her pretty face very serious. Her feet stepped forward, and she actually disappeared like a ghost in the ancient bronze bell, her figure everywhere in all directions. Saint rank technique. Phantom steps, clanging. The next moment, without waiting for the Xiao family's group of geniuses to find where Yin Shanyue's true body was, a snowy sword chi suddenly blossomed, like a hanging Milky Way dropping down, overwhelmingly sharp, shaking the 8 directions. That sword chi was too sharp and terrifying, sweeping across in just an instant, directly severing the bodies of 5 Xiao family geniuses, followed by the bodies that broke in 2 directly exploding, turning into a blood mist, and destroying their forms and souls. This breath, holy rank treasure sword? On the side, Su Anning's eyes almost glazed over, her head buzzing, almost unable to believe her eyes. Isn't she Lu Chen's maid? Where's the holy sword? One must know that there weren't many treasures of this level even in the Xianyu Holy Land, and other than those few Saint Realm powerhouses, not many people were qualified to possess them. It's actually a Saint-ranked treasure sword. The Xiao family's group of geniuses were also startled. Immediately afterward, they were ecstatic in their hearts. and their eyes were glowing, full of greed and fire. As long as they killed Yun Shangyue, this holy sword would be theirs. Why does this sword look a bit familiar? Lu Chuan also stroked his chin and quickly recognized that this sword was the same one that he had given to Song Xuan back then. Obviously, when Song Xuan learned that Lu Chen was going to take Yun Shangyue into the Xianyu Holy Land, she secretly gave the holy sword to Yun Shangyue so that Yun Shangyue could protect Lu Chen's safety. After Yun Shangyue chopped out a shocking sword, the position of her main body was also exposed. Seek death. A Shao family Zunsha realm 9th level expert let out a sharp cry, bursting into anger. Killing intent flickering in his eyes as he directly locked onto Yun Shangyue. He swung a battle axe. Arcs of electricity intertwined, erupting a strong and terrifying power fluctuation. Lightning-like cleaving towards Yun Shangyue. Yun Shangyue was difficult to dodge. Immediately her legs sank. Her body strength unreservedly erupted, and the holy sword in her hand blossomed with bright light, sweeping upwards, sparring a blow with it. When the two weapons collided like a thunderous boom, erupting into a terrifying beam of light. Yun Shangyue was shaken out by the other party's blow, but she used the force to retreat, once again performing the phantom steps. Her figure flickered and arrived behind another Shao family genius. Her hand rose and her sword fell, lording it over the other party with a sword. Although it was the first time she had killed someone, Yun Shangyue's pretty face was a little pale, but her eyes were incomparably determined. Her essence was united, and the moves that she had trained countless times on weekdays were once again performed. This is the first time I've fought for His Majesty, and I must not let him down. Yun Shangyue's gaze was resolute as she simultaneously executed several saint-rank techniques, her innate Dao body showing its sharpness for the first time. It's actually the first level of the Zunsha realm cultivation. She's hiding her cultivation as well. How can this girl be so strong? You call that a maid of honor? Suanning on the side looked directly dumbfounded and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. The scene in front of him was too outrageous and somewhat beyond his imagination. Although Yun Shangyue was at the first level of the Zunsha realm, but when she chopped down with her sword, even a 5th or 6th level Zunsha realm expert couldn't block it. Moreover, she had just taken a hard hit from a 9th level Zunsha realm expert, but she was unharmed. What a horror! Lu Chun, however, was not surprised at all, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. If you can't be invincible in the same realm, then what's the point of calling yourself a chi heroine? One must know that the innate Dao body that Yun Shangyue possessed was not only the strongest in the Taichou continent. Even if it was placed above the 9 heavens, it was one of the strongest special physiques in the world. What's more, Yun Shangyue had been following Gu Ruoshi and Song Xuan and the others in their cultivation over this period of time, and Gu Ruoshi and Song Xuan had taught Yun Shangyue their own martial arts insights and sensibilities in this life without reservation. Yun Shangyue possessed an innate Taoist body. Her enlightenment was extremely amazing, and she had comprehended many techniques and martial arts sensibilities to a very high level, only that she hadn't been practiced in actual combat. This battle was just enough to sharpen her up. Everyone back off. Xiao Hong Xiao Chang, follow me. Seeing two more Shao family geniuses being killed by Yun Shangyue, that Zunsha realm 9th level expert couldn't bear it any longer and let out a stern cry, striking out to try to block Yun Shangyue while giving orders to the other Shao family geniuses. Yun Shangyue had cultivated the phantom steps to a very high level, unpredictable, with a bizarre figure that was difficult to capture. The advantage of having a large number of Shao family members had instead turned into a disadvantage. Yun Shangyue flickered in the crowd one after another. Even if she was captured in her true form, she often had to take into account the fellow Shao family members next to her so as not to accidentally injure them, which in turn caused people to tie their hands. Yun Shangyue was very shrewd and didn't make a move on those Shao family experts with the strongest strength, but instead killed the ones in the Dao transformation realm first, and then the Zunsha realm. Kill. The 10 surviving Shao family geniuses quickly retreated, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Cheng roared in anger and jointly killed Yun Shangyue. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Zunsha realm. In an instant, Yun Shangyue was jointly surrounded by 3 Zunsha realm 9th level experts. No good. At this moment, Su Anning and Jiang Ling were both startled. Their hearts fluttered, but they were too late to help, and could only watch as all the attacks of the 3 Zunsha realm 9th level experts blasted towards Yun Shangyue. At this critical moment of 1,000 pounds, Yun Shangyue's eyes were calm and resolute, and there was a mysterious fluctuation spreading on her body, as if it resonated with the heaven and earth, and a kind of ineffable Tao and potential enveloped her. Clank! Yun Shangyue swung her sword horizontally. Brilliant sword chi blossomed, not only blocking the weapons and attacks of the 3 Zunsha realm 9th level experts at the same time, but also flickering in the same direction, just like a ghost, rushing out of the 3 people's encirclement at an unbelievable angle. What a subtle move! Su Anning had a hint of shock and admiration in her eyes, and was truly a bit of an eye-opener. Yun Xianxue was not hard to receive the attacks of the three people, but to perform an extremely skillful move, as if the 4-2 pivot 1000 gene, the three people's attacks linked together, cancel each other out, and did not receive much impact themselves. To be able to skillfully defuse the combined attacks of 3 9th-level experts of the Zunshe realm with a first-level cultivation of the Zunshe realm was truly something that no ordinary person could do. And even Su Anning didn't have this certainty. After Yun Xianxue rushed out of the encirclement of the 3 Zunshe realm experts, she once again executed the illusory shadow steps and turned around to kill the 10 weaker Shao family disciples. In less than a breath of effort, Yun Xianxue's hand rose and fell with her sword, beheading another Shao family disciple. Asshole! You mongrel thing! Die for me! Seeing that most of the genius disciples of the Shao family had fallen, even Xiao Feng couldn't stand to watch. His eyes were a little red and incomparably angry, and after shocking Jiang Ling back with his sword, he immediately swung his sword to kill Yun Xianxue. Chapter 135, Thwarting Xiao Feng. Who gave you permission to harm this saint's son's maid? Just when Xiao Feng was about to kill in front of Yun Xianxue, a ghostly voice sounded in his ears like a demon god whispering, causing Xiao Feng to be startled violently. He turned around with a huff and realized that at some point Lu Duan had actually come to his side. Seek death. Xiao Feng was not surprised, but rather delighted, not expecting Lu Chen to actually dare to take the initiative to rush over to his death. Master Su, come back here. When Jiang Ling and Su Anning in the distance saw this, their hearts and livers trembled, and their souls were about to fly away in fear, not realizing that Lu Chuan, who was only at the first level of the Zunshe realm cultivation, actually dared to take the initiative to rush in front of Xiao Feng. It's simply a giveaway. One must know that Xiao Feng was not an ordinary person. He was originally a top genius with extraordinary battle prowess. Not to mention that he was still 8 small realms higher in cultivation than Lu Chen. Lu Chuan's strike was too sudden, and he was too close to Xiao Feng, so Jiang Ling and Su Anning were both too late to stop him. Jia, die! Xiao Feng was overjoyed in his heart and had a sardonic smile on his face. He was just about to kill Lu Dust, but he didn't expect the other party to come straight to his door. Giggle! Xiao Feng was surrounded by a murderous aura. His berserk and terrifying spiritual energy exploded without reservation, and the black long sword in his hand blazed with a dark light that was very terrifying and shocking, directly chopping towards Lu Dust's head. It was as if Xiao Feng had already seen the scene of Lu Chen being split in half by his sword. In this flash of lightning, Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up with golden light. A brilliant imperial might erupted from his body, and in a trance there was even the sound of a dragon's roar and tiger's whistle. Clanging, Lu Chuan casually pulled out an ancient sword. The great completion green lotus sword skill was executed, and the green-colored sword chi blossomed in this place, just like a lotus flower in full bloom, and it was overpowering and unparalleled. When the two swords clashed, emitting an ear-splitting metallic trill, as if 1,000 thunderbolts exploded at the same time, shaking the ears of the surrounding crowd as if they were about to shatter. Amidst the dumbfounded gazes of Su Anning and Jiang Ling, Xiao Feng was actually shocked out of the room by Lu Chuan's sword, his body staggering and a strand of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Fake it. Am I under an illusion? Su Anning couldn't help but murmur and gave a firm squeeze towards her large crotch, wanting to try and see if she was hallucinating. In the next moment, the intense pain caused him to suck in a breath of cold air and grimace. It's not an illusion. But Lu Chen is clearly only at the first level of the Zunshe realm cultivation. How could a sword strike injure Xiao Feng, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshe realm? If it were Moon Spirit Fairy or Gu Changsheng in the same realm, I'm afraid they would be far from being able to do this, right? Not to mention Su Anning, even Jiang Ling and the other geniuses of the Shao clan froze, their eyes glaring round. They all wondered if they were hallucinating, too. I don't believe you're really that strong. There must be something odd about that sword just now. I don't believe you can still cut out a second sword. Xiao Feng's face twisted a little, unable to accept that he was injured by Lu Chen, who had a cultivation of the first level of the Zunshe realm. He roared in anger, exploding 12% of his strength under his rage as he swung his sword once again to kill Lu Dust. When Lu Chen looked indifferent and casually waved the ancient sword in his hand, chopping out blazing sword chi and once again sparring with Xiao Feng. In an instant, the roar shook the ears as two distinct sword chi collided together before exploding, spreading in all directions with the two as the center. The shock caused the surrounding boulders to shatter and ancient trees to break, forming an amazing cyclone. But a shocking scene occurred for both of them. Xiao Feng once again spewed out a large mouthful of blood. This time it was directly flying out horizontally, ruthlessly smashing into a stone wall, smashing the sturdy stone wall into pieces, leaving a human-shaped mark that could not be gouged down, and was seriously injured. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did you get so strong? Xiao Feng's face twisted and his Dao heart nearly shattered. He couldn't accept that he had actually been seriously injured by a sword strike from Lu Chuan, who was only at the first level of the Zunshi realm. He's the top genius of the Shao family that comes along once in 10,000 years. Other than Fairy Moon Spirit and that holy lord of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, he was confident that he was not weaker than anyone else in the same realm. Vegetables, just practice more. Lu Chen had his hands behind his back, his body was long and straight, and there was a hint of a playful smile on his handsome face as he condescended to look down on Xiaofeng. In fact, with Lu Chuan's own strength, it was unknown if he could even fight, let alone seriously injure Xiaofeng. So Ludum opened up. As a contemporary human emperor, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Lu Chen had dragon chi and human emperor chi and human race chi coexisting in his sea of consciousness. Lu Chen was able to possess strength far beyond his own cultivation just by fusing the dragon chi into his body. Just like the second prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, when he was in the royal capital, by virtue of the Jade Seal of Transmission, integrating the dragon chi into his body, he skyrocketed directly from the 5th cultivation level of the June realm to the peak of the 9th level of the June realm, and was not far away from the sacred realm. The dragon chi in Lu Chen's body wasn't much, but it was still possible to hang Xiaofeng across a few minor realms. This was what made Lu Chen fearless of the Shao family's threats. How could I possibly lose to you? Xiaofeng's body trembled, his teeth were about to be clenched, and his eyes glowed a little red as he let out a low roar and decisively cast a forbidden secret art. Boom! In an instant, a ghastly black aura began to fill his body, and all of his blood and life burned, in exchange for which his strength skyrocketed, actually impacting towards the June realm. But how could Lu Chen give him a chance to transform? Lu Chen sneered. His body was surrounded by golden light, and as he walked like a dragon, he directly chopped out a powerful and incomparable sword aura, accompanied by a terrifying sword intent that filled the air, and lightning-like chopped towards Xiaofeng. Don't hurt my young master. Just then, 3 roars rang out in unison. It was those 3 Shao family Zunshi realm 9th level experts who saw that Xiaofeng was seriously injured and immediately left Yanshanhua behind and teamed up to kill Lu Dust to save Xiaofeng. But by this time, Jiang Ling and Su Anning had also reacted, and their speeds were equally not slow, rushing behind Lu Chuan one after the other, striking out with all their might to stop the 3 of them. Those 3 Shao family experts could then only watch as Lu Duan pierced Xiaofeng's head with his sword. No! The 3 Shao family experts immediately went black and could not help but let out a cry of sorrow. Together. Go to hell! A bizarre scene happened. Xiaofeng's head was pierced through by Lu Chuan's sword, but not half a bit of blood flowed out. His hideous and horrible face grinned as he grasped the black ancient sword in his hand and violently stabbed at Lu Chuan. At this moment, the cultivation power in his body had clearly come to the 1st level of the June realm. The distance between the two was too close for Lu Chuan to dodge. Chapter 136, The Terrible Lu Chen. The pitch-black ancient sword was surrounded with a prancing devilish aura. Its breath was cold and horrible, as if it had rushed out from the underworld, chopping at Lu Dust like lightning. This was the strongest sword that Xiaofeng had chopped out in a desperate attempt to die. No good. In the terrified gazes of Jiang Ling and Su Anning and Yun Shanxi, Lu Chuan was not the least bit panicked, and the golden light in his eyes became more and more blazing, and in a trance a dragon's roar sounded. Lu Chuan's left hand flashed with golden light and actually grew dragon scales, directly transforming into a dragon's claw as he grabbed the black ancient sword. Xiaofeng roared. His June realm 1st level strength erupted with full force, and the sword chi of the black ancient sword in his hand blazed more and more as he pushed forward horizontally with all his might. However, the black ancient sword was firmly grasped by Lu Chuan, and was actually unable to move an inch. Too weak. In Xiaofeng's terrified gaze, Lu Chuan indifferently opened his mouth and slowly clenched his left hand, and along with a heart-pounding cracking sound, the black ancient sword was actually crushed hard. In the next moment, Lu Chen grabbed Xiaofeng's neck and lifted him up stiffly. No! No way! How did you get so strong? Xiaofeng's body was trembling, almost falling into a frenzy. The strength of Lu Chen's strength had completely exceeded common sense and was incomprehensible. He wanted to escape so badly, but he couldn't. Giggle! Lu Chen didn't bother to say any more nonsense, and 2 beams of golden light burst out from his eyes, directly piercing through Xiaofeng's skull, causing his head to explode and turn into a mist of blood, thus falling. Young lord! When those remaining Shao family geniuses saw this, they immediately went black and let out a grief-stricken yell. There's no need to rush. You should all go down to be with him next. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth hooked into a cruel smile as his body flashed, directly arriving at those 3 Zunshi realm 9th level experts as his dragon claw bloomed with golden light and slapped down on his head. A berserk and terrifying power erupted with brilliant imperial might. Too powerful and terrifying. Although the 3 Zunshi realm 9th level experts crossed their weapons to resist at the first time, they were all shaken by Lu Chen's claw. The ground crumbled under their feet, and the corners of their mouths couldn't stop the blood from spilling. Suffering from heavy injuries, the power of both sides was simply not on the same level. Clank! Taking advantage of the heavy blows the three of them suffered, Jiang Ling immediately slashed out with his sword. The snowy sword chi was sharp and unrivaled, directly chopping off the heads of the three of them. Those few Shao family geniuses in the distance didn't escape either. Yun Xianxue tried her best to strike, holding a holy sword in her hand, with extraordinary battle strength, and soon killed them one by one, none escaping. At this point, Shao Feng as well as the 25 Shao family geniuses had all fallen. Jiang Ling and Su Anning looked at the corpses on the ground. Their eyes were in a bit of a trance, only feeling as if they were dreaming. First, the maid with a cultivation of the first level of the Dao transformation realm suddenly erupted with a cultivation of the first level of the Zunshi realm, and she was even holding a holy sword in her hand, easily crossing over the ranks to kill her enemies. And then Lu Chuan, who only had a cultivation of the first level of the Zunshi realm, was easily hitting Shao Feng with a heavy sword. And even though the other party had exerted a forbidden secret art and exchanged his life for greater strength, he was directly crushed by Lu Chuan. It's nothing short of a miracle. Even the young great emperors in the ancient records simply couldn't do this, could they? Jiang Ling and Su Anning's gazes fell on Lu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. What are they all looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Lu Chen touched his face and was a bit puzzled. Brother Su, how did you get so strong? Su Anning silently swallowed and couldn't help but ask. At the mention of this matter, Lu Chen looked serious and said, "You guys don't know. 2.5 years ago, when I was practicing in the middle of the great wilderness, I unintentionally fell into a mountain cliff, but accidentally found a mysterious tomb. I obtained a holy sword from it, as well as several holy rank techniques, and a mysterious elixir, which after taking it, directly obtains a mysterious power that is usually silent in the Dantian, and once activated, it can explode into a power at the level of the monarch realm." Lu Chuan looked like he was taking things seriously, causing Su Anning and Jiang Ling to look at each other in disbelief. Although Lu Chuan's explanation is a bit unreliable looking, Lu Chuan's strength is even more outrageous. This explanation is not completely impossible. By the way, it's best not to tell Master Teacher about this matter. You guys know what I mean, right? Lu Chen stared at Jiang Ling and Su Anning with a warm smile on his face. For some reason, Jiang Ling and Su Anning actually saw a hint of threat from Lu Chen's sunny and cheerful smile. Don't worry, brother Su. We are good brothers. I definitely won't tell anyone about this. Su Anning patted his chest and said with conviction, after we leave the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, I'll say that it was the three of us who joined forces and killed Shao Feng and the genius of the Shao family after a bitter battle. Right, senior sister Jiang? Su Anning squeezed her eyes towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's complexion was a bit complicated as she gently nodded. In her mind, Lu Chen's image became more and more mysterious and extraordinary. Jiang Ling and Su Anning both knew that Lu Chen had a big secret on him and didn't want Nangong Feiyu to know about it. But what does it matter? With Lu Chen's supreme talent, in the future, he was definitely going to become the Holy Lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land, becoming a generation of world-defying powerhouses, becoming an existence that they all had to look up to. Therefore, it was naturally self-evident whether one should be on Lu Chen's side or Nangong Feiyu's side. Seeing the complex and shocked looks on their faces, Lu Chen just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. It would naturally be best if Jiang Ling and Su Anning could help him keep the secret. If they still reveal it to Nangong Feiyu, Lu Dust has no fear. At most it will be a little more troublesome to gain Nangong Feiyu's trust, not much of an impact. By the way, old Su, I just saw you use the staying shadow stone. Lu Chen looked toward Su Anning. Su Anning nodded and directly took out the shadow retention stone and handed it to Lu Chen for inspection. From the moment Shao Feng and the geniuses of the Shao family appeared, Su Anning began to leave a shadow record until the 25 geniuses of the Shao family united to strike, and Su Anning immediately put away the shadow-keeping stone and fully activated the large ancient bronze bell. The record of the shadow-retaining stone also came to an abrupt end, without recording the scenes that followed. After Lu Chen finished reading it, he nodded in satisfaction and returned the shadow-retaining stone to Su Anning. With this record of shadow-retaining stones in place, the Shao family's plot against the Xianyu sacred ground was confirmed. This also explained why Shao Feng was so hostile to Lu Chen and must put Lu Chen to death. The Shao family wanted to annex the Xianyu sacred ground, so naturally, they did not want a supreme genius like Lu Chen to appear in the Xianyu sacred ground, which was a huge threat to the Shao family. What's more, Shao Feng also coveted the Moon Spirit Fairy, but Lu Chen proposed to Nangong Feiyu to marry the Moon Spirit Fairy, which was naturally something Shao Feng could not tolerate. Lu Chen suddenly said, right, after we leave the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, let's not rush to explain this matter to our master. After we return to the sacred ground, when no one is there in private, we'll inform our master about this matter. The Shao family is secretly plotting against the Xianyu Holy Land. If it is directly revealed in public, it will definitely lead to the outbreak of conflict between the Xianyu Holy Land and the Shao family. The Xianyu Holy Land is already weak. and then fighting with the Shao family will be even worse, and may be taken advantage of by the other Holy Lands. Chapter 137, The Great Evil of the Monarch Realm. But, Shao Feng brought 25 geniuses from the Shao family to set out to intercept you, and this must have been authorized by the Shao family's senior management as well. Now that they're all dead, the Shao family will definitely guess that their plot has been foiled, and the news won't be able to be hidden after all. Jiang Ling frowned slightly with a worried look on her face. It's not the same. Lu Chen shook his head and said, if we blatantly reveal this matter, it would be the same as putting the contradictions and conflicts between the Shao family and the Xianyu Sacred Land in the open. And the Xianyu Sacred Land, in order to maintain the majesty and face of the Sacred Land, would surely have to take direct action against the Shao family, which would in turn lead to the two forces erupting into a great war. But if we tell Master Teacher privately, we will be able to shift the conflict into the shadows. And even if the Xianyu Sacred Ground still wants to make a move against the Shao family, we don't need to make a big deal out of it. And we can do it in a much more secretive manner. Although the Shao family is not as strong as the Xianyu Sacred Ground, there are ultimately 3 Sacred Realm powerhouses. So if they were to fight directly with the Xianyu Sacred Ground, the other Sacred Grounds might take advantage of the opportunity to fall on the Xianyu Sacred Ground and strike at it. Of course, the specifics of how to deal with the Shao family will depend on what Master and the other Xianyu Sacred Land senior elders want. Lu Chuan's words caused Jiang Ling to come to a realization. Understood. Jiang Ling nodded, and then looked at Lu Duan with some concern, saying, Shao Feng and the 25 geniuses of the Shao family have failed to join forces to assassinate you. I'm afraid that the Shao family will only hold a grudge against you even more, and your family and friends may be targeted by the Shao family. You must be more careful, senior brother, and you can ask for help from your master. I understand. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Lu Dust nodded with a smile as well. After tidying up the battlefield a little and destroying the corpses, Lu Chuan and his group continued to move forward, heading to a treasure of opportunity in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, the Moon Reflecting Lake. This place has a spiritual spring, called the Half Moon Spring, has many wonderful uses, directly swallowed to grow cultivation, to be used to take a bath can be quenched physical body, to be used to alchemy can be used to cure injuries, recovery of spiritual power, very precious and rare. It was a pity that the Half Moon Spring was not of a high grade, and was only useful to martial artists with cultivation levels of the Zun Realm and below, and strong Jun Realm practitioners could not grow their cultivation levels by refining the Half Moon Spring, and the Half Moon Springs aren't that easy to get. There were quite a few ferocious beasts with terrifying strength living in the reflecting moon lake, also feeding on the Half Moon Spring, and their numbers were extremely high. So if you wanted to obtain the Half Moon Spring you would have to defeat the ferocious beasts in the reflecting moon lake to be able to do so. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan and his group arrived at the Moon Reflecting Lake. It was a wide lake that could not be seen to the end. The water of the lake was pure and clear. A wisp of spiritual chi vaporized. The surrounding ancient trees were clustered. The grass and trees flourished. The scenery was very beautiful. The center of the lake was dotted with several small islands like pearls. The Half Moon Spring is located on one of those very islands. When Lu Chuan and his group arrived, a fierce battle was erupting in the lake. A full 5 teams joined forces, adding up to more than 100 Xianyu Holy Land disciples, rushing towards the lake island from different directions, all aiming for the Half Moon Spring. The lake was filled with large waves, and all sorts of ferocious beasts rushed out, most of which were surprisingly at the Dao Transformation Realm cultivation, and not a few at the Zun Shi Realm cultivation, posing a great threat to the Xianyu Sacred Ground disciples. If it was a one-on-one single combat, the Xianyu Holy Land disciples were definitely superior, with their single strength being stronger than the ferocious beasts. But there were too many of these ferocious beasts. The disciples of the Xianyu Sacred Land had killed quite a number of ferocious beasts and dyed the surface of the lake red, but there were still densely packed ferocious beasts that surrounded them, making it difficult for them to get close to the island at the center of the lake. Let's go. Let's strike too. Jiang Ling gripped a silver longsword and prepared to strike. There's no rush. However, she was stopped by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and there were wisps of golden light flickering in his eyes. His eyesight and perception far exceeded that of normal people, and he keenly noticed the abnormality of the Moon Reflecting Lake. Brother Su, those brothers and sisters in front of us aren't weak. There are also a few experts at the 9th level of the Zun Shi Realm cultivation. If they get the jump on us, I'm afraid that there won't be any of us left in the Half Moon Spring. Su Anning was a bit puzzled and anxious. The Half Moon Spring was not a large number, definitely not enough for those 100 or so people to share. Lu Dust shook his head. No, they can't get through. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Ling and Su Anning were both a bit puzzled. Without waiting for Lu Chen to explain, a sudden change occurred. Wow! In the midst of the boiling lake, a black shadow suddenly rushed out like lightning. Too fast. with a terrifying aura permeating its body. It was a black two-headed snake that was 3 feet long, and its tail was like a steel whip as it flung it violently, emitting a sonic boom that sent the strongest ones of the Xianyu Sacred Ground's disciples flying sideways, spewing blood from their mouths and nearly passing away on the spot. Hiss! The 2 heads of that two-headed snake hissed in unison, actually spewing out blazing flames from one head and raging waves of water from the other, transforming into a water tornado with a rather terrifying power that enveloped a dozen or so Xianyu Sacred Ground disciples at once. Those disciples didn't even have time to let out a scream, dying on the spot, their bodies bursting into pieces. No good. It's actually a great evil with a June realm cultivation. A crowd of Xianyu Holy Land disciples' hairs stood up and sweat and chills ran down their spines. Being scared out of their wits, they immediately turned around and ran. This two-headed serpent was actually at the cultivation level of the June realm. Even if it was only the first level of the June realm, his breath was still not too stable, and it was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago. However, it was not something that a disciple of the Xianyu Holy Land with the cultivation of the Zunshi realm could resist. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 disciples scattered as birds and beasts, wishing to grow a few more legs, and rushed madly towards the lake. But there were also some unlucky ones who ran slower who were caught up by the two-headed snake and directly swallowed them in one bite. This change was too sudden and beyond everyone's expectations. Jiang Ling and Su Anning's hearts were even beating wildly as they coincidentally looked at Lu Duan, their eyes filled with astonishment. Those disciples at the 9th level of the Zunshi realm cultivation were unable to detect the presence of the two-headed snake even this close to it, but Lu Chuan had discovered it ahead of time at the lake. How incredible! Seeing that the group of disciples had all fled, Lu Chen clapped his hands and said, "Now there's no one to compete with us for the half-moon spring. It's our turn." Jiang Ling and Su Anning glanced at each other, both gripping the weapons in their hands tightly. If it was before, when they encountered a ferocious beast with the cultivation level of the June realm, they would definitely turn their heads and run away, not making a move, because you really can't beat. But with Lu Duan around, it would be possible to put up a fight. After all, Xiao Feng had previously burned his life through a forbidden secret technique, briefly bursting out with the first level of strength of the monarch realm, and was still easily killed by Lu Chen. It was thought that killing this ferocious beast wouldn't be a problem. At that thought, Jiang Ling and Su Anning couldn't help but feel uplifted in their hearts, and their gazes toward Lu Duan gained a trace of respect. Especially Jiang Ling. She was originally ordered to protect Lu Chen, but now it was she who had to be protected by Lu Chen, a feeling that caused her to have a slightly complicated mood. Chapter 138, One Sword. 1 second. Hiss dash. The black two-headed snake repelled more than 100 Xianyu Sacred Ground disciples and coiled on the water surface, tilting its head back and hissing, its eyes full of complacency and ferocity, just like an overlord. The many surrounding aquatic ferocious beasts were prostrate on the water surface, their eyes filled with awe, submitting to the black two-headed snake, not daring to disobey. However, right at this moment, 4 unknowing human races actually stepped into the moon-reflecting lake, looking calm and collected as they directly charged towards the black two-headed snake. "When you see my father, instead of running away, you take the initiative to walk towards me?" The black two-headed snake was almost infuriated and laughed. Its eyes were incomparably fierce, and its grim gaze stared straight at the 4 of them at Lu Dust. When one's cultivation level reached the June realm, even wild ferocious beasts had been primed with a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, and were no longer lowly ferocious beasts with only animal instincts. It didn't directly strike, and even let out a low roar, causing the other ferocious beasts to refrain from striking as well, releasing the 4 of them over to Lu Chuan. When Lu Chuan and the 4 of them arrived in front of him, the black two-headed snake directly rose up and snapped, like a black lightning bolt slicing through, its huge and hard tail waving like a steel whip, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. The surrounding ferocious beasts even quickly dispersed and surrounded the 4 Lu Chuan, blocking all retreats. Facing the attack of the great fierce of the June realm, Lu Chuan didn't dodge or avoid. A ray of golden light lit up in his eyes as he casually drew out an ancient sword. Clanging, the crisp sword chants resounded in all directions, and the green lotus sword intent erupted, accompanied by wisps of golden light blossoming, violently colliding with the black two-headed snake's tail, which actually emitted an ear-splitting metallic trill, and there were flames splashing in all directions. The 2 terrifying forces sparred against each other, setting off monstrous waves of water with an astonishing sound. Lu Chuan stood proudly in place, not retreating an inch, his head full of black hair fluttering in the wind, his pair of eyes deep and calm, his temperament becoming more and more divine and martial. Jiang Ling, who was on the side, froze her gaze for a moment, her heart beating fast, looking at Lu Chen's handsome side face, a little infatuated. It's a pity that Master Su already has a favorite. Jiang Ling remembered something, and suddenly her gaze dimmed a few points. Your Majesty is so strong, so handsome. On the other side, Yun Shanhua's heartbeat also accelerated as she looked up at Lu Chuan's handsome and peerless figure, and a strange sentiment surged in her heart. At her current age, when she was a young girl in her prime, how could she not be moved when she met a world-defying emperor like Lu Chen? Hiss! The black two-headed snake was shaken out by Lu Chuan's sword, and the hard tail covered with black scales was actually hard chopped out with a crack, with dark green blood seeping out, enough to make one's scalp numb. Seeing that he was actually injured by a human mole in the Zunshi realm, the black two-headed snake was furious, and its two heads hissed and roared in unison, spewing out a blazing flame, as well as a raging water tornado, which swept towards Lu Dust. This was its bloodline aptitude, and when it was cast with a cultivation level of the monarch realm, its power was extremely terrifying. As strong as Jiang Ling was, his body was all taut at the moment, feeling a strong sense of death threat. Only Lu Chen was not afraid in the slightest. The golden light in his eyes became more and more blazing, and his dragon chi revolved, along with the endless golden light lit up, transforming into a golden divine dragon, up to 1,000 feet in length, radiating brilliant dragon might. Anon! The golden divine dragon roared up to the sky, and the thrilling sound of the dragon's roar caused the black two-headed snake's heart and liver to tremble. Its eyes filled with fear, and its body couldn't control itself as it fell to its knees. Divine dragons have a natural suppression of serpentine beasts. The golden divine dragon swung its tail violently, directly shattering all the fiery flames and water tendrils spewed out by the black two-headed snake, ruthlessly striking it, causing the black two-headed snake to scream miserably and directly fly out horizontally. Clank! Lu Chuan's figure flashed. The phantom step was activated, ghostly appearing in front of the black two-headed snake. The ancient sword in his hand was blazingly powerful and sharp, accompanied by a strong and terrifying burst of sword intent, chopping down on his head. Although the black two-headed snake tried its best to resist, it was still chopped off two heads by Lu Chuan's sword. Woohoo! Seeing that the black two-headed snake was killed by Lu Chuan's sword, the many surrounding beasts all let out a frightened whimper and immediately dived into the water, dispersing in a flurry. That's strong. Even though it wasn't the first time they had seen it, Jiang Ling and Su Anning were still deeply shocked, and their eyes were filled with a look of awe. Lu Chuan was clearly at the first level of the Zunshi realm, yet he was able to easily kill a great evil of the first level of the Jun realm. How unbelievable was that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, and someone else had told them there was such a thing, they would never have believed it. Can't it be that what senior brother Su said previously was true? Did he really refine an elixir under the cliff and gain a mysterious power? Jiang Ling and Su Anning glanced at each other, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that Lu Chen's explanation seemed to be true. Otherwise this can't be explained at all. Go! Lu Chuan smiled faintly, the golden light in his eyes dispersed, his dragon chi collected, and he took large strides towards the island in the center of the lake. On these lake islands, in addition to the half-moon springs, there were quite a few spirit medicines growing, including many 5th and 6th rank spirit medicines, which were all very helpful to Zunshi realm experts. Lu Chuan didn't need it and let Jiang Ling and Su Anning and Yun Shanhua split it. And then, the four of them, Lu Chuan, arrived on the half-moon spring. This is a natural stone spring of 1 zhang in length with a half-moon-shaped mouth, hence its name. The half-moon spring was a light golden color, emitting a rich fluctuation of life, and just breathing in a breath would make one's body soothe, as if one was about to ascend to immortality. Lu Chuan proposed, let's split these half-moon springs equally. Make it not make it not make it. Su Anning, however, quickly waved her hand and said, to be able to get the half-moon spring, it all relies on Master Su's decapitation of that Jun realm great fierce. We didn't contribute much. I just need to be able to share a little half-moon spring and that's good enough. I don't have the face to take so much. For nothing. Jiang Ling also nodded. Not bad. We only need a bottle of half-moon spring and that's enough. It's better for senior brother Su to put the rest away. Okay. Lu Chuan didn't force himself and took out 2 jade bottles as big as kettles, filled 2 bottles full and handed them to Su Anning and Jiang Ling. Brother Su. Make no mistake, make no mistake. Both Su Anning and Jiang Ling couldn't help but gulp as they waved their hands back and forth. They had intended to take only a small bottle, but they never expected Lu Chen to directly fill a large pot. Although they also wanted it, the half-moon spring was too precious, and they hadn't put in much effort. So where was the sense in taking so many benefits from Lu Chen? We're all brothers. Why are you so polite? If you guys still think of me as a senior, then don't be polite to me. Lu Chuan did not allow himself to be told and directly shoved these 2 large bottles of half-moon spring to Su Anning and Jiang Ling. In fact, these 2 large bottles of half-moon spring only accounted for roughly less than 1/5 of the bottle, which was nothing to Lu Chen. Brother Su, you're so good to me. Su Anning was instantly moved to tears, and was quite grateful as she held Lu Chen's hand. Go, 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 go. Lu Chuan had a vicious chill and slapped Su Anning's hand away without any good humor. Chapter 139, Half Moon Spring Bathing. Senior Brother Su. Thank you. Jiang Ling held a large pot of Half Moon Spring. Her heart was also very touched. Her vermilion lips gently opened, and she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. You're welcome. It's all I should do. Lu Chen waved his hand smilingly and took out a few more jade bottles, filling them with several bottles of Half Moon Spring. One bottle was distributed to Yun Xianxue, one bottle was kept for his own use, and the other few bottles could be taken out to Lu Jianyun, as well as the martial arts experts trained by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Seeing that half of the Half Moon Spring was still left, under the dumbfounded gazes of Jiang Ling's trio, Lu Chuan directly jumped in and took a bath with the Half Moon Spring. Although it was said that the Half Moon Spring bath could strengthen the physical body and physique, it consumed a lot of spring water, which was too much of a waste, so it would be better to take it to alchemy or directly refine it, so as to utilize the Half Moon Spring to its fullest effect. The one who directly took the Half Moon Spring to soak in a bath. So extravagant. It was estimated that Lu Chen was still the first one. There's another reason. In the past, when the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm opened, it was a group of disciples who came to compete for the Half Moon Spring, and in the end, each person was able to grab not much, and naturally, it was not enough to take a bath. This time was different. Lu Chuan had almost exclusive access to the Half Moon Spring, and there was more than he could use. Senior sister, Old Su, and Little Schwerer, come take a bath together. Lu Chuan waved towards them. No, it can't. Looking at the 10-foot-long narrow pool, Jiang Ling's beautiful face had a slight blush as she hurriedly shook her head, unwilling to take too many more advantages and benefits from Lu Chen. Su Anning shook her head and refused as well. Your Majesty, Yun Xianxue also just wanted to refuse, but Lu Chen didn't give her a chance to refuse. His figure flashed, and his phantom steps were activated. Taking advantage of Yun Xianxue's inattention, he pulled her into the Half Moon Spring. Yun Xianxue let out a cry of surprise, coupled with the fact that the ancient pool was a bit slippery. She stumbled and fell directly into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen directly hugged her and lay down in the Half Moon Spring, soaking comfortably. When Jiang Ling and Su Anning saw this, their faces were immediately a bit odd, and they very sensibly turned around and left without disturbing the two. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Yun Xianxue's body stiffened. That pretty face was like a ripe apple, so red that it seemed to be able to drip blood, and she scrambled out of Lu Chuan's arms, shrinking to the other side of the Half Moon Spring, with a soft and pitiful look. Very shy. This girl is still too shy. Seeing this, Lu Chuan just smiled faintly and didn't molest her anymore, just quietly admiring her marvelous figure. Although Yun Xianxue wasn't very old, she was already standing in a pavilion, a small lotus only showing its tip, green and beautiful. Yun Xianxue's lips lightly bit, her heart beating fast, not daring to look at Lu Chen's eyes. She simply closed her eyes and silently operated her gong method to absorb and refine the Half Moon Spring. Seeing this, Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head, retracting his gaze as he also began to utilize his gong method to absorb the Half Moon Spring. The Half Moon Spring contained a very majestic and pure energy, and as the two of them operated their gong methods, it instantly dissolved, and a steady stream of energy surged into the two of them, flowing through the meridians and orifices around their bodies, and integrating into every inch of their flesh and blood, pushing the two of them to continuously strengthen their physical bodies. Not only their physical bodies and physiques, but their cultivation levels were also growing rapidly and benefiting greatly. Lu Chuan and Yun Xianxue were both very human, with exceptional natural talent, and they absorbed the Half Moon Spring at a very fast rate. In just a quarter of an hour, the Half Moon Spring was fully absorbed by the two of them, and both Lu Chuan and Yun Xianxue's fleshly bodies and physiques were strengthened considerably, and their cultivation levels were both raised to the third level of the Zunshi realm. A great harvest. At this time, Yun Xianxue's clothes were wet, setting off her marvelous delicate body, like a lotus flower moving. Seeing Lu Chuan staring at himself, Yun Xianxue's pretty face that had not easily recovered reddened again, her heart beating fast as if it was going to pop out, and she hurriedly operated her gong method to steam dry the moisture on her clothes. Lu Chuan withdrew his gaze with some regret, and did not force himself, casually rubbing Yun Xianxue's head. The two of them left the place. After meeting up with Jiang Ling and Su Anning, Lu Chen and his group headed straight to the next resource treasure, 5-Stone Mountain. There was a special earth vein in the 5-Stone Mountain that was capable of breeding a rare heavenly treasure, the Earth Spirit Vine. The Earth Spirit Vine could be refined into a realm-breaking pill, which could drastically increase the speed and success rate of breaking through realms. especially for the Tao transformation realm to break through the exalted realm. The success rate was a full 90%. For the Zunshi realm to break through the Jun realm, the success rate was also 60%, which was already very high. Moreover, unlike ordinary realm-breaking pills, the realm-breaking pill refined with the Earth Spirit Vine had no side effects and did not lead to the symptoms of unstable martial arts foundation and lethargy. However, the Earth Spirit Vine wasn't easy to get. Not only was it growing in an extremely deep underground cave, but it was also in the White Bone Scorpion's lair. The White Bone Scorpion was a very terrifying ferocious beast that might not be too strong in terms of combat power alone, but it possessed a terrifyingly intense poison. It is said that if you are stung, you can be turned into a white bone on the spot, skipping the healing process and opening the table directly. Even a strong person of the Monarch realm would be in danger of dying 9 deaths if they were stung. It was from this that the White Bone Scorpion got its name. The Five-Stone Mountain was densely populated with white bone scorpions that were extremely numerous, and the Xianyu Holy Land had many disciples die in this place in the past. It was also because of this reason that although the Earth Spirit Vine was very precious and rare, every time the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm opened, there were very few people who had the guts to come and collect the Earth Spirit Vine. Senior Brother Su, and Miss Yoon, this is the 7th order elixir clearing and poisoning pill that I have prepared. If you are accidentally stung by the White Bone Scorpion, this pill will also be able to temporarily suppress the poison and buy time for treatment. Before even arriving at Five Stone Mountain, Jiang Ling took out a jade bottle, poured out some green pills from it, and gave 3 pills to each of the 3 Luchen. 7th rank pills were very precious, and with Jiang Ling's status and position, he must have spent a lot of time and effort to get them. She wasn't far from the Jun realm, but if she were to make a breakthrough in normal seclusion, I'm afraid it would take at least 2.5 years. The Earth Spirit Vine could help her skip this process and quickly break through the Jun realm. That was why Jiang Ling had long been prepared and was determined to win the Earth Spirit Vine. Su Anning's face also stared up and said to Lu Chuan, Brother Su, although your strength is very strong, but the White Bone Scorpion not only stings, but also can spew poisonous mist from its abdomen, and can even be poisoned by biting, so it cannot be viewed in a normal way, so you must be careful. Lu Chen nodded, but in his heart, he didn't care too much. He had Dragon Chi to protect his body. Not only was he invulnerable to all evils, but ordinary poisons didn't work on him either, so he wasn't afraid of the White Bone Scorpion's poison at all. Soon, Five Stone Mountain appeared in front of the crowd. These were 5 lofty rocky mountains, bare and unkempt. It was said that these 5 stone mountains were all the territory of the White Bone Scorpion, and they were always active here, and the poison naturally secreted by their bodies accumulated over time, poisoning all the living beings and plants on these 5 large mountains, which was very terrifying. When Lu Chen and his group arrived at this place, they saw from afar that there were 2 other teams arriving, gathering at the bottom of Five Stone Mountain, seemingly discussing a plan of action. When the other party saw Lu Chuan and his group appear, they suddenly looked different. Chapter 140, White Bone Scorpion Lair. These 2 teams were small in number, each having a dozen or so people, adding up to less than 30, but all of them were at the Zunshi realm cultivation, extremely strong. The people at the head of the 2 teams were a white-clothed young man and a pink-clothed woman with an unassuming temperament. It's those 3 disciples of the Holy Lord, and the Holy Sun's maid. When they saw Lu Chuan and his group appear, they all raised their eyebrows in some surprise. Senior Sister Jiang Ling's strength is good. Should we invite them to join forces together? The woman in pink asked in a low voice. Forget it, I don't want to bring 3 tired people with me. The white-clothed youth glanced at the 3 Lu Chuan people with some disdain in his eyes. Even if Lu Chuan displayed his supreme talent and became the holy son of the Xianyu sacred ground, he had no intention of pulling Lu Chuan in. His stance was very condescending. Line it. The pink-clothed woman and the other disciples glanced at each other, hesitated slightly, and ultimately did not say anything more. Although Lu Chuan was gifted with a world-class talent, he only had a cultivation level of the Tao transformation realm when he worshipped the Xianyu sacred ground, and it hadn't been that long since then, so not many people knew that he had already broken through to the exalted realm. Although Su Anning was Nangong Feiyu's personal disciple, he was usually a hangdog and did not have a high presence in the Xianyu holy ground, and the cultivation he had been displaying to the outside world was not high, so he could easily be ignored. As for Yun Qianxue, an ordinary maid, even more so, no one would care. Therefore, the white-clothed young man was not willing to bring along 3 burdens for the sake of one Jiang Ling. Seeing that the other party had no intention of paying attention to them, Lu Chen and his party glanced at them and did not greet them. There were many disciples in the Xianyu sacred ground, and it wasn't necessary to get on good terms with each and every one of them. Lu Chuan and his group came to the other direction of the 5 stone mountains and stopped, carefully observing the 5 stone mountains. It could be seen that the stone mountain was full of densely packed holes, like a beehive. all dug out by the white bone scorpion. The white bone scorpion was a scorpion with a pitch-black body, as small as an inch long and as large as a millstone, with a huge disparity in size, and a strong and weak cultivation aura, ranging from the Chi practicing realm to the Zunsha realm. The most frightening thing was that there were too many white bone scorpions, so densely packed that these 5 stone mountains were like ants' nests. The earth spirit vine grew underneath 5 stone mountain, the deepest part of the white bone scorpion's lair. One could imagine how difficult and dangerous it was to capture the earth spirit vine, needing to kill through the white bone scorpion's lair, and if one was inadvertently poisoned, they would have to pass away on the spot. Jiang Ling and Su Anning glanced at each other. Their bodies flickered with light and coincidentally put on metal armor, covering their entire bodies, not even revealing their eyes, relying solely on their divine sense to perceive. Yun Xianxue also put on a silver armor, holding a holy sword in her hand, her pretty face serious. Lu Chuan had dragon chi to protect his body and did not need metal armor to protect him. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of Jiang Ling and Su Anning, Lu Chuan casually put on a pair of golden armor as well, and walked ahead. Seeing that Lu Duan and his group actually walked directly towards the 5 stone mountain, the white-clothed youth and others not far away froze for a moment. There are countless white bone scorpions in the 5 stone mountain. They actually dared to go straight in hard. Who gave them the courage? Isn't this a death sentence? What a bunch of idiots. The white-clothed youth and the others were all taken aback, not realizing that Lu Chuan and his group were not strong, but they were not small in guts. The white-clothed youth's eyes flickered, and he suddenly put away the several organ puppets that he had originally prepared to use to attract the white bone scorpion's firepower, as well as the beast-repelling pill lure and other items, and said in a deep voice, "Let's follow them up, and let them attract the firepower in the front." The rest of the Xin disciples looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that the white-clothed youth actually wanted to take Lu Chuan and his group to beat the nest. The white-clothed youth had already put on a metal armor and took the lead, not giving them a chance to refuse at all. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples could only put on their metal armor and follow behind the white-clothed youth. Hiss dash. When Lu Chuan and his group broke into the range of the 5 stone mountain, the numerous white bone scorpions around them all raised their eyes, and a cold, menacing gaze stared at them, emitting a sound similar to a hissing roar. There were hundreds of white bone scorpions of various sizes rushing towards Lu Dust and his group, quite violent. Swish! Lu Dust casually waved the ancient sword in his hand. The green sword aura flashed, so fast that people could not react. These hundreds of scorpions are all neatly broken into 2. Dark green blood and venom sprayed out. Even the ground corroded ZZ sound, a string of black smoke. But instead of scaring the other white bone scorpions, the deaths of these hundreds of white bone scorpions stirred up the ferocity of more white bone scorpions, accompanied by a palpitating hissing sound echoing out. Thousands of white bone scorpions rushed towards Lu Chuan and his group, and there were more white bone scorpions in the distance that had been startled. Lu Chuan stepped on his feet and performed the phantom step, leaving a residual shadow on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at a cave that was a full 10 feet long. This was also the main road of the white bone scorpion's lair, able to lead straight into the depths of the underground lair. Yun Shanyue and Jiang Ling and Su Anning also quickly followed, clearing away the white bone scorpions they encountered along the way. The white bone scorpion lair was surrounded by all sorts of white bone scorpions everywhere, front and back, almost blocking the cave and launching ferocious attacks on Lu Chuan and his party. Lu Dust took the lead and opened the way in front. His eyes had a light golden light flashing, and with every chop of his sword, pieces of white bone scorpion bodies would explode and turn into pieces on the ground. Yun Xianxue's trio only needed to clear out the white bone scorpions that were attacking from the side. It was still relatively easy and there was no pressure. Seeing this, the white-clothed youth and the others immediately and decisively followed closely behind Yun Xianxue's trio, which was tantamount to letting Lu Chen alone open the way in front. This behavior caused Yun Shanyue and Jiang Ling and Su Anning to frown with some displeasure in their hearts. The other party has more people and a lot of experts, but they want to take advantage of this kind of advantage, without even saying hello. It is really a bit excessive. Lu Chuan, however, didn't care and didn't even look at them as he continued to advance towards the depths of the white bone scorpion's lair. In front of Lu Chen's terrifying strength, even the white bone scorpions of the Zunsha realm were easily killed without much hindrance at all. Something's not right. 9 out of 10 has to be wrong. How did he break through to the exalted realm? The cave twisted and turned, and although the white-clothed youth and the others couldn't see ahead, their divine sense was able to sense the battle in front of them, and they were shocked and amazed by the strength that Lu Dust had displayed. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chuan killed his way through this main road and managed to kill his way into the deepest part of the white bone scorpion's lair. In the 5-stone mountain underground very deep place, actually is a very vast underground cave, dark and damp. A pair of pairs of ghost green eyes looked over, dense a large, simply cannot count. All are white bone scorpion. On the stone wall of this underground cave, there was a piece of gray-brown vine growing, and its leaves were actually emitting dots of blue light, illuminating this underground cave. It is the Earth Spirit Vine. It was only that the Earth Spirit Vine was located on the stone wall on the other side of the underground cavern, and between Lu Chuan and his party, there was a dense swath of white bone scorpions separating them. Chapter 141, Relentless Counterattack. Shoo! Shut up! After coming to this underground cave, the white-clothed youth has a ray of essence in his eyes flashed. Hand pinch seal. Body spirit power surging, decisively urging a magic treasure shaped like a gossip plate, along with the dense runes lighting up. A hazy glow enveloped all 20 of them. In the next moment, their bodies actually gradually became blurred and disappeared in place. Even their breath was covered up and they were directly invisible. However, this stealth only concealed the traces in aura. The people were still standing in place. If a white-boned scorpion attacked this place, they would still be exposed. But by this time, Lu Chuan and his group had already struck out, erupting with powerful attacks, killing directly into a large group of white-boned scorpions, advancing bit by bit towards the direction of the Earth Spirit Vine. Therefore, Lu Chuan and his party had attracted the attention of most of the white-boned scorpions, and the densely packed white-boned scorpions all killed them, with only a few white-boned scorpions rushing towards the location of the white-clothed young man and the others, which were casually killed by the white-clothed young man. Under the cover of this magic treasure, the white-clothed youth and the others quietly bypassed those white-boned scorpions and advanced from the direction of the edge of the underground cavern, targeting the same Earth Spirit Vine. Since there was no white-boned scorpion to block them, their speed was fast, and they arrived in front of the Earth Spirit Vine in a matter of moments. Although Lu Chuan and his party had extraordinary strength and killed white-boned scorpions along the way, killing a bloody path, they had only just reached the middle of the underground cave, and were surrounded by densely packed white-boned scorpions. Oh, talk about being thankful for these guys. If it wasn't for them drawing fire from the white-boned scorpions, we wouldn't have been able to come here so smoothly. A smug smile appeared on the face of the white-clothed youth, looking at Lu Dust and his group as if they were looking at little cuties. Not only that, when he saw that there was still a part of the white-boned scorpion that hadn't made a move, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. Since you guys can fight so well, let's give you a little surprise. The white-clothed youth opened his large hand and a longbow emerged. He directly hitched 9 long arrows, and each arrow had a white packet where the arrowhead was located, which was clearly the medicine guide that was originally prepared to attract the white-boned scorpion. Phew! The white-clothed youth bent his bow and strung an arrow, and 9 long arrows rushed out like lightning, clearly locking onto Lu Chuan and his group. Lu Chuan chopped out with his sword, and the sharpness of the green-colored sword awnings was unparalleled, directly bursting these 9 long arrows. In an instant, a thick white smoke quickly filled the air, accompanied by a strange and exotic fragrance. Hiss! When the white-boned scorpions smelled this strange fragrance, their eyes turned a little red, and their state became a little berserk, scrambling over and attacking even more terrifyingly. The bastards! When Jiang Ling's trio saw this, they immediately burst into a rage, their bodies shaking a little in anger. Although the white-clothed youth and the others were invisible, there was simply no third party in this underground cavern other than them, and it didn't take any guessing to realize that they were the ones who were doing the dirty work. Jiang Ling and the others never expected that the other party would use their side to attract the white-boned scorpion's firepower, and actually engage in this kind of behavior of falling down a well. This is simply plotting against the lives of fellow disciples. Ha 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 ha, you guys just have fun with these white-boned scorpions. These Earth Spirit Vines, my lord will laugh at them. The white-clothed youth laughed 3 times. Looking at this large area of Earth Spirit Vines in front of him, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his face filled with excitement and complacency. The feeling of backstabbing and utilizing the heavenly qualified saint's son and stepping on his feet made him quite excited. What genius not encountered in the ages? What personal disciple of the Holy Lord is still not fooled by this gongzi? Just as the white-clothed youth was about to collect the Earth Spirit Vine, a cold and ghostly voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Who allowed you to touch the saint's son's Earth Spirit Vine? The white-clothed youth's heart skipped a beat, his body tensed, and he turned around with a huff. In just less than a breath of time, Lu Chuan actually ghostly appeared beside the white-clothed youth from within the surroundings of a group of white-boned scorpions, practically like a ghost, startling the white-clothed youth and the other disciples so much that their hearts almost went into arrest. What are you? What are you doing here? The white-clothed youth was so shocked that he retreated 2 steps, his scalp slightly numb. Lu Chen didn't answer, but instead gazed coldly at the white-clothed youth. Answer me. Who allowed you to touch the saint's son's Earth Spirit Vine? Who ordered you to assassinate this saint's son? Lu Dust's eyes in the golden light lit up. A stern cry, like a thunderbolt explosion, tranced white youth ears and even came a heaven-shaking dragon roar, so that his heart and soul trembled, born a sense of fear and submissive, almost could not control kneel on the ground. but he quickly reacted. His soul attainment was not low, and he quickly came to his senses, freeing himself from the shock of the Emperor's might. That earlier feeling of fear and weakness in his legs irritated him. The district was just a guy at the first level of the Zunshur realm. So what if he was a holy son? The Earth Spirit Vine doesn't belong to you? So who are you to question me? So what if you're a saint's son? What qualifications do you have to shout in front of this gongzi? Get out of here! The white-clothed youth let out a stern cry. The feeling of just being scared by a look from Lu Chuan and almost kneeling down made him unusually humiliated, and he was somewhat unable to control his emotions. Giggle! He directly took out his own weapon and waved a silver lance, directly sweeping towards Lu Dust. The powerful cultivation of the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshur realm erupted, not holding back in the slightest. Seek death. There was a cold light flashing in Lu Chuan's eyes as he directly drew out an ancient sword. Not only did he precisely block the white-clothed young man's attack, the ancient sword turned in a smooth manner, and a green-colored sword aura blossomed, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent erupting as he directly chopped off both of his arms. Ah! My hand! My hand! The white-clothed youth immediately let out a miserable scream. His eyes filled with a horrified look, not expecting that in a single glance. He had actually had one of his hands wasted by Lu Chuan. However, Lu Chuan did not intend to let him go just like that, but instead kicked out with a terrifyingly huge force that erupted, sending the white-clothed youth flying out on the spot, landing precisely in the middle of a group of white-bone scorpions surrounded by them. Giggle! Just as he fell to the ground, the numerous white-bone scorpions around him immediately swarmed up to him, a single tail needle flashing with a cold light, directly stabbing into him. No! No! Help me! Help me! The white-clothed youth let out a heart-rending scream, but it soon came to an abrupt end, with black gas coming out all over his body, his flesh and blood melting away, and a white bone slowly presenting itself. The speed was so fast that there was no time to rescue them. Senior Brother Wang! You actually killed Senior Brother Wang? This scene startled the pink-clothed woman and the other 20 or so disciples, chills running down their spines, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. One must know that the white-clothed youth was not only a true disciple of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, but his grandfather was also the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, a veteran Sacred Realm powerhouse. There was another Saint Realm powerhouse in the white-clothed youth's vein, no weaker than the main vein. The Xianyu Sacred Land had an ancient inheritance, and there were also many factions in the Sacred Land. Although the Nangong family is the main vein of the Xianyu Sacred Land, but with the addition of Nangong Feiyu there are only 2 Sacred Realm powerhouses. It has long since ceased to be glorious, and it is not much stronger than the branch veins. In such a situation, Lu Chen was the one who killed the white-clothed youth, offending the Great Elder's lineage, and I'm only afraid that it would be difficult for Nangong Feiyu to protect him. Chapter 142 Lu Chen's Principle. So what if we kill him? Lu Chen was not afraid in the slightest and coldly swept a glance at them. He was the one who made the first move to assassinate this saint's son, and he also wanted to use the white bone scorpion to kill this saint's son and senior sister Jiang and senior brother Su. It was he who wanted to maim his fellow disciples first, and he still doesn't allow this saint's son to return the favor by counterattacking? Lu Chen's words caused the pink-clothed woman and the others to choke, and it was somewhat difficult to refute them. Although senior brother Wan was at fault first, his crime is not to death. As a fellow disciple, how dare you be so vicious as to mutilate senior brother Wang at the drop of a hat? You are guilty of a capital offense. Even though you are a holy son, you will never be able to escape the sanction of the Holy Land's regulations. After leaving the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, I will definitely report this matter truthfully to the Grand Elder and the Law Enforcement Hall. Among the 20-odd disciples, 3 of them were very agitated, their eyes filled with hatred as they stared viciously at Lu Dust. They and the white-clothed youth were not only fellow disciples, but also close friends. Witnessing the tragic death of a close friend made them quite angry and somewhat unable to control their emotions. Oh, you guys are so agitated. It seems that you are in cahoots with him, working together to assassinate this saint's son. Lu Chen glanced at them, and suddenly the corners of his mouth rose slightly, evoking a meaningful smile. Since we are accomplices, let's go to hell together to accompany him. When Lu Chuan's voice fell, there was only a residual shadow left in place. Those 3 people didn't have time to resist, and were directly sent flying sideways by Lu Chuan's palm, spraying blood from their mouths as they fell amongst a group of white-bone scorpions. No! Ah! Amidst a mournful and terrified yell, 3 white bones appeared in front of the crowd. Such a brutal and horrifying scene caused the pink-clothed woman and the others to all have chills down their spines and their legs went soft. They simply did not expect that Lu Chuan's strength was actually as terrifying as this. The white-clothed young man at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunshur realm was actually easily taken by him, and the other 3 Zunshur realm experts did not have the slightest power to resist in front of Lu Chuan. Facing a person with terrifying strength and ferocious means, The pink-clothed woman and the others were all at war and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, not daring to breathe. Giggle. With a casual wave of the ancient sword in his hand, Lu Chen killed all the hundreds of white-boned scorpions that came sneaking up behind him, and that teasing gaze gazed at the 20 or so disciples in front of him. Why don't you say something? You're all operating with him, and you're all his accomplices when all is said and done, so it looks like I'm going to have to send you down to be with him as well. Lu Chuan's words startled them, and the hairs on their bodies stood up in sweat. Wait. Saint Sun Lord, please also understand. We and Wang Rui together teamed up to enter this place, and that's all. He just privately move against the Saint Sun Lord. Completely personal behavior. We simply do not know. Also too late to block. Please, Lord Saint Sun, let me go. The pink-clothed woman and the others hurriedly opened their mouths, their eyes filled with pleading, almost as if they were about to kneel down for Lu Chen. They had seen with their own eyes that the white-clothed young man at the peak of the 9th level of the Zunsha realm could not even block a single sword from Lu Chen. So naturally, they did not dare to resist at this moment. It's fine to let you guys go, but whoever dares to say anything about today's matter, I'll kill all of you with my own hands. Lu Chen's tone was indifferent, without a trace of emotion, causing the pink-clothed woman and the others to tremble in their hearts. Please rest assured, Lord Saint Sun, Senior Brother Wan was bitten to death by the white-boned scorpion by his own carelessness. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Ah yes. Holy Sun Lord, you haven't even been here at all. It's us who failed to protect Senior Brother Wang. The 20 or so disciples hurriedly opened their mouths with conviction, their faces filled with compensatory smiles. Lu Chuan didn't continue to make a move, but said indifferently, go and fetch my 2 senior brothers and sisters and the maid. Yes. The pink-clothed woman and the others were relieved and hurriedly left Lu Chuan's side to kill into the white-boned scorpion swarm, freeing Su Anning and the 3 of them, Jiang Ling and Yun Shangyue. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, waved his hand and uprooted all the earth spirit vines on the stone wall, distributing half of them to Jiang Ling and Su Anning and storing the rest in his storage ring. Many thanks to Senior Brother Su. Jiang Ling was pleasantly surprised in her heart, her eyebrows arched in happiness. If it wasn't for the presence of Lu Chuan, there was no way she could have gotten the earth spirit vine so easily, and it was a large one at that. Su Anning, on the other hand, stared at the 20 or so disciples in front of him. A hint of ruthlessness suddenly appeared in his eyes, and said to Lu Chen in a low voice, Brother Su, that Wang Rui you killed just now is the grandson of the Grand Elder. So if the news spreads out it's bound to attract the targeting of the Grand Elder's lineage, so why don't we just kill all of these people? In this way, no one will know that Wang Rui died at Brother Su's hands. Anyway, they are in league with Wang Rui. Maybe they are grouping together to conspire to harm you. Su Anning's words startled Jiang Ling as she hurriedly said, it was only Wang Rui who struck out just now. The other disciples are not guilty of death, are they? Jiang Ling was still relatively kind-hearted after all, and didn't want to see Lu Chuan killing innocents indiscriminately. Lu Chen glanced at the 20-odd disciples and after a little thought, he finally shook his head. Forget it, this saint's son is kind-hearted, so let's spare their lives. Goodness of heart? Yun Shangyue, who was at the side, blinked her eyes in some bewilderment. If she remembered correctly, when she was in the eastern desert domain, Lu Chuan had killed millions of troops from the Great Zhou dynasty and the 3 great royal dynasties without blinking an eye, and he had just struck out ruthlessly and unrelentingly, which was completely unrelated to the word kind-hearted, right? Brother Su, you can't be soft-hearted at this time. Su Anning, however, was a bit anxious, not wanting to see Lu Chen being targeted by the Grand Elder's lineage. Even if Lu Chen was a saint's son and had Nangong Feiyu to shelter him, this would still be a big trouble. From the time the 2 sides met, I watched their actions and conversations. Wang Rui's actions against me were his own, and no one else was indeed involved. I won't be soft on those who deserve to be killed, but I won't kill innocents indiscriminately either. That's my principle. If that what's-his-name Grand Elder comes to trouble me when he does, just send them on their way together then. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but it carried great confidence. He was fearless of the threat of the Xianyu Holy Land's Grand Elder. Go! Without waiting for Su Anning to persuade him further, Lu Chen turned around and left. Seeing this, Su Anning could only let out a dark sigh and didn't persuade any further. With the 20 or so disciples of the pink-clothed woman holding back the swarm of white-boned scorpions, Lu Chuan and his group quickly returned to the exit of the underground cave and once again killed their way out of the cave and left 5 Stone Mountain. Chapter 143, Nangong Feiyu panicked. After leaving the 5 Stone Mountain, Lu Chuan and his group went straight to the next treasure land of opportunity without stopping, continuing to collect heavenly materials and treasures. In front of Lu Chen's terrifying strength that was comparable to that of the June realm, there was no place in the Pot Mountain mysterious realm that could be called dangerous at all. It was completely like walking sideways, barging straight into the treasure land of opportunity. hacking over the ferocious beasts inside, and collecting heavenly treasures. In just 2.5 days, Lu Chuan and his group had collected over a dozen heavenly materials and treasures, which was quite a rich harvest, causing Yun Shangyue and Jiang Ling and Su Anning to smile and be quite pleased. A slight smile also appeared on Lu Chen's face. Worthy of being the most bountiful Middle-earth region, just a small secret realm contained many precious and rare heavenly treasures, most of which Lu Chuan had not seen before, and had not appeared at all in the eastern wasteland region, and were of great value. Next, Lu Dust and his group spent 2 more days, almost walking through the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, collecting a total of 23 copies of heavenly materials and geomaterials, the lowest of which were all of 6th order quality, with no shortage of 7th order heavenly materials and geomaterials. In the last 2 days, Lu Chuan and his group found a place with abundant spiritual qi and began to absorb and refine the heavenly materials and geomaterials they had collected in the past few days, and the cultivation levels of Lu Chuan, Yun Shangyue, and Su Anning had all grown substantially. Lu Chen had the largest number of heavenly treasures in his hands, and his cultivation grew the fastest, breaking through from the 3rd level of the Zunshe realm to the 7th level of the Zunshe realm in a single breath. The magnitude of the breakthrough was staggering. Yun Qianxue possessed an innate Dao body. Her qualifications were a few points stronger than Lu Chen, and her cultivation was also smoothly breaking through to the late 6th level of the Zunshe realm, not far from the 7th level of the Zunshe realm. Su Anning, on the other hand, had broken through from the 5th level of the Zunshe realm to the 7th level of the Zunshe realm. Originally he was quite happy, but when he sensed the cultivation aura of Lu Chuan that was a few points stronger than him, his face directly collapsed. Somewhat depressed. How many days has Lu Chen been initiated? One must know that Lu Chen only had the 8th cultivation level of the harmonized Dao realm when he worshipped the Xianyu Holy Land. In just 10 days of work, he had broken through to the 7th level of the exalted realm. This kind of shocking breakthrough speed was simply unheard of and too demonic. Su Anning originally also boasted that he was a generation of pride, but after meeting Lu Chen, he was hit hard and felt that he was nothing. It's time, let's go back. Lu Chuan opened his eyes. A light golden light flickered in his eyes, and stood up. It wasn't just Lu Chen and his group. The disciples of the Xianyu Holy Land who were still alive had all left from all directions of the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm at this time, heading straight for the entrance and exit of the Mystic Realm. If they couldn't leave in time and the entrance to the secret realm closed, they would be trapped inside the secret realm, which was something no one wanted to experience. Beyond the entrance to the secret realm, as Nangong Feiyu watched the many Xianyu Holy Land disciples appear one by one, a smile slowly appeared on his face as well. There were many heavenly materials and treasures in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, and even the weakest disciples could collect some 4th and 5th order heavenly materials and treasures, and their strength could all grow quite a bit after refining them. What pleased Nangong Feiyu the most was that Lu Chen had actually broken through from the 1st level of the Zunshe realm to the 7th level of the Zunshe realm. The progress was too great. This time, the Potter's Hill mystery really wasn't a wasted drive. Half an hour passed in a flash, and one after another. Thousands of Xianyu Holy Land disciples all came out. Nangong Feiyu's divine sense swept and found that more than 300 disciples were missing. He wasn't surprised by the outcome. Not only were there many ferocious beasts in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, there were also some dangerous Jedi, and it was only normal for a disciple to fall in it. Wait, what about Xiao Feng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family? Nangong Feiyu suddenly thumped in his heart, and the smile on his face froze. His eyes widened and he only felt that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat, and his divine sense quickly spread out and counted again. But he still did not see Xiao Feng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family. Xiao Feng and the others aren't weak. They should have been delayed for a bit by something. Let's wait a little longer. Nangong Feiyu muttered to himself in his heart, but he was still calm and continued to wait. Another hour passed in a flash of time, and the entrance to the secret realm was empty, with no one else appearing. Cold sweat began to trickle down on Nangong Feiyu's forehead. Where are the people? Are they all dead? A terrifying speculation surfaced in Nangong Feiyu's mind, causing his heart to shake. Xiao Feng and those 25 Xiao family geniuses could be the core of the Xiao family's most direct lineage elites. If they all died in the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm, the Xiao family would hate the Xianyu Holy Land. At that time, not only would the cooperation between the Xianyu Sacred Land and the Xiao family fizzle out, perhaps the two forces would turn against each other. Although the Pot Mountain Mystic Realm is dangerous, with the strength of Xiao Feng and the geniuses of the Xiao family, it is not possible for them to encounter a danger to their lives. What the hell is going on here? No, wait a little longer. Nangong Feiyu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, not closing the entrance to the secret realm and continuing to wait. Time passed bit by bit, the sun slanted in the west. Thousands of Holy Land disciples were waiting a bit impatiently. The entrance to the secret realm was still empty. The Xiao family genius never appeared. Nangong Feiyu's hanging heart finally died. Everyone, have you seen Xiaofeng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family? Nangong Feiyu's gaze fell on the thousands of disciples and asked in a deep voice. When these words came out, the many disciples looked at each other and began to think back carefully, quickly shaking their heads in unison. Other than when they had just entered the secret realm, no one had ever seen Xiaofeng and the Xiao family geniuses again. This caused Nangong Feiyu's face to become more and more ugly. Chapter 144, Lu Chen offers a plan. Could it be that Xiaofeng and the genius of the Xiao family had encountered some sudden crisis after entering the Pot Mountain mystic realm? The more Nangong Feiyu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and immediately assigned dozens of Zunsha Realm 9 experts to enter the Pot Mountain secret realm once again to conduct a full search. Time passed again for most of the night. Dozens of Zunsha Realm 9th level experts had almost turned the Pot Mountain mystic realm over, but in the end, they had all returned empty-handed, and had not been able to find any trace of Xiaofeng and the Xiao family genius at all. Xiaofeng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family actually fell inside? That's not right, is it? Senior brother Xiaofeng is at the 8th level of the Zunsha realm, and he has 15 Xiao family Zunsha realm geniuses with him. So even if he encounters a great evil of the Jun realm, it's not possible for all of them to be wiped out, right? In these 7 days, I've also almost walked through the Pot Mountain mystic realm, and I haven't encountered too much danger. The many disciples were in an uproar over this, talking about it and somewhat struggling to accept the result. The fall of Xiaofeng and the 25 Xiao family geniuses was unexpected by everyone. The 4 of them, Lu Chun, looked indifferent, unable to see any emotions. The pink-clothed woman and the others stole a glance at Lu Chen, and a bold idea surged in their hearts. Xiaofeng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family, shouldn't they have been killed by Lu Chen? Thinking back to the terrifying strength that Lu Chen had erupted during the 5-stone mountain, the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. But this idea they only dared to think about it in their minds. They didn't dare to say it out loud. The ferocious methods that Lu Chen had previously displayed had left a psychological shadow on them. They weren't familiar with Xiaofeng, and they didn't have any evidence. They were just guessing, so it was naturally impossible for them to offend Lu Chen for this. Nangong Feiyu's face was unusually ugly and blue, but the fact that it had happened, he could only accept the result in the end. With a wave of his large sleeve, Nangong Feiyu summoned a cloud ship and began to return to the Xianyu Holy Land with his many disciples. After returning to the Xianyu sacred ground, he put down his many disciples and hurriedly had to go to the deliberation hall, ready to summon the elders to discuss the matter. But just then, Lu Chen's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Master, I know the truth about the fall of the genius of the Xiao family. Nangong Feiyu's heart shook violently, and when he turned around, he saw Lu Chen and the 4 of them walking towards Skyfeather Peak as if nothing had happened. Nangong Feiyu was immediately moved in his heart and immediately followed them back to Skyfeather Peak. At this time, there were no outsiders in the large Skyfeather Peak, and Nangong Feiyu's tone was a bit urgent. Disciple, how did Xiaofeng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family die? Killed by us. Lu Chen responded calmly. What? When Nangong Feiyu heard this, he only felt that his heartbeat was going to stop, and his eyes widened. Apprentice, why is this? Master, it is not that we are indiscriminately killing innocents. It is really that the Xiao family wants to harm Master Su in the first place. You will know after you read it. Su Anning let out a bitter smile as he took out the shadow retaining stone and handed it to Nangong Feiyu. Nangong Feiyu received the shadow retaining stone, and with a sweep of his divine sense, after reading the contents inside, his heart was suddenly shaken, and his face instantly clouded over in a very unsightly manner. The Xiao family has great dog guts. Nangong Feiyu was infuriated. His chest heaved and his hands shook a little. He never expected that the Xianyu Holy Land would sincerely cooperate with the Xiao family and become an ally, and that the Xianyu Holy Land would always help the Xiao family for this reason, giving numerous treasures and resource territories and treating the Xiao family well out of his heart. As a result, the Xiao family was actually so wolfish that they actually wanted to annex the Xianyu Holy Land in turn. This is simply unforgivable. By the way, Xiaofeng and the 25 geniuses of the Xiao family are not weak. How did the 3 of you exterminate them? After the anger, a huge doubt surfaced in Nangong Feiyu's mind. Jiang Ling's strength was not weak, but Lu Chuan and Su Anning's cultivation level was relatively low, so how could they think that it was impossible to kill Xiaofeng and the others back? As for Yun Shanyue, the seemingly mediocre maid, she was directly ignored by Nangong Feiyu. It's like this. At that time, we had already captured the 7th-ranked treasure medicine Violet Xianzhu, and after refining it, our cultivation and strength skyrocketed by a large margin. Coupled with the fact that during my disciples' previous adventures in the Great Wilderness, I had inadvertently discovered a tomb mound, from which I had obtained a saint-rank sword, which allowed us to cross the rank and kill the enemy, and cut them all down. Lu Dust opened his mouth to explain, having already prepared his words. So, you guys did a great job. Nangong Feiyu patted Lu Chen's shoulder and let out a cold snort. His face grim. A Mirsha family actually dares to plot against my Xianyu sacred ground, and also dares to murder my Xianyu sacred ground's holy son. The crime deserves death. Lu Chuan asked, how does Senior intend to deal with the Xiao family? This, Nangong Feiyu's tone stagnated, and he also felt a bit tricky. The Xiao family ultimately had 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, and if the Xianyu sacred land went to war with the Xiao family directly, even if they could win, they would definitely have to pay a price. And it was very likely that other sacred lands would take advantage of the situation. After a little thought, he said, although the Xiao family is plotting against the Xianyu Holy Land, they only have this plan, and have not caused too much substantial damage or impact on the Xianyu Holy Land. This matter is better left to be resolved in private. It is not appropriate to have a direct conflict with the Xiao family. Spare the Xiao family's life for the time being, and then exterminate them after my Xianyu Holy Land is strong again. Nangong Feiyu carried a strong confidence in his eyes. The Xianyu sacred ground now had Lu Chuan and Lu Fengyu, 2 supreme celestial prides, and in another 100 or 80 years, 2 world-defying powerhouses would surely emerge, recreating the former glory of the Xianyu sacred ground. At that time, the Xiao family will be destroyed at will. Lu Chun, however, said, the Xiao family sent Xiao Feng and 25 geniuses to strike at me, and now that they are all dead, the Xiao family must have guessed that it was me who killed them, and in turn deduced that the Xianyu sacred ground already knew about this matter. And the people of the Xiao family aren't stupid, so this matter can't be hidden after all. Nangong Feiyu snorted coldly, even if they guessed it, so what? It's hard to believe that they would still dare to tear their faces off with my Xianyu Holy Land? The Xianyu sacred land was fallen, but after all, there were still some underlying means in place, and there were still 6 Saint Realm powerhouses. The Xiao family only had 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, and a head-on confrontation would never be a match for the Xianyu Holy Land. Nangong Feiyu just don't want to fight with the Xiao family to prevent other holy places from taking advantage of the situation. It's not that they really can't help the Xiao family. My disciple does have a plan to destroy the Xiao family without the need to hold back. A wisp of essence flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. After this incident, the Xiao family will definitely hate my disciple, and will definitely try to kill my disciple. And the next time my disciple can leave the Xianyu sacred ground, and venture outside to experience, the Xiao family will definitely not be able to hold back from making a move. Master only needs to send a few Saint Realm powerhouses to secretly follow them, and as long as the Xiao family Saint Realm powerhouses dare to make a move, they can kill them. Even if the Xiao family only sends out 1 Saint Realm powerhouse, after the fall, the Xiao family will only have 2 Saint Realms left. At that time, Master will then gather the 6 Saint Realm powerhouses of the Xianyu sacred land and directly kill the Xiao family and exterminate them. Chapter 145, Xiao family's killing intent. Lu Chen's words caused the hearts of Nangong Feiyu, Jiang Ling and the others to be shaken. Lu Chen actually wanted to use his body as bait to lure the Xiao family into action. What if all 3 of the Xiao family's Saint Realm powerhouses make a move? Nangong Feiyu, however, was a bit worried and uneasy. Unless you are under close protection, if you are attacked by a Xiao family Saint Realm powerhouse outside, we may not be able to make the first move to stop you. Lu Chen was the future hope of the Xianyu Holy Land. How could he be willing to take Lu Chen to beat the nest? After this incident, the Xiao family must also be worried about the Xianyu sacred land retaliating, and it's unlikely that they will send out 3 sacred realm powerhouses to kill me. Lu Chuan analyzed, and in the future, when Fairy Moon Spirit and I grow up, the Xiao family will definitely not sit back and wait for death. They will definitely abscond and stay away from the Xianyu sacred ground. So in the future, we may not be able to pull them out and exterminate them, which will be a hidden danger. Since the 2 sides have already formed an enmity, we should find a way to exterminate them. Master, the opportunity is too great to hesitate. Lu Chen's words made Nangong Feiyu's heart vibrate and was quite touched. He didn't expect that Lu Chen, who had just worshipped in the Xianyu Holy Land for not long, would actually think so much for the Xianyu Holy Land and be willing to use his body as bait to help the Xianyu Holy Land destroy the Xiao family. What a nice kid. Well, then do as you say. Nangong Feiyu clenched his teeth and made up his mind as well after deep thought. Wait a moment, apprentice. Nangong Feiyu barked out an admonition, turned around, and left, heading straight for the Holy Land treasure trove. A moment later, Nangong Feiyu, with a solemn expression, took out a jade pendant and handed it to Lu Chuan, saying, "This is a treasure left behind by the ancestors of the Xianyu sacred ground, capable of automatically sensing the killing aura and automatically stimulating it. If a strong person who exceeds your cultivation level strikes at you, the jade pendant will automatically activate and form a protective shield that can block attacks below the 7th level of the sacred realm for a quarter of an hour." This was a treasure that had only 1 copy in the entire Xianyu Holy Land. However, for the sake of Lu Chen's safety, Nangong Feiyu still endured the pain and took it out. "Thank you, master." A look of surprise appeared on Lu Chen's face as he took the jade pendant and put it into his arms. Nangong Feiyu nodded and once again left Skyfeather Peak, heading straight to the council hall to gather the remaining 5 Saint Realm elders to discuss this matter. After learning that the Shao family wanted to annex the Xianyu sacred ground, as well as that Shao Feng and the others had conspired to assassinate Lu Chen, the 5 sacred realm elders all became furious, and there was a fierce killing intent flickering in their eyes. Although the Xianyu sacred land had fallen, it was ultimately a sacred land. The Shao family dared to provoke the Xianyu Holy Land like this. The Shao family must be exterminated. The 5 elders were unanimous in their opinion that this matter could not be tolerated. After some deliberation, they decided to send 4 Saint Realm powerhouses to secretly follow Lu Chen, and as long as the Shao family dared to make a move, then they would destroy them in the process. Soon, Lu Chen left the Xianyu sacred land with 4 Saint Realm powerhouses secretly protecting him. Nangong Feiyu, on the other hand, personally went to the Shao family to make a trip to make amends and apologize, pretending to be unaware of the fall of Shao Feng and the 25 geniuses of the Shao family. "What? Are you saying that the 26 talented disciples of my Shao family encountered a 7th order great evil in the Pot Mountain mystic realm and all of them were wiped out?" When the people of the Shao family learned the news, they were all shocked and furious, rising up in a huff and staring at Nangong Feiyu in death. That's right. When the Pot Mountain mystic realm was opened in the past there were also disciples who had encountered 7th order ferocious beasts, just that the number wasn't much, and I didn't expect Shao Feng and the others to actually fall as a result. This matter is all my fault. It's because I wasn't able to keep an eye on them. Nangong Feiyu's eyes were a little red, with a look of grief. Nangong Feiyu's attitude and acting skills were impeccable, and even though the Shao family members were holding a bellyful of fire, they couldn't afford to lash out. In the end, after some politeness, Nangong Feiyu was invited to leave the Shao family. Asshole! Asshole! After Nangong Feiyu left, the Shao family head could no longer hold back, and slapped the tables and chairs in the council hall, his eyes red, and his heart mingled with grief and anger. Those 26 disciples could all be the core geniuses of the younger generation of the Shao family, the future hopes of the Shao family. It also included his favorite son, the strongest genius of the Shao family that came along once in 10,000 years, Shao Feng. Now that all 26 people had fallen, this was undoubtedly an extremely significant loss for the Shao family. Fenger and the others were ordered to assassinate Su Chen. Could it be that they were killed back by Su Chen? A Shao family elder opened his mouth in a deep voice and analyzed. Even my Shao family's plan may have been detected by the Xianyu Holy Land. At these words, there was a moment of silence around them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Shao family head let out a low roar. That Su Chen is only at a mere Dao transformation realm cultivation level. Even if he is followed by Xianyu sacred ground disciples around him, there is no way he could have taken out all 26 of Fenger and the rest of them. And the only one who knows about the Shao family's plans is Fenger. It's absolutely impossible for him to leak my Shao family's secrets. The rest of the Shao family's high-ranking elders glanced at each other, and all of their faces were gloomy. The fall of Shao Feng and the other 26 geniuses of the Shao clan was too strange. They definitely didn't believe that all 26 people were killed off by 7th-ranked ferocious beasts. Could it be that Shao Feng and the others first encountered a 7th-order great fierce and killed or injured many disciples before they encountered Su Chen and the others? And when they assassinated Su Chen, they were inadvertently killed in return? Another elder offered his own speculation. This guess was so reasonable that it caused the hearts of the Shao family's group of high-ranking elders to vibrate, their hands slowly clenching. Regardless of the truth, Fenger and the others died because of Su Chen. I want this bastard and the entire Su family to accompany the 26 geniuses of my Shao family. The Shao family had opened his mouth in a cold voice and said word by word, "Not bad. That Su Chen must die." The rest of the Shao family's strongest members also looked grim. Whether it was for the great plans of the Shao family or to avenge Shao Feng and their revenge, Su Chen had to die. According to the Shao family's investigation, the Su family that Su Chen came from was nothing more than an ordinary small family, with only a few June realm experts within the clan, which was not worth mentioning at all. Soon after, a group of powerful men from the Shao family deliberated for a moment and formulated a plan to start with the Su family as a means of forcing Su Chen to leave the Xianyu sacred ground and kill him. In the meantime, the face of the Grand Elder who stayed behind in the Xianyu Holy Land was terribly gloomy as he coldly looked down at the 9 disciples below. They were all disciples of the Great Elder's lineage, and they also acted in teams with Wang Rui in the Pot Mountain mysterious realm. So what you're saying is that my grandson, with a peak cultivation of the 9th level of the Exalted Realm, was killed by a sneak attack by the White Bone Scorpion, while you group of losers, whose cultivation is far inferior to his, made it out of the White Bone Scorpion's lair alive? The Grand Elder opened his mouth in a cold voice, and an icy and terrifying killing machine surfaced on his body, causing the 9 disciples to fall into an ice cave, chilling their bodies. Back to the Grand Elder. The situation was indeed like this. The 9 disciples' bodies were all shaking a little, trembling with fear and trembling, but they still didn't dare to tell the truth. If they were to tell the truth, not only would they be subjected to Lu Chen's retaliation, the Grand Elder would surely also be angry with them, not pleasing both ends. Now, they could only go one way and bite the bullet that Wang Rui was killed by the White Bone Scorpion's sneak attack and had nothing to do with them. Chapter 146, Great Elder's Anger. The Grand Elder's eyes were terrifyingly cold as he stared dead at the 9 disciples. Although the 9 disciples bit down on the fact that Wang Rui had died from an accidental sneak attack by the White Bone Scorpion, they were ultimately too young to completely hide their emotions. Their eyes were a bit evasive, and their faces were tinged with a bit of panic. As an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, the Grand Elder was extremely deep in his city, with empty eyelashes, and he could tell with a single glance that there was something wrong with these 9 disciples. Not telling the truth, are you? Do you really think you bunch of losers can hide it from me? An eerie and hideous smile suddenly appeared on the Grand Elder's face as he struck out like lightning, his large, pale and withered hand directly grabbing the head of one of the disciples, accompanied by a powerful burst of sacred realm-level mana that rudely eroded his sea of consciousness and soul, forcibly reading his memories. A few moments later, the disciple's breath weakened, his sea of consciousness and soul suffered irreversible injuries, and he passed out on the spot. Click! The Grand Elder's palm slowly clenched, and this disciple's head exploded on the spot like a ripe watermelon. Such a bloody and cruel scene scared the other disciples to the point that their legs went soft and their hairs stood on end. Su dust. Good enough. The Grand Elder squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his body filled with killing intent. With a wave of his big hand, an iron chain spread quickly, binding the remaining 8 disciples and binding them to this room. Just a mere saint son of the district, so bloody and brutal. Really, if you wait for you to break through the saint realm and become a saint lord in the future, maybe even old me will be killed by you. In that case, then you will have to please die. The Grand Elder stamped his feet and rushed towards the Su family while thoughts flashed in his mind. Although Lu Chen was the future hope of the Xianyu Holy Land, he didn't care. In his opinion, after killing Lu Chen, offering Lu Jianyu to Gu Changsheng in exchange for the shelter of the 9 Heavens sacred ground would be just as good as sheltering the Xianyu sacred ground unharmed. He had previously been persuading Nangong Feiyu to offer both Lu Jianyu and Nangongya to Gu Changsheng. At this time, Lu Chen had already returned to the Su family, and 4 Xianyu Holy Land Saint Realm powerhouses were secretly guarding around the Su family. Grand Elder, what brings you here? The 4 Saint Realm powerhouses were all a bit surprised after seeing the Grand Elder appear. The old man is stronger, and after thinking about it, it would be more appropriate for the old man to guard the Holy Sun. Wan Hui, Zhang Zizhen, you two go back to sit in the Holy Land. With old man here, nothing will happen to the Holy Sun. The Grand Elder's face was calm and composed, unable to see any abnormalities as he commanded 2 of the Saint Realm powerhouses. But, if there are only 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, if all 3 Saint Realm powerhouses of the Shao family are deployed, it may not be possible to take them all down. Those 2 Saint Realm powerhouses were a bit hesitant. The highest cultivator of the Shao family is only a mere 5th level of the Saint Realm, and Lao Fu was at the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Are you guys that unconfident in Lao Fu? The Grand Elder said. Moreover, the Shao family may not send out 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, so you guys can go back at ease. Those 2 Saint Realm powerhouses glanced at each other, but under the persuasion of the Grand Elder, they eventually left to return to the Xianyu Holy Land. When the Grand Elder saw this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Thus far, of the 3 Saint Realm powerhouses, one was from his lineage and his nephew. The other Saint Realm powerhouse only had a Saint Realm 3rd level cultivation. Next, if a Shao family Saint Realm powerhouse made a move to assassinate Lu Chen, he only needed to stop another Saint Realm powerhouse to kill Lu Chen with the help of the Shao family. Su dust. This is what you get for offending the old man. Not only will you die, but your entire Su family won't be able to live either. I'll make you all bury my grandson with me. The Grand Elder's smile became more and more perverted. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stayed in the Su family, but had secretly sent a message to Liu Beixian and Song Xuan and the others, telling them to pack up their things and prepare to run away, abandoning the Su family as a stronghold. Lu Chen naturally guessed that the Shao family would make a move against the Su family, and it was impossible to let Liu Beixian and the others continue to stay here. Soon, Lu Chen rode a carriage with 2 maids, not hiding his tracks in the slightest, and left the Su family in a big way, heading towards the direction of the boundless Great Wasteland. Seeing this, the Grand Elder and the other 3 Xianyu Sacred Land Saint Realm powerhouses also quietly followed, trailing from afar. Right after Lu Chen left, Liu Beixian and a group of scouts from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion also left from the Su family tunnels. In a matter of moments, The large Su family had become an empty shell. When are you going to take me to my sister? And that old thief? On the carriage, a tall maid expressionlessly pinched Lu Chen's shoulder while quietly transmitting her voice to him. She was none other than Yun Shi. Your sister is the current holy maiden in the underworld demon sect, and your master's true identity is the underworld demon sect's demon transformation ancestor. It's a deep water. You can't grasp it. With our current power, we won't be able to bring back your sister for a while. Let's wait a little longer. First follow me at ease and raise your strength. When I take control of the Xianyu sacred ground, and your strength has risen, we can then kill our way into the underworld demon sect and rescue your sister. Lu Chuan explained to Yun Shi in a voice transmission while taking out the intelligence information of the underworld demon sect and handing it to her. The underworld demon sect was the largest devil sect in the Middle Earth region, and even the entire Taichou continent. This is an extremely terrifying and mysterious devil sect, with many holy realm devils, acting ferociously and overbearingly, doing no evil, but even the 13 holy lands don't dare to easily mess with it. The demon transformation ancestor, moreover, was the most ancient and terrifying great demon in the underworld demon sect. He practiced the great method of demon transformation, and was said to possess hundreds of bilocations throughout the 5 great domains, and even if his true body was killed, he could be resurrected through his bilocations, and was nearly immortal. The former leader of the Eastern Wasteland domain Luonet was none other than one of the bilocations of the demon-transforming old ancestor. The hundreds of bilocations of the demon-transforming old ancestor were walking through the 5 great domains, not only searching for all kinds of opportunistic treasures, but also secretly searching for geniuses to replenish the fresh blood for the underworld demon sect. Yun Shi's sister had awakened a mysterious and terrifying special physique in a moment of crisis back then, and had been brought back to the underworld demon sect by the detachment of the demon-transforming ancestor, and was established as the Holy Maiden, focusing on cultivation. And the lair of the underworld demon sect was extremely mysterious and special. Even the 13 Holy Lands didn't know where it was at all. Fortunately, the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion had a large number of scouts, and the system randomly generated scouts in different parts of the Middle Kingdom domain, which also included the underworld demon sect. So Lu Chen was able to obtain this intelligence information. After Yun Shi finished reading, her hands slowly clenched, her knuckles were pinched a little white, and her breathing was heavy. She had waited almost 100 years to find out where her sister was, but she couldn't go see her now. The feeling of being unattainable tormented her, but Lu Chuan was right. With her current strength, if she was discovered by the demon transformation ancestor, not to mention rescuing her sister, she would be seconded if she showed her head. All she could do now was hold back and develop in secret. Chapter 147, The Ghost Town at Midday. The strong Xiao family quickly touched Su's house. After they saw the empty Su family, their faces were suddenly gloomy and ugly. After some probing, they failed to find clues to the whereabouts of the rest of the Su family, and only found clues to Su Chen. The Su family all went into hiding overnight? Humph. This little bastard must have fled in fear of retaliation by my Xiao family, which just goes to show that my Xiao family's sons and daughters died in his hands. The eyes of the Xiao clan's powerhouse were cold, and they quickly guessed the truth. Su Chen must die. With a full of anger and hatred, the Xiao family's strongest members immediately followed the clues and chased towards Lu Dust. However, this chase was a full 3 days and 3 nights. Clues about Lu Chen's whereabouts were intermittent, and it took a lot of effort for the Xiao family's strongest members to lock onto Lu Chen's location and chase him all the way. In fact, this was something that Lu Chuan had done intentionally. The intelligence information gathered by the Xiao family was all revealed to them by the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion intentionally or unintentionally, secretly pulling the strings in order to give Lu Chen enough time to reach his destination. This group of losers from the Xiao family, how come they haven't been able to catch up after 3 days of chasing? Hidden in the shadows, the Grand Elder followed Lu Dust's carriage from afar, his face calm, but actually a little annoyed as he cursed inwardly. During these 3 days, Lu Chuan was non-stop, having long since moved away from the territory of the Su family and the Xianyu Holy Land into the depths of the boundless great wilderness, so much so that even the Grand Elder was a bit confused as to where he was. In case the Xiao family's group of losers can't catch up, should I still do it myself? The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. An array of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly pressed the idea. Right now, Nangong Feiyu and the other Sacred Realm Elders were treating Lu Duan as a big treasure. If he personally killed Lu Duan, it would be tantamount to tearing his face off with Nangong Feiyu and the others, which was very unfavorable to him. As the sun set, Lu Dust's carriage suddenly stopped. This place is located in the depths of the great wilderness. Mountains and rivers rolling. As far as the eye can see, only boundless wilderness. Ancient trees and shrubs everywhere. The aura is extremely thin. The circle of 10,000 miles without people, so that it is called a place where birds do not The only thing that was a little different was that in this wilderness, a number of broken walls could be vaguely seen, and the range was extremely wide, so it seemed that a prosperous ancient city had existed here before the ancient times. But that's about it. It's not remarkable in the slightest. The Middle-earth domain is dominated by the strong, and the weak are eaten by the strong. Over the long years, it was unknown how many sects and forces and cities had risen and fallen, and such ruined remains were too common to be a surprise. Lu Dust's carriage stood in front of the ruins like this, not moving a muscle. What is this guy's purpose in coming all the way to this place? Thoughts flashed in the Grand Elder's mind, but he didn't have the slightest clue. As the sun gradually set, amidst the crimson as blood evening sun, a round of consummate red moon slowly rose, carrying a hint of eerie aura. Little by little, time passed, and the red moon's position grew higher and higher, shining above the crowd. In the distance, a group of black-clothed men stepped into the air. There were more than 30 of them, each with an extraordinary aura. Finally, suddenly, those black-clothed men's eyes snapped open, overjoyed, and stared at Lu Duan's carriage with dead eyes. Lu Dust was not covered in the slightest. Even the curtain of the carriage was not drawn, and it could be clearly seen that Lu Dust was lying on the carriage, with his head resting on the lap of an attendant, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Although Lu Chen driving and lying in the middle of the great wasteland looked a bit out of place, the Shao family's group of powerhouses didn't care too much about it. The district is just a junior. Can it still turn over the sky? Kill him. The Shao family's group of powerful men did not hesitate. Even if they guessed that Lu Dust must have been prepared if he dared to lie here, they were not afraid in the least, and with a murderous spirit, they directly killed Lu Dust. Right at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a wry smile towards the Shao family crowd. The red moon was just about to rise to its highest point at this time. Midnight. The sub-hour arrives. Swish. The Shao family's group of powerful men, as well as the 3 Saint Realm elders hidden in the shadows, all only felt their consciousness transfer a moment, and their eyes blurred. When they came back to their senses, they all sucked in a big breath of cold air. Their hearts shook dramatically, and their eyes glared round. Behind Lu Dust was originally a large area of barren ruins, but at this moment is the bizarre appearance of a huge ancient city, towering, mottled walls, full of the vicissitudes of the years after the wear and tear. This ancient city was very dim, with bands of black mist surrounding it, and on the city wall there was a bronze lamp burning, emitting a ghostly green light, but the lamp oil was bright red, as if it was the blood of some kind of living creature. You can see that there are attics and palaces looming in the ancient city, and the people seem to be very prosperous and lively, but it all appeared out of nowhere, and the demonic and bright red moonlight shone with an indescribable weirdness. An overcast wind blew. The Shao family's crowd and the 3 elders hidden in the dark all subconsciously shivered, a chill welling up in their hearts for no reason. Above the gates of the ancient city, there was an ancient plaque with 3 large characters in dragon and phoenix. Fengdu City. Hiss. Where has this gotten me? Is this still Middle-earth? A strong Shao family member cursed and rubbed his eyes, somewhat wondering if he had been hit by an illusion. The rest of the crowd also looked incomparably grave, stopping their steps in unison, especially the several Saint Realm powerhouses. Their huge divine sense kept spreading out, trying to probe this ancient city. However, the weird thing was that once their divine sense got close to the ancient city, it would instantly dissipate and become invisible, making it impossible to probe at all. The appearance of this ancient city was too sudden and bizarre, eerie and incomparable, causing everyone's heart to chill. How did this ghost town suddenly appear in good time? How could Ludum guard this place in advance? Did he already know that a ghost town would appear here? Everyone was full of doubts. Even Yun Shur and Yun Shanyue's eyes widened, not in a calm mood, and were taken aback. Go! Without the slightest surprise, Lu Dust directly took the 2 maids and kicked open the gate of Fengdu City and disappeared. Fengdu City, could that be the place? The Grand Elder stared at the plaque of the ancient city and suddenly associated it with a secret story from an ancient record, and his heart suddenly shook, revealing an unbelievable expression. Family Master, should we go after them? Seeing Lu Dust enter Fengdu City so decisively, the Shao family's group of strongmen immediately furrowed their brows, and a strongman spoke in a low voice, looking towards the masked Shao family head. Come what may, let's go. The Shao family had clenched his teeth and quickly made up his mind, leading a group of Shao family powerhouses to chase after him. Although the appearance of Fengdu City was too sudden and bizarre, but Lu Chen was only at a mere Zun cultivation level. Even he dared to enter this place. Could it be that they, the strongest of the Monarch Realm and Saint Realm, were still inferior to Lu Chen? Chapter 148 Rules of the Ghost City. Seeing that the Shao family's crowd chased down, the 2 Saint Realm elders from the Xianyu Sacred Land did not dare to be slow and immediately chased down at the first opportunity. The Grand Elder's face was cloudy, and there was actually a trace of deep scorn in his eyes. He hesitated for a few moments of time, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and followed into Fengdu City. From the outside, Fengdu City was shrouded in a banded black mist, and it was impossible to see it at all. But after entering the ancient city, everything became clear. This place was far more vast than it looked from the outside, with magnificent mountains and rivers, numerous jeweled buildings lined up, scaled and illuminated, and the streets bustling with crowds of people everywhere, making it very prosperous. The Grand Elder stared at the crowd on the street, and in turn, his face became more and more grave. In his divine sense perception at the Saint Realm level, these lifelike crowds of people were actually non-existent. That's right, his divine sense couldn't perceive these crowds, only empty streets and cities. However, the Great Elder's naked eyes were able to see the vendors who were yelling, the crowds of people who were strolling around, and they could even feel the breath of life in their bodies, as if they were all living, breathing human beings. Such a bizarre scene immediately put the Grand Elder on alert. Not only him, the rest of the people also noticed this abnormality. All of them were sweating. Some suspect that they really came to the legendary Ghost City. Who cares if this is a ghost town? Today I'll make him a ghost. A Shao family's June Realm powerhouse had a hideous face, directly pulling out a machete with a murderous aura, killing towards Lu Dust at the first opportunity. His favorite son had fallen in the Pot Mountain mystic realm, so he hated Lu Chen extraordinarily and vowed to kill him with his own hands. A sacred realm elder of the Xianyu sacred land immediately gripped a long spear, ready to step in to protect Lu Chen. The Grand Elder and the other Saint Realm Elder, however, had flashing eyes and were ready to step in to stop him, but before any of them could strike, a sudden change occurred. That Shao family's June Realm powerhouse had just swung his weapon and stepped out, when a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew over him. His body stiffened violently, his eyes instantly hollowed out, losing all light, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Seventh Elder? How are you doing, Seventh Elder? This sudden turn of events startled the Shao family members. They scrambled to pick up the body of the Shao family's strongest person and reached out to explore it, and immediately their faces changed drastically, revealing horrified looks. Dead. A June Realm 9th level expert actually died directly in an instant, his soul annihilated, and all the vitality in his body was gone, leaving only a shell. Even the several Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't react at all and didn't see who had struck. Enemy attack. The Shao family members were shocked and angry, and immediately formed a circle back to back to alert the surrounding area. The Shao family head's thick Saint Realm divine sense continued to spread out, searching the surroundings but failing to find any abnormality. What's going on here? The Xianyu Holy Land elders and Yun Shi and Yun Shanxi froze, revealing unbelievable expressions. Sure enough, this is the place. Fengdu Ghost City. Killing is forbidden. Once you show your killing aura or take the initiative, you will be stripped of your soul and sent to hell. Only the Xianyu Holy Land's Grand Elder was chilled through and through. The scene in front of him was completely aligned with the ancient legend records. He immediately transmitted the message to his master nephew. As for the other Sacred Realm Elder, he kept a heart and intentionally didn't inform. If that Sacred Realm Elder died here, he would have the chance to finish off Lu Chen with his own hands. Lu Chen also quietly transmitted his voice and told Yun Shi and Yun Shanxi about the rule that killing was prohibited in this place. And then, his teasing gaze stared at the group of black-robed men in front of him. Although the other party was dressed in black and covered with a black cloth, Lu Chuan didn't need to guess to know that they were from the Shao family. I heard that your Shao family has been looking for me? Now this saint's son is giving you a chance. Come and kill me. I won't resist. Lu Dust said with a smile. The Shao family head stared at Lu Dust with a deathly glare, his face uncertain. You deliberately lured us to this place, wanting to use the traps here to trap and kill us. Although he didn't know the rules of Fengdu Ghost City, he wasn't stupid. To be able to become the Shao family's family head, he was undoubtedly an extremely intelligent person with a sharp mind that detected an abnormality. He was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm cultivation, and unless he was a powerhouse at the level of the 9th level of the Saint Realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 9th level of the June Realm expert right under his nose, and he could not detect any trace of it. But if Lu Chen had a strong person of this level by his side, where would he need to go through so much trouble? Just straight up slap the Shao family into oblivion. Since it wasn't Lu Chen's men who did it, there was only one truth. Something's not right about this ghost town. The one who killed the 7th elder of the Shao family was this ghost city. Are you guys out of your minds? You need a trap to kill you? Seeing that the Shao family had pressed down his killing intent, Lu Chen snorted and said, your tiny Shao family is nothing but a bunch of wastes. How dare you try to point at the Xianyu Holy Land, the Shao Feng that you have high hopes for, as well as the 25 Shao family geniuses. All combined are no match for this saint's son, and were all decapitated by this saint's son in the Pot Mountain mysterious realm, and died a miserable death. Lu Chen's simple and crude provocation instantly made the eyes of the Shao family's crowd turn a little red. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did this little bastard know about my Shao family's top secret plan? 26 sons and daughters of my Shao family really died at his hands? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tap the ah. Many of the strongest members of the Shao family let out roars of rage as killing intent erupted from their bodies. But in the very next moment, their bodies stiffened violently. Their breath instantly dissipated. Their eyes were hollow, and their bodies fell straight down. This sudden turn of events caused the pupils of the remaining Shao clan powerhouses to shrink violently, sending chills through their bodies. 13 elders? Old King, Old One, you wake up. How did they? Who on earth dares to assassinate someone from my Shao family? Get out! In an instant, there were only 15 of the 30 or so Shao family powerhouses left. The living Shao family powerhouses all panicked, shocked and angry, their bodies shaking a little. Strong enemies aren't scary. Unknown strong enemies are. Killing breath. It's a killing aura. It was as if an electric light flashed in the Shao family head's mind as he snapped back to his senses. He immediately yelled lowly, all of you collect the aura on your body, especially the killing aura. You shall not emit killing aura or killing intent, and you shall not take the initiative to make a move. Seeing that the Shao family head had guessed the truth so quickly, Lu Chen immediately raised his eyebrows. In that case, let's let you live a little longer. Lu Chuan withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the Shao family's crowd, and directly turned around and left with his two maids, going deeper into this ghost city. The reason why he came here and used the power of Fengdu Ghost City to kill the Shao family members was merely incidental. His true goal was a supreme treasure buried here. Chapter 149. Lu Chuan's trio walked on the lively streets, which were bustling with people coming and going. But in the people's divine sense perception, it is a deserted and dilapidated street. Empty, completely different from the scene seen with the naked eye, and I do not know whether it is a phantom world or ghosts and monsters. It is really bizarre. Your Majesty, Saint's son, this ghost city, what exactly is it? Why did this ghost city suddenly appear? Is it an illusion? In such a weird place, Yun Xianxue was inevitably a bit scared and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. She subconsciously moved a little closer to Lu Chen, and was able to feel the warmth emanating from his body before her heart settled down a few points. Not an illusionary realm, but an independent small world, similar to a secret realm. Lu Chen shook his head and explained to the two women in a voice transmission. This place isn't really a Fengdu city either. It was just built by a certain guy in the ancient times imitating the mythical underworld of the netherworld. And even though that guy died, the Fengdu city has become a realm of its own, and it maintains its functioning under the original order of the rules. These people we see were all real in the ancient times, only they died and were intercepted by Fengdu City with a strand of obsession and remanifested. You guys can come a little closer if you're scared. I'm the current world's human emperor. My dragon's chi protects my body. All evils will not be invaded. Lu Chuan justifiably took Yun Xianxue's small hand and pulled her closer. Yun Xianxue immediately blushed slightly, her heart beating fast, only feeling that Lu Chen's big hand was so warm and strong that it made her body a little soft and she couldn't break free. Lu Chen didn't move and reached out his hand towards Yunshi, wanting to take the opportunity to bring the two closer together. However, Yunshi's face was expressionless, and she took 2 steps back without moving, causing Lu Chen's calculations to fall flat. She would not truly submit to Lu Chuan until he helped her find her sister. As they watched the 3 Lu Dusters stride deeper into the ghost city, the faces of the Shao family members were incomparably gloomy and unsightly. Family Master, this place is too weird. Should we go out and wait for him? That's right. I don't believe he can stay here forever. Some Shao family powerhouses were afraid and beat a retreat in their hearts, and immediately several people followed suit, unwilling to stay in this hellish place. However, the Shao family head narrowed his eyes with a grim expression. No, we'll just follow him. As long as we don't reveal our killing intent and don't take the initiative to strike at him, he can't do anything about us. I'd like to see what kind of trick he's trying to pull. The Shao family head snorted coldly. His intuition told him that this place was not simple, and that Lu Chuan had come here specifically not just to use the rules of this place to kill them back, but also for other purposes. But the head of the family. Those few Shao family members wanted to say something else, but they were directly interrupted by the Shao family head. The Shao family head urged his storage ring to put away his clansmen's corpses, then led the remaining dozen or so clansmen to follow closely behind Lu Chen. The 3 Xianyu sacred land elders hidden in the shadows didn't hesitate and continued to quietly follow behind Lu Chen. Saint's son, what exactly is this Fengdu city? Why did you make the trip here? The 3 elders couldn't help themselves and quietly transmitted their voices to Lu Chen to inquire. I don't know. I was just randomly wandering around, and I didn't expect a ghost city to actually appear here, so I just stopped in to take a look. With an innocent look on his face, Lu Chen replied with a voice transmission. Don't lie. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. You waited for several hours in front of the ancient city ruins. You clearly knew that this ghost city would appear. You must have an ulterior motive. No. Lu Chen's very dry response caused the Grand Elder to choke. Saint's son, you've brought us to this weird place without revealing your purpose. This makes it difficult for us, the Grand Elder said in a deep voice transmission. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Difficult to do? Then don't do it. After he spoke, no matter how the three elders questioned, Lu Chen did not respond half-heartedly. This infuriated the Grand Elder, and his eyes grew more and more grim. Lu Chen had a meaningful smile on his face. As a contemporary human emperor, with the human emperor's chi and the human race's chi and dragon chi sheltering him, Lu Chen's perception of hostility and killing intent was extremely keen, far surpassing that of ordinary Saint Realm powerhouses. During these 3 days, he had long sensed the Great Elder's hostility and killing intent towards him. Luckily, Lu Chen didn't intend to completely hand over his safety to the Xianyu sacred ground. With Yun Shi, the god of murder, by his side, the ghost city was very vast, with jeweled buildings everywhere and bustling streets. Your Highness the Holy Sun, there's someone in front. Yun Xianshu's eyes suddenly widened a few points in surprise and joy. In her divine sense perception, the street was barren and dilapidated, except for an inn ahead where dozens of exuberant chi and blood power emanated from it, which were clearly living beings, not created by the ghost city's obsession. Seeing the same living, breathing people in this spooky, inexplicable ghost town made her mind relax a few moments. Come on, go over there. Lu Chen, however, was not the least bit surprised as he led the two maids into this inn, without using divine sense, just by looking with the naked eye. This inn was very gorgeous and vast, with people coming and going, and from time to time, there was a strong aroma of dishes filling the air. At the hall on the second floor of the inn, there were a few tables of people sitting around. They had a wide array of dishes in front of them. The aroma was overflowing, but they didn't move at all. They just took their own wine gourds and drank them with one mouthful. Another wretch has strayed into this place. Those dozens of people were all living and breathing, and when they saw Lu Chuan's trio appear, they were not half surprised, but only had a few more moments of pity in their eyes. Wretched wretch misplaced here? What do you all mean by this? May I ask what this Fengdu city is? Exactly? Some urgent voices rang out, and the Shao family's crowd followed, a hint of eagerness in their eyes as they looked towards the dozens of martial artists. It was hard to meet other living people, so they couldn't help but get a little excited and wanted to poke around this ghost city. Fengdu City is the legendary ghost city, the place where the ghosts of the heavens go to die, and when a living person breaks into it, they don't want to leave alive. A martial artist sneered and said so. A load of crap. How can a mere ghost city trap us? A Shao family powerhouse snorted coldly, not believing his words at all. After all, this time their Shao family had deployed 2 Saint Realm powerhouses, so regardless of whether it was an illusion or a secret realm, it was impossible to trap them. Unexpectedly, this statement drew laughter from those dozens of people, and their gazes towards the Shao family's crowd were full of teasing and pity. It seems that you are truly unlucky people who just broke in and have yet to discover the truth of this place. This ghost city only enters and leaves, even if it's a sacred realm powerhouse. If you don't believe me, you can try. Chapter 150, The Son of Fortune appears. As soon as these words came out, the Shao family head's face sank, and he immediately sent a message to the 2 Shao family powerhouses, telling them to return the way they came. Instead, with a smile on his face, he didn't move to chat with these dozens of people, prying for information. Seeing that these people liked to drink, the Shao family head directly took out the treasured fine wine and instantly drew closer to these people, and in turn, pried out quite a bit of information. It was only after some inquiries that the Shao family head realized that the location of Fengdu City was not fixed, and that all these people had mistakenly entered Fengdu City from different places. But the same thing is that they all saw the ghost town at the stroke of midnight, were curious to come in and take a look, and couldn't get out. Those who have been trapped for short periods of time have been trapped for months, and those who have been trapped for longer periods of time have even been trapped for decades. One of the martial artists even said a shocking news, said he saw an old beggar on the street, very old. After asking that the other party has been trapped for hundreds of years. Fengdu City was very vast, and the number of martial artists trapped here was quite large, and they were just a part of it, gathering with each other to have a companion. Soon, the 2 strong men from the Shao family returned with a hint of panic on their faces as they were unexpectedly unable to leave Fengdu City. The gate they had come through was locked and could not be opened in any way. They tried to take to the air and fly up, but were horrified to find that they failed. As if the entire ghost city was shrouded in a mysterious and unknown forbidden air domain. They had also tried other city gates, and without exception, they had failed, unable to get out at all. After learning the news, the Shao family head could no longer tense up and his face sank. He gazed at Lu Dust coldly, itching to go up and split him. This damned little scumbag has brought us to this Jedi. No. No. We're trapped. But he can't get out either. As the holy son of the Xianyu sacred ground, there's no reason for him to end up with our Shao family. What exactly is the purpose of this scum coming to Fengdu City? The Shao family head's face was cloudy, and for the first time, he felt that the situation was completely out of his control. He had a strong premonition in his heart that Lu Chuan had brought them into the Ghost City, never for the purpose of dying together, but for another purpose. The three elders of the Xianyu sacred land were hidden in the shadows, eavesdropping on the crowd's conversation, and their faces also changed violently when they heard the words. They didn't want to be stuck in this hellhole for years, let alone centuries. Just then, the crowd was taken aback when they saw three figures appear on the street from the second-floor windows. Those three people were extremely vigorous in chi and blood, and their aura was overpowering and compelling. They were not the obsessions of the Ghost City, but living, breathing people. The first person was about 17 or 18 years old, quite young, with a head of horns and deep, cold eyes. Behind him, followed by a man and a woman, two middle-aged men, wearing purple cloud-patterned robes, with a golden badge hanging from their chests. The powerful aura of the Saint Realm level was not concealed at all. This badge, they are people from the 9 heavenly sacred land. Who is this person? To actually have 2 Saint Realm powerhouses from the 9 heaven sacred land personally escorting him? What a row! Who cares who he is? Isn't he just like us? Stuck in this hellhole and can't get out. Ha ha! The crowd was in an uproar, greatly surprised, and there was no shortage of gloating voices. Wait! I seem to have seen this person's portrait before. He is the newly promoted saint son of the 9 heavens holy land, Chu Fan. Suddenly, a martial artist exclaimed, recognizing the identity of that young man, and it caused quite a ripple. A trace of scorn also flashed in the eyes of the Shao family members. After all, the 9 heavens holy land was one of the 3 strongest holy lands among the 13 holy lands in the Middle Earth region, and it was not something that their Shao family could mess with. It's actually someone from the 9 heavens holy land. The 3 elders of the Xianyu holy land also frowned slightly. Brother, Yun Qianxue got up with a huff, but Lu Chen pulled her small hand and sat down again. He hasn't been your brother for a long time. He's just a big devil who has taken over your brother's body. You have to kill him so that your brother's body can rest in peace. Do you understand? With a serious expression on his face, Lu Chen stared at Yun Qianyue's eyes and said to her in a voice transmission. It could be seen that Yun Qianxue's delicate body trembled for a moment, her lips biting tightly, obviously still unable to let go of the matter of her brother turning into a great devil. But she quickly revealed a resolute look, nodded, and whispered, I will. He is no longer my brother. I will not let your highness down. Only then did Lu Chuan let go of his heart and a smile appeared on his face as he reached out and touched Yun Qianxue's head. He was really a little worried about Yun Qianxue and Chu Fan rekindling their old feelings. After all, the two are siblings who grew up together. It was good that Yun Qianxue was relatively simple-minded and had already been crippled by Lu Chuan's lulling. As long as she wasn't given the opportunity to spend time with Chu Fan, it would be impossible to restore the feelings between the two of them. Lu Chen was not the least bit surprised by Chu Fan's appearance. It was that old thing, the Grave Keeper, that guided him here in the original plot. Although Lu Dust had displayed extraordinary means in front of the Tomb Keeper, Chu Fan was the son of Qi, with a noble destiny and great Qi in his body, and it was only normal that the Tomb Keeper chose to continue to help Chu Fan, only to see Chu Fan bring 2 9 heaven sacred land Saint Realm elders with him, strutting into the second floor of the inn, and directly taking out a sword with a cold, flickering light. Whoever can tell this saint's son useful intelligence information about Fengdu City, this 7th-ranked extremely valuable sword will belong to him. If the intelligence information given is precious enough, this saint's son can give a holy weapon reward. Chu Fan had arrogance on his face, gathering information in such a simple and brutal way. Not to mention, when the 7th Order Extreme Treasure Sword appeared, the gazes of dozens of people looked over in unison, and their eyes instantly flamed up. This is a treasure second only to a holy weapon. In an instant, dozens of people all spoke out the intelligence information they had, but most of them weren't considered secrets. Hearing Chu Fan frown, 2.5 years ago, I saw a large black hand that covered the sky reach out from the depths of Fengdu City. Right at this moment, a martial artist suddenly opened his mouth, causing Chu Fan's pupils to shrink violently. Where exactly did that big hand appear and what did it look like? Chu Fan immediately pursued. I'm not sure about that. That person, however, let out a bitter smile, saying that the big hand disappeared too quickly to see it clearly, and that the depths of Fengdu City were guarded by Yin soldiers, so he could not get close enough to know the exact location of the big hand. Chu Fan's brows furrowed, and after inquiring again and failing to obtain any other intelligence information, he threw down his 7th Order Extreme Treasure Sword and turned around to leave. From the beginning to the end, Chu Fan had not even looked at Lu Chen and Yun Shanyue squarely. After all, both of them had changed their faces. Their looks and temperament were all different, and Chu Fan was not able to recognize them. Deep in the depths of Fengdu City, it seems that the chance of creation that the Tombkeeper Senior said is there. Chu Fan whispered softly to himself. The Tombkeeper only guided him to Fengdu City and told him that there was a heavenly chance of creation here. But more information was not revealed. That's why Chu Fan went around scouting for intelligence news. After a few days of probing, he did get a few pieces of useful information, all pointing to the depths of Fengdu City, a forbidden place blocked by the Yin soldiers. Chapter 151 Windless Sword Saint. Come on, let's go over there too. It was only then that Lu Chen slowly got up and left the inn, similarly walking towards the deepest part of Fengdu City. Seeing this, the Shao family's crowd decisively followed Lu Chen. This ghost city was very vast, and Lu Chuan and the three of them had walked for half an hour before crossing most of Fengdu City. The rear is brightly lit with people coming and going, very busy and lively. In front of them, it was pitch black, with vague flashes of ghostly green lights, and only the dark shadows of some magnificent buildings could be seen vaguely. Not really seen. It was as if the front and back were two worlds. Stop. Those who trespass on the forbidden land will be killed without pardon. An ice-cold voice came out without the slightest bit of emotion. There was a group of Yin soldiers guarding the front. Their entire body was shrouded under black armor, red flames jumping in their eye sockets, and a cold and ferocious aura came over them. They were not transformed by those obsessions they had previously seen, but were real ghosts. Chu Fan and the 2 Nine Heaven Sacred Land Elders arrived here with frowns on their faces. According to the information they had poked around, these Yin soldiers didn't have much sanity and couldn't communicate. They would just die here and no one would be allowed to pass. They, the outsiders, couldn't make a move. They couldn't even reveal their killing intent or aura, which led to them not being able to break through the guards of these Yin soldiers at all. The true secrets of Fengdu City are buried in this forbidden land. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out. It was an old beggar with tattered clothes and dirty body, appearing like a ghost, causing the hearts of those 2 Saint Realm Elders of the 9 Heaven Sacred Land to jump, revealing a wary expression. The old beggar stared at Chu Fan and suddenly grinned. Old man, I can tell you how to break in. All you need is to have your soul out of your body and strike out in the state of your soul body to be exempted from the punishment of the rules of Fengdu City. Chu Fan glanced at him. You say yes or no? In case the soul strikes out and remains punished, wouldn't you be sending yourself to death for nothing? The old beggar looked deeply at Chu Fan. You are the person with the destiny of heaven, sheltered by great fortune and great blessings. Only you can possibly seize the treasure in the forbidden land of Fengdu City, thus opening the Fengdu City boundary. I just want to get the hell out of here, and have no thoughts of harming you. Hundreds of years ago I broke in with the state of my soul body, but unfortunately, I have no chance with the chance of this place, and instead I was seriously injured, and so far I have not been able to heal. When Chu Fan heard that, his heart was immediately moved, but he didn't move on the surface. How am I supposed to trust you with empty words? The old beggar said, in my personal name. Are you kidding me? Chu Fan stared at him expressionlessly. You're just a nobody. What does your name count for? The old beggar didn't get angry because of Chu Fan's attitude. He just looked at the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses behind Chu Fan and said, you're still young. It's normal that you don't know me, but these 2 Dao friends of the 9 Heaven Sacred Land must know me. The old beggar slowly gripped the iron sword on his waist, accompanied by a powerful sword intent looming, causing the pupils of the 2 Saint Realm Elders of the 9 Heaven Sacred Land to shrink violently. Startled, this sword intent. You are the Windless Sword Saint, Zhang Wufeng. There were quite a few Saint Realm powerhouses in the Middle Earth region, and the Dao of the sword was the great Dao with the largest number of practitioners. Being able to be crowned as the Sword Saint was enough to show that this person's attainments in the Dao of the sword were absolutely top-notch amongst the many Saint Realm powerhouses. Zhang Wufeng, who rose to prominence 1,000 years ago, is a legend of the Middle Earth domain generation. He came from a humble background, never relying on any clan forces, has always been alone, scattered cultivator origin, but has a great talent. The sword Dao attainments are out of this world, has defeated many prestigious Saint Realm powerhouses. 354 years ago, the Windless Sword Saint disappeared into the Jianghu overnight and was gradually forgotten by the world. I didn't expect him to be trapped here. An elder of the 9 Heaven Sacred Lands spoke softly, introducing Chu Fan to the old beggar's origins. This statement was made. The 3 elders of the Shao family in the Xianyu Holy Land who were secretly observing from afar were secretly surprised, not realizing that this mighty Windless Sword Saint had actually been trapped in Fengdu City for more than 300 years. Even this kind of strong person can't escape. Then what should they do? For a moment, a shadow surfaced in the hearts of the Shao family and the 3 elders of the Xianyu Holy Land. Your Highness the Holy Sun, the Windless Sword Saint is a decent person and has never cared to lie. Perhaps he can believe him once. Another Nine Heavens Sacred Land elder spoke softly. Although Yu Wufeng had disappeared for hundreds of years, his name had long since penetrated the hearts of the people, and his prestige in the Jianghu was not low, and he was regarded as an idol by many loose cultivators. Chu Fan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then you make a test shot first." That Nine Heavens Sacred Lands elder choked on his words. Under Chu Fan's indifferent gaze, he could only let out a bitter smile and said, "Then I'll clear the way for your highness the Holy Sun." Although he was an elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land and a Saint Realm powerhouse, in terms of status and position, he was far inferior to Chu Fan. It wasn't because Chu Fan was the Holy Son of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Rather, it was because Chu Fan was Gu Changxing's only personal disciple. Not only was Gu Changxing's cultivation the highest in the entire Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, he was also excessively young, with a heavenly talent that had the potential to become an emperor. As Gu Changxing's most valued disciple, it could be said that he was one man under 10,000 in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Swish, that elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land closed his eyes, and an identical version of himself rushed out from within his sea of consciousness, emanating a thick and majestic soul fluctuation from his body. Having reached the Saint Realm in cultivation, his soul was incomparably strong and solid, looking almost indistinguishable from a real person. He took one step and rushed directly towards the Fengdu City Forbidden Land in front of him. Death to those who trespass on the Forbidden Land. The eyes of those soldiers in front of them turned cold as they immediately swung their weapons and killed the Nine Heavens Sacred Land elder. However, the elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land just snorted coldly, and his Sacred Realm level soul power erupted, instantly causing the bodies of those soldiers to explode, and their forms and souls were destroyed. At this moment, everyone's gazes were staring at him in unison, their faces grave and quite tense. The elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land didn't dare to move even after he struck out, and he was also a bit nervous, looking from side to side. A few moments later, he remained unharmed and was not punished by the rules of Fengdu City. Seeing this, Chu Fan was also very dry and decisive, and directly instructed another Nine Heavens Sacred Earth Elder. Elder 11, you guard Elder 9 and I's physical bodies here, and Elder 9 and I will break into this forbidden land. After speaking, Chu Fan also exited his soul, and together with the ninth Elder's soul, he took large steps towards this forbidden land. At this moment, Chu Fan had clearly broken through the June Realm cultivation level, and his soul was likewise very solid, with a powerful aura. Not only that, he was also holding a translucent bell in his hand, which similarly emitted strong soul fluctuations. It was a soul-type magic treasure. Chapter 152. Do you want a disciple or not? Striking out in a soul state can be unrestricted by the rules of Fengdu City. After seeing this scene with their own eyes, the eyes of the Shao Clan's crowd were glowing with incomparable excitement, and all of them revealed sardonic smiles as they stared at Lu Dust in unison. It's coming! Seeing this, the Grand Elder hidden in the shadows immediately saw his eyes light up and was ready to step in to block the other Xianyu Sacred Ground Elder so that the Shao family could get Lu Chen killed without any problems. Lu Chuan, however, was not the least bit flustered, directly pulling in Shanyue and striding over to the Windless Sword Saint. Humph, little bastard, now you know you're afraid? Do you really think that just because you're the Holy Son of the Xianyu Holy Land, the Windless Sword Saint will help you? When the Shao family members saw this, they secretly sneered. According to the information they had learned, the Windless Sword Saint had been alone for hundreds of years since his rise to power, never joining any forces, and even if all the holy places of the various parties were pulling him in, he refused mercilessly. Lu Chen was only a junior in the district. Did he still presume to ask the Windless Sword Saint to shelter him? The Shao family's crowd took large steps forward, ready to strike. Lu Chen stared at the Windless Sword Saint and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile as he transmitted his voice to him. Senior Windless Sword Saint, do you want a disciple or not? As long as you open your golden mouth, I'll send you a supreme heavenly disciple. Only then did the Windless Sword Saint raise his head and glance at Lu Chen. Ha! Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, and a ray of golden light suddenly lit up in his eyes, like an invisible and terrifying sword chi, as he looked straight at Lu Dust. At this moment, the divine ability that Thousand Faces had exerted on Lu Dust failed, and the Windless Sword Saint was able to see Lu Dust's true face, and was able to sense the amazing natural talent in him, as well as, the Windless Sword Saint suddenly let out a light eep, able to sense a mysterious and powerful force within Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness that was able to block his perception. I sense the aura of the Xianyu Bible from you. With your natural talent, you should be the contemporary Holy Son of the Xianyu Holy Land. It would be appropriate for you to be my disciple, but unfortunately you can't. The Windless Sword Saint withdrew his gaze and shook his head with some regret. Lu Chuan's natural talent was really strong, and there was an extremely thick and powerful sword intent in his body, causing him to be moved to love his talent. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was already the Holy Son of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, and he didn't care to snatch someone from the Xianyu sacred ground. Not me, but my maid of honor. Lu Chuan pulled Yun Shanyu to the windless sword saint. Kid, you're being a bit impolite. Actually wanting this sword saint to take your maid as a disciple? Are you looking down on this sword saint? Windless sword saint's face was a little dark. He was a generation-old sword saint. He didn't know how many Geishur celestial pride begged him to take in a disciple, but he didn't even look at him. As a result, Lu Chen actually wanted him to take a maid as his disciple? The windless sword saint's expression was somewhat unkind as he glanced at the somewhat bewildered Yun Shanyu. But it was this glance that caused the windless sword saint's body to jolt and his pupils to shrink. Windless sword saint senior. Our Shao family has a personal grudge against this little bastard. Please sword saint senior. Right at this moment, the Shao family's crowd came over in large strides, surrounding Lu Chen and preparing to strike. The Shao family had saluted towards the windless sword saint, but before he could finish his words, he heard the windless sword saint unceremoniously chide. Scram! The Shao family head's face stiffened slightly as he said, Senior sword saint. This junior is not related to you. Why do you need to harbor him? As long as senior sword saint is not involved in this matter. My Shao family. You guys don't understand human language, do you? The windless sword saint turned around and stared expressionlessly at the Shao family head. I'll say it one last time. Get the hell out of here. Though he looked very unkempt, with his hair and beard in a disheveled mass and his face covered in ash, he looked just like an old beggar. However, when the windless sword saint stared at the Shao family head, there was an invisible yet terrifying pressure enveloping him, as if a supreme sword was about to be sheathed. The Shao family head tensed up, feeling a great threat. He looked deeply at the windless sword saint, and without a word, he turned around and left with the Shao family crowd, but he didn't go far, and after turning the corner of the street, he immediately climbed onto the roof of a nearby house and stared at Lu Dust from afar. Asterisk. How could the windless sword saint choose to help this little bastard? Didn't he used to not even give face to any Holy Land? The Shao family's crowd all frowned in disbelief. They can't figure it out. Not to mention that Lu Chen was just a junior. It was said that in the past, the Holy Lords of the three Holy Lands had all personally come forward, promising lucrative rewards to draw on the windless sword saint, wanting him to become a guest secretary or an envoy of their Holy Lands. But they were all ruthlessly rejected by the windless sword saint. Lu Chen was just a junior and had just joined the Xianyu Holy Land not long ago. What capital could he have to pull in the windless sword saint? Not to mention that the Shao family's crowd couldn't figure it out. Even the three Xianyu sacred land elders hidden in the shadows froze and looked at each other. The grand elder even clenched his hands slowly and a heart sank. If the windless sword saint was on Lu Chen's side, how would he avenge his grandson's death? Since sword saint senior doesn't see me as a maid, forget it. Lu Chuan sighed with a regretful look, and while transmitting his voice to the windless sword saint, he pulled Yun Shanyu and prepared to leave. Wait. The windless sword saint was a bit anxious and immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Chen. I take back what I just said. I'll take this disciple. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. It's a done deal. The windless sword saint has been alone for most of his life, never accepting disciples, nor accepting the solicitation of any sectarian forces, and has only the way of the sword in mind. However, his mindset had changed after he grew old, especially after being trapped in Fengdu City for hundreds of years. He wanted to find a sword Dao genius to pass on what he had learned in his life, not wanting his sword Dao to be cut off. And, in the original plot, the windless sword saint was the one who saw Yun Shanyu's natural talent and took her as his disciple, thus becoming Chu Fan's helper and backer. But now, well, Yun Qianxue is his consort. The windless sword saint, naturally, must also become his helper. But I have one condition. She must detach herself from the Xianyu sacred ground. She can't continue to be your consort. She can only be my disciple. The windless sword saint spoke again. Although the windless sword saint was eager to seek a disciple, he wasn't stupid. He didn't want his sword Dao inheritance to become someone else's graft. Although he didn't know why Lu Chuan wanted to send a voice contact, he also had a heartfelt desire to do the same with Lu Chuan. In this way, the content of the two men's conversation was known only to them. Lu Chen said, Senior should be able to tell that she and I have a very deep bond. Even without her status as a maid, she will not sever her relationship with me, and may not even leave me. Then I don't care, the windless sword saint said. In short, it is impossible for my disciple to be someone else's consort, and it is impossible for my sword Dao inheritance to be given to your Xianyu sacred ground for nothing. Otherwise I would rather not have this disciple. Chapter 153, Servant Girl to Consort. Yes, I'll dissolve the master-servant relationship with her right here, and from now on she will no longer be restricted or bound by anyone. Lu Chen nodded, causing the windless sword saint's heart to rejoice. Lu Chen continued to transmit his voice. But I have a condition. She can only worship you as her master after we leave Fengdu City. Before that, Let's pretend we don't know each other and don't let outsiders know that Senior Sword Saint and I have a connection. Lu Chen's words caused the windless Sword Saint to raise an eyebrow and look him up and down. You brat. Covering up. Not wanting outsiders to know my relationship with you. You're trying to use me as a bottom helper. Asking me to step in at critical moments and count on others, right? Although the windless Sword Saint was an upright person, he wasn't stupid at all. As an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, he had experienced more than his fair share of deception, and quickly figured out the reason for Lu Chen's sneaky voice transmission. If everyone knew that the windless Sword Saint was Lu Chuan's helper, then Lu Chuan's enemies would definitely take the windless Sword Saint into consideration when targeting him. But if no one knows the relationship between the windless Sword Saint and Lu Chen, Lu Dust asked the windless Sword Saint to make a move at a critical moment, definitely catching the enemy off guard and playing beyond imagination. Abbreviation. Old 6. Lu Chuan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Senior Sword Saint has a discerning eye. You kid. You are so insidious. At a young age, the windless Sword Saint shook his head inside, though he didn't like scheming villains. However, he was very clear that the only people who could live better in this world where strength was honored were those who were extremely deep in the city and cold and ruthless in their methods. The windless Sword Saint didn't care to play these small tricks because he was strong enough on his own to be straightforward and not bound by rules. Since Lu Dust likes it, let him go. Little Schwerer, from now on, you are no longer my maid. You are free, Lu Chuan said to Yun Shanyue in a voice transmission. When Yun Xianxue heard this, her delicate body immediately trembled, and she hurriedly hugged Lu Chen's arm. Your Majesty, is it because I didn't do enough somewhere? You don't drive me away ah. Yun Xianxue was truly flustered this time. She and Chu Fan had grown up together, and now Chu Fan had become a great devil who had been taken over. It could be said that Lu Chen was the person she had the closest relationship with in this world, and the last person she could rely on. Lu Chen had saved her life and given her too much help and opportune treasures. Without Lu Chen's help, there would be no Yun Shanyue today. She hadn't yet repaid Lu Chen's favor. How could she leave him? See how scared you are. Lu Chuan laughed, pinched her panicked little face, and said in a voice transmission, I'll give you to this windless Sword Saint as a disciple, and his condition is that he wants me to dissolve the master-servant relationship between you and me. What do you think? Yun Xianxue was relieved when she heard this, almost thinking that Lu Chen was going to kick her out, although Lu Chen had let her worship her without her consent. However, her status was Lu Chen's maid. She belonged to Lu Chen by nature, and Lu Chen was her master, so naturally she did not need to ask for her opinion. Moreover, if she worshipped the windless Sword Saint as her teacher, she would be able to pull in a powerful helper for Lu Chen, and could help Lu Chen a great deal. So Yun Xianxue was naturally happy to do so. But, Your Majesty, you said that you would let me be your maid for the rest of my life and never betray me. I don't want to leave, Your Majesty. Yun Xianxue bit her lips, her heart quite reluctant. From Jinbei City to the Middle-earth region, she had always followed Lu Chuan, and had long been secretly in love with him, so where would she want to leave him? Fool, who said anything about letting you leave me? Lu Chen had a meaningful smile on his face. The windless Sword Saint was born an orphan, had no family and very few friends, and for thousands of years he has been a family man in all 4 seas. After we leave Fengdu City, I'll arrange for a patrol pavilion stronghold near the Xianyu sacred ground, so just tell him that it's your home and invite him to stay at your home. So won't we be able to continue to stay together? He only said he wouldn't let you be my consort. He didn't say he wouldn't let us continue to stay together. Even if Lu Chuan and Yun Shanyue dissolved their master-servant relationship, to Yun Shanyue, Lu Chuan was still the closest person in the world, and the two of them had a relationship that could not be severed. When the time came for Yun Xianxue to ask the windless Sword Saint to help Lu Chen, could the windless Sword Saint still refuse? Yun Xianxue's pretty face froze for a moment when she heard this, not expecting Lu Chen to have actually calculated this a long time ago. Well, this is something that His Majesty would do. But, Yun Xianxue pinched the corner of her coat, still somewhat hesitant, because she didn't want to part with her identity as a maid. She didn't want to have no relationship with Lu Chen. If you cannot give up the identity of the maid of honor, then, why don't you enter my harem and become my consort? How? As if he had seen through the thoughts in her mind, Lu Chen said with a smiling voice transmission. Swish! Yun Xianxue's pretty face instantly turned red, her heart beating fast, as if a deer was banging around, as if it was about to pop out. Your Majesty, slave is still small. Yun Xianxue lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito. Then it's settled that the marriage is final. Lu Chuan pinched her reddish and playful cute face, and his tone carried an overbearingness that could not be refused. Well, Yun Xianxue lowered her head and let out a soft sound in her throat. Her head was about to go down into her chest. Rather shy, the windless Sword Saint on the side stroked his chin. looked at Yun Shangyue and then at Lu Chen, always feeling that something was a bit off. Boy, what the hell did you tell her? Why would she react this way when she was relieved of her maidenhood? The Windless Sword Saint asked Lu Chen in a voice transmission. Nothing. Is that where she learned to be able to worship the legendary famous Windless Sword Saint as a teacher? Too much excitement and exhilaration. Some cannot help it. This girl is like this. Since childhood. The character of introversion. Easy to be shy. Lu Dust coughed lightly and opened his mouth without blushing. Really? The Windless Sword Saint was a bit suspicious. Always feeling as if it wasn't quite right. But he couldn't tell. 1,000 times over. Lu Chen nodded. And suddenly his words changed. Senior Sword Saint. Senior wants to break into the forbidden land of this Fengdu city. Can Senior lend me the soul-severing sword? Chapter 154, Black Flag. As soon as Lu Chuan's words came out, the Windless Sword Saint's eyes instantly condensed as he stared at Lu Chuan. I've never used the soul-severing sword in front of the world. How did you learn about this? Secret. Lu Chen smiled faintly and did not explain. The Windless Sword Saint stared deeply at Lu Dust, but Lu Dust was frankly staring at him without the slightest fear. Lu Chuan was able to know. Naturally, because he was open and couldn't explain it. In the original plot, the Windless Sword Saint broke into the forbidden land of Fengdu City in his soul state, causing quite a ripple, from which he obtained a soul-type magic treasure, the soul-splitting sword. As the name suggests, this is a terrifying weapon that specializes in targeting the soul. You kid, your disciple hasn't even been delivered to me yet, and you're hitting on my baby's idea first. The Windless Sword Saint's gaze was a bit grim, but he didn't refuse. From the moment he intended to take Yun Shangyue as his disciple, he realized very clearly that he would not be able to get rid of Lu Chen. After all, Yun Shangyue and Lu Dust close relationship, and Windless Sword Saint in the future most likely only Yun Shangyue a disciple. Do not help Yun Shangyue can help who else? However, Lu Chuan's natural talent was strong enough that his future achievements would not be worse than his Windless Sword Saint, and the Windless Sword Saint was willing to send a favor. Both of them communicated all through divine sense sound transmission. In the eyes of outsiders, the two just stood still and stared at each other for a while, and then suddenly Lu Chuan pulled Yun Shangyue, together with Yun Shi, and turned to leave. The Shao family's crowd and the three elders of the Xianyu Holy Land hurriedly followed them, but after turning a corner, Lu Chen's trio actually disappeared into thin air. Where are the people? The Shao family and the three elders of the Xianyu Sacred Land all had a thump in their hearts, and a sense of foreboding surged. However, no matter how much they searched and their divine sense kept spreading, they were never able to find any trace of Lu Chuan's trio. All of this was naturally due to Yun Shi. As the current leader of Luo Net, what Yun Shi was actually really good at was stealth and assassination. After a slight trick, she easily got rid of the Shao family's crowd and the three elders of the Xianyu Sacred Land, and took Lu Chen and Yun Shangyue to hide in the shadows. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Lu Chuan barked out an instruction before his soul exited his body, holding a translucent ancient sword in his hand as he silently rushed towards the depths of Fengdu City's forbidden land. Although Lu Chen had yet to break through the June realm, his soul was also very solid and powerful, lifelike. Yun Shi frowned, a slight look of worry appearing in her eyes. That Chu Fan was accompanied by a Saint Realm powerhouse, and Lu Chen actually dared to go alone. His guts were too big. Obviously, Lu Chuan could have asked the Windless Sword Saint to make a move or have her make a move, but Lu Chuan didn't. Yun Shi was a bit puzzled by Lu Chen's intentions, and ultimately pressed on, not striking out rashly. Unlike the brightly lit streets in the back, it was pitch black in the forbidden land of Fengdu City. Even the divine sense perception was suppressed, and one could only see that the nearby ground was full of cracks, and pieces of buildings collapsed and broke, as if they had experienced a tragic war in the ancient times. Lu Chuan kept moving forward, and the journey was very calm, not encountering any crises. This did not mean that this place was safe, but rather that Chu Fan and the elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land had rushed ahead, had cleared the road of enemies, and were drawing fire in front of them, so that Lu Duan could move forward so smoothly. Soon, an ancient and majestic temple appeared in front of Lu Chen. In the dark and dim environment, this temple was like a demon king looking down on the living world, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. What was even more astonishing was that only half of this ancient hall remained, with a flat section, as if it had been split into two by a sword. Even so, only half of the ancient hall remained regal. In front of the door of the ancient hall, there is a fragmented plaque lying quietly on the ground. Vaguely can see the three big words Hall of the Son of Heaven. There are thousands of Yin soldiers in this place, emitting an unspeakable ferocious aura, as if they had really come to the underworld, causing the soul to be creeped out. There were sounds of intense fighting coming from the front, but it was the two of them, Chu Fan and the Elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands, who were caught in a bitter battle. Thousands of Yin soldiers with cold and terrifying auras surrounded them, including 2 Saint Realm leveling generals with extraordinary strength. Even the 9 Heavens Sacred Land Elder was under great pressure and struggling to support himself. However, for some reason, those 2 generals with Saint Realm cultivation suddenly shook their bodies, as if they had become mute, and their movements became sluggish. Seeing this, the Elder of the 9 Heavens Sacred Lands immediately swung his sword one after another, injuring him. Good chance. Chu Fan was also happy in his heart. The bell in his hand shook violently, along with a sharp ringing of the bell. The surrounding soldiers suddenly had their souls and bodies trembling violently, stiffening in place, making it difficult for them to move. Chu Fan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to rush into the Hall of the Son of Heaven. This ancient hall was very huge, but it had been split horizontally, and Chu Fan's divine sense spread out, quickly discovering the target. In the center position of this ancient hall, there was an iron throne standing, and a black flag was floating on the iron throne, emitting wisps of mysterious light that was extraordinary. What an amazing magic treasure! Chu Fan's eyes were glowing, quite surprised, and he immediately rushed over, grabbed the black flag and began to refine it. This flag was of too high a grade, and with Chu Fan's June Realm cultivation, it was very difficult to refine it, requiring full concentration and the use of all of his soul power to refine it. But here's what he didn't notice. On this flag, there were wisps of bizarre black chi diffusing out, so subtle that it was almost invisible, silently disappearing into Chu Fan's soul, and eventually converging together to form a skull. Who are you? Chu Fan was horrified in his heart and immediately let go of the black flag, his soul body glowing as he hurriedly shook the bell in his hand, trying to expel the bizarre existence that had invaded his soul. But it didn't help. Jia Jia Jia. What a powerful and flawless soul. From now on, you are my host. That skeleton gave a sardonic laugh, and an unprecedentedly terrifying and ferocious aura was released, cold and terrifying, causing Chu Fan's soul to stiffen, as if his consciousness was about to come to a standstill. Not to mention that Chu Fan was only at a mere June Realm cultivation. Even if he was replaced with a Saint Realm 9 Heavens Sacred Land Elder, he would not be able to resist at all. Give me death. Just as Chu Fan's consciousness was about to be devoured, he trembled and roared. As Chu Fan's voice rang out, in the deepest part of his soul, a mysterious jade pendant emerged, releasing black and white light, transforming into a taiji pattern. This was the supreme treasure that Chu Fan brought with him when he was reborn from the 9 heavens above, and it was also the mysterious treasure that he had obtained from a forbidden area of life when he was an immortal exalt in his previous life. The Yin Yang Jade Pendant. When he was in the Eastern Wasteland domain, the Yin Yang Jade Pendant had protected his life several times and brought him away from crises, and now that Chu Fan was already at the June Realm cultivation level, he used all of his soul power and did his best to stimulate a strand of power from the Yin Yang Jade Pendant. Chapter 155, 10,000 Soul Streamer in Hand. Boom! There was a mysterious and supreme aura spreading from the Yin Yang Jade Pendant. Even though it was just a wisp of breath fluctuation, it was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, and it actually annihilated that skeleton in Chu Fan's soul in an instant, causing its soul to fly away and die completely. This power. In the deepest underground of Fengdu City, a pair of ancient and deep eyes lit up, awakened from their slumber. It was as if his gaze was able to cross the heavy space. And when he saw Chu Fan in the Hall of the Son of Heaven, a rare flash of scorn actually flashed in his eyes. This son's destiny is honorable. There is great fortune in his body. It is the reincarnation of the Z-Wei Emperor Star. 10,000 Soul Streamer to him. It is also a good choice. Gifting him a favor. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for my Fengdu City. An ancient, hoarse voice murmured, and a wisp of mysterious soul power spread around the palace of the Son of Heaven. Several generals with Saint Realm cultivation shook violently and retreated silently, not striking out at Chu Fan and the 9 Heavens Sacred Land Elder. The pair of eyes disappeared and returned to their subterranean slumber. At this moment, after Chu Fan exerted all his efforts to catalyze the Yin Yang Jade Pendant, his soul body was very weak, turning into a semi-transparent shape, as if it would dissipate at the slightest blow of the wind, and all of his soul power was almost sucked dry by the Yin Yang Jade Pendant. But the good thing was that he had managed to take out the creepy skeleton. Chu Fan picked up the dull banner on the ground and let out a cold laugh. I thought, what the hell is it? It turns out to be nothing more than an artifact spirit, actually wanting to take over my father as well. I don't know what to do, but this magic treasure is not bad, although it's a bit tattered. The grade seems to be as high as the Emperor rank. It seems that this is the chance of creation that the Toon Guardian Senior said. Just as Chu Fan was preparing to refine this flag, a sudden change occurred. A translucent ancient sword silently stabbed out from the back, causing Chu Fan's hair to creep out and chills to run down his spine. But he was too weak right now, and he simply didn't have the strength to resist Lu Chen's sword. In the original plot, Lu Chen had the windless sword saint's help, so naturally he wouldn't encounter this kind of danger. But now he was alone, and the 9 Heaven Sacred Land Elders were still battling bitterly outside, and couldn't detect the situation here at all. Giggle. Lu Chuan stabbed his sword into Chu Fan's soul, and the soul-beheading sword annihilated half of his soul body in an instant, nearly causing his soul to fly away. At this critical moment in the nick of time, the Yin and Yang Jade pendant in Chu Fan's soul glowed, sensing Chu Fan's crisis, and was actually activated passively, rolling up the remaining half of Chu Fan's soul body, and going far away in a flash, returning directly into his own body. It's a pity. This son of Qi is still really hard to kill. Lu Chuan let out a dark sigh and put away the soul-severing sword. However, he was not too careless about this, because the Yin Yang Jade pendant was a supreme treasure from above the 9 heavens, not belonging to this realm, and the conventional means of this realm were ineffective against the Yin Yang Jade pendant. Although Chu Fan hadn't been killed, Lu Chen's purpose had been achieved. Lu Chuan picked up the bell that had fallen on the ground, as well as the 10,000 soul streamer, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The 10,000 soul streamer was a ferocious weapon of the Devil's Path that was renowned in the ancient times, and had devoured all the world's spirits and gathered countless grievous souls and severe ghosts, with a power so terrifying that it was unimaginable. It was said that once the 10,000 soul streamer was shaken, it was able to directly form a party of ghosts that could easily kill even Emperor Realm powerhouses. Although the 10,000 soul streamer was beaten to the death of all souls in that battle in the ancient era, the spirit of the artifact was crippled and nearly scrapped, but this was ultimately an imperial soldier. As long as Lu Chuan was able to collect powerful souls for the 10,000 soul streamer again, he would be able to gradually restore the 10,000 soul streamer's power. As for that bell, an ordinary saint-ranked soul-type magic treasure, it was quite manageable. With the artifact spirit being destroyed by Chu Fan, the 10,000 soul streamer had completely become ownerless, and Lu Chen easily refined it. Done. Lu Chen put away the 10,000 soul streamer, and with a flash of his body, he executed the phantom steps, quietly leaving the Hall of Heavenly Suns and exiting the restricted area of Fengdu City. Seeing the return of Lu Chen's soul, both Yun Xianxue and Yun Shi quietly breathed a sigh of relief and smiles appeared on their faces. Here, for you. Lu Chen casually took out a bell and handed it to Yun Xianxue. This is. Yun Xianxue's body suddenly stiffened. Your Majesty, you killed Chu Fan? Not yet. It was taken from him and given to you, Lu Dust casually explained. Yun Xianxue bit her lip. In her heart, she was both relieved and felt a little regret. Her emotions were very complicated. On the one hand, she knew that her brother had been taken over, so naturally, she hated to kill Chu Fan with her own hands. But on the other hand, in the end, she was unable to completely part with it in her heart, even if the other party was only a great devil who had occupied Chu Fan's body. It's a very conflicted feeling. Naturally, Lu Chen also noticed the change in her demeanor and was instantly puzzled. However, Lu Chuan did not poke at it, but said, Miss Yunshi, let us go. Go to find the remaining members of the Shao family. This time, the offense and defense have changed shape. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly, revealing an impish sneer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Fan's body trembled violently. His face suddenly became incomparably pale, his body was trembling, his breath was incomparably weak, and his soul suffered a heavy blow, nearly dying. Your Holiness, what happened to you? The other elder of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land was shocked and hurriedly took out the pills for healing the soul and gave them to him. Who assassinated my father? Don't let this honored one know who you are, or this honored one will swear to kill thee. Chu Fan was so angry that his body was trembling, and with a wow sound, he sprayed out another mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with murderous intent, and he was truly being exasperated to the point of vomiting blood. He was the reincarnation of a generation of immortal dignitaries, but he was actually backstabbed by an old six and almost died. The most detestable thing was that Chu Fan actually didn't even know who the enemy was, which was too suffocating for him. Just as Chu Fan was in a frenzy of impotent rage, Lu Chuan had already been led by Yun Shi and was silently sneaking around Fengdu City like a ghost. Soon, the three of them, Lu Chuan, found a Shao family martial artist. In order to find Lu Chen, all 15 members of the Shao family spread out and searched around, and the one that Lu Chuan had encountered this time was none other than a Saint Realm powerhouse of the Shao family, Shao Ling. This was a young woman who looked to be around 30 years old, with a still remaining charm and a mature and dignified temperament, only that her face was a bit gloomy, and her Saint Realm level divine sense was constantly spreading out, searching around for traces of Lu Chuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell did this little bastard run off to? How come there's not a single trace? Could it be that the Windless Sword Saint has stepped in to help him? But he's just a junior. What qualifications does he have to ask the Windless Sword Saint to step in and shelter him? Shao Ling muttered, her brows furrowing. I hear you've been looking for me. No end in sight. Ha, Right at this moment, a teasing voice sounded abruptly behind Xiaoling. Xiaoling was first shocked in his heart and turned around with a huff. When he saw the three of them, Lu Chun, appear out of thin air, he was immediately overjoyed in his heart. Good you little bastard, how dare you throw yourself into the net, looking for death. Xiaoling had a fierce smile on her face, and immediately her soul left her body as surging saint might was released from her body, shaking the 8 directions as she slapped her palm down towards Lu Dust like lightning. Chapter 156, Subduing Xiaoling. I don't know what to do. Just as Xiaoling's soul came out of his body and slapped his palm at Lu Dust, Yun Shi, who was on the side, had a cold eye and similarly came out of his soul, holding the soul-severing sword in his hand and chopped down with a sword. Swish! Yun Shi chopped off Xiaoling's palm with a sword, and the soul-slaying sword pierced through her chest, annihilating a third of her soul body in just an instant, and severely injuring her. Without waiting for her to come back to her senses, Lu Chuan opened his large hand and a black flag emerged, accompanied by wisp after wisp of black gas filling the air, enveloping her soul in an instant. Yun Shi slapped out his palm, sending Xiaoling's soul flying out horizontally and falling directly into the 10,000 soul streamer. Xiaoling was only at the second level of the Saint Realm cultivation, and was already no match for Yun Shi, not to mention that Yun Shi was also holding a divine weapon like the soul-severing sword. Whoa! Inside the 10,000 soul streamer was an eerie and dark space, filled with black mist everywhere, and an iron chain spread from the void, directly piercing through Xiaoling's limbs, sealing and imprisoning her. The entire process was only a breath of time, a single breath of air, and Xiaoling didn't even react at all. When she came back to her senses, she felt a heart-rending pain coming from her soul, and that one chain contained some kind of terrifying power of law, sealing the power of her soul. Who dares to assassinate me? Get out! Get the hell out! Xiaoling was shocked and furious, her soul constantly struggling and letting out hysterical yells as an unspeakable feeling of fear surged through her heart. She was a hallowed Saint Realm powerhouse, but she didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance, and was directly defeated and imprisoned in this eerie place. Even Xiaoling didn't even know who the enemy was. In the next moment, Xiaoling's pupils contracted violently, revealing a hint of shock. In this eerie and dimly lit space, a strand of Lu Chuan's divine sense surged into it, accompanied by a black aura that filled the air, and transformed into a strand of existence similar to a soul bilocation under the aegis of the 10,000 soul streamer. It's you little scumbag, quickly release me, or else my Xiao family will definitely not let you go. Xiaoling colored and stared viciously at Lu Duan. TCH, looks like you haven't recognized your current situation yet. How dare you bark? With a playful smile on his face, Lu Chen opened his large hand and the black mist gathered in his palm, forming a whip with barbs. What? What do you want? An unpleasant premonition surged in Xiaoling's heart and she wanted to retreat, but her soul was already bound by chains and she couldn't move at all. She wanted to run away so badly, but she couldn't. Don't you come over here. In the midst of Xiaoling's screams, Lu Chuan swung his long whip, sending out a sonic boom that nonchalantly lashed at her. Snap, snap, snap. This was created by the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, and every whip that fell was able to whip Xiaoling's soul to the point where her flesh was split open, bringing about heart-rending and lung-rending pain, but it did not do much damage to her soul, only endless pain and torment. You dare to torture me like this. The Xiao family will definitely not let you off. Ah, you wait. You shall not die. You shall not die. I'm the great elder of the Xiao family. Oh, let me off the hook. Oh, wrong. Spare me. Xiaoling, from being hysterical at the beginning, was jerked hard to the point of tears and began to whimper and beg for mercy, unable to support herself any longer. This kind of direct whipping of the soul is even more terrifying than torturing the body. It was a torture of intense pain that penetrated deep into the soul and bone marrow. Lu Dust smoked Xiaoling to the skin, hard and painful fainted, and then was smoked, awake again and so on. Very simple and crude, but it works. This ghastly pain and humiliating torment caused Xiaoling to almost collapse, and the only thing left in her gaze toward Lu Chen was fear and awe. It's a demon. Xiaoling, as the Xiao family's grand elder, had grown up with an honorable status, enjoying all sorts of glory and wealth, pampered and spoiled. When had she ever suffered this kind of torture and humiliation? It was more than she could bear. Just when Xiaoling was tortured to the point where her mind almost collapsed, Lu Chuan then stopped and looked at her with a smile. Why don't you stop cursing? I still like the unruly look you had just now. Recover. I'm sorry. I'll never dare again. Oh, Xiaoling's soul was trembling, and only fear and trepidation remained in his heart as he looked at Lu Dust with awe. From now on, I am your master, and you must act at my command. If you dare to disobey my orders or have any disloyal thoughts, I can guarantee that you will be tortured 100 times more horribly than you were just now. Do you, Get it? Lu Chuan cupped Xiaoling's chin and looked straight into her eyes, which were deep and cold within her golden eyes. Lu Chuan was clearly just a junior, but his pair of eyes were so terrifying, carrying endless majesty, and in a trance Xiaoling's ears even heard a shocking dragon roar. Xiaoling only had endless fear left in his heart as he nodded his head in panic. I understand. I will definitely not disobey my master's orders in the future. She had truly been tortured and scared, and coupled with the suppression of the human emperor's might and the 10,000 soul streamer, she was now completely submissive to Lu Chen. Very well. As long as you follow me faithfully in the future, you will have a broader future. Lu Chuan loosened Xiaoling's chin, and with a thought, the chains that bound Xiaoling instantly turned into black mist and surged up into her soul. Ah! Xiaoling shuddered violently and let out a scream, only to feel that the black mist transformed into surging power and directly fused with her soul, not only repairing her soul trauma, but also allowing her cultivation to skyrocket, actually breaking through directly to the third gravity of the Saint Realm, with her soul being more than 10 times more solid and powerful than before. Not only that, Xiaoling only felt that her soul had established a trace of connection with this mysterious space, as well as with Lu Chuan, in the underworld. Master, this is... Xiaoling was shocked and delighted in her heart, with a blank face, not knowing what had happened. From now on, you will temporarily be the artifact spirit of the 10,000 soul streamer, and when I find a stronger soul in the future, I will replace you. The 10,000 soul streamer is not only capable of forcibly imprisoning and controlling souls, but it is also capable of harboring souls, which will allow your soul to continue to grow and your cultivation strength to rapidly increase. I told you, as long as you follow me faithfully, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Lu Chuan smiled slightly towards Xiaoling, revealing his snow-white teeth. But if you have the slightest thought of being unfaithful, I guarantee that you will die a miserable death. Lu Chuan's handsome and gentle smile fell in Xiaoling's eyes like a demon king that was horribly creepy. Xiaoling shivered violently and hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Master, I, Xiaoling, will always be loyal to my master and will never betray, or else I will be struck by the 5 thunders of heaven and will not be allowed to transcend life for eternity." Chapter 157, The Human Emperor Flag Shows Its Divine Power. Your Majesty, what kind of magic treasure is this? Looking at the eerie and horrifying black gas emanating from the 10,000 soul streamer, Yun Qianxue couldn't help but shrink her neck, and a chill surged up for no reason, a natural fear from the depths of her soul. "This is my human emperor flag," Lu Dust said with a righteous face. "But Your Majesty, why is this human emperor flag of yours emitting black gas? I feel as if it's a magic treasure of some devilish and evil cultivator." Yun Qianxue said weakly. "It used to be a magic treasure of the evil cultivators of the Devil's Path, but now that it has fallen into my hands, it is the supreme treasure of the righteous path, the flag of the human emperor." Lu Chen said proudly. "If I say it's the human emperor flag, it's the human emperor flag, and it's the human emperor flag even if the king of heaven comes." Yun Qianxue opened her mouth, and for a moment, she was unable to refute, because Lu Chen is really a human emperor. Even Yun Shi, who was on the side, glanced at the 10,000 soul streamer, a trace of scorn flashing in her eyes. As strong as Yun Shi was, he actually sensed a terrifying sense of crisis from it. Yun Shi had a strong intuition that if Lu Chen used the 10,000 soul streamer to strike at her, she would only be in danger of losing her life. Luckily, Lu Duan is one of our own. Swish! Lu Chen shook the 10,000 soul streamer, and Xiaoling's soul emerged from it and returned to her body. "My slave pays homage to my master." Without saying a word, Xiaoling directly knelt down towards Lu Duan, his eyes filled with awe and fear. "Ha!" This scene caused both Yun Qianxue and Yun Shi to freeze for a moment, revealing a hint of surprise. Just now, Xiaoling had hated Lu Chuan with a passion, but now she was actually directly submitting to Lu Chuan? What happened in the flag of the human emperor? Yun Qianxue looked at Xiaoling and then at the human emperor flag, and a thought surfaced in her mind. "Your Majesty, in fact, this is the Devil's Path evil cultivation magic treasure." "Right. Very well. Next I want you to help me subdue the rest of the Xiao family." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, evoking an impish smile. "My slave understands." Xiaoling nodded vigorously, her gaze firm. Although she was the grand elder of the Xiao family, right now she was only Lu Chen's slave and was unable to disobey Lu Chen's orders. What else more? She was enslaved by Lu Chen anyway, and the rest of the Xiao family didn't want to live. She had no grudge against Lu Chuan, and if it wasn't for the rest of the Xiao family taking the initiative to provoke Lu Chuan, how would she end up in this situation today? If all the people of the Xiao family were enslaved by Lu Chen, this way Xiaoling's heart would still be balanced, and when the time comes, the other people in the Xiao family are ordinary slaves, while Xiaoling is the spirit of the 10,000 soul streamer, able to directly manage and control them. Think about it is still quite good. Holding such thoughts, Xiaoling immediately took out his summoning magic treasure and first contacted the remaining 13 Xiao family's June realm experts, gathering them to this place. Grand Elder, where is Su Chen? Didn't you say you discovered his whereabouts? The 13 Xiao family's June realm experts arrived soon after. Looking left and right for any sign of Lu Chen, Xiaoling took a deep breath, and her eyes suddenly became icy cold. Her soul came out of her body and her Saint Realm 3rd level cultivation exploded without reservation, slapping down her palm towards the 13 June realm experts of the Xiao family. Pust! In just an instant, the bodies of the 13 June realm experts of the Xiao family exploded, turning into a mist of blood like ripe watermelons. There were only 13 souls left floating on the spot, their faces filled with bewilderment, not even reacting to what had happened. Phew! A cloudy wind blew through, accompanied by black mist, and the 10,000 soul streamer emerged out of thin air, taking all 13 souls into it. The 10,000 soul streamer was the once original magic treasure of the master of Fengdu City, which was closely related to Fengdu City and even possessed a part of Fengdu City's authority. Even if Lu Chen did not have an out-of-body soul and attacked the enemy directly with the 10,000 soul streamer, he would not be penalized by Fengdu City's rules. Great Elder, why is this? What is this place? Grand Elder, why are you striking out at us? In the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer, there was a burst of astonished and furious voices. The 13 June realm experts of the Xiao family were all confused. Looking at this eerie and terrifyingly dim space, an unprecedented feeling of fear surged through their hearts. I'm sorry, but I don't have a choice. Xiaoling's soul emerged. She took a deep breath, an icy look in her eyes. She now lives and dies at the whim of Luchuan. There is no way back, only a road to the black. Grand Elder, what do you mean by that? We're family. Great Elder, I am your great nephew. You even hugged me when I was a child. Let me go. A sense of foreboding surged in the hearts of all 13 of the Xiao family's June realm experts, but before they could finish their words, Xiaoling had already slapped his palm down, mobilizing the power of the 10,000 soul streamer and transforming it into dozens of chains that pierced through their soul bodies. It wouldn't need to be so troublesome to deal with a June realm expert. With Xiaoling's strength, as well as the suppression of the 10,000 soul streamer, he directly forced their souls to be refined and enslaved. The district June realm cultivation is just. Lu Chen also does not need them to sincerely submit at all, just need to forcefully control it. Anyway, they are all used to make up the numbers. The more souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, the more powerful this magic treasure would be. Soon, Xiaoling's soul came out of the 10,000 soul streamer and returned to the main body. Well done. Lu Chen smiled faintly and reached out to touch Xiaoling's head. Thank you, master, for the compliment. Xiaoling had a sweet smile on her face and took the initiative to rub her face into Lu Chuan's hand. And that mature and plump body also took the initiative to move towards Lu Chuan's body and hugged Lu Chuan's arm. In an instant, Lu Chuan's arm was plunged into an amazing softness. Next, it's time to clean up that old thing. The Xiao family head, Lu Chun, however, was unmoved and said indifferently, as I said, as long as you are loyal to me and follow my orders, I won't treat you poorly, and you don't need to exchange my trust by offering yourself voluntarily. Xiaoling's body stiffened, and she could only obediently say, slave understands. Soon after, Xiaoling summoned the Xiao family head to this place through a summoning magic treasure. Where's that little scumbag Su Chen? After receiving the news, the Xiao family head quickly arrived at this place, looking around and holding a battle sword with a murderous aura in his heart. He's out front. Xiaoling pointed ahead. The Xiao family head looked forward and saw Lu Chen with a maid, drinking tea leisurely in an inn. Little Thane, let's see where you're going to run this time. A fierce smile appeared on the Xiao family head's face, and immediately his soul left his body, and an illusory machete emerged in his hand, which was also a soul-type magic treasure. At this moment, the Xiao family head's entire body strength and attention was all locked onto Lu Chen, and he didn't realize that a black flag had silently surfaced in Xiaoling's hand. Great Elder, later poof. Before the Xiao family head could finish his words, his soul violently trembled and he spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. One could only see Xiaoling holding the 10,000 soul streamer and lightning-like stabbing into the Xiao family head's soul, directly damaging him severely. The Xiao family head was at the 4th level of the Saint Realm cultivation while Xiaoling was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. The difference wasn't that big, coupled with the fact that the 10,000 soul streamer had an absolute restraint on souls, as well as Xiaoling making a sneak attack out of the blue. The Xiao family head was directly struck, and was heavily injured on the spot. Chapter 158, The Gossiping Sword Saint. Xiaoling, what are you doing? The Xiao family head was shocked and furious. His reaction speed was quick. A violent and terrifying power erupted from within his soul. A palm slapped out. It actually knocked Xiaoling back and forth. His strength was quite impressive. But at that moment, a translucent ancient sword silently emerged from behind him and pierced through his soul. Yunshi's soul held the soul decimator sword in his hand and poured all his strength into it unreservedly, and the terrifying sword chi erupted, crushing 1/5 of his soul body on the spot. Suppress me! Xiaoling also let out a low roar and exerted his best efforts to activate the 10,000 soul streamer, and monstrous black mist erupted, enveloping the Xiao family head's soul like a ghostly door opening, releasing a terrifying devouring force to include him. Xiaoling, what the hell are you doing? Why did you betray the Xiao family? Shocked and furious, the Xiao family head let out an angry roar and did his best to resist, but he was sneak attacked at the beginning and was seriously injured. His fighting strength plummeted, coupled with the restraining effects of the two soul-type supreme treasures, the 10,000 soul streamer and the soul beheading sword. The Xiao family head soon couldn't resist and was swallowed into the internal space of the 10,000 soul streamer. What comes next is much simpler. Under the suppression of the 10,000 soul streamer, Xiaoling and Yunshi teamed up and quickly beat the Xiao family master to death. A dozen chains spreading out, piercing his soul, sealing and confining him. Xiaoling, what on earth are you doing? Before the Xiao family head could finish his words, his pupils contracted violently, revealing a horrified expression. In front of him, black mist surged and transformed into the appearance of a handsome and peerless youth, which was none other than Lu Qin. Xiaoling, you scum, how dare you defect to him? The Xiao family head's eyes were a little red. At this moment, where did he not understand what had happened? Family master, if you make an enemy of your master, the Xiao family is doomed to perish. The only way to have a chance of survival is to submit. Xiaoling stood behind Lu Chuan, her tone a little cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. You, the Xiao family head was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face grimacing as he stared at Xiaoling and Lu Chen in death. He never expected that he would fall into the hands of Xiaoling, a traitor. Lu Chen, on the other hand, looked at him with a smile. Xiao family master, there is an old saying in my hometown that says that those who know what's good for them are good at what's good for them. I expect you to play nice with us and follow my orders, or else. Before Lu Chuan could finish his words, he heard the Xiao family head roar. I shucks. You ing mongrel. Who do you think you are to take me in? Even if I die, there's no way I'll submit to you. Seeing his furious appearance, Lu Chen was not angry at all, but he just clapped his hands, and along with the black mist surging, the power of the 10,000 soul streamer coalesced into a row of torture devices. I admire your courage, but, with the various instruments of torture at hand, I think it will be possible to pry your honor's mouth open. Lu Chuan commanded. Xiaoling, do it. Yes, master. Xiaoling nodded obediently before picking up the two torture devices and without the slightest hesitation, directly stabbed them into the Xiao family head's soul. Immediately afterward, there was a heart-rending scream. However, the Xiao family head is also tough. Dead or alive is not willing to submit at the same time, actually also quietly converge the soul of the residual power. Want to self-destruct suicide. Although this was discovered and stopped by Lu Chuan also lost his patience. Not a good idea. I wanted to leave you alive, but in that case, then go to hell. There was a ray of cold light flashing in Lu Chen's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the chain that pierced the Xiao family head instantly turned into a piece of black mist that surged into his soul, and a violent fusion occurred between the two. The Xiao family head's voice soon came to an abrupt end. His gaze dull, his consciousness had been erased, and only a remnant of his soul remained. This remnant soul was also refined by the 10,000 soul streamer and made into a battle puppet. Lu Chuan originally wanted to retain the sanity of the Xiao family head so that it would be easier to deal with the Xiao family ancestor. However, since he was dead set on not cooperating, Lu Chen wasn't going to spoil him. When Xiaoling, who was on the side, saw this, her body trembled slightly, a cold aura surged up, and her gaze toward Lu Dust grew more and more awe-inspiring. Soon, Lu Chuan and Xiaoling's souls returned to their bodies. Lu Chuan put away the 10,000 soul streamer and led the three Xiaoling girls to find the Windless Sword Saint at the agreed-upon place in Fengdu City. Elder, I want to make a deal with you. Lu Chen returned the soul-severing sword to the Windless Sword Saint and spoke with a smile. The Windless Sword Saint's eyebrows jumped. You little fox. Why do I feel that you definitely don't have good things to do when you come to me? Lu Chuan said with a straight face. Seniors are joking. Seniors have acted openly and honestly all their lives. They are decent people, and they never engage in plots and tricks. This time, seniors are genuinely wanting to talk to seniors about a deal. Seeing how serious and decent Lu Chuan looked, if it was someone who didn't know him, I'm afraid it was possible that he might have been deceived. But Windless Sword Saint didn't eat this. He directly waved his hand. Don't bull asterisk. There's something to talk about. The Windless Sword Saint has lived for 1,000 years, wandering the world, experiencing any great storms and waves, seeing any 1,000 strange people, and seeing people accurately. Lu Dust looks decent on the surface, but is definitely a little fox. both cunning and sinister. Proper old 6. Lu Chen said. Senior has been trapped in Fengdu City for hundreds of years. Senior can take Senior away. Senior only needs to help me kill someone. The Windless Sword Saint sniffed and stared at him with ghostly eyes. You even said you were sending me an apprentice before. And now the apprentice hasn't been sent over yet. What? If I don't agree to this condition of yours, you won't take me away? Lu Chuan coughed lightly and said, Look, Senior, if I give you a disciple and then take you out of Fengdu City, shouldn't you go along and help me take out an enemy? You boy. The Windless Sword Saint was dumbfounded and reached out to rub his face, saying, You little fox doesn't want to eat any losses at all. Tell me who you want to kill first. Also, if you can take me away, could it be that you've already captured that treasure in the depths of Fengdu City's Forbidden Land? Lu Chuan heatedly smiled. Senior really has a discerning eye. The person that Senior wants to kill is the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Holy Land. When the Windless Sword Saint heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Lu Chen. Even he did not expect that as the Holy Son of the Xianyu Sacred Land, he would actually want to kill the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Sacred Land. He thought that the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Holy Land had come to secretly protect Lu Chen, but now it seems to have an inside track? Interesting. Windless Sword Saint laughed, the old god laying down on the ground. Tell me, why did you kill the Xianyu Holy Land's Grand Elder? And what exactly is the grudge between you two? Seeing this, the 3 Yanshanue girls on the side had their mouths slightly twitching. I didn't see that this famous Windless Sword Saint was actually so gossipy. With the status and position of the Windless Sword Saint, whether or not to make a move is all in the mind. There is no concern at all. The reason why I ask this question is purely because I want to eat my melon. Chapter 159, The Sword Sage Accepts a Disciple. For the simple reason that he tried to kill me, I had to make the first move. Lu Chen didn't hide anything and told all about his grudges with the Shao family and the Grand Elder. TSK. I thought it was some big melon, but it turns out it's still these disputes of interest that come and go. The Windless Sword Saint felt tasteless after hearing this, because he's seen this kind of thing too many times. The world is bustling with interest. The word profit is the cause of countless strife. Not nearly as much fun as relationship gossip. Alright, since you want to sneak around and take him out, I'll do you that favor. The Windless Sword Saint patted his button and stood up. But let's talk about it in advance. Just this once. And it won't happen again. In the future. Unless your offer impresses me. Don't think about whoring for nothing. I don't want to be your free hitter. This kid was cunning as hell. And if he didn't draw a line in the sand with him, God knows what else he'd make himself do in the future. The late generation understands. Lu Dust nodded. Soon, Lu Chen and his group began to move, covering their breath and walking quietly through Fengdu City. At this moment, all 3 elders of the Xianyu Holy Land had already acted separately. The Grand Elder said beautifully that moving separately would enable him to find Lu Chen more quickly. In reality, he wanted to find Lu Chen alone and then kill him quietly. It was just that what made the Grand Elder a bit annoyed was that he had already searched all the outer areas of Fengdu City, and had never found half a trace of Lu Chen. This kid wouldn't have run into the Fengdu City Forbidden Land, would he? The Grand Elder muttered, his brows furrowed. Just as he was walking alone on a remote and deserted street, a figure suddenly broke into his sight. Senior Windless Sword Saint? The Grand Elder froze for a moment, and suddenly his heart stirred as he hurriedly walked over and asked, Senior, have you seen our Xianyu Sacred Ground Sacred Son? He is the young man who stood in front of you with 2 maids before, and you chased away the Shao family's people for him before. See? The Windless Sword Saint nodded. The Grand Elder's heart was immediately delighted, and he quickly asked, Then where is he in person right now? A meaningful smile appeared on the Windless Sword Saint's face. Isn't he right behind you? The Grand Elder turned around with a huff, and sure enough, he saw Lu Chen appearing in a big way, followed by 3 women. Your Highness the Holy Sun, where were you just now? But it really made me so worried. The Grand Elder opened his mouth with a leathery smile while quickly walking towards Lu Chen. Just as the Grand Elder walked in front of Lu Dust, his soul suddenly came out of his body and slapped his palm down towards Lu Dust like lightning. Giggle! In this flash of lightning, the Grand Elder's soul trembled violently as a semi-transparent ancient sword pierced through his body, and with a gentle twist, his soul was instantly torn apart and suffered a heavy blow. In the next moment, with a harmless smile on his face, Lu Chuan pulled out a flag that was bubbling with black gas and swung it violently, forcing the Grand Elder's soul into it. For this old den, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be polite, first blocking and imprisoning his soul, then forcibly reading his memories, and finally erasing his consciousness and refining him into a combat puppet. By now, the 10,000 soul streamer had 3 Saint Realm level souls, and its power had recovered a little bit. Surprisingly, it was this old dog who secretly leaked information to the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, revealing Big Sister's true identity. After Lu Chen read the memories of the Grand Elder, his eyes went cold. It was fortunate that the Grand Elder did not know the exact location of the Lu family, or else he was only afraid that the Lu family would have been destroyed by Gu Changxing 2 years ago. This was an unexpected gain for Lu Chen. This meant that Gu Changxing didn't know any specific information about the Lu family until now. The powerful person sent by the Nine Heaven Sacred Lands to the Eastern Desert region was killed, and it took Gu Changxing and the Nine Heaven Sacred Lands some time to react. And this period of time was the time for Lu Chen and the Lu family to secretly grow and accumulate their underlying strength. 10,000 Soul Streamer. You really got this devilishly ferocious weapon. The Windless Sword Saint stared at the black banner in Lu Dust's hand, a hint of color flashing in his eyes. He had thought that this supreme treasure would fall into the hands of that holy son of the Nine Heaven Sacred Land. After all, the other party was much stronger. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was Lu Chen. This little fox. Who was better? What 10,000 Soul Streamer? Senior, you are mistaken. This is my human emperor flag. Lu Chen looked serious and put away the 10,000 Soul Streamer. Windless Sword Saint rolled his eyes. Don't pretend to be a calf in front of me, but also the human emperor flag. Why don't you say that you are a contemporary human emperor? Yun Shangyue and Yun Shi, who were on the side, heard this and immediately had some odd faces. The Windless Sword Saint would never have guessed that Lu Chen is really the contemporary human emperor. Lu Chuan was also trying to hold in his laughter and didn't say anything more. Instead, he took the 3 Yun Shangyue girls and the Windless Sword Saint and walked towards the gate of Fengdu City. Lu Chen pulled out the 10,000 Soul Streamer and gently shook it, and along with the black mist filling the air, this tightly closed door opened with a bang. As for when those 2 elders from the Xianyu Holy Land would be able to leave, it would depend on when they found this gate. After Lu Chen and his group left Fengdu City, they returned to a barren ruin. A cool breeze blew, accompanied by the chill of dew. The Windless Sword Saint took a deep breath, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. It's been more than 300 years. He's been trapped in Fengdu City for more than 300 years, and he's finally come out. Lu Chen made a wink towards Yun Xianxue. Yun Xianxue understood and immediately knelt down towards the Windless Sword Saint, performing the salute of worship. Her tone respectful, disciple Yun Xianxue pays homage to master. The Windless Sword Saint's heart shook, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Well, good disciple, get up quickly. The more Windless Sword Saint looked at Yun Shangyue, the more satisfied he felt, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Yun Xianxue was only in her teens. Her cultivation was already as high as the 6th level of the Zunshi realm, and she also possessed a mysterious special physique that he couldn't even see through. With the posture of a great emperor, with a disciple with such a world-class talent, his Windless Sword Saint's sword Dao inheritance was destined to shock the world. Good disciple, take this sword, and these things, they are all a gift for you from your master. Take these sacred rank techniques and cultivate them as well, and feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything. The Windless Sword Saint smilingly handed Yun Xianxue the sword on his waist and took out a storage ring filled with various resources and treasures. The Windless Sword Saint has been alone all his life, with no relatives and very few friends, and now that he has a disciple with great difficulty, the treasure he has saved is naturally to be passed on to her. Thank you, Master. Master's kindness, disciple will always remember it in my heart. Yun Xianxue revealed a look of surprise and received the sword and storage ring. Congratulations to Senior for taking in a supreme demonic disciple. Right at this moment, Lu Chuan held up Yun Xianxue's small hand and said with a smile, by the way, Senior, I'll tell you another good news. Xiao Shuer has agreed to marry me. In the future, the 3 of us will be a family, and from now on, you are my elder. Stop. The Windless Sword Saint almost jumped up from the ground and sipped his teeth. Good boy. I said, how could you agree to release your maiden status with her so painfully quickly? It turns out that your feelings are digging a pit here waiting for me. No wonder this wench had that look on her face before. The Windless Sword Saint's gaze was rather ghostly. He was a generation of Sword Saint, who had been unrivaled for hundreds of years across the Middle-earth region, and had actually been counted by a junior one after another. Chapter 160, Exterminating the Xiao Family. Master, it's not what you think. He didn't mean to count on you. It's me who likes him. We love each other with all our hearts. We didn't make a marriage contract just to take advantage of you. Yun Xianxue gathered her courage. Her pretty face flushed red, and whispered, with her shy and introverted character. It really took a lot of courage to say this in front of so many people. However, she didn't want the Windless Sword Saint to blame Lu Chuan for this, and she didn't want to see the Windless Sword Saint and Lu Chuan fall out. Lu Chuan smiled gently as he heard this and directly reached out to put his arm around Yun Shangyue's small waist. The warm arm, the broad and powerful chest, made Yun Shangyue quietly breathe a sigh of relief and have a feeling of reliance. You guys Seeing this, the Windless Sword Saint rubbed his old face and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. He was an old Sword Saint who had lived for 1,000 years, but he was actually taken by a young man. However, The windless sword saint was only a little bit grumpy, and there was no talk of holding a grudge against Lu Chen. Yun Qian Shui, this disciple, he was very satisfied and it was impossible for him not to want it. As for Lu Duan, this guy has a mysterious origin, means ruthless, extraordinary talent, but also backed by a holy land. The future must be a generation of lords. Investment is not bad. However, this kind of thing should be for him to help Lu Chen, so that Lu Chen would remember his favor. As a result, it is now reversed to be held by Lu Chuan, so that he has to help Lu Chuan. It is simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. This kid, the windless sword saint, looked up to the sky and sighed, but in the end, he hung his head and left with Lu Dust and Yin Shanyue, with 3 Saint Realm powerhouses present. This time Lu Chen and his group rushed very quickly, arriving at the Shao family territory in just one day. The Shao family compound was located in an ancient city with many experts and strict guards. Xiao Ling's face was serious as he walked towards the Shao family compound in large strides. Lu Chuan and Yun Shi, on the other hand, disguised themselves as members of the Shao family and followed her. Greetings to the Grand Elder. After the Shao family members and attendants saw Xiao Ling, they all revealed a respectful expression and hurriedly saluted in greeting. Xiao Ling did not even look at them. His face was quite grave. His footsteps were hurried, and he soon walked into the family council hall and summoned all the elders of the Xiao family. Xiao Ling, how come only the 3 of you have returned? Where are the rest of the clan? Soon, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the council hall. His brows furrowed as he looked at Xiao Ling. We chased Su Chen all the way, but that fellow entered a mysterious relic that was very complicated and full of mechanisms, and the family master and the others are still chasing Su Chen. We found a special treasure from the relics, and there is an ancient seal inside that is related to the mysterious treasure of that relic, just that we can't open it in any way, so we would like to ask you, old ancestor, to give it a try. Xiao Ling's face was serious as he took out a black flag and handed it to the Xiao family's old ancestor. The treasure of the mysterious ruins? The Xiao family's oldest ancestor's heart instantly perked up when he heard this. He received the black flag and after carefully sensing it, his eyes widened and his heart beat fast with excitement. This is. The Xiao family's old ancestor's breath caught, and his hands holding the black flag trembled slightly. He sensed a hint of a supreme aura that surpassed that of a holy weapon. Could this be an imperial weapon? Well, you guys did a great job. The Xiao family's oldest ancestor couldn't help but let out a loud, excited laugh. He grabbed the black flag and his divine sense probed into it, and he indeed found an internal space, only that it was blocked by a mysterious force that prevented him from entering. Old ancestor, this seems to be a soul-type magic treasure. Perhaps only souls can enter. Xiao Ling opened her mouth and reminded. The Xiao family ancestor nodded, his face filled with excitement, and without any doubt, his soul immediately went out of his body and began to impact the inner space of the black flag. Drive me! The Xiao family's oldest ancestor shouted, his soul power exploding without reservation as he blasted into the inner space of the black flag. With a rumbling sound echoing, the inner space opened up with a bang. The Xiao family's oldest ancestor was delighted in his heart, although he also felt that it was a bit too easy. But this was an imperial soldier, and under the great surprise and excitement, he didn't think too much about it, and his soul directly rushed into the inner space. Whoa! Suddenly, a black iron chain spread out, covering the sky and directly entangling him. Not only that, but there was also a yin spirit with a cold and terrifying aura that appeared, killing towards him. Xiao Yangping, Xiao Yu, how could it be you guys? After the Xiao family ancestor saw these yin souls, his pupils contracted violently, and his heart sent shockwaves through his heart. You're next, old thief. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Xiao Ling's soul emerged, and as an artifact spirit, she was able to mobilize most of the power of the 10,000 soul streamer. As chain after chain emerged, and a horrifying and ferocious aura erupted, blasting towards the Xiao family's oldest ancestor from the sky. Xiao Ling, you betrayed the Xiao family. How dare you design to murder me? Looking for death. The Xiao clan's old ancestor was shocked and furious. At this moment, where did he not understand what was happening? It was a trap against him. Not only that, the dozens of experts sent by the Xiao family, including the Xiao family head, had all died. He let out a loud roar as his Saint Realm 5th level strength fully erupted, his soul power boiling violently as all the chains binding his soul broke, and a great battle erupted with Xiao Ling. Pity! When he entered the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer, the end was already doomed. Xiao Ling and the Xiao family head jointly surrounded the Xiao family ancestor, and in an instant, he fell into a disadvantage and was no match at all. After all, Xiao Ling was able to mobilize the power of the 10,000 soul streamer. At the same time, a figure appeared noiselessly, striking out abruptly, slapping a palm on the Xiao family ancestor, sending him flying out horizontally, his soul body full of cracks. suffering heavy damage. Wang Tong, how could it be you? When the Shao family's old ancestor saw the other party, his body shook violently and his eyes widened. The one who struck out was clearly the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Holy Land. I understand. This is your Xianyu Holy Land's conspiracy. Damn it. The old Shao family ancestor's eyes were wide open, and he let out a hysterical yell. The last hope in his heart was dashed, and he almost went crazy. The moment the Grand Elder of the Xianyu Sacred Land struck out, the battle was over. The Shao family's old ancestor was only at the 5th level of the Sacred Realm cultivation, while the Xianyu Holy Land's Grand Elder was at the 6th level of the Sacred Realm. In just a few rounds, he was severely injured, pierced through his soul by a chain, and directly sealed and confined. At Lu Chen's command, Xiaoling directly mobilized the power of the 10,000 soul streamer to erase the consciousness of the Shao clan's oldest ancestor and refine him into a combat puppet. In the Shao family's council hall, Xiaoling suddenly opened his eyes and with a wave of his big hand, the 10,000 soul streamer shot up into the sky, releasing a monstrous black mist that enveloped the entirety of the Shao family compound. Kill them all. In the boundless black mist, Lu Chen's indifferent voice was heard. Chapter 161, Adding to the Sacred Realm. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chuan and his group left the ancient city. Ancient lineages that had existed for tens of thousands of years were destroyed in one fell swoop. With Xiaoling as the mole, not only were all the clansmen in the Shao family compound killed, even the clansmen and branches of the Shao family that were spread out were all taken out with no survivors. All the Shao family members were reunited in the 10,000 soul streamer, and the family was neatly organized. What a ruthless tactic. TSK. This kid really isn't a good person. The Windless Sword Saint skimmed his lips as he witnessed the whole thing. He didn't mean to say that he felt that what Lu Chuan did was wrong, and he still understood the reasoning of cutting off the roots. The Windless Sword Saint just had some headaches and helplessness. Lu Chuan was only at the Zunshi realm now, and he had destroyed an ancient family that was only second to a holy land, and on the road to growth in the future. There would definitely be less killing in withered bones, and he might break out in conflict with any holy land. His precious disciple was also Lu Chuan's person, and although the Windless Sword Saint resisted verbally, if Lu Chuan really encountered a strong enemy that he couldn't defend himself against, it was impossible for him to stand idly by. The Windless Sword Saint could imagine that his future retirement life would definitely not be so peaceful. Sword Saint Senior. This is a holy rank healing elixir. Void Spirit Elixir. Your soul was damaged in Fengdu City. This elixir is just right for. Just then, Lu Dus took out a jade box and handed it over. The Windless Sword Saint immediately revealed a wary look. Nothing to offer. You kid want to ask me to do something bad again? Lu Chen looked aggrieved. Is that what I am in Senior's heart? Yes. The Windless Sword Saint nodded his head very decisively. Lu Chen sighed and said, You are my senior. As a junior, can't I be filial to you? At least this time I didn't hit you. I don't need you to step in and help me. If Senior doesn't want it, then forget it. Lu Chen made a gesture to put away the jade box, but a flash of light caught his eyes and the jade box had already disappeared. Since it's a token of your appreciation, I'll accept it with reluctance. The Windless Sword Saint quickly opened the jade box and swallowed the healing elixir as if nothing had happened. He had indeed suffered a considerable amount of soul trauma in Fengdu City, and since he hadn't had any pills or other resources to replenish for hundreds of years, he really needed this pill. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly when he saw this. This sacred rank healing pill was something he had gotten from the Shao family's treasure trove, and he couldn't use it now anyway, so he could just use it as a favor. As the saying goes, the Windless Sword Saint had accepted Lu Chuan's favor, so it would be much easier for Lu Chuan to ask for his help in the future. 2.5 hours later, Lu Chen and his group arrived at another ancient city, Yongjiang City. This ancient city was very close to the Xianyu Holy Land territory, and there was a heavenly patrol pavilion stronghold, the Yun family compound. Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others had moved to this place. Pops, sis, sister Xuan, I'm back. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he opened his arms and pounced towards Lu Beixian. Lu Beixian also had a pleased smile on his face as he opened his arms towards Lu Duan, then watched as Lu Duan passed by him and lunged towards Song Xuan. The smile on Lu Beixian's face froze. His Majesty the Holy Sun. Stop it. Song Xuan's old face was red. Just wanted to dodge away. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuan nowadays strength has increased greatly. The body method is excellent. She was negligent. Actually could not dodge away. Was Lu Chuan a hug? This scene also caused the corner of the mouth of the Windless Sword Saint on the side to twitch slightly. This kid actually has a beautiful wife and family. In that case, wouldn't his own precious disciple have to be a junior to him? And this is? Lu Beixian coughed lightly and looked at the Windless Sword Saint. Xiaoling's physical body had already been put into the 10,000 soul streamer, and she didn't need to show up on weekdays, so only the Windless Sword Saint came back with Lu Duan and Yun Shanhui and Yun Shi. He is the windless sword saint who came out of nowhere 1,000 years ago and shook the world. And now he is also little Schwer's master. One of his own. Lu Dust opened his mouth smilingly and made a brief introduction for both sides. Of course, regarding the true identity of the Lu family's origins, Lu Dust was not to mention a word about it. Windless sword saint? Lu Beixian and Lu Fengyun and the others were instantly moved with surprise and joy, not realizing that Lu Chen had actually pulled in such a top expert. As for the matter of Yun Qianxue no longer being a maid, but agreeing to marry Lu Chen as a consort, they naturally would not object. Yun Qianxue's talent was amazing and her character was gentle and well-behaved. It was a good thing to take her in. This family. Crouching tiger hidden dragon. The windless sword saint did not move as he took a glance at Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others and secretly wondered. Lu Beixuan's talent wasn't bad to begin with, and after refining the immortal Lin grass to build an immortal foundation, both his strength and natural talent had been drastically increased. Lu Jianyun was a heavenly ranked qualification, which was also considered a top genius in the Middle Earth region. Yun Shi and Song Xuan, Thousand Masks, and the others were all quite extraordinary as well. It's a very powerful force. Soon, Lu Chen vacated a small courtyard in the Yun family compound, allowing Yun Shanxi to invite the windless sword saint to stay there, so that he could also instruct Yun Shanxi in her cultivation during the weekdays. The windless sword saint naturally had no objection to this. He's been a solitary wanderer all his life, all over the world. Now that you have a disciple, there is nothing wrong with living in a disciple's house. What? You obtained an imperial soldier from Fengdu City, and you even destroyed the Xiao family? When Lu Beixian and Lu Fianyan, Song Xuan and the others learned of Lu Chen's experience in the past few days, they were all shocked and sucked in a big breath of cool air. One must know that Lu Chen was only at the Zunshi realm cultivation level. It's nothing short of a miracle. Lu Beixian and the others were all pleasantly surprised. And the good news, with a smile on his face, Lu Chuan took out a bunch of storage rings, which were piled high with a wide array of various resources and treasures seized from the Xiao family. This was all the heritage that the Xiao family had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. There were quite a number of saint-ranked techniques and saint-ranked magic treasures, and they also included some saint-ranked formations, weapon refining materials, and so on. In particular, some of the holy rank pills were able to help Lu Beixian and Yunshi cultivate and accelerate their cultivation growth. It also included a bottle of sacred rank breakthrough pill. Lu Chen distributed the realm breaking pill to Thousand Faces. Thousand Faces was originally at the half-saint cultivation level, only one step away from the saint realm. After refining several realm breaking pills, she broke through to the saint realm that night. Fortunately, the Yun family stronghold was guarded by formations, and Lu Beixian and Yunshi had also made a move to conceal the aura of Thousand Faces when he broke through to the saint realm, so everything was done in the dark. The realm breaking pill still had most of the bottle left. In the future, after Song Xuan and Su Yang and the others cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of the monarch realm, with the help of the realm breaking pill, the breakthrough to the holy realm would be even faster, and they could save a long time of painstaking cultivation. Chapter 162 Shocking Xianyu Holy Land. On the afternoon of the day he destroyed the Xiao family, Lu Chen had swaggered back into the Xianyu Holy Land. How come you're the only one back? Where are the three elders? Did anyone from the Xiao family show up? When Nangong Feiyu saw Lu Chen returning alone, the person was confused and could not help but ask, I don't know. Lu Dust also had a bewildered look on his face as he recounted what had happened in general. In his narration, he had unintentionally entered Fengdu City by mistake. Then as soon as he turned the corner the three elders of the Xianyu Holy Land disappeared. He left Fengdu City in confusion, and turned back to see that Fengdu City had disappeared, so he could only choose to return to the Xianyu Holy Land. Fengdu City. Once you show your killing intent in it you will die. Could it be that place? When Nangong Feiyu heard this, his heart was suddenly shaken, revealing an incredulous expression. As a holy land with an ancient and long-lasting inheritance, Nangong Feiyu still had some knowledge of some of the secret stories of the ancient era, and naturally, he had heard of Fengdu City. Fengdu City had disappeared into obscurity since the ancient battle, hardly ever appearing. Nangong Feiyu didn't expect Lu Chen to actually encounter Fengdu City. However, once he thought that even with Lu Chen's cultivation, he was able to return safely, Nangong Feiyu's heart also relaxed a little bit, expecting that the three sacred realm cultivation elders should be fine as well. Just this Xiao family, I'm afraid I have to think of another way to deal with. While thoughts flashed in Nangong Feiyu's mind, his face was wearing a smile as he said smilingly to Lu Chuan, by the way disciple, Master has a heavenly good news to tell you. That child Yu Ling has already agreed to your engagement. It's just that she said that she wants to focus on her cultivation and that she can't consummate her marriage with you until 3 years later. Nangong Feiyu's words made Lu Chun overjoyed, and his face was filled with excitement and surprise. Thank you, Master. Welp. Good. Ha ha ha. Good. If two loves are long-lasting, is it not in the morning and evening? A mere 3 years. I can wait. Fairy moon spirit, I'll be waiting for you. Lu Chuan had a look of excitement. His acting skills were at the level of an acting emperor. There was no fake look at all. Even an old fox like Nangong Feiyu couldn't see the problem. Seeing how surprised Lu Chen looked, Nangong Feiyu stroked his beard and smiled. His heart was very pleased. Duster is so loyal to the Xianyu sacred ground and values love and justice, and he is so in love with you. In the future, the two of them will surely support each other and make my Xianyu sacred ground bigger and stronger, and reproduce its splendor. With this crouching dragon and phoenix chick in my Xianyu Holy Land, why not worry about great prosperity? Nangong Feiyu became more and more determined in his resolve. He must not give Nangongya and Lu Jianyu to Gu Changsheng. He must stay in the Xianyu Holy Land. The following day at noon, Lu Chuan had nothing to do left and right, so he began to wander around the Xianyu sacred land, looking for a feng shui treasure. He sat on the top of a mountain cliff, his back to all living beings, soloing the ages, his back tall and deep, fishing, Air Force. In the evening, the sun was setting and the brilliant evening sunlight was reflecting in the sky. A beautiful and unrivaled figure arrived. Lu Jianyu came behind Lu Chen silently, and was about to greet him when she saw Lu Chen stand up with an expressionless face and drop the fishing rod in her hand. Click! In the next moment, spiritual energy surged from Lu Chuan's body, and strand after strand of lightning began to spread as he jumped directly into the lake, setting off monstrous waves of water, accompanied by a loud rumbling reverberation and the release of intense lightning power. A large area of spirit fish in the lake rolled their eyes and floated on the surface of the water. Moon Spirit Fairy? When did you get here? Lu Chen surfaced, a look of surprise on his face, and without moving, he hung a 2-meter-long big fish on the hook. The corners of Lu Jianyu's mouth twitched slightly as she cried and laughed a little. This lake are not that great of spiritual fish. Preliminary have a little spirit. Vigilance is very high. Lu Dust take ordinary earthworms to fish. Naturally impossible to catch. But it looks like Lu Dust didn't spoil these spirit fishes. Just got here. Lu Fengyu pulled her hair around her ears and stood playfully on the shore, starting a casual conversation with Lu Duan. In fact, the two of them quietly transmitted their voices through their divine senses, secretly communicating. When Lu Fianyu learned that Lu Chuan had pulled together the Windless Sword Saint and obtained the 10,000 soul streamer, destroying the Shao family and the Grand Elder, the expression on her face was almost uncontrollable, her heart beating violently, and she somewhat wondered whether or not she had heard it wrong. One must know that Lu Chen was only at the Zunshi realm cultivation level. It's a miracle. After the shock, a great joy surged to her heart, and Lu Jianyu couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. With the Windless Sword Saint present, as well as those Saint Realm powerhousing souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, the power that Lu Chen controlled was enough to forcibly suppress the Xianyu sacred ground and take over the control of the Xianyu sacred ground. However, neither Lu Chen nor Lu Jianyu mentioned this, because they all clearly knew that the Xianyu sacred ground was not an enemy. Seizing control of the Xianyu sacred ground was just a matter of passing. The real enemies were the Nine Heavens sacred land and Gu Changsheng. The power that Lu Chuan controlled now was still not strong enough, so it was not appropriate to show it in the open now, and it was more prudent to develop it in secret. Nangong Feiyu was hidden in midair, and when he saw the two of them, Lu Chuan and Lu Fengyu, chatting so happily, a look of relief appeared on his face as well. Holy Lord, big deal. Just then, two anxious voices rang out, slightly panicked. However, it was the other two sacred realm elders of the Xianyu Holy Land who had returned. Panic! What a scandal! Nangong Feiyu frowned, somewhat displeased. The eldest elder is missing, and the Shao family was wiped out overnight. Tens of thousands of people up and down the entire clan. No one lives. The two elders spoke in a hurried tone and spoke out two shocking pieces of news. What? Nangong Feiyu's body stumbled and his eyes widened. The Shao family was exterminated? Who did this? The two elders glanced at each other, both with bitter smiles on their faces. We don't know. We only left Fengdu City 2 days ago, and when we couldn't find the Holy Sun, we went to the Shao family to take a look, only to find out that the Shao family had been exterminated. They tell the truth about their experiences these days. Strange, strange. Nangong Fei couldn't help but murmur, his brows furrowed. One must know that the Shao family not only had a Saint Realm 5th level old ancestor, but also had several Saint-ranked great formations. Even if there was a strong enemy intruding, it would surely cause a shocking commotion, and there was no way that the Xianyu Holy Land would not be able to receive the news. But the reality is that the Shao family was silently exterminated, and no news or movement was spread. Moreover, the disappearance of the Grand Elder had also cast a shadow over Nangong Feiyu's heart. Who the hell did this? Nangong Feiyu and the two elders glanced at each other, all of them looking grave. Since Lu Chen had returned to the Xianyu Holy Land long ago, he had no time to commit the crime. Coupled with the fact that Lu Chen and the Su family behind him were not strong, Nangong Feiyu and the others did not associate Lu Chen with them. They were oblivious to the fact that the real culprit was fishing leisurely right in front of them. Chapter 163, The Unworried Old Dad. Day 3. Lu Dust still sits high on the top of the mountain cliff, his back to the living beings, fishing alone for the ages. His back is firm and silent. Fishing, Air Force. Lu Chen sighed, and there were wisps of lightning power spreading in his palm. And when he was about to use the thunder fishing technique, the Patrol Heaven Pavilion Master's order in his bosom shook slightly and sent out a message. After Lu Chen read it, he revealed a helpless expression. This old man, he's a real pain in the ass. However, it turned out that it was Thousand Faces who had sent a message to Lu Duan that Lu Beixian was planning to go to the Forest of Lightlessness and wanted Lu Duan to ask the Windless Sword Saint to follow along. The Forest of Lightlessness was a terrifying forbidden area of life in the Middle-earth region, and it was said that even a Saint Realm powerhouse stepping into it would die a 9 deaths. It was only after Lu Jianyun pressed him that Lu Beixian revealed the real reason why he was going to the Forest of Lightlessness. Back then, when the Netherworld Holy Land was besieged by the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, Blazing Sun Holy Land, and Thundering Holy Land, the Netherworld Holy Land broke out in 3 directions, and 2 of the main teams converged after killing their way out of the encirclement and fled to the Eastern Wasteland region, establishing the current Netherworld sect. However, the other main team was hunted all the way by the 3 great Holy Lands, and in desperation, they risked escaping into the depths of the lightless forest. The Misty sect had also been secretly inquiring over the years, but the Forest of Lightlessness was too dangerous, and they hadn't been able to find any news. The agreement between Lu Beixian and the Netherworld sect was that after Lu Beixian broke through the Saint Realm, he needed to enter the depths of the Forest of Lightlessness to help search for traces of that main team. The Ethereal sect did not have many Sacred Realm ancestors left, so they could not take any chances. Lu Beixian, however, had the stature of a saint, with extraordinary natural talent and battle prowess, which was why the Ethereal sect chose to cooperate with Lu Beixian. Since the Forest of Lightlessness was too dangerous, Lu Beixian had previously been planning to go there by himself alone without involving Lu Chen and Lu Jianyun, which was why he hadn't been able to speak out about it. It wasn't until Lu Chen abducted the Windless Sword Saint back, allowing Lu Beixian to see a new hope. If this big man could be invited to accompany them, the safety of the crowd could be greatly guaranteed, and they might be able to enter and exit safely. After Lu Chen received the news, he didn't delay and immediately sent a secret message to Lu Jianyu. The Forest of No Light? After receiving the message, Lu Fianyu whispered softly to herself and directly found Nangong Feiyu, stating that she had already touched the threshold of the Saint Realm and asked him for advice on breaking through to the Saint Realm and his insights and feelings. When Nangong Feiyu heard this, he was overjoyed and immediately poured out his teachings, instructing Lu Jianyu without reservation. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to conceal his figure and slipped out of the Xianyu Holy Land without a sound, returning to the stronghold of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Dusty, you're back. Lu Beixian rubbed his hands together smilingly with a sardonic smile on his face after seeing Lu Chuan's return. Lu Chuan sighed and stared at Lu Beixian. Pops, am I your real son? Lu Beixian froze for a moment and reached out to touch Lu Chen's forehead. This doesn't have a fever either. Why have you started talking nonsense? Don't interrupt. Lu Chuan said without a trace of anger. If I hadn't abducted the Windless Sword Saint back, were you going to sneak off to the Forest of Lightlessness behind our backs? Lu Beixian smiled sarcastically and rubbed his hands. We are all a family. We have to face any difficulties and dangers together. Instead of playing hero by ourselves, what should we do if something happens to you? Your son, I am now stronger and more powerful than you, and my influence is wider than yours. So in the future you should ask me first about anything, and don't get bent out of shape. I've got you covered. What are you afraid of? Lu Chen patted Lu Beixian's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Good. Lu Beixian first nodded. Suddenly felt a little bit wrong. Suddenly face a little black, although you say a lot of sense. But I'm your father. You say this a little bit of the reverse of the Big Dipper. Oh. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden pain in his waist. However, she saw Lu Jianyun reach out and pinch him, saying without any good humor, little brother is right. Such an important matter. Pops, you actually want to hide it from us. The Forest of Lightlessness is so dangerous. Even if you have a Sacred Realm first level cultivation, it's a 1 in 9 death sentence to go there. So why didn't you say it to us earlier? You're only thinking about honoring your agreement with the Misty sect, but have you thought about your wife and children? Seeing Lu Fianyun's serious and complaining look, Lu Beixian instantly shrunk his neck, and for the first time, the hallowed war god of the northern border felt weak and squirmy, so he could only say with a sarcastic smile, my father knows that I am wrong, and I won't be like this in the future. Good to know. It won't happen again. Lu Chen patted his shoulder and swaggered into the Yun family compound. Your Highness! Yun Xianxue revealed a look of surprise and ran over cheerfully. The dress of that small lotus only showing its sharp corners shook gently with it, just like a lotus flower out of the water, pure and playful in general. She hesitated for a while, but finally gathered her courage and gently hugged one side of Lu Chuan's arm, her pretty face slightly red and her heart beating fast. Yun Xianxue, Yun Xianxue, you are already His Majesty's fiancé. You can. Yun Xianxue murmured in her heart, constantly cheering herself up. She is now at the age of a young girl in her youth. Lu Chen saved her life, took care of her, gave her all sorts of chances and opportunities, and brought her all the way to grow up so far. And the overwhelming sharpness and imperial hegemony displayed on Lu Chen had already captured her heart. It's just that in the past, Yun Xianxue was in the status of a maid, so she didn't dare to think too much and didn't dare to express her thoughts and feelings. But now that she had made a marriage contract with Lu Chuan and was going to be his consort in the future, she dared to pluck up the courage to express her intimacy and love for him. Lu Chuan's arm was held in Yun Xianyue's embrace, and he could feel her rapid heartbeat. Lu Chuan instantly smiled slightly, reached out and wrapped his arm around her small waist and touched her head. This intimate gesture of Lu Chen made Yun Xianyue's heartbeat faster, as if a deer was banging around, and a sweet warm current surged in her heart. Sinning. In the small courtyard, the windless sword saint let out a helpless sigh when he saw the scene. He was doing his best to teach Yun Xianxue the sword technique, but as a result, once Lu Chuan came back, this girl directly left him behind and stopped practicing with her sword, with only her little lover in her eyes. Senior Sword Saint, how was the effect of the Void Spirit Pill from last time? How is Senior's injury recovery going? The late generation here also has a holy rank healing elixir, the Spirit Repairing Elixir, which has the same extraordinary healing effect on soul wounds, which the late generation has spent a lot of effort and resources in the past few days' time to get. Lu Chuan spoke smilingly, taking out a jade box and handing it to the Windless Sword Saint. Don't come and lie to me. The Windless Sword Saint rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. When I copied the Shao family's treasure trove 3 days ago, I saw you take away this elixir with my own eyes. Nothing to offer. Tell me, what do you want to ask me to do this time? Chapter 164, Traveling to the Forest of Lightlessness. Lu Chuan said smilingly, actually, there's nothing much to it, but mainly I want to honor your old man. Really? I don't believe it. The Windless Sword Saint would be skeptical and took the spirit mending pill and threw it into his mouth. Sword Saint Senior, I actually want to ask you to accompany us on a trip to the Forest of Lightlessness. Seeing the Windless Sword Saint swallow the spirit repairing pill, Lu Chen then spoke with a smile. Give it back. The Windless Sword Saint opened his mouth and spat out the spirit repairing pill, handing it to Lu Chen with an expressionless face. Lu dust mouth corner a draw. Tonesome helpless, your old man at least is also the mighty Sword Saint. Cannot you do not play rogue? You have eaten. You're the one who started the rascality. I call it doing unto others what I did unto you. The Windless Sword Saint said with a straight face. It's fine if Sword Saint Senior doesn't want to go. Lu Chuan sighed, wrapped his arm tightly around Yun Xianyue's small savage waist and said, then I can only go to the Forest of Lightlessness alone with little Schwer. In case anything happens to us, please ask the Sword Saint Senior to find another disciple. It's little Schwer who is not fortunate enough to age for the Sword Saint Senior, and there's no way to carry forward Senior's sword Dao. Windless Sword Saint's face darkened as he said, alright, don't act out. I'll go okay? Really can't do anything about you little brat. The Windless Sword Saint swallowed and refined the spirit mending pill, his tone helpless. Many thanks to Sword Saint Senior. Thank you, Master. A smile also appeared on Yun Xianxue's face. I don't know what you're going to do in the Forest of Lightlessness, but I have to warn you in advance that the depths of the Forest of Lightlessness are very dangerous, with great strangeness and terror, and even I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to cope with it. I'll do my best to protect you, but if you do inadvertently encounter any weird and scary crises, you're on your own. The Windless Sword Saint's face was serious as he issued a caution to Lu Chuan and Yun Xianyue. We understand. Lu Chuan and Yun Xianyue nodded with solemn faces. After a little bit of packing, Lu Chuan and his group began to set off. Other than Lu Beixian and Lu Fianyan and Song Xuan, Lu Chen only brought Yun Xianyue and Yun Shi, and the rest of them stayed in the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. The Forest of Lightlessness was located in the northern fringe of the Middle-earth domain, with the endless ocean at its back, covering an extremely wide area that could not be seen at all. The aura of this place was thin and sparsely populated. Even with a sacred realm powerhouse leading them, it took Lu Dust and his group 2.5 days to cross the vast, boundless earth and arrive at the edge of the lightless forest. It could be seen that there was a lofty and frighteningly huge mountain range stretching across the great wilderness, like a huge dragon coiled up. Separating the great wilderness, there were faint bands of black mist in the mountains, which could not be seen. Inside that is the forest of no light. Beyond the mountains, there was only one ancient city isolated in the middle of the great wilderness. This ancient city was called Lightless City. Although the Forest of Lightlessness was a forbidden area of danger and terror, at the edge of the Forest of Lightlessness, the danger was relatively light, and from time to time, people found some ancient relics or mineral veins and other resources from it, attracting quite a number of martial artists to come and explore. Over time, this ancient city came into being, becoming a resting place for many martial artists, as well as a place for trade. However, the many martial artists exploring the area were limited to the fringes of the Forest of Lightlessness, that is, carefully groping around that lofty mountain range and repeatedly jumping sideways, and no one dared to go deeper into the Forest of Lightlessness. When Lu Chuan and his group rushed to the Lightless City, they unexpectedly found that there were quite a few martial artists here, and the city was bustling with traffic, shouting and selling, and from time to time, there were martial artists pouring into the Lightless City at a hurried pace. Lu Chuan quietly held the order of the pavilion master of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion and quickly contacted the scouts in the Lightless City. The Heavenly Pavilion's Middle-earth region branch initially had 500,000 scouts, and during this period of time, it had developed quite a few new scouts, completely covering the entire Middle-earth region. And naturally, there were scouts in the City of Lightlessness as well. It's a small number, only a few, but it's a good way to get a rough idea of the intelligence information. Half a month ago, the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Blazing Sun Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land suddenly sent a large number of additional disciples and powerhouses to Lightless City and entered the Lightless Forest. 7 days ago, there was an amazing vision emanating from the depths of the Forest of Lightlessness, with divine radiance reflecting the 9 heavens, but it quickly disappeared. Many martial artists claim to have seen a mysterious ancient city emerge from the depths of the Forest of Lightlessness. The 3 holy places tried to block the news, but there were too many people who witnessed the visions and the ancient city with their own eyes, and the news still leaked out. And martial artists from all over the world flocked to the Lightless City and the Forest of Lightlessness in an attempt to explore that mysterious ancient city. Lu Dust soon received messages, all of which were big events that had happened recently. After Lu Chuan read it, he immediately raised his eyebrows and thought. He immediately told Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others, could the mysterious visions and the ancient city have been discovered by that team from the Misty Sect? Lu Beixian's heart stirred as a speculation surfaced. That team from the Misty Sect brought quite a few treasures from the Misty Holy Land. The 3 Holy Lands will definitely not let them go, and have been secretly tracking them down for all these years, and the fact that they are still refusing to leave now means that that team is definitely still alive. It's possible. It just so happens that we can follow these teams of martial artists and blend in. Lu Dust nodded. Now that there were so many martial artists converging here, and with a large number of them venturing into the Forest of Lightlessness every day, it was just right for them to be the ones to open up the path in front of them. Lu Chuan and his group followed behind into the Forest of Lightlessness, which in turn wasn't as dangerous. Chapter 165, Encountering the Watermoon Sect. Lu Chuan and his group immediately left Lightless City and headed towards the Lightless Forest. Although the Forest of Lightlessness was an extremely horrifying forbidden area of life, but now there were visions that shocked the heavens, and the mysterious ancient city appeared in the world, signaling that there were amazing opportunities. The attraction was too great. Under this great temptation, martial artists from various sects and forces then flocked to the city, not to mention the fact that the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Blazing Sun Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land had sent out many powerful people to enter the depths of the Forest of Lightlessness, and having the 3 Holy Lands rushing ahead of them gave the crowd even more courage. As Lu Chuan and his group walked along the road, there were thousands and thousands of martial artists around them, and that was just the people traveling with them. One could imagine just how many martial artists had flooded into the Lightless Forest during this time. Stupid humans. Although the 3 great holy lands are opening the way in front of them, the dangers of the Forest of Lightlessness are simply not something that these miscellaneous fish like them can withstand. At least 90% of these people are going to die if they enter the Lightless Forest. The Windless Sword Saint couldn't help but snort coldly as he looked at these greedy-faced martial artists. If it was a June Realm and Saint Realm expert, then it was just that. However, most of these martial artists were only at the Dao Transformation Realm and the Exalted Realm, and their strength was too weak. People die for money. Birds die for food. Lu Chen was calm and said, the Sword Saint seniors also rose from the bottom step by step and should understand their thoughts. The most bountiful resource territories in the Middle-earth region are all dominated by the large sect forces from all sides. And it's not surprising that small sect martial artists and casual cultivators would go to bat for the slightest bit of hope they have for the sake of opportunity and creation. The Windless Sword Saint didn't argue with Lu Dust, but only sighed lightly and shook his head. It was because he came from the bottom of the civilian ladder that he felt sorry and helpless about such a phenomenon. Pity. Even if he had become the world's top sword saint, he could not change this world. A few moments later, Lu Chuan and his group scaled over the towering mountains in front of them and officially stepped into the range of the Forest of Lightlessness. Phew! A gloomy wind came over the face, causing the many martial artists to subconsciously shiver. What met his eyes was an endless primitive forest, with ancient trees and bushes, and a faint band of black mist filled the air, filling every inch of space, making this heaven and earth gloomy, giving people a depressing and heavy feeling for no reason at all. These black mists were very strange and were able to block divine sense perception. Even for a Saint Realm powerhouse, the range of divine sense perception was suppressed to a few thousand feet. It was even more needless to say that below the Saint Realm, the range of divine sense sensing was not even as large as the range of sight, which was a very unfavorable environment. Roar! Not long after stepping into the Forest of Lightlessness, ferocious hissing roars rang out from the surroundings, and a large group of ferocious beasts with terrifying strength appeared, launching attacks on the crowd. Fortunately, there was no lack of June Realm experts amongst the crowd, and after a short exchange of blows, the group of ferocious beasts were repelled. But in the process, there were also hundreds of unlucky people who fell and became a set of unattended white bones. Giggle! The crowd had advanced a mere few hundred miles, and when they stepped into a mountain forest, another accident occurred. Ancient runes lit up on the ground, and all sorts of killing rays flickered, sweeping and crisscrossing like sharp swords, killing more than 1,000 martial artists on the spot. It's a hijacking. The runes were densely covered, forming a killing formation, a terrifying light raging, capable of easily harvesting the lives of martial artists. Clank! At this critical moment, the windless sword saint lightly shouted, an invisible sword intent spread like ripples, and all the runes in the mountains and forests exploded into pieces, all kinds of killing light annihilated, and the killing formation was broken. It was a remnant formation left over from an ancient era, activated by the crowd as they stepped in. Even though the windless sword saint made the first move to break the formation, more than 1,000 people died, and blood dyed the ground red. This scene caused many martial artists to blanch and withdraw. However, there were also a considerable number of martial artists who were unmoved, and with greed and ruthlessness in their eyes, they continued to venture forward. It was not a quiet ride. Lu Chuan and his party had advanced thousands of miles deep before they encountered no less than 10 crises, and the number of martial artists around them had plummeted to around 500, with most of them dying on the road or quitting halfway, not daring to continue deeper. You guys, come here. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came out from the front. In the dense bushes, one could vaguely see a broken wall standing, with mysterious runes glowing, forming remnant formations and prohibitions. It was especially creepy in the midst of this dark and depressing environment. At this moment, in front of that piece of broken wall, hundreds of martial artists were gathered, each with extraordinary aura. The first person was clad in armor, holding a lance in his hand, and a cold and murderous aura emanated from him, accompanied by the rolling holy might that filled the air, causing everyone to change color. He's the Water Moon sect leader, Xiao Yushi. A martial artist recognized him and let out a gasp of surprise, his body tensing up. Water Moon sect. This was a rather powerful and terrifying large sect, with 2 Saint Realm powerhouses sitting within the sect, claiming to be known far and wide. The Middle Earth region's martial arts civilization was the most prosperous and flourishing. In addition to the 13 sacred grounds, there were also quite a few large sects and great clans that had Saint Realm powerhouses sitting in their ranks, only that the number of Saint Realm powerhouses was too small to be comparable to the 13 sacred grounds. But for the small sect forces, that was also an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. What can I do for you? Sect leader Suijetsu? A martial artist asked cautiously. We've discovered a relic with quite a bit of opportunity and creation inside. How about we all join forces to crack the remnant formations and prohibitions here, and split the opportunity and creation here together? Xiao Yushi grinned and stared at the crowd. As soon as these words came out, many martial artists' faces changed, where they couldn't guess what Xiao Yushi was planning to do. It must be that the residual formation prohibitions in this place were too powerful for the Water Moon sect to crack, and they wanted them to take human lives to break the formation. As for dividing the chance of creation of this place together, don't even think about it. Water Moon sect can never be so generous. Chapter 166, Destroyed in Possession. Or not, our strength is too weak to help much, and we don't dare to divide the chance of creation with the Water Moon sect. Farewell. A martial artist at the forefront of the crowd revealed an apologetic smile, and with a few companions, he turned around and was about to bolt, but Xiao Yushi gave a sardonic laugh. No, you guys are totally helpful. You've come all the way here, so you'd better not leave. After speaking, he directly probed out a large hand. Saint Realm level mana erupted, transforming into a huge palm with ferocious might, grabbing those few martial artists and throwing them directly into the remnants of the ruins formations and prohibitions, only to see the runes flashing in the relics. A piece of light swept through, and those few martial artists with extraordinary strength were cut into pieces on the spot. Their forms and gods destroyed. No good. Damn Water Moon sect. Run. This scene caused all the hundreds of surrounding martial artists to change color and tremble in their hearts, and without saying a word, they directly turned around and ran away. However, the Water Moon sect's crowd had already laughed and rushed out. Surrounding the crowd, Xiao Yushi was even the first to strike, suppressing all of those martial artists who ran the fastest, throwing them into the remnant of the formation prohibition, and directly strangling them. Such a bloody and cruel scene caused the crowd to turn white, their hearts filled with remorse, but they did not dare to resist. If you resist, you die on the spot. If you don't, you might have a chance of survival. Xiao Yushi grinned at the crowd and said, "Everyone relax. Our Water Moon sect isn't unreasonable. You all just need to help us break these remnant formations of prohibitions and I'll let you go." Although everyone guessed that Xiao Yushi's words were not believable, there were more or less a few more points of hope in their hearts. "You guys, move forward to that slab in front of you, and strike the rune on the east side." Xiao Yushi opened his mouth once more and ordered a few martial artists to come forward, cooperating with the Water Moon sect's formation masters, and began to break the formation. Those few martial artists advanced honestly, acting according to Xiao Yushi's command. As they struck out to attack, a few runes did go out, and the remnants of the formation were disintegrated by a small amount. This also caused their faces to light up, and a glimmer of hope flared up in their hearts. However, the good times don't last long. As they continued to advance, they suddenly screamed miserably and their bodies directly exploded into a mist of blood. The Water Moon sect's crowd didn't raise their eyes for a moment as they indifferently opened their mouths, once again ordering a few martial artists to come forward and break the formation with their human lives. Lu Chuan and his group mingled behind the crowd, but they were not the least bit panicked. A palm-sized black flag surfaced in Lu Chen's hand and quietly urged it. For every death of a martial artist, there was a strand of residual soul that he took into the 10,000 soul streamer. Although these martial artists were not considered strong, they could at least make up a number, and after accumulating a small number of them, they were also a good force. Click. After consuming more than 200 martial artists, the Water Moon sect finally cracked one of the remnant formations and dug out a number of treasures such as magic treasures and techniques from the ruins. With smiles on their faces, the remaining 200 or so martial artists were pale, revealing looks of despair. The Water Moon sect continued to use their human lives to break the formation, and the group of over 500 was soon left with less than 50 people. "You guys, come here." The Water Moon sect finally named Lu Duan and his group. Since Lu Chen was more stable, old 6, he had long ago asked Lu Beixian and Yun Shi to tighten up their body's aura and only display their June realm cultivation to the outside world. As for the Windless Sword Saint, his cultivation was so high that ordinary Saint realm powerhouses could not perceive his true cultivation. Therefore, the Water Moon sect's crowd didn't take Lu Chuan and his group seriously, and issued their orders nonchalantly. "Are you guys deaf? What's that look in your eyes? I told you to come here." Seeing that Lu Duan and his group were unmoved, and even had a look of pity on their faces, as if they were looking at a dead person, the Water Moon sect's crowd immediately became furious. One of the short-tempered formation masters even waved a steel whip and nonchalantly lashed towards Lu Dust and his group, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Clanging, Yun Shi gripped the red curved sword at his waist, just half an inch out of the sheath. A ray of snowy blade light flashed. That formation master along with the steel whip in his hand all broke, vertically split in half, and the remnants of his soul was also included in the 10,000 soul streamer by Lu Dust. "How dare you resist? Looking for death?" Xiao Yushi's gaze chilled. A wave of anger and killing intent surged in his heart as he directly slapped his palm down towards Yun Shi. Saint realm level mana erupted, surging and raging, actually emitting a tsunami-like sound. "I was going to wait for you guys to crack the formation before I made my move. I didn't expect you formation masters to be so weak, messing around with it for half a day only to break a remnant formation. No use in the ass." Lu Chen shook his head as the black flag in his hand instantly enlarged, and a monstrous black aura was released from it. Xiao Yushi slapped out a palm and before it landed on Yun Shi, a black shadow ghostly appeared and similarly slapped out a palm. Bang! As the two forces collided, Xiao Yushi's face changed violently, and he was directly slapped by the other party and flew out horizontally, his body all in pieces. Blood splattering. "Who are you? Who are you?" Xiao Yushi staggered back with a hint of panic in his eyes, staring at the Severine spirits with cold and terrifying auras beside Lu Duan, his face turning green. This was because he was horrified to discover that the Severine spirits were actually all Saint Realm cultivators, and two of them were far more terrifying in strength than he was. "Kill them all." Lu Chen ignored him and just waved his hand, his tone bland as he gave orders to Xiao Ling and the others. The 10,000 soul streamer had enveloped this place under his urging, forming a boundary. Plus under the terrifying strength of Xiao Ling and the other 4 Saint Realmine souls, The water moon sect's 100 or so people had no resistance at all, and were slaughtered in an instant, with their souls all being refined by the 10,000 soul streamer. Xiao Yushir was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm cultivation, and his strength was not weak, so it was a good harvest. Lu Chen put away the 10,000 soul streamer and looked at the remnant formations and prohibitions in front of him. Even if they were already in tatters, the power of these remnant formations and prohibitions were quite terrifying, enough to threaten the lives of Saint Realm powerhouses. There was no doubt that this relic had an extraordinary origin, and there should be quite a lot of opportunities for creation within it. It was only a pity that the Water Moon Sect's formation master was too low in attainment to break it. Chapter 167, The Mysterious Ancient City. Lu Chuan summoned Xiao Ling and inquired, "What are your attainments in formation Dao? Can you crack the remnant formations and prohibitions here?" "There is no attainment in formation," Xiao Ling said honestly. Lu Chuan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "It seems like we have to find a way to collect a formation master before we can do it." Although strength was honored in this world, auxiliary professions such as array masters and refiners and alchemists also played a large and indispensable role. Maybe it's necessary to bring Gu Ruwashi to the side. Although Gu Ruwashi was only at the June realm cultivation level, she was still young and still had a high room for growth. Moreover, Gu Ruwashi was not only powerful in battle, but was also an all-round talent, with extraordinary attainments in all aspects such as Dan formation talisman and Dao weapon. Lu Chen suppressed the thoughts in his mind and looked at the windless sword saint, saying, "With the strength of senior sword saint, I'm sure it won't be a problem to break these remnant formation prohibitions, right?" The windless sword saint nodded, but did not push back. He didn't know about formations, but he did know about swordsmanship. Clanging, the windless sword saint unsheathed the ancient sword on his waist unexpectedly, and a crisp sword chant resounded through the 8 directions, accompanied by snowy sword chi blossoming as it swept across towards the front. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions echoing out. The remnant formations and prohibitions here were all broken by a single sword. One force breaks all laws. It was a very old ruin that seemed to have gone through a terrible war and was so devastated that it was almost in ruins. There's an ancient city in the forest of lightlessness, and there's a relic like this. This can't be a forbidden area formed after that battle in the ancient times, right? Liu Beixian looked at the ruins of this relic in front of him, and immediately pondered, recalling those relics he had discovered when he was in the eastern wasteland domain, which all seemed to have the same thing. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, that battle in the ancient times was very tragic. Many powerful sects and forces were wiped out, and the martial civilization was almost broken, and the forest of lightlessness was precisely the ancient battlefield of the ancient battle. Liu Beixian sniffed and let out a dark sigh, and could only pray that the people in the ethereal sects team were fine. Lu Chuan and his group began to search the ruins of this relic, and soon unearthed a number of items such as magic treasures and techniques, formation materials, and other items, most of which were of the 6th and 7th ranks, and also unearthed a few saint rank techniques, which was a good harvest. Ha! Liu Beixian's surprised voice soon came from the ruins of the relics, only to see that he was holding a green-colored ancient sword in his hand, with mysterious patterns inscribed on the sword, as well as the 2 ancient inscriptions of green shadow, and an icy and austere aura emanating from the ancient sword. This was clearly a saint-rank sword. Nice sword. The windless sword saint glanced at it and opened his mouth in a rare compliment. To be able to obtain his affirmation, it was evident that this precious sword was indeed powerful and extraordinary. Now you can't say no. Take it. Liu Beixian came over with a smile and, without being told, shoved the green shadow sword into Lu Chen's hand. In the past, when he found saint-ranked magic treasures, Lu Chen always distributed them to others and didn't keep one for himself, and Liu Beixian still kept it in mind. Good. Lu Chen smiled and took the green shadow sword, refining it as soon as he could and casually storing it in his storage ring. The group moved on. Although there were 3 great holy lands such as the Heavenly Sword Mountain to open the way in front of them, the forest of lightlessness was too big, and with the black mist surging around, obscuring divine sense perception, it was easy to get lost and caused the route to change. Lu Chuan and his group had advanced for 2.5 hours, spanning a long distance and experiencing dozens of crises along the way, calling it a thrilling experience, and even the windless sword saint was injured. Although the injuries weren't serious, it could be imagined how dangerous the lightless forest was if it could injure a powerhouse of his level. Arrived. The windless sword saint's tone was somewhat grave as he looked down at the front. At this time, the crowd stood on a stone mountain, looking far and wide, and could see that above the vast plains ahead, there was an ancient lofty city hidden in the black fog, like a giant perched above the firmament. A red moon rose, and wisps of blood-colored moonlight passed through the black fog and spilled onto the ground, adding a bit of eeriness. This ancient city was vast and sprawling, with bands of black mist floating in the sky above, and the entire world was dim. Around the ancient city, there were densely packed black shadows, with different appearances, seemingly of all races, and more monsters that were unheard of by the crowd. This ancient city was shrouded by a massive formation, with supreme runes branded into the void, intertwining with each other to form a powerful defense. Those black shadows and monsters, on the other hand, let out bursts of roars, sending out attacks that continuously bombarded this formation. Even though a number of black shadows and monsters were strangled by the power of the formation, they didn't know fear in general and rushed forward. The most frightening thing was that there were more black shadows and monsters crawling out of the ground in the distance, and a steady stream of them were rushing towards this ancient city. The windless sword saint watched carefully for a while, and his face became even more grave. It wasn't that these black shadows and monsters were too strong. Rather, he acutely realized that under the constant stream of attacks from these black shadows and monsters, the light of this ancient city's formation gradually became dim, its power being rapidly consumed. Around the ancient city, there were also several waves of martial artists with their backs against the ancient city formation, doing their best to resist the impact of the black shadows and monsters, and it was clear that they were martial artists who had entered this place from the outside world. The people from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and the other 3 Holy Lands aren't here. It looks like they've already entered the ancient city. Let's go over and take a look as well. The windless sword saint opened his mouth, and the crowd leapt down from the stone mountain and rushed towards the ancient city. It was only after Lu Chuan and his group got closer that they realized that all these black shadows and monsters were, quite literally, corpses. These corpses had been dead for a long time, and most of them had decayed, or carried wounds and mutilations on their bodies, but they were manipulated by an unknown and bizarre power, and exploded with incredible strength. Clank! The windless sword saint slashed out with his sword. The overwhelmingly sharp sword chi swept across the area, and pieces of corpses around them were cut down as the crowd quickly approached one of the gates of the ancient city. Just as Lu Chuan and his group were wondering how to enter the ancient city, they only saw the 2 store heads on the city gate suddenly glowing with their eyes, sweeping over Lu Chuan and his group, followed by a bright golden light all over their bodies. 9th grade of the heavenly rank, qualified, permitted to enter the city. Accompanied by an emotionless mechanical sound, the light of the formation flickered and enveloped Lu Chuan and his group. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment, they had already appeared in the middle of the ancient city. This was an ancient and dimly lit city, which was actually very well preserved, not having been affected by the war, with ancient and lofty buildings lined up, not being able to be seen at a glance, so one could imagine how brilliant and strong it was in the ancient times. There was no black fog blocking the ancient city, and the windless sword saint's powerful divine sense spread out, enveloping most of the ancient city, and soon detected something. To the southeast, there's a mysterious ancient tower. There are quite a few strong people fighting there, perhaps from the 3 great holy lands. Should we go over and take a look? The windless sword saint looked towards Lu Duan. Go! Lu Chen did not hesitate as the crowd headed straight to the location of the ancient tower. Their primary goal in entering the lightless forest this time was naturally to find that team from the Netherworld sect, while the Heavenly Sword Mountain and the other 3 great holy lands were chasing that team. Finding the people from the 3 great holy lands might be able to find clues about that team. Chapter 168, Time is running out. On the southeast of the ancient city, there was a towering ancient tower standing, like a straight sword standing between heaven and earth. On the plaque at the gate of the ancient pagoda, there were 3 large characters in dragon's flight, the 100 Refined Towers. In front of the door of the 100 Refinement Tower, there were 2 teams of martial artists fighting fiercely, each with more than 20 people, and the leaders were all at the Saint Realm cultivation level, facing each other, and neither of them refused to give in. It was only because this ancient tower was quite mysterious and extraordinary, its entire body haunted with wisps of light, mysterious patterns and symbols flickering, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. There was no doubt that either this ancient tower was sealed with extraordinary treasures, either this ancient tower is an extraordinary treasure. As a result, both of these teams were determined to win the Gouda, and a life and death battle broke out. Fellow Taoists, stop for a moment. I have a question for you. Just then, a discordant voice rang out coldly. With a swish, many martial artists turned their heads sharply, staring at the sudden appearance of Lu Chen and his group with unfavorable expressions. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land is doing business, so get out of the way. This place is owned by my thundering Holy Land, so get lost. The martial artists from both sides opened their mouths to rebuke, neither of them wanting to see a third-party force intervene, thus bringing up the names of their respective Holy Lands. Lu Chuan wasn't the least bit offended by the other party's attitude and continued to ask, do you know the whereabouts and clues of that team from the Netherworld Holy Land? Ethereal Sanctuary? As soon as those 4 words came out, the brows of the powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Thundering Holy Land all wrinkled up, killing intent showing in their eyes. Looks like they're the helpers of the remaining members of the Netherworld Holy Land. The two great Holy Land powerhouses glanced at each other, and actually stopped their hands unanimously, and more than 40 of them quickly dispersed, surrounding Lu Chen and his group. Did no one answer my question? Lu Chen said with a smile, time is running out. If you guys don't answer, I'm going to use force. Are you the new saint son of the Xianyu Holy Land, Su Chen? That Saint Realm Elder of Heavenly Sword Mountain stared at Lu Dust, and suddenly his pupils shrunk slightly, recognizing Lu Dust's identity. There were only 13 Holy Lands in the Middle Earth region, and the number of holy sons and daughters was even more minimal, and the appearance of any holy son or daughter would be known by the other Holy Lands in the first place. Lu Chen's portrait and the corresponding intelligence information had long since been passed on to the other Holy Lands. The Xianyu Sacred Land had been in decline for many years, but now a supreme genius who had cleared the 9th step of Ascension had appeared, and it was a demon who had set a new record for clearing the 9th step of Ascension, naturally attracting the attention of all the sacred lands. Xianyu Holy Land? Humph. I thought it was the Holy Son of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, but it turns out that it's the Holy Son of the regional Xianyu Sacred Land who dares to be so arrogant. What a big dog's guts. Instead of staying properly in the Xianyu Holy Land, you guys actually dared to come to find the remaining members of the Netherworld Holy Land. You really have a lot of guts. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land powerhouses all revealed cold smiles, their eyes contemptuous, not putting Lu Chen in their eyes. After all, the Xianyu Holy Land claimed to be the weakest of the 13 Holy Lands. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xianyu Sacred Land still had some reserves, as well as the fact that it had recently gotten closer to the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, I'm afraid that the Xianyu Sacred Land would have long since been besieged by the other sacred lands, and become the next Netherworld Sacred Land. The two Saint Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Thundering Holy Land looked at each other and exchanged glances. Even more murderous, Lu Chen was actually looking for the remaining members of the Netherworld Holy Land, which was making enemies of their 3 Holy Lands. What's more, they don't want the Xianyu Holy Land to rise again. If the Xianyu Sacred Ground were to fall in this way, their 3 great sacred grounds would still be able to repeat the same trick and join forces to exterminate the Xianyu Sacred Ground, dividing up the resources and treasures of the Xianyu Sacred Ground, just as they had done when they exterminated the Netherworld Sacred Ground. Boom! Without saying a word, the two Saint Realm powerhouses directly erupted 2 strong and terrifying attacks, killing Lu Dust like lightning. The rest of the Sacred Land martial practitioners also shot out in unison, and a divine ability art blossomed with light, like a flash flood erupting, drowning Lu Chen and his group. Although the 2 great Holy Land martial artists had just fought to the death over the 100 Refinement Pagoda, when faced with an external enemy, they would join forces again and resume their alliance. Phew! Right at this moment, a gloomy wind blew up, accompanied by a monstrous black fog that suddenly erupted and flooded the place. A full 15 souls with Saint Realm cultivation rushed out, exuding a cold and terrifyingly ferocious aura. No good. The pupils of those 2 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Thundering Holy Land shrunk violently, surging with an unpleasant premonition. Both sides instantly erupted into a great battle. Although these 2 Saint Realm powerhouses had extraordinary strength, they were no match against 5 Saint Realming spirits. The 2 sides merely exchanged dozens of rounds before the 2 were severely injured and were forcibly suppressed in the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer. Those 40-odd Holy Land martial artists were also defeated one after another under the siege of Otherine souls, and all of them were put into the 10,000 soul streamer. TSK is worthy of being a legendary fierce weapon of the Devil's Way. The windless sword Saint sked as he looked at the fateful 10,000 soul streamer in Lu Dust's hand. This magic treasure was too overbearing and terrifying, capable of forcibly confining and enslaving other people's souls, and the more souls it enslaved, the more powerful the 10,000 soul streamer would become. Too heaven-defying. With the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, Lu Chuan was able to quickly grow stronger and stronger the more he fought. What is this place? Let us out now. Little Su Chen, how dare you imprison us? I am the 9th Elder of Heavenly Sword Mountain. If you are sensible, you quickly release us, or else the wrath of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land will not be able to withstand your Xianyu Holy Land. Is your Xianyu Sacred Land going to be immortal with our Thundering Sacred Land? The souls of the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses were pierced by a chain and imprisoned in the eerie darkness of the space, and both of them let out loud shouts of color, attempting to threaten Lu Chuan with the names of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Sacred Land and the Thundering Sacred Land. As for the other 40-odd martial artists, they no longer even had the qualifications to speak, and were forced to read their memories by Lu Chuan using the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, before refining them into combat puppets. By reading the memories of those 40-odd people, Lu Chen also obtained some useful information. That team from the Misty Sex Holy Land didn't die after escaping into the Forest of Lightlessness, but instead went into hiding. Over the years, The three great Holy Lands had been sending people to guard the vicinity of the Lightless Forest, and had not given up their pursuit of that team. Half a month ago, another world sect martial artist attempted to conceal his identity and leave the Forest of Lightlessness, and was discovered by a powerful member of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, who fled back to the Forest of Lightlessness under pursuit. Chapter 169, Conquering Mingwen Guang. During the pursuit of the three great Holy Lands powerhouses, they discovered the hiding place of the Misty Sex Group, located in an ancient temple deep within the Forest of Lightlessness. 7 days ago, at the critical moment when that team was surrounded by the three great Holy Lands powerhouses, and without knowing what they had done, the ancient temple suddenly shook violently, the earth crumbled, and the sky descended into a vision. As an ancient city rose up from the ground, the team from the Misty Sex seemed to hold a token related to the ancient city and entered it at the first opportunity and disappeared. The three Holy Lands entered this ancient city only 3 days ago and launched a comprehensive search. Although the three Holy Lands had found quite a few treasures, they had never found any trace of that team. After Lu Chuan read this information from the souls of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land martial artists, he pondered for a while before turning his gaze to the two Holy Realm powerhouses. Little Su Chen, my Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land has deployed 3 Saint Realm powerhouses right here in this ancient city. If you dare to make a move against us, you will surely die. Sacred Sun Tzu, I, Thundering Holy Land, have no grievances with you. So why do you have to make things so desperate? You release me first, and everything will still be negotiable. That Saint Realm powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land still had a strong attitude and opened his mouth to intimidate. On the contrary, it was that Saint Realm powerhouse from the Thundering Holy Land who sensed something bad, and his tone and attitude had softened quite a bit. Lu Chen had a playful look on his face as he looked at the two of them. I'll give you 2 choices. Either submit to me and be one of my dogs from now on, and I can keep you alive and retain your consciousness. Either I erase your consciousness and refine you into battle puppets. Lu Chuan's words caused the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses to all turn pale. How dare you? I am the 9th Elder of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, and my master is the old ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, who is at the peak cultivation of the 9th level of the Holy Realm. If you dare to kill me, not only will you have to die, the entire Xianyu Holy Land will have to be buried with you. Release me quickly. The Saint Realm powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land struggled fiercely, his body's chains clanging as he was shocked and furious. You're nothing more than a holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land. How dare you kill us? That Saint Realm powerhouse from the Thundering Sacred Land was also confused, chills running down his spine. Lu Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. His cold eyes gazed at the two of them and said, I'll ask one last time. Submit, or die. You will never make me submit. Little Su Chen, I don't believe that you seriously dare to offend my Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land to death. I'm warning you. The Saint Realm powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land cursed profusely, but before he could finish his words, they suddenly came to an abrupt end, only to see Lu Chuan snap his fingers. All the chains on the other party's body exploded into strands of black mist, all of which merged into him, fusing with his soul and undergoing a drastic metamorphosis. In just a few breaths of time, that Saint Realm powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land had his gaze dulled and was forcibly erased of his consciousness, becoming a puppet that only knew how to fight. What? This scene caused the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Thundering Sacred Land on the side to sweat, only to feel a chill surging up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. That was a Sacred Realm third-tier powerhouse who had actually had his consciousness hardwired and refined into a Yin soul puppet. Wasn't Lu Chen only at the Zunshi realm? How on earth did he do that? You're next. Lu Chen smiled slightly towards him, revealing his snow-white teeth. The seemingly harmless smile was simply more terrifying than a demon in the eyes of the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Thundering Holy Land. Wait, I will submit to you. The scalp of the Saint Realm powerhouse of the Thundering Holy Land was numb, and he immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy, decisively from the heart. Great. Lu Chen nodded and said, relax your consciousness and don't resist. With the cooperation of the other party, Lu Chuan pinched his hand with a seal, and the power of the 10,000 soul streamer surfaced, transforming into a wisp of black mist that disappeared into his soul, completely refining him. Although the 10,000 soul streamer could forcibly enslave souls, Lu Chuan's current cultivation level was still a bit low, making it difficult to directly plant a ban in the souls of Saint Realm powerhouses, and it was necessary for the other party to be completely unresisting. Wiping out their consciousness can directly plant a ban though, but with the loss of self-consciousness, even if it was refined into a combat puppet, the strength that could be utilized would be much lower. The only way they can realize their full strength is to retain their sense of self. However, Lu Chen didn't have that much patience to take them one by one, and for those who were willing to submit, Lu Chen could keep them alive. As for those with hardened bones, it's just a matter of erasing their consciousness. Lu Duan asked, what's your name? Back to Master. My name is Ming Wanguang. I am the 8th Elder of the Thundering Holy Land. That Saint Realm powerhouse from the Thundering Holy Land said in a respectful tone. As a Saint Realm powerhouse, he was able to clearly sense the terror of that prohibition in his soul, which had completely fused with his soul and could not be broken. He knew that from now on, his life and death would be at the whim of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan continued to ask, "Very well, tell us about that team from the Netherworld Holy Land. How much information do you know?" Ming Wanguang didn't dare to hide and truthfully told the information he had, which wasn't too far off from the information Lu Chuan had gotten before. Lu Chen waved his hand, and Ming Wanguang only felt a flash before his eyes, and his soul had come out of the 10,000 soul streamer and returned to his body. Next you'll return to the Thundering Holy Land team. Everything as usual. Go back to being an insider. I'll contact you when I need to use you. Lu Chuan looked straight into Ming Wanguang's eyes and said, "And don't think about asking your Thundering Holy Land ancestor, or any other strong person who specializes in the Soul Avenue to step in and break the prohibition in your soul. No matter who it is. Once you touch this prohibition, it will explode on the spot, obliterating your soul along with it. And once you have thoughts of betrayal, I will be able to detect it at any time and be able to detonate the restraints in your soul directly from a distance of 10,000 miles. I'm sure you've heard of the fierce reputation of the 10,000 soul streamer?" Lu Dust was holding a black flag in his hand with a playful smile on his face. "This is actually the 10,000 soul streamer?" Ming Wanguang looked at the black flag in Lu Duan's hand, and his heart immediately shook, revealing a horrified expression. Obviously, he was not unfamiliar with this ferociously famous ancient devil Dao fierce soldier and had some knowledge of it. No wonder Lu Chen actually had 5 Saint Realming spirits by his side. No wonder Lu Chen was able to forcibly suppress them, as well as erase the consciousness of a sacred realm powerhouse, and was able to plant such a terrifying prohibition in his soul. Lu Chuan had actually obtained this legendary devil Dao fierce soldier. My subordinate understands and will never betray my master in the future. Ming Wanguang immediately knelt down towards Lu Duan to show his loyalty. Although he would have to be a slave and a servant for the rest of his life, it was better to die than to live, and he did not regret this choice. "Go on." Lu Chen waved his hand, and with a respectful look on his face, Ming Wanguang turned around and left the place. As for how he was going to explain to the Thundering Holy Land when he returned, that was his business. A generation of Saint Realm powerhouses was not so strong that they couldn't even handle this trivial matter. Chapter 170 100 Refining Pagoda. This 10,000 soul streamer is so strong. Seeing how easily Lu Duan had subdued the Elder of the Thundering Holy Land, Liu Beixian and the others were all in awe, and became more and more satisfied with Lu Duan's methods. Although there was no direct hatred between the Lu family and the Thundering Holy Land right now, but the Ethereal Sect and the Thundering Holy Land were mortal enemies. The Misty Sect was an ally of the Lu family, and Yi Qingling was even Lu Chuan's fiancé. So sooner or later, the Lu family would have to face off against the Thundering Sacred Land in the future. And now that Lu Chuan had planted a Saint Realm Elder as an insider in the Thundering Holy Land, it would be much simpler to deal with the Thundering Holy Land in the future, and it would be able to play an unexpected role. Lu Chen told Liu Beixian and the others about the intelligence information he had just received. Knowing that the team from the Misty Sect was still alive and that the 3 Holy Lands had not found their whereabouts, Liu Beixian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, the gazes of Lu Chuan and his group landed on the 100 Refinement Tower in front of them. Although finding that team from the Misty Sect was the primary goal, but since they had discovered this extraordinary pagoda, naturally they couldn't miss it. Lu Chuan said, "Pops, Senior Sword Saint, you guys go elsewhere to look for that team from the Misty Sect first. Let me explore this 100 Refinement Tower." "Good." Liu Beixian and the others nodded, and there was no objection. With the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand and the many souls of the Holy Realm, Lu Chen didn't need to worry about his safety at all. Moreover, this 100 Refinement Tower was very mysterious, and there was no telling what was inside, so it was enough to have Lu Chuan alone to explore it, and there was no need for everyone to stay behind. Lu Chuan held the 10,000 soul streamer, summoned 2 Saint Realming souls to guard his side, kicked open the door of the 100 Refinement Pagoda, and stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Chuan only felt a trance of consciousness, and he suddenly appeared in a dim and empty space. The 10,000 soul streamer had returned to Lu Chuan's dantian, and the 2 Saint Realming souls had disappeared, and there was a mysterious force blocking Lu Chuan's connection with the 10,000 soul streamer, making it impossible for him to utilize the 10,000 soul streamer. Even Lu Chen's green shadow sword was sealed and could not be used. Without a sound, 3 figures appeared out of thin air, holding weapons in their hands, and without saying a word, they directly launched an attack towards Lu Dust. A trial space? When Lu Chuan saw this, he was instantly puzzled. Although these 3 people's cultivation levels were exactly the same as Lu Chuan's, but this was not worth mentioning to him at all. Clanging, Lu Chen casually gripped an ancient sword, only half an inch out of its sheath. A green sword chi blossomed, and these three figures instantly exploded and disappeared into a wisp of shimmering light. In the dark, Lu Chuan was keenly aware that he seemed to have created a trace of connection with this 100 refinement pagoda if nothing else. Although the connection was very weak, so weak that it was difficult for normal people to notice, it still could not escape Lu Chen's perception. Wordlessly, 6 figures emerged around Lu Dust, with cultivation exactly like Lu Dust, just like real people, wielding their weapons to kill Lu Dust. Their strength wasn't weak. They could be a true disciple in the Xianyu sacred ground. Quite not bad. However, Lu Chuan still didn't even fully sheath his sword. He just casually chopped out his sword chi, and these 6 people were cut off at the waist, transforming into a ray of light and slowly disappearing. Lu Chen was keenly aware that his connection with the 100 refinement pagoda had strengthened a little. 100 refinement pagoda. 100 refinement pagoda. Could it be that if you pass 100 trials, you will be able to control this pagoda? Lu Chuan stroked his chin, already roughly guessing what was going on. As if to corroborate Lu Chuan's guess, 9 figures soon appeared around them, and although their cultivation level was still the same as Lu Chuan's, they were obviously a few points stronger. These 9 martial artists didn't launch their attacks at the first opportunity, but instead cooperated with each other and formed arrays, exploding into even greater strength when they joined forces. Clang! In the next moment, Lu Chen sheathed the ancient sword in his hand, and with a single stroke, he killed them all in seconds. Lu Chen's connection with the 100 refinement pagoda had indeed grown a little bit more. A moment later, 12 figures appeared around them, joining forces to attack. These were the rules of the 100 refinement tower's trials, which required 100 trials, and the enemies encountered each time, both in terms of strength and number, would continue to rise. This meant that when it came to the later trials, the difficulty would be raised to a point that could be considered terrifying. However, this was not difficult for Lu Chuan. The hanging ratio. Even if the 10,000 soul streamer couldn't be used, the 100 refinement pagoda couldn't seal the dragon chi in his sea of consciousness. Clank! Lu Chuan swung out sword after sword. The green lotus sword chi blossomed, and once a figure appeared in the surroundings, Lu Chuan didn't even give them a chance to form an array, and directly struck out to kill them. For every trial that was cleared, the number of martial artists that appeared in the next trial would increase by 3. When Lu Chen killed his way to the 50th level, a full 150 martial artists suddenly appeared around him, and they are getting stronger. If those 3 martial artists appeared at the very beginning, their strength was roughly equivalent to an ordinary true disciple of the Xianyu Holy Land. Then, these 150 martial artists now, their strength could definitely be ranked among the Xianyu Holy Land's group of true legends, and they were comparable to Su Anning. Facing the siege of 150 martial artists of this strength at the same time, one could imagine how difficult it was. Without using his dragon chi, Lu Chuan was unable to kill the other party with a single sword, and it took half a quarter of an hour to kill them all. At this time, the connection between Lu Chuan and the 100 refinement tower was already very clear, and Lu Chuan's divine sense spread out so much that he was even able to pass through the 100 refinement tower and see the outside world. However, that was all. Lu Chen had not been able to gain control of the 100 refinement tower. It looks like you'll have to pass 100 trials to get through. Who set up this rule? It's only more difficult than the 9th step of Ascension trial. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked at the 153 martial artists that had appeared around him as he once again swung his sword to kill. When Lu Chuan killed the 60th trial, 180 martial artists had appeared around him, and each of them was almost as strong as Xiao Feng at the same realm. Although Lu Chuan could kill through them with his own strength, Lu Chuan no longer intended to continue wasting time here. A blazing golden light suddenly lit up in Lu Chen's eyes, and a brilliant imperial might was released from him, shaking the 8 directions. Clank! Lu Chen still chopped out with a sword. The green lotus sword intent erupted, but the power steeply soared more than 10 times, directly sweeping the entire field with a sword. 180 martial artists were all blasted to death. Lu Dust's cultivation had not changed, but there was a great majesty between his hands and feet, and his strength had skyrocketed. No matter how many quantities of martial artists appeared around him, they were all killed by his sword in seconds. Just like that, the trial that had originally taken at least several more hours to pass was killed through by Lu Dust in less than half a quarter of an hour. Boom! After clearing the 100th trial, Lu Chen only felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, and a mysterious power surged into his body, as if he had fused with the 100 refinement pagoda, and in an instant, he had completely refined this pagoda and was in complete control. Chapter 171 Acquiring Another Sacred Artifact. As soon as Lu Chuan's mind moved, the 10,000 soul streamer and the green shadow sword appeared in his hands, no longer subject to any obstruction. Not only that, Lu Chuan's footsteps were such that he directly shuttled out and left the 100 refinement tower. Lu Dust hand-pinched seal. This towering ancient pagoda light vibration. The earth rumbled. The 100 refinement tower is actually slowly shrinking. Fell into the hands of Lu Dust. The whole body lingering mysterious light. Extremely extraordinary. How come the 100 refinement tower only has 70 floors? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and carefully observed the pagoda in his hand. Quickly discovering something. The pagoda was not complete. And a part of it had crumbled. As the current owner of the 100 refinement tower, Lu Chuan was also able to clearly sense that the 100 refinement tower was exceptionally powerful and contained a strand of imperial might. This kind of imperial might was not the imperial might possessed by being the emperor of a dynasty, or a human emperor, like Lu Chuan. Rather, it was the pressure of an emperor realm powerhouse. It was a pity that this wisp of imperial might was too meager to be of much use. When the 100 refinement pagoda was complete, it was once an emperor's weapon, but it broke during a battle in the ancient past, and its grade fell to the sacred rank. But its material is so special that it can be considered a quasi-emperor's weapon at most. Lu Dust was pondering, and quickly realized it. Even though it had been broken, the 100 refined pagoda still possessed a terrifying power that surpassed that of an unusual saint artifact. Not only did it possess a terrifying attacking power, but it was also the most adept at sealing and suppressing. Moreover, the 100 refinement tower can also be used as a treasure trove of trials and tribulations, which can constantly create a variety of enemies. And you can control the strength and number of enemies, and engage in life and death battles in it to grow up quickly. Even if this pagoda was placed in the 13 Holy Lands, it could definitely be used as a Jin Zone supreme treasure. Not only could it be used to suppress strong enemies, but it could also be used to cultivate geniuses and strong people. Lu Chen had the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, so he didn't need the 100 refinement pagoda. However, the 100 refinement pagoda could be given to Lu Beixian or Lu Fengyu, and used to train the strongest members of the Grand Xia dynasty and the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Or when Lu Jianyu became the sacred lord of the Xianyu Sacred Land in the future and took the Xianyu Sacred Land into her pocket, she would be able to use the 100 refinement pagoda to cultivate Xianyu Sacred Land's geniuses and powerhouses. Lu Chen took out his summoning magic treasure and quickly contacted Lu Beixian. Lu Beixian and his group did not find any traces of the Netherworld sex group, but they did find quite a few treasures in the course of their search. Lu Chuan put away his summoning magic treasure and advanced in another direction, searching separately from Lu Beixian's group. This ancient city was very vast and well preserved, with all sorts of ancient buildings, attics and palaces everywhere, as well as rolling hills surrounded by large rivers running in an extraordinary manner. Swish! Lu Chuan was walking in the ancient city, when suddenly a purple light in front of him shot up into the sky, like a shooting star crossing the sky. Lu Chuan fixed his eyes on it. It was actually a purple flying sword, surrounded by brilliant sword chi, already possessing spirituality, and actually able to fly on its own. It could be seen that there were several other young martial artists flying in the air behind the flying swords, struggling to catch up. Right at this moment, the purple flying sword seemed to have sensed something and directly made a tail turn and rushed towards Lu Dust. Within a few breaths, this flying sword with extraordinary spirituality rushed to Lu Chuan's side, emitting a clanging sword sound and flying around Lu Chuan, the sword chanting merrily as it actually took the initiative to recognize its owner. Although Lu Chuan had restrained his aura, the flying sword was extremely sensitive to sword intent, and was able to detect the deep and powerful sword intent on Lu Chuan's body, as well as a hint of imperial might if there was any. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that I would be treated like a son of Qi, that I would actually be able to pick up such a treasure. A slight look of surprise appeared on Lu Chen's face as he reached out to hold this purple flying sword. This was a saint-rank flying sword, not of a low grade, containing a powerful force. Hand over the flying sword. Right at this moment, a full 5 young men and women flew in the air and surrounded Lu Dust, their eyes burning as they stared at the purple flying sword in Lu Dust's hand. Someone actually dared to rob me? Lu Chuan had no ripples in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little. Wipe, big brother. He seems to be that new saint son of the Xianyu Holy Land, Su Qin. Suddenly, one of the youths stared carefully at Lu Duan's face, revealing a look of surprise, apparently having seen Lu Duan's portrait and recognizing his identity. Humph. So what if he's the holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land? It's just a mere 8th level cultivation of the Zunshi realm. I can crush him with a single finger. Kid, I'll say it again. Hand over the flying sword and I can spare your life. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. A purple-clothed man at the head of the group snorted coldly, with a Jun realm pressure released from his body, and his face was filled with a haughty look, not putting Lu Chen in his eyes at all. Although the Holy Son's name was bluffing, the Xianyu Holy Land was too weak to be placed in the eyes of the other Holy Lands. Instead of handing over the flying sword, Lu Chen backhandedly pulled out the 10,000 soul streamer. No, it was the human emperor flag. In the next moment, along with the eerie and horrifying black gas filling the air and the gloomy wind gusting, 2 Saint Realmine spirits silently surfaced, their horrifying aura locking all 5 of them in place. The 5 young men and women's bodies stiffened as they felt the terrifying holy might, and cold sweat ran down their foreheads all of a sudden. Are you good at fighting? A playful smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face as he reached out and patted the purple-clothed man's face, saying, "What's the point of knowing how to fight? You have to talk about power and background when you come out to mix and mingle. Which path are you on? You don't want to be reckless." The purple-clothed man's face flushed red and he only felt an overwhelming sense of shame as he gritted his teeth and said, "I am Lu Lianghan, a true disciple of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, and my master is the 5th elder of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, and he's in this ancient city, along with the other 2 Saint Realm elders of my Blazing Sun Holy Land. If you dare to hurt me, the Blazing Sun Sacred Land will not let you go. You're inviting trouble for the Xianyu Holy Land." Lu Chen was unmoved and said, "Is that so? It's a pity that I'm a person who likes to invite trouble the most." In the next moment, the 10,000 soul streamer bloomed with dark light, directly engulfing all 5 people. These 5 people were all disciples of the younger generation. The highest cultivation level of the purple-clothed man was only the 1st level of the June realm, and the remaining 4 were only at the Zun realm cultivation level. Without much effort, Lu Chen directly forcefully enslaved them, reading their memories in passing. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chuan didn't find the whereabouts of the Netherworld sex group from their memories. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the souls of the 5 left from the 10,000 soul streamer and returned to their respective bodies. "Go back and don't say anything about what just happened." "Yes, sir." A strange dark light flashed in the eyes of the 5, and a respectful look appeared on their faces as they turned to leave. For these scum with weaker cultivation, they couldn't resist the power of the 10,000 soul streamer and were forcefully manipulated by Lu Chen. The man in purple had a low status in the Blazing Sun Holy Land, so he was a good pawn, and in the future, he could also be utilized to fish out his master's father to do away with him, and plant a Saint Realm Elder Insider in the Blazing Sun Holy Land. Lu Chuan calculated the plan in his mind, and a sorrowful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 172, Designed to Kill. According to the purple-clothed man's memories, his master, the 5th elder of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land, was at the 6th level of the Sacred Realm cultivation and was extremely strong. Moreover, the 5th elder of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land was vicious and headstrong, a very selfish person whose loyalty to the Blazing Sun Sacred Land wasn't that high, and might be able to force him to submit. With this thought, Lu Chen immediately gave orders to the 5 men in purple through the 10,000 soul streamer. Just in case, Lu Chuan transmitted another message to contact Liu Beixian, and soon rejoined them. "Pops, this big baby is for you." Lu Chen pulled out the 100 refinement pagoda from his pocket and stuffed it into Liu Beixian's hand. This was a decision made by Lu Chen after deep thought. Sooner or later, Big Sister Lu Jianyu will seize the position of the Sacred Lord of Xianyu Sacred Ground. Although Xianyu Sacred Ground has declined, but the heritage and treasure trove are still there, and Lu Jianyu will not be short of magic treasures in the future. On the contrary, Liu Beixian only had a dragon blood battle halberd in his hand, and with one more holy weapon, his strength would be a few points stronger, and it would help even more. This is a Saint rank extreme magic treasure? After Liu Beixian refined the 100 refinement pagoda, he couldn't help but suck in a big breath of cool air and was shocked. Even the windless sword saint on the side couldn't help but look a few more times, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. A supreme treasure of this level was something only the 13 Holy Lands could possess. The windless sword saint who came from a mediocre background did not have this level of treasure even if his cultivation strength was enough to boast the world. Such a precious treasure. This kid is actually willing to give it away. It seems that although he is sinister and ruthless, he still treats his own people with more affection. The windless sword saint nodded secretly in his heart, and his evaluation of Lu Chuan recoiled a few points higher. Such an insidious and venomous villain. Being an enemy of it is definitely a very scary thing, but if Lu Chen was on his side and was one of his own, that would be a great joy. Dusty, this treasure is too precious. Make no mistake, or you take it yourself. Liu Beixian hurriedly shoved the 100 refinement pagoda into Lu Chen's hands, unwilling to accept it. It was because the 100 refinement pagoda was too precious that he wanted to leave it to Lu Chen. Liu Beixian's favor for his good oldest son was undoubted. How could he spare such a precious supreme treasure as Lu Chen? It's just a mere saint artifact. Don't forget, Pops, I still have an emperor armament in my hand, and I just picked up a saint-ranked flying sword as well. Here. Lu Chen pulled out his purple flying sword and showed it to Liu Beixian and the others. This scene caused the windless sword saint's eyes to jump again, and there was nothing but envy in his eyes. What kind of great luck has this brat had, actually being able to obtain extreme holy weapons one after another? The windless sword saint sighed darkly, only feeling as if the gap between man and man was greater than the gap between man and dog. Even so, Liu Beixian was still a bit hesitant. But, don't be butthurt, I'm going to need you to help me out later, Pops. Lu Chen stuffed the 100 refinement pagoda back into Lu Beishuan's hand and told him about his plan. The windless sword saint on the side heard this. His face was without ripples, having gotten used to it long ago. Sure enough, this kid thinks about it every day. Born with an old 6 holy body. That's a good plan. After Lu Beixian heard this, his eyes lit up and he decisively refined the 100 refinement pagoda, placing this pagoda on the ground. It surged against the wind and quickly regained its height of thousands of feet, going straight into the clouds. Lu Chuan and his group then hid in the 100 refinement tower. Half an hour later, the man in purple and a middle-aged man with a goatee stepped into the air. Master, it's this pagoda. We've just discovered this mysterious and extraordinary pagoda, but this pagoda has a very strong forbidden seal. We can't open it. The man in purple looked towards the 100 refinement tower with a hint of anticipation and excitement on his face. That middle-aged man with a goatee was none other than the 5th elder of the Blazing Sun Holy Land. Iniran. This pagoda is remarkable. Iniran carefully observed the 100 refinement tower and was immediately moved by it. A look of surprise on her face. Not bad. Not bad. You're doing great. After Master collects this pagoda, I will definitely reward you properly. Iniran was overjoyed in his heart and patted the purple-clothed man on the shoulder. Thank you, Master. A look of surprise appeared on the purple-clothed man's face as he thanked him repeatedly. Iniran walked to the door of the 100 refinement tower in large strides. His powerful strength at the 6th level of the Saint Realm unreservedly erupted with all his might. Holding a short knife in his hand and stabbing out like lightning. Bang! Iniran stabbed at the door of the 100 refinement tower with his full strength, only to see strand after strand of mysterious patterns glowing with a powerful flow of power, which actually shook him back a few steps. When Iniran saw this, she was not surprised but pleased. With such a strong defense, it could be seen how extraordinary this pagoda was, and there must be a heavenly chance of creation inside. Iniran put his best foot forward and attacked again and again. Under Lu Beishuan's control, the defensive power of the 100 refinement tower's gate gradually weakened. Iniran attacked with all his might for a full quarter of an hour, consuming most of the power in his body, before he struggled to open the door of the 100 refinement tower. Iniran immediately stepped into the 100 refinement tower. Iniran's eyes suddenly widened. Moved by this, only a black flag was seen floating silently in midair, with a terrifying aura that surpassed the limits of the Saint Realm looming. Could it be an Imperial soldier? Ha 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 ha. Good. God bless me, Iniran. God bless me, Iniran. Today it's time for me, Iniran, to obtain this Emperor's soldier and soar to the heavens from now on. Iniran's voice trembled with excitement and exhilaration as he immediately rushed forward and grabbed the 10,000 soul streamer. Iniran's excited heart, trembling hands, and divine sense surged into the 10,000 soul streamer in an attempt to refine it. Right at this moment, he didn't notice in the slightest that a full 8 figures quietly emerged behind him, suddenly erupting into an attack. Bang! With one explosive sound after another echoing, Iniran flew out horizontally on the spot and was seriously injured. The Xianyu Holy Land Grand Elder Wang Tang was at the 6th level of Saint Realm cultivation, and was not weaker than Iniran's strength, plus the other 5 Saint Realmine spirits, as well as Lu Beixian and Yunshir stepped in to help. Iniran could not resist at all, and was heavily injured in a single glance. Who are you? Iniran was shocked and furious, subconsciously waving the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, trying to resist, but right at this moment, the 10,000 soul streamer suddenly released a dense black mist that drowned him. Wang Tang and the others rushed over and punched and kicked him, and soon he was severely injured and dying, his soul being forcefully detained by the 10,000 soul streamer. Ahem! It's a trap! Dog apprentice! How dare you victimize your master? Iniran's soul was pierced through by dozens of chains and imprisoned in the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer, coughing up blood and filled with grief. At this point where he didn't understand what was happening, it was simply a trap for him. His disciples lied to him. Chapter 173, Subduing Iniran. Stop yelling. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your head off today. Just then, a lazy voice rang out. In the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer, Lu Chuan's figure emerged, accompanied by 6 Saint Realmine souls, including Xiao Ling and Wang Tong. It's you guys? The holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land, and Wang Tong. After Iniran saw Lu Chen and Wang Tong, her pupils contracted violently, and her heart rippled greatly. You 2 bastards from the Xianyu Holy Land, how dare you make a move against me? Do you know who this seed is? Iniran was just about to break out in curses when suddenly his eyes widened a few points. Yen Mao, why are you there? And the Shao family head, the Water Moon sect patriarch. You guys? Shocked and angry, Iniran recognized Yen Mao, the 9th elder of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, as well as several other Saint Realmine souls. However, the other party's gaze was dull. Only the soul body remained. and his aura was cold and horrifying. With an unspeakable ferocious aura, it looked really abnormal. They were all people who would rather die than submit to me, and in the end, they were all wiped of their consciousness and their souls refined into puppets. Lu Chen smiled faintly and told a truth that creeped Ran out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're nothing but a mere scum with a mere Zunsure realm cultivation. How could you have killed so many Saint realm powerhouses? Ran let out a yell of shock and anger, struggling violently as the chains on her body clanked. Lu Chen said leisurely, in front of the 10,000 soul streamer, nothing is impossible. 10,000 souls? Ran's body trembled and her face became even paler. No. How could you possibly have that legendary demonic Dao fierce soldier? Don't even think about lying to me. Without the 10,000 soul streamer, do you think I could control so many Saint realming souls? Lu Chen looked straight into Ran's eyes and said, I'll only give you two choices. Either submit to me and be my traitor from now on, or I'll erase your consciousness and refine you into a puppet as well. As Lu Chen's voice fell, Wang Tang and the other 5 soul puppets floated silently in front of Ran, their empty eyes staring straight at him. Consciousness, once erased, is tantamount to death. Ran's soul could not stop trembling, and she was able to clearly sense the kind of wooden and empty eyes, as well as the lifeless and ferocious aura on Wang Tang and the others. He knew that Lu Chuan wasn't lying, and that these people had truly been refined into puppets. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't submit after 10 breaths, then go to hell. Lu Chen's indifferent voice rang out, and it even caused Ran's soul to tremble even more. Although it was a heavenly shame and torture to submit to Lu Chen and serve him as a dog, at least one could still live. He was the 5th elder of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land. His status was honorable and he held great power in his hands. He hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. How could he be willing to die like this? 5 breaths later, Ran's teeth were about to be crushed, but he still squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. I submit. Great. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly as he said, empty your consciousness and don't resist. Lu Chuan's hand pinched the seal. The black mist surged around him, and the chains transformed by the power of the 10,000 soul streamer began to merge into Ran's soul, forming a prohibition that completely merged with his soul. Just return to the Blazing Sun Holy Land as usual for the rest of the day, and I'll contact you when I need you, but don't you think about letting the old ancestor of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land, or any other strong person who specializes in the Soul Avenue to take action to undo the prohibition. With the power of the 10,000 soul streamer, no one can undo it other than me, and once someone touches this prohibition, it will simply explode, annihilating you along with your soul, no matter how far apart you are. Once you get up the idea of rebellion, I will be able to detect it through the forbidden system, and I can even detonate the system through the air. Do you, get it? Lu Duan looked directly into Ran's eyes and issued a warning to him. The old slave understands and will never betray his master. Ran was also a person who could bend and bend, and after being planted with the ban by Lu Chuan, he changed his face very quickly and nodded his head to Lu Chuan. Go back. Lu Chen waved his hand, and Ran's soul left from the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer and returned to his body. Ran quickly left with his disciple. However, after moving away from the 100 refinement pagoda, Ran, however, had a steeply gloomy face and backhanded a slap on the purple-clothed man's face, sending him flying across the room on the spot, his head almost cracking open. Asshole! How dare you victimize this seat? You seek death, and that little bastard Su Chen. Ran was just about to angrily scold Lu Chuan when she suddenly let out a mournful scream, as if her soul was about to shatter. A heart-rending and intense pain came from her, as if she was suffering from lingering torture. The kind of torture and pain that penetrates deep into the soul and bone marrow is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even if Ran was a Saint Realm powerhouse, she was still rolling on the ground in pain, unable to pass out even if she wanted to, and could only passively endure the terrifying torture. Don't challenge my patience. Right at this moment, Lu Chen's indifferent voice sounded abruptly within Ran's soul. Master, spare your life. Wrong. Won't dare next time. Spare me. Ran was tortured to the point where her consciousness nearly collapsed and she let out a miserable yell. The purple-clothed man on the side couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water when he saw this, only feeling emboldened. There is no next time. If you dare to think of betrayal again, I'll kill you outright. I have quite a few Saint Realmine souls in my hands, and I don't lack one of you. Understand? Lu Dust's tone was icy cold. Ming. Got it. Ran's voice was incomparably weak and she fell to the ground without moving. Although Lu Chen had stopped unleashing the prohibitions, Ran still had palpitations in her heart, with nothing but fear and afterthought in her eyes. He lay on the ground for a long time before he struggled to get up, scared of being tortured by Lu Chuan. His heart was filled with fear and he didn't dare to have any more mischievous thoughts. Chapter 174, Mysterious Statue. After packing up in Iran, Liu Beixian put away the 100 Refinement Pagoda, and his group continued to search for the Netherworld sex group in this ancient city. But the weird thing was that the other party seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no matter how Lu Chuan and his party searched, they didn't find any clues. Lu Chen sighed and said, "We haven't found that team from the Misty sect after searching for so long, and the 3 Holy Lands haven't found them either. Could it be that they've already left this ancient city?" Liu Beixian and the others thought about it a little, and not to mention, it was really a possibility. Song Xuan, on the other hand, cheered for the crowd and comforted, "Your Highness the Saint's son is so lucky. As long as you persist in your search, you'll definitely be able to find that team from the Netherworld sect. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does." A long-lost system beep sounded in Lu Chen's head. Ding! The host has received advice, stick to the search. Reward for completion, Ethereal Sect Team Trail. No, buddy. Insist on looking for how long is it going to take? How come there isn't a time limit? Lu Chen secretly spat in his heart. However, the unified sun did not respond, and Lu Chen had no choice but to follow Liu Beixian and his group to continue searching in this vast ancient city. Based on the system's hints, one could tell that the Ethereal Sect's team was in the ancient city, just that they hadn't been discovered. Half an hour later, when Lu Chuan and his party were walking on a plain and uninteresting street in the ancient city, a system beep suddenly sounded in Lu Chuan's head. Ding! The host completes the suggestion and receives a reward, Ethereal Sect Team Trail. As the system beep sounded, the floor tiles under Lu Dust's feet suddenly shattered, followed by the street directly collapsing into a large hole. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fallen straight down. However, Lu Chuan and his group's cultivation levels were not low, and they all stood in place suspended in the air. Is this a dungeon? Liu Beixian and the others all revealed looks of surprise, able to clearly see that there were runes flickering below, actually forming a boundary, and further down was a huge underground palace. No wonder we searched all over the ancient city and never found that team from the Misty sect. So it turns out that there's a dungeon underground, hidden by a boundary. Maybe that team from the Ethereal sect is down there. Liu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others were all overjoyed and immediately entered the underground palace along the pit and backhandedly filled it in. This underground palace was very huge, about the size of half an ancient city. It was very empty, only a few houses stood. A lamp emitted a faint light, appearing this underground palace dim and depressing. In the middle of the underground palace, there is an ancient and blurred statue, as if it has stood for countless years. The whole body is mottled. The surface has been completely weathered, so that you can't see the appearance clearly, and you can only vaguely see that it is a person who stands on a sword. Near the statue, there were more than 20 martial artists sitting around it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They're coming after us. When Lu Chuan and his group approached, the 20-odd martial artists were all startled in their hearts and immediately stood up, gripping their weapons in their hands, their faces grim and unsightly. You're from the Ethereal sect, aren't you? Perhaps it should be called the Ethereal Sanctuary. Liu Beixian looked at the 20 or so martial artists, but his eyes lit up with some surprise. Who are you? An old voice rang out. It was an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in purple Taoist robes, his pale eyes as sharp and intimidating as eagle's eyes, staring at Lu Chuan and his party with a stern intent. He was the only Sacred Realm powerhouse that survived this team from the Misty sect, Yi Xingwen. Although Lu Chuan and his group looked very strange and didn't look like people from the 3 great sacred lands, they still didn't let their guard down. Liu Beixian didn't reply, but slowly opened his palm, and an ancient copper-colored token emerged, inscribed with ancient and mysterious patterns and totems. This is a secret order from my ethereal Holy Land. How did it end up in your hands? When those 20-odd martial artists saw this, their bodies trembled, shocked and angry. Their eyes widened in rage. Don't be blind. We didn't get this from killing the other 2 teams from your ethereal Holy Land. Rather, those 2 teams have escaped and crossed the endless ocean, hiding out in the eastern wasteland domain to prosper and be renamed the Ethereal Sect. It is by their commission that we have come to the Forest of Lightlessness to search for you. Just then, Lu Duan spoke. They've escaped? When those 20 or so martial artists heard this, their bodies immediately shook again, revealing a look of surprise. But Yi Xingwen still didn't let his guard down and said, how do you prove your identities? Apparently, a secret order alone is not enough to gain their trust. Liu Beixian had prepared for this and took out the shadow-retaining stone that the Netherworld sect had prepared for him and directly activated it. In the image projected by the shadow-retaining stone, the figures of those old generation powerhouses of the Netherworld sect emerged and personally recounted the origin of the matter. It's just a pre-recorded leave-behind, but it speaks for itself. Well, they all escaped. My ethereal Holy Land has not yet been destroyed. Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, Thundering Holy Land, Blazing Sun Holy Land, you bastards, give us a wait. Those 20-odd martial artists were all pleasantly surprised. Their eyes were a little moist, and hope resurfaced in their eyes. As long as there were still people alive in the Netherworld Holy Land, there was hope for everything. Many thanks to you all for your help, fellow Taoists. Immediately afterward, the 20-odd martial artists wore looks of gratitude as they solemnly saluted and thanked Lu Dust and his group. Although Lu Chuan and his group were entrusted by the Misty Sect, the fact that Lu Chuan and his group had risked so much to go deep into the forest of lightlessness to receive them was a heavenly favor. No harm. No harm. It's all trivial. Gentlemen, follow us. Liu Beixian waved his hand and said with a smile. This, Yi Xingwen, however, hesitated for a moment, looked at the lofty and blurry statue beside him, sighed, and said, I'm not going to hide it from you. Fellow Taoists, there is a heavenly chance in this statue, and it contains a mysterious technique, but it's a pity that we are not sufficiently enlightened, and it's difficult for us to penetrate it. It's a bit of a shame to leave here, so I'd like to ask you all to join me in trying to see if we can move the statue. Liu Beixian and the others heard this, and naturally, they would not refuse. However, Liu Beixian and Yunshi, as well as Yi Xingwen joined forces. The three Saint Realm powerhouses went all out, but surprisingly, they were unable to shake the statue. The Windless Sword Saint on the side was also attracted and personally made a move, pressing his hands on the statue and trying to carry it up. A moment later, the Windless Sword Saint was surprised to find that all his power touched the statue, but it instantly disappeared, and he was unable to cause any damage at all. What kind of statue is this? Surprisingly, even the Sword Saint Senior can't budge it? This scene also surprised Liu Beixian and the others. Lu Chuan, however, stroked his chin, and with a movement in his heart, he looked at Yun Shangyue. Little Shuer, go and enlighten yourself, and see if you can obtain the mysterious technique in the statue. Chapter 175, Destroying the Enemy with a Turn of the Hand. Yun Shangyue possessed an innate Tao body, innately affinity with the great Tao, and her enlightenment was terrifyingly strong. In terms of natural talent alone, Lu Chen was far inferior to her. If there was anyone who could comprehend the mysterious Gong method in the statue, it was none other than Yun Shangyue. Aha! Yun Shangyue nodded obediently and came to this mysterious statue, sat down on her knees, emptied her consciousness, and began to carefully sense. Buzz. In just a moment, this ancient and unadorned statue actually had a wisp of mysterious light flashing through it, and ancient and mysterious runes began to emerge out of thin air, circling around Yun Shangyue and resonating with it. Ha! This scene caused Yi Xingwen and the others to all be dumbfounded, their eyes almost glaring out. They had been here for 7 days and 7 nights, but they could only vaguely sense some sporadic runes, and could only guess that this was a supreme technique, but they were unable to obtain the inheritance of the technique at all. As a result, Yun Shangyue had just begun to sense, but there were actually Gongfa runes that appeared on their own initiative, automatically arranging and combining them, and as if they were enlightened, they actively didn't enter Yun Shangyue's body. How incredible this is! Really good. Lu Chuan and the Windless Sword Saint and the others all revealed smiles, but were not too surprised by this, having already known that Yun Shangyue had extraordinary natural talent. Little by little, time passes. A quarter of an hour later, only to hear a dull thud. The underground palace cracked open a large hole, and hundreds of martial artists entered. Found you guys. Damn him, so he hid in this place. No wonder we haven't seen it after searching for so long. Remnants of the Netherworld Holy Land. Let's see where you can escape now. After those 100 or so martial artists saw Yi Xingwen and the others, their faces all showed a fierce smile, and they surrounded them in a murderous manner. No good. It's the people from the Blazing Sun Holy Land and the Thundering Holy Land. Yi Xingwen and the others all had their faces change violently. A heart sank, and their hands slowly clenched, because the enemies that appeared this time were too strong. The Blazing Sun Sacred Land and the Thundering Sacred Land combined had 4 Saint Realm powerhouses, and there were even no less than 60 June Realm experts. Although Liu Beixian and Yunshi were also at Saint Realm cultivation, they were only at the first level of the Saint Realm, and were no match for the veteran Saint Realm powerhouses of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land and the Thundering Sacred Land. Yi Xingwen was not weak, but one person's strength was ultimately limited. 2 fellow Taoists, you take the juniors and go first. I'll stay behind to break the back. Yi Xingwen made a decisive decision, and his eyes were full of determination, with the conviction that he would die as if he were dead. There's no need for that. Liu Beixian, however, shook his head. Yi Xingwen's tone was a bit anxious. We're no match for them. It's not too late to escape. Don't hesitate. Liu Beixian, however, was old-fashioned and quite calm and confident. It doesn't matter. My son will make a move. Even at this critical moment, Yi Xingwen couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a question mark popping up on his head. Just then, more than 100 martial artists had surrounded them. Fellow Daoist Liu, what you're saying better be true, or else we'll have to plant ourselves here today. Yi Xingwen took a deep breath and slowly gripped the weapon in his hand. Previously, they had relied on the ancient temple's formations in order to withstand the siege of the three great holy lands. There wasn't anything to rely on in the underground palace now, and it was up to them to survive. Those 20-odd netherworld sect martial artists also revealed a determined look, with only hatred and killing intent in their eyes as they stared deathly at the people from the two great holy lands. Take them! With a wave of Iniran's hand, the many powerful people from the Blazing Sun Holy Land and Thundering Holy Land immediately killed Yi Xingwen's group. Iniran was also holding a short blade in his hand with a fierce smile on his face as he stabbed out like lightning, accurately stabbing through the chest of another Saint Realm Elder of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, and began to pour his heart out to him. Asshole! You stabbed the wrong guy. That Sacred Realm Elder was shocked and furious, and after slashing out and forcing Iniran back, he covered his chest and staggered back a few steps. His injuries were so severe that he couldn't stop bleeding. That's right, senior brother Zhang. It's you I stabbed. Iniran's face was filled with a scowl. His body's strength exploded without reservation, and he stabbed out once again. Iniran's strength was already stronger than the other parties, plus he had just won a sneak attack with a knife, which seriously injured him, and at this moment, he was even more firmly in the upper hand. The situation is similar on the other side. The two Sacred Realm Elders of the Thundering Holy Land struck out one after the other. But they did not expect the Sacred Realm Elder in the back to suddenly stab out with a gun, stabbing the Sacred Realm Elder in front of them with a flying heart. It's soaring in the physical sense. The jumping heart was accompanied by a splash of blood and was stabbed straight away. Ha! Yi Xingwen and the 20 or so ethereal sect martial artists who were preparing to fight to the death froze, their heads stretched forward a bit, their eyes wide. No? What is this? How come the people from the Blazing Sun Holy Land and the Thundering Holy Land are still killing each other? Did not wait for them to think about it, only to see the original face of the righteous Lu Dustface showed a caricatured smile. A big hand waved. A black flag appeared, releasing a monstrous black fog. An unprecedented cold and bizarre atmosphere filled the air, ferocious, like a party of ghosts unfolding. In a trance, there were also dense, blurred and twisted black shadows appearing and letting out mournful and creepy yells. At this moment, Lu Chen was simply like a great devil. No. Those 100 or so Holy Land martial artists couldn't resist at all, and were soon drowned out by the densely packed nether souls, emitting mournful wails, their souls being torn out hard and pulled into the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer. Several Saint Realm Leveline souls even appeared and erupted with horrifying attacks, dragging the two Saint Realm Elders of the Blazing Sun Sacred Ground and Thundering Sacred Ground who had been seriously injured into the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer and directly confining them. The old slave pays his respects to his master. Iniran and Ming Wanguan coincidentally knelt down towards Lu Duan, their tone respectful with a hint of fear, and then the two of them looked at each other unanimously, both revealing a look of astonishment. So you too? Gulp. Yi Xingwen and the 20 or so ethereal sect martial practitioners were dumbstruck and couldn't help but gulp. Their gazes were all a bit dull. They were truly stunned. What had just happened was like a dream to them. They even somewhat wondered if they were hallucinating. Didn't the Lu family come from the remote and backward eastern desert region? Haven't you only been in the Middle Kingdom for a short while? How could there be such a bizarre and terrifying means to enslave even the elders of the Blazing Sun Sacred Land and Thundering Sacred Land? It simply doesn't make sense. Lu, fellow Taoist Lu, this is. Yi Xingwen pointed at the two people kneeling on the ground, and then pointed at Lu Chen, only to feel his brain buzzing. For a moment he didn't know how to react. Chapter 176, Swear to Surrender? Basic Operation. No need to be surprised. Lu Beixian waved his hand and held his head high, only the pride and smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way, although he didn't do any of this. But it was his son who did it. He could probably tell anyone that my son, Lu Chun, has the stature of a great emperor, 10,000 souls. This thing is so overbearing. The Windless Sword Saint also sighed a bit, with the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand. This fellow shouldn't be able to secretly rule the entire Middle-earth region, right? The Windless Sword Saint couldn't help but have a thought come to mind. When you think about it, it's really possible. After all, this was not the era of the ancient times. After experiencing that battle in the ancient times, the civilization of martial arts was almost broken. Many ancient sects and forces were destroyed, and a large number of powerful and terrifying magic treasures crumbled or disappeared. The 10,000 soul streamer is very counterintuitive though, but in the ancient times there were also many supreme treasures not weaker than the 10,000 soul streamer, and even treasures that restrained the 10,000 soul streamer. And there were so many powerful people in the area that even the owner of the 10,000 soul streamer didn't dare to mess with them so easily, not to mention ruling over the great region of Middle-earth. At that time, the owner of the 10,000 soul streamer was still relatively low-key and didn't make too much of a splash. so as not to attract the joint targeting of other powerhouses and sects. But not anymore. Times have changed. The Emperor Realm powerhouses don't come out, and the Saint Realm is king. As Liu Chen enslaved more and more Saint Realm powerhouses, it was only feared that no one would be able to check him at all at the back. Base? This. Yi Xingwen and more than 20 Netherworld sect martial artists opened their mouths, wanting to speak. Stopping their speech, Liu Beixian smiled and explained. Actually, it was my son, Liu Duan, who inadvertently obtained this 10,000 soul streamer, and used it to enslave the souls of some Saint Realm powerhouses, so I hope that you all will keep it a secret. 10,000 souls. Yi Xingwen and the others were all shocked, revealing unbelievable expressions. They were also born from a holy land, so naturally they had heard of the might of this devilishly ferocious weapon that had a hefty reputation in the ancient times. Little friend Liu has actually obtained such a supreme treasure. This is not surprising. This is not surprising. Yi Xingwen couldn't help but murmur, and his gaze toward Liu Duan was filled with awe. At such a young age, yet he possesses such a supreme treasure and has enslaved a number of Saint Realm powerhouses. This son's future is unlimited. In the meantime, in the inner space of the 10,000 soul streamer, the souls of two more Saint Realm powerhouses were imprisoned, namely Zhan Yenyang, the 8th elder of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, and Ku Yu, the 6th elder of the Thundering Holy Land. Both of them were severely injured. Their souls were a bit blurred, and they were hung up by a chain piercing through their souls. Ming Manquang, I didn't expect you, this thick-eyed fellow, to actually dare to betray the Thundering Holy Land as well. You shall not die a good death. You shall not die a good death. Kuyu struggled fiercely and cursed at Ming Wanguang, incomparably angry. Zhang Yenyang also stared dead at Eniran, his eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. Ming Wanguang sighed and said, I'm sorry senior brother, I also want to be a good person, but I have no choice. What exactly did the remnants of the Netherworld Holy Land give you guys? Why did you betray the Holy Land? Kuyu shouted angrily, only feeling full of anger and suffocation. The benefit is to keep them alive. Right at this moment, a leisurely voice rang out, and Liu Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. Master! Ming Wanguang and Eniran both revealed respectful expressions as they bowed and saluted towards Liu Duan. What? You guys actually called him master? This scene also made Kuyu and Zhang Yenyang confused, revealing incredulous looks. Ming Wanguang and Eniran were veteran Sacred Realm powerhouses. With honorable status. They had thought that the two had received benefits from the Netherworld sacred ground and were cooperating with it. However, they never expected that Ming Wanguang and Eniran actually looked like they were completely subservient to Liu Chen, be willing to be a traitor to the other side. Liu Chen looked straight into Kuyu and Zhang Yenyang's eyes and went straight to the point. Now you have two choices. First, by submitting to me and becoming my traitor, you can continue to go back to being a Holy Land elder like the two of them, and continue to enjoy glory and wealth. The second choice, that is to be wiped out of my consciousness and refined into a puppet for eternity. Liu Chen's words caused both Kuyu and Zhang Yenyang's hearts to shake and their souls to tremble. So they too had been captured alive and chose to betray in order to stay alive. The two finally understood. Senior brother Zhang, surrender. It's better to die than to live. The Blazing Sun Holy Land is not your home, so why give up your life for the sake of so-called faith and loyalty? You can recultivate your conscience if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you really lose it. Senior brother Ku, you can see the situation now. Choose to submit. Good for you. Good for me. Good for everyone. Not to mention that you're not alone. There's still senior brother me to accompany you. Eniran and Ming Wanguang began to persuade bitterly. On the one hand, two more people submitting together would make them feel better inside. After all, they would be much more balanced if everyone went down together. On the other hand, they also wanted to perform well in front of Lu Chuan and strive for merit, so that their future days would be more or less better. Zhang Yenyang and Kuyu were both a little shaken in their hearts when they heard this. The more people in high positions, the more power and wealth they have, the more they value their lives. What's more, there are two teammates, Eniran and Ming Wanguang, who persuaded them with love and reasoning, and naturally made them waver. However, Kuyu didn't show it on the surface, but with a look of righteousness, he angrily shouted, you two dog thieves, and you have the face to advise me, remnant of the Netherworld Holy Land, kill me if you can. I, Kuyu, would rather die than surrender. Koi looked like a loyalist, looking death in the eye, but in fact, he already had a calculation in his mind, which was to pretend to be hardcore, thus negotiating with Lu Dust in exchange for more favorable conditions. After all, he was stronger and more valuable than Ming Wanguang, so he should be able to get better treatment, but he couldn't just surrender easily. Very well, then you can go to hell. Lu Dust nodded. Kuyu's face froze. No, man. You're really going to do it? Wouldn't it stand to reason that I should be persuaded a few more times? and then I would take advantage of the situation and say yes? You can persuade me even one more time. Kuyu was just about to say something when Lu Chuan had already snapped his fingers, and the chains in Kuyu's body suddenly transformed into strands of black mist, directly integrating into his soul and undergoing an intense metamorphosis. Kuyu didn't even have time to speak before his consciousness had been erased. Both eyes instantly hollowed out, his gaze dull, and drooling began to flow from the corners of his mouth. This scene caused Iniran and Ming Wanguang, who were on the side, to shiver in their hearts, and the fear in their eyes deepened even further. Such a decisive and ruthless master. They could not afford to offend. Zhang Yin Yang's eyes even widened with fear in his eyes. Such a powerful one of the Saint Realm powerhouses was killed when he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. This person was so venomous. Chapter 177 Eerie Eyes. I'm a man of little patience. I'll only give you one chance to choose. Submit or die. Lu Chuan's tone was cold as he looked straight into Zhang Yin Yang's eyes. I submit. Zhang Yin Yang's eyes were filled with struggle. But in the end, the thought of survival overcame reason. Very well, empty your consciousness and do not resist. Lu Chuan's hand pinched a seal, and the iron chain that was entangling Zhang Yin Yang turned into a wisp of black mist that contained a horrifying power, and merged into his soul, forming a powerful and terrifying prohibition that was completely integrated with his soul. After some warnings, Lu Chen waved his hand and Zhang Yin Yang's soul left the 10,000 soul streamer and returned inside his body. As for the 100 or so sacred ground martial artists, they were weaker, and Lu Chuan didn't even need to persuade them to surrender, directly using the power of the 10,000 soul streamer to forcibly enslave them, and was able to manipulate their consciousness. Lu Dust waved his hand. Go back. You don't need me to teach you what to do, right? Old slave understands. Iniran and Zhang Yin Yang and the others all wore looks of respect and awe as they led the more than 100 martial artists from the two Holy Lands to leave. Yi Xingwen and the others witnessed the whole thing and only felt a bit dazed, as if they were dreaming. A junior was just a junior, actually secretly controlling so many Saint Realm powerhouses. How incredible! Your Highness, I have realized. Right at this moment, Yun Xinshui opened her eyes. Her pure and beautiful pretty face was filled with a look of surprise, and she jumped and ran over, hugging Lu Chen's arm. She managed to comprehend a gong method from this mysterious statue, Sutra of the Celestial Wudi. This was an emperor-level technique. She took out a jade slip and quickly recorded the complete heavenly martial emperor scripture, handing it to Lu Chen in invitation. Well done. Worthy of my family Cheryl. A look of surprise also appeared on Lu Chen's face as he directly picked her up and gave her a hard kiss on the face. Yikes! Yun Xinshui immediately faced Miso a red, small heart beating violently, buried his head into Lu Chen's arms, but the heart is sweet honey. Seeing her in such a shy manner, Lu Chen was even more appetizing. However, now was not the time to molest her. Lu Chuan pressed down the thoughts in his mind and took out a dozen jade slips, topography a dozen copies of the heavenly martial emperor scripture, and distributed them to Lu Beixian and Lu Jianyun and the others. One of the copies Lu Chuan gave to Yi Xingwen to take back to the people of the Netherworld sect to cultivate together, is the heavenly martial emperor scripture, a technique left behind by that heavenly martial emperor from the ancient times? Yi Xingwen fixed his eyes, and then his heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but suck in a big mouthful of cool air. That Tianwu emperor is something special, a generation of legends in the Taichu continent, and one of the strongest in the ancient times, shaking the world. It was a pity that the battle in the ancient times was too tragic, burying countless strong people, and the Tianwu emperor also died a heroic death, along with the destruction of the clan behind him. Yi Xingwen never expected that they would actually have the honor of obtaining the heavenly martial emperor scripture. Little friend Lu, this gongfu is too precious. You saved our lives. We can't thank you enough. We really can't accept it. After the shock passed, Yi Xingwen but gritted his teeth and returned the heavenly martial emperor scripture to Lu Chen. Although the remaining 20 or so Misty Sect martial artists were a bit blear-eyed and eager in their hearts, no one objected to Yi Xingwen's decision. The saving grace of Lu Chuan and his group had already left them with no way to return the favor, and they were embarrassed to accept such a precious emperor scripture. We're all on our own. What's the point of being polite? Lu Chen said. What's more, it's not like there's only one copy of the gongfu. You can topographize it as you please. It's not like I'll lose out by giving you guys a copy. One of our own? This. Yi Xingwen was a bit bewildered. Lu Beixian, on the other hand, patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Dao friend Yi, I almost forgot to tell you. Our Lu family has already joined forces with your Yi family, and the fiancé of my son, Lu Chuan, is none other than Yi Wudao's daughter, Yi Qingling. Yi Xingwen and the others were shocked and delighted when they heard this. To be able to become in-laws with the Lu family, whose strength and means were powerful and terrifying, this was a great fortune for their Misty sect. Well, it's really cheap for that Yi Wudao kid. Yi Xingwen's face was filled with a smile of surprise, and it was only after Liu Beichuan's persuasion that he accepted the heavenly martial emperor scripture. Boom! Without waiting for Lu Chuan and his group to leave this underground palace, suddenly a deafening roar echoed, and the vast earth followed, shaking the entire underground palace with it. What happened? Liu Beixian, Yi Xingwen, and the others all changed in color, revealing a look of astonishment. Lu Chen took out the 10,000 soul streamer and immediately activated it, secretly contacting Ran and the others. The defense array of this ancient city has been breached. Those countless monsters outside have already killed their way in. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Dust opened his mouth in a deep voice and spoke out an unpleasant piece of news. Go! The crowd immediately left the underground palace and flew up in the air, and they were immediately startled by the sight before them. The dim and depressing ancient city was filled with densely packed monsters, and even in midair there were tons of monsters flying with teeth and claws. It was almost as creepy as a locust transit. Although most of the monsters were below Saint Realm cultivation, there were too many of them, and there was no shortage of terrifying monsters at the Saint Realm level among them. Follow me. Seeing this scene, even the Windless Sword Saint was a bit unsettled, and did not dare to delay, directly chopping out a shocking sword, cutting down the monsters that roamed the sky, and leading the crowd towards killing outside the ancient city. So strong, when the Windless Sword Saint slashed out with his sword, Yi Xingwen and the others all had their hearts jumping. Feeling an unprecedented and terrifying sense of oppression, they immediately revealed a look of astonishment, not expecting that this seemingly plain old man's strength would actually be so terrifying. The Lu family actually has such strong helpers? Under the leadership of the Windless Sword Saint, Liu Beixian and Yi Xingwen, Yun Shi, the three Saint Realm powerhouses, also stepped in to help, and the crowd swiftly killed their way out of the ancient city, rushing towards the outskirts of the Forest of Lightlessness. Although the surrounding monsters were extremely numerous, the good thing was that there were no individuals with particularly terrifying strength, and no monsters could block the Windless Sword Saint's attacks. Without the assistance of the Windless Sword Saint, even if Lu Chen had the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, he might not be able to successfully kill his way out of the siege. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chuan and his group were about to kill their way out. The mutation was sudden. In the midst of the boundless thick black fog, a cold and horrible eye appeared abruptly, staring straight at Lu Dust and his group. It was an eye as huge as a small mountain, with a demonic blood-red color throughout, as well as wisps of ghostly green flames surrounding it, like a blood moon rising. What was even weirder was that the eye was actually penetrated by a long bronze arrow, cold, creepy and wild. At that instant, Lu Chuan and his group were all chilled to the bone, and that eye radiated an unspeakable ferocious aura, like a demon's eye that had rushed out from the underworld. Even scarier, when this eye appeared, the monsters that covered the sky all became berserk, letting out bursts of hissing, and their strength soared, as if they had been strengthened by some kind of power. These monsters even surrounded Lu Duan and his group in unison. Chapter 178, Getting Out of Danger. No good. What the hell is this eye? As strong as the Windless Sword Saint. At this time, his face also changed greatly, feeling a terrifying sense of pressure and crisis. After the reinforcement of that eye, the tide of monsters that were already not weak in strength were even substantially strengthened, and some Saint Realm monsters appeared that made the Windless Sword Saint tense up. The strength of these monsters was already no weaker than the Windless Sword Saint, if not stronger. My life is over. Yi Xingwen and the others were even more pale, with more than a hint of despair in their eyes. There was no doubt that they had encountered the most terrifying great weirdness and terror of the Forest of Lightlessness, and even the Windless Sword Saint's life would be in danger, let alone the others. In a matter of moments, Lu Chuan and his group were surrounded by countless monsters, and the situation was precarious. Just as Lu Chen was about to pull out the 10,000 soul streamer, suddenly his sea of consciousness shook. The human emperor's chi that was originally coiled in his sea of consciousness suddenly revived on its own. Buzz. Lu Chen's body began to blossom with golden light, accompanied by a brilliant imperial might emanating, which actually caused the souls of all the people around him to palpitate, and from the depths of their bloodline came a feeling of reverence and submissiveness, and they almost couldn't control themselves from kneeling down. Anon. In a trance, it seemed as if a huge golden dragon was circling around Lu Chen, setting him off as if he were a god descending into the world. What is it? The Windless Sword Saint and Yi Xingwen and the others were all dumbstruck, feeling the sense of fear and awe coming from the deepest part of their souls and bloodlines, and they only felt that people were going to be stupid. Right at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly rose up in the air, and there was endless golden light blooming between the opening and closing of his eyes, just like 2 rounds of blazing suns. Here come the arrows. Lu Chuan stretched out his palm towards the gigantic eye and let out a loud shout. Buzz. As the human emperor's chi erupted, the long bronze arrow that had penetrated that eye suddenly vibrated violently, and it actually blossomed with endless golden light, resonating with Lu Chen. The long bronze arrows were inscribed with ancient and mysterious patterns, all of which were glowing at the moment, and there was an ancient and terrifying aura that revived, actually tearing that blood-colored eye apart. In a trance, a yell of misery and anger seemed to come from the ears of the crowd. Wisps of blood-colored light rushed out from the countless monsters, returning to the blood-colored eye like a tidal wave, and the countless monsters around them lost the support of this power. All of them planted on the ground and turned back into a broken corpse. The blood-colored eye shook violently, flinging the long bronze arrow out, and its own light dimmed, apparently suffering severe injuries, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only a bloodstained bronze long arrow flew across the sky and fell into Lu Chuan's hands, shrinking continuously and eventually turning into a zhonglong, just like a war spear. That solves the crisis? The faces of the windless sword saint and Yi Xingwen and the others were a bit bewildered and dumbfounded. The crisis came so suddenly and disappeared so suddenly that they were left with a feeling of bewilderment and didn't even understand what had happened. This is an arrow forged by the Emperor of the Ancients, and that eye just now. I'm afraid it's just one of the eyes of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon that was shot down. The human emperor's chi dispersed from Lu Chen's body, holding the long bronze arrow in his hand as he pondered. The arrows of the ancient emperor? When Liu Beixian and the others heard this, they were moved in their hearts, revealing a look of it's true. They had already made a guess from the moment Lu Chen broke out the human emperor's pressure just now. After all, they were well aware that Lu Chen was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. Instead, it was the windless sword saint and Yi Xingwen who were secretly shocked. Such a bizarre and horrifying eye, capable of setting off a monstrous tide of corpses, was actually only one of the eyes of the extraterrestrial heavenly demon that had been shot down. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if it was an extraterrestrial heavenly demon in its complete state. Why is he in control of the arrows cast by the ancient emperor? And what was that terrifying pressure on him just now? The windless sword saint and Yi Xingwen and the others looked at Lu Duan in unison, full of doubts. It's too late. Let's go quickly. However, Lu Chuan did not have the intention to give them an answer. Instead, he casually put away this long bronze arrow, greeted them, and led the crowd to rush towards the outside of the forest of lightlessness. When the windless sword saint and Yi Xingwen and the others saw this, although their hearts grew more and more doubtful, they all held back and didn't pursue the matter. They knew that this must involve Lu Chen's own secrets. Since Lu Chen was unwilling to reveal it, they shouldn't probe too much. Without the threat of the corpse tide, with the help of the windless sword saint, Lu Chuan and his group smoothly evacuated the forest of lightlessness, and all the various dangers they encountered along the way were passed without any danger. After leaving the dim and depressing lightless forest, the bright sunlight pounced on his face, and what met his eyes was the beautiful mountains and rivers and the magnificent and charming great wasteland. Finally out of this hellhole, Yi Xingwen and the others opened their hands and had a feeling of tears. Their emotions were incomparable. They had been trapped in the forest of lightlessness for decades, and now that they were finally able to see the light of day again, this feeling could not be mentioned how happy they felt. Come on, I'll take you back. Lu Chen just wanted to summon the ghost ship and make a trip back to the Grand Xiao dynasty in the meantime. Suddenly his heart stirred, and the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion Master's order in his arms lightly vibrated, sending out a message from it. Well, that's how it plays out, isn't it? A cold smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face, and he immediately changed his mind and set a time and place for the rendezvous with Yi Xingwen after giving the order to the ghost ship, and he asked Yi Xingwen to convey a message to Gu Ruoshi after he returned to the Misty Sect, so that Gu Ruoshi could come to the Middle-earth region to look for him on the ghost ship. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen and Liu Beixuan's group began to return to the Xianyu Holy Land. 2.5 days later, Yi Xingwen and more than 20 ethereal sect martial artists crossed the vast wilderness and arrived at the fringe of the Middle-earth region. Arriving at the shore of the endless ocean, a cloudy wind blew, and Yi Xingwen and the others subconsciously shivered. Immediately after that they were shocked in their hearts. They did not know when a thick gray fog had appeared around them, blanketing the sky and obscuring the sun, and all the scenery around them could not be seen. The only thing that stood silently in front of them was a large, ancient and dilapidated ship that appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Gulp! Yi Xingwen and the others couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, their eyes filled with scorn. Although they had already learned about it from Lu Chen, they were still startled to see the ghost ship appear with their own eyes, and were really a bit afraid to go up. After all, it's legendarily weird and unsettling. Let's go. The Lu family won't harm us, or else they wouldn't have to risk so much to go deep into the lightless forest to save us. Yi Xingwen took a deep breath and led more than 20 martial artists from the Netherworld sect, striding towards the ghost ship. Chapter 179, The Four Great Sacred Lands Attack. Apprentice, you're finally back. Where have you been running off to these days? Why don't you tell the master? When Lu Chen returned to the Xianyu Holy Land, Nangong Feiyu immediately appeared and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart, her tone somewhat complaining. I'm sorry, Master Teacher. There were some sudden emergencies to deal with at home and I didn't have time to report to Master Teacher. An apologetic look appeared on Lu Chen's face. Since it's a family emergency, there's no harm in it. Just remember to mention it to Master in the future. Nangong Feiyu waved his hand. Suddenly his face straightened and said, Right. In the future you have to pay attention. Don't leave the Xianyu Holy Land if you're not doing anything. Even if there's something you want to go out, you have to talk to your teacher. And the teacher will personally protect your path. What happened? A bewildered look appeared on Lu Chen's face. At the mention of this matter, Nangong Feiyu's face clouded over for a few moments, and his hands slowly clenched as he said, Just 2.5 days ago, the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, the Blazing Sun Holy Land, the Thundering Holy Land, and the Heavenly Wolf Holy Land all struck out at the same time, encroaching on all of the resource territories that my Xianyu Holy Land had out there. The first time my master sent people to negotiate with them, but the 4 great Holy Lands were not reasonable at all, and directly beat my Xianyu Holy Land's people back. They were determined to take over my Xianyu Holy Land's resource territories, and I'm afraid that this is just a test for them. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land and the Blazing Sun Holy Land and Thunder Holy Land had teamed up to overthrow the Netherworld Holy Land, dividing up the Netherworld Holy Land's treasures and territories, and benefited greatly. They're just feeding on their own taste, and they're eyeing on my Xianyu Holy Land, and most likely want to use the same old tactic again to exterminate my Xianyu Holy Land. Nangong Feiyu's tone was suppressed with anger. The Xianyu Holy Land sect territory was vast, but in addition to the sect territory, there were quite a few resource territories outside. For example, there are mountain ranges in the Great Wasteland that are rich in ores, or certain heavenly sanctuaries that can constantly produce resources such as spirit stones, ores, and medicines, or some ancient cities and territories in the outside world, all of which are the most important possessions of a Holy Land. Without the supply of these resource territories, it would have been difficult for the Xianyu Holy Land to support the daily cultivation expenses of such a large number of disciples and powerhouses. What the 4 great sacred lands were doing was undoubtedly digging into the roots of the Xianyu sacred lands. But anger aside, Nangong Feiyu didn't dare to send strong men to snatch back these resource territories. This was because the Xianyu Holy Land now possessed too few Saint Realm powerhouses. If a few Saint Realm powerhouses were deployed to recover the resource territories, what if the 4 great Holy Lands came to steal the home? And even if they could snatch it back, the Xianyu Holy Land didn't have that many Saint Realm powerhouses sitting in the resource territories, so it would easily be snatched away by the 4 Holy Lands again. There was no way around it. Nangong Feiyu could only hold back. Damn the 4 Holy Lands. How dare they rob my Xianyu Holy Land's resource territories? They're looking for death. When Lu Chen heard this, he suddenly burst into a rage. His hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with fury. There is a natural element of acting in this, but Lu Dust was truly furious, because in his eyes, the Xianyu sacred land had long been his family property. How could he tolerate the encroachment of other sacred lands? Things are a little rough, but you don't have to worry too much. Nangong Feiyu patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said in relief, Now that Yu Ling has broken through to the Saint Realm, and you are not far from the Monarch Realm, we only need to hold back for a few decades, and when the 2 of you grow up, you will surely be able to sweep away the 4 great Holy Lands. Let's hold back for now and let the 4 great sacred grounds take advantage of us, and when it's a few decades later, we'll definitely make them spit it out with interest. Moreover, our Xianyu Holy Land has a good relationship with the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, and the 4 great Holy Lands don't dare to directly attack our Xianyu Holy Land. Some other day I'll go to the 9 Heavens Sacred Land to take a walk, and if the 9 Heavens Sacred Land is willing to intervene, the 4 great Holy Lands may be able to return our resource territories. The Holy Land of the 9 Heavens? When Lu Chen heard this, he laughed coldly in his heart. According to the information from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion Scouts, the reason why the 4 great Holy Lands would strike at the same time and encroach on the resource territories of the Xianyu Holy Land was actually with the tacit approval of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. This was something Gu Changsheng had intended to do. These 4 Holy Lands were already eyeing Xianyu Holy Land. It was just that Xianyu Holy Land and 9 Heavens Sacred Land had gotten very close over the years, and they didn't want to offend the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, so they held back and didn't make a move. And now that they had received the tacit approval of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land, coupled with the fact that the Shao family, an ally of the Xianyu Sacred Land, had been exterminated overnight, the 4 great sacred lands couldn't wait to strike. Gu Changsheng was trying to use the 4 great Holy Lands to put pressure on the Xianyu Holy Land, forcing Nangong Feiyu to go soft, trying to get Nangong Feiyu to hand over both Nangongye and Lu Jianyu in exchange for the shelter of the 9 Heavens Sacred Land. If Nangong Fei went to seek help from the 9 Heavens Sacred Land at this time, he would have fallen for Gu Changsheng's plan. However, Lu Chen couldn't directly point it out. but instead nodded his head with a resolute look in his eyes and said, I understand. My disciple will definitely cultivate hard and strive to step into the Saint Realm as soon as possible to make the four great sacred grounds pay the price. Well, for the master believes in you. Seeing how loyal Lu Chen was, Nangong Feiyu revealed a pleased smile and grew more and more fond of this disciple. After a few words of advice, Nangong Feiyu left. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, stroked his chin and arrived at Xianyu Peak to find Lu Jianyu. At this time, Lu Jianyu was still sitting on top of the mountain, dressed in plain white clothes, without any powder, but her face was as flawless and stunningly beautiful as a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Lu Jianyu felt something in her heart and opened her eyes. After seeing Lu Chen, a stunningly beautiful smile appeared on her face, and her originally cold and lonely temperament became much softer. Little brother, there's good news for you. I've broken through to the Saint Realm. Lu Jianyu reached out and touched Lu Chen's head, her gentle voice ringing in his ears. My old sister is a supreme demon with a moon spirit immortal body. The district Saint Realm is surely a handful. Lu Dust heatedly smiled and patted his ass, and then Lu Chen took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Jianyu. This is the Heavenly Martial Emperor scripture? Lu Jianyu took the jade slip, and with a sweep of her divine sense, she was immediately moved by it. Little brother, where did you get such a precious and rare technique? Routed Lu Jianyu's serene and peaceful mentality, at this moment also a little unsettled. Breathing are a little short. Heartbeat is very fast. Surprise! Lu Chuan smilingly opened his mouth to transmit his voice and told Lu Jianyu about his experience these days. So, it's worthy of being my brother, to have such a strange encounter. Lu Jianyu was pleasantly surprised, her face full of smiles. After all, this was the legendary gong method left behind by that heavenly martial emperor, which was rare in the world. Rumble. Just as the siblings were catching up, suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out from the end of the sky, and 4 cloud ships crossed the sky at an astonishingly high speed, arriving over the Xianyu Holy Land in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, Blazing Sun Holy Land, Thundering Holy Land, and Heavenly Wolf Holy Land. You still have the face to come to my Xianyu Holy Land? Nangong Feiyu flew up in the air and saw the insignia on these 4 cloud ships. His face was immediately gloomy and he immediately turned on the Xianyu Sacred Grounds Sect Protector formation and surrounded these 4 cloud ships. Chapter 180, Coming Prepared. Brother Nangong, don't be nervous. Our 4 great sacred lands are just visiting your Xianyu sacred lands. Is this how Brother Nangong entertains his guests? On the cloud ship of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, a middle-aged man in a blue tunic appeared with his hands behind his back and a playful smile on his face. On the remaining 3 cloud ships, a Saint Realm powerhouse appeared on each of them, looking down on Nangong Feiyu from above. Be a guest? You 4 great holy lands have encroached on all of my Xianyu Holy Lands resource territories outside, and you still have the face to come as a guest? Aren't you afraid of having to come back? Nangong Feiyu's face was gloomy as he snapped, although his character is more able to hold back. However, Nangong Feiyu was clearly aware that when facing an enemy, one must not show weakness, or else it would only attract even more unscrupulous bullying from the other side. Yo, Brother Nangong is so scary. It scared my slave to death. On the cloud ship of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, a beautiful young woman patted the raging waves with a frightened look. That conspiratorial appearance caused veins to rise on Nangong Feiyu's forehead. Although the 4 great holy lands were only coming with 1 Saint Realm powerhouse each, they were also emboldened and were not at all afraid of Nangong Feiyu making a move against them. In case Nangong Feiyu really made a move, it would be just what they wanted instead. That way, the 4 great holy lands would have enough reason to directly attack the Xianyu Holy Land, and at that time, the 9 Heavens Holy Land would have no reason to stop it. Alright, all comers are guests, so don't make things difficult for Brother Nangong. Come on, sit down. On the cloud ship of the Skywolf Holy Land, a man with a feminine and beautiful look suddenly covered his mouth with a smile, landed the cloud ship of the Skywolf Holy Land in front of the door of the Xianyu Holy Lands Council Hall, directly pushed open the Xianyu Holy Lands Council Hall, and greeted the other Holy Lands powerhouses to take their seats, just as if they were treating the Xianyu Holy Land as if it was their own home. Brother Nangong won't be angry with us if we come here uninvited, right? That feminine-looking man twisted his big crotch, carrying a rouge aroma, and reached out to touch Nangong Feiyu's face. Nangong Feiyu's eyes danced wildly as a vicious chill ran through his heart. He resisted the urge to slap the other party to death, took 2 steps back, and said in a cold voice, "Let go if you have an ass. You are not welcome in my Xianyu sacred land." He. Brother Nangong is still as cold as ever. That feminine man didn't get angry. Instead he covered his mouth and smiled, pretending to be delicate. Shut up you. Before Nangong Feiyu could get angry, that middle-aged man from the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain couldn't stand to watch. He wasn't standing up for Nangong Feiyu. he was just simply disgusted by the feminine man. We came to the Xianyu Holy Land today to do only one thing. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, hands behind his back, and said, "Our 4 great Holy Lands have brought the juniors of the younger generation with us, and we want to spar and exchange ideas with your Xianyu Holy Lands. No cutting, get out." Nangong Feiyu didn't even think about it and directly refused. Not to mention the lack of top geniuses in the younger generation of the Xianyu Sacred Land. Other than Lu Chuan and Lu Fianyu, there were simply no strong geniuses who could hold their own. Moreover, the 4 great Holy Lands had come prepared, and it was clear that they wanted to bully the Xianyu Holy Land and further suppress it. Or rather, they just wanted to be aggressive, forcing the Xianyu Holy Land to resist making the first move. Not to mention Nangong Feiyu, the old fox, or the little cutie. All knew that they couldn't agree. "Brother Nangong, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I heard that your Xianyu Sacred Land has produced a supreme demon who has set a new record for the 9th step of Ascension Pass," the rippling young woman from the Blazing Sun Holy Land said. "With such a supreme demon, is Brother Nangong still afraid that he won't be able to beat our disciples?" Nangong Feiyu's heart sank slightly when he heard this. Sure enough, they were coming for Lu Duan. Nangong Feiyu was about to continue refusing when that middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land said, "How about this? Your Xianyu Holy Land has a total of 31 resource territories occupied by us. How about if you guys win one game? We'll give back 1 resource territory?" The middle-aged man had a playful smile on his face as he stared at Nangong Feiyu. Nangong Feiyu's heart was suddenly stirred and his brain was racing. "Since you guys want to compete with this Saint Sun so badly, this Saint Sun will give you a chance." Right at this moment, an unruly voice rang out. With a swish, everyone's gazes swarmed to the front. Lu Chuan walked in large strides. His body was long and straight, his head full of black hair flying in the wind. His face was handsome and peerless, his eyes were deep and profound, and there was a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Beside Lu Chuan, followed by the maid-like Yun Shanyue, was not noticeable and was directly ignored by the crowd. Apprentice. When Nangong Feiyu saw Lu Chen appear, a smile appeared on his face as well. "Master, promise them. Today, I will make them spit out all 31 of my Xianyu Holy Land's resource territories." Lu Chen put his hands behind his back. His tone was firm and carried unrivaled confidence. But, Nangong Fei frowned, not wanting to agree to the challenge of the 4 great sacred lands at all. If Master doesn't agree with them, do you think they'll just leave it at that? Cutting doesn't work. They must have other underhanded tricks. Lu Dust snorted coldly and said, "There's no way to hide anyway, so why don't we just win them fair and square and hit them hard in the face?" Wow, little brother is so powerful, so manly, slave so like. The feminine man from the Skywolf Holy Land's eyes immediately glowed as he stared at Lu Chuan and couldn't help but lick his lips. Uing. Closed anus you. That middle-aged man from the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain only felt his stomach churning, and was truly disgusted, and directly slapped out his palm, sending the feminine man flying out sideways, falling down the mountain, and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. If the other party wasn't an elder of the Skywolf Holy Land, he would have gotten the other party killed a long time ago. Even Lu Chen, who had always been calm and collected, subconsciously clenched his hands. Harder fists. Lu Chuan decided that in the future, when he took over the Tian Lang Holy Land, this human demon should definitely not be left behind, and he would directly kill his form and soul, and not even his soul could be left behind. Lu Chen didn't want to dirty the 10,000 soul streamer. Su Dust Holy Sun really have courage. Slave most like this kind of masculine man. Su Dust Holy Sun stay in this small Xianyu Holy Land is condescending. How about coming to my martyrdom Holy Land? My Blazing Sun Holy Land just happens to lack a holy sun. That beautiful young woman from the Blazing Sun Holy Land stared at Lu Dust with a burning gaze, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Lu Duan glanced at her. Well, the figure is not bad. In the future when you take over the Blazing Sun Holy Land, you can focus on this elder. No go. Get out. Lu Dust politely declined. It's got personality. I like it. Instead of getting angry, that choppy woman became more and more delighted, staring straight at Lu Dust. Chapter 181, Arrogant Provocation. Apprentice, they're prepared. If we respond to the battle I'm afraid we'll be caught in a trap. Although Lu Chen was very confident, Nangong Feiyu was still a bit hesitant and quietly transmitted his voice to Lu Chen to persuade him. Lu Chen sniffed and secretly rolled his eyes. Nangong Feiyu, this old dang is just timid and cautious used to. It is no wonder that the huge Xianyu Holy Land will be in his hands decline into such. Don't worry, Master, with me here, they won't be able to turn over the sky. Absolutely no one in the younger generation of the 4 great sacred lands is my opponent. Lu Chen replied with a voice transmission, his tone quite confident. Good. Then we, the Xianyu Holy Land, Will spar with your 4 holy lands. Nangong Feiyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Great! A smug smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land as he said, then let's set up 4 rings, and have the disciples from my 4 holy lands challenge your disciples from the Xianyu Holy Land. And as long as your disciples from the Xianyu Holy Land win one time, we'll return one of our resource territories. Before the words left his mouth, Lu Chen directly vetoed it. You don't need 4 rings, just 1. Lu Chuan's words caused the middle-aged man to frown slightly as he said, with so many disciples, how long will a single ring take to compete? It would take at least 4 rings to do so. Lu Chen said calmly, if you 4 holy lands want to spar with my Xianyu Holy Land, you have to abide by our Xianyu Holy Land's rules. A ring is a ring when I say so. If you don't agree you can all go home. Lu Chen's attitude was quite resolute, and the elders of the 4 holy lands looked at each other, the smiles on their faces tightening. They had planned to open 4 rings so that they could pit, and more Xianyu Holy Land disciples to cut. If only 1 ring was opened, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to victimize as many Xianyu Sacred Ground disciples as possible. However, Lu Chen's attitude was very resolute, and as Nangong Feiyu didn't say anything, it was obvious that Lu Chen was the main focus, so they could only nod their heads in agreement after a little bit of thought. 1 ring was as good as another, and anyway, their main target was just Lu Chen alone. Soon, Lu Chuan and the people from the 4 great sacred lands came to the Xianyu Sacred Lands martial arts arena. The news that the 4 great holy lands had brought disciples from their sects to the door for a sparring session had also spread throughout the Xianyu Holy Land, and numerous disciples and deacons and elders rushed to the martial arts arena, looking rather unkind and staring viciously at the people from the 4 great holy lands. After all, the 4 great holy lands had only occupied the Xianyu Holy Land's outer resource territories 2.5 days ago, and quite a few disciples and deacons, and even some of the elders had been beaten up by the people from the 4 great holy lands, and had been brutally driven out of the resource territories. With this hatred in place, all the people of the Xianyu Sacred Ground were all angry, and that icy killing intent permeated the area, enough to make one tremble with fear. However, the people from the 4 great holy lands were pleasantly unafraid, and even revealed provocative smiles and made provocative gestures at the Xianyu Holy Land's crowd, with a very arrogant attitude. Not to mention the crowd of disciples and deacons and elders were agitated. Even Nangong Feiyu's face was gloomy for a few moments. After the ring of the martial arts arena was raised, a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land couldn't wait to rush up, looking arrogant. TSK. What a mean look. What? You guys want to hit me? A bunch of scum. Come up here if you can. I can crush you with one finger. The Heavenly Sword Mountain true disciple named Ling Yang wore a cold smile on his face as he directly raised his middle finger towards the many surrounding Xianyu Sacred Ground disciples, very openly provoking them. Grass. So damn arrogant. I'm going to get him killed. Immediately, a number of hot-tempered disciples rushed over to get into the ring to fight him. However, Ling Yang glanced at them and laughed coldly. You guys are too weak to be my opponents. Let your holy son from the Xianyu Holy Land come up. Ling Yang's gaze locked onto Lu Dust and he hooked his finger towards him. The appearance was quite arrogant, exasperating the Xianyu Holy Land's group of disciples. Lu Chen didn't even lift his eyes. His tone was bland. What is your status and what is my status? Are you also worthy of challenging this saint's son? Ling Yang's face instantly grimaced. This guy is actually more arrogant than him? Ling Yang snorted coldly and said, I am a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, with a cultivation of the 5th level of the Zunshu realm, which is more than enough for me to be a holy son in your Xianyu Holy Land. So what have you got to be so arrogant about? Yes? Lu Chen suddenly had the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Unfortunately, a fellow like you is not even qualified to be a squire in front of this holy son. Snowy, go kick him down. Yes. Yun Xianxue nodded, her toes gently pointing on the ground, just like a lightweight goose. She fluttered to the top of the ring. You seek death. Seeing that Lu Dust had actually allowed a maid to fight against him, Ling Yang immediately burst into a rage, only feeling that all his dignity had been severely provoked. He was a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land Hall. His status and position was so honorable. Lu Chen actually let a maid come to beat himself up and threatened to kick himself down. When the people of the Xianyu Holy Land saw this, their faces were also a bit odd, followed by a worried expression. Because Yun Shuer had only revealed her cultivation of the 1st level of the Zunshu realm to the outside world, and was only a maid, how could she be a match for Ling Yang? Apprentice nonsense. Even Nangong Feiyu frowned inside in his heart, thinking that Lu Chen was too intentional. Only Jiang Ling and Su Anning glanced at each other. Their hearts were greatly relieved, and their gazes towards Ling Yang carried a hint of pity. They were clearly aware of how terrifying the true strength of this seemingly ordinary maid was. This one's solid. Well, how dare you let a maid insult me? then I won't be blamed for killing her. A killing chance flashed in Ling Yang's eyes, and a silver-colored ancient sword emerged as his large hand opened. His power was unreserved. The fifth strength of the Zunshi realm erupted, and he chopped out a sword like lightning towards Yun Xianxue. The powerful sword chi seemed to be able to break through the sky, causing the many disciples of Xianyu sacred ground on the martial arts field to tense up, as if there was a sharp sword against their brow. So strong. The group of disciples from the Xianyu sacred land all changed their faces and were shocked in their hearts. As a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, there was no doubt that Ling Yang's strength was absolutely powerful and terrifying, far surpassing the true disciples of the Xianyu Holy Land. A mere servant girl of the first level of the Zunshi realm dares to come up and challenge Ling Yang, just looking for death. This one's a sure thing. While the four great Holy Lands powerhouses and disciples saw this, cold smiles appeared on their faces, as if they had already seen the image of Yun Xianxue being killed by Ling Yang's sword. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd from the four great Holy Lands and the Xianyu Holy Land, Ling Yang slashed out with his sword, and the snowy sword chi illuminated the four directions. However, Yun Xianxue seemed to have predicted Ling Yang's attack. The instant he struck out his sword, she executed her phantom steps, leaving only a phantom shadow in place, ghostly appearing behind Ling Yang and kicking out with a single kick. Yun Xianxue's speed was so fast that Ling Yang couldn't even react at all. As soon as Ling Yang chopped out his sword, his back had already received a solid kick, and he immediately lost control of his body and flew out directly, falling down to the ring. Chapter 182, punching the four great sacred grounds in the face. In this instant, the large martial arts arena fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop in the room. Even Nangong Feiyu and other Saint Realm powerhouses had their heads buzzing at this moment, their faces filled with incredulity. Yun Xianxue's strike was too crisp and clean. Directly with a flash of her body, she kicked Ling Yang down. The whole process took less than a breath of time, and she didn't even use too much power. So much so that Nangong Feiyu and the others were somewhat unable to see through Yun Xianxue's true cultivation. Although this kick seemed light, Nangong Feiyu and the others knew very well that this was by no means a fluke, but rather Yun Xianxue's strength was far more powerful than Ling Yang's, and this was how she was able to lift her weight and kick Ling Yang out of the ring with such ease. One must know that Ling Yang was a solid 5th level cultivator of the Zunshi realm. If his strength was lower than him, even if he took a trick, it would never be possible for him to fly out with a single kick, which required a rather strong strength to back it up. What? Senior brother Ling Yang actually lost so quickly? Shocking. A true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land was defeated by a maid with a single kick. Ha ha ha. Well done. The true disciples of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land are nothing more than that. How can they have the face to dare to be so arrogant when they can't even beat a maid? So it's just a waste of external strength. Many of the disciples from the four Holy Lands were talking, and the disciples from the Xianyu Holy Land even opened their mouths relentlessly to mock and sarcastically point their fingers. Every word was like a steel needle sticking in Ling Yang's heart. You have bullied yourselves too much. Ling Yang was so furious that his body was shaking a bit as he roared. It doesn't count just now. She sneak attacked. I just got careless and didn't flash. I'm going to have a fair duel with her squarely. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth hooked up into a mocking sneer. A punk who can't even beat a maid. And you're still playing tricks after losing. Are all of you Heavenly Sword Mountain sacred grounds this kind of goods who can't afford to lose? Ling Yang was furious. You curse again. Enough. Right at this moment, that middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land let out a stern cry and glared fiercely at Ling Yang, saying, a loss is a loss. So don't disgrace the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land anymore. Useless thing. Why don't you go down? Although the one who lost was Ling Yang, as an elder of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, the middle-aged man also felt ashamed. Ling Yang's lips were bitten tightly, with unwillingness and indignation in his eyes, but he could only hold back and silently retreated behind the crowd. You can't do it, old brother Ling Yang. It's better to let my brother take revenge for you. A cold laugh came out from the Blazing Sun Holy Land team. It was a man with a stout and tall body. His chi and blood were majestic and surging, and his body was covered in muscles, just like an iron tower, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. He was none other than the true disciple of the Blazing Sun Holy Land, Chao Gang Lai. This Ling Yang is just lame. That's right. At the critical moment, it's still up to Senior Brother Chao. Senior Brother Chao is out. A small servant girl, easy to take. In the Blazing Sun Holy Land team, many disciples opened their mouths to pay their compliments, looking at Chao Gang Lai with a pleasing intent in their gazes. Chao Gang Lai is in trouble. When the people of the Xianyu Holy Land saw Chao Gang Lai preparing to strike, they all felt a pressure in their hearts. Chao Gang Lai was at the 6th level of the Zunshi realm, seemingly only one small realm higher than Ling Yang, but his strength was more than several times stronger, because Chao Gang Lai was born with divine strength and practiced physical and martial arts together. Not only was his physical body physique frighteningly powerful, his divine arts and techniques were also extremely high in attainment, with almost no weaknesses, and his combat power was as strong as a match in the same realm. With Chao Gonglia's terrifying physique, there was absolutely no way that Yun Xianxue would be able to kick him down with a single kick like she had just dealt with Ling Yang. Even if Yun Xianxue kicked out with her full strength, it was unknown if she could move Chao Ganglai. Knock! Chao Ganglai leaped up and jumped onto the ring, and the thick and massive ring trembled, emitting a dull sound, so one could imagine how powerful his physique was. I'll give you the chance to strike first, but don't say that I, Chao Ganglai, bullied a tiny maid. Chao Ganglai hooked his finger towards Yun Xianxue and grinned. Good. Yun Xianxue was not polite in the slightest and decisively pulled out a sword and slashed across the room towards Chao Ganglai. Chao Gonglia's defense is extremely strong, and early guard has not been able to take the trick like the other party. Ling Yang just now can only be frontal hard. Too weak. Chao Ganglai let out a thunderous shout. A pair of golden gloves glowed and blossomed with a terrifying light, his fist astounding, and he slammed his fist out towards Yun Xianxue. Bang! Chao Ganglai slammed his fist on Yun Xianyue's sword, sending out a thunderous explosion, and the metallic tremor shook the crowd's eardrums to sting. In the next moment, Chao Gonglia's face changed drastically. Yun Xianxue's seemingly ordinary sword contained an unbelievably terrifying power. He only felt as if he had smashed his fist on a large mountain. His entire body flew out horizontally on the spot, his hand bones broken, and he flew out of the ring. Bang sound! Chao Gonglia's stout body smashed on the surface of the martial arts field, smashing the solid ground out of a big pit, appearing spider-like dense cracks. Smoke and dust filled the air. In an instant, the large martial arts arena once again fell into deathly silence. The disciples of the four great sacred grounds, as well as the disciples of the Xianyu sacred ground, all had their heads stretched forward at this moment, their eyes wide, like seeing a ghost. This is a true disciple of the Blazing Sun Holy Land. To actually be defeated head-on by a maid with a single sword was nothing short of a miracle. How incredible! The entire room was quiet for a moment, followed by an uproar that caused a furor. Hiss! She actually defeated Chao Ganglai with a single sword? This is a maid? A maid of honor? Are you sure it's not the Virgin? No! I have a feeling that an average holy maiden may not be as strong as her. So what His Royal Highness the Holy Sun said is true. They really aren't even as good as a maid. Wasn't it said that the Xianyu sacred land has fallen and lacks top geniuses? Why is even a maid so strong? Could they be hiding? Or is Chao Ganglai acting? The martial arts arena looked like it had exploded, and the people from the four great sacred lands and the Xianyu sacred lands were all talking, their faces filled with a look of astonishment and uncertainty. You can't do it either. Brother Chao, you lost even worse than me. Ling Yang even pinched his nose and spoke sorrowfully, looking at Chao Ganglai with a gloating gaze. One's own failures are certainly upsetting, but the failure of teammates is reassuring. Listening to the crowd's murmuring words, and pointing gestures, and strange glances, Chao Ganglai instantly reddened his face, recalling the grandiose words he had spoken before striking out. At this moment, he only felt a fiery pain in his old face. Chao Ganglai didn't yell like Ling Yang, but instead clenched his teeth and squeezed his hands together. He turned on his heel and walked away, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, never looking back. Chao Ganglai silently returned to the Blazing Sun Holy Land team without saying a word. Chapter 183, I'm going to hit 30. 7th level of cultivation in the Zun Shi realm. Hiss. Saint Sun Su Chen. Your maid looks like she's only about 16 years old. How could she have such a high cultivation level? Compared to the shock of the younger generation of disciples, the older generation of powerhouses were actually even more shocked. Many of the older generation powerhouses had sensed Yun Xianyue's cultivation level, which was as high as the 7th level of the Zun Shi realm. That's a big shock to them. One must know that Lu Chen cultivating to the 8th level of the Zun Shi realm at the age of 20 was already extremely astonishing, and one couldn't even find a few people in the entire Middle-earth region who could be compared to him. But Yun Xianyue was actually only about 16 years old when she had cultivated to the 7th level of the Zun Shi realm. Calling it a miracle was not too much to ask. Coupled with the terrifying strength Yun Xianxue had displayed, it was more than enough for her to go and become a holy maiden without any hesitation. But it was such a supreme demon that was actually just Lu Chen's maid. How incredible! Not to mention the shock of the powerhouses of the four great sacred lands. Even the group of powerhouses from the Xianyu sacred land were confused. The gazes of the crowd fell on Yun Xianyue and Lu Chen in unison, their eyes filled with incredulity. Don't be surprised. My maid is actually 38 years old. It's just a child's face. Her family was poor when she was a child. She didn't have food and didn't develop well. That's all. So don't think too much about it. Lu Dust's face was serious as he explained in a serious manner. When Yun Xianxue heard this, she immediately pursed her lips, and her gaze gave Lu Chen a somewhat grudging look. Badass Majesty. This is 38? When the crowd heard this, their gazes flickered to Yun Shangyue, their brows slightly furrowed, half convinced and half doubting, because Yun Shangyue really didn't look like she was 38 years old, but the cultivation of martial arts people long life, 38 years old are considered very very young. Grow into a young girl look is not impossible. The crowd is also difficult to distinguish. But, even if Yun Shangyue was really 38 years old, being able to defeat Chao Ganglai with a single sword with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Zunshe realm, this combat power was quite terrifying. And I'm afraid that the combat power under the same realm would not be weaker than that of a holy son or holy maiden. This kid, he's hiding really deep. Nandong Feiyu could not help but look deeply at Lu Chen, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a pleased smile. The last time he saw Yun Shangyue, this girl was still only at the first level of the harmonized Dao realm cultivation, but today he took a look that she was already at the first level of the Zunshe realm cultivation. But after Yun Shangyue made a move, he realized that Yun Shangyue's real cultivation was at the 7th level of the Zunshe realm. Obviously, this maid had been fully cultivated by Su Chen and the Su family, and was Su Chen's right-hand man. Seeing his good disciple surrounded by such a talented and strong person, Nandong Feiyu was very pleased. After all, Lu Chen was a person from the Xianyu sacred ground, and his maidservant Quatermass was also a person from the Xianyu sacred ground. I'll fight you. Right at this moment, a cold voice came out from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land team. It was a green-clothed youth with sword brows and starry eyes, carrying an ancient sword on his back, with a powerful sword intent permeating his body, invisibly giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. He was clearly the holy son of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land, Jiang Zijing. 2 true disciples in a row were defeated in the hands of Yun Shangyue, which made the 4 great holy places unable to sit still. They knew in their hearts that if they continued to send their true disciples to fight, they would more than likely not be Yun Shangyue's opponents either. Moreover, if so many true legends were defeated in the hands of a maid, it wouldn't be good to spread the word, and it would be detrimental to the majesty of the Holy Land. That middle-aged man from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land then quietly transmitted his voice, asking his own holy son to make a move. TSK TSK TSK, the holy son of the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword Mountain, with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Zunshe realm, is actually trying to bully a maid with a cultivation of the 7th level of the Zunshe realm. This is a bit excessive. Just then, Lu Duan spoke. He waved his hand, and Yun Shangyue understood and retreated from the ring. With a single step of his feet, Lu Chuan appeared directly on the ring like an instantaneous movement, looking down at the disciples of the 4 holy lands below. Very well. Then it's not bullying for me to fight you, the holy son of the Xianyu Holy Land, is it? Jiang Zijing's eyes snapped open, not surprised but pleased. His sharp, sword-like eyes stared at Lu Duan, his feet stepping on the sword chi as he rushed straight towards the ring. The big one is coming. 2 great saints' sons going to war. Just who can be more victorious? There's still a load of suspense. I heard that Su Chuan only had a mere Dao transformation realm cultivation when he worshipped the Xianyu Holy Land. And now he's only at the 3rd or 4th level of the Zunshe realm cultivation at the end of the day. He's way too much different from Jiang Shangzi. He's definitely not an opponent. That's right. I'm also betting on Sage Sun Jiang to win. If Su Chen wins, I'll eat this knife alive. Seeing that Lu Duan and Jiang Zijing were about to go to war, the disciples of the 4 holy lands perked up, their eyes burning. In their opinion, Jiang Zijing had a higher cultivation level and had a better chance of winning. The group of disciples from the Xianyu Holy Land, on the other hand, revealed a worried expression. They weren't clear about Lu Chen's true cultivation and battle power, and thus felt worried for him. Nandong Feiyu was originally a bit worried as well. However, when he remembered Lu Chuan's previous confident demeanor, as well as the fact that Lu Chuan's maidservants all had such a strong combat power, he felt much more at ease. Since Lu Chen dared to spar with the disciples of the 4 great holy lands, he should have his own underhanded means. Right after Jiang Zijing stepped onto the ring, Lu Chen was stretching out a finger and shaking it. It's not enough for you alone to challenge me. Grass. This guy is too arrogant. That's the holy son of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Holy Land. How dare he say it's not enough? A small Xianyu Holy Land holy son. How dare he be so arrogant? Who gave him the courage? Such a wild attitude of Lu Chuan immediately caused the hostility of the disciples of the 4 great sacred grounds, and all of them glared angrily at Lu Chuan. Even Jiang Zijing was exasperated and laughed, saying, whether it's enough or not, that's something you'll have to try before you know. Clanging, Jiang Zijing directly drew the ancient sword behind him, and a clear sword chant resounded through the 8 directions, accompanied by an ice-cold and bone-piercing sword chi that filled the air. Pointing the sword at Lu Chen, I'm going to hit 30. Lu Chen glanced around at the disciples of the 4 great holy lands, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he said, Little Schwer won 2 games just now, and you 4 great holy lands still have 29 resource territories to pay back. So to make up the whole number, you guys can just randomly send 30 of your disciples to go up together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I defeat this what's-his-name saint's son with a single sword later on, your 4 great sacred lands won't dare to send anyone to continue the battle. Arrogant. Hubris. Lu Chen's words instantly enraged all of the people from the 4 holy lands. Their eyes narrowed and they looked unkind. Lu Chen actually dared to threaten to defeat Zhang Zijing with 1 sword, and to fight 30 more. Do you really think that the disciples of their 4 holy lands are dirt and dogs? Your Highness the Holy Sun, is this not a little bit wrong? Even the people of the Xianyu Holy Land were shocked and hurriedly opened their mouths to persuade them. What's the concept of hitting 30? One must know that most of the disciples brought by the 4 holy places were true disciples, and some of the few were also the best of the inner disciples. Who could beat 30 of them in the same realm? Unless it was that Gu Changsheng who had the posture of a great emperor, or the moon spirit fairy. Who would dare to claim invincibility? Although Lu Chuan was strong, his battle record was only at the 9th stage of the Speed Pass Ascension, and no one thought that he could be compared to Gu Changsheng and the moon spirit fairy. Chapter 184, Chopping Over a Large Area. Apprentice, do not be gullible. You must not fight 30 of them, not to mention the others. Even Nangong Feiyu was startled, hurriedly transmitting his voice to open his mouth to persuade, his face going green, sweating from Lu Chen's words. The 4 holy places had come prepared, bringing with them the top geniuses of their sex, and each of them was not bad in strength. In a one-on-one fight, Nangong Feiyu believed that Lu Chen could beat any of the opponents, but hitting 30 of them at the same time is horribly difficult. Master, don't panic. I will definitely win back our 31 resource territories for the Xianyu Holy Land. No one can bully our Xianyu Holy Land, Lu Chen replied with a firm tone of voice transmission. Nangong Feiyu's heart was shaken when he heard this. Lu Chen had fought so hard to reclaim the resource territory of the Xianyu Holy Land. What a good child this was, to actually be able to do this for the Xianyu Holy Land. A warm current surged in Nangong Feiyu's heart, and he was about to continue persuading, but the elders of the 4 holy lands were ecstatic and immediately opened their mouths to agree. Fine, that's what you said. Deal. You, and a few of you, together. Little Su Chen, if you can beat 30 geniuses from our 4 holy lands today, not to mention the 31 resource territories, I, Thundering Holy Land, will pay you 3 resource territories in return. Don't even hold back. Beat me to death. Asterisk. Him. The elders of the 4 holy lands spoke one after another, not giving Lu Chuan a chance to backtrack at all, directly naming 30 talented disciples to rush onto the ring. These disciples were also very shrewd, and after mounting the ring, without saying a word, they directly swung their weapons to kill Lu Dust. When Nangong Feiyu and the Xianyu Holy Land elders saw this, although they were anxious in their hearts, they were already too late to stop them, and could only watch as Lu Duan was overwhelmed by the densely packed attacks. Apprentice son, you mustn't have an accident. Nangong Feiyu's hands subconsciously clenched tightly, his divine sense spreading as he firmly stared at Lu Chen. Once Lu Chen was in danger, he would step in and save him, never allowing anything to happen to him. The many disciples and deacons and elders of the Xianyu sacred ground also held their breaths. Their hearts lifted up and they were quite nervous. Only Yin Qianxue and Jiang Ling and Su Anning were quite calm and did not panic in the slightest. This was because these 30 disciples who had struck out were all at the Zunshi realm cultivation, and there were no Jun realm experts. They were well aware of how terrifying Lu Chen's strength was, and didn't think that these 30 people could threaten him. In the nervous and concerned gazes of the many martial artists in the martial arts arena, Lu Chuan stood in the center of the ring, and the surrounding 30 talented disciples struck out at the same time, erupting with powerful and terrifying attacks that were like angry waves, drowning Lu Chuan. When the attacks of the 30 talented disciples were united together, the power was so terrifying that even the Jun realm experts felt the pressure. The people of the Xianyu Holy Land were even a bit frightened. At this critical moment in the nick of time, Lu Chuan stepped on his feet, leaving only a phantom in place, and almost no one could see his movements as his figure had ghostly appeared at the edge of the ring, rushing out of the encirclement at an incredible angle. Boom! The attacks of the 30 talented disciples landed in the center of the ring, and a thunderous explosion was emitted, and the entire ring rumbled and shook with an astonishing sound. That's a dodge? What kind of stance is this? In the martial arts arena, everyone was taken aback, and many people rose up in a huff, revealing incredulous expressions. Clanging, right after Lu Chuan dodged and avoided the combined attacks of the 30 talented disciples, he suddenly drew the ancient sword at his waist and let out a clear and crisp sword chant that resounded in all directions. The blazing and terrifying sword light blossomed in an instant, hundreds of feet long, too sharp. Even the martial artists under the ring were all tensed up, as if there was a sharp sword against their brows. Feeling a great crisis, Lu Chuan's sword was too fast. More than half of the disciples didn't even react, and were directly cut off by Lu Chuan's sword, instantly suffering heavy injuries and nearly dying on the spot. Although the remaining 13 disciples raised their weapons to resist, they were all chopped back by the sword, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, and they were not lightly injured. Bold! It's just a sparring session on the same stage. How dare you lay such a deadly hand on him? What a big nerve! The Harpies don't speak of martial virtues. The elders of the 4 great Holy Lands were shocked and furious, and at the first opportunity, they took the dozen or so disciples who had been cut off at the waist away from the ring, immediately feeding them healing pills, shielding their meridians with great magical powers, and piecing their broken bodies back together, nourishing them with the Holy Realm's spiritual power. With the tenacious vitality of the exalted realm experts, coupled with the 4 Sate Realm elders' timely intervention to save their lives, the dozen or so disciples were not in life-threatening danger, and their broken bodies were quickly connected. However, the injuries suffered by these dozen disciples could not be recovered so easily. The meridians were broken. At least a year and a half could not be used. The cultivation stagnated, and would even affect the foundation of the martial arts. One must know that most of these dozen people were the true disciples of the 4 great Holy Lands, the hopes of the future. Now, they were severely injured by Lu Chuan's sword, which would leave serious aftereffects. This loss was too great, and it was no wonder that they were so angry. What's bold about it? I think the bold ones are you. 30 disciples from your 4 Holy Lands surrounded our Holy Son at the same time, and as a result, our Holy Son chopped off most of them with a single sword. Your own strength is too weak. Who can you blame? It's not like you killed anyone from your Holy Land. What's demon doing? Ha! You allow your 4 great Holy Lands to bully our Xianyu Holy Land, and you don't allow our Holy Son to bully your people? You were the ones who promised to cut a deal just now and sent someone up to do it in the first place. And now you're blaming our Saint Son instead? If you're a rookie, practice more. And if you can't afford to lose, don't play. The people of the Xianyu Sacred Land opened their mouths one after another, all with gloating sneers on their faces, and unceremoniously sarcastic. This made the people of the 4 Holy Lands angry and gloomy, but for a while, it was difficult to refute. It was because Lu Chen had defeated these dozen disciples in a dignified manner. Even if they were as angry as they were, it would be hard to argue against it. What's more, the Xianyu Holy Land had a large number of people, and if one person cursed, the spittle could drown them.